Family who understands. I have crossed over and become the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found out that Kushina had gone to Konoha. Isn't this a countdown to the destruction of our clan? I quickly tried to persuade my father, Dad. Our family is in big trouble. But he responded with a surprising move. The entire clan joined Konoha. Let me tell you, when I just woke up, the first thing I did was rush to my adoptive father and tell him, Dad, our family is doomed. The whole clan is going to be wiped out. Ah, you must be curious why I'm acting so dramatic, right? Let's rewind time by half an hour. I opened my eyes, and wow, the entire ceiling was made of wood. I heard a bunch of Japanese chatter around me, and a girl was crying, calling me young clan leader. I was completely bewildered. My family has been rooted in poverty for 8 generations. Young clan leader? What a ridiculous joke. Even more absurd, I understood this Japanese instantly. Just as my CPU was about to overheat, a mechanical voice chimed in my head. Destiny system activated. Host has crossed over to the world of Naruto. Timeline loading. What the hell? I've crossed over, and I've become the young clan leader of some family in the Naruto world? Before I could process this, the memories of 2 lifetimes collided in my mind like 2 dump trucks, causing me so much pain that I almost died on the spot. Water, I need water. I felt so weak. The girl next to me finally stopped crying and rushed out to get me water. In that brief moment, I forced myself to sit up, leaned against the wall, and began to frantically digest this damn memory. I am now called Uzumaki Shinno, born in Konoha's 25th year, and I'm just 10 years old, the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools. As for why I was fainting, it was too stimulating. Just that morning, this guy was still learning ninjutsu when he heard a few kids gossiping. Hey, did you hear? Kushina was taken to Konoha yesterday. Why? Apparently, it was Granny Mito from Konoha who asked her to go. I overheard my dad talking. Oh, Granny Mito is her only relative. Will she come back? It would be best if she doesn't. That violent girl should just get married to Konoha. Family who understands that so-called violent girl in these kids' mouths is none other than the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. And the original owner of this body was a pure love warrior at the age of 10, who had a crush on this 7-year-old little firecracker. Kushina used to be his little shadow, calling him Shinonii every day. When this guy heard that his childhood sweetheart might never come back, he couldn't handle it and died on the spot. And then I came. I rolled my eyes, thinking at 10 years old, what do you know about love? But that's not the point. The point is, Kushina going to Konoha is just a signal flare for the countdown to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, right? Timeline loading complete, Destiny system officially activated. The voice in my head rang out again, and I quickly opened the panel to take a look. Wow, everything from chakra amount, attributes, taijutsu, ninjutsu was all there. The core function is this. Change someone else's fate, and you can gain destiny points, which can be used to upgrade yourself. Unlock bloodline limits like Sharingan, or would release as long as you have enough points. You can have them all. This system is simply tailor-made for me. Without a cheat in the divine battles of a Naruto world, wouldn't that just make me cannon fodder? Although I started with decent talent, having the strength of a Chunin at 10 years old, it's no surprise I'm a young clan leader. But then I suddenly thought of a critical issue. Oh no, Kushina has already left. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan is just 2 years away. I'm only 10 years old, and the system has just arrived. What can I do? Go head-to-head with the combined forces of the major ninja villages? Just then, the little maid returned with water. Seeing me sitting up, she was so excited that she filled my cup and hurriedly ran out to call my dad. I couldn't stop her. I was anxious. A few minutes later, a steady footsteps approached, and a tall, middle-aged man in a red ninja outfit, about 8 meters tall, pushed the door open. This is my father in this life, Uzumaki Darong. He is no ordinary person, my memories tell me. He is a genuine shadow-level powerhouse, skilled in the diamond lock technique, capable of arm wrestling with the 4th Kazekage. Shinno, are you feeling better? Even your second uncle couldn't find anything wrong if you don't wake up soon. I'm going to send you to Konoha. My father looked concerned. I felt a spark in my mind, and a plan formed instantly. I brewed my emotions a bit, then put on a conflicted expression, my voice trembling. Dad, I'm fine now. It's just I seem to have awakened some incredible ability. It should be a new bloodline limit. A new bloodline limit? My father's reaction was unbelievable. Before I could finish, he sprang up, rushed to the door, slammed it shut, and quickly formed hand seals, silence barrier. Activate. A light blue chakra instantly enveloped the entire room. Wow, the secrecy work is quite professional. I was taken aback by his actions, but I had to keep the act going. When I was unconscious, my consciousness was clear. I think I saw the future. Our Uzumaki clan was attacked by enemies, and everyone died. What? My father's face was filled with shock. He didn't doubt that I was lying. He probably thought his son wouldn't joke about this. Or maybe he had confidence in his family security system, believing no one could cast Jinjutsu on me unnoticed. The Uzumaki clan has produced special bloodlines like Kagura's heart, so he probably thought I had awakened some new type. Did you see who the enemy was? He asked urgently. This question stumped me. The original work never mentioned who the culprit was. But I had read enough fanfiction, so I decisively began to half-truthfully deceive him. I saw a mist-hidden village. I saw their headbands. There were other villages too, but the images were very blurry. They had a lot of people charging into the village and killing anyone they saw, and they were interrogating us about the sealing techniques of the tailed beasts. To add credibility, I had to throw in some heavy information. By the way, I didn't see Konoha ninjas helping us instead. I saw a masked Konoha ninja stealing the summoning scroll from your room. He finally handed it over to someone named Danzo. Danzo? My father's expression instantly turned incredulous. Impossible. Konoha is our staunchest ally. He knew that Danzo was an advisor to the Hokage and also knew that a 10-year-old child like me couldn't possibly know that name, which made him believe my prophecy even more. I quickly seized the opportunity to give him a heads up. Dad, I feel like this new ability of mine might manifest every once in a while. This was extremely important in the future. I would rely on my mouth and my identity as a prophet to change the fate of the entire clan and earn destiny points. My father was my greatest support. Dad, since the major ninja villages are eyeing our sealing techniques and Konoha is also plotting against us, how about we just run away? I tentatively suggested, how about going to the land of demons? Don't we have a good relationship with the priestesses over there? I was afraid my adoptive father was an old-fashioned miser who would insist on sharing the village's fate. If that were the case, I would have to plan on escaping alone, then go to Konoha to cling to Kushina and compete with Minato for a wife. However, my father remained silent for a while and shook his head. The land of demons is too weak, it can't protect us. Since they want our sealing techniques, it wouldn't matter if we ran to the ends of the earth. That's what my heart sank. 谁知道他下一句话直接把我闪到了腰. He slammed the table and said firmly, I've decided, the whole clan will join Konoha. I was stunned on the spot. Dude, did you even hear what I said? I said there are moles in Konoha. I was about to break down, wanted to persuade him again, but my dad directly gave me a lesson on what it means to think like a high-level player. Ha ha, you're still young, he said, looking at my dumbfounded expression and laughed instead. Although Konoha has scum like Danzo, we have plenty of friends. The second Hokage's disciple, the third Hokage's comrades. Who doesn't have some connections with us? Now that we know who the enemy is and who the friends are, isn't this easy? Danzo is nothing. As long as we clarify our camp, we can still achieve great things in Konoha. My dad got more and more excited, pacing back and forth in the room. And don't forget, Lord Mito still has control over the Nine Tails. Kushina has already been chosen as the second Jinchuriki. As long as the Nine Tails are in our hands, who dares to touch us? As he spoke, he clapped his hands together and shouted, Vajralok. With a duong sound, 7 or 8 shining chains suddenly shot out from behind, dancing wildly in the air. The momentum was incredible. The biggest feature of this thing is that it can hard control tailed beast chakra. If we were really pushed to the edge, I dare to extract the Nine Tails chakra in the center of Konoha and set off fireworks in front of everyone. Danzo wouldn't dare to gamble. This is called strategic deterrence. I was left stunned, awkwardly scratching my head. I thought you wanted to hold down the land of whirlpools. Ha ha ha. My dad put away the chains and laughed heartily. What is a ninja? It's someone who can endure and give up everything for the continuation of their family. What dignity and face are all illusions to the survival of the family is the top priority. He continued to say that our Uzumaki clan has now reached a bottleneck. With over 1,000 people in the whole clan, 800 ninjas, which look strong, but compared to the tens of thousands of troops of major countries, it's nothing. So, we are not seeking refuge. My dad chuckled with a sly expression. Now that the Second Shinobi World War is raging, the Rain Village is also. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure have declared war. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been writing to me every day, crying and begging us to send people to the front lines for support. I was reluctant to send the good young man from our clan to serve Konoha before, but now. Haha, it's a perfect opportunity. Since he needs people, let's give him some. As long as he can pay the price, we can pull off a great escape. Damn, I got it. So how do we know when the Mist Shinobi will attack? I asked. Isn't it simple? My dad chuckled lightly. If we send a large number of ninjas to the Leaf front lines, won't our home be empty? Isn't that just delivering the opportunity right to their mouths? Since they want to make a move, they definitely won't miss this once-in-a-lifetime good chance. We can just prepare in advance. After hearing this, I immediately knelt down. Wow, I thought I was playing a doomsday survival script, but my dad turned it into a Game of Thrones. Experience matters. I jumped off the bed and knelt on one knee, performing a standard ninja salute. Dad, as long as you know what you're doing, I'll follow your arrangements. A couple of days later, on November 30th, my dad took me to the highest level meeting of the clan. As soon as we entered, there were 5 red-haired old men and middle-aged men sitting around the round table, all looking formidable. This was the council of the Uzumaki clan. My dad told me to move a small stool and sit next to him just to listen and not speak. As the meeting began, it was just as my dad said. The elders were arguing fiercely about whether to support the Leaf. Why should we let our juniors risk their lives for the Leaf? The letters said they would pay, right? Considering it as an S-rank mission, the price isn't low. That's the price for peacetime. Now it's war. It's generous enough that our sealing scrolls haven't increased in price. In my opinion, sending 30 or 50 people would be sufficient. My father waited until they had argued enough, then suddenly slapped the table. Stop arguing. It was another absolute sound barrier, and the sense of ritual was at its peak. The elders instantly fell silent. My father looked around for a week, his expression turning cold, and directly dropped a bombshell. Today, I have a top-secret piece of information to share. The Hidden Mist Village is preparing to ally with the Hidden Lightning Village to launch a surprise attack on our Whirlpool Village. What? The 5 elders all jumped up in shock, their faces turning pale. The 3rd elder angrily slammed the table. Then why are we discussing assistance from Konoha? We should be asking Konoha to assist us. One elder, who seemed rather astute, sat down and thoughtfully asked. The head of the family seems so calm. He must have a plan in place, right? Ah, old 5, you understand me. My father smiled, and everyone's hearts settled back down. This information is still unknown to Konoha, and this is our opportunity. My father crossed his legs and leisurely tapped on the table, declaring, I have decided to agree to Sarutobi Hizashi. Not only will we agree, but we will also raise the stakes. We will send 600 out of our 800 ninja army to support Konoha, giving them a huge surprise. We will send all our outstanding younger generation to Konoha. But what will happen if our village is left empty? We will spend money. My father waved his hand grandly. It's time to bring out our family fortune accumulated over the years. Let's recruit wandering ninjas and bounty hunters. At least bring back 5,000 people. Fill our village to the brim and make it lively. The 2nd elder looked puzzled. Can we really expect 5,000 rabble to defeat the joint forces of 2 major ninja villages? My father laughed, and he laughed like an old fox. Who expects them to fight back? Even if they withstand the first wave, there will be a second wave, a third wave. No matter how they fight, it's bound to be a loss. Let me tell you, my father is calculating like crazy. He said, our Uzumaki clan is so small. The entire ninja world knows this. There's no way the other side would mobilize a massive army just for a little assets. That's not just using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's like using an intercontinental missile to hit a mosquito, way too wasteful. If they send 3,000 to 5,000 people, that's already a significant force for us. So our goal isn't to win at all, but to stage an epic stepping stone battle. As long as we hold out against the first wave and ideally take down a few of their leaders, then bam, the whole clan runs away, directly parachuting into Konoha. Just think about this script. Shocking. The land of whirlpools, for the sake of our ally Konoha, sells everything and ultimately faces annihilation. Family members, once this tragic drama is performed and our internationalist spirit shines, won't those people in Konoha be moved to tears? By then, when we arrive, won't we be treated like heroes? Walking around Konoha would be considered low-key. Goodness, when my father laid out this plan, the entire family meeting room exploded. Then it was time to assign tasks at lightning speed. 3rd elder, you take 200 vanguard troops and go to Konoha to secure a spot. Just say we're here to provide support. Make sure to infiltrate the sealing team and barrier team. If that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen dares to say a single word against it, go directly to my great Aunt Mito-sama and have her uphold justice for us. 4th elder, you take all the retired veterans and their families and follow along. In that commercial street in Konoha, collect rents where we need to, open shops where we can, and by the way, build our new home right next to the Shinjū clan, focusing on high-end neighborhood. All right. My father also quietly kept the 4th elder behind and told him to leave a few backup plans on the way, randomly find a few civilian families. Let them separate from the main group, assume new identities, and consider it our Uzumaki clan's resurrection armor. 5th elder, the remaining 600 are yours. Train them hard. Select 400 strong ones to prepare for Konoha, the rest. Sai, The rest will just have to stay and play out the last act of this drama. Family members, who understands? This is the sorrow of a small clan. Even the power to choose life and death is not ours. Finally, second elder, third elder. You go to the black market and recruit cannon fodder. Oh no, I mean bounty hunters, the more the better. Money is not a problem. With a single order, the entire Uzumaki village instantly sprang into action, as if the fast-forward button was pressed. Within a few days, the village visibly became desolate, with a large portion of the people gone. I, too, have gloriously become a left-behind child. Oh no, a member of the left-behind ninjas, participating in the devilish training of the 5 elders. And then my teammates, good gracious, had long been predetermined. One is the chubby son of the elder, Vortex Fujin, who is the culprit that caused my time travel. However, this kid has a keen sense like a radar. The other one is my little maid, Vortexling. Let me tell you, this girl is not simple. She looks like a doll and has a fiery personality. My dad secretly told me a couple of days ago that she has awakened the ability of blood healing. Just one drop of blood can save a person. I was so shocked my jaw almost dropped. Upon closer inspection, isn't she just like Xiangling's mother? Good gracious. It turns out I've been hiding a living plot NPC by my side. I must make good use of her. She has to give me a crazy amount of gold coins in the future. Oh no, fate points. The training began, and the 5 elders let us form teams freely, 3 people per group, first to gauge our abilities. Of course, I didn't need to form a group. I directly took my radar and mobile spring water to one side. I laid my cards on the table, saying I excel in taijutsu and fire release. Vortex Ling raised her little fist and said she could throw shurikens and has a bit of medical ninjutsu, aiming to protect me. Chubby Fujin shrugged and said he could use sealing techniques and summon a monster called Dream Demon, while subtly hinting that he has reconnaissance abilities. Alright, I'll be the main character, he LL control, and Ling will assist. This configuration is perfect. Soon, the first practice match began. Our opponents were the Vortex Zipping team, a year or 2 older than us, but they looked like flowers in a greenhouse. As soon as the referee shouted start, without a word, I threw a shuriken at each of my 2 teammates. The 3 opponents were completely stunned, still posing for the moment, with only one named Zipping barely dodging. I couldn't help but laugh. Is that it? Chubby Fujin was even more ridiculous, missing the target with a fixed target. I really wanted to kick him in the butt. No time for complaints. I picked up a kunai and charged at Zipping for close combat. To be honest, his moves were really not enough in front of me. I smoothly executed a small combo that pushed him back step by step, leaving several marks on him with my unsharpened kunai. As a result, this guy's mentality broke, and he distanced himself to perform a sea-level water release technique, water bullet technique. I directly countered with a fireball technique to his face. Good gracious, that fireball was bigger than him, instantly evaporating his little water gun. If the 5 elders didn't intervene, this guy would be roasted like a pig. Unsurprisingly, we won. That guy knelt on the ground, looking as if his worldview had collapsed. I went up and patted his shoulder, saying, "Young man, the ninja world is deep. You can't grasp it." In the second round, the opponent was his sister, Vortex Zeely, a proper chunin. Now the pressure was on. Chubby Fujin turned pale. As soon as the match started, we dove into the nearby little forest to prepare for tactics. However, his sister didn't want to play these tricks at all. She came straight in with a massive waterfall technique, firing one after another like they were free, directly flattening the forest and giggling, "Little brothers, don't run away." I realized this wouldn't work. If I hit any longer, my chakra would be drained by her. There was no other choice. I had to cheat. "Hey, Chubby, summon your spirit beast for me." Feng immediately summoned his dream taper. Then came our classic move, the wind and fire combination technique. I breathed fire, it breathed wind, and whoosh. A fireball larger than a house shot out at lightning speed. The trio on the other side was instantly stunned, although they desperately tried to dodge. One unlucky guy got grazed and fainted immediately. The opportunity had come. I quickly ordered Feng and Ling to 2-on-1 the remaining opponent, while I took on his sister 1-on-1 in the whirlpool. I tell you, when the pressure is high, the potential comes out. She wielded that water whip with a fierce wind, and at first, I took several hits, wincing in pain. But as we fought, I adapted to her rhythm and even found time to throw a few shurikens to disturb her. In the end, I caught her off guard and used a set of Phoenix Flower Fire technique, hitting her with several flaming shurikens that knocked her out on the spot. Worried she might catch fire, I kindly kicked her into a nearby puddle. By the time I finished here, my 2 teammates had also taken down their opponents. The 3 of us collapsed on the ground, and the chubby guy lay flat, saying that if we had to fight one more match, it would cost him his life. Then came the next match, and wow, our opponent was the ace rookie from my dad's guard team, Vortex Konomaru, an elite jonin. What was there to fight? I immediately raised my hand to surrender. That guy joked that I lacked fighting spirit, and I said, bro, this isn't about fighting spirit. It's about survival. When I see someone like you on the battlefield, all I want to do is carve the words I'm outa here into the smoke. This move was all about being awakened to reality. The referee came over to confirm, and my teammates and I nodded, admitting defeat. No shame in that. After half a month of training, our team has made rapid progress, becoming the undisputed first among our peers. Feeling capable again, I quickly opened my system panel to take a look. My chakra increased by 0. 1 cards, both fire and yang attributes broke through 220, and my taijutsu skyrocketed to 362, making me a small expert among the chunin. Not bad, not bad. This wave of experience was worth it. Let me tell you, after this half a month of hellish training, I feel like I've inflated beyond measure, seeing everyone as if they were lower ninjas. But guess what? As I watched the second batch of our clan set off to Konoha in great numbers, my heart was itching with excitement, only to find that our team wasn't included. What can I do? My identity is special, being the young clan leader. I have to stay with my old man until the last shift. So what happened? We 3 were directly assigned to patrol the other side of the island, under the pretext of preventing infiltration. To put it bluntly, we were just there to look at the sea, so boring that I was picking my toes. Uzumaki Rin was kicking pebbles behind me, looking all dreamy, saying, "Hey, Shinobu, just how prosperous is Konoha?" What can I say? I was just sweet-talking her, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll arrange a permanent mission for you in Konoha. But deep down, I knew that this group was basically cannon fodder, sent straight to the front lines of the rain country. But could I say that? No, I couldn't. As we chatted, the conversation shifted to Kushina. That guy Uzumaki Fumio had an exaggerated expression. If she doesn't bully others, that's already a blessing. I laughed when I heard it. Actually, I understand. That girl, in a new environment, with her red hair, is definitely being pointed at by others. The so-called violence is just her protective color. Who understands this besides her family? It's like a fierce tiger shedding tears. After patrolling for a day like this, the next day, the real fun began. Vortex Tengu suddenly said, "I want to eat the sea fish that Aunt Huizi makes. I can eat 4 in one meal." I understood it in a second. The code. Fish represents the enemy in the water. For represents the north. We have already figured out this set of jargon clearly. Without saying a word, I flipped my wrist and threw a detonating talisman over. The motion was exceptionally smooth. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 flustered guys exploded out of the water puddle. Good grief, they even used a teleportation technique, dodging pretty quickly. The other side still had the nerve to say, "How did you find us?" I directly mocked. "Your transformation technique is so bad that even dogs shake their heads." Actually, I didn't see it. It was all thanks to the divine heart eye of the vortex vine. But I had to act tough. Inside, I was completely calm. Why? Because my friend, just the night before, I had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Let's rewind to midnight last night. Let me tell you, I was so anxious, spinning around the outpost like a top, just waiting for my fate system to deposit my salary. My teammates thought I was nervous on my first mission. Hilarious, I was actually waiting for my newbie gift pack. As the midnight bell rang, ding, 1316 fate points deposited. I almost let out a long howl. After saving over 600 tribe members, it was finally worth the effort. Come on, show me. Add more. Chakra, fill me up. Fire attribute, max it out. Body techniques, keep up too. After all the operations, I felt like the energy inside me was about to burst out. That feeling was just like after spending 648, feeling inflated, you know? But just adding basic attributes isn't enough. I still have over 500 points left. I need to do something big. Who's on the other side? Mist Hidden. What's the strongest thing about Mist Hidden? The Mist technique. Once that thing is activated, you can't see your hand in front of you. The whole battlefield becomes their home ground. How to break it? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit me. I remembered watching Dragon Ball in my past life. Solar flare. Fire release. Isn't that just light and heat? They're all manipulating temperature, so I'll take a different route and manipulate brightness. So, I spent 500 points and directly synthesized a brand new ninjutsu. Light's secret technique. Solar flare. Attack power? 0. But the effect? Hee, it LL blind their eyes. Cutting back to the scene, I took the initiative to ambush, and the 2 from Mist Hidden panicked, drawing out 2 long knives and charging at me. When I saw their toothy grins, the vibe was too intense. I understood, fellow countrymen. I decisively ordered, retreat, into the forest. I couldn't fight them in the water by the sea. That would just give them a home ground buff, right? Once in the forest, I exchanged a few blows with the Scarface guy. Goodness, he was an old hand, and my small stature was at a disadvantage. But was I in a hurry? Not at all. I'd already fired the signal flare. Just dragging it out would be enough. The other side got anxious, starting to use water release and try to bait me out with provocations. Would I fall for it? Of course. I did. How could I not act to lure him into my killing line? I deliberately chased after him, and when the Scarface guy saw I took the bait, he laughed maniacally. Kid, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Miss Technique. In an instant, thick fog enveloped the area. I pulled out 3 pairs of sunglasses from my pocket, put these on. Although my teammates looked confused, they still complied. Taunts came from the fog, and I retorted, deliberately exposing my position. Sure enough, 2 blades of light slashed towards me. Now's the time. Light's secret technique, solar flare. Let me tell you, at that moment, the whole beach was as bright as if the sun had fallen down. All we heard were 2 screams of ah. My eyes, and those 2 mist ninjas turned into blind men in an instant. Opportunity. With a command, the 3 of us had a tacit understanding, and we thrust our 3 short blades through them. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. When a mist cleared, our reinforcements, including Little Wind, also arrived. Seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, he was shocked and praised us for taking down the famous assassin from Mist. Hey, that was a must. Just as the 3 of us were feeling proud, Little Wind told us to go back and report to the clan leader. But no one expected that as we turned to leave, a puddle of seawater at our feet quietly transformed back into a human shape. Goodness, there was a 3rd person. This guy had been using water transformation to hide the whole time, watching all our actions. Now the information was leaked, and things had gotten serious. I still didn't know about this. When I got home for dinner, I was bragging to my dad about how brave I was today, saying that I took down 2 Nin on my first mission, one of whom was quite famous. I was feeling quite proud. But my dad just looked at me with a smile, as if he was watching a foolish son, with an expression that said, "Keep going, I'm watching." Then, he said something that completely fried my brain. Let me tell you, he wasn't shocked. He already knew. That teammate of mine, Kaze, who came to support me, didn't he just show up because he saw the signal flare? He was sent by my dad. He had been following us around like a bodyguard. As soon as I returned, Kaze reported everything to my dad, including how I tricked that guy who used water release. Turns out, while I was fighting for my life on the front lines, it was all part of my dad's grand plan. Those 3 missed shinobi thought they had struck gold by getting valuable intel about our village, but in reality, my dad had deliberately let them see it. As soon as they entered our land of whirlpools, the perception barrier had already alerted my dad. He was just pretending not to know, letting them go back to report, waiting for those hot-headed kids from the Mist Village to come knocking. In my dad's words, this is called revealing a flaw to lure the enemy into a trap. Otherwise, he would be wasting money hiring those bounty hunters who charge by the day. If the Mist Village didn't come, the money would just be down the drain. The only thing he hadn't counted on was that our team happened to run into them, and my newly invented solar fist, which countered the mist techniques so well, was an unexpected variable. But that's fine. It was so foggy that no one could see clearly what happened. So that guy who escaped would probably just report that we used a super strong fire release. I just realized that my little team is essentially the prince's study group. My father not only cares about our combat abilities, but he also has calculated our teammates' psychological states very clearly. Take our teammate, Vortex Ling, for example. My father has already arranged her future. The best outcome for her is to choose between me and another teammate. If she dares to have thoughts of marrying outside the family, then sorry, there will be no family resources for her, and she'll be assigned dangerous missions until her last bit of value is squeezed out. Who understands this among my family? This is the survival rule of small families. All the gifts of fate have already been priced in the shadows. My dad looked at me with a confused expression and finally seemed satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, "Not bad, not bad. Achieving this result on your first mission is much better than I did back in my day." I quickly got off the donkey and scratched my head. Hey, lucky me, mainly because of my new ninjutsu catching him off guard. Oh, tell me about your new ninjutsu. My dad became interested. I immediately presented it like a treasure, pulling out a scroll from behind and spreading it out on the table. Dad, look. This is what I developed. The light's secret technique, solar fist. My father picked it up and studied it carefully. When he saw the key parts, he couldn't help but exclaim good. In the end, he nodded. The concept is very new, and the idea is absolutely brilliant. Although it consumes a bit too much chakra, it has huge potential and can definitely be developed into a series of ninjutsu. Saying this, he directly took me to his dedicated training ground. That place was covered by a barrier, and from the outside, it looked pitch black. Following the seals on the scroll, my father tried a couple of times and quickly got the hang of it. Light ninjutsu, solar fist. Let me tell you, at that moment, I almost thought I was blind. My little chakra release was at most just a large flashbang. But my dad's blast was like a small nuclear bomb exploding in the barrier. The white light was so bright that it felt like the barrier could barely hold up. Even with my sunglasses on, I couldn't block it out. It went completely white for me, and I had to shut my eyes tightly. As the light faded, my dad looked ecstatic. This technique of yours can directly help me cover my weaknesses. If it could be integrated into my combat system, my combat power could increase significantly. So what level were you at originally? I asked curiously. My dad is showing off. How to put it, he's a master in the ninja world. Who would know without a fight? I'm good at fire and earth style, but nothing special, just an elite jonin when it comes to ninjutsu. But I have a sage body, long blue bar, and a full chakra capacity. With the same A-rank ninjutsu, I can use it like a basic attack. And just by relying on my chakra, I can take down an average elite jonin, so I can barely be considered at the level of Shadow. I understand now. My dad is basically a mobile artillery platform, the kind with an extremely long blue bar. Although he doesn't have a map cannon, he throws out A-rank ninjutsu like it's nothing, and when fighting tail beasts, he can even use the diamond blocking technique. He's definitely qualified to be a Hokage. But my physical skills are my weak point. My dad patted me on the shoulder, grinning like a fox, and said, "But this solar fist has given me a new idea. As long as I can train to activate it without hand seals, in close combat, I won't be afraid of anyone except for that monster, the third Reikage. I understand at once. Isn't this just like the Sharingan? In close combat, just a glance from the Uchiha puts you under a Genjutsu, and you can't fight back. My dad's move is even more ruthless. He directly shines a big light in your face, 360 degrees with no blind spots. You can't avoid it even with your eyes closed. You can only passively take a beating. Haha. So Dad, does that mean your taijutsu is also at the level of it? I'm so happy. Of course. I'll improve it a bit more. This time in the war, we're definitely going to win. In the following days, my dad focused on figuring out how to make the solar fist instantaneous. He came up with a miraculous method, using a massive amount of chakra to forcefully increase the margin of error, and he really managed to train it. A few days later, January 15th, 36th year of Konoha, my father called all the remaining more than 100 ninjas in the village to the training ground. He was wearing the clan leader's distinctive haori, standing on a platform, and got straight to the point. The spies from the mist have come, and our village's empty intelligence is probably already on the desk of the hidden mist village. As soon as the people below heard this, they instantly erupted in chaos, each of them turning pale. My dad felt that the atmosphere was about right, so he started to make grand speeches about defending our homeland and making sure the enemy would never return. Listening to him made me so anxious that I almost dubbed my toes into the floor. After rambling for a while, he finally got to the point. To deal with the mist ninjas, my son, Naruto Uzumaki, has worked hard to develop a targeted ninjutsu. Light's secret technique, solar fist. Let's give him a round of applause. The people below clapped with puzzled expressions, probably thinking to themselves that this script was too obvious, putting the credit on his son to create a genius persona. Those who understood. Then, my dad had several large boxes of scrolls brought up and instructed us 3 juniors to distribute them. When I opened one, I was stunned. Not only did it contain my original solar fist, but there was also an advanced version called partial solar fist. Goodness, my dad really went all out for the sake of face. He originally wanted to modify my technique, but found that my technique was flawless, and there was no way to improve it. So he simply invented an advanced version himself. My original version is a 360-degree AoE with no blind spots, which can easily blind teammates. My dad's partial solar fist shoots light from the palm, like a high-powered chakra flashlight. In my mind, a scene instantly appeared. The mist ninja used the mist concealment technique to turn off the lights, and each member of the Uzumaki clan had a chakra flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. This scene is so beautiful that I dare not look. But to be fair, this technique is really impressive. Not only can it break the mist concealment, it can also be used for reconnaissance at night and can counter various stealth techniques. It's simply a divine skill. My father saw that everyone had understood enough, so he let me go on stage to demonstrate. I went up and made a seal, solar fist. A dazzling white light flashed, and the audience immediately erupted in admiration. At that moment, Xiao Feng quietly approached my father, whispered a few words in his ear. "Chief, the second elder has returned. The 500 recruited ninjas are already at the border. Please give your instructions. Call the 5th elder, come with me." My father immediately commanded, and then called out to me, "Shinno, you come here too." When we got home, my father told me, Didn't you say you've seen quite a few ninjas with your prophetic ability? The second elder brought back 500 bounty hunters. Go help me take a look and see if there are any tough characters you recognize. As soon as I heard it, I thought, is there such a good thing? I immediately agreed. Actually, I was just curious and want to see for myself. But isn't this reason just perfect? The two of us met up with the 5 elders, quickly had a meal, and then rushed towards the border. My father thought I was slow and directly used a shadow clone to carry me, making me feel extremely embarrassed. Here I was, a capable ninja who could go to battle, yet I had to be carried along. In less than half a day, we reached the border. From a distance, it looked like a sea of people, with 500 ninjas gathered together. The atmosphere and their gazes made it clear they were all seasoned fighters who lived on the edge, each one on high alert. The second elder approached and boasted, "Chief, these are all the elites we've recruited this time." My father clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and straightforwardly explained the mission details and rewards. Then, he had 10 jonin from the group step forward to act as team leaders and choose their own members. At the moment those 10 jonin stepped forward, my pupils shook. Family members, who understands? I actually saw a familiar face, a guy wearing a loose robe, with a forehead protector of the rogue ninja from the land of water. The most famous bounty hunter in the black market, the immortal ninja, Kakashi. I suddenly gave my dad a look. My father followed my gaze and saw me staring intently at that unremarkable middle-aged ninja. That guy Kakashi also sensed it, turned his head, and said in a deep voice, "Kid, staring at others like that is very rude." I quickly laughed and said, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing so many ninjas from other villages. I'm just too curious." Kakashi snorted and ignored me. My father gave me a look that said to wait and see. Then he started assigning defense zones to the 10 captains, including Kakashi. He walked to an open area and had Xiao Feng lay out the map. A dozen Nin formed a circle around him. My father raised his hand to form seals, and a golden chain shot out from behind him, slowly extending towards a nearby large tree. With a crack, it snapped off a thick branch and coiled back to his side, using it as a baton. I tell you, my dad held that branch like a conductor's baton, looking utterly calm and composed. He jabbed it at the map, and those S-rank bounty hunters all felt a jolt in their hearts, but on their faces, they maintained an air of indifference. Of course, everyone knew my dad was using this to set an example, with the power of that Vajra blockade. Anyone daring to make a small move had to weigh whether their neck was strong enough to handle the consequences. That guy named Kakashi was even more calculating in his mind, ultimately concluding 50-50. When experts clash, who knows the outcome until the last moment? My father doesn't care about their little schemes. He directly starts to deploy troops. Everyone, look here. In our Vortex Nation, the ocean is to the east. If the enemy comes, they will most likely land here, so your main defensive area is to the east. Keep a close watch. With a few strokes on the map, he has assigned everyone their positions. As for the west, he changes his tone. Our Vortex clan will guard it ourselves, and it's close to the land of fire, making communication convenient. At that moment, I just wanted to laugh. Family, who understands? This isn't convenient contact. It's like writing "I'm about to run away" across my face. It's ridiculous. After he finished explaining, he said that tomorrow, people from the Uzumaki clan would be sent to guide us and bring a month's worth of supplies over. When those team leaders heard this, their eyes widened. One ninja carrying a month's supplies for 50 people? Goodness, how big must that storage scroll be? The Uzumaki clan must be incredibly wealthy. Kakashi was the coolest, coldly tossing out a line about how he didn't like waiting for people before turning around and leaving with his group. The others didn't waste any time either. They took their tasks and scattered. Once everyone was gone, I quickly pulled my dad aside and quietly asked him, "Dad, don't you think there's something off about Kakashi?" "What do you mean?" My dad seemed quite puzzled. "Let me tell you, at this moment, I have to rely on my prophecy. Recently, I saw the future. Decades later, this guy joined an organization called Shao, capturing tailed beasts everywhere, even defeating the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, and in the end, he was taken care of by our future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I have to give him a heads up. This guy is too dangerous. If my dad gets into trouble, my biggest support will be gone. How am I supposed to navigate Konoha after that? Decades from now, he'll be close to 100, right? Can he still take down a Jinchuriki?" My dad looked skeptical. "Don't underestimate him." I quickly explained to him that he practiced a forbidden technique called the demonic illusion, Earth Grudge Fear, and his whole body is like a stitched-up monster, with no vital points. He can even use others' hearts. He has 5 hearts, which means he effectively has 5 lives and can simultaneously use 5 types of elemental jutsu. When you fight him, it's really uncertain who would win. I told my father everything I remembered about the last battle at Jiaodu in great detail. After my father listened, his face turned dark as he paced back and forth, stroking his chin. Releasing 5 attributes without seals, can even create clones, and has strong physical techniques, and in the end, has to use S-rank ninjutsu to completely kill it. This thing is a tough nut to crack. However, he suddenly smiled. Not knowing his bottom line, I actually feel a bit uneasy. Now, all his skills have been seen through by you. As long as you set up a targeted plan, taking him down will be easy as pie. Just keep it in mind, I'm still not at ease. This person has extremely flexible professional ethics. He would even kill his teammates for money. Be careful with the high bounty on you in the black market. He might treat you as a performance to boost. While we were murmuring on our side, the mist village on the other side was in turmoil. The second Mizukichi, that eyebrowless guy, got frustrated while reviewing documents. Suddenly, a top-secret report made him stand up from his chair, and his expression changed. Kisame, go call over Suigetsu right now. Immediately, before long, a ninja named Suigetsu arrived. He was the only survivor from our infiltration into the land of whirlpools, where 3 teammates were killed, and he used the water clone technique to slip back. As Kisame sat down, the shadow-level aura pressed down on Suigetsu, making his legs tremble. Explain what happened. Why did only you come back? Suigetsu took a deep breath and began to report. We discovered a large number of Whirlpool clan ninjas boarding ships from the west. Their destination seems to be the Land of Fire. Later, when we were retreating, we were discovered, and my 2 teammates sacrificed themselves to cover me. I managed to escape using the water clone technique. After hearing this, Kisame's brows furrowed tightly, enough to crush a fly. This sounds plausible, but upon careful thought, it was too smooth like a scam message. With so many members of the Whirlpool clan moving, didn't they notice 3 little ch-nin? Is there something fishy about this? But then again, faking this wooden team makes sense. As long as they ask around on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, they could easily find out if the Whirlpool people joined Konoha. So what is their purpose in doing this? Kisame couldn't figure it out and simply decided not to think about it anymore. Who cares about any conspiracy? Konoha is currently embroiled in a fierce battle in the Land of Rain and absolutely cannot spare any hands. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the action is quick enough to occupy the Land of Whirlpools first, by the time Konoha reacts, it will be too late. This operation is at a level that even AI would shake its head at. He could never imagine that Konoha as higher-ups were willing to watch their allies be wiped out to control the next generation of Jinchuriki. Even more unimaginable was that my father, after hearing my prophecy, had no intention of holding the line and was prepared to join if he couldn't win, directly merging the entire clan into Konoha. The collision of these 2 divine brain circuits was simply absurd. Come here. Gather the elders for a meeting. Kisame kicked a nearby chair and made up his mind. Soon, a bald old man holding a snake-headed wooden staff, Elder Yuan, walked in leisurely. Upon seeing the mess, he even had the leisure to straighten up the chair and wipe off the dust with his sleeve. Kisame, how many times have I told you to stay calm in times of trouble? Kisame twitched the corner of his mouth. Elder Yuan, please don't bother with these trivial matters. If you get angry, who would dare come in? It's still me, this old bone. Elder Yuan nagged, making him extremely annoyed. Then another oddball walked in, walking with his eyes closed. Mizuki Han. I say, Han, have you been practicing your perception technique to the point of obsession? Kisame supported his forehead, feeling that none of the elders in his village were normal. Enough nonsense. Let us look at the intelligence. Kisame pushed the report over. After the 2 elders read it, Elder Yuan directly leaned back. I don't understand. Who says otherwise? Kisame sighed as well. What is that guy from the Whirlpool clan trying to do? Working for Konoha while bringing his own supplies? Mizuki Han pondered. Could it be that Konoha's Whirlpool Suijin has spoken? There's a possibility, but it doesn't make sense. Konoha is not at a life-and-death moment yet. The 3 of them guessed back and forth, but no one could guess the truth. Forget them. We should stick to our plan. Elder Yuan proposed. No way. Kisame directly rejected. This opportunity, if missed, won't come again in the next life. We must attack. Mizuki Han knocked on the table and proposed. How about contacting the Cloud Village? They haven't participated in the battle yet. If we pull them in, we can share the benefits. That way, even if Konoha wants to retaliate, they wouldn't dare to fight us both at the same time, right? No way. Elder Yuan rejected again. Now we need speed. The Whirlpool clan's actions are too abnormal. You have no idea what they will do next. We can only capitalize on them before they react, launching a blitzkrieg to take them down. Kisame slammed the table. It's settled. While sending people to verify intelligence in the Land of Rain, we will immediately gather the army. Once the intelligence is confirmed, we will attack. Who will be the commander of the army? Elder Yuan asked the most crucial question. In Mizuki Han's eyes, flames ignited instantly. Kisame pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. The ninja army will be led by Elder Mizuki Han as the commander, while Kisame and Takaguri will serve as deputy commanders, organizing 2,000 ninjas, named the Whirlpool Clan Army. Wow, this Mizuki old man is also a crafty fox. On the surface, he promotes Mizuki Han, but behind the scenes, he directly installs his nephew Kisame as the deputy. Isn't that just monitoring? Playing a good power game. Mizuki Han was clear in his heart, but still replied, yes. Mizukagi-sama, with the advantage on our side, 2,000 against 200 if we lose. He won't have the face to fight for the position of Mizuki anymore. After the meeting ended, Kisame called Kisame over alone to start briefing. Kisame, Mizuki Han is your biggest opponent. You must perform well this time. Uncle will give you a hint. The Takaguri clan has allied with us. Kisame was shocked at that moment. The Takaguri clan, those battle maniacs, would actually submit? To be absolutely safe. A fierce look flashed in Kisame's eyes. Bring the 7 ninja swordsmen. What? Kisame was startled. Mizuki-sama, this is our clan's trump card. This is the most critical moment. It's time to show the world the true strength of our clan. I tell you, these 7 knives are the ancestral treasures of the Koidoko clan, the Plus Supreme Edition, a treasure that has taken hundreds of years to gather. Upon hearing this, Koidoko Suki couldn't suppress the wildfire in her heart and immediately made a military pledge. All right, this time we must annihilate the Uzumaki clan, kill Uzumaki Daro, and bring good fortune for our first appearance as the 7 ninja swordsmen. On the other side, Mizuki Han also held a small meeting when he returned home, and the process was exactly the same. The clan elder excitedly said, to ensure everything goes perfectly, clan leader, please bring all the adult jonin from our clan. Mizuki Han pretended to decline. How can this be? I can't act for my personal interests. This is not personal interest. This is the future of our clan. It's time for the world to see the strength of the Mizuki clan. You see, the familiar formula, the familiar taste. Both sides felt confident and directly staked all their possessions. Time flew by, and a few months passed. In our country of wind, we finally stabilized the situation with those 500 mercenaries. Meanwhile, our clansmen who arrived in Konoha were thriving, strengthening barriers and making talismans, becoming quite popular in Konoha. One day, the last batch of reinforcements that my father had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. He looked at the sparse group of people in front of him, significantly fewer than he had expected, and his face darkened. He directly questioned the third elder. What is going on? Is this all there is? The third elder, with a look of constipation, replied, This is the first batch of personnel I gathered, although there are only 500. When my father heard this, his eyes lit up, as if implying that there were more troops behind. With great hope, he asked, So there are still thousands of people behind? I told you after my dad asked that question. The old face of the third elder turned as red as a monkey's, but stammering for a long time before finally managing to say, no, just 50. Goodness, my dad jumped up from the stool on the spot, his anger rising instantly, pointing at the third elder's nose and scolding. What time is it? Are you still here worrying about your precious bottles and jars? Are you reluctant to spend money to hire people? He still thought the elder council was being stingy. As a result, the third elder looked aggrieved. This is the intention of Lord Mito. No one's words mattered. Just as my dad was halfway through a shout, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide. Who did you say? Lord Mito. Now it was my dad's turn to be confused. His plan to save the nation had long been communicated in secret letters to Lady Mito in Konoha. The gist was that our Uzumaki clan couldn't hold on any longer, and the Mist Village was going to strike hard. We probably couldn't rely on Konoha either, so I planned to gradually relocate the clan members, leaving a group of elite fighters to fight the Mist Village, making a name for ourselves and showing Konoha that our Uzumaki clan is not a soft persimmon. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. We hadn't even sent off a few batches before our home was almost stolen. My dad was anxiously pacing around the house. Is Senior Mito telling us to hurry up and run away? What are we going to do? The third elder was speechless, thinking what was wrong with our clan leader today. He couldn't even let people finish their sentences. He cleared his throat and shouted directly, It's not what you think. Lord Mito sent 50 Konoha ninjas to help us. All of them are jonin and special jonin. Among them, there are 40 from the Shinjū clan. My dad gasped in shock. Who understands what it means to have 50 jonin? Let me tell you, a jonin killing a chunin is like chopping vegetables, right? Kakashi, as a jonin, can take on 100 of Zabuza's lackeys. Konoha only has about 500 jonin in total, and Lady Mito managed to bring in 1/10 of that. This is not just support. It's practically rubbing her own face in the dirt to exchange for reinforcements for us. The Shinjū clan is currently struggling as well, with only about 10 capable jonin left in the main line. This is a tremendous favor. My dad was so moved that his eyes turned red, murmuring this is really a big deal. Just as he was feeling emotional, a boisterous teasing voice came from outside. "Ha, Vortex big brother. It's been years since we last met. How did you end up being knocked on your door?" When my dad heard the voice, he rushed out in surprise. "How did you come here?" The person who arrived was none other than the current clan leader of the Shinjū clan, Shinjū Kabuto, who came personally leading the team. He is the nephew of the first and second Hokage. He immediately gave my dad a big bear hug, then pinched my cheek and cheerfully said, "Wow, Shinno is all grown up. I used to hold you when you were a kid." I was speechless at that moment, but I had to force a smile. "Hello, Uncle Gujian." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people brought by Brother Gujian followed the third elder to arrange their accommodation. In the living room, my father and Brother Gujian sat down, and I quickly made tea. My father said with a complex expression, "Brother Gujian, you came in person. How can I repay this favor?" Brother Gujian took a sip of tea and waved his hand. Talking like this makes it feel distant. Our families have had a friendship for over 1,000 years. Then he lowered his voice and began to share his troubles. To put it simply, Lady Mito went to find the third Hokage to recruit people, but she was met with resistance from the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen and that sly Tuanzong, who gave her a whole set of Tai Chi, saying that the situation in the Land of Rain was tense and that Konoha had no manpower. Lady Mito couldn't take it anymore and flipped the table. "If you won't help, I'll recruit people myself." So, Brother Gujian went door to door, gathering those scattered members of the Shinjū clan, and managed to round up 50 of them. He sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Only in these years has my old face still had some use. In a few more years, when we're all gone, who will still recognize the Shinjū clan?" I exchanged a glance with my father, and it felt like my heart was as clear as a mirror. What does it mean when a tiger falls to the plains and is bullied by dogs? The Shinjū clan has lost its Hokage, and now even speaking has become difficult. Sarutobi Hiruzen's move not only slapped the Uzumaki clan in the face, but also deeply hurt Shinjū Hashirama. He suddenly realized that Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the Shinjū. So this time, he came not only to help us, but also to find a strong ally for himself, wanting to pull our entire Uzumaki clan into Konoha, to huddle together for warmth and preserve the flame of the Shinjū lineage. He sincerely advised my father, "Big brother, we still don't have enough manpower. We can't fight head-on. You take the remaining clansmen and retreat first. We'll cover your back. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we don't have to worry about firewood." My father moved, held his hand. "Brother Gujian, I understand your intentions, but our Uzumaki clan can never flee without fighting." How foolish. Brother Gujian is anxious. What's more important, life or reputation? At that moment, I stepped forward and bowed deeply to Brother Gujian. "Uncle Gujian, our Uzumaki clan will never be cowards. The clan members we sent away before were for the sake of inheritance. But now, the 200 people on this island are already prepared to stand and die." I looked at him and said word by word, "In the ninja world, we can only trust the kunai in our hands. A ninja clan that doesn't even dare to face death, no matter how many people there are, is just a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered." Brother Gujian was stunned, looking me up and down as if he was meeting me for the first time. Finally, he patted my father's shoulder with emotion and said, "Dalong, you have a good son." My father laughed proudly and said, "That's right. Brother Gujian, just wait and see. If they from the misty, hidden village want to take a bite out of us, they better make sure their teeth are strong enough." Then the scene changed, and I was sent on a business trip. It was euphemistically called a secret mission, but let me tell you, it was just to work as a deep-sea construction worker, and without pay. Captain Xiaofeng took our small team of 3 on a little shabby boat and sailed to a desolate part of the deep sea. The scenery here is actually quite nice, but it's below sea level. Below our feet is a huge coral reef, with the water being only about 1 meter deep. I was dumbfounded at the time. "Captain Xiaofeng, are we really just floating on this small boat doing reconnaissance? If a wave comes, won't we all be fish food?" Captain Xiaofeng chuckled, took out a scroll from his pocket, threw it into the air, and shouted, "Release." Splash. I tell you, the wooden stakes came crashing down like rain, and our little broken boat flipped over with a bang, leaving all 3 of us soaked. Captain Xiaofeng stood on the water, clapping and laughing. "Boys, the mission is here. Stick all these wooden stakes into the reef at the bottom of the sea. Save some chakra, or you'll just have to soak in the water." The three of us turned pale. Is this called a task? Isn't this pure corporal punishment? That fat guy, Eitang, struggled just to walk in the water and started wailing right on the spot. Our team even changed its name to Deep Sea Rice Planting. The next few days were nothing short of hell. During the day, we were in the water struggling to plant wooden stakes. And at night, we squeezed together on a small boat to sleep, our palms all blistered. That kid, Eitang, desperately shouted, "I'd rather die poor than take on this kind of task again." Just when we were about to break down, Captain Xiaofeng finally said, "Well done, this is the last batch. Once you finish, you can rest well. Your real task starts tomorrow." Early the next morning, just after we finished eating, we saw a figure in the distance walking on the waves, moving at an incredible speed. It was my dad, the Great Whirlpool. As soon as he arrived, without saying a word, he ordered us to move the small boat far away. Then, I will never forget the scene that followed. He stood in the middle of the area where we had planted the wooden stakes, and his hands began to form seals at lightning speed, incredibly complicated. Then he shouted loudly, "Earth release, for holy beasts descend." Family, who understands this? The sky suddenly split open with a huge gap. A gigantic earthen cover, inscribed with the totem of the Azure Dragon, came crashing down from the sky, slamming onto the wooden stakes we had planted. The seawater was instantly blasted up dozens of meters high. At that moment, my CPU was overheating, my mouth could fit fist. And it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu, three equally massive earthen covers, came crashing down from the sky one after another. The entire sea was boiling like a pot. The four earthen covers completely covered that area of the sea, forming a fragmented land. Then my father let out a loud roar. Fire release. Flame Dragon Song. A gigantic fire dragon spewed out of his mouth, fiercely roasting that newly formed land for a full 10 minutes, turning the loose soil into hard ceramic. But that wasn't the end. He actually used the multi-shadow clone technique, with hundreds of my father appearing simultaneously, each holding a sealing talisman, quickly covering the entire island. Sealing technique. 5 elements rotation, earth. At that moment, I felt the entire island come to life. It began to actively absorb the moisture and wind from the sea, transforming it into earth elements to replenish itself. It was simply a perpetual motion machine. Finally, he pressed his hands on the center of the island, chakra surging wildly. Earth release. Reverse earth dragon hiding technique. Rising earth digging. Rock pillar prison. After a series of operations, an artificial island higher than sea level, with its base already solidified into rock and a central peak formed, was born right before our eyes. My father walked over to us, breathing heavily, patted me on the shoulder, and said the task for the next month is to keep a close eye on the movements of Mist Hidden Village. So, we spent another 10 days like this, hiding in a cave during the day and setting up tents at night. Suddenly, our sensory ninja, Atong, turned pale and trembled all over. There's a situation. The three of us tighten our hearts. It's coming. Atong closed his eyes, his voice trembling. So many chakras. On that island across the way, there are at least 2,000 people. And there's one person's chakra response, strong enough to be like a monster. Definitely at the level of a shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow-level expert from the Mist-Hidden Village, dozens of kilometers away, seemed to sense the probing and directly unleashed a super wide-range sensing ninjutsu. Atong let out a scream on the spot, his whole body going limp, gasping. That's right, it's the Mist-Hidden Army. Team leader Xiaofeng saw that the situation was not right, his expression serious, and immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, and a creature about a meter tall, red and white in color, looking somewhat like a pig and somewhat like a tapir, walked out. My mouth is twitching uncontrollably. Isn't this the spirit beast named Xiao Huang from Atong? How does its appearance have anything to do with its name? I'll tell you, no matter what it's called, this thing is really efficient. Xiaofeng quickly wrote up the intel here, encrypted it with our UzumakiClan's unique code, stuffed it into a small scroll, and just tossed it into Xiao Huang's mouth with a snap. It was like feeding a dog. Then this guy poofed and disappeared in a puff of smoke. In just about 10 minutes, the scene shifted to the headquarters on the border of a land of whirlpools, where my big brother, Uzumaki Dala, was having a meeting with several elders and the head of the Shinjū clan's reinforcements. No sooner had he finished speaking than a puff of smoke appeared in front of him, and Xiao Huang flashed in. It was quite familiar, trotting over to rub against my big brother's calf. He patted its head, and it obediently spat out the small scroll from its mouth, then scampered off to munch on some grass, focused on eating. My brother grabbed the intel, opened it, and his eyebrows immediately knitted together into a Chinese knot. Over 2,000 people, one of them a shadow-level ninja. I tell you, the atmosphere in the tent instantly froze. And what happened? My brother scoffed. Who does Akatsuki's Zuki Mangetsu think he is? Just as many people? They want to take on our Uzumaki clan? Dream on. The confidence, my friends, was off the charts. The elders began to analyze, saying that regardless of who the shadow-level ninja was, it was either Zuki Mangetsu or Mizuki Han. So it wasn't a big deal. My brother made a decisive call. Elder 5, proceed according to plan. Get the ships at the dock ready, take people out to sea, and coordinate with the tongue to lock down their main forces position. Elder 5 got up and left without a word. Then my brother ordered all the reconnaissance teams outside to return, but not to tell those bounty hunters the truth yet, lest they throw a tantrum and refuse to cooperate. Hey, you think it's that easy to take our Uzumaki clan's money? Meanwhile, the idiots from a mist village were also holding a pre-battle mobilization meeting. The commander, Mizuki Han, stood there painting a grand picture. Zuki Mangetsu, you lead the elite team to land. Takaguri Ishin, you follow with the main force. I'll cover the rear. Sounds pretty convincing, right? He was so confident, claiming intelligence showed the land of whirlpools was vulnerable. And with our 2,000 against their 300, we had the advantage. Wasn't this a total crush? As a result, that guy Takaguri Ishin got fired up and started shouting about wanting to take my brother's head. But Zuki Mangetsu, clearly a sensible person, immediately raised an objection. Big brother, we are ninjas, not clumsy samurai. What are we doing with a group charge? Isn't that just lining up to be live targets? Let me tell you, that argument made sense. Ninja battles rely on infiltration and surprise attacks. How could you charge ahead with a massive crowd? Isn't that like using a brick phone in 2025? But Mizuki Han wouldn't listen. He insisted, charge. The advantage is ours. Just go for it. Actually, I knew he was feeling uneasy, sensing he was being watched, so he wanted to strike quickly. With one command, they set off immediately. This left the other two dumbfounded. Then, the scene became a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. Over 2,000 ninjas were chaotically gathered at the dock, with Zuki's side assembling. Takaguri's crew onto my ship. It was simply disorganized, with less discipline than the aunties dancing in the square below our apartment. They boarded the ship in such a mess, and by early morning the next day, they sneaked to the eastern coast of our land of whirlpools. Ashzuki Monjitsu, along with 30 upper ninjas, jumped off the ship like dumplings, and in less than a minute, they secured the beachhead. Guess what? There wasn't a single figure in sight. It was so quiet you could hear a heartbeat. Zuki Mangetsu was delighted, thinking, what a worry for nothing. The Uzumaki clan has indeed lived in peace for too long. They've gone soft. He quickly signaled for the main force to land. Over 2,000 people rushed ashore, and the previously fleeing Zuki Kiyoshi stood on the beach reminiscing about his teammates. The reckless Takaguri Ishin also arrived, and the two began mocking us, saying that Konoha had protected us too well, turning us into useless shut-ins. I spit. Mizuki Han was the last to arrive, and although he didn't say it, his ominous premonition grew stronger. He arranged all his clan members at the back, calling it protecting logistics, but in reality, he was afraid of trouble and wanted to keep a backup plan. Hey, that old guy was quite clever. Once the army was ready, as dawn broke, Mizuki Han waved his hand, and the general assault began. Over 2,000 people charged in like a frenzy, shouting as they rushed into Whirlpool Village. They kicked down doors, raised their swords, ready to start a massacre. Then boom, the entire village instantly turned into a sea of flames. I tell you, the scene was filled with explosive tags, sending people flying in all directions with cries of despair. My hand, my eyes. The screams echoed continuously. Outside the village, Mizuki Han turned pale, but he reacted quickly. Water release. Technique. An artificial downpour immediately doused the flames. Inside the village, Zuki Mangetsu and his clan members also stepped up, using water release. Great waterfall technique. Goodness. A combined ninjutsu directly flooded the entire village with over 2 meters of water. They wanted to use water release to disable our remaining traps. Just then, with a hum, a signature crimson barrier of our Uzumaki clan rose around the village, trapping the flood and their 2,000 men tightly inside, closing the door on the dog. Let me ask you, how impressive is that? This left the Akatsuki mercenaries in a terrible predicament. They initially thought they were coming to take out a few wandering ninjas, but found themselves facing a regular army of 2,000 mist ninjas. Kakuzu wanted to run on the spot, attempting to use earth release to dig underground, but bang, he slammed his head into the barrier, and was burned by the accompanying flames. Family, who understands, he couldn't even act like a local mouse. This was a situation where it was impossible to escape. While the village was in chaos, we, the team led by Xiao Feng, also received our mission. We set sail, targeting the old lair that the mist ninjas had vacated. This guy Shinno was so excited. He had nearly gone crazy from fishing the past few days and was now shouting to show those mist ninjas his prowess. But Ling shot him down with one sentence. Is it your fishing prowess? You didn't catch a single one. All the food was mine. However, the weather didn't cooperate. There wasn't a bit of wind, and the boat couldn't move at all. Captain Xiao Feng had no choice but to have us row manually. I tell you, this left Shinno in a tough spot. He was a young master. How would he know how to do this? He was rowing all over the place and constantly disrupting Ling's rhythm. Ling finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Young Master Shinno, if you can't row, don't make a mess. And just like that, even young Master came out. It seemed he was really angry. Shinno felt awkward, directly tossed the oar aside, and stood up to walk toward us. Let me tell you, that guy Shinonishin came over, snatched the paddle from his teammate next to him, and started lecturing. I say, we're ninjas, not fishermen, okay? Why use chakra here for physical labor? Just ask the magical chakra. After saying that, he threw the paddle onto the deck, dashed to the bottom of the mast, and straightened the big sail, perfectly facing the direction of the mist-hidden island we were heading to. Then he pointed at Ateng and said, Hey, wind release. Just blow at this thing, and it'll all be done. Good heavens. Ateng was completely stunned, right? How come I didn't think of such a simple method? He probably had been using that Kagura heart so much these past few days that his CPU was about to burn out and his brain crashed. Think about it. The three of us, Shinonishin with fire release and earth release, Ailing with water, and Ateng with wind release. Although his main focus is on summoning beasts and sealing techniques, he still knows the basics of wind release. Ateng quickly stood up, ran to the mast, looked left and right. Even took a few steps back to find a right angle, then took a deep breath and shouted, Wind release, gale palm. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. A hurricane came down from the sky, and with a whoosh, it blew the sails up like a balloon. Our little broken boat creaked and actually started moving. And Ateng was still going on. The wind was getting stronger, and the boat was getting faster. Ailing was so happy, she kept clapping her hands, her little mouth sweetly saying, It's still Shinnosuke who is smart. Little teacher Feng is so dumb. We'll be rowing until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. I was watching from the side, and Ateng's face turned green. Who understands, family? I was the one working hard in the wind, but all the credit went to Shinnosuke. In Ailing's eyes, he seemed like an automatic blower, completely without any rights. However, teacher Xiao Feng in the cockpit had a sly smile on his face, probably feeling pleased and thinking that we little ghosts were quite clever. Just like that, Shinnosuke and Ailing were fooling around on the deck, while poor Ateng had been a human engine for over half an hour. Finally, we saw the shadow of that small island. As soon as Ateng stopped, teacher Xiao Feng came out of the cockpit, and as soon as the door opened, he shouted, Drop anchor right here. The three of us immediately stopped making noise and worked together to throw the big iron anchor into the sea with a splash. The boat quickly stabilized. Teacher Xiao Feng was the first to jump into the water and stood steady, and the three of us quickly followed. The four of us stealthily approached the backside of the island like thieves. Guess what? There wasn't a single person on the entire island, not even a guard. Teacher Xiao Feng was worried and asked Ateng to use the divine music to scan the area again. Report. At the southernmost part of the island, there are 8 ninjas, and all their belongings are there. Ateng looked very certain. We exchanged glances, and our hearts were filled with joy. Wow, this task was handed to us for free. Go. With a command from teacher Xiao Feng, the four of us jumped off the several-meter-high cliff by the seaside in an instant. This height felt like just stepping up a stair for us. These fog ninjas were quite bold. When they attacked our village, they thought we were unprepared, but we had set up an ambush for them. Now it was our turn to strike, and they were completely unprepared. We followed Ateng's navigation and quietly made our way to the south side of the island, where we could see their camp from a distance. Then, let me tell you about our captain. He's incredibly handsome. Without saying a word, he immediately formed a hand seal, wind release, net. Oh my god, that move was simply a map-wide attack. A massive net made of wind, fast and fierce with a wide range, rushed straight towards the mist ninja camp. Those tents and small shacks didn't last a second, instantly turned into fragments. A poor guy who was patrolling probably didn't even realize what was happening before he was torn apart on the spot. It was truly tragic. The entire camp looked like it had been swept by a typhoon, in utter disarray. The mist ninjas inside were stunned by the explosion. Fortunately, aside from that unfortunate guy and another who was crushed by a building, the rest only suffered minor injuries. They jumped out from the rubble in chaos. Some trying to hide, some attempting to send a ninja hawk for help, and others trying to form hand signs to counterattack. But they were all interrupted by the kunai thrown by the three of us. Just as a ninja hawk was about to take off, it was sliced into several pieces by Atung's wind release. Windblade, dying before it could even succeed in its mission. Earth release, earth flow wall. Someone on the opposite side reacted, raising several earthen walls for cover. Water release, water bullet technique. A few water bullets shot out from behind the wall, but Shinno quickly responded with fire release. Great fireball technique. That huge fireball evaporated the water bullets and crashed into the earth wall. With a loud boom, the wall collapsed, and several mist ninjas on it were blown away. Kill. Teacher Xiao Feng held the rear guard, and the three of us charged right through the gap in the earth wall. One mist ninja was about to resist, but Shinno instantly flashed in front of him, his left hand covered in rock, and shouted, "Earth release, rock fist." The guy didn't even have time to show a fearful expression before a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed down on his head. With a loud bang, his head shattered like a watermelon. On the other side, Ating and I also worked together seamlessly to take down another one. The three of us looked around. Although there were few people, we launched a powerful attack right from the start, catching the opponents off guard. Originally, it was 3 against 8, but now it had turned into 4 against 4, and the advantage was suddenly on our side. Shinno shook off the dirt from his fists, drew his katana, and charged forward again. His idea was simple. Since there were few people at the start, we should concentrate our firepower and use the strongest output to equalize the numbers in the shortest time possible. Clearly, we succeeded. The remaining 4 mist ninjas, seeing the situation, not only didn't T-back down, but were instead fired up. One J-Nin rushed over in an instant, swinging a long knife at Shinno's head. Shinno quickly followed suit and used Earth Style, Earth Wall. A wall of earth rose up, protecting all 3 of us. With the visibility gone, we had to rely on Ating. Atung gave Shinno a glance, and Shinno understood immediately. He performed a backflip out from behind the earth wall, and while in midair, he threw shurikens and shouted, "Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique." The flaming shurikens shot towards a J-Nin like a shower of flowers. Let me tell you, this scene completely refreshed my worldview. That Jonin couldn't dodge, and unexpectedly, he just grabbed a teammate next to him as a shield. Boom, boom, boom. The screams were so chilling that my scalp went numb. A living person was sold out by their own teammates and burned to a crisp just like that. The remaining 2 mist ninjas were so scared that they took 2 steps back. What kind of corporate culture is this? Not only do you have to guard against the enemy, but you also have to guard against your own people. The sense of DJVU from this operation is just too strong. We don't care about their internal strife. They throw explosive talismans at the remaining 3 like they're free. To dodge the explosion, the 3 of them spread out even more, and as a result, they dodged the explosion, but not our kunai. 2 more lower ninjas went down, and within a few minutes, there was just 1 lonely upper ninja left on the other side. Water Style, Eden Mist Technique. That guy, seeing he couldn't win, immediately created a thick mist. Wow. The mist from an upper ninja is something else. You can't see your hand in front of your face. He was trying to escape. As a result, we activated our cheat. Light Secret Technique, Partial Sun Fist. The 3 of us shouted simultaneously, and we conjured 3 small suns in our hands. The bright light illuminated all around, and the mist dissipated as if it were fake. The upper ninja, caught in the mist, looked completely bewildered. He was dumbfounded. What? This? He was probably thinking, how come these kids from the Uzumaki clan all have a counter to our hidden mist technique? How are we supposed to play from now on? I wonder if our brothers fighting in a land of waves are doing all right from this one technique. He might have already foreseen the decline of the hidden mist village. We can't give him the time to feel sorrow for the changing seasons. Shinnosuke and Atung immediately performed a duet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, wind blade. The fire borrowed the wind's momentum, and the power was incredible. The J-Nin barely managed to use water release, water barrier to block it, but before he could catch his breath, Teacher Xiao Feng, who had been watching from the side, acted. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A huge wind blade sliced across the ground. The J-Nin was already exhausted and could only barely dodge the vital points, but one of his arms was rendered useless on the spot, blood gushing out like a fountain, taking advantage of his illness to take his life. Shinnosuke was not the kind of person who abides by the rules of martial ethics. Seeing his opponent injured, He immediately used Earth Release, Rock Fist to charge forward. With his strong physical skills, plus a ninjutsu buff, it was easy to bully a disabled person, right? That missed ninja held on for 3 rounds against Shinnosuke's physical techniques, but was soon caught off guard, receiving a punch to the lower back. Crashing to the ground, struggling a few times, but unable to get up. Teacher Xiao Feng's wind release flashed again, and that unfortunate soul, who had little ability to resist, was directly cut into several pieces. The battle was over, and it was time to clean up the battlefield. Teacher Xiao Feng took out 3 sealing scrolls and distributed them among us, beginning to scavenge for supplies. After searching for a long time, we only found some scraps. Teacher Xiao Feng used Earth Release to lift the ruins of the supply warehouse, and what spewed out was enough for dozens of people. Shinnosuke looked disdainful. Why is there only this little? That's too poor. A tongue couldn't help but complain. Didn't my Kagura heart I already say? There are only 8 people. All the good stuff must have been taken to the front lines. Upon hearing front lines, Aling began to worry about the situation in the village. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Uzumaki village, let me tell you, it was truly tragic. Those mist ninjas treated the bounty hunters we hired as reinforcement from Konoha and attacked them mercilessly. Those bounty hunters were only there for the money. They had no fighting spirit. Trapped in the village, they were like sitting ducks and were soon slaughtered. However, among this group, there was a fierce one named Kaku. This guy was like a war god, mastering lightning release to an extraordinary level, moving through the flood as if walking on flat ground, electrocuting all the mist ninjas that tried to block him. The leader of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Mangetsu, couldn't help but take action himself, but Kakuzu's speed was incredible, easily dodging, and he even had a face sprouting from his back. Good heavens, he actually had a shadow clone observing the surroundings. What kind of monster was this? Kakuzu single-handedly broke through the mist ninja's lines. Just as he was about to negotiate, our village's elder, Uzumaki Daro, barged in from the other side, shouting, "Brother Kaku, I'm here to assist you." He didn't even give Kakuzu a chance to speak. With his golden lock technique, several golden chains swung around, and anyone who touched them was harmed. Anyone who got close was killed. And in just a few minutes, he had killed nearly 100 mist ninjas. Then our Uzumaki clan's main force finally broke through from behind the barrier, about 200 people, chakra flowing like water, giving off the momentum of 500. With bounty hunters acting as meat shields in front, we unleashed all our firepower. Just then, a guy named Mizuki Han released a big move. Ice release, 1,000 miles of ice. The entire village instantly turned into a gigantic ice sculpture. The mist ninjas moved freely on the ice, while many of us were frozen. And the situation suddenly reversed. Kakuzu saw that things were not looking good and stopped hiding. For masks emerged from his body, transforming him into 5 Kakuzus. 5 different elemental ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously. Lightning release, fire release, wind release, water release, earth release, as if he had activated a dual-wielding mode, forcefully suppressing the charging mist ninjas. On the opposite side, a guy named Takagari Ishin, covered in bones, charged at Kakuzu for close combat. One had invincible bone armor for defense, while the other had flashy ninjutsu with 5 attributes. The two fought fiercely, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Kakuzu, being a seasoned fighter, saw that he couldn't take down this tough opponent quickly, so he pulled a trick, using a lightning release clone to entangle Takagari Ishin. His main body, along with 3 other clones, ran directly towards the village's exit. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at our elder. That look seemed to hold a grudge. This guy not only failed to earn money on this mission, but almost lost his life for nothing. He must have been furious. Once Kakuzu fled, the battlefield was left with just us and the mist ninjas fighting to the death. The elder faced off against Mizuki Han, and the two exchanged blows, shaking the heavens and the earth, launching various powerful techniques without either able to prevail. However, on the main battlefield, the bounty hunters had completely collapsed, begging for mercy. Running in all directions, they were all done for. Our Uzumaki clan had less than 80 people left, while the enemy still had nearly 800, and they had more skilled fighters than us, and it looked like we were about to be completely annihilated. At that moment, our second elder and third elder exchanged glances and smiled, and that smile made my heart skip a beat. The momentum from the two began to rise dramatically, and the chakra that was nearly depleted suddenly surged, changing from blue to an ominous deep red. Hozuki Mangetsu was stunned on the spot. This is Tail Beast Chakra, the chakra of the 9 tails. Far away, Mizuki Han also saw this and stared intensely at the elder. This is impossible. You Uzumaki clan can convert extracted chakra for your own use? The elder calmly revealed the secret. That's right, our Uzumaki clan is that powerful. We can not only suppress tailed beasts, but also store their chakra to use as a one-time power-up, the cost being our own lives. This move is our ultimate technique, and it will never be used unless we face an existential crisis. The second elder and third elder had already prepared to become one-time Jinchuriki when they went to Konoha. I tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Crimson chakra erupted from the two elders. One tail, two tails, three tails, four tails appeared in an instant. They had reached their limit, but that was enough. Dark energy gathered at their mouths, extremely compressed. Tail beast bomb. Tail beast bomb. Two shots. Two-tailed beast bombs directly crashed into the crowd of mist ninjas. The unfortunate souls at the center of the explosion were left with nothing. With just these two blasts, half of the opposing team of 800 was wiped out. The remaining mist ninjas were completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? How are we supposed to fight this? Everyone was running out like crazy. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen, only one with the Samahata, remained alive. The others were all gone. Kahakusuki and Takaguri Ishin looked at the 10 or so people left by their side, probably close to crying. However, before they could catch their breath, our 2 powered-up elders, along with the remaining people, chased after them again. Kahakusuki and the others turned pale, probably thinking, are we going to be completely wiped out here today? The second and third elders didn't waste any time talking to them, and shot out 2 more tail beast bombs, launching a continuous saturation attack. The scene was incredible. Just when we thought the mist ninjas were going to be blown to bits, the leader of the Takaguri clan, Takaguri Ishin, stepped forward. I tell you, this guy is a real man. He directly shouted at Kahakusuki and the others. You guys go first. He was ready to sacrifice himself to cover for his brothers. Kahakusuki's eyes turned red, but at this moment, there was no time for sentimentality. He knelt on one knee, shouted a heartfelt pledge of eternal alliance, and then led the remaining people to run, without looking back. Immediately after, Takaguri Ishin unleashed a big move. Corpse Bone Path, Realm of Hell. Goodness, a forest of bones rose from the ground. Countless eerie white bones shot up, instantly creating a wall of bones, effectively separating us from those fleeing soldiers. But this thing couldn't withstand the tailed beast bombs. The second elder and the others weren't going to go easy and launched 2 more tailed beast bombs. The first one blew out a huge gap, and the second one went straight through that bone wall. We were about to rush over to continue the chase when suddenly a furious roar came from behind. Enough. You devils. Who was it? Oh, it was the Mist Ninja Commander, Mizuki Han. He had finally shaken off our leader's entanglement and charged over like a madman. But when he saw the battlefield, he was dumbfounded. He knew he had lost badly and wouldn't he be able to face anyone when he returned. Was he planning to die here and take a few of us down with him? Ice release. Ice flow wall connect the city. Another wave of ice walls shot up from the ground, intertwining with the bone forest, completely sealing off the path. Let me tell you at this point, the second elder and the third elder were also reaching their limits. The Nine-Tails chakra was like a power bank. It was useful, but it leaked and carried a virus. The 2 old men exchanged a glance. Just as they were about to unleash one last tailed beast ball, an unexpected change occurred. Mizuki Han shot into our formation like a meteor, sword raised, and with 2 swift thrusts, he pierced straight through the 2 elders. The third elder lost his breath on the spot, and the malice of the Nine-Tails swallowed him whole. But the second elder, wow, he was truly ruthless. Even on the brink of death, he stubbornly endured the excruciating pain and gripped Mizuki Han's sword arm tightly. Mizuki Han's face turned purple. He couldn't pull away and was roaring, "Old man, you all have to die." The second elder, in such a state, surprisingly managed to laugh. Huh? I've lived enough. If I can drag you down to hell with me before I die, it's worth it. Then he directly activated a forbidden technique. Corpse Demon Sealing Jutsu. Family, who understands? At that moment, I felt the temperature of the air drop suddenly, and it felt like something invisible was standing behind me. That malice was terrifying. Mizuki Han panicked and shouted, "What are you doing, old man?" The second elder replied, word by word, of course, "Inviting you to hell with me." In just a few seconds, the souls of the 2 were swiftly absorbed by the Reaper behind them. When our leader, Vortex Daro, and his team arrived, only 3 cold corpses remained on the ground. Looking at this tragic scene, Daro felt pained, but he still rallied his spirits and declared that the battle was over. We had won, but our home was destroyed, and the Mist Ninja would surely come back for revenge. So, the whole clan moved to Konoha for refuge. At that moment, The Shinjū clan's Kakujin also stood up to express that we were relatives and that there would definitely be food for us in Konoha. On the other side, the Hozukisuki's group was running for their lives. One guy turned around and saw the ice wall, instantly breaking down his defenses. He threw down his kunai and wanted to rush back, shouting that he couldn't be a coward. Hozukisuki rushed up and knocked him dumb with a strong punch. His eyes red as he shouted, "What good is it to go back and die?" The Ninin Ninja is about enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. We need to bring back the intelligence and come again next time to raise this place. After saying that, he directly ordered everyone to break into smaller groups and disperse to escape. He was now a startled bird, fearing that we had set an ambush halfway. You know what? He guessed right. At that moment, our ambush, the Shinno's team, was hiding on a small island with the fifth elder. After waiting for a long time, a summoning beast delivered scroll. Upon opening it, we exclaimed, "Good heavens, we won." Everyone initially cheered, but upon seeing the casualty numbers of our clan, they fell silent. Just then, Vortex Tengu activated the Kagura Mind's eye and suddenly shouted, "Someone is coming." 3 people, all with Jonin-level chakra. We quickly hid here, but the other side was cunning and circled around the small island from a distance. The fifth elder made a decisive call. Chase. As the saying goes, catch one if you can. We have more people on our side, waiting for them to tire out, and we chased right across the surface of the sea, moving much faster than a boat. Teacher Xiaofeng led the charge, using a wind technique that turned the sail of the small boat into a twisted mess, rendering it completely immobile. When Guidang Yu saw Teacher Xiaofeng, his face turned green, realizing they couldn't escape. At this point, someone on the other side, named Guidang Qingshui, pointed at Zinzasuke and began to curse, claiming they'd killed his teammate, Tianzi Ichiro. Zinzasuke looked confused and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" That guy seemed quite pleased with himself, saying he had infiltrated our side for reconnaissance, and we never noticed. But Teacher Xiaofeng simply shrugged and replied, "Oh, that? We let you go on purpose, and the information we gave you is also fake. I tell you, it's a heart-wrenching kill." At that moment, Akatsuki Kaimazu's faith completely collapsed, and he went crazy, rushing forward with a howl. Shinno didn't hold back either, firing back with a fire dragon bullet. The water dragon met the fire dragon, and with a boom, a huge pit exploded in the sea. Shinno was still showing off, saying, "How about that? Just learned it, cool, right? Don't judge us, the Uzumaki clan, by your limited knowledge." After that, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let us move together." The 3 people on the opposite side were beaten back step by step, relying on the Mizukage clan's water transformation secret technique to desperately heal. But their chakra was running low. Then came the classic moment, starting the argument over who would stay behind. In the end, it was Akatsuki Kayamizu who stepped up, insisting on sending Akatsuki Suki and another one holding the big sword Samahata away. Those 2 dove into the sea, merged with Samahata, and transformed into fishmen, disappearing in an instant. Only Akatsuki Kayamizu remained, fighting like a madman, exchanging his life for ours, holding all of us back. In the end, he was covered in wounds, kneeling on the surface of the sea, looking like he was about to give in. Guess what happened? He smiled at us and unleashed his ultimate jutsu. Water release. Steam, danger, explosion. Shinno reacted the fastest, shouting, "Not good, retreat quickly." We all ran for our lives. The next second, a gigantic mushroom cloud rose up from the sea. When we crawled out of the water, we were all drenched like drowned rats. Teacher Kaze was shocked, saying that this technique was the signature move of the second Mizukage, and he didn't expect this guy to use himself as a bomb. It was too ruthless. We couldn't catch up to him anymore. Elder 5 sighed and said, "Time to wrap it up. Let us go home." A few days later, the main force gathered at the ruins of Uzumaki village. Looking at their destroyed home, Shinno felt incredibly upset. Dalong came over to comfort him and revealed the plan. The land of waves is gone, directly merged into the land of fire. Our entire clan will move to Konoha. This way, Konoha can't ignore us. After all, this territory is now theirs, and they can't let others sleep soundly beside them. The scene shifted to Konoha village. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a member of the Umbu, brought a letter, and when Hiruzen opened it, he was stunned, speechless for a long time, silently lighting his pipe and walking to the window to smoke. I'm telling you, the content of the letter is explosive. The mist ninjas stole from our home, and we retaliated by killing 2,000 of them. But our home is gone, and our vitality is severely damaged. Now the whole clan, young and old, wants to seek refuge in your Konoha. Oh, by the way, our land of whirlpools has conveniently merged into your land of fire. so you can deal with it as you see fit. The old man is as clear as day. This isn't just seeking refuge. They're dragging their whole family along, even bringing their land deed, directly binding themselves to you. If you refuse, it wouldn't be right. They are in this situation to help you. Moreover, if they come, they can bring top-notch sealing techniques that will stabilize the nine-tails Jinchuriki and help your land of fire expand its territory. There are a ton of benefits. With so many advantages, why would Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitate? Hesitate? Let me tell you, he isn't hesitating. He's practically feeling his scalp tingle. The Uzumaki clan parachuting into Konoha isn't a stroke of luck for him. It's like a giant ancestor dropping from the sky. Let me tell you, what has the old man been playing these years? He has been working on defamiliarization, supporting commoner ninjas, and splitting up the giant Shinjū clan. After much effort, he finally managed to consolidate some power in his hands. And now it's great, the Uzumaki clan, a fierce dragon that can take on a 2,000 strong army of the mist, is about to merge into Konoha. Doesn't that mean all his hard work over the years has been undone overnight? The power of the great ninja clans is about to rise again. How can he not feel frustrated being Hokage? And what's even worse, it's a nine-tails. My friends, the Jinchuriki. This thing is like the village's nuclear weapon. Logically, the password should be in the Hokage's hands. But now, the Jinchuriki is the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Would Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to ask for the password? Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't. He originally planned that the next Jinchuriki would be a little girl named Kushina, who came to Konoha all alone, a perfect tool sent by heaven. He was ready to set her up in an all-encompassing information cocoon, with classmates, teachers, friends, and even a future boyfriend, all being his people. The main idea was to nurture her with companionship. Once she grew up, wouldn't she be devoted to him? And what happened? Bang! Her entire clan moved over. How could he interfere now? She has parents, a clan leader. How could an outsider like him arrange anything? Now he is completely at a loss. Moreover, the decision power for the next Jinchuriki is not even in his hands. It all depends on what Uzumaki Mito says. Just after he rejected Mito's request for help to save the Uzumaki, she came back with the achievement of annihilating the Mist Army. That is a slap in the face, loud and clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so worried that he was almost spitting sparks. There was no choice but to call on his old buddies, the Konoha F4, for a meeting. Get those 3 old men here for a meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, and the Umbu vanished in an instant. In less than half an hour, the heavyweight guests, Danzo, Naruto Shikaku, and Mito's husband, were all gathered in the Hokage office. Danzo, looking impatient, was the first to speak. What is going on, Hiruzen? I'm busy fighting over here at the front lines. I don't have time to chat. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of smoke and slowly exhaled, his expression as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter herb. The Uzumaki clan is moving into Konoha. Do you remember the useless clan leader of the Shinjū family who secretly took people to the land of water to rescue people a while ago? Upon hearing that, Mito's husband perked up immediately. How many people did they rescue? They certainly knew about the mist mobilizing an army. Thousands of people were moving, and Konoha's spies were not blind. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed a scroll forward, forcing a smile that was more painful than a cry. Take a look for yourselves. The battle report just sent by the Uzumaki clan leader. Danzo snatched the scroll eagerly, quickly unrolling it, while Shikaku and Mito's husband leaned in closely. The next second, Danzo jumped up from his chair. Impossible. This can't be true. The Uzumaki village has only those old, weak, and sick. How could they annihilate a 2,000 strong army of the mist? Good heavens, let me tell you, the thoughts of these old geezers were truly vicious. Why did they turn a blind eye to Shinjū's rescue mission? It wasn't out of any alliance or friendship. They just thought Shinjū would definitely fail. They would be more than happy if Shinjū's people died outside. This way, they could not only undermine the Shinjū clan's prestige, but also weaken the connection between the main branch and the sub-branches, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if they were lucky enough to rescue 3 to 5 Uzumaki clan members, it would still be a small gain for Konoha. And now, they not only rescued people, but also turned around and annihilated the opposing army. Mito's husband was the quickest to think. Do you remember a few months ago when the Uzumaki clan said they lacked manpower and hired over 1,000 bounty hunters in the underground market of the Land of Fire? Shikaku also recalled. Yes, that was the case. They even reported it to us. At that time, no one took it seriously. What would a bunch of ragtag people do? Danzo exploded. Those bounty hunters? A group of useless trash. If they really had that ability, Would they need to hide like rats? Konoha could send out 500 ninjas to wipe them out. Mito's husband seriously countered. You don't understand. Ninja battles aren't just about numbers. What if he really finds a few elite-level masters among those 1,000 people? Danzo continued to argue. So what if there are S-rank rogue ninjas? Would he dare to use them? Just recruited into the village. And the village is immediately slaughtered. That would be the biggest joke in the ninja world for 2025. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, interrupting their debate. This isn't the time to discuss how they won. It's about what we should do after they join Konoha. That's the key. Once this was said, the three of them immediately calmed down, then gasped. Hiss. They finally realized that the Uzumaki clan was now a bit too powerful. Annihilating a regular army of 2,000 from a major ninja village is a terrifying achievement. In the ninja world, it's all about results, not the process. Those 2,000 weren't just fodder. There were several named elite jonin among them, and the commanding general, Mizuno Kunihan, was the most popular candidate for the next Mizukage, a confirmed shadow-level powerhouse. Just like that, gone. Plus, there are still over 500 active Uzumaki ninjas on various battlefronts in Konoha. Who would dare to underestimate this power? Mito's husband was the first to steady himself. Refusing is not an option. If you dare to refuse, they can turn around and join another ninja village. And then there will be nowhere to cry. We not only have to welcome them, but also have to show a warm welcome. However, we absolutely cannot let them become the next Uchiha. Exactly. Shikaku immediately agreed. One Uchiha in the village is already a headache. We absolutely cannot have another one. Danzo's face darkened, and he spoke ominously. Now that the Uzumaki clan is coming, we should arrange them in remote departments and absolutely cannot let them touch the core power. The second Hokage's method of dealing with the Uchiha seems to work quite well. I agree. Mito's husband's eyes lit up. While the Uchiha were annoying, they had no real power in the village. That security force is basically just the village's watchdog. You see, when there are no outsiders, these high-ranking officials speak so directly, showing no concealment of their contempt for the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window, looked at the peaceful scene of the village, and said softly, keeping the Uchiha locked in the security department's cage, away from the blood and fire of the front lines, they will never grow up. Look at it now. The Uchiha population is several times that of when the village was established, but without experiencing war, what good are even more Chunin and Genin? What we are really afraid of is not the Sharingan, but the Manjiki. This Konoha F4, inheriting from the second Hokage, has played the game of suppressing large clans and supporting commoner ninjas to perfection. Shinjū, Uchiha, Hyuga, all have been clearly arranged by them. At this moment, Danzo came up with a cunning plan. Why not merge the barrier division and the sealing division to form a barrier sealing department, and let that Uzumaki boy be the head? I think that would be great. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh on the spot. Brilliant. The Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques and barrier techniques. We should guide them to shine in their areas of expertise for the village. As for the rough work of going to battle, we don't need those few people. Ha ha. Toanzo laughed proudly, wanting to make them the village's watchdogs for generations like the Uchiha. No battles, no fighting, and ninjas still want to grow? Dream on. Look at the once feared Uchiha Madara. Didn't he carve his way out through blood and fire? Without experience, they're nothing. And what about the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly brought up the heaviest topic. The entire conference room fell silent instantly, the four of them staring at each other, unable to speak. This matter wasn't up to them. The final decision rested with Uzumaki Mito. Toanzo said with a serious face, bringing up a change now is too obvious. They aren't fools. The key is that it wouldn't matter even if they did. The only children who could be Jinchuriki in the entire Konoha are from the Shinjū and Uzumaki clans. Mito's son inside. Last time we didn't send troops to support. We already offended Lord Mito. Just then, Naruto Shikaku suddenly chuckled. Since we can't stop it, let's go with the flow. She looked at the three men's astonished faces, slowly saying, the current Jinchuriki candidate is just a little girl, right? We can't touch her, but she has to attend ninja school, right? By then, we can arrange a true destined partner for her, and by the time she can control the Nine Tails power, she'll already belong to someone else. Instilling the idea that the village is greater than the family from a young age, teachers, friends, lovers, all of them will be ours. How could she turn things around? Wow, isn't this just a political marriage plan with nurturing? Although it will take over a decade and is full of variables, it's indeed the best method right now. All right, let's properly welcome this war hero Uzumaki clan leader. A few weeks later, the entrance of Konoha was bustling with activity. All the prominent family representatives in the village were present, and the Hokage and 3 elders appeared together, giving ample face. As soon as Uzumaki Daro and the others showed up, they quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, long time no see. I'm truly honored for everyone to welcome me, a defeated general." Sarutobi Hiruzen, embodying his acting skills, looked moved. "What are you saying? The sacrifices of the Uzumaki clan for Konoha are all remembered in our hearts. The disaster that befell Uzumaki village is my fault as Hokage. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Konoha will always be your home." While speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was discreetly observing Uzumaki's group. When his gaze fell on In, he instantly wore a kind smile and reached out to pat In's head. "You must be In, right? I held you when you were a child. I heard you performed excellently this time, evacuating with your father among the last batch. I'm proud of you." And was immediately covered in goosebumps, mentally complaining, "Old man, are we that familiar? If I didn't know you were an old actor, I would have been fooled by your kind appearance." But he still had to play along, scratching his head and feigning shyness. "Hokage uncle, you flatter me." That look was just like a young person who had never seen the world. Next came a series of business flattery and political performances, talking about how we're all family now, how to rest well first, and we'll slowly discuss settling matters, all very affectionate. Except for the Uchiha clan members wearing poker faces, the other families were all smiles. In the crowd, Tsunade punched her brother Zuru on the head. "Idiot. Grandma's relatives are our relatives too. Keep it down, how embarrassing." Zuru covered his head, teary-eyed. "Got it, violent woman, you definitely won't get married." As the crowd dispersed, Tsunade hurriedly dragged her brother, who was still fooling around, home to report. In and his party walked towards their new home in Konoha in this strange yet warm atmosphere. "Wow, this place is really bustling." Uzumaki Ling's eyes were filled with stars. And didn't he feel much, mentally complaining, "Is this it? It looks like a county town from Blue Star." However, compared to their small fishing village of Uzumaki, Konoha was indeed a big city. The new clan territory of the Uzumaki clan was right next to the Shinjū clan, in a pretty good location. The outermost part was a ring of commercial streets, with all kinds of snack shops and ninja stores, all family-owned businesses, serving as both economic sources and natural surveillance. The central area was where N's family lived, a huge courtyard. As soon as they entered, before the father and son could settle down, Uzumaki Daro spoke to Uzumaki Ling. "Ling, you are now a qualified chunin, so don't do maid work anymore." Uzumaki Ling stood up abruptly, her eyes turning red instantly. "Clan leader, are you sending me away? That would be so pathetic." Uzumaki Daro waved his hand. "I see your efforts. It's not suitable for you to do servant work anymore. I could do it. I'm willing to do anything. Don't send me away." Uzumaki Ling suddenly knelt down and watched, almost speechless. I tell you, his dad really knows how to play this game. Sure enough, Uzumaki Daro sighed and said, "How about this? There's an independent courtyard next door. You can stay there. I'll have Elder 5 take you as a goddaughter, and you can call me uncle from now on." Uzumaki Ling was stunned at first, then ecstatic, crying and bowing. "Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, clan leader. And watch clearly. Good heavens, my dad is the real PUA master." This operation was probably planned since I was assigned to the same class as Uzumaki Ling. First, suppress her, then promote her. With this combination of kindness and severity, how can the girl not become devoted? During dinner, Uzumaki Ling was still a bit uncomfortable. She had never had the privilege of dining at the same table as the clan leader before. In patted her hand comfortingly. "You'll get used to it gradually." As a result, Uzumaki Ling quickly withdrew her hand, her face as red as an apple. Uzumaki Daro watched this scene, nodding in satisfaction. In his eyes, Uzumaki Ling had decent talent, and with proper training, she could at least become a Jainin, qualified to be the next clan leader's wife. However, she was currently just a backup. That's right, who understand the family dynamics. In his father's plan, Kushina was the first choice, and Uzumaki Ling was the substitute. When Kushina was designated as the Jinchuriki, he thought the two had no chance, and Uzumaki Ling would take the position. Now that the whole clan had come to Konoha, the importance of Jinchuriki had skyrocketed, and Kushina became the top candidate again. My own father is treating my marriage like a game of connect the dots. After dinner, Uzumaki Daro wiped his mouth and assigned a new task to In. "The ninja school is about to get out. You go pick up Kushina, and she'll live with us from now on," and had a million complaints in his heart, but still nodded in agreement. This dad is truly relentless in cultivating feelings from a young age. I want to go too. Uzumaki Ling immediately put down her chopsticks. She hadn't seen Kushina in a long time. Uzumaki Daro gave the two a meaningful glance and nodded. So, I could only helplessly take Uzumaki Ling along as they walked towards the ninja school. They hadn't been there long when the school bell rang, and a lively red-haired girl rushed out, spotting them and exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, Ling? When did you guys arrive?" It was indeed Kushina. Her signature red hair made her look particularly adorable, and looked at this future plot core, feeling quite emotional, but when he actually met her, it felt a bit awkward. Just then, a gentle voice came. "Are you Kushina's relatives?" As Shinno turned around, he was taken aback by a golden-haired, handsome young man approaching, smiling like a little son. "Isn't this the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze?" Kushina cheerfully introduced, "This is my friend from school, Minato Namikaze." In that moment, Shinno's radar buzzed. He calmly pulled Kushina to his side, then took a step forward, positioning himself right between Kushina and Minato, smiling as he said to Minato, "I didn't expect Kushina to make such a good friend. Minato, would you like to walk with us? We need to treat Kushina's friend well." The words were polite yet distant, placing himself in the position of the host. Minato, being such a smart person, could easily pick up on this. He immediately bowed in understanding, saying, No, I'll take my leave." With that, he slipped away alone. Uzumaki Rin was fanning the flames beside them. "Kushina, you really have a good relationship with this handsome guy. Looks like he could become Hokage in the future." Kushina completely ignored her, leaping onto Shinno's back and provocatively glancing at Uzumaki Rin. "Shinno, let's go home." Shinno was at a loss for words. These two girls were turning his life into a battlefield. When they got home, upon hearing they could stay, Kushina was so happy she jumped 3 feet in the air, finally choosing the room next to Shinno's. The next day was a holiday, and Uzumaki Daro took Shinno and Kushina to visit the Shinjū clan. The two families lived just a street apart, a quick walk away. After announcing their arrival, they were invited into the Shinjū clan's residence. Let me tell you, it was like a forest park inside, quiet amidst the hustle and bustle, clearly a top-tier aristocrat's home. After a while, a woman who looked to be in her 20s, but with an elegant and noble demeanor, walked in, followed by Shinjū Kyumo. Uzumaki Daro immediately stood up, excitedly calling out Annie. Shinno quickly greeted her as well. "Hello, Grandma." He knew very well that the woman in front of him was Uzumaki Mito, a living legend. Her beauty was nothing short of the strongest beauty technique on the surface. Uzumaki Mito smiled and invited them to sit down, then looked at Shinno. "You must be Shinno, right? You've grown so much." After Uzumaki Daro sat down, he began to express his gratitude. "Auntie, we really owe it to Brother Kyumo and you for borrowing the Nine-Tails chakra this time. Otherwise, we would have been in danger." Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. "Kyumo told me when he returned, they only managed to hold off the elite from the other side, but it was mainly thanks to you all." She looked at Uzumaki Daro, her eyes filled with appreciation. After this battle, the entire ninja world knew that the new clan leader of the Uzumaki clan was a character who knew how to navigate the times, understood when to advance and retreat, and was as cunning as a fox. I told you, with the title of the Whirlpool Fox, my dad feels a bit embarrassed himself, rubbing his hands and humbly saying it's all thanks to the brothers of the Shinjū clan. Without them holding back the Mist Ninja's main force, we would just be a basic attack, unable to deal any critical hits. When mentioning the sacrificed second elder and third elder, the atmosphere instantly became emo. Aunt Mito also sighed, saying they died for the clan and their deaths were meaningful. Seeing the current prestige of the Uzumaki clan, they can finally rest in peace. My dad is someone who understands the ways of the world very well. He immediately took out a sealing scroll and handed it to Shinjū Kobun, saying that this time the Shinjū branch also contributed and bled, so we can't let the brothers work for nothing. This is a small token of our appreciation from the Uzumaki clan. Shinjū Kobun was about to decline, but my dad insisted, "Brother Kobun, now you are a branch family, and we are guests. Let's be clear, we can't keep consuming your goodwill." Kobun glanced at Mito, saw her nodding, and then accepted the scroll. Just when we finished discussing serious matters, my dad threw down a bombshell. He cleared his throat and said to Mito, "Lady Mito, I have another request. You see, my brat here has grown up with Kushina. They've even known each other since they were kids, and I was thinking, why not take this opportunity today to settle their engagement?" I was stunned at that moment. Who understands the situation? Dad, your actions are too smooth. This isn't how the script is written. I hadn't even reacted when Kushina's little face turned bright red, like a ripe tomato. She stomped her foot, covered her face, and ran out. Aunt Mito was also taken aback for a moment. But who is she? She understood immediately. Let me tell you, my dad isn't just looking for a daughter-in-law. He's after the future tenant in Kushina's body. The Nine Tails. She tapped the table, her gaze sharp. Dajiang, do you know what this means? My dad said firmly, of course. Once I take this step, I never thought about turning back. Why is he in such a hurry? Of course, it's all my credit. I've long explained to my dad all the future troubles in my mind, like the third Hokage and Danzo's mentality, the Uchiha clan massacre, and so on. After listening, my dad was almost speechless. He realized that expecting kindness from the third Hokage and Danzo, that's like hoping a frog will lay eggs. If you want to stand firm in the deep waters of Konoha, you must have nuclear weapons in hand. And the Nine Tails is the greatest nuclear weapon of our Uzumaki clan. My dad got up and closed the door, then created a soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand, starting a small meeting. He wasn't holding back anymore. To be honest, I just don't believe in Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Our Uzumaki village was beaten up like that. And what were those two doing? Watching from the sidelines. This is really disheartening. Aunt Mito is also filled with anger. It's only been a few years since the first and second Hokage passed away, and these two have taken their last words as mere background noise. My dad kept fueling the fire. Yesterday, when I entered the village, I saw a child who looked exactly like the first-generation adult. That must be the rope tree, right? When rope tree was mentioned, Aunt Mizuhito finally had a hint of a smile on her face. My dad revealed his true intentions. Once Kushina becomes the Jinchuriki, she absolutely cannot marry Shinsuke. The Nine Tails is a strategic weapon of Konoha, not the private property of the Shinjū clan. Regarding this matter, not to mention the third Hokage and Danzo, even the Uchiha clan would definitely not agree. Once these words were spoken, Mito and Senju Kabuto fell silent. The reasoning is sound. The position of Hokage cannot be hereditary. So why should the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails be from your Shinjū family for generations? Mito pondered for a long time and said, what you're doing is like putting yourself on the grill. You'll become the village's public enemy. So what? My dad laughed. Shinsuke is not good enough. But my son, Shinno, who would dare to have an opinion? We are of the same clan, childhood friends. It's only natural. You can't force the Uzumaki clan to marry outsiders, right? Konoha has no such rules. Goodness, my dad directly occupied the moral high ground. He even dropped a bombshell, saying that we could publicly reveal some of our Uzumaki clan's secret techniques for utilizing tailed beast chakra as a strategic deterrent. Although this technique is one-time use, the enemy wouldn't know that. Just like the Uchiha Sharingan, revealing it can scare people to death. Mito finally made up her mind. All right, let this old bone of mine go crazy one last time for the Uzumaki and Shinjū. This matter is settled. My dad immediately painted a bright future, saying that if Shinsuke runs for the fourth Hokage, our Uzumaki clan will be his most loyal supporters. Senju Kabuto and Mito both laughed. This is exactly what they wanted. The Nine Tails has been given to the Uzumaki, but the Uzumaki clan has just arrived and their foundation is unstable, so they cannot compete for the fourth Hokage. Trading an elusive ownership of the Nine Tails for a solid ally as Hokage is a win-win. As soon as I saw the adults chatting excitedly, I quickly raised my hand and said, report. I heard that Brother Rope Tree is also a CH Nin. How about I team up with him? I'm not after that tragic guy. I'm after their future team leader, Orochimaru, my idol in scientific research, the #1 scientist in the ninja world. Here I come. This suggestion hit the mark, and Senju Kabuto immediately approved it, saying that it would be settled at the Jonin conference. When I got home that night, Kushina kept her head down, twisting the corner of her clothes like a little quail. As soon as we entered the house, she quietly asked me, newly appointed brother, do we really have to get engaged? I touched my nose, feeling a bit awkward. I guess so. My dad is really a man of action. My dad laughed heartily beside me. You two little ones, I've watched you grow up since you were small. I'm saying right now that you two were betrothed as kids. Who could provide evidence that it's not true? Well, that's called creating history. As long as the parties involved acknowledge it, then it's real. I patted Kushina's head and comforted her, saying, don't think too much. No matter what, you are still my good sister. Go to sleep. Wow, my scummy guy lines just came out naturally, and I was surprised myself. After Kushina went back to her room, I started pacing in the yard, looking constipated as I said to my dad, the way you handled this. What about Ling over there? My dad glanced at me, grinning like a fox. That's your business. I won't interfere. The next day, he got up early and headed straight to the Hokage building, ready to make a name for himself. As soon as he arrived at the venue, He ran into a handsome guy with a silver ponytail, Kakashi Hatake, the future White Fang of Konoha. They exchanged flattering remarks. My dad has high emotional intelligence. He started off by mentioning his recent fight with the Mist Ninja, where he seized 4 of the legendary 7 ninja swords. He casually invited Kakashi to come and appreciate them. Can you believe that? Is that appreciation? It's just delivering KPIs at the door. Kakashi immediately expressed his intention to pay a visit. Shinjū Hashirama also brought people along and chimed in, saying that these swords needed thorough study. My dad was even more generous, patting Kakashi on the shoulder and saying, if you like any of them, I'll give it to you. Goodness, who can resist such sweet talk? Then, with Kakashi's introduction, my dad started greeting the various jonin who were arriving one by one, making himself familiar with them. He even made a special trip to a corner to catch a cool guy wearing sunglasses and a trench coat, a big shot from the Yamanaka clan. He patted him on the shoulder so hard that it nearly knocked him off balance and forced another greeting, leaving Kakashi at a loss for words. My dad's social skills are something else. He was chatting enthusiastically with the oil tycoon lady. After all, our two families have a close relationship. Back in the day, the first Hokage even used wood release to help them build a bug-breeding base in the outskirts of Konoha. Just as they were joking and laughing, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, entered with Danzo and several elders like Mito Gate Kiyomi. When he sat down in the main seat, the entire room instantly fell silent. The third Hokage knocked on the table and announced the meeting with great vigor. The first item on the agenda was to report on the battlefield situation, mentioning that Jiraiya and his 2 companions had stabilized their position in the Land of Rain and were doing well. Then, he shifted his tone and proposed a shocking plan. I have decided to open up the 2nd and 3rd battlefield against the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind simultaneously. Everyone below was stunned. Why was the 3rd Hokage being so reckless this time? This was not like him at all. Danzo was the first to jump out and question him. But the 3rd Hokage was full of confidence and began to analyze Konoha's advantages. Our number of ninjas is the highest in the ninja world, nearly 40,000. Fighting against those 2 villages, it's 10,000 to 5,000. We have the advantage. The head of the Nara clan raised the logistics issue, saying that 3-front operations would put too much pressure on supplies. The 3rd Hokage laughed heartily and turned to my dad, saying, this is where we, the Uzumaki clan, come in. My dad is very clear about the situation, and he knows that this is a matter of allegiance. He immediately expressed that our Uzumaki clan is willing to provide a large number of specially made sealing scrolls to ensure that the logistics tasks are foolproof. Only we, the Uzumaki clan, can open these scrolls. They are practically born to be logistical divine weapons. Mito men, and then pointed out that the military forces are too dispersed, and there aren't enough shadow-level experts on each battlefield. What if the enemy throws tailed beasts at us? The 3rd Hokage then looked at my dad with a smile. Huh? Isn't there delaying? My dad pondered for a moment and began to haggle. In our Uzumaki clan, currently, there are only 4 people, including me, who can use the adamantine sealing jutsu. The implication was clear. There are only this many people, so you all can figure out the distribution. Danzo decisively stated, that's enough. Then the appointment of various commanders began. Danzo, without hesitation, took the line of the Land of Earth, which had the most people. The Uchiha clan leader raised his hand, wanting to go to the Land of Water, but was shot down by the 3rd Hokage with a reminder that his family was in charge of guarding the entrance, and that the mist technique countered the Sharingan, leaving his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. In the end, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans took on this task. When it came to the Land of Wind, the 3rd Hokage pretended to ask my dad if he was going, and my dad quickly declined, conveniently selling the favor to Kakashi Hatake, saying that his swordsmanship was a natural counter to the Sand Ninja's puppets. Kakashi accepted the order on the spot. Finally, the 3rd Hokage took on the responsibility of dealing with the Land of Lightning and made my dad his deputy. Just like that, a full-scale war affecting the entire ninja world was arranged in a flash. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the platform, spirited and full of vigor, showing no signs of the old man he would later become. Once the major war matters were settled, the 3rd Hokage cleared his throat and brought up the 2nd topic. The 2nd matter is regarding the arrangements for the Uzumaki clan. My dad instantly sat up straight. He knew that the real hand-to-hand combat was just beginning. When that old fox, the 3rd Hokage, opened his mouth, let me tell you, it was a smile hiding a knife. He said, delaying Konoha has its own rules. I believe in the strength of your Uzumaki clan. But this J-Nin position, well, it needs to be reevaluated. What did he mean? It meant that out of the 45 J-Nin, our Uzumaki clan brought in. Aside from the 4 top experts, including my dad, who could perform the adamantine sealing, the remaining 41 would all be downgraded. They would all be registered as Special J Nin. As for the CH Nin and Genin, it was even worse. They would all be treated as new recruits and registered as Genin. Let me tell you, the old guys from the other families below couldn't help but whisper to each other at that time. They must have been overjoyed, with over 40 Jonin. If this force were fully recognized, the power dynamics of Konoha would have been reshuffled on the spot. Now it's good, they directly cut off 90%, turning them into a group of senior workers. My dad's face turned dark, but he was probably laughing crazily inside. Wow, isn't this just someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy? Being a high-ranking ninja sounds impressive, but we're in a time of war. High-ranking ninjas on the battlefield are usually the first to be sent out as cannon fodder. Now that you've been demoted to special high ranking, you can instead step back to the second line, conserving your strength. This is a reverse upgrade. It's simply a huge win. So my dad confidently replied, "No objections. Our Uzumaki clan will prove ourselves on the battlefield again." Those old guys probably laughed at him for being weak when they saw how understanding he was. After hitting him with a stick, it was time to give him a sweet date. That guy named Danzo, the bandaged elder, jumped out and said, "Oh, you're so strong. We're planning to merge the sealing team and barrier team to form a sealing and barrier department, and you will be the head of it. You can also let your clan members join." Sounds nice, right? But they actually just wanted to raise our Uzumaki clan like livestock, turning us into a second Uchiha police force, drawing symbols and tightening screws every day in the village, completely marginalizing us. Can my dad let him succeed? He immediately acted out, saying, "Oh no, I can't do this. I'm not capable enough to take on such a heavy responsibility." Then he changed his tone, saying there are also underachievers in our clan who can't handle this delicate work and must go to the front lines to shine and heat things up. Moreover, this department can't be just for our family. It has to be open to the entire village. Family members who understands this extreme tug of war. It's just like those old guys at the CPU. This directly hit Uchiha in the lungs, and a guy named Uchiha Fujian exploded on the spot, like a firecracker, saying, "We're the Whirlpool's worth. How dare they compare with us, Uchiha?" Then our Shinjū family brother also stood up to support, and both sides started arguing right there. The third Hokage was watching from above, probably delighted, hoping we would fight even more fiercely. Finally, the third stepped in to mediate, saying, all right, you Whirlpools and Uchihas can go to the front lines if you want. I won't stop you from being cannon fodder." Then my dad started paving the way for me. He said, "Oh, my son Shinjiro gets along well with that SH kid. Why not put them in the same class?" Goodness, the third and Danzo exchanged glances, knowing full well what this meant. If the heirs of these two clans were put together, what would be left for them? They immediately rejected it, saying that Orochimaru was too busy to teach. Excuses, all excuses. Then the third had a thought and assigned me to Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha. My dad was delighted to hear this. This is good. This is great. But my dad wasn't done yet. He also casually placed Inuzuka sure high in my team. Let me tell you, at that moment, Kakashi was dumbfounded, standing there with a confused look. Who am I? Where am I? How did I suddenly get 2 apprentices? Brother White Fang probably couldn't take it anymore, and directly stood up, saying, "Fine, since you've given me 2, I want the last spot for myself." He had previously noticed a civilian kid with exceptional swordsmanship talent. The third and the others didn't mind and agreed casually. You think it ended there? My dad dropped a bombshell. He said, "Oh, my little brat has a betrothal with the granddaughter of our clan's deceased 6th elder. Let's have an engagement party in half a year. Everyone come and have a drink." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the faces of the 4 old men on stage turned green, especially Danzo, who must have started calculating in his mind how to exterminate our Uzumaki clan. And what happened? Before they could react, my grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, walked in from outside, radiating an imposing aura. "I'll be the one to take the engagement. How about that?" The whole place fell silent. Who would dare to say otherwise? Let the adults handle their matters. Anyway, I'm going to meet my new teammates and new teacher. Early this morning, I arrived at Training Ground 91, and wow, there are already people there. A kid about my height, carrying a sword almost as tall as he was, named Baiyun Zhaojin. As soon as he saw me, he was very enthusiastic and came over to greet me. We were chatting when suddenly a voice floated over, saying, "If there were no one else around, what you said would be about me." We were both startled and turned around to see a kid wearing sunglasses and a high-neck trench coat leaning against a tree, almost covering his entire face. Inusi Sie. No wonder he's into bugs. He walks without making sound. Just as the 3 of us were staring at each other, our teacher, Flagwood Sockham, suddenly appeared in the center of the field. His aura was as sharp as a drawn sword. He asked us to introduce ourselves, and I was the first to go. In a particularly cringy way, I shouted, "My name is UzumakiShinnosuke. I love elephants, hate green peppers, and my dream is to become Hokage." Wainushi Shurhei coolly said his name was Wainushi Shurhei, that he didn't have any likes or dislikes, and his dream was to raise all the insects in the ninja world. When it was Hakken Waikan's turn, he was super excited and said he was an orphan, loved swordsmanship but felt he wasn't very good at it, and by the end, he seemed a bit self-deprecating. The teacher introduced himself briefly, then took out 3 bells. As per the usual rule, whoever grabs one gets a prize. He said if someone grabbed one, he would teach them a powerful jutsu. I asked, "What if I grab all 3? He said, "Then I'll teach you 3. Awesome. I was thrilled, and as soon as he said start, he leaped up into the trees in a flash. I'm not stupid. I charge indirectly. I use the shadow clone technique to create 3 or 4 clones of myself that spread out from different directions. First, I send out a fire release. Great fireball technique to test the waters. He easily jumps down from the tree to dodge, but I was already prepared. Just as he lands, I use earth release, earth spike. 7 or 8 sharp stone spears suddenly shoot up from the ground, blocking all his landing points. And guess what? He stomps down hard and actually shatters my earth spikes. He even comments that my ninjutsu combination is nice, but it's just a child's trick. What the heck? My teammates and I are stunned. He doesn't give us any time to react, forming hand seals with both hands, and uses lightning release, body flicker. A bolt of lightning rushes towards us along the ground. Insect release, insect wall. Oil Girl Shinno's sleeves instantly overflow with dense swarms of insects, forming a wall in front of us. Although they get zapped and fall to the ground with crackling sounds, at least they block the attack. My teammates and I all understand that close combat is just asking for death. We can only rely on long-range fire support. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. I attacked simultaneously with 1 shadow clone, while the other 2 shadow clones were responsible for protection. But that's not all. My expression turned fierce as I unleashed my ultimate move, Fire and Earth Double Dragon Dance. I tell you, that scene, the Earth Dragon disintegrated in the air, turning into countless clods of earth, and the Fire Dragon behind it exploded, attaching itself to the clods, with burning meteors raining down on him. This is my top-secret double A-class combination ninjutsu. Teacher Kakashi also got serious, his whole body emanating lightning, moving so fast that afterimages appeared. He forcefully broke out of my attack range. At that moment, Shinno Aburame's bugs surged up like a tide. Lightning release, exploding thunder. The lightning on the teacher surged, frying all the bugs. He even shook his head and said, "Your bugs are too weak. You need to practice more." Before he finished speaking, my shadow clone launched another round of saturated bombardment. The point was to not give him a moment to catch his breath. "I want to play with you anymore." The teacher drew out the white Fong short blade from his back, and the lightning release exploded again, breaking through the wall of bugs. And he was about to rush right in front of us. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped, unable to move. What? Hee. The parasites from Shinno Aburame had already crawled all over his pants leg during the chaos, crazily devouring his chakra. Among the first wave of bugs that were electrocuted, there were actually mutated ones. In just a few minutes, a lightning-resistant plus version of the bug army had been bred. I underestimated you all. The smile on Teacher Kakashi's face could no longer be hidden. So let's respect you a bit. Lightning release, chakra mode. EM shocked, dude. Aren't you the white fang? How do you know the techniques of the third Reikage? How are we supposed to fight now? I exchanged a bitter smile with Yunji Hai, both of us on the verge of giving up. Just then, with a loud bang, Bai Yunjong drew his long sword and actually blocked the teacher's determined strike. "Are you two really giving up just like that? You don't deserve to be my teammates," he shouted angrily. I, along with Shurhei and Akane, receive a lesson from a civilian ninja. Then the 3 of us went all out. Bai Yun was at the front, launching the main attacks. Whenever he was in danger, my shadow clones would rush in to help, and Shurhei's bugs were frantically harassing from the side. The 3 of us actually managed to trade blows with Kakashi in his lightning release chakra mode. Of course, in the end, the teacher exerted his strength and sent Akane, along with his sword, flying over 10 meters with 1 strike, and then effortlessly took me and Shurhei down as well. We lay on the ground, feeling numb. The teacher, however, laughed heartily, helped us up, and sat us down on the grass, showering us with praise. He said, "You are the strongest ninjas I have ever seen at this age." Then he turned to me and said, "Shinnosuke, your combination of earth and fire elemental ninjutsu has amazed me. Your attack power is on par with that of an ordinary Jonin. And your tactics using shadow clones have never been used like this in Konoha. Impressive. I felt so proud inside. This is the protagonist template. How can it not be impressive? Also, your ability to control the situation in battle and see the differences between us and the enemy really makes me feel gratified. Zhihui's insect control technique is also quite good. At your age, being able to specifically cultivate the oil woman ninja for the parasitic bugs is something I've never seen before. I was a bit careless this time and almost fell into your hands. Let me tell you, Teacher Shuamao is really capable. After praising us, he even started a live demonstration. I was the first to raise my hand and asked him how that kick earlier was like he was cheating, directly smashing my earthen wall. Well, Teacher Shuamao immediately drew a diagram on the ground, saying that he was using lightning release chakra on his foot. And it's all about elemental advantage, you know? Lightning beats earth, and with his chakra amount overwhelming mine. Just a gentle step made my earth release feel like it was made of paper. Earlier, that silly girl even asked why she didn't see him forming hand seals. The teacher replied that when you practice a technique to perfection, you don't need to. At that moment, I thought one word, cool. Zhihai understood better and asked if this technique was learned from the Hidden Cloud Village. Teacher Shuamao waved his hand, saying this was a skill passed down in the Hatake family for hundreds of years, focusing on speed. Using lightning to accelerate nerve responses makes your body faster than your brain. I understood right away. No wonder he could sweep through the ninja world with just one knife. If your reaction speed isn't faster than his, you won't even see clearly. So how can you fight? After discussing this, Teacher Shuamao said he was going to the front lines of the Land of Wind as the commander and would take us to the battlefield as his personal guard in a few days. The three of us lit up. Which ninja doesn't want to go to the battlefield and see the world? After we dispersed, I thought I hadn't seen Xiaoling in a while, so I bought her favorite 3-color dumplings on the way and went to her new courtyard to find her. What happened? I knocked on the door for a long time. There was clearly noise inside, but no one opened. Who am I? A ninja. This little wall can't stop me. I directly flipped over and got in. As soon as I landed, I saw her hiding behind the door. Her eyes red like a rabbit. I waved the dumplings in front of her, and she couldn't hold back anymore, crying and throwing herself into my arms, making a mess with snot and tears all over me. She said she didn't want to move out, didn't want to be some adopted daughter. Just wanted to go back to being my maid. Family, who understands? I couldn't handle this. I could only hold her and comfort her, saying I would solve this. Even boasting that in 10 years, I would be the clan leader, and the entire Uzumaki clan would listen to me. And then she, sobbing, asked me, then will you still marry me? What about Kushina? I fell silent at that moment. How was I supposed to respond? Seeing my reaction, she got angry and pushed me, saying that we were going to get engaged in 6 months, and what about being childhood sweethearts? I was pushed to my limit, and I bit the bullet and revealed that Kushina was the next host of the Nine Tails. That's a big bombshell, right? It completely stunned Xiaoling. She was dumbfounded for a long time and even said Kushina is quite pitiful. I couldn't help but laugh. I knew she had a soft heart. Once I saw her emotions stabilize, I started to paint a big picture, saying that once I became the clan leader, I would be able to solve everything. She asked how I would solve it, and in a moment of impulse, I blurted out, I can marry too. Damn it. She immediately pushed me out the door. I stood on the road with a bitter smile, wondering what kind of situation this was. Then the door opened again, and she leaned against the door frame, weakly saying, leave the dumpling. I quickly handed over the dumpling, and she snatched it away, breaking into a smile and saying, as punishment, both skewers are mine, you don't get any. Looking at our intertwined shadows in the setting sun, I felt that I had managed to get through this for the time being. When I got home, my dad, Uzumaki, was sitting in the living room drinking tea. I had just complained about his random arrangements when he asked me, is everything resolved? While I was feeling smug, he changed the subject. Have you thought about what to do with Kushina? I exploded at that moment. Damn, Dad, were you eavesdropping on me? He laughed heartily and said that the entire main house was his barrier, and he knew everything I wanted to do. Fine, you're impressive. Then he started to complain, saying that our Uzumaki clan had taken over the sealing department of Konoha, and we had to fill in our own manpower and resources, or we would soon be eating into our reserves. I waved my hand and said, I have a solution. Then I pulled out the 4 ninja swords we confiscated from the mist. My father meant to sell it directly for money, but I said not to rush and to finish the job first. The next day, I invited teacher Shuamao over to help take a look. By the way, I also went to his house, and wow, the future 6 Hokage Kakashi is still just a crying baby right now. I also found out that teacher Shuamao is incredibly pure, spending all his salary to support his clan, living in a very simple home. When we arrived at our place, there were 4 big swords lined up, and the atmosphere was impressive. Teacher Shuan Mao spent a full 3 hours examining them. And in the end, with a big stroke of his pen, he wrote out 4 swordsmanship manuals. My father is a straightforward person, so he let teacher Shuan Mao choose a sword as his reward. Guess which one he picked? He didn't choose the strongest explosive sword or the most peculiar sewing needle, but rather that ugly and clumsy dull knife. I was curious and asked him why. The teacher smiled shyly and said, "I don't plan to use it. It's too stupid. I'm going to take it back and melt it down. With this weight, I can make 4 excellent chakra blades without a problem." My dad and I realized it at that moment. The big shots think differently. We see the artifact while they see the raw materials. As soon as Master Shaw Miao left, my dad grabbed the remaining 3 manuals and studied them with drool, saying that with these manuals, a single knife could sell for at least 100 million. I looked at his unambitious expression, smiled, and pointed at the beheading knife, saying, "Dad, don't get too excited. The real good stuff hasn't even made its appearance yet." My dad looked confused and said that teacher Shuo Mao had already assessed it. And this knife is just a fake, not even made of chakra metal. I directly revealed the mystery. This knife can absorb blood. It absorbs the iron in the blood and regenerates infinitely. At this point, my dad was completely unsettled, his eyes wide open like copper bells. I continued, "Think about it. It can repair itself, and the new blade that grows out has a strength far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja knife. So why don't we cut off the new part it grows and forge it into a new knife?" My dad's breathing became rapid. He hugged the beheading sword as if it were a priceless treasure, muttering, "Let's open a slaughterhouse. We'll start a slaughterhouse tomorrow. With this knife, to kill pigs and butcher cattle, not for money, but just to feed it blood. Let grow wildly. This is not just a beheading sword. It's practically a money-printing machine." The next day, my dad hurriedly went out of the village to find land to build the factory, while I gathered with my teammates, preparing to head to the front lines. The year passed in such a hasty manner. During wartime, no one had the heart for anything else. The army set off. Over 10,000 people marching grandly. Teacher Shuan Mao was the overall commander, stationed at the center. As for the 3 of us, under the guise of being his guards, we were directly kicked into the vanguard troops led by the little wind of the vortex, supposedly to train us. The vanguard had 1,000 people, and to expand the reconnaissance range, it was divided into 30 small teams. Naturally, the 3 of us newcomers were assigned to the most fringe scout team, which meant we were sent to the most dangerous places to trigger mines. But it was fine. Being away from the main force felt liberating. The 3 of us walked and stopped, leisurely taking our time. After 2 days like this, I was lying on a tree pretending to nap, when suddenly I felt something was off. I immediately jumped down from the tree, pretending to mimic the old man from the 3rd generation, shuffling my feet and joking with my teammates, while secretly signaling with my hand, almost sparking. They understood too, joking back while subtly adjusting their positions. We continued to move forward, laughing and joking, for about 2 kilometers. As we passed a patch of grass, Ji-Hei suddenly formed a seal and shouted, "Insect Jade! Let me tell you, the bugs in the oil woman's house are really outrageous." Countless ruined bugs silently crawled out from his pant legs and instantly surrounded that patch of grass. Suddenly, there was a scream, and a guy dressed like a businessman rolled out from inside, covered all over with bugs in every possible crevice. Within seconds, that guy went from screaming to moaning. And finally, he was completely silent. I felt my scalp tingle as I watched, while Ji-Hei looked at me with disdain and said I was superficial. What can I do? This is a physiological aversion. By the time he collected the bugs, that guy on the ground was already like a limp shrimp, completely drained of chakra, yet he still forced himself to ask us how we discovered him. I thought to myself, how do you expect us to find you? Anyway, you're already caught, and you're still talking so much nonsense. Bai Yin was so excited in the morning. He must have been holding back during the whole process. He pulled out a rope and quickly tied this guy up like a big hairy crab. I took a look and thought, wow, professional. Then I, UzumakiShinnosuke, casually pulled out a special item from our Uzumaki clan, a sealing talisman, and slapped it right on his forehead. This thing is super effective. It specifically seals chakra, but of course, the premise is that you have to deplete the opponent's chakra first. The light in that spy's eyes went out. He was probably thinking, are kids nowadays this ruthless? Not even giving a chance to catch their breath. He originally wanted to wait for us to let our guard down and show a last-ditch counterattack. But it seems that's completely out of the question now. Me and Ji-Hei were like delivering a package, and with this guy, we couldn't team move fast. So we simply launched a blue flare to signal for help. The blue firework shot up into the sky and exploded into a big flower, which looked quite nice. In less than half an hour, The main team arrived to pick us up. The captain in charge was shocked when he saw us. Wow, you three are amazing. You can catch live ones even in this remote corner? Let me tell you, he is not overreacting at all. Konoha's counterintelligence system is the best in the ninja world, with insects, Byakugan, and ninja dogs working together, creating an impenetrable net. This guy dares to infiltrate the heart of the Land of Fire, so he definitely has some skills. If he didn't have anything, he would have been discovered long ago. All right, leave the person to me with a wave of the captain's hand. I will personally report your achievements to Lord Uzumaki Kinomaru. I directly threw the spy over like a sack, and that was great. We'll take our leave now. Still have to travel. See you at the front. I'll treat you to a meal then. If fate allows, we'll meet again. After saying this, the three of us swiftly dove into the forest, hiding our achievements and names. On the other side, our heavyweight relative, Su Nw Shiving, was curiously examining the spy, who was tied up like a zongzi. Quite bold, he smirked and said, "Go, call SHNZH Ingm NGW over for me." Soon, the big boss of the SHNZH Ing clan arrived. Shiving pointed at the zongzi on the ground and succinctly instructed, "Check his mind. See what SHRN is up to." "Yes, sir." SHNZH Ing M NGW reached out and pressed down, preparing to use a mind-reading technique. However, after a while, he frowned and stopped, looking helpless. "Sir Shiving, there's a seal in his mind. If we force it, he'll become an idiot. And the information 1TB complete." Upon hearing this, Shiving burst into laughter. "Haha, trying to use sealing techniques in front of my Su Nw clan? ISNT, that like showing off a big axe in front of Luban?" He walked over, probed with chakra, and nodded. A bit interesting, but not much. Saying this, he formed hand signs and shouted, "Technique of seal dissipation." Good heavens, this was an A-rank secret technique of our Su Nw clan. Those who know it in the whole family can be counted on two hands. The spy on the ground instantly twitched as if electrocuted, writhing like a shrimp thrown ashore. It was quite a sight. "All right, continue." Shiving clapped his hands, acting as if nothing had happened. After another 10 minutes, SHNZH Ing M NGW stood up, drenched in sweat, with an expression that was quite strange, and said to my little Shiving, "Sir Shiving, how about you take a look yourself?" He directly initiated a mental sharing. I have to tell you, when I later found out about this, I almost died laughing. Who understands this among the family? This guy is simply the unluckiest ninja in the ninja world. He was originally a genius from the Sand Village, with the potential to evolve into magnet release. However, when he went out to train at the age of 10, he was hunted down by several rogue ninjas, fell off a cliff and survived, and accidentally ate a weird flower. From then on, his chakra capacity was locked, and he had a natural floral scent. This talent was wasted, and he could only switch to being a spy. You wouldn't believe it, but this body fragrance was quite useful. Insects and dogs couldn't smell him. And as long as he didn't use chakra, even the Byakugan couldn't detect him. But what happened? This was his first mission, and he didn't gather any intelligence before I caught him. Why? Because he used a sand eye technique to create a sand eye in the sky for reconnaissance, thinking it was flawless. And what happened? He ran into me, the wallflower, when the backup team took the spy away. Baiyun couldn't hold back any longer and came over to ask me, "Shinobu, how did you discover him?" Jihei, who had been acting cool beside us, perked up his ears. I found an open area full of stones, set up a soundproof barrier, and then sat down to talk to them. To explain this matter, I need to start from the solar fist I developed earlier. Jihei nodded. This news had spread in Konoha. Baiyun was still confused in the morning, so I had to explain it to her again. I won't go into the details of the ninjutsu principles, but I chuckled and said, "You just need to know that I've developed a new light technique that can greatly enhance my vision, like using a telescope. With my chakra, sustaining it for 24 hours is effortless." The two of them were left dumbfounded. It's a long-range vision ability. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is impressive, but it doesn't work well against those without chakra. Although my technique has a single function, its strategic significance is immense. I was able to spot a sand-made eyeball floating several kilometers away, which led me to discover that guy. I shrugged my shoulders, looking innocent. That guy was also unfortunate. He thought standing high would let him see far, but didn't he expect the other side to have a telescope? He really stepped in dog poop that day. Of course, the reason I could develop new techniques so quickly is not only my exceptional talent, but also the power of my external system. Let me tell you, after defeating the third Mizukage last time, the immense wealth just fell on my face, giving me over 4,000 fate points. I thought to myself, I can't be like Kakashi, who maxed out his attack power in youth, only to end up with a pitiful chakra bar, becoming a mediocre shinobi. I need to develop comprehensively. So I spent 1,000 points to raise my fire release attribute to near the level of a shadow. Then had a bright idea and spent 500 points to combine optical principles with fire release chakra, resulting in this light technique. Light secret technique long view. This thing is like putting an adjustable, invisible telescope on the eyeball, focusing on seeing far and seeing clearly. My brain is like a ninjutsu printer. My goal is to turn the light ninjutsu into a new trademark of our Uzumaki clan. In the future, when people mention the Uzumaki, they won't just think of sealing jutsu, but also our leading-edge light body flicker technique. After capturing the spies, we had a smooth journey and charged into the land of rivers after more than 10 days. Speaking of which, the Second Shinobi World War was ignited by Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village. This guy is overflowing with ambition, thinks he's capable, self-proclaims himself a demigod, and recruits soldiers everywhere, wanting to drive out Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure from their base, and even establish a branch base in the land of rivers. Can the three great nations tolerate him? They directly went to war, and the land of rain instantly became a large battlefield. Although Hanzo is fierce, his range shinobi are not enough. The three great nations played guerrilla warfare. You attack my east side, I destroy your west side, leaving Hanzo in a mess. And he has basically given up on the land of rivers now. When we arrived, the advanced troops of Konoha had already joined the garrison, and over 3,000 people were enthusiastically expanding the camp. As for our squad, we continued our usual patrol and vigilance on the outskirts. With such a commotion, the Sand Ninja would definitely have noticed it. Sure enough, at the Sand Ninja's base, a ninja named Black Sand rushed into the main tent in a panic. Chiyo-sama, it's bad. Konoha is massively reinforcing their troops and is frantically building a camp to seize strategic locations. Chiyo-sama, seated at the head, stood up abruptly, her face pale. Are you sure? Did the ninja Hawk not make a mistake? The Sand Ninja's reconnaissance largely relied on the Ninja Hawk, but this thing had a small memory capacity, like a walnut, and often transmitted incorrect information. Absolutely true. Black Sand was so anxious he was stamping his feet. We've sent out 7 or 8 batches of Ninja Hawks, and the information they brought back is the same. Someone, Chiyo-sama, decisively commanded, Black Sand, you immediately send someone back to the village to report. Everyone else, gather immediately. While they're still getting settled, we must strike to delay their construction speed. She couldn't even think about retreating. They couldn't afford to lose this piece of meat in the land of rivers. Soon, nearly 2,000 Sand Ninja had gathered. No more waiting. Chiyo waved her hand. Our goal this time is not to fight to the death, but to destroy. We need to buy time for our main force. Let's go. 2,000 Sand Ninja charged forward in a mighty wave, and they had no intention of hiding. Knowing that Konoha had many reconnaissance methods, in an urgent mission, they could only confront them head-on. As they marched quickly, Chiyo asked, how far is it to the Konoha camp? Black Sand whistled, and a Sandhawk swooped down to communicate with him. Report to Chiyo-sama. It's still 20 kilometers away. Chiyo nodded, thinking that this distance was relatively safe. She ordered, all Sandhawks scatter to monitor Konoha's movements. Charge at full speed when within 5 kilometers. Her calculations were quite good, but unfortunately, this time she encountered me. As for me, I have long found the highest peak and transformed into a monkey squatting on top of a big tree. With my secret technique, Farsight, my vision is fully opened. The walnut-headed Ninja Hawk of the Sand Ninja can't detect me, this chakra monkey at all. I looked up, and good gracious, there were a dozen or so ninja eagles circling in the sky. I knew then that the enemy had already discovered us. I focused my gaze on the river 15 kilometers away, which serves as the natural boundary between us and the Sharon. Sure enough, within a few minutes, I saw a large mass of figures starting to build a bridge over the river. The purpose was self-evident. I immediately jumped down from the tree, transformed back into my human form, and waved to Shurha and Zhaojian, who were still goofing off. Stop dawdling, something big has happened. Come with me. The three of us ran desperately towards the camp, and I even fired a signal flare along the way. As soon as we burst into the tent of Xiaofeng, I reported the situation. Lord Xiaofeng, the Sand Shinobi's main force, is building a bridge over the river and is about to attack. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting. We had the numbers. He was worried that the old Lady Chiyo on the opposite side would play dirty and use guerrilla tactics to slow down our progress in setting up the camp. After listening to his concerns, I confidently patted my chest and said, Lord Xiaofeng, Leave the task of destroying their floating bridge to me. Xiaofeng looked at me with a face that clearly said I was crazy. Just the three of you? That's in enemy territory. I smiled confidently and said, don't worry. Actually, I've been inspired again recently and developed a couple of new light secret techniques. The little wind in the vortex looked at me as if I were a monster and, after a long pause, managed to say, You really are a genius. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly felt a bit shy and leaned in. Shinzo, do you think I could learn these techniques of yours? I stretched out my finger and rubbed it, wearing a knowing expression. He kicked me angrily. All right, the mission is assigned to you. Don't mess it up. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. On the other side, Chiyo, leading a large force, had already sneaked close to the Konoha camp, but found it eerily quiet. Something's not right. Black Sand said in a deep voice, We've been discovered. Chiyo, being an old hand, glanced around and immediately realized that their ambush was futile, so she directly ordered, proceed as planned, focus on destruction, and act freely. In an instant, countless explosive tags rained down on our camp like a storm. Inside the tent, Little Wind smiled at the commander beside him. It seems our ambush is useless. The commander laughed heartily. If it's useless, then so be it. Playing tricks with that old lady Chiyo is pointless. Let us just go all out. We have the numbers. What is there to fear? Then it's settled. Little Wind shrugged. The next moment, a yellow signal flare shot up into the sky. The entire Konoha camp erupted into chaos, with countless ninjas popping out from every corner, without hesitation, pulling out explosive tags and throwing them back at the enemy. The scene, let me tell you, was like setting off firecrackers during the new year, causing a tremendous uproar. On the opposite side, the old lady from Sunagakure, Chiyo, turned pale. Beside her, a guy named Black Sand was anxiously stomping his feet. Lady Chiyo, our resources are limited. If this keeps up, we'll end up with nothing. Let me tell you, these sand ninjas are really poor. For them, explosive tags are as good as luxury items. Granny Chiyo gritted her teeth and thought, well, time to show my skills. Puppet army, come forth. A bunch of wooden lumps came charging in, fearless of death or pain. Each puppet is worth money. Armed with mechanisms and poison needles all over, they're basically walking cash machines. Of course, we were well prepared, with traps laid out everywhere, as if they were free. There was a loud explosion, and 70 or 80 puppets were instantly destroyed. Granny Chiyo's heart must be bleeding. But the remaining puppets were fierce, pushing through the gunfire right to the base of our camp wall. Our commander, Uzumaki Kinomaru, saw the situation and waved his knife, shouting, Brothers, don't just stand there. Let us get to it. Kinomaru directly locked onto Chiyo, and the two began exchanging trash talk across the battlefield. Kinomaru started with a taunt. Old lady, why aren't you at home taking care of your grandkids? What are you doing here? Chiyo retorted, Who asked this red-haired brat? A newcomer daring to represent Konoha? Kinomaru laughed heartily. This battlefield should be for us young people. We can't let the old folks take the stage, right? What's wrong? Is there no one left in Sand Village? With that, Chiyo was directly provoked. This sharp-tongued brat was showing his true colors. Saying that, she pulled out a scroll and bang, bang, bang. 10 top-tier puppets instantly appeared, her signature technique, White Secret Technique, Chikamatsu's 10. But our Kinomaru wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, he laughed even harder. Granny, it's 2025. Why are you still using your ancestors' tricks? Isn't it time for an upgrade? Then he waved his hand, brothers. Let us move up together. The family knew what was up. Over a dozen jonin surrounded Granny and her 10 puppets, focusing on overwhelming her with numbers. Chiyo was frantically controlling her 10 puppets, nearly rubbing her fingers raw. One moment, 2 puppets combined into a large spinning top charging forward, and the next, 3 puppets stacked up to create a strong suction. But it was no use. A strong wind technique from our side sent them tumbling, while a group of us worked together to form a mud wall. What was your little suction worth? The weakness of puppet masters is this. You play with physical attacks and mechanisms, while we have all kinds of elemental techniques, creatively drowning you with spells. In no time, Chiyo's puppets were mostly dismantled, leaving only 5. She realized she couldn't continue and quickly used the remaining puppets to shoot out a barrage of wire-bound kunai for cover. Then turned to flee, shouting retreat. Can we let her escape? Teacher Xiao Feng commanded. Chase, do you think this is the end? What's even more explosive is coming. That old lady, in order to cover their retreat, actually started using something very new, summoning the dead, raising the dead. She had her subordinates lay out all the recently fallen sand ninja corpses, and with a chakra thread connecting them. Those corpses stood up one by one with a crackling sound. I was stunned at the back, Isn't this a zombie siege? The wooden-eyed ninja next to me quickly explained that this is the ultimate jutsu of the Sand Ninja, the life and death performance. These corpses had just died, and there was still chakra within them, allowing them to use the ninjutsu they knew in life. They were essentially one-time human bombs. Teacher Xiaofeng made a decisive call. Don't let them get close. Bombard them with large-scale ninjutsu. In an instant, various fire and water techniques from our side rained down, while those corpses charged forward recklessly, only to be blown into pieces in a series of explosions. Although it delayed us for a bit, the overall situation was already set. But we had a backup plan. Let me tell you, Shinno and the other two had already circled around to the enemy's rear. This guy was now truly far ahead, directly climbing to the top of a mountain, activating a new skill called Light Secret Technique. Long-range cannon. It was like opening the heavenly eye from 10 kilometers away. He clasped his hands together, and a dazzling beam shot out, instantly blowing up the floating bridge that the Sand Ninja were trying to use to retreat. With a loud bang, the Sand Ninja were stunned, looking up at the sky, thinking it was divine punishment. Shinno fired a few more shots, destroying all the floating bridges. By the time Chiyo and the remnants of her forces reached the riverside, they were completely dumbfounded. Where are the bridges? The several large bridges I had are all reduced to wooden debris. Now, with a big river in front and pursuers behind, when Teacher Xiaofeng and his troops arrived, it was a one-sided harvest. The Sand Ninja cried out for help. Those who could swim floundered, while those who couldn't could only kneel and surrender. After this battle, we suffered fewer than 50 casualties, while the enemy lost over 500. Vortex Xiaofeng became a legend in one battle. Just when the front line was in full swing, a major incident occurred in Konoha village. Let me tell you, Mito Granny, who was the first Hokage's wife, felt that her time was near. Taking advantage of the absence of the third Hokage and the scheming Danzo, she swiftly transferred the Nine Tails to Kushina. Once the ritual was complete, Granny Mito passed away peacefully. Danzo, who received this news at the front line, was furious, thinking, great, it's like guarding against a thief. But then he thought, hey, the retired emperor is gone. Doesn't that mean Konoha will still be under my and the third's control? Just as he was feeling good, another piece of intel came in. The second Tsuchikage of Awagakure and the second Mizukage of Kirigakure were scheduled to fight in the wild, and they both ended up dead, taking each other out. What a windfall. Danzo went crazy on the spot, his eyes turning red as he shouted at his subordinates. Heaven is helping me. Charge the whole army. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Shinno also received the news of Granny Mito's passing, and his heart sank, realizing that the greatest support of the Vortex clan was gone. He would have to stand tall on his own from now on. He quickly sought out Teacher Xiaofeng to discuss this matter. Teacher Xiaofeng, with a serious expression, patted his shoulder and pulled him into his tent, away from others. Vortex Xiaofeng sat in the main seat, sighed, and said, with so many ninja clans in Konoha, we are newcomers. Let's stay low for now. He noticed Shinno's worries and comforted him. In a few days, your teacher will arrive. Don't think too much. Our main target right now is the Sand Ninja. Indeed, our primary goal now was the Sand Ninja. But let me tell you, we have someone here who can't sit still for a day. It's this kid Shinno. As soon as Xiaofeng told him to rest, he locked himself up to tinker with that so-called light secret technique. Goodness, in just a couple of days, he came out with a bunch of new tricks that left me dumbfounded. There was something called Light Clone that, when blown up, produced a dazzling sun fist right at the spot, making it hard to defend against. And there was another called Light Absorption, which, during close combat, instantly absorbed all the light around, leaving you in darkness, turning you into a blind person trying to figure out an elephant. How could you fight like that? The most amazing was the Light Concealment, which directly distorted the light around your body, making you completely disappear. It could rival the Moonlight's swift escape. At that time, I thought this kid was a genius, but his ultimate skill was truly outrageous. He called that move Heaven's Punishment. Can you believe it? The principle is similar to lightning release, Kirin, but while others borrow lightning, he directly borrows sunlight. He gathers sunlight from tens of kilometers above into a beam and then crashes it down. He claimed its power definitely starts at S-rank secret techniques. What happened? It was hilarious. With his little chakra, he couldn't even perform the initial hand sign when his blue bar was drained. This really troubled Shinno, who developed a world-destroying cheat, but couldn't use it because his hardware couldn't keep up. Xiaofeng joked, how about I lend you some chakra? Let me tell you, just that one sentence made Shinno explode. He jumped up with a roar, thanked Xiaofeng profusely, saying he knew what to do, and then he ran off like the wind. What was he going to do? Look for an external battery. This kid had his eyes on the legendary dragon vein. Coincidentally, during those days, teacher Shoumao's large team hadn't arrived yet, and the camp was in disarray. He directly asked Xiao Feng for a leave and sneaked away alone. Relying on his connections, no one dared to stop him. His light concealment technique was really useful. With a twist of light, he vanished, swaggering past the Sand Ninja's defense area, and in no time, he slipped into the Wind Country's territory. His goal was clear, heading straight for the Lulan Kingdom. That place is still a fairly prosperous small country. Shinno casually assumed a merchant identity, found the busiest tavern, and started eavesdropping on gossip. Hey, guess what? In just a few days, it was their country's new year, and the queen was going out of the palace to celebrate with the common people. What do families know? This was just the heaven's gift of an empty city strategy. On the day of the celebration, as soon as the queen stepped out of the palace, Shinno sneaked in invisibly. The chakra response from the dragon vein was like a big light bulb in the night. He followed the feeling and arrived at the entrance of a basement. The two guards at the door looked bored and were yawning. Shinno, being ruthless, immediately split off a shadow clone for each guard, covered their mouths, slashed their throats, and sealed their bodies. The whole process flowed smoothly, and then he created two more shadow clones disguised as guards to stand watch. This operation was simply incredible. Once inside the basement, that massive energy hit him like a wave. Shinno didn't waste time. He directly performed a summoning technique and called out the ancestor of the dream demons. The old man wasn't even as tall as Shinno, and Shinno didn't bother with pleasantries. Pointing at the huge dragon vein energy, he said, "Grandpa Huang, there's no time to explain. Quickly use the reverse summoning technique to bring my dad over." With a bang, his dad, Vortex Dalong, appeared in a daze. When he realized the dragon vein before him was comparable to a tailed beast, his eyes nearly popped out, and he stuttered. What? What is this?" Shinno was so pleased and went over to say, "Dad, our Vortex clan's own tailed beast has arrived." Dalong was momentarily stunned, first scolding Shinno for not discussing such a big matter, but the excitement in his eyes was almost bursting out. While he was scolding, his body was very honest. Without saying a word, he performed the diamond lock. With a whoosh, a bunch of golden chains emerged from him, directly tying up the dragon vein tightly. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. The dragon vein struggled wildly, like an enraged giant dragon, but in front of Dalong's diamond lock, it was utterly helpless, being forcibly pulled up from the ground. I was thinking at the time, this is the true essence of the first generation of Konoha. We're tail beasts. To them, they probably see them as just oversized power banks. And what happened? They were all exploited by the third generation. As the dragon vein was completely dragged out, Shinsuke had already taken off his shirt, ready to be the container. Daro shouted, "Get ready. 5 elements seal." He slapped his hand onto Shinsuke's stomach. The next second, the massive dragon vein surged into Shinsuke's body as if it had found its home. When everything calmed down, Shinsuke looked down and saw a dragon head seal pattern on his belly. He moved his arms and legs and felt like he could punch a cow to death. No, wait, he could punch a 9-tailed fox to death. Of course, that was an illusion. He tried to communicate with the dragon vein inside him and found that it wasn't a ferocious beast at all, but rather like a confused little spirit. It turned out that this dragon vein was a fragment of the divine tree's roots mixed with natural energy, which had been bound by the earth's power and was about to dissipate. Their sealing this time actually saved it. So this little dragon vein was incredibly fond of Shinsuke. Perfect as a Jinchuriki, everything in one go. The father and son looked at their harvest, their smiles nearly crooked. Daro even sealed all the dispersed chakra, saying he would take it back to study. Maybe he could advance further himself. Then the two of them sneaked out of the Lulan Kingdom, one using stealth and the other relying on his skills, agreeing to meet outside at a place called Star Oasis. After they left, the Lulan Queen returned to the palace, only to find the national treasure was gone, and she immediately broke down, crying and shouting like a madwoman, causing complete chaos in the Lulan Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Daro and Shinsuke met at the Oasis, they parted ways. One was in a hurry to return to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, while the other leisurely made his way to our camp in the Land of Rivers. During these few days, he was the Jinchuriki. Our front line was unbelievably smooth. Teacher Shikumo arrived with a large force, and the Sand Shinobi were directly stunned, retreating step by step, now pushed back to the border with nowhere left to retreat. The Sand Shinobi were getting anxious, and the second Kazekage personally led the last reserve troops to the front line. Chiyo, that old lady, had her arm broken by Kaze and the others earlier and was looking quite disheveled. Her son and daughter-in-law were nearby, but they were still alive. This old lady was tough, Feeling stimulated, she declared on the spot that she would develop some puppet jutsu and turn her own severed arm into the first experimental subject. The Kazekage actually agreed. They then redistributed tasks, with Chiyo heading to the Land of Rain battlefield to collect materials, while the Kazekage personally stayed in the Land of Rivers, preparing to fight us to the death. As for Shinsuke, when he returned to the camp, the first thing he did was check his system panel. Goodness. His chakra skyrocketed by 10 cards, his earth and yang attributes were maxed out, and he even gained a time-space talent. He assessed himself and said that aside from being a bit weak in close combat, he was basically a chakra-powered version of Deidara with unlimited endurance and stealth. He also tried out the Dragon Vein chakra mode, and a light yellow chakra cloak emerged around him, with defense capabilities off the charts. Just as he was feeling pleased, Bayun came in to call him, saying that Teacher Shikomo was looking for him. Shinsuke hurriedly went to the command tent, only to find all the high-ranking officials were present. Kiki Shikomo, Uzumaki Kaze, and representatives from several major clans, all with extremely serious expressions. When Shikomo saw him arrive, he waved for him to sit down, then threw a scroll of intelligence onto the table, handing it to Uzumaki Kaze. Kaze opened it and immediately gasped, his expression turning particularly grave. When Xiaofeng handed me the scroll, my hands trembled for a moment. The heavy atmosphere was simply overwhelming. When I opened it, good grief. This wasn't intelligence at all. It was practically a chilling live report from the battlefield of our Konoha on the Eastern Front. It clearly stated that our Hokage's advisor, Danzo, recently saw that the second Tsuchikage of a Wagakure had died, and, feeling capable, got a bit carried away and gathered tens of thousands of people to charge in. Want to make a big splash. What happened next? The newly appointed third Tsuchikage, Inoki, is a tough guy. Let me tell you, that old man can fly. With his mastery of the lightweight rock technique, he floated in the air, and you couldn't even touch him. To make matters worse, his dust release technique is basically a moving, human-shaped map cannon. One shot, and ordinary ninjutsu can't defend against it. Since we were the attacking side, our formation was dense, and the first wave lost nearly 200 people right away. Who understands how we can fight like this? Danzo went up to challenge him one-on-one, only to find the gap between shadow-level ninjas is larger than that between humans and dogs. Inoki toyed with Danzo while also taking the time to unleash his map cannon on our main force, completely demoralizing us. In the end, we suffered casualties on par with a Wagakure, with nearly 2,000 people dead on both sides. 2,000 people just gone like that. Danzo even ended up with a broken arm. Yet the battle report boasted that we won, while a Wagakure claimed victory as well. I was truly speechless. So, Shikomo-sensei's message was very direct. We couldn't chew through that tough bone in the east, so we had to disperse our forces and adopt a passive defense, just holding out. That pressure was all on us, right? The Hokage's order was clear. We had to quickly defeat the Sand Ninja opposing us on the Western Front, and then hastily pack up to support the East. Everyone heard this and felt the task was a bit daunting. Xiaofeng said, "The Sand Ninja just received 3,000 reinforcements. We have no idea what kind of experts they have." But Shikomo-sensei was incredibly imposing, directly stating, "As long as those 3 shadow-level ninjas don't come to gang up on me, I can handle however many they send." Good grief. To be so confident even against 2 opponents. This is the strength of Konoha's White Fang, isn't it? I raised my hand at that moment and said, "Teacher, since the East is stuck, we need to take strong measures on our side. The Sand Ninjas' logistics rely on camels to transport supplies, and they can't afford to waste as much as we can. Let's directly send our army to confront them in battle." Teacher Shuamao nodded, but still sought stability. He pointed to a valley on the map and said, "Tomorrow, the entire army will launch an attack and capture this place. This is the last strategic stronghold of the Sand Ninja, and it's crucial for saving the enemy." After everyone dispersed, I quietly stayed behind. Teacher Shuamao was still puzzled and asked why I hadn't left. I grinned, formed a hand seal, and then BM. Let me tell you, when that golden dragon vein chakra burst out of me, Teacher Shuamao's eyes nearly popped out, and he stammered, "You. What is this chakra?" I squinted proudly and said, "Teacher, I went out this time just for this. You can think of it as a special-tailed beast power, plenty of chakra, and I can unleash large-scale ninjutsu at will." Teacher Shikomo calmed down, walked to the map, pointed at the Sand Ninja's turtle shell fortress, and asked me slowly and deliberately, "Here, can you blast it open with all your strength?" I stroked my chin and thought for a moment. That place was easy to defend, but hard to attack, and forcing our way in would cost many lives. I nodded. As long as the weather is good tomorrow and the sun is bright enough, it will be a piece of cake. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and the heavens were on our side. The vast army of Konoha set out in droves, their momentum seemingly capable of flattening the desert. 3 hours later, we arrived at the mouth of the valley, where the Sand Ninja's fortress was built like an iron barrel. To my surprise, standing on the city wall was none other than the second Kazekage, the Sand Gate. Well, the main character has appeared. Teacher Shao Mao stepped forward, pointing his short blade at him, and began to threaten. Kazekage, you finally have someone who can make decisions. If you retreat back to the land of wind now, we can pretend nothing happened and save your ninja from dying for nothing. The Sand Gate, being a seasoned veteran, replied with a forced smile, Shao Maokoin, if you agree to withdraw your troops and let the land of river have some space for us Sand Ninja to survive, I would even support you as Hokage. Well, we weren't on the same page. Teacher Shao Mao waved his hand. Since you were so stubborn, we'll have to drive you all back to the desert to eat dirt. Let us fight. In the first wave, Sarutobi Greensprout led the charge, with thousands of ninjas stepping forward, unleashing fire style, grand fireball technique. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Goodness, the scene was incredible, with countless fireballs and fire dragons crashing down on the city wall as if they were free. The Sand Ninja on the other side didn't hold back either, unleashing countless wind techniques to counterattack. The ninjutsu from both sides collided in midair, creating a thunderous roar that shook the ground. In a siege battle, the defensive side had a significant advantage. After our first wave, Teacher Shao Mao signaled, and Little Phone immediately led the second wave into the fray. The firepower intensified instantly. Just like that, Sarutobi, Uzumaki, and Moku all took turns in a war of attrition, relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm the enemy. By the time the fifth wave came, the Sand Ninja clearly couldn't hold on any longer, and even the second Kazekage himself began to use wind techniques to hold the line. Just as their chakra was running low and their wind techniques were starting to falter, our thousands of fire techniques burned up all the oxygen near the city wall. The Sand Ninja on the wall were all clutching their necks, gasping for air, their faces turning purple. At that critical moment, Teacher Shao Mao's signal flare finally shot into the sky. I had been holding back a big one on the mountaintop in the distance. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like the chosen one. With my hands raised high, I compressed the sunlight from a few kilometers around into a single point. Fire release. Light secret technique. Heavenly punishment. Bring it down. The opposing Sand Ninja also sensed it. After all, that light was as if a small sun had appeared in the sky. As a shadow-level ninja, his instincts went wild, and he shouted, "Get down." He was the first to jump off the city wall and run. But it was too late. Boom! A beam of light, more blinding than the sun, descended from the sky with a world-destroying momentum, smashing directly into the city wall. That wall, which had been built over many years and was several meters thick, was instantly penetrated and evaporated like paper. The massive shockwave knocked down our own people. As the dust settled, a huge gaping hole appeared in the city wall, revealing a bottomless pit behind it, with the bodies of the Sand Ninjas scattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Sarutobi Kinomaru sat on the ground, unable to speak clearly. What? Who did this? And you thought it was over? Before they could recover from their shock, the white light in the sky gathered again. Second shot, third shot, fourth shot, fifth shot, 5 consecutive heavenly punishments. When the white light disappeared, what city wall was left? It had long been reduced to a pile of ruins. Great! Teacher SHM looked at my masterpiece and excitedly shouted, waving his short blade forward. Everyone, charge with me. The morale of the Leaf Ninjas instantly surged, and they charged forward with a roar. On the other side, the second-generation Wind Shadow, Shaman, had lost his hat and was fleeing in disarray with the remnants of his troops. After counting, just my few shots of light cannons had taken out over 1,000 of them. This battle was utterly unwinnable. That old man was tough. Knowing that if they kept running, none would survive, he decided on the spot to stay behind and buy time for the main force, even if it meant sacrificing himself. By the time Teacher SHM and we caught up, that old man had already adjusted his mindset, standing there alone with sharp eyes. Teacher SHM initially wanted to have the main force circle around to pursue, but Shaman pushed with both hands, performing wind release. Wind wall technique. An invisible, massive wind wall rose from the ground, completely sealing off the valley entrance that was over 1,000 meters wide. Countless ninjutsu struck it, but were blown away by the wind wall. Seeing this, Teacher SHM directly called out to me, Shinno, it's up to you now. I understood immediately, and once again a divine punishment fell from the heavens, easily shattering the wind wall. Now there is no way out. Teacher Shinno activated the lightning release chakra mode, moving as fast as lightning, charging forward with a dozen elite ninjas, ready to take down the second Kazekage. Various ninjutsu blocked our movements, and Teacher Shinno's short blade struck straight at his face. Guess what happened next? That old man suddenly unleashed a bunch of black iron sand from his sleeve, instantly forming a thick iron wall in front of him. Magnetic release. Iron sand wall. With a crisp clang, countless ninjutsu hit it without any effect. Even Teacher Shinno's lightning release infused short blade was forcefully deflected. Wow, this really caught us off guard. I was right next to Teacher Shinno at that time, so I hurried over and whispered. Teacher Shinno understood immediately. Looking at the second Kazekage, his expression changed, saying this thing has something to do with Shikaku's magnetic release. Huh? The old Kazekage was full of himself, taking advantage of our confusion, shouting for his subordinates to charge, yelling, "Stop wasting your effort. My magnetic release defense is the best in the ninja world." I thought to myself, you can forget it. What are you trying to show off? Over there, a lady named Tsurutobi Kirinome quickly circled to his side and launched a Doton, rock fist at his lower back. But with a clang, it was blocked by that invisible layer of iron sand. Incredible. This defense was like an iron turtle shell. Teacher Shinno wasn't about to let him off easy, countering with a lightning release. Lightning tiger strike. Let me tell you, that scene was something a lightning tiger charged with a roar, smashing into that pile of scrap metal. Sizzling with electricity. Teacher Shinno even taunted, "Come on, move again and let me see." Metal conducts electricity, and now that pile of iron sand was completely paralyzed, unable to be commanded. But that old man was tough too. His expression changed, and with a flick of his sleeve, another large clump of iron sand flew out. You think I only have this much stock? Teacher Shinno realized this was going to be a battle of attrition. He immediately shouted, "All of you who can use lightning release, use it. Electrocute him. Electrocute him to death." Now it was my turn. I had already slipped into a corner where he couldn't see me and unleashed everything. Light secret technique, long light cannon. Whoosh. A beam of white light descended from the sky, like a targeted laser, blasting his iron wall back several meters. The old Kazekage was stunned. He had no idea where I was or how that cannon was aimed at him, but it wasn't over. I directly used shadow clone technique, splitting into 9 clones. 3 in each group, delivering a 3-stage strike. Family, you know what I mean? It was like playing a bullet hell game. The light cannons went BUB nonstop, focusing on a saturated attack. The old Kazekage was completely panicking. A pair of iron wings sprouted from his back, charging at me like a moth-eaten metal bat. He was fierce too, quickly cutting down all 9 of my shadow clones, finally locking onto my last real body. He stabbed right through me, looking so smug, little genius. "Die for me." Teacher Shinno was behind him, his eyes turning red with anxiety, electricity crackling all over him as he chased after. The next second, I exploded. A flashbang hit his face, and he couldn't open his eyes. He had originally held back, planning to use magnetic release to control Teacher Shinno's blade that had touched his iron sand for a surprise counterattack. The plan was great, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But he stumbled at the first step. While he was dazed, his chest was directly pierced by Teacher Shinno's blade. He couldn't understand until his dying breath why. Why? I walked out of the light, shrugged my shoulders, and said, "Sorry, from the moment you came flying over, you were attacking all my clones." The last one was a light clone, focusing on surprise. He stared at Teacher Shinno, unwilling to accept it, and asked, "Wasn't your blade also magnetized by me? How could it still pierce my iron sand defense?" Teacher Shinno looked incredibly cool, extending his right hand, and suddenly a blade made entirely of pure lightning appeared. Mastery of the blade, but cannot be bound by the blade. Without White Fang, I am a blade myself. I was dumbfounded watching this. His aura was simply that of a male lead in a domineering CEO novel. The second Kazekage was done for. His body was taken away. After that, it was a chase, but it was hard to pursue in the desert. However, after this battle, Sunagakure was severely damaged, with over 2,000 casualties, more than 1,000 of which were related to me, making me a childhood nightmare for them. A month later, someone who could speak finally came from Sunagakure, an old man named HZ. When this old man arrived and saw the situation, he realized that his army's morale was about to hit rock bottom. So he said, "Enough fighting, let us negotiate." The next day, Teacher Shinno and I were waiting at a prearranged small oasis. That old HZ came, saw the 2 of us, and pretended to sigh dramatically, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. I didn't have time to waste with him, so asked directly, Elder, let's get to the point. We are still at war, so no need for useless talk. The old man stopped beating around the bush, sat down, and asked, do you two have any interest in signing a ceasefire agreement? Teacher Shuamao tapped the table and said, just state your conditions. The old man came right out with it, demanding, first, return the body of the wind shadow. Second, withdraw your troops. Third, exchange prisoners. I exchanged glances with Teacher Shuamao, nearly bursting into laughter. Buddy, who gave you the courage? You're the defeated side, and you're here making demands? He tried to play psychological warfare, saying that if we didn't agree, he would team up with the rock-hidden village, and then turn to leave as if putting on a show. Teacher Shuamao couldn't be bothered with him, saying, go ahead. Even if you team up, who in Konoha are we afraid of? When the old man realized he couldn't intimidate us, he had to sit back down, looking defeated. All right, it was our turn to make an offer. I stated our demands. First, we can return the Wind Shadow's body, but you must exchange it for your magnetic release inheritance. Second, cede 500 miles of territory. Third, pay 300 million Rio. Impossible. Elder Hai Laozong was so angry that his beard stood on end. You are dreaming. Teacher Shuamao slammed the table, saying, if this doesn't work, we will hang his body on a flagpole and parade it in the desert for all to see. Seeing that the negotiation was about to fall apart, I quickly stepped in to mediate, playing the bad cop. Elder, how about this? You give us the complete set of puppet techniques, and if you don't agree to this, then there's really nothing to discuss. The old man's face turned pale. After thinking for a long time, he finally relented. He probably thought, since Konoha doesn't even have a tradition of using puppets, giving us the techniques wouldn't help them much, so it was better than losing everything. The first condition was settled, and the subsequent prisoner exchange was straightforward. 1 for 1, and if there weren't enough living prisoners, we could trade 1 living for 3 dead, which was fair and reasonable. Finally, the most crucial question, will we continue fighting or not? Teacher Shuamao laid it all out. If you want to fight, we can have a real battle. If you want to negotiate, you must admit defeat, pay the compensation, and cede the territory. The old man still wanted to be stubborn, saying they had over 10,000 ninjas ready to fight. Teacher and I started playing off each other, with Teacher saying, give me 2,000 men, and I will definitely crush the enemy head-on. Hai Laozong looked at us performing and couldn't keep it up anymore. He sighed, just tell us what you want. But I declare in advance that Sand Ninja are by no means afraid of death. The way he said it made it sound like we were the villains. However, to be honest, if we really pushed Sunagakure to a dead end and forced them to resort to guerrilla warfare, that would be quite a challenge for us, after all. That place is mostly sand and not worth it. So the old fox Kakashi Shuamao drew a big pie for the old man Hai Laozong at that moment. Let me tell you, Lord Shuaomao's acting skills are so good that it would be a waste not to win an Oscar. When he sits there, he looks just like a concerned old cadre, sincerely saying, oh, Elder, look at how badly we're fighting. Why don't we do this? Let us not waste time in this broken place of a land of rivers. Let us each keep 500 people to show some intent and use our current territory as the boundary. What do you think? Goodness. That old man from the Sea Clan was completely stunned, almost thinking he was hallucinating. These conditions aren't harsh at all. It's like a pie falling from the sky, although it essentially means driving their sand-hidden village completely out of the land of rivers. How can they regain their lost face on the battlefield at the negotiation table? It's a pipe dream. He originally thought there would be a heavy price to pay, but turns out Konoha is so easy to negotiate with. As soon as he thought about it, he understood. Oh, so you Konoha can't hold on anymore. That makes sense. You have tens of thousands of troops here, and the logistics pressure must be enormous. Fine, since you've given me a way out, I have to take it. Who understands, family? Just a second ago, this old man was overjoyed, and in the next moment, his face changed to one of defiance. Shouting with a stiff neck, the fighting in the land of rain is still ongoing, so the agreement is off the table. Compensation is out of the question. The way he carried himself was as if he wanted to shout, if you have the guts, kill me now. I was almost laughing out loud at the time, thinking to myself, you really know how to add drama for yourself. I shrugged and said nonchalantly, all right, if there's no tacit understanding, then there's no tacit understanding. Anyway, when you guys can't hold up over there in the rain country, you'll kneel down sooner or later. The rest was simple. We agreed to exchange money for goods the next day. Oh no, it was a hand for a corpse and a hand for a prisoner. The old man was quite cautious when he left, forming hand seals and poofing away with a body flicker technique, afraid we would stab him in the back. Once he was gone, I exchanged a glance with Lord Shuamao, grinned, and we both formed hand seals, poof, we also dispelled our shadow clones. What a joke. Negotiating with you? We came to confirm your assets. The next day, the exchange of prisoners and corpses went smoothly, with ninjas from both sides glaring at each other like crows, and then everyone went back to their own places. But they could never have imagined that I, Uzumaki Shinno, hadn't left at all. What we did yesterday was to confirm one thing. Sunagakure, you really have no one left. What kind of nonsense agreement? Tear it up. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Didn't you say you only had 500 fighters left? Fine, we'll just assume you really only have 500 left. I moved like a ghost, oil on my feet, chakra attached to my soles, leaving not a single footprint in the sand, just hanging behind a large group of sand, hidden who were slowly retreating while dragging captives. After following them for 2 full days, I finally found their lair hidden deep in the desert. No wonder I couldn't find it for over a month. These guys are really good at hiding like moles. After confirming the location, I immediately summoned my little dream beast, the one that looks like a pig, sketched a rough map, stuffed it into a scroll, and had it deliver takeout back to me. Over at the Konoha camp, as soon as Lord Shikumo received my package, his eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he directly mobilized 80 upper ninjas, all elite among elites, to form a strike team and drove over here like they were in a Ferrari. Their speed was incredible. They arrived in no time. Behind a pile of sand dunes, they found me, using the light concealment technique to go AFK. 3 brothers from the Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, and my slight chakra fluctuations appeared to them like fireflies in the night. So, is the person still there? Lord Shikumo asked, looking tense. Of course, he was nervous. Could he not be? Just moments ago, he had a friendly negotiation, and now he brought people to raid the place. If this turned out to be a bust, how could he continue to navigate the ninja world in the future? I gave him a look that said everything was under control and lowered my voice, saying, most of them are still here. We're interrogating those captives. Afraid there might be spies. However, the coffin of the second-generation Wind Shadow has already been taken away by a small team. Lord Shuan Mao waved his hand, indicating that thing was unimportant. Everything that could be studied has already been thoroughly researched. With a wave of his hand, a hint of cruel excitement on his face, he said, then, let's get started. I stood on the high ground that had long been chosen, and a light yellow chakra instantly enveloped my entire body. I raised both hands, and suddenly, it was as if the whole sky had opened to skylight, with all the sunlight converging towards me, making it look like there were 2 suns in the sky. Fire release, light secret technique, heavenly punishment. As I forcefully pressed my hands down, I shouted, go. The sand ninja patrolling the camp had just noticed the anomaly in the sky and were stunned. This light, this feeling of destruction, was simply a nightmare etched in their DNA. A few with poor mental fortitude collapsed right there. Earth release. Rock plate coffin. At a critical moment, the guy named Black Sand stepped forward, raising a large expanse of rock slabs from the ground, trying to cover the entire camp. I watched him struggling in despair and sneered, interesting, but not enough. Do you think I'm using a single-shot sniper? This is a Gatling gun. The second and third beams of light came crashing down in succession. What does saturation bombardment mean? Tactical retreat. The first beam was just blocked, and the second one pierced right through it. The rest was just one-sided slaughter. As Haisha spat out a mouthful of old blood, the rock slab shattered in response. Countless enormous beams of light fell into the camp, creating one deep pit after another, with the sand in the pits turned to glass by the intense heat. Lord Sha Mao led the charge, his body crackling with lightning, accompanied by 80 elite ninjas, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, directly storming into the already chaotic sand ninja camp. As soon as I saw the main force charging in, I couldn't just stand by, so I grabbed my knife and joined the battlefield's luxurious package. First, I unleashed a great fire destruction to clear the way, and anyone who blocked me would die. With the support of the Dragon Vein Chakra, my ninjutsu left anyone who faced it dazed. Once I rushed in, I found that the Konoha forces were already going crazy. Since it was close combat, our side was filled with fire-style masters, and dozens of great fireballs were swirling around, creating a scene that looked like a large outdoor barbecue. The Sand Ninja were also panicking because everything they had was in their camp, and there was nowhere to run. Unable to help it, the puppet masters, with tears in their eyes, started pulling out their fallen comrades' bodies to use as puppets, emphasizing a cyberpunk vibe. Watching those zombie-like things rush towards us, we immediately started throwing explosive tags like they were free. With a huge boom, we blew those zombies back into pieces. At that moment, a man and a woman with red hair charged out from the opposite side. This should be Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, leading the last of the elite troops, rushing towards us like madmen while shouting, You dishonorable scoundrels. I directly retorted with righteous indignation. Do you understand that all's fair in war? Your wind shadow is already down, and the village is almost empty, yet you stubbornly refuse to surrender, clinging to hope. This outcome is self-inflicted. To put it bluntly, empty talk is useless. It all comes down to whose fists are stronger. Lord Xuan Mao was like a whirlwind. A flash of white lightning swept across, and the enemies fell in droves, with no one able to withstand 3 moves under his hand. As for me, I played dirty. With the distortion of light, people just vanished, and I harvested wildly among the crowd. They could only hear the screams, unable to even see where my blade was. Some sand ninja completely lost their composure, throwing down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. As a result, they ran into someone called Black Sand, who with red eyes was ready to fight me to the death. This guy had impressive taijutsu, wielding his blade with such skill that it was like water couldn't penetrate. But he was overestimating himself. Why should I fight him head-on? The battlefield advantage was mine, and all I needed to do was hold him back. He used Doton to make the ground uneven, trying to break my invisibility. Hey, little one, I directly activated over 20 shadow clones. All of them went invisible too. Let's see how you find me. Black Sand was completely in despair, seeing the remaining sand ninja dwindling in number in the camp. He knew that if he dragged this on, it would lead to his demise. And he actually attempted to escape using Doton. Just when I was getting a bit annoyed, pondering whether to let him go, my family, divine assistance arrived. A guy from the Hyuga clan was sent by Lord Xuan Mao to protect me. I looked over, and wasn't that just perfect? Takuma Jonin, quickly, activate Byakugan and help me find someone. As Takuma activated his Byakugan, that guy was like running around naked underground, and his position was crystal clear, 9 o'clock direction, 100 meters. Doton, open earth, rising excavation. I directly infused a large amount of dragon vein chakra into the ground. And a mound comparable to a small volcano suddenly erupted from underground, launching that unlucky guy, Kuratsuchi, into the sky. When he fell down, he didn't even know where his knife went, and Hyuga Takuma and I surrounded him from left and right. Brother Takuma unleashed his Bagua Palm, creating a fierce wind as he pushed Kuratsuchi back step by step. Playing taijutsu with someone from the Hyuga clan? That's just asking for trouble. You can hit him once and be fine, but if he hits you back, your chakra will be cut off. With a swift move, Takuma sent Kuratsuchi flying several dozen meters away. The guy lay on the sandy ground, spitting blood, and it looked like he was done for. I was feeling a bit overzealous at that moment, so I had Takuma cover me. I wanted to take him down myself. I activated my invisibility and hardening techniques, and immediately unleashed a flurry of punches. I broke Black Sand's ribs with a single blow, causing him to grimace in pain. Just as I was about to deliver the final strike, this guy suddenly lunged at me in a bear hug, trying to take me down with him. Hey, you're hugging my light clone, just messing with you. With a bang, the light clone exploded into a blinding flash, dazzling him. Taking advantage of his blindness, I revealed my true self and stabbed him right through the stomach. Yet, this guy was tough. In his dying moments, he kicked me based on instinct, confirming my location. Recovering from the blindness, his eyes turned blood red, completely ignoring the gaping hole in his belly. He pulled out a handful of explosive tags from his pocket and roared as he charged at me, ready to take me down with him. The explosive tags crackled ominously, about to detonate. Looking at his crazed expression, I smirked. Fire release, light secret technique, light absorption. He instinctively closed his eyes, thinking I was going to use a flashbang again. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. A second later, he opened his eyes, ready to perish with me, only to find the entire world was pitch black. I can't see anything. He panicked, completely losing it. My technique wasn't flash. I had trapped him in a small dark room, stripping him of all light perception. Just 3 seconds into his endless darkness and panic, boom, a loud explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose from where he stood. This elite jonin from the sand village was taken out by his own delivery, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. I'll tell you, the guy from the Hinata family next to me was completely dumbfounded, mouth agape as if he could fit a fist in it, stuttering and asking, what just happened? Why does it look like he is blind? That kid Shinnosuke just sat there with a mysterious smile, not saying a word. The Hinata guy instantly realized what was going on. His face turned bright red, and he bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, I'm sorry, I was being rude. Of course, it's a big taboo for ninjas to pry into each other's secret techniques. It's no different from asking someone for their bank card password. He just got so shocked that he forgot about it. Shinnosuke waved his hand, too lazy to explain. I'll tell you, that move of his is really dirty. It directly absorbs all the light around your eyes, making everything go dark for an instant, so you can't see anything. If he pairs it with a solar fist, you'll get to experience what it's like to dance at the speed of light, with everything going black and white. In close combat, it can drive your opponents crazy. Let us go. Let us go. Takuma Jonin, stop dawdling. The main battlefield is waiting for us to collect some heads. Before he even finished speaking, Shinnosuke used a body flicker technique and vanished in an instant. By the time they reached the main battlefield, it was a complete slaughter. Don't be fooled by the fact that we only had about 70 people on the Konoha side, while the Sand Ninjas still had over 500 left. The scales of victory had already tipped in our favor. It's no joke. All 70 of us are Jonin, each one a mobile artillery platform. Most of those 500 on the other side are Jinin, struggling to use a C-rank ninjutsu after holding back for so long. The combined Jonin on their side wouldn't even fill 2 tables of mahjong. The first wave of their charge was wiped out by us in an instant. Surrender. You too. Let me tell you, Boss White Fang, Kakashi Hatake, he is so handsome, wrapped in purple lightning. He looks like a war god descended from the heavens. Not a drop of blood on him. The lightning is his best armor. The commander of the Sand Ninja on the opposite side, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, turned around and felt their hearts sink. With over 500 troops, they were hit again, and now there were probably less than 200 left standing. But the two of them were tough, red-eyed, saying, let's talk. To the victor go the spoils. With so many dead, we won't be missed. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Boss Kakashi didn't waste words either. He waved his white fang short knife and shouted, kill. A flash of purple lightning struck, so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up. Kakashi bypassed the 2 puppet masters and plunged directly into the crowd of Sand Ninjas. He jumped into the air, spun his body, and with a swipe of his short knife, unleashed a net of lightning that descended like divine punishment, cutting off several Sand Ninjas' heads in an instant. Then he landed and charged forward, leaving guts and intestines scattered everywhere. No one could stop him. 3 treasures absorption. The 2 puppet masters on the opposite side tried to struggle, but their so-called ultimate combination technique hit Kakashi with no effect, not even a spark of electricity. Just then, Shinji arrived. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Family who understands. As soon as this kid arrived, he turned the battlefield into a one-man show. His chakra was spewing out like it was free. A fire technique shot out, creating a sea of fire that engulfed the Sand Ninjas. Wind style. Wind style. Quickly use wind style to block it. Dozens of Sand Ninjas were flustered, teaming up to unleash wind techniques, just barely managing to block his fire. A monster. This is definitely a monster. He's still just a kid. What the hell is this chakra amount? The opponent's defenses were broken, and their psychological barriers completely collapsed. He must be a Jinchuriki. Yes, he must be an evil Jinchuriki. Some were already making excuses for themselves. Shinji's arrival was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Light secret technique, long-range cannon. Seeing the opponents huddled together in fear, Shinji was even less polite. A blinding light lit up his chest, and the next second, with a bayou, a beam shot out. The distant Sand Ninjas only saw a flash of white light, and their teammates in a straight line were instantly skewered like candied hawthorns. But that wasn't the end. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The long-range cannon fired off one after another like it was free. Those who were smart had already fled in fear, while those who were stunned could only stand there waiting to be called out. The little Win from the Uzumaki clan was also in the team, his eyes wide, almost drooling with envy, probably already planning how to sneakily learn these techniques when he got back. Brothers, let's eliminate the remnants. It's time to wrap up. With a loud shout from Shinji, the Jonin from Konoha snapped back to reality and unleashed various ninjutsu, as if they were free. Soon, the only Sand Ninjas left standing on the battlefield were the 2 commanders from the beginning. Sending you 2 on your way. Boss Kakashi admired these 2 tough nuts and decided to give them the most splendid funeral. Dozens of Jonin teamed up, wind aiding the fire, fire borrowing from the wind. The scene looked like fireworks. A gigantic fire tornado devoured the 2. Without any surprises, the war ended just like that. News returned to the Sand Ninja village, and it exploded. An intelligence ninja scrambled into the Wind Shadow's office, reporting, Lord Wind Shadow, the army from the Land of Rivers, has been completely wiped out. Just after the death of the second Wind Shadow, the newly appointed third Wind Shadow, Tetsusa, turned dark instantly. He snatched the intelligence scroll and, after reading it, fell into a dead silence, the air pressure in the office low enough to crush a person. Go, bring Elder Kaizai to me. Tetsusa gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. Not long after, Kaizai arrived. Tetsusa didn't even look at him, directly throwing the intelligence scroll at his face. You see for yourself. This is all you're doing. After reading it, Kaizai's face turned ashen, collapsing into a chair, tears streaming down his face. I have let down the Sand Ninja village. Not only did we lose ordinary ninjas, but also my nephew and niece-in-law. How can I explain this to my sister? Lord Wind's shadow. I was gullible to Kakashi's lies, leading to this terrible defeat. Please sentence me to death. Tetsusa felt bitter too, but what could he do? At this critical moment, killing Kaizai would only scatter the village. He could only walk over, help Kaizai up, and hypocritically comfort him. Elder, this is not your fault. It's those from Konoha who are untrustworthy. The village is in danger. We must work together now. Did he really want to comfort him? No way, this was all political theatrics. Kaizai cried even harder, Lord Wind Shadow. Our urgent task now is how to end this war with dignity. With our numbers, it's fortunate if we can hold the land of wind. Don't even think about the land of rivers or the land of rain. The implication was stop fighting. If we keep going, we'll lose everything. Let's wave the white flag. Tetsusa fell silent. He had only been Wind Shadow for less than 3 months and barely settled in before losing nearly 2,000 elite troops. He had to bear this blame. In the past, the Sand Ninja had an army of 15,000. How majestic was that? And now, the dead and wounded left only over 8,000, and maintaining 3 fronts was already tough. So, the negotiations with Konoha, should it be you, Elder? Tetsusa asked cautiously. Let this old bone of mine contribute a bit more. Kaizai said with a bitter smile, I will bear all the blame. After this matter, I will resign from my position as elder and retire completely. Just as the two were pretending to be sincere, another intelligence ninja stumbled in, pale-faced. Lord Wind Shadow. Bad news. From the Rock Ninja side. The third Tsuchika Jinoki is suspected to be personally leading the front lines. This is too much. Tetsusa smashed the table with a slap, instantly understanding. That old man, Inoki, definitely knew about their disastrous defeat and wanted to come and take advantage of the situation. Kaizai was also anxious. Lord Wind Shadow, we must stop the Rock Ninja. Surrendering to Konoha would at most mean paying some money and giving up some land. They won't look down on us, poor backwater. But the Rock Ninja is different. They are poor too. If they really break in, it will be a total wipeout. Even the sand will be taken away. Tetsusa understood this clearly and immediately made a decision. Shadow Guard. Gather all the remaining ninjas in the village. Come with me to support the front lines. Elder Kaizai, there's no time to lose. You must set off to Konoha now, whatever it takes. Reach a peace agreement as soon as possible. Tetsusa held back his tears, knowing full well that this was not a peace negotiation. To put it bluntly, it was to surrender. That day, Tetsusa led the last remnants of the Sand Ninja village to the front lines with a tragic determination, while Kaizai boldly headed to Konoha, preparing to sign that humiliating agreement. As for Boss Kakashi, after defeating the Sand Ninja, he also began to lead the large troops back home, clearing the last small group of rain ninjas within the land of rivers along the way. I tell you, clearing out these small fry is like child's play for Shinno and the others. Sigh, I can't even be bothered to lift a finger against such weak enemies. Too weak. While Shinno casually fired a long-range cannon and took out a patrolling enemy, he was acting all high and mighty. His teammates, Yinyu Shurhei and Baiyun, were left speechless, thinking, don't you dare be a full man who doesn't know the hunger of the starving. We're just tagging along. And we've been doing nothing but watching, okay? As the three of them laughed and bantered, bugs, blades, and fire techniques soared through the air. In just a few minutes, the screams in the valley ceased. Shinno pulled out a map, glanced at it, and said, let us go to the next location. However, on the other side, the battlefield in the land of grass was not so pleasant. Danzo, that old schemer, had been chased around by Onoki ever since the last failed raid on the Rock Ninja's base, retreating further and further, nearly reaching the borders of the Land of Fire. Right now, in Danzo's tent, the sound of things being smashed echoed everywhere. Hatake Sakumo, how dare you? Danzo's face turned a deep shade of red with anger. He had just received intelligence about a great victory in the Land of River. While others saw a victory, all he could see was the painful jealousy. Why did he have the right? Why was he negotiating with the Sand Ninja in private? How dare he return the body of the second Kazekage? Who gave him that power? Did he no longer see me as an elder? Did he no longer respect the Hokage? Danzo trembled with rage, and his injured left arm began to throb. His subordinate, Yunyu Ryuma, tried to advise him. Lord Danzo, Hatake Sakumo is currently in the limelight, and the Sand Ninja's emissaries have arrived in the village. If we keep dwelling on this small matter. His words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. He was a war hero, and if you pursued him over this procedural issue, no one would stand by your side. Danzo understood, but he was just too frustrated. Becoming the fourth Hokage was his obsession, and now Hatake Tsukuyomi's achievements were outstanding, his reputation soaring. And he was about to leave Danzo far behind. The old man's mind was racing. Since I can't make it on my own, I'll take down all of you who can. And one T that make me look capable? Yes, let us do it. Go. Gather all the intelligence on Hatake Tsukuyomi, the Uzumaki clan, the Shinjū clan, and your Yunyu clan. Danzo ordered Yunyu Ryuma with a dark expression. Soon, the intelligence was delivered to him. As Danzo flipped through the reports, his expression grew darker. After examining these forces, he felt his heart sink. Hatake Tsukuyomi himself was a shadow-level powerhouse, and his achievements were far ahead. Now, the most crucial point was that through his 3 disciples, he had already established intricate ties with the Uzumaki and Yunyu clans, effectively filling in the last weakness. Especially when he saw the information on the Uzumaki clan, Danzo was completely thrown off. They had over 700 registered ninjas, more than 40 jonin, and even a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Damn, this isn't just an outsider. This is like bringing back a father. What shocked him even more was the mention in the intelligence that the Uzumaki clan had utilized an unprecedented light-style secret technique on the battlefield. With diverse capabilities and strong practicality, the one who mastered it best was that Uzumaki Shinno. Long-distance reconnaissance, invisibility, ultra-long-range area attacks. It was practically an official cheat. There were even rumors that the Uzumaki clan could control tailed beast chakra and perform techniques similar to tailed beast bombs. Damn it. Danzo slammed his fist on the table, realizing that such crucial intelligence had only just come to light. He gazed at the description of Shinno's heavenly light beam attack that could destroy walls, and the jealousy and murderous intent in his eyes were about to spill over. In his view, Hatake Tsukuyomi and this unfathomable Uzumaki clan had become the biggest stumbling block on his path to becoming Hokage. Let me tell you, that old guy turned pale at the time. His heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he thought this information was nonsense. If the Uzumaki clan could easily manipulate tailed beast chakra, they would have already flattened the ninja world and wouldn't need to cling to our Konoha for support. But then he thought again, and fear crept in. Who understood such matters? It was better to believe there was some truth to it. What if? What if they really had some secret forbidden techniques that could unleash power at a moment's notice? Originally, Danzo's plan was to target the newly arrived Uzumaki clan, to intimidate them, and conveniently cut off one of Shimura Danzo's arms. After all, they were outsiders. What was wrong with them facing some hardships? But now, he was sweating profusely. If he truly provoked them, they wouldn't play games. They could drop a few tailed beast bombs right in your village. And the next day, Konoha would be making headlines with the title, Shock. Konoha village turned into a lake overnight. Who could bear such losses? Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still and directly called out, Come here. Bring the elders of the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans to me. I need to get to the bottom of this. Before long, Shinjū Kabuto and the 3rd elder of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mingtang, strolled in. Uzumaki Mingtang was the father of my unfortunate teammate, Uzumaki Fudo. He had previously been the 5th elder, and after several others in the battle at Uzumaki village were honored, he moved up in rank. These 2 old men were not easy to deal with. Upon entering, they greeted Danzo with a bow as if they were at home, directly finding a place to sit. Their meaning was clear. We have the Shinjū and Uzumaki behind us. You Danzo can't manipulate us. Danzo didn't waste time. He directly threw the information regarding the Uzumaki clan's ability to use tailed beast power in front of Uzumaki Mingtang, saying sarcastically, Gentlemen, take a look at this. Anything you want to say? Uzumaki Mingtang was clear about the situation. What was bound to come would eventually come. But he showed no panic on his face. Leisurely opened the scroll, and after reading it, said nothing, passing it to Shinjū Kabuto beside him. Once both had finished reading, Danzo could no longer hold back, slamming the table as if interrogating a criminal. Speak. Does your Uzumaki clan have a method to control the power of the tailed beasts? Let me tell you, the scene that followed was unbelievable. Shinjū Kabuto stepped in to mediate and said, Oh, Lord Danzo, you see, this matter is because Lord Mito cares for her family and voluntarily shared some of the 9 tails chakra with them. The Uzumaki clan does have a secret technique that can be used temporarily, but it's only a one-time thing. Upon hearing this, Danzo's anger flared even more. Such a powerful ability. Why weren't we informed? Do you even care about Konoha? This statement directly infuriated Uzumaki Mingtang, who jumped up and shouted louder than Danzo informed. Why should the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan be reported to you? When did Konoha have this rule? Find it for me to see. This left Danzo speechless, his face turning purple. He gulped down tea to calm himself and pointed at the two, shouting, "The village's interests come first. This kind of power must be in the hands of the village to maximize its effectiveness." Uzumaki Mingtang sneered, "Lord Danzo, you can't just say whatever you want. Forcing the secret techniques of the ninja clan. If this gets out, others will think Konoha is a den of bandits." Danzo was completely enraged and flipped the table, with the front lines so deadlocked against the rock ninjas. If we had tailed beast bombs, we would have turned the tide already. I, in my capacity as the commander of the land of grass, order you to immediately hand over 3 ninjas capable of using tailed beast bombs to help me defeat the rock ninjas. So, guess how Uzumaki Mingtang responded? He spread his hands and looked innocent. We don't have any left. Those who could use this technique sacrificed themselves during the last battle against the mist ninjas. Moreover, this technique is lethal. Using it once costs a life. Are you sure you want to? This statement was half true and half false. It was both a fact and a warning to Danzo. Don't underestimate us. We can play for our lives. Danzo actually felt relieved inside. He was worried that the Uzumaki clan could use it at will, but he didn't let up verbally. He believed these big clans were all hiding something and couldn't possibly be without a backup plan. Just look at the Akimichi clan, doubling their combat power with pills. The Uchiha clan had even more sinister techniques, like Izanagi for resurrection. Even the usually quiet Yamanaka clan had lethal poison techniques capable of destroying nations. Konoha's waters run deep, so he started to act shamelessly, threatening. I don't care. If you don't hand over the people, my rude organization is currently expanding recruitment. And I see that the young people from your Uzumaki clan are quite spirited. I have to tell you, the actions of Uzumaki Mingtang next are completely mind-blowing. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, sure, the real ninjas who can use it are gone, but there are a few who've trained for 2.5 years. If you capture his son at the base, he might get so excited that his hand shakes and the tailed beast ball goes awry in the village. It will be quite embarrassing, huh? Wow, it's all about an extreme, one-for-one exchange. Isn't this a blatant threat? Danzo trembled with anger, pointing at him and shouting, You dare to threaten me. Senju quickly stepped in to hold Danzo's arm, acting as a peacemaker. Oh, Lord Danzo, I assure you in the name of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan really has no one left, so please don't make things difficult for them. Upon seeing this, Danzo realized that the Uzumaki clan was not going to be intimidated and really dared to go down with him. With Shinjū providing an exit, he decided to take a step back and left a harsh remark. Fine, it's best if there really is no one. If I find out you're lying to me, you'll regret it. Uzumaki Mingtang ignored him completely, snorted coldly, and swung his sleeve as he walked out, muttering, people with different paths do not conspire together. He was so carefree. Once they left, the sound of things being smashed echoed from the tent. It was clear that Danzo was in a furious rage again. This old man was livid. How dare a mere elder challenge him like that? He understood that the Uzumaki clan was a tough nut to crack for now. But then a sinister thought popped into his mind. If he couldn't deal with the Uzumaki clan, what about Senju next to him? He imagined a grand scenario in his head, thinking that Senju was playing a big game. Think about it. Orochimaru is the teacher of Senju, and Kakashi is my teacher, while I am for the Uzumaki clan. No matter who among Orochimaru and Kakashi becomes the 4th Hokage, in the end, Senju can rely on this connection to firmly secure the position of 5th Hokage. Well, you Senju. The more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling that his dream of becoming Hokage was clearly being orchestrated by this old man. In his view, the current Shinjū clan is nothing but a name. They don't even have a shadow-level powerhouse, just a kid holding a gold ingot wandering through the marketplace. As long as he takes out the backbone, Senju wouldn't the alliance between the Shinjū and Uzumaki clans fall apart. On the battlefield, swords and knives are ruthless. Losing a few jounin is completely normal. As the commander-in-chief, arranging for someone ISNT just a matter of moving his lips? A sinister plan instantly formed in his heart. On the other side, our army from the land of rivers, after completely sweeping away the remnants of the Rain Ninja, finally set off on the road back to the village. Along the way, Baiyun was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, asking me, Shinno, do you think the village will welcome us with open arms? After all, we just defeated a coalition army from one of the 5 great villages. I shrugged. Of course, to boost morale, we need to make it grand. The oil girl behind the team, Jihei, suddenly retorted, "What does that have to do with you? You're just a bystander." But seriously, this time when I go back, I estimate I'll at least become a special jonin. But I don't really care. Who would want to be a jonin when you could be a Konoha chunin? That's the strongest title that can destroy the world. Just as we were chatting aimlessly, Teacher Shual Mu suddenly appeared and told us some good news. I heard that the Land of Lightning is currently in a standoff with the Cloud Shinobi, and Lord Darong is coming back. My eyes lit up. I was just worried about not having a chance to see my old man. Recently, I've come up with a new plan to improve my own strength, and I just happen to need his help. Finally, we arrived at the gates of Konoha. I was so excited that I spread my arms and shouted, "I'm back." The gates slowly opened, and let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Drums were beating, firecrackers were popping, red flags were waving, and there were crowds everywhere. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was there with Konohamaru, my dad Minato Namikaze, and a whole bunch of high-ranking officials, all waiting for us. The villagers were holding flowers, and their enthusiasm was enough to melt us. Teacher SHM looked at this scene with tears in his eyes and said excitedly, "This is the Konoha we've fought for." Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, firmly grasped Teacher SHM's hand, and his expression was more affectionate than a son's. "SHM, you've worked hard." Then someone shouted, "Long live Lord SHM." Instantly, the whole of Konoha erupted. The cheers of "Long live Lord SHM" surged higher and higher. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised the hand he was holding with Teacher SHM high up for everyone to see, and that posture was just like a designated successor. I was watching in the crowd at the time, who understands the family members. The third Hokage's acting skills deserve an Oscar. Once the welcoming ceremony was over, we high-ranking officials followed the third Hokage into the Hokage building for a commendation meeting. In the conference room, the third Hokage was so enthusiastic. He first stood up and bowed deeply to us, moving everyone present to tears. Then he began to discuss merits and rewards. Umbu ninjas brought in piles of ninja swords and ninja technique scrolls. Those ninja swords were top-notch items made from the fragments of the decapitation blades used by our Uzumaki clan, and they're now being sold at sky-high prices on the black market. My father was sitting below, his legs crossed high, looking very pleased. Rewards were handed out one by one. Ninja swords, jutsu, and money, and everyone who received rewards was beaming with joy. Finally, the main event arrived. The third Hokage smiled at Teacher Shuamao. "Shuamao, your contributions are so great that I don't even know what to reward you with. Just tell me what you want." Teacher Shuamao remained humble, repeatedly shaking his head and saying he would leave it to the Hokage's discretion. Then, the third Hokage clapped his hands, and an Umbu brought up a tray. The third Hokage personally stepped down from the stage, picked up a piece of clothing from the tray, and solemnly handed it to Teacher Shuamao. "This half-sleeve Hokage's ceremonial robe, I gift it to you. I hope you won't let me down." Oh my god, the whole place exploded. This is Naruto's outfit. This hint is no longer just a hint. It's a clear indication. Teacher Shumo was so excited that he couldn't even speak and solemnly accepted it. The ninjas below erupted in thunderous cheers. My old man was watching this scene in the corner. Although he was also clapping, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Because he knew, just like I did, that the higher you lift someone today, the harder they will fall in the future. After the event ended, I went home first. And not long after, my old man came back too. I was munching on sunflower seeds and asked him, "Dad, isn't Lord Hokage quite generous?" He shot me a glare and replied, "He's pretty generous to others, but as for your teacher, Humph gave you a huge honor and painted a big dream." I smiled and said, "It's okay. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. By the way, Dad, I want to tell you something." I leaned closer to him and said mysteriously, "I feel like I've recently awakened some extraordinary talent." "Huh?" He paused for a moment. I lower my voice. When I use spiritualism, I can feel the changes in space. I think I should be able to learn that technique. My father jumped up from the stool with a start, his eyes wide as copper bells. What did you say?" "Are you saying Flying Thunder God?" "That's right." I pushed him back down onto the stool. "It's exactly what you're thinking. It should be the influence of the dragon veins power." My father was pacing back and forth in the room, so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. Finally, he slapped his thigh and said, "All right, since you have this confidence, I'll put my old face on the line and go to the Shinjū clan to get this technique for you." He knew that there was no way to get the Flying Thunder God technique from the third Hokage's sealed book, so he directly set his sights on the Shinjū clan, where they surely had a backup of the second Hokage's technique. I asked him, "Dad, can we afford the price?" He smiled confidently and replied, Have you forgotten the prophetic information you told me about? We hold a trump card that can be exchanged one for one with them. Although I didn't know exactly which information he intended to use for the exchange, seeing his composed demeanor reassured me. Early the next morning, my dad took me, and we directly visited the Shinjū clan. Now Tsunade and Shinsuke are at the front lines, and Senju Kabuto is in the land of grass. So the clan is being led by their elder. As soon as we sat down, the silver-haired, youthful-looking elder of the Shinjū clan greeted us warmly. Leader of the Uzumaki clan, there have been so many good news about you in the ninja world lately. It's truly enviable. Let me tell you, my dad is quite the old fox. He immediately started climbing up the ladder, and the two of them were there flattering each other in business. It made my skin crawl. After chatting for a while, my dad finally gave that old master with 1,000 hands a look. Sure enough, the old man understood right away, personally got up, and closed all the doors and windows of the hall tightly. The way he did it was like he was about to do something shady. When he turned around, his expression was incredibly serious. All right, let's get straight to the point. No need to waste time. My dad is too lazy to act now. He shrugged his sleeves, stood up, and clapped his hands together, creating a soundproof barrier. This move has almost become his signature since I told him about something called Ju that can sneak out from the walls to eavesdrop. Now, whatever he does feels like he's working underground. As soon as the barrier was set up, my dad got straight to the point without any pleasantries. I'm here this time to request Lord Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Huh, I tell you. The elder's eyes were almost popping out, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit a tea egg. He had a look on his face that said, "Are you kidding me?" Shaking his head, he said, "Vortex Clan leader, that's the signature skill of the second Hokage. No matter how close we are, you can't just pull a fast one on me, can you?" My dad is well aware of the situation. He quickly took out a scroll from his pocket and laid it on the table. Of course, I know the value of the Flying Thunder God technique. How could I possibly want it for free? He handed the scroll forward and said, "I heard that Princess Tsunade has exceptional chakra control. I believe this top-tier sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan will be quite to her liking, right?" The elder took the scroll, and his eyes went wide. I glanced over and saw the 3 big characters on the cover. Een sealing. Damn, Dad really invested a lot this time. This thing is our Uzumaki clan's S-rank ninjutsu, capable of storing the excess chakra we usually have and unleashing it all at once in critical moments. It's basically a mobile chakra power bank. Back in the day, my grandma Uzumaki Mito relied on this technique to dominate the battlefield. The elder was holding the scroll, and his hand started trembling, as if he were caressing the face of his first love. The look in his eyes, TSK. He must be calculating that the Shinjū clan is currently in a weak position, relying on Tsunade to hold things together. Swapping a flying Raijin that no one can learn anyway for a Een sealing technique that can boost Tsunade's strength is a win-win. It's simply superconducting. All right, the old man is tough, making a decisive move. Since the Uzumaki clan leader is so sincere, I, representing the Shinjū clan, agree. After saying that, he slammed his hands on the ground, summoning technique. With a bang, a huge slug appeared in the center of the hall. The old man murmured a few words to the slug, which nodded and then disappeared with another bang. A few minutes later, the old man summoned again. And this time a slug, even bigger than before, like a calf, emerged. Then it heaved and spat out a scroll from its mouth. Wow, this retrieval method is quite primitive. My dad took the Flying Thunder God scroll and was probably overjoyed inside, while keeping a calm expression on his face. I was excited too. My path to becoming stronger was now broad and smooth. After the matter was settled, my dad didn't forget to add a little extra by inviting the elder to attend my engagement ceremony with Kushina in a few days. The elder readily agreed and suggested that we use our family summoning technique to send the Een sealing scroll to Tsunade on the front lines right away. My dad waved his hand and called for a dream taper courier on the spot, and within minutes, the scroll was dispatched to the front lines in the Land of Rain. After leaving the Shinjū clan, my dad handed me the Flying Thunder God scroll and leaned in to look at it for a while. Finally, he shook his head with a wry smile, saying he couldn't sense any spatial talent, and that this was something he couldn't learn. He patted my shoulder, telling me to practice hard and that I could ask him any time about any issues with curse seals or sealing techniques. I was still puzzled at the time, but then he slapped the back of my head. "You little brat, it's not that I can't do sealing techniques. It's just that my spatial talent is lacking. Go and train." I chuckled and slipped away with the scroll. However, I didn't rush to practice. I needed to thoroughly study the seals first. The urgent matter is to go see our little cabbage. I haven't seen her in half a year, and I miss her dearly. I ran to the entrance of the ninja school just in time for dismissal. I immediately spotted that iconic red hair and quickly waved my hand, shouting, "Kushina, Brother Minato." The little girl sprinted over and jumped into my arms. I affectionately patted her head, and before I had a chance to show any more affection, I felt a powerful presence approaching from the side. I turned my head, and to my surprise, a tall figure with white hair stepped out of the shadows, with an oil character written on his forehead. Jiraiya-senpai? I was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be on the front lines? Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed heartily. Do you recognize me? I just returned to the village with injured soldiers, and we'll have to head back to the front lines in a couple of days. You're quite impressive. Your aura is quite sharp. We were just exchanging pleasantries when Jiraiya suddenly brightened up and shouted toward the school gate. Konoha! Konoha! Look here! A blonde handsome guy ran out from the crowd and respectfully bowed to Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze. When I saw this situation, I couldn't help but smile. Isn't it time to stir up some trouble? I shouted directly, wait a minute. Minato-kun, I have something I want to talk to you about. Minato looked at me with a puzzled expression. I smiled and took out the invitation from my pocket, deliberately not giving it to him directly, but instead handing it to Kushina. That silly girl Kushina seemed quite happy, bouncing as she presented the invitation to Minato, saying, Minato-kun, in a couple of days. I'm getting engaged to brother Shinno. You must come. Let me tell you, that handsome face at Watergate turned pale in an instant, and the whole person seemed to freeze, as if hit by a paralysis spell, not knowing where to put his hands. Family, who understands? I just love watching these moments when the pure love war god gets broken down. I wrapped my arms around Kushina's waist and provocatively said, Minato-kun must be too excited. He will definitely come to bless us, right? Minato then snapped back to reality, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, stammering, yeah, congratulations. I'll definitely be there. Done. I pulled Kushina away, waved goodbye to them, leaving behind a visibly awkward Jiraiya and a dazed Minato. Switching scenes, let me tell you, there isn't a decent person among the upper echelons of Konoha. Just when we were sweetly sending out invitations. Over on the battlefield in the land of grass, that old schemer Danzo started his tricks again. In a military command tent, in front of everyone, he began assigning tasks. First, he sent the Shinjū clan leader, Shinjū Kabuto, to lead a raid on the supply point of the Rock Ninjas, and then had my uncle, Uzumaki Muto, take people to intercept the Jinchuriki of the Rock Ninjas. The whole plan sounded seamless and ambitious. However, Shinjū Kabuto immediately raised a question. Lord Danzo, this supply point is too close to the Rock Ninja camp. Isn't it too risky? Danzo walked over, placing his hands on his shoulders, and earnestly said, It's okay. I received top-secret intelligence that the Tsuchika Jinoki has returned to the village. There's no one in the camp now. This is our best chance for a counterattack. Upon hearing that the information came from Konoha's ace spy, the walking priestess, the jonin in the tent were all energized. But Shinjū Kabuto still wasn't reassured and insisted on seeing the intelligence for himself. Although Danzo was visibly displeased, he still showed it to him. After Kabuto confirmed there were no issues, he nodded in agreement. Once everyone went out to prepare, only Danzo and his confidant, oil woman Ryoma, remained in the tent. Danzo then revealed his sinister true colors, coldly asking, Is everything ready? Oil woman Ryoma nodded, but hesitated a bit. Lord, if the Shinjū clan leader doesn't come back, we want to have a good explanation. Explanation? Why do we need to explain? Danzo snorted, saying that in battle, blades have no eyes. If others die, why can't Shinjū Kabuto die? To achieve victory, sacrifices must be made. I'm telling you, this old guy is trying to set up the Shinjū and our Uzumaki clan to die. The intel he provided is just a trap. Meanwhile, Inoki, the Tsuchika confronting the Sand Shinobi, also received information from his spy. Konoha is planning to launch a surprise attack on his base in the Land of Grass. Good grief. Danzo is really playing the double agent game to the max. As soon as Inoki heard this, he immediately decided to stop playing with the Sand Shinobi and ordered, The situation is urgent. I will return to support the Land of Grass right now. He was completely confident. Over in the Land of Rivers, I'd already wiped out 5,000 Sand Shinobi. Their home base was nearly empty. The third Kazekage wants to fight me head-on? Just leave some people to guard the home, and that's it. The real headache, I'm telling you, is that Shimura Danzo from the Land of Grass. This old fox won't confront me directly. Instead, he is resorting to underhanded tactics to massacre our ordinary ninjas. My dust release is powerful, but I can't even see anyone. How am I supposed to play this? However, just thinking about that secret letter earlier made Inoki chuckle to himself. Senju Kokage? If the intel is true, Konoha is going to be in for a rough time this time. But just when Inoki was dreaming over there, I'm telling you, over here in Konoha, the sky is about to collapse. that is, Shinno, was happily preparing for my wedding with Kushina, the Uzumaki clan, along with my dad, when a piece of intel from the land of grass shattered all our plans. I heard the sound of the wind on the road, and people were stunned, rushing home as if they had gone mad. Dad, is it true? My father had an incredibly pained expression at that moment and nodded. That's right. The Shinjū clan leader has sacrificed himself. Not a single one of the 200 brothers who went out with him came back. Goodness. I snatched the intelligence report from the table, my eyes nearly drilling into it. This wasn't the generic battle report sent to the Hokage's office. It was an internal special edition sent back by our Uzumaki clan using exclusive summoning beasts, containing first-hand analysis from Elder Mingtang. After reading it, I fell silent. My mind was filled with the image of that Shinjū clan leader. Although our two clans had their own agendas in this collaboration, I have to say, he truly treated our distant relatives, the Uzumaki clan, with kindness. I had red eyes, and I looked up to my dad and asked, Dad, what do you think of Elder Ming Tang's analysis? I told you about the battle report written by Danzo. It uses a style akin to Spring and Autumn Annals. On the surface, it states that Danzo received intelligence from a top spy known as the Walking Miko, claiming that Inoki was not at home, which led to an organized counterattack. Shinshū led a team to burn the supplies of IWA Shinobi, achieving remarkable results. But what happened? They unfortunately ran into Inoki on his way home. Moreover, Kumo and his team happened to set fire in a narrow valley, a place so small that there was no room to hide, and they were wiped out by several dust techniques from Inoki. Over 200 people, all turned to dust and ash. On the other hand, Danzo himself led a strong assault on the IWA Shinobi main camp, achieving impressive results. But he couldn't flatten it in one go and was eventually driven back by the returning Inoki. In total, Konoha lost about 1,000 men, while IWA Shinobi fared worse, losing 2,000. So what was Danzo's propaganda line? A resounding victory. Who understands, family? Your deputy commander led 200 corps members and was completely wiped out. And you call this a great victory? Although Shinshū was just an elite jonin, in Danzo's propaganda, his death was merely a statistic. And Inoki on the other side was also boasting, claiming he had taken down a deputy commander of Konoha's army, who was also the clan leader of the Shinshū clan. This achievement, who in a ninja world wouldn't shout that such a kid is impressive? After all, the fear of being dominated by the first Hokage hasn't faded yet, and now IWA Shinobi can directly kill the Shinshū clan leader. The value of this accomplishment is simply off the charts. It was Danzo's doing. I gritted my teeth, and one finger directly pointed at the words Walking Miko. My dad looked confused. What's the problem? This spy has made so many contributions to Konoha in the past 2 years, and the intelligence has always been accurate. This is Danzo's person. What? My dad was shocked, but he quickly reacted. She appeared in your prophecy? I nodded heavily. At this point, my father couldn't sit still anymore, anxiously pacing back and forth. He had actually guessed it was Danzo's doing, but the problem was there was no evidence. The front lines were tens of thousands of miles away from the village, and even if there were evidence, that old man would have already destroyed it by now. The Shinjū clan was in danger. My father's face was ashen as he sat there, almost glued to the chair. Shinjū. He was our most important ally in the Uzumaki clan. This man was genuinely dedicated. He felt that the second Hokage's branch family policy was wrong and was determined to restore the glory of the Shinjū clan. Whether it was supporting us or going to the front lines as a deputy commander, it was all to boost the Shinjū's reputation, waiting for Naruto to grow up and take over. And what happened? Just in his prime, he was gone, and all plans reverted to zero overnight. Who calls the shots in the Shinjū now? I asked. It should be their elder. They have already contacted Tsunade through her summoning technique. She should be back soon. With Kumo dead, the strongest in the Shinjū clan now is Tsunade. She's also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, so the position of clan leader will definitely be hers for the next few years. What about Naruto? He's still on the front lines in the Land of Rain, unable to leave Orochimaru's side. Nonsense. What do you mean he can't leave? To put it bluntly, the Shinjū clan themselves think Naruto is too young and lacks the strength to carry this big banner. Sigh. Let's wait for Tsunade to come back. I could only sigh. The Shinjū and Uzumaki clans were deeply tied together, fighting against the upper echelons of Konoha. This was the unspoken understanding between my father, Kumo, and me. They were few in number and needed our manpower. We had just arrived and needed their reputation. Now it all depended on how Tsunade chose. After all, she was a direct disciple of the third Hokage, with years of master-disciple relationship on one side and distant relatives with whom she hadn't been in contact for 800 years on the other. Whose words would she trust? It was almost too obvious. At this moment, in the IWA ninja camp, Inoki was in high spirits, holding a victory celebration. Brothers, although we suffered some losses a couple of days ago, all the elite from Konoha are dead. Now is the best time to counterattack. Speak up. What are your thoughts? Inoki sat in the main seat, smiling like a blooming flower. He had recently gained a great reputation in the ninja world. Right after taking office, he had crippled one of Danzo's arms and forced Konoha out of the heart of the land of grass, which now could only shrink back to the borders. It was said that the Sand Ninja had suffered losses and were desperately trying to pick up the scraps. Although they hadn't caught anything and had a skirmish with the Wind Shadow, this attitude showed great responsibility, much stronger than that so-called strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hadn't lifted a finger since the war began. Not to mention, he had just killed the head of the Shinjū clan a couple of days ago. This news had spread everywhere. We annihilated thousands of enemies, winning every battle, moving like the wind, and holding the border. These lines made up by the IWA ninja to mock Danzo were almost becoming the annual meme in the ninja world. Lord Tsukuyomi, it's rude not to reciprocate. We should also launch a major counterattack. A guy named Ed stood up to request battle. My lord, no. Another person immediately opposed. This person was named Hikari, one of the top experts from Iwagakure, and he was smart. Inoki looked up at him. Hikari, what's your opinion? Tsukuyomi, Hikari said seriously. We seem to have the upper hand now. But the fundamental reason is that Konoha hasn't put forth their full strength. We only face one Shimura Danzo. That guy's power ranks at the bottom among the Konoha higher-ups. Whether it's Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto, or Hatake Kakashi, their strengths are far beyond his. Not to mention there are still strong figures like Akimichi Choji and the Uchiha clan leader. If we really provoke Konoha, how will we defend ourselves if they send a few strong ninjas? Dead couldn't listen anymore. Hikari-kun, aren't you boosting his morale while undermining our own? Don't forget, we have 2 Jinchuriki. Fool! Hikari directly retorted, just because we have Jinchuriki, does Konoha not have any? We have 2. Hikari snorted coldly. Too lazy to explain to this idiot. Inoki decisively made the final call. Dead, even if our village's 2 Jinchuriki team up, there's still no match for Konoha's 9 tails. Moreover, the 9 tails Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Mido. If we really push her with a few tail beast bombs, we would all have to go meet the first Tsukuyomi. Inoki understood very well. Hikari was right. The gap between IWA and Konoha was all-encompassing. In terms of the number of ninjas and elite-level experts, we were completely overwhelmed. Right now, in the Land of Earth, he was the only capable one. His 2 disciples, Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, were still too inexperienced. Compared to Konoha, they would lose all face. However, as the Tsukuyomi, he couldn't back down. He clapped his hands and got angry. Everyone stop arguing. I asked you to come up with solutions, not to hold a debate here. At this moment, a member of the Kamiyuki clan stood up. A guy named Wask grinned and directly took the command baton from Inoki's hands, walking to the map and slamming it down on the land of water. If we want to hit Konoha hard, we can't follow their rhythm. We are confronting Konoha in the land of grass, but in the neighboring land of water, neither side has entered. This is our opportunity. Inoki narrowed his eyes, signaling him to continue. Wask got even more excited. Our Kamizuyuki clan has secret intelligence. Ever since that Kakuzu defected, the higher-ups of Takegakure have been mostly wiped out. The remaining people have been fighting for power all these years. The village is practically in ruins. Not long ago, their Takekage just died, and the Jinchuriki is still a little brat. Now the village is embroiled in a struggle for leadership, and no one is managing the outside. At their peak, they claim to have 5,000 ninjas now, including the elderly and sick. Having 2,000 would be good enough. Lord Tsukuyomi, this is a heavenly opportunity. Everyone was shocked when this information came out. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. In the past decade, who had seen any ninjas from Takegakure outside? Although Inoki believed it about 80%, he still cautiously asked, where did this information come from? We don't even know where Takegakure is. Lord Tsukuyomi, you might not know, Wasp said proudly, Takegakure is hidden behind a great waterfall. Last year, there was a severe drought, and the water flow of the waterfall decreased, revealing the entrance, which just happened to be discovered by our clan's bees during a mission. Needless to say, if the bees could get in, the Kamizuyuki clan must have already scouted out their ancestral graves. As long as we send an elite squad to bypass the land of grass and directly penetrate the rear of Konoha from the land of water, we can stab them hard. They will be attacked from all sides, and if they get hurt, they will have to obediently negotiate with us. This was indeed a plan. Inoki made the decision on the spot. Since Takigakure was a weakling, why be polite? Such tactics of sending elite squads to sneak into the enemy's home have been common practice in the history of the ninja world. All right, I will personally command this surprise attack. Inoki stood up, scanning the room. Who is willing to be the vanguard? Before anyone could speak, Wasp from the Kamizuyuki stepped forward, taking on the responsibility. Let my Kamizuyuki clan take the lead. I provided the intelligence. If anything goes wrong and our retreat is cut off, we will be the first to die. Inoki's eyes flickered. He thought to himself that the Kamizuyuki clan had been restless lately. Just right. He would use them to test Konoha's depths. He calmly took back the command baton and began issuing orders. Kamizuyuki Wasp. Yes, you will lead the Kamizuyuki clan as the vanguard, infiltrating Konoha and creating large-scale chaos in the village to buy time for the follow-up forces. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Wasp's face turned red with excitement. The rise of his clan was happening today. Hikari, Eastdead, gather your forces and attack with me. Huangtu Chitu, you stay at the main camp. If Konoha attacks, retreat directly, don't fight hard. Yes. Meanwhile, most of the people in Konoha are still immersed in the joy of another great victory. Only the true high-ranking families know that with the death of Shinjū Hashirama, the power balance within Konoha has been disrupted, and a new storm is about to come. But no matter how turbulent it is outside, today is the day I am getting engaged to Kushina. At the entrance of the Uzumaki mansion, there's a steady stream of guests. My father is welcoming them with us, including the Oil Woman clan leader, the Hyuga clan leader, the Nara clan leader, and all the prominent figures of Konoha have come. Kushina is extremely nervous. Her little face is flushed. One hand is clutching the hem of her clothes, and the other hand is tightly gripping me. I patted her little hand with a mix of laughter and helplessness. Don't be nervous. Not many people are really here to see us. They're all here for socializing. Finally spotting a familiar face, I quickly greeted, Hey Jiraiya-sama, Minato-kun is here too, come on in. Congratulations. Jiraiya swiftly handed over a red envelope. Minato also smiled at Kushina and said, Congratulations, Kushina. Looking at Minato's bright smile, Kushina's face turned even redder as she softly said thank you. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance. The Hokage had arrived. My dad quickly went up to greet him, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries with forced smiles that looked more like grimaces. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was more twisted than a cry. Of course, given the situation with the Nine Tails, he must have cursed my dad 1,000 times in his heart, but he still had to maintain appearances. As the banquet began, my dad gave an impassioned speech on stage, while the various clans below took the opportunity to form alliances. Only the elder of the Shinjū clan sat alone in a corner, looking as if he had lost his soul. As soon as the ceremony ended, my dad proactively approached him. Elder, my condolences. Sighing, the elder took a sip of tea and quietly asked, regarding the death of Uchiha, do we have any intel from the Uzumaki clan leader? My father was silent for a long time, and finally just shook his head slowly. He didn't comment on my judgment because there was no evidence, saying it would only be seen as sowing discord. The elder looked like he had lost all strength. Slumped in his chair, his last glimmer of hope was extinguished. I don't know who the next clan leader of the Shinjū clan will be. My father asked directly. It should be the rope tree. The elder seemed to have made some decision, but he is still young. For major matters, let us listen to Tsunade for now. Regarding cooperation, after all, we are allies, so there should be no problem. But this old man, can't do it anymore from now on. You all can discuss with Tsunade and the younger generation. After saying this, he leaned on his cane and left without saying another word, looking desolate. Once he left, the banquet was almost over. When everyone had departed, I quickly pulled my father aside for a confidential talk. What is the Shinjū clan's attitude? My father shook his head. It's not looking optimistic. The elder is disheartened and wants to give up. Gujin wants to rebuild the family. But now people are dead and the lights are out. Sigh, it all depends on Tsunade's thoughts. She will be back soon. 3 days later, it was drizzling in Konoha, and a memorial ceremony was being held in front of the spirit monument. Sarutobi Hiruzen was giving a speech about his will of fire, and the crowd was crying. We also stepped forward to offer flowers, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. At that moment, my father walked up to Tsunade, my condolences. Tsunade had just returned from the front lines of the Rain Country, looking extremely haggard. The Shinjū clan had suffered heavy losses this time. 1/3 of the mainline ninjas were out of commission, which was a serious blow. Thank you. Tsunade's voice was hoarse, but she still managed to salute. Try to take it easy, my father said, taking out a bouquet and placing it in front of Gujin's monument. A couple of days ago, Kushina got engaged, and I couldn't make it. It was truly rude. I will definitely go apologize tomorrow, Tsunade suddenly said. Regardless of family ties or her new position as the spokesperson of the Shinjū clan, the two families needed to talk. My father nodded in agreement. The next morning, Tsunade came alone. Sister Tsunade. Kushina rushed out like a little cannonball and hugged her. When Tsunade saw Kushina, a smile finally appeared on her face. To be honest, she didn't have much affection for our Uzumaki clan. She was only a bit familiar with Kushina. We welcomed her into the hall and exchanged a few pleasantries. Tsunade is also a straightforward person. She can't stand beating around the bush, so she got straight to the point. Vortex clan leader, let's not beat around the bush. What are your thoughts on the current Konoha? My dad was taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting her to be so direct. After pondering for a while, he decided not to beat around the bush with her anymore. Konoha truly deserves to be called the strongest ninja village. He first affirmed this, then changed the subject. But I personally believe that the recent suppression of various ninja clans by the village has been excessive. I wonder what you think, Tsunade? I tell you, Tsunade's expression at that time was as if she had heard something incomprehensible. She shook her head directly. She had a look that said, "What are you talking about?" She said that everyone is a family in Konoha, that there's no distinction between each other, that everyone can take on the tasks given by the village, and that everyone can compete for positions. How fair is that? My dad was so angry that he laughed. Goodness, this girl has political awareness is at a kindergarten level. My dad nearly wanted to carve the equivalence of rights and obligations on her forehead. Our Uzumaki and the Uchiha Jonin. One can take on 2 or 3 of the opposing civilian Jonin. So why should they receive the same salary? Let the Uchiha act as city management every day, while our Uzumaki are only fit to draw seals. ISNT this oppression? To put it bluntly, the higher-ups want obedient dogs, not wolves that can bite. My dad saw that he couldn't communicate with her, so he simply changed the topic and asked her if she had any thoughts about rebuilding the Shinjū clan. Tsunade was straightforward and waved her hand, saying, "It's fine as it is, why rebuild? We're all Konoha ninjas, and that's good enough." Well, that conversation was completely dead. My dad, not giving up, brought up her brother, Nawaki, saying that the old man Koharu used to want to support Nawaki as Hokage, and asked her what she thought. This time, Tsunade got clever and started making jokes, saying Nawaki was still young and they would talk about it later. I realized that she didn't want to get involved with us oppositionists at all. She had her own little plans ticking away. With herself, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the direct descendants of the third Hokage, supporting her brother to rise to power was a sure thing, right? Why would you want to involve us? My dad understood that the alliance was not going to happen. Since we couldn't reach an agreement, we might as well switch tracks and create some interests to bind us together. He suddenly changed the subject and cheerfully asked Tsunade, "You've learned that sealing technique pretty well. Soon you'll be a shadow-level powerhouse. Are you interested in taking on a disciple?" Tsunade was taken aback, probably wondering what this was all about. My dad then dropped the bomb. "The disciple I'm introducing to you is a genius in medical ninjutsu. He's from the top bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, called blood healing. Just a few drops of blood can save a life." As soon as these words were spoken, Tsunade's eyes lit up. She was currently pondering how to replicate her grandfather's abnormal self-healing ability, and this was just the perfect research material. It was like a pillow being delivered just as she was feeling sleepy. Whether for the sake of our two clans, or out of desire for the future health of my future nephew, she had no reason to refuse. "All right, since the Uzumaki clan leader has spoken, I'll take this disciple," Tsunade exclaimed, slapping her thigh and agreeing generously. My dad is really decisive. He immediately summoned a spirit beast and quickly wrote a letter to send out, informing Tsunade that the girl is named Uzumaki Rin, who happens to be on the front lines, and told them to contact each other. I sat awkwardly beside him, my toes digging into the ground. And when my dad mentioned the name Rin, Kushina twisted me at the waist, and oh, the pain. My dad really didn't discuss this with me at all. Tsunade didn't notice our little antics, and was ready to leave after the discussion. Just as she was about to step out, my dad suddenly whispered in her ear, "Take good care of Shinsuke. Some people don't want to see a third Shinjū as Hokage." Tsunade froze, her face turned pale, and she left with a belly full of suspicion. The next few days were calm, and I was at home struggling with my great-grandfather's flying thunder god technique. This thing is really difficult. If you're not careful, half your body gets transported while the other half stays behind, and the scene is simply a champion of the 2025 Abstract Art Awards. Luckily, my external help is strong, with enough chakra and the dragon vein backing me up. Otherwise, just the mental impact from the shadow clone explosions will be enough to knock me out. It was like setting off firecrackers. Today, I blew up my head, tomorrow my leg. Although it's not comparable to Naruto's insane level of resilience, I'll eventually learn it with time. I was in the middle of training when my teammate, Bai Yun, kicked open my front door early in the morning and shouted, "Hurry up! Gather! Something big has happened." I was being dragged along by him as we ran wildly. He was panting and said that enemies had infiltrated the Death Forest, and the Hokage was furious. When I glanced at the Hokage building, I was taken aback. Everyone was dressed in high-collared trench coats and black sunglasses, as if they were about to participate in some underground rap battle. My heart sank. I understood the plot was beginning. It was the old rivals of the Oil Woman clan, those unfortunate guys who played with bees. Sure enough, the third Hokage stood on the stage, his face as dark as a pot bottom, announcing that the vanguard of the Rock Ninja, the Uchiha clan, had already infiltrated and ordered the Oil Woman clan to take the lead and attack immediately, ensuring complete annihilation. The leader of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Shirhong, accepted the order with a blank expression. Our team, as Shirhei's teammates, naturally had to follow. Hundreds of ninjas disappeared in a flash, and the third Hokage sighed, probably cursing Danzo 1,000 times in his heart. We didn't have time to waste. The main force marched briskly for more than 6 hours, heading straight into the depths of the Death Forest. As soon as we stopped, Shirhei came over to find me, saying that his father, the overall commander of this operation, Oil Woman Shirhong, was looking for me. I quickly dashed to the front of the team and found a group of tough characters gathered there. They're insect users, those with white eyes, dog trainers, us red-haired ones, and the girl from Yamanaka family with a ponytail. Basically, the scouting expert from Konoha were all present. Oil Woman Shirhong got straight to the point, saying that the enemy also used insects for reconnaissance, which made things complicated, and we needed to work together. Upon hearing this, I thought, isn't this my territory? I directly spoke up. Since the enemy is using wasps for reconnaissance, let's target the weaknesses of the swarm. Everyone looked at me, and I smiled, pulling out a large bag of white sugar from my ninja tool pouch like a magic trick. The entire place fell silent, and their expressions seemed to say, "Brother, you're a ninja, carrying white sugar with you. Is that polite?" I confidently said, "As a food enthusiast, what's wrong with carrying some seasonings with me?" Yuren Jihong's eyes lit up, and he praised me on the spot, saying that like father, like son, and thought of starting from the nature of bees. But he was troubled again, saying that this little bit of sugar is not enough. I'm getting more excited. Directly performing a summoning technique to bring people in, our Uzumaki clan's logistics is just that impressive. Half an hour later, a summoning beast appeared in a spectacular fashion, carrying dozens of large scrolls filled with white sugar. The people around were almost drooling. Family, who understands the joy of transporting top-tier strategic materials like sugar. We found a valley to ambush and mixed white sugar with water to put into a ceramic pot. Before long, someone from the Hinata family shouted, "They're coming." A large cloud of yellow bugs flew in from the horizon, drawn by the scent of the sugar water, and began to gather uncontrollably. "Go," commanded Oil Woman Chihiro. The dark swarm of parasitic bugs surged into the sky, and two clouds collided directly. The scene was like a torrential downpour of black and yellow, as bug corpses fell like rain. In the first wave of confrontation, we achieved a complete victory. Oil Woman Chihiro immediately ordered us to hold off the enemy. They wanted to feast on the spot, allowing the parasitic bugs to consume the wasp bodies and evolve with poison resistance. The group playing with the bees instantly went into a frenzy, realizing they had lost contact with their precious bugs. Their leader turned pale, knowing that if they delayed any longer, once the Oil Woman clan's bugs evolved with immunity to wasp venom, they would be completely finished. "Charge!" At the command, they rushed in desperately. They came rushing in, only to crash into the traps we had set. Countless explosive seals detonated, blowing a hole in their swarm of bees. Immediately afterward, the leaf ninjas on both sides of the valley simultaneously formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce wind howled, blowing all the remaining bees together. Then came the overwhelming fire release, great fireball technique. Let me tell you, when that fireball smashed over, the other side didn't even blink. Then there were several more fire release and wind release techniques, sizzling those little bees until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. But the people from a Mizukage clan acted like nothing happened, with expressions that practically said, "Is that all you got?" Good heavens, they didn't even bother playing around. A bunch of hornets the size of fists flew out from their sleeves. These things shot straight up into the sky, flying higher than drones. And our ninjutsu couldn't reach them at all. Then the most ridiculous part came. These giant hornets were like a Gatling gun, sweeping down at us with a barrage of stingers. Those things were laced with deadly poison and had barbs. Getting hit was like receiving a huge red envelope. One of my buddies got hit by 7 or 8 of them and went straight to see the sage of the Six Paths family, who understands. This was simply a physical cheat. My buddy Bayun was also stung, and when he gritted his teeth and pulled it out, it tore off a big chunk of flesh and blood. Just looking at it was painful. Just when we were about to break down, I suddenly heard the voice of the Oil Girl Clan's leader in my head, saying they were using telepathy to rally us, telling us to hold on for another 20 minutes while they were urgently developing a bee poison countermeasure in the background. The leader on the other side was still shouting, and our morale was about to collapse, with a bunch of people starting to retreat. Guess what happened? That kid Shinsuke charged in the opposite direction. Bayun and I were dumbfounded. He dashed against the flow of people. He opened his mouth and unleashed several fire dragons, roaring out like the return of the Dragon King. And the hornets fell from the sky like dumplings. The other side went crazy, shouting that they would wear him down. Shinsuke stood alone at the mountain pass, truly a single man blocking thousands. They mocked him, but then this kid unleashed a big move. Fire release. Great fire destruction. My goodness, the scene was a sea of flames. It set the entire forest ablaze. The air was burning. Even we who had run far away were stunned. That small figure looked colossal in the firelight, almost like he had activated Susanoo. The leader on the other side was about to pop his eyes out. Even more incredible, Shinsuke ran out of chakra, slapped his stomach, and ding, his phone was instantly fully charged, reviving him on the spot. Another great fire destruction right in their faces. After a few back and forths, the other side completely broke down, their mentality crumbled, and the leader could only cry out for a retreat. But it was too late. Behind us, a dark mass of bugs soared into the sky, and the main damage dealer of the Oil Girl clan finally went online. I'm telling you, as soon as the Oil Woman's bad bug made its appearance, the battle situation flipped in an instant. They had already analyzed the bee venom data thoroughly and had built-in resistance, chasing after the hornets on the opposite side and slaughtering them indiscriminately. The people from the upstream clan were truly anxious, even tried to self-destruct with yellow wasps, crashing them into our earthen wall, but it was utterly useless. They only blew a small hole before being blocked by even more bugs. The scene was utterly devastating. A poor guy got wrapped up in a black cocoon by the bugs, and you could hear him screaming inside, but in just a few seconds he went silent. Probably not even a bone fragment was left. Just as they were about to be wiped out, the opposing captain, named Hornet, who was also a tough character, directly activated forbidden techniques. He pulled out dozens of green bee queens and stabbed each one into the necks of his top shinobi. Goodness, those guys went into a frenzy as if they had taken stimulants, their muscles bulging, eyes turning green, and they drew their swords and charged mindlessly towards Shinobu. This was truly entering a berserk mode, preparing to trade one for one. That kid Shinobu was as clever as a monkey. He was going to confront them head on. As they charged over like they had opened the 8 gates, he used Earth Release to burrow underground, playing the Earth Dodging technique. Those frenzied guys were running around like headless flies on the ground, completely unable to find him. By the time they reached that mountain pass, Shinobu directly initiated Earth Release, Earthquake Core from underground. With a thud, a deep pit appeared out of nowhere, and those drug fools couldn't stop themselves, all falling in. The funniest part was their brains had already fried. They couldn't even stick their chakra to their feet to climb the walls, just jumping around aimlessly in the pit. At this moment, the Oil Woman's leader arrived, looking at the pit and then at Shinobu, who appeared unfazed. She was stunned, probably thinking about how to play this out, as if he was born in Rome. Then she waved her hand, and all the bugs poured directly into the pit, giving them a bug bath. When the bugs flew out again, there was only a pile of white bones left inside. Finally, Shinobu sealed the pit with another Earth Release, and that was that. This was truly a physical exorcism. Just as this battle wrapped up, news reached the Rock Ninja Village that Tsuchikage Anoki was instantly dumbfounded. He had originally intended for the Urimi clan to go, to harass them a bit, but they were completely wiped out in one wave. After analyzing it, he realized it was bad. They had come prepared, and his main forces were definitely exposed. Continuing the fight would probably end up with them being encircled. This old man was adaptable. He immediately ordered a full retreat, running faster than anyone else. News of this reached Konoha, and the Hokage building erupted in chaos. A group of hawks, especially the Uchiha clan leader, shouted to chase them down and annihilate the rock ninjas in the Land of Fire. But Shikamaru was more composed, saying that one should not chase after a desperate enemy. In the end, it was the third Hokage who made the final decision, siding with Shikamaru. After all, no one wanted to face Inoki's dust release head-on. That stuff could obliterate you on contact, and whoever faced it was done for. The Uchiha clan leader was so furious that he cursed, calling them worthless fools, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightheartedly smoothed things over. And when he saw everyone had discussed enough, he clapped his hands to quiet them down. All right, I've decided. For the sake of caution, I'll send a sniper unit to keep an eye on the rock ninjas. As long as they leave our land of fire, this matter will be settled. At that moment, I thought, wow, ISNT that just seeing them off home? But, the third Hokage was good with words. And soon he adopted a serious expression, saying that if Inoki dared to play tricks, everyone should follow him to fight. As soon as he said this, the morale that had just been deflated was instantly boosted again. However, when this order reached Danzo at the front lines, let me tell you, the scene was something else. Bang! Crash! That old man directly tore down his own tent. He had planned everything well, intending to block from the back while the village's main forces flanked from the front, to trap Inoki and his nearly 10,000 rock ninjas. If this succeeded, wouldn't his position as fourth Hokage be secure? But what happened? The third Hokage called him and said, forget it, let them go. Family, who understands this feeling? It was like you were about to start a game, and the previous players suddenly flipped the table and said they weren't playing anymore. Danzo exploded on the spot, pointing in the direction of Konoha and cursing. Hiruzen, you coward. Tobirama-sensei must be blind. Why was he so angry? This mess was originally caused by him. The rock ninjas were almost at Konoha's doorstep, and as the frontline commander, he couldn't escape the blame. Now, the only way out was to achieve merit through extraordinary victory. If he let the rock ninjas go back so sheepishly, he would definitely lose his position as commander and would have to return to the village as a powerless elder. At which point, even that brat Fu will be able to step on him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he steeled his heart and said, damn it, let us do this. Taking a rebellious stance, he directly acted as if he hadn't received the order and prepared to go solo militarily. Ryoma. He grabbed the collar of oil woman Ryoma and shouted, control that messenger ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Don't let him talk nonsense. Then he started to hype up his trusted subordinates, saying that reinforcements from the village would arrive soon and they should prepare for battle. On the other side, Inoki really believed that Konoha had backed down and swaggered back without even sending out scouts. Goodness, wasn't he this just walking right into Danzo's ambush? Danzo led his army, lying in wait in a valley, watching the rock ninjas below, swarming like ants moving their homes. His eyes reddening with excitement, as if he had just won 5 million. He stood on a mountaintop and waved his hand. All troops charge. I tell you, at that moment, the mountains were ablaze with fire techniques raining down like a torrential downpour, with fireballs and flames falling as if they were free. The rock ninja was completely stunned, hurriedly erecting earthen walls, but they couldn't hold up at all. Right after that, Konoha followed up with a wave of wind techniques, which fanned the flames, and those earthen walls were burned through in an instant as if they were made of paper. It was a massacre. The cries of the rock ninja could be heard, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of roasted meat. In that wave of surprise attack, the rock ninja lost over 1,000 men. Inoki was furious, flying into the sky with a roar. Danzo, you scoundrel, I want you dead. After saying that, he raised his hand and unleashed the dust release, original world disintegration technique. A blinding white light swept across, vaporizing Konoha ninjas in a straight line, along with their equipment, leaving not a single trace behind. Danzo was not to be outdone, quickly countering with wind release, vacuum great sphere. The two were now in a standoff. Too lazy to duel, just competing on who could clear the minions faster. Seeing things couldn't go on like this, Inoki knew he had to end it quickly. So he unleashed a big move. A signal flare shot into the sky, and all his ninjas lay down. Immediately after, a white beam swept across the entire battlefield. I tell you, that scene was like a natural disaster. When the smoke dissipated, Konoha lost over 2,000 men. Danzo's eyes turned red, like a crazed gambler, shouting for the remaining men to continue charging. The ninjas from both sides instantly mixed together, engaging in close combat, making it difficult for Inoki to use dust release again. But did you think that was the end? Seeing he couldn't use dust release, Inoki switched tactics. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a rock puppet over 10 meters tall stood up with a bang. Its massive fists were like millstones, and one punch would turn a person into a pile of mush. It was like a wolf among sheep. Konoha quickly had the Nara clan step up, hoping to use shadow control on it. However, Inoki had applied a heavy rock technique to the stone man, and that giant leaped up on the spot. agile as a monkey, making it impossible for Nara's shadows to reach it. Just as the front line was about to collapse, an uncle from the Akimichi clan stepped up. He had already lost an arm and knew he was done for. Without a second thought, he took a forbidden drug, burned fat, and used chakra to form a new arm, entering the legendary butterfly transformation mode. He transformed into a giant even larger than the Stone Man, and with a body slam, he dismantled the Stone Man into pieces in no time. Then, he just collapsed, leaving not a word behind. This left everyone in stunned silence. But it also ignited their anger. The problem was, no matter how angry they were, they just couldn't win. Inoki watched from the sky like he was watching a show, and once his chakra recovered a bit, he unleashed another dust release, summoning an even larger Stone Man. He had learned well, deliberately letting the Nara clan control the Stone Man, then countering with a dust release to instantly wipe out the immobilized Nara ninjas. Family, who understands this kind of dual suppression of intelligence and strength? It was utterly hopeless. Konoha's casualties were nearing 4,000. Morale was completely shattered, and many were ready to retreat. Just as Inoki was preparing to unleash another dust release to end the battle once and for all, a white light suddenly shot over from afar, forcing him to dodge in a panic. Who? He focused his gaze and saw a red-haired boy waving at him from a distance. Inoki's expression changed. He knew who this person was. The stray dog of the land of whirlpools? He said ominously. Exine didn't pay him any mind, directly retorting, "Old man, less chatter. Let us see who is stronger." Inoki laughed in anger and raised his hand for another dust release. But Exine was even faster, shooting a thicker beam directly over. And the two techniques collided in midair, almost lighting up the sky. Inoki's heart sank. He knew Exine reputation. This kid had chakra like a demon, able to use such big moves as if they were basic attacks. His side was almost out of chakra, and continuing to fight would surely lead to defeat. He didn't linger, immediately reinforcing the rock puppet with a heavy rock technique to withstand Konoha's assault, while he led the remnants of his forces to retreat without looking back. When I arrived with Jihong and the others, we happened to see this scene. We didn't even think about chasing. Saving people was already good enough, and whoever wants to clean up for Danzo can go ahead. Without Yuki, that Stone Man was quickly taken down by the remaining Akimichi clan. After this battle, I took stock, and everyone was in shock. The Rock Ninjas lost over 2,000, while we lost more than 4,000. Danzo's solo move directly sent a tenth of Konoha's resources away. I immediately used a summoning technique to send back the battle report to the village, and I guess that the third Hokage's blood pressure must have skyrocketed. Then, taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, I quickly found the Uzumaki ninja who had been locked up by Danzo. After all, our summoning techniques were out of sync, so I guess something must have happened to him. Sure enough, just as I helped him up, an ominous figure with a BGM effect appeared. Danzo. Goodness. As soon as this old guy saw me saving his privately imprisoned clansman, his face turned green, and he started yelling at me in a fierce yet cowardly manner. "Who let you in here?" I was so angry that I laughed and retorted back. "I also want to ask you, Elder Danzo, why are you unjustly detaining members of the Uzumaki clan?" Guess what he said? He didn't even blink and replied, "Humph. Your clansmen are under the enemy's Jinjutsu. I'm just interrogating him." I applauded at that moment. Really, I even thought about giving him an award. Goodness. The way he shifted the blame was truly a textbook case for workplace scapegoating in 2025, maintaining a calm demeanor all the while. I directly mocked him. As expected of the Dark of Shinobi, this black pot is something our Vortex clan can't bear. I won't argue with you. Whether my clansmen fell for your illusion will be clear once we let someone from the Mountain Clan check it out. You should really think about how you plan to explain the compensation for those over 4,000 lives to the village. After saying that, I turned around with my clansmen and left, too lazy to even acknowledge him. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, the third Hokage received my battle report and was completely stunned. He knew I was definitely telling the truth, but there was no news from Danzo's side, as if they had all died. The old man was so anxious that he was pacing back and forth in his office, and in the end, he had no choice but to secretly seek out Tsunade to discuss it. He didn't dare bring this up at the high-ranking ninja meeting, after all. It was his good friend's mess, and such a big one at that. Tsunade analyzed the situation and said there were only two possibilities. Either my intelligence was wrong, or Danzo was being duplicitous. She claimed the former was more likely, but she knew full well that it was definitely Danzo causing trouble again. Now the third Hokage was even more conflicted. If he sent help, it might be a trap set by the Rock Ninjas. If the main force was ambushed or the homeland was raided, Konoha would be done for. If he didn't send help, then over 4,000 lives would be lost for nothing, and no one could bear that responsibility. In the end, what happened? He chickened out. A typical move for the third Hokage. He decided to first send scouts to probe the way while keeping the main force still. Who understands this? Clearly, there was a chance for a great victory, but he was let down by his own people. The third Hokage was so angry that he smashed the table with a slap, cursing about how power harms people. Yet he still couldn't make up his mind to send help. He dispatched the most capable ninja in Konoha at the time, Kakashi's father, Uchiha Hatake, giving him the highest authority to lead the reconnaissance. If it was confirmed to be Danzo's fault, he could take command of the military directly. Unfortunately, by the time the White Fang and his team arrived, it was already too late. Our battle with the Rock Ninjas had concluded, resulting in a disastrous defeat for Konoha, with over 4,000 dead and only 2,000 from the Rock Ninjas. Danzo, that old fool, was still shamelessly trying to cling to his position as commander, retreating with the remnants of his forces, probably hoping to profit from the handover. A few days later, on our way back, we encountered the reconnaissance team led by the White Fang. The clansmen I had rescued were so aggrieved, crying and sniffling as they revealed all of Danzo's dubious actions. Upon hearing this, the White Fang's face turned green with anger, and several ninjas nearby were ready to call for justice against the traitor. By the time I returned to Konoha, the news had already spread. Danzo was dismissed. But it was merely a dismissal. The public announcement cited command errors, without a word about his duplicity. Those two old men were at it again, performing a double act, one playing the bad cop and the other the good cop. I knew there was no way to pursue this matter further. Without witnesses or evidence, confronting them would only be embarrassing for me. The next day, the third Hokage summoned me to the Hokage building. When I entered, I found my two teammates, Shiho Aburame and Kurinai Yuhi, already there. The old man smiled like a Mithra Buddha, stood up, and applauded for us. You are the future of Konoha, and you performed excellently. I hereby grant you the rank of Chunin. I chuckled to myself. Is someone just trying to sweet-talk me? After the war in the land of rivers, I should have been promoted, but they were suppressing it. Now that I've driven off all 3 generations of Tsuchikage, my achievements are truly exaggerated. I can no longer hide behind the title of a mere Chunin. Only then did they reluctantly promote us. He even pretended to pat my shoulder, saying something about striving to become a Jonin next year, while subtly asking if there was a misunderstanding between me and Danzo. I replied with a forced smile, no misunderstanding. It's only natural for a commander to suspect his subordinates. This matter was settled. Then, I proudly became unemployed. For several months, our small team received no missions at all. The third Hokage, under the pretext of protecting me, said I was being targeted by all the major ninja villages and needed to be kept under wraps. Isn't that just suppression? Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was New Year's. I was at home celebrating with Kushina, and this little firecracker said she wanted to team up with me after graduation next year. I ruffled her red hair and told her to dream on. Her team leader had long been decided, Kushina's nemesis, Uzumaki Kanomaru. The little girl exploded in anger, kicked me hard, and stormed off. After sending Kushina off, I immediately locked the door and began my secret program, power leveling. Over the past year, I had been the Jinchuriki of the Dragon Vein, defeated the second Kazekage, and forced back the third Tsuchikage. My fate points had accumulated to over 21,000. Let me tell you, I was out of breath just thinking about it. Although I had self-taught the Flying Thunder God technique, my neural reaction speed couldn't keep up, and I couldn't use it in real combat. So, the first step was to unlock the Lightning attribute and max it out. I spent 3,000 points, directly leveling it to the Shadow level, aiming for my teacher, Hatake Sakumo's Lightning Release Chakra mode, for free. But that was just the appetizer. The real main dish was what that man dreamed of, would release. This thing in Konoha was not just about strength, but also political capital. Without hesitation, I spent 3,000 points to unlock the water attribute and max it out. Then, I unlocked would release. The system notified me that my earth attribute was insufficient. Fine, let us boost it to 2,000 points. Unlocking would release. 10,000 fate points instantly vanished. I felt the power within me, clapped my hands on the ground, and a 2-meter-tall sapling sprouted in the courtyard. But it still felt a bit lacking. I realized that water and earth were just the basics. The key was yang release. No hesitation, let us add it. Water, earth, and yang, each boosted by 4,000 points. Additionally, I leveled my sage body to intermediate. After this series of operations, over 18,000 fate points evaporated in an instant. I reached out my hand again and injected chakra into that small sapling. Let me tell you, it was something else. The sapling grew like it was on hormones, transforming into a 5 or 6 meter tall tree in just a few seconds. I felt the ceaseless power within me, and I knew that as long as those few hanging back didn't take action, there were not many people in the entire ninja world who could stop me. Another 6 months passed, and I was frantically using shadow clones to push my limits, developing all kinds of techniques like with clones and with pillars. I thought I would have to endure this hidden life for a long time, but the turning point came so suddenly. That day, while I was practicing at home, oil woman Shura kicked open my door, her face pale. Shinno, hurry. Enemies are attacking the village. I was stunned at the time. This script is not right. The Sand Ninja have formed an alliance. The Rock Ninja are being held down and beaten by the Great White Fang. And the Cloud Ninja and Mist Ninja are in a standoff. Who are they? Who can break into Konoha? The two of us rushed up to the city wall in a hurry, where it was already crowded with people. Uzumaki told me that a group of flying ninjas had breached the defense of the Death Forest and were about to charge into the village. My head buzzed. Flying ninjas? Sky ninjas. So it turns out this bunch of unfortunate guys has arrived. As soon as I finished speaking, the third Hokage and that old guy Danzo appeared on the city wall, starting to methodically set up the battle lines. Let me tell you, these sky ninjas don't play any tactical maneuvers. They're all about simple and brutal. A massive dark cloud, like poking a hornet's nest, came flying straight towards Konoha. The two leading guys were still popping champagne. One, called Shinno, shouted to his boss, "Boss, up ahead is Konoha. After this job, our Sky Ninja Village will be famous in the ninja world, making our debut right here." His boss, named Nongue, laughed maniacally, saying, "I originally wanted to take on the 5 great nations one by one. I didn't expect the Rock Ninjas to deliver money right to our door, hiring us to take down Konoha. How can this be bad luck?" Good heavens, I was almost laughing in anger on the city wall. Where did this bunch of idiots get their confidence? Just because they build a few flying scrap metals? Do they really think they are piloting Gundams? The Rock Ninja Inoki is also a sly old fox. After being beaten back by Shikamaru on the front lines, he came up with such a sneaky plan, spending money to hire cannon fodder to wear us down. Just as I was thinking, those Sky Ninjas had already flown overhead, with a command from the third Hokage. Free attack. I tell you, the scene instantly turned into a colorful display of ninjutsu being thrown into the sky like it was free. Fireballs, lightning balls, water arrows, wind blades. It was like setting off fireworks for the new year, completely covering half the sky. And what was the result? Who understands, folks? We spent ages preparing our big moves. And on the other side, that Nongue shouted, "Take off." Swish, swish, swish. Those guys pulled the control stick, and the flying machines traced a beautiful arc, soaring hundreds of meters high in seconds. Our previous wave of saturation attacks ended up being useless. Now Konoha was completely embarrassed. After nearly 40 years since the ninja village was established for the first time, we were directly attacked at the gates. I could already imagine how the people from the other 4 great villages would laugh at us behind our backs. The third Hokage was furious. His face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he unleashed a wide-area jutsu. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Damn, that sea of flames descended like a canopy. I was stunned. This old man was really fierce in his youth, with an unfathomable amount of chakra. With a boost from wind release, the fire raged even more, instantly burning down a dozen unfortunate souls. Konoha erupted in cheers as if we had won. But the third Hokage knew very well that this was useless. Sure enough, the remaining Sky Ninjas had learned their lesson, flying even higher, directly bypassing the city wall defenses, crashing into the village, and starting to throw explosive tags everywhere. It was our turn. I exchanged glances with Aburame Shihoko, and we understood instantly. He unleashed his secret technique. Insect secret technique. Insect C, countless insects soared into the sky, not chasing them, but spreading an invisible giant net above Konoha. These Sky Ninjas weren't fools. They couldn't form hand seals while piloting their flying machines, so they could only throw kunai and explosive tags, which meant they had to lower their altitude. As long as they dared to come down, they would be waiting to have their engines clogged by insects. I lost control. I couldn't fly anymore, accompanied by screams. Dozens of Sky Ninjas fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing down in a disheveled state, and then our ground forces swarmed in, quickly dispatching them. Now it was time for our Uzumaki clan to step up. I gathered about 100 people from my clan and unleashed the secret technique, long-range cannon, to wash their faces. Our move was different from the insects. This was a real long-range precision strike. No matter how high you fly, the hit rate might be lower, but one hit would send you into free fall. Once again, dozens of sky ninjas were shot down from high above, not even having time to scream before they splattered like meat patties. Seeing the situation turn against him, Nongue realized something was wrong. How could Konoha have anti-air cannons? This wasn't team mentioned in the intelligence from the rock ninjas. He was also a decisive person, pulling out a whistle from his pocket and blowing it desperately. The sky ninjas in the air heard the signal, turned around without hesitation, and fled faster than rabbits. Konoha erupted in thunderous cheers again, celebrating our victory. But the third Hokage, Danzo, and I couldn't even smile. What kind of victory was this? They could come and go as they pleased. We couldn't stop them at all. As expected, in the following 2 months, life in Konoha became unbearable. These sky ninjas buzzed around like flies, harassing us every day, avoiding direct confrontation and targeting our logistics units, weak points for explosions. Today, they blew up a supply team. Tomorrow, they burned down a camp, making the ninjas on all fronts nearly go crazy. What's worse, other ninja villages saw this tactic was effective, and the Cloud and Mist ninjas even started secretly funding the Sky ninjas just to annoy us Konoha. Konoha became the biggest electronic pet in 2025, with everyone stepping on us, and our prestige was plummeting. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage was so angry he started smashing cups. At that moment, Danzo, that old schemer, brought in intelligence, saying that Shikamaru had tracked down that these sky ninjas had an aerial fortress, and they didn't even need to land. After fighting, they could just fly back to rest. Now the third Hokage was completely out of ideas, slumped in his chair, sighing. That old fox Danzo spoke up. His plan was basically to send our Uzumaki clan and Aburame clan to be cannon fodder, forming a task force to chase the sky ninjas everywhere, risking our lives. This old bastard was calculating like crazy. First, it would solve the sky ninja problem, and second, it would also conveniently deplete our 2 clans' population, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After hesitating for a long time, the third Hokage was ultimately swayed by Danzo's relentless persuasion for the village and agreed to this ridiculous plan. The next day, all the heads of the major clans in Konoha were called to the Hokage building for a meeting. This time, I personally came from the Uzumaki clan. At the meeting, the third Hokage first pretended to care and asked if anyone had good ideas. The Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fujin, volunteered, but was immediately rejected by the third Hokage, with the excuse of fearing that the village's internal defenses would be too weak, but in reality, he was afraid they would take the opportunity to grow stronger. Everyone's gaze eventually landed on me and Aburame Shihoko. All right, it's time to lay it all out. I stood up slowly, flicked my sleeves. You want us to risk our lives? Sure, but our clan's strength is low, and we hardly have any jonin. It's really difficult to take on a big responsibility. As soon as I said this, the old fox from the 3 generations immediately understood, chuckling and asking the Umbu to hand me a scroll, which contained a list of promotion candidates for our Uzumaki clan members. The sincerity was quite evident. I finished reading the list and nodded. All right, but I have 2 more requests. Danzo's face was dark enough to almost drip ink, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Speak. First, for this operation, I want our Uzumaki clan and the Oil Girl clan to form an independent special task force. And I will have the final say." Just as Danzo was about to object, the third Hokage waved his hand and said, "Fine." Second, I paused, looked around, and waited until everyone's gaze was focused on me before slowly speaking. I have recently made some progress in my training, and I hope the village can provide some large-scale would-release jutsu scrolls for me to reference, so that I can better protect the village. I tell you, as soon as I finished speaking, the entire conference room felt like it had been hit by a bomb. Everyone jumped up at once, including the third Hokage and Danzo on the podium. The old man, the third Hokage, was so shaken that his fingers started to tremble, pointing at me, struggling to speak. You mean? Just as you think. Danzo, overwhelmed with excitement, knocked over his chair as he stood up. But he didn't care at all, staring at me intensely, shouting, "Really? I don't believe it. Unless you show us right now." I looked at his shocked and doubtful face, let out a light laugh, and without even bothering to form a seal, I simply slapped the ground with my left hand. In an instant, a tender green sapling burst forth from the earth. Watching the sapling grow in the wind, Shimura Danzo was completely dumbfounded, sitting back down on the ground with a look of despair on his face. It was the third Hokage who reacted first. He was so excited he ran straight off the stage, walked up to me, and reached out his hand, trembling as he caressed the little sapling, as if he were examining some extraordinary treasure. After touching it for a full minute, the old man finally withdrew his hand, his expression incredibly complex. and he started praising me vigorously. Great. Amazing. Our wood release in Konoha is making a comeback. I tell you, as soon as he said that, the place erupted. Those ninjas didn't care about politeness anymore. They rushed over like it was a market, all lining up to touch my little sapling, as if it were some precious artifact that could grant immortality with just a touch. Goodness, that little sapling was almost polished by their hands. Uchiha Fujin squeezed in two, his Sharingan spinning like a whirlwind, staring intently at my little tree, muttering to himself. Yes, this is the feeling, with his stamp of approval. The atmosphere in the room reached a peak. The third Hokage saw that the timing was right, cleared his throat, and directly asked me, "So, what would release jutsu do you want?" Everyone was waiting for this line. I immediately made a big demand, listing them off like a menu. Wood release, birth of a domain, flowering tree domain, wood dragon jutsu, wooden man jutsu. I want them all. Hey, the third's expression at that moment was like he had been constipated for a week. His face turned green. He wanted to refuse, but with so many people watching, if he dared to say no, those clan leaders would probably drag him down from the Hokage seat right then and there. He could only grit his teeth and put on a serious expression. Ahem, jutsu should focus on quality, not quantity. You're still young. You need to progress step by step. How about this? I'll first teach you the birth of the domain and the wooden man jutsu, and we'll talk about the rest once you've mastered them. Goodness. I understood right away that this old man was really cunning. Out of the 4 jutsu, he specifically withheld the wood dragon jutsu. Why? Because that thing could really fly. He didn't want me to easily take down the empty ninja, still hoping to use the empty ninja as cannon fodder to continue wearing down our Uzumaki clan. I was clear about his intentions, but I still put on an obedient face. What Lord Hokage says is right. I was too anxious. Anyway, getting 2 is already beyond my expectations. It's best to know when to stop. In the end, the third even emphasized that my awakening of wood release was classified as an S-rank secret in Konoha, and no one was allowed to speak about it. The crowd cheered loudly, but when I glanced over, I saw that old man Danzo, his eyes darting around, a sinister smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. I knew right away that he was about to ramp up his schemes again. As expected, after the meeting ended, the third delivered those 2 scrolls quite quickly. When I looked at them, wow, the chakra amount of the first Hokage was truly absurd. With my current chakra, just using the birth of the domain would drain me completely, and I'd probably only be able to create a toe with the wooden man jutsu. While I was pondering this, the clan leaders of the Noera and Arima families came to visit. Let me tell you, once the sign of wood release was out, the effect was immediate. Families that had nothing to do with us before were now rushing to cling to us, and my doorstep was almost flattened. After sending them off, my former teacher, Uzumaki Kaze, burst in, immediately scolding me for leaking the wood release matter, saying I was putting myself on the grill. I smiled and didn't argue with him. Without saying a word, I took out a specially made kunai from my tool pouch and threw it into the sky. The next second, a flying thunder god appeared right in front of his face and caught the kunai steadily. Teacher Xiaofeng was dumbfounded on the spot, pointing at me and struggling to speak. Flying thunder god? Hee, teacher, the pattern has opened up. I patted his shoulder. It's not that we're afraid of others causing trouble, but rather that others need to weigh whether they dare to come and find trouble with us. Only then did teacher Xiaofeng realize, yes, with wood release and flying thunder god, though the ninja world is vast, where can't we go? I laid my cards on the table. I want to be high profile, to tell everyone that our Uzumaki clan is now a potential stock in Konoha, a blue chip stock. The Shinjū are unreliable. Those who want to invest should hurry up and get on board. Forming a team was only natural. The third Hokage also gave a green light. I could have whoever I wanted. Soon, a special operations unit, centered around our Uzumaki and Oil Girl clans, was formed with a total of 800 people. I, at 13 years old, became the captain of an 800-man ninja army, showcasing youthful talent. In the team, I also met my old teammates, Uzumaki Fu and Uzumaki Ling. Ling has now become a disciple of Tsunade and learned a powerful fist technique, quite impressive. Of course, where there is joy, there is sorrow. The scene shifted to Konoha's dampest sewer, the base of Danzo's route. This old man was listening to his subordinate oil girl Lama's report, so furious that he was about to strike sparks by banging his fingers on the table. He told Lama not to rush to leak the news about my wood release until we dealt with the empty ninjas. I'm telling you, this old dang's calculations are clattering loudly, and his intentions are very clear. He wants your Vortex clan to act as disposable tools first, to chew through this tough nut. Konoha, once you're done with that, I'll swoop in and give you a big blow, leaking the information and letting the entire ninja world come after you. It's all about maximizing waste utilization and conveniently using others to do the dirty work. It's simply outrageous. We had no idea about this. 800 people went out day and night, and within a few days, we arrived at the battlefield of the Land of Grass, where we met my former teacher, Hatake Tsukuyomi. When Tsukuyomi saw the three of us, me, Shurhei, and Baiyun Zaojin, he felt quite guilty and said he hadn't taught us anything. He directly took out 3 long knives made of chakra metal from scroll, saying they were reforged from the dull ninja swords previously confiscated from the enemy. One for each of us, as a greeting gift. I chuckled while holding a knife and said, "Teacher, if you have a second child, Kakashi will be left out, right?" Teacher Shuan Mao laughed and scolded me while kicking me, and the atmosphere was really harmonious. Back to business, he shared the latest intelligence on the Sky Ninja. The most troublesome thing was that thing, a flying fortress in the sky, just like an aircraft carrier. Bai Yin turned pale when he heard this. With that thing in the sky, as a close combat ninja, he would just be standing there as a target. I wasn't worried at all. I directly handed my exclusive Flying Thunder God Kanai to Shurhei. "Your bugs can carry this thing up there, right?" Shurhei's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood my meaning. The plan was set. In the following days, we remained on standby, while the entire Konoha defense line was tormented by the Sky Ninjas. Those Sky Ninjas were really getting carried away, flying around like they owned the place, completely arrogant. I watched from a distance as Uchiha Fugaku was single-handedly activating his Sharingan, throwing kunai with precision as if he had a lock-on feature, making him look like a war god descending from the heavens. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. With such talent, how could the higher-ups let him guard the home? They must have had their brains fried. After a few more days, the main force of the Sky Ninjas finally arrived, a dark mass that looked like a swarm of locusts crossing the land. I looked at the dense cluster of black dots on the horizon, and a grin spread across my face. The moment had come. I abruptly waved my hand at the Vortex tribe members behind me, issuing the only command, "Release." I tell you, that scene was like a meteor shower washing our faces. Our 300 Whirlpool clan members each summoned 6 or 7 shadow clones, and over 2,000 long-range cannons fired simultaneously, illuminating half the sky with blinding light. In just that one wave, in an instant, we took down over 400 of the 1,000-plus enemies on the opposite side. The entire Konoha camp erupted in cheers. Countless ninjas emerged from tents and burrowed up from underground. Even if the ninjas who fell from the sky didn't die on the spot, under such massive pressure, they couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds. Shinno, still shaken, turned in the sky and saw 400 fewer ninjas around him. His heart was bleeding. Shameless Konoha actually ambushed us. Nongue cursed without restraint, completely forgetting that it was he who initiated the war, and just a few days ago, he had looked down on Konoha and mocked them. "Boss, let us charge again, for the brothers' revenge." "Yes, boss, we need to kill them all. Follow me, blood for blood." Nongue was annoyed by the noise. "Stop shouting. We need to retreat first." After such a heavy blow, even though Nongue was the leader of the empty ninja village, he couldn't suppress the thoughts of revenge from the ninjas below. "Boss, are we just going to run away after losing so many men?" Someone stood up and questioned. "A bunch of fools. All the ninjas capable of anti-air are here in Konoha. Why should we clash head-on with the enemy?" Nongue scolded without courtesy. Chapter 130, Tracking. Nongue's eyes were red as he took a deep breath to calm himself. "I know you are all angry. Am I not angry? We should avenge our brothers. But definitely not by clashing head-on." Nongue took out a map from his pocket and pointed to a certain location. "Right now, all their anti-air capabilities are concentrated in the Grass Country Core. We need to retreat immediately and attack them elsewhere. Can their 2 legs keep up with our flying ninja tools?" All the ninjas below thought the same. Konoha had not set up anti-air firepower in various battle lines for a long time for this ambush. Although they suffered heavy losses now, they were not completely wiped out. As long as we understand Konoha's tactics, we can immediately attack Konoha's Rain Ninja Village Core. How can these Whirlpool Clan and Oil Girl Clan ninjas, who rely on their 2 legs, keep up with our pace? "I understand, sir." Shinno was the first to stand up, bowing deeply and gritting his teeth as he said, "This time we must make Konoha pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood." The other ninjas immediately became excited, raising their right hands and waving them while shouting loudly. Seeing this scene, Nongue nodded in satisfaction. Although we lost over 400 ninjas in one go, even for anti-air ninjas, it was a significant loss. But it doesn't matter as long as morale can be used. Avoiding Konoha's long-range firepower ambush core. In this vast world, where can't we go? We must make them pay the price they deserve. blood for blood. Let us go. We'll return to the aerial fortress for supplies first, then set off immediately. Nongue gestured for everyone to stop and turned to instruct. Yes, boss. The scene shifts to the Konoha Grass Country Corps. Although the lower-ranking ninjas were cheering for the Special Operations Team's achievements, Kikuki, Tsukuyomi, and Shinno were unable to pay attention to these trivial matters. This will be left to you, Jihiro. Be sure not to give the Rock Ninja any opportunity. Do a good job of defense. I'll be back soon. Kikuki Tsukuyomi was already prepared, his whole body glowing blue, and the lightning release chakra mode was activated. Understood. Oil Girl Jihiro nodded and actively pulled back the tent flap for Kikuki Tsukuyomi. I'm off, be careful. Understood, teacher. Shinno smiled. A flash of blue light passed, and there was no trace of Kikuki Tsukuyomi in the tent. Oil Girl Jihiro paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Although he had appeared calm in front of Kikuki Tsukuyomi, he was actually unsure inside. Shinno, do you think Tsukuyomi will succeed this time? Shinno was very confident, saying that the fastest in all of Konoha is teacher Tsukuyomi. If even he can't do it, then I think others can't either. Senior Jihiro, don't worry. I should get going too. Shinno waved his hand and walked out of the tent, disappearing shortly after. How is it? Can you still tell the location? Shinno turned to ask Oil Girl Jihiro. Oil Girl Jihiro touched the little bug in his hand and nodded. No problem. 10 kilometers to the left front. Let us go. A flash of body flicker technique passed, and the two chased forward simultaneously. In this secret pursuit operation, Kikuki Tsukuyomi was in the lead, as only his lightning release chakra mode could possibly keep up with the footsteps of the empty ninjas on the ground. The next thing was crucial, because they couldn't be sure how long the empty ninjas would stay in the aerial fortress, so Shinno and Oil Girl Jihiro had to follow immediately. This brings us to the unique communication of the Oil Girl clan's mother and child insects. This kind of insect has a mother body and a group of offspring. The mother can sense the position of all offspring. And now Oil Girl Jihiro was holding the mother bug. Similarly, Kikuki Tsukuyomi's ninja tool bag was filled with a pack of baby bugs. 10 kilometers flashed by, and Oil Girl Jihiro picked up a bug that was obediently lying still on a big tree. These bugs used to mark routes have been specially trained by the Oil Girl clan, and after being left in place, they 1T run around, making them easy to find. Oil Girl Jihiro took out the mother bug again and communicated with it using his chakra in a way that others couldn't understand. Go! 11 o'clock direction, 15 kilometers. Shinno infused chakra into his legs and didn't say a word, directly taking action to show it. In this way, Kikuki Tsukuyomi chased the empty ninjas in the sky, while Shinno and Oil Girl Jihiro, with the help of the mother and child insects, closely followed in Kikuki Tsukuyomi's footsteps. After a full 24 hours. Got it, exactly 15 kilometers to the east, teacher Tsukuyomi must have released all the baby bugs. He must have found the empty ninja's lair. Oil Girl Jihiro was extremely excited, stroking the mother bug in his hand and shouting at Shinno below. What are you shouting for? I already know after you say it once. And behind him, Shinno's figure also flashed. Exactly. Oil Girl Jihiro's physical strength and chakra volume couldn't support such a high-intensity pursuit battle. So Shinno had to split off a shadow clone to carry Oil Girl Jihiro on his back. And this was already his third time splitting a shadow clone. Hurry up. This is the last time. Oil Girl Jihiro didn't forget to pat the head of Shinno's shadow clone on his back. You guy hum. They had long left the forest and reached the open grassland. Not daring to delay, they flew along the ground, like arrows released from a bow. Teacher Tsukuyomi here. Shinno and the others quickly found Kikuki Tsukuyomi, but due to the aerial fortress floating in the sky and the empty ninjas occasionally going out, the three had to disguise themselves and quietly lurk underground. How is it? They haven't left, right? Shinno asked anxiously. He wanted not only to destroy the enemy's aerial fortress, but also to wipe out all the empty ninjas in one go. No, Kikuki Tsukuyomi shook his head. They should have suffered heavy losses at the Grass Country Corps yesterday. They're still resupplying inside. The situation is not bad. Shinno and the others chose to ambush to delay the empty ninjas, and now it seemed that the other side hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Just like how Konoha initially couldn't cope with the Sky Ninjas. The Sky Ninjas naturally couldn't take into account that Konoha still had people who could use the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the map. Quickly send it back to the Grass Country's main camp. Shikaku Tsukuyomi said as he pulled a ninjutsu scroll from his waist pouch and handed it to Shinnosuke. It must be said that Shikaku Tsukuyomi truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Even in such an urgent pursuit battle, he could calmly draw a map. No problem, leave it to me. Shinnosuke quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and in just a few seconds, he summoned the contact spirit beast of the grass country. He stuffed the map into its mouth, and before long, both the map and the spirit beast disappeared without a trace. The three of them lay low in the grass, with the setting sun casting long shadows, and a chilling, killing intent was about to descend. Chapter 131. Would release ambush. The sun slowly set, and after about 30 minutes, even the evening glow on the horizon had lost its color, and the entire night had shrouded the earth. Tonight, the sky was gloomy, with dark clouds covering the night light, making it even darker. Are you ready? Shinnosuke's face showed signs of anxiety. This was the most crucial part of tonight. No problem. Just watch me, Yamanaka Shikaku said with a confident smile. Although this was the most important process for Shinnosuke, it was actually quite simple to execute. Hundreds of small insects crawled out from Yamanaka Shikaku's sleeves, obediently lying on the ground. Yamanaka Shikaku chuckled, pointing at the insects on the ground, and said, "These are the mighty insects I specially bred for this mission. Just watch." The special kunai that Shinnosuke had given to Yamanaka Shikaku earlier was brought out, with the two big characters Vortex written on it, and his family's crest stamped on it. The other two weren't too surprised. They already knew that Shinnosuke had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Besides marveling at his incredible talent, what else could they say? After all, when Shikaku Tsukuyomi first heard about it, he felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, leading him to deeply question his ninja career. Even in the ninja world, Shikaku Tsukuyomi could be considered one of the few strong ones. Yet he found no sense of inheritance from his disciple Shinnosuke, and instead, he was constantly being hit hard. He thought back to his own days as a top genius in Konoha, wielding a ninja sword to carve his name across the ninja world, becoming a master at a young age. Yet now, looking at this boy who hadn't even turned 15, he was told that he had already learned wood release and had also mastered the Flying Thunder God. What was even more infuriating was that he had also learned his own lightning release chakra mode. Taking a deep breath, he shook off the unwarranted thoughts from his mind. The hundreds of ninja insects had already worked together to carry the kunai on their backs, emitting a faint buzzing sound as they united their efforts to slowly fly toward the fortress in the sky. "Boss, are we leaving tomorrow morning?" In the main cockpit of the airborne fortress, Shinno asked wearily. After finally arriving at the airborne fortress and retrieving some flying ninja tools from the storeroom, he frowned at the thought of the considerable losses. "We suffered too much this time, directly losing 400 people. Their flying ninja tools must have been seized by Konoha. And among the surviving ninjas, many of the flying ninja tools were damaged and had to be replaced with new ones." Sigh. As the chief steward of the Sky Ninjas, Shinno had been extremely busy today, watching the records on the inventory sheet. His heart ached. All the wealth accumulated by the Sky Ninjas over nearly 20 years was here. Although they had received many task commissions from various ninja villages, these so-called task commissions could not be directly converted into flying ninja tools and new ninjas. Before the war started, the Sky Ninjas had 2,000 flying ninja tools, and at that time, they were full of ambition, thinking they could push through the ninja world, but unexpectedly, they stumbled at Konoha right at the beginning. At the start of the war, they indeed caught Konoha off guard, and even now, Konoha's losses far exceeded those of the Sky Ninjas. But Konoha was a large family and could afford to consume resources. Not to mention that after several months of entanglement, Konoha's air defense tactics had long been upgraded. Not only having experts like the Vortex clan and the Yamanaka clan, but also ordinary ninjas who would immediately use earth release to hide underground when faced with aerial attacks. The current Sky Ninjas had no way to deal with them. Furthermore, this time they were ambushed by Konoha's aerial forces. If it weren't for the deep blood feud they had with them, Shinno would have advised farming Ghost to withdraw while the going was good. Well, let's pull off one big score and then retreat. Farming Ghost could spend 20 years farming in the Sky Country without being a person of little ambition. Next time, we will turn the funds given by these big ninja villages into flying ninja tools before coming out again. Farming Ghost looked out at the pitch black night. Much like the future of the Sky Ninja Village, when they come out next time, they must cultivate more flying ninjas and more flying ninja tools. His expression was resolute, his tone rising and falling, and he couldn't help but smile at this point. They had earned quite a bit of money this time, and they were fully capable of creating more than 2,000 flying ninja tools, which, combined with the current stock, would definitely deal a greater blow to Konoha. "Yes, my lord." Seeing that Farming Ghost still retained his rationality, Shinno nodded happily. Although the Sky Ninjas had achieved absolute success on the battlefield, the small ninja village still lacked follow-up strength. They had already obtained enough this time. Next time, we must overturn Konoha. Just as the two were enjoying the future, Shinnosuke suddenly flashed and disappeared from grass. Is this the flying thunder god technique? Shikaku Tsukuyomi supported his chin with his left hand, deep in thought. Completely without forming seals, he vanished. Truly worthy of being the famous ninjutsu of the second Hokage, there was simply no way to counter it except for barrier techniques. Yamanaka Shikaku said enviously. Shikaku Tsukuyomi couldn't help but slap him on the back, laughing. If such a top-tier S-rank ninjutsu could be easily countered by you, then the Hokage might as well be you. Huh. Yamanaka Shikaku felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and laughing. Shinnosuke's figure suddenly appeared above the airborne fortress, and in an instant, he lay flat on the ground, applying the light absorption technique on himself. The dim moonlight reflected around him was completely absorbed by his body, blending with the dark night like a black hole, making it impossible for the surrounding ninjas to detect him. Silently observing, he moved like a shadow through every corner of the city fortress. Most of the sky ninjas had already rested and fallen into a deep sleep, and the large airborne fortress had no defensive forces on its outer layer. This was the tragedy of small ninja villages. They could not comprehend how many secret techniques the major ninja villages possessed. With just a bit of ability to secure their lives, they became arrogant, thinking that their little cleverness could dominate the ninja world, just like how the Sky Ninja Village thought they were invincible with flying ninja tools. The Carpenter Ninja Village thought they could dominate the world with a few crafted ninja tools. And the Rain Ninja Village dared to claim semi-divinity with their poison mist from Hanzo of the Salamander. One can only say that ignorance breeds fearlessness. After scouting the surroundings, Shinnosuke found that the airborne fortress was not large. After measuring it with his legs, he estimated it to be slightly larger than a soccer field in Blue Star. Seeing that there was no one around, Shinnosuke waited for about 3 more hours, estimating that it should be around 1 or 2 in the morning, when most of the Sky Ninjas had already entered a deep slumber. Have a good dream, and report to King Yin directly. Shinnosuke's chakra surged out, flowing into the interior of the airborne fortress with his hands. Would release, Birth of the Forest World. Chapter 132. Would release displays power, countless trees began to grow wildly. And as Shinnosuke's chakra surged in large quantities, the entire cyberpunk-style airborne fortress suddenly became lush and green. What is that? Damn, it's tree roots. I am trapped. Chakra. My chakra. The aerial fortress has about 700 or 800 ninjas, but unfortunately, they all let their guard down and fell into a deep sleep, resulting in countless ninjas lying here forever. After absorbing some of the ninja's chakra, the trees born from wood release grew even taller, soon enveloping the entire aerial fortress. Nongue was the first to kick open the door, wielding a long knife and slashing at the rooms around his own. Thank you, boss. Shinno gasped on the ground, his eyes vacant. It had been too thrilling just now, leaving him still shaken. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard crackling noises coming from the room. Fortunately, as a Jainin, he had the basic professional qualities. Unfortunately, the room was too small, and despite fighting back with all his might, he was still entangled by the tree roots, wrapped up like a rice dumpling. As the roots tightened, he gradually lost the strength to resist, and even more despairingly, his own chakra was being siphoned off by the roots. Damn it, this is wood release. At this moment, Nongue realized, who hadn't heard of the infamous wood release. He just didn't expect that even after Shinjū Hashirama had died for so many years, wood release would make a comeback. He wondered which genius of the Shinjū clan had awakened this despair-inducing Kekkei Genkai again. The two didn't dare delay and began flying to the rest area to search for comrades who might still be saved, but unfortunately, as time went on, the chances of finding anyone dwindled. At first, they saved a few people, but after a few minutes, when they rushed into some rooms, they could only see dried corpses drained by the tree roots. Shinzo was not a compassionate ninja like Shinjū Hashirama. He was well aware of the characteristics of wood release. After binding enemies, he began to endlessly extract their chakra. Even if he drained all the chakra, he would never stop. Chakra is energy based on physical strength and other bodily abilities, so he wouldn't spare their stamina either. Once all their energy was drained, the next would be their life force. As long as wood release had an opening, unless you were a tailed beast, it would be incredibly difficult to escape death. Damn it, forget it, boss. There must be no survivors left. Shinno's eyes turned red as he looked at his comrades, turn into mummies, feeling grateful that he was close to the boss's room. Otherwise, he would definitely be one of those dried corpses. Everyone be careful. The enemy hasn't left. Although Nongue was also filled with grief and anger, he was, after all, a ninja who had come out of the Warring States period. And compared to these greenhouse flowers nurtured by the aerial ninja village, he quickly calmed down. Looking back, he saw that there were only a few ninjas left behind him. They had had 800 people before dark. Now, counting, they probably wouldn't even reach 3 digits. The essence of the aerial ninja had been swept away over the years. Even if they escaped today, it would take at least 20 years to recover. Follow me out. Nongue was also a decisive person. Now, the towering trees around them were over 10 meters high, with lush branches shading the sky, leaving no space for the aerial ninja to take off. Moreover, they were all still terrified of the branches and had no courage to climb to the top of the trees. Just then, a ninja had a bright idea and began to climb up the trunk using both hands and feet, planning to take off from the top of the tree. Unexpectedly, after climbing only 7 or 8 meters, branches and vines swept in from both sides, and soon he was completely entangled, screaming a few times before losing his human form. The ninjas below couldn't help but gasp in horror. How could they deal with this? Without aerial advantage, they were nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Find the enemy first. Otherwise, we will all die here. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, tornado. Wind release. Under Nongue's command, countless wind releases surged forth, with nearly 100 people cooperating, and they really uprooted the forest in front of them. The crowd's faces instantly relaxed, just as they were about to cheer and celebrate. However, unexpectedly, in the newly cleared area, countless trees began to grow wildly again, giving the aerial ninja no chance to catch their breath. Despair set in, complete despair. Many ninjas, unable to withstand the blow, directly gave up, kneeling on the ground, tears and snot flowing everywhere, murmuring to themselves. Pull yourselves together. What are you all doing? Shinno kicked over a ninja who was kneeling on the ground, angrily reprimanding him. Ha ha, ha ha, there's no way out. We're all going to die here. The ninja, unable to withstand the shock, seemed a bit neurotic. Although he was kicked to the ground, he didn't care, still wearing a creepy, silly smile on his face. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. Nongue didn't give him a chance to continue going mad. With a swift motion, he struck down with his knife, and blood gushed from the ninja's neck, his head rolling forward for 7 or 8 meters. We haven't lost yet. There's still a chance. He sheathed his long knife and shouted calmly at the crowd. But all he received in return were numb faces, although no one contradicted him. It seemed that even Shinno didn't quite believe in this so-called chance. Follow me. Nongue led everyone to the upper part of the main control room, quietly explaining, "This is our core. It was constructed with a lot of rock. Do you see how the trees around us are much sparser?" At this moment, the crowd's faces showed some anger, no longer the numbness from before. Prepare your wind release. As soon as our aerial fortress begins to drop rapidly, it will be our last chance for survival. He turned to Shinno and instructed, word by word. After we escape, you will lead everyone to hide and never have any contact with the 5 great nations again. Shinno pushed aside the ninja beside him and stood at the front. Boss, the aerial ninja village still has backup forces. We haven't lost yet. Nongue shook his head bitterly, reached out, and patted Shinno's shoulder, explaining, those big ninja villages that supported us, are they any good? Once the news of our main force's total annihilation spreads, do you believe that the rock ninja will immediately attack us? At this point, he could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. After we escape, you must hide the flying ninja tools well. Don't become a target for the entire ninja world. If the aerial ninja village can be revived, just burn some paper on my grave. Shinno anxiously said, Boss. Nongue waved his hand. Enough, the enemy won't give us too much time. You all prepare now. After saying that, he ignored the expressions of the remaining ninjas and entered the main control room alone, opened a secret door, and walked down the stairs step by step. The lights flickered with his footsteps until he arrived at a secret base of about 50 to 60 square meters. Here, nearly 100 ninjas were imprisoned, some from Konoha and some wandering ninjas. Their chakra was the power source for this aerial fortress. And now Nongue was going to personally deal with them. Haha, let's all die together. Chapter 133. Eliminate the aerial ninja army wind release. Great net. As Nongue thrust his hands forward, a fishing net woven from wind release formed in front of him and rapidly expanded, chakra continuously input into the wind net, instantly wrapping the entire room. Nongue laughed maniacally as he walked to the center of the room and shouted, Gather. The wind net enveloping the entire room began to shrink, slowly trapping all the ninjas within. The sharp wind release began to slice through all the trapped ninjas. With screams ringing out. All the captured ninjas met a tragic end here, while Nongue stood in the very center of the wind net. After confirming there were no survivors around, he instantly increased the chakra output, and the wind net finally shrank and adhered to his body. Gather. With a command, his body split into several pieces, a once great hero, dead beyond redemption. Outside, as the ninjas in the basement all perished, the remaining aerial ninjas clearly felt the aerial fortress begin to plummet rapidly. Wind release, hurricane. Wind release. Turbulent air. Nearly 100 people united their efforts, countless wind blades spreading out in a fan shape, clearing a large area in just a few seconds. Let's go. Shinno took the lead, jogging a few steps before being the first to ascend into the sky with his flying ninja tool. The other ninjas didn't dare to delay. Following his example, and the vast majority of the surviving ninjas escaped from the last desperate situation. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Shinno was observing. Interesting. He smiled slightly, feeling the ground beneath him begin to drop rapidly, and naturally understood the enemy's intentions. If he wanted to survive, he had to find a way to leave this dangerous place beneath his feet, but if he left, the remaining empty ninjas would surely escape. How interesting. No wonder this person caused such heavy losses for Konoha. Shinno secretly admired, and without forming hand seals, his figure flickered and disappeared from sight. What happened? Why did you suddenly appear? Yamanaka Shikaku asked in surprise, looking at Shinno beside him. This was not in line with their plan. A little mishap occurred. Shinno shrugged nonchalantly and pointed to the sky. The two looked up and saw dozens of empty ninjas controlling flying tools rapidly ascending. Not looking back as they fled the scene. They've all run away? Hatake Tsukuyomi asked. Just some small fry. The big shots have all been dealt with by me. Shinno stared intently at the massive aerial fortress plummeting rapidly. Boom! A dull crashing sound echoed, kicking up a large cloud of dust as the aircraft carrier, the size of a football field, slammed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. The three could no longer care about the remaining empty ninjas that had just fled, rushing to the edge of the pit. Let's go. Hatake Tsukuyomi waved his hand, and the three simultaneously used body flicker technique to enter, just stepping onto the aerial fortress. Tsukuyomi and Shikaku were both astonished by the scene before them. This was no longer an aerial fortress. It was clearly a spherical structure wrapped in trees. Hatake Tsukuyomi, a ninja who became famous later, had never seen the wood-release prowess of Shinjū Hashirama, only hearing about that disaster-like ninjutsu from the mouths of family elders. He originally thought it was an exaggeration, but upon seeing the scene before him, he understood that he was indeed far behind. Shinno, you're not saying this was all you're doing, are you? Yamanaka Shikaku, unable to hold back his usually taciturn demeanor, asked. Of course. Then hurry and retract your jutsu. It's all trees. How do we get in a check? Shikaku complained. Watch closely. Shinno clapped his hands on the ground, and as his chakra began to flow, he cut off the yang release energy within the trees. Under the influence of Shinno's chakra, all the trees began to wither, and in no time, they were completely carbonized. Wind release. Great wind blow. Hatake Tsukuyomi's wind release was always timely. The deeply carbonized trees turned to dust under the force of the hurricane, scattering around the pit. Let us go. Shinno clapped Yamanaka Shikaku, who was still in a daze, and led the way inside. The three then repeatedly used shadow clone technique to carefully observe this pinnacle of empty ninja artistry. Look, intact flying ninja tools. Shinno found a warehouse filled with hundreds of flying ninja tools, but unfortunately, due to the catastrophic fall from the sky, after careful inspection by the three, only about 20 could be used directly. Of course, the others that were damaged could still be repaired, depending on the skill level of Konoha's craftsmen, as spoils of war. According to Konoha's unspoken rules, the ninjas involved in the mission could take a portion for themselves, as long as they reported it afterward. Naturally, why are unspoken rules unspoken? Because even if you don't set a rule, can you know if others secretly hide some of the spoils? Thus, a set of rules that everyone could accept gradually formed. The three quickly gathered the intact flying ninja tools, with the other two each taking 5, while Shinno took the lion's share, hoarding the rest. As the three continued their exploration, they easily discovered the place where the farmer ghost had perished. After meticulously cleaning up the basement that had been slaughtered empty by the farmer ghost, they found the bodies of the fallen Konoha ninjas, solemnly wrapping them up and separating them from the other bounty hunters. Touching the various mechanisms in the secret room, looking at the items completely different from the style of the ninja world, Shinno couldn't help but sigh. Other ninja villages were developing cutting-edge technology, while Konoha was still stuck in archaeology. Tsunagekyu's puppet techniques, Kirigakyu's various warships, Kumogakyu's chakra cannons. and the ingenious inventions of these small ninja villages were all future rivals for Konoha. Of course, this doesn't mean archaeology is bad, as the legendary eyes. No matter how many ingenious ideas you have, they cannot compare to the Otsutsuki clan's ancestral return. When our main forces arrive, let us send the news back to Konoha. Hatake Tsukuyomi instructed after studying for a while. Shinno nodded to indicate he understood. Ha ha, we finally dealt with the empty ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window of the Hokage's office, looking at the intelligence in his hand with a smile. Although Shinno's report was very brief and didn't specify how he defeated the empty ninjas, a win is a win. This major headache that had plagued Konoha for nearly half a year had become history. Shouldn't he be happy? Hurry and spread this intelligence throughout the village and to all fronts. Let everyone rejoice. Chapter 134. Hidden crisis come out. What's the point of hiding? After the Umbu took the mission and left, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wore the joyful expression from earlier and spoke in a low voice towards the side door. Hee. Shinno's strength is indeed impressive. Danzo emerged from the shadows, a stiff smile on his face. Oh, how do you know? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in confusion. Danzo was not polite, pulling out a stool for himself and sitting down, of course, because I have a spy in his team. Do you know what you're doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded in anger. Walking to the opposite side of Danzo, supporting the table with both hands as he sternly questioned. Arranging spies among our own people, this is treachery. There is no one else here. Who are you performing for? Danzo leaned back with his legs crossed, looking indifferent. Do you not know if I arrange spies? Danzo paused. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expressionless face, he continued, If you really didn't know, why did you call me here? Was it not to get some information from me? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the specifics. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, not responding to Danzo's questioning, but instead shifting the topic. Hee. Danzo didn't bother to argue with him. Pulling out a report from his sleeve, slamming it heavily on the table, then pushing it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded his attitude. There were no outsiders here, and the two dropped their disguises privately. Oh, so it's like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped the report over and over, his expression growing somewhat grim as he muttered to himself. From the report, although Shinno led a special operations team to ambush the empty ninjas in the land of grass, shooting down at least over 400 of them. But this was understandable. However, Shinno's subsequent actions were not so simple. Even the spy placed in the special operations team was unclear about the specific situation, only later learning that Hatake Tsukuyomi, Yamanaka Shikaku, and Shinno were the first to leave the team. Then, a few days later, they received news that nearly all the empty ninjas had been annihilated, and even their ever-elusive aerial fortress had fallen to the ground. But how the three accomplished this remained unknown. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the report, pacing in the Hokage office, his expression exceptionally troubled. Although it is unclear how Shinno and the other two managed to do it, it is evident that at least 1,000 sky ninjas were deployed, and only a small fraction of them were ambushed and killed. Therefore, from the results, it can be said that just the three of them dealt with over 500 sky ninjas, including their war machines and aerial fortresses. The original plan to completely deplete the combat power of the Uzumaki clan was not realized, but for now, that is not the main issue. There is one failure, and there will be a second. The most critical problem now is that it is impossible to assess the true combat strength of Kakashi and Uzumaki Shinno. Only 3 people went out, and one of them was just a reconnaissance and communication role. So the remaining 2 must be particularly terrifying, no matter how they did it. Thinking about this made Sarutobi Hiruzen's wariness towards the 2 increase another level. How is it? Is everything arranged? Thinking of how troublesome Shinno and his disciples were, he had no mood to play riddles with Danzo, and he looked directly at the other party and asked straightforwardly. Danzo leaned back in his chair with a confident smile. Don't worry, I found a good opponent for Shinno this time, an old friend of theirs. Old friend? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. A top-notch expert, for sure. After the 3 of them swept through the aerial fortress, they had been waiting for the main force to arrive. Originally, the large force that was brought in, just in case, could only come to clean up the battlefield now. Be careful, these are all good things. I'm talking about you. Don't be so clumsy. Yamanaka Shihiro was commanding the ninjas to handle everything with care. Looking at the piles of scrapped flying ninja tools, many ninjas showed regretful expressions. What a pity. Yes, I wonder if they can be repaired and used again. Everyone had been tormented terribly by the flying ninja tools of the sky ninjas. Ninjas are definitely not a rigid profession. Since flying ninja tools are so useful, Konoha will definitely not let them go. This incredibly huge aerial fortress may be unmanageable, but flying ninja tools are undoubtedly the top priority that Konoha needs to conquer in the next phase. And as the two major ninja clans that resolve the Sky Ninjas, the Uzumaki and Yamanaka clans naturally want to take the biggest bite. Not to mention the intact ninja tools that the three privately swallowed according to the unwritten rules. Even these already damaged components, they also want to share. Teacher Kaze, do you think our Uzumaki clan has the capability to manufacture them? Shinno asked, raising his head. The Uzumaki clan is definitely a top-tier ninja clan, but there are no relevant talents for ninja tool crafting. Uzumaki Kaze was toying with a scrapped flying ninja tool in his hand, and after about half an hour, he shook his head bitterly at Shinno. It's not that we can't, but our costs are far higher than those of the Sky Ninjas. We can't form a scale. We can only let special elite ninjas use them. Uzumaki Kaze pointed out the key parts. Look here, here, and here. Shinno looked over curiously and saw that the parts Kaze pointed to were all chakra joints. Got it. These places all need chakra metal, and the type used by the Land of Sky is not the most common all-attribute chakra metal. Instead, it is a material unique to the wind attribute. Shinno understood at once. If they only used chakra metal, the Sky Ninjas couldn't possibly produce such a large number of flying ninja tools. After all, they had at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them. Each flying ninja tool uses chakra metal that is no less than a top-tier ninja sword. If all were made of real chakra metal, it would be absurd to even think about it. Even someone as strong as Kakashi only has one white-toothed short blade. Then, can't we find this so-called wind attribute chakra metal? Although the hope was slim, Shinno couldn't help but ask. You'd have to ask their deceased higher-ups. Uzumaki Kaze shrugged, feeling exhausted. The feeling of gaining and losing is truly tormenting. Uzumaki Kaze felt it was a pity, but Shinno thought it was not bad. Historically, Konoha had also eliminated the Sky Ninjas, but they did not develop their unique aerial forces. From the current information, Konoha should not be able to obtain the most relevant materials, and using normal chakra metal as a substitute, how many could the entire Konoha produce? It wouldn't be cost-effective at all. However, Shinno knew that there was still a higher-up named Shinno in the Sky Ninja village who was alive. If they could capture him, they might be able to find out the whereabouts of the wind attribute or veins, especially since during the time of Uzumaki Naruto, the other party had built up another wave of aerial forces. This person would later go to Konoha to steal the 8 gates of Duinja technique. Chapter 135. Rope Tree's broken legs. After eliminating the Sky Ninjas, Shinno's prestige in Konoha rose rapidly. This was a ninja village that had caused significant losses to Konoha, and Shinno had fully proven his capability to lead a team. After the main force cleaned up the battlefield, they leisurely headed back to Konoha. At this time, the Second Shinobi World War was nearing its end. News from Akimichi Kaze indicated that the Mist Ninjas could no longer hold on, and they were still fighting for power internally, and they had yet to elect a third Mizukage. Each major ninja clan was acting independently, all wanting to push their own people to the forefront, but without the strength to pressure the contemporary ninjas, there was simply no one who could command respect. At this point, the Mist Ninjas could only barely unite under the leadership of Elder Genji, or else they would have split long ago. Now, Genji finally made the painful decision to integrate the Pigeon faction and intended to negotiate peace with Konoha, but there were still many forces within the village, and they wanted to reach a tacit agreement with Konoha privately at this stage. As for the Land of Grass, after Konoha dealt with the Sky Ninjas, their morale soared. Kakashi had already returned to the camp, preparing for the next counterattack. However, the Special Operations Team still could not be preserved. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen meant that many of the ninjas here had outstanding roles on various battle lines, gathering them together was too wasteful. After receiving the news, Shinno shook his head with a smirk. The 2 shadow-level experts from the Uzumaki clan, combined with his teacher Kakashi, were already enough to pose a threat to Konoha's upper echelons. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen was still playing power games. As the Hokage, instead of focusing on improving his own strength, he was immersed in the pleasure of manipulating others' fates, completely straying from the right path. Just wait. As long as I gather a few more shadow-level experts and have absolute confidence, I can completely topple the upper echelons to the ground. While Shinno was walking and thinking, a spy from the Uzumaki clan suddenly rushed over, out of breath, and handed him a secret paper. Young master, important intelligence from the Land of Rain. Shinno took it and, after reading it, finally revealed a playful smile. It really is true what you think will come. The content in the intelligence stated that Rope Tree, who had been performing close-range reconnaissance tasks beside Orochimaru, accidentally stepped on an explosive tag, and his legs were blown to pieces at that moment. Although he was saved by the medical ninjas from Konoha who arrived in time, his ninja career was completely over. Shinno then took out a smaller piece of paper, which was intelligence from the Uzumaki clan itself, expressing doubts about Rope Tree stepping on the explosive tag, analyzing it as the work of an insider. Shinno smiled and shook his head. Is there even a need to analyze this? Historically, Rope Tree died just a few hundred steps away from Orochimaru. In such a short time, he was also disemboweled. It must be the work of an insider. As for who this insider was, Shinno infinitely suspected Danzo from the village hidden in the leaves. Looking further down the intelligence, he had a sudden realization. The reason Rope Tree was not killed on the spot was thanks to the blessing of Uzumaki Daro. Last time when he asked Tsunade to take Uzumaki Rin as a disciple, Uzumaki Daro had reminded her, and she must have taken it to heart. At the moment when SHRU stepped on the explosive tag, a massive surge of energy was released from the pendant around his neck. However, since the pendant was located at his chest, this immense protective energy spread outwards from the center of his chest. The result was that his legs were blown to pieces. If the energy had been even a little slower and had blown apart his abdomen, then even a deity couldn't have saved him. Is that so? Shinnosuke was somewhat dazed. Thanks to the reminder from the Uzumaki clan, and with the Uzumaki clan having joined Konoha, the pendant, which was condensed with the power of Senju Hashirama, had completely lost its effect. With so many members of the Uzumaki clan present, how could the Nine Tails go berserk? There was no need to use the pendant to suppress it. Therefore, Tsunade activated the protective power of the pendant, and it was the surging yang release energy within that allowed SHRU to be dragged to safety in time. Rin-T, Shinnosuke turned and ordered, casually handing the first piece of intelligence to the two. As the lesser clan leader of the Senju clan, if he were to die directly, there would naturally be no explanation, but since he wasn't dead now, he would become a thorn in the side of someone in Konoha. What he needed to do was to continue to fan the flames. In this situation, Shinnosuke suddenly picked up on the friendly relations between the two clans that had lasted for 1,000 years and insisted on helping out, entrusting the main force to in Yoshihiro. The three of them finally reformed the classic team of the Uzumaki clan and made a turn along the main road towards the Land of Rain. Lord Madara, I found out something big. A crazy, delirious plant-like person exclaimed as he jumped out from the bottom of the pit. Before the elderly man, whose body was covered in tubes, could say anything, he nervously laughed. Just tell me what it feels like to poop, and I'll tell you this good news. Sitting across from him on a chair woven from vines was a frail old man whose age was hard to discern. He raised his head, his gaunt face devoid of color. What news can a fool like you find out? You old man, you still look down on me. Just you wait and see. A simple provocation made this white Zetsu spill all the information in a rush. Oh, the current generation of the Uzumaki clan really has produced a remarkable person. Uchiha Madara was extremely surprised to hear this. He never expected that the Uzumaki, whom he always regarded as a vassal holding onto the Senju's coattails, could also awaken would release. Kuro Zetsu, this matter is entrusted to you. From now on, you must monitor his every move. Yes, my lord. A shadowy figure, devoid of expression, emerged from the underground shadows, rasping with a hoarse laugh. This black shadow instantly fused with the just-entered white Zetsu, becoming a bizarre entity that was half white and half black. After Kuro Zetsu disappeared at the cave entrance, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, deep in thought. Damn, this shouldn't be happening. Kuro Zetsu, having lived for over 1,000 years, was more than familiar with the Senju and Uzumaki matters. Although statistically, both clans had a blood relation and anyone could awaken would release. Throughout these 1,000 years, would release was much harder to awaken than the Sharingan. Since records began, aside from the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Path Sons, only a few people had awakened would release, and their power couldn't be compared to Ashura's at all. Looking at the Uzumaki Shinnosuke, who was still under 14 years old and could already perform the birth of the world of trees, what would he be capable of in a few more years? At this moment, Kuro Zetsu, despite having 1,000 years of experience, suddenly felt his mind was insufficient. Could he really be the reincarnation of Ashura? Did Ashura's generation become smarter? Damn it, Indra is still alive. Has another problem arisen? Kuro Zetsu couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion. If the next generation of Ashura and Indra couldn't be of the same age to mutually promote each other, then he was one step further from his goal. No, I must see what exactly is going on. Chapter 136. Kakuzu takes action at the same time that Shinnosuke and the others were heading to the Land of Rain. The Special Operations Team had also traveled for several days and was currently setting up camp under the leadership of YN Yoshihiro, preparing to rest. In a remote area of the camp, a ninja quietly tossed a piece of written intelligence paper into a corner of the tent. Shortly after, a mouse with green bean-sized eyes scurried over, looking around to ensure no one was watching, and grabbed the paper to run away. Several kilometers away from the tent, a ninja dressed in the Konoha Umbu uniform, wearing a floral bird mask, gently stroked the mouse's head. Then with a snap, the entire mouse disintegrated into a pile of ink, revealing the intelligence. Upon taking a closer look, the Umbu ninja couldn't help but smile as the corner of his mouth lifted, then turned and left without looking back. At this moment in the underground trading market, Kakuzu had once again changed his appearance. The heart he had once lost had long been replenished. As a top bounty hunter, he had accepted countless commissions, but the failures from the previous years had left a deep mark on him. As a top bounty hunter, he could accept mission failures, but he could not accept being betrayed by his employer. And during the mission in the Land of Waves a few years ago, the Uzumaki clan had clearly treated bounty hunters like cannon fodder. If it weren't for his strong abilities, he would have been 6 feet under by now. Many ninjas had escaped at that time, leading to the current underground market being wary of the Uzumaki clan, at least around a Land of Fire. The Uzumaki clan was regarded with disdain. Unfortunately, since the Uzumaki clan joined Konoha, they rarely acted outside the village alone, so the bounty hunters who had been betrayed back then never had the chance for revenge. In recent years, due to the ongoing Second Shinobi World War, not only had the 5 great shinobi villages suffered heavy casualties, but the death rate of these wandering ninjas and bounty hunters had also skyrocketed. Among those who escaped back then, some had died, some had fled, and only Kakuzu continued to fight on the front lines. Sitting in a specially designed box in the underground trading market, he watched with great interest the ninja across from him, who was completely wrapped in a uniform. After casually glancing at the intelligence provided, even with his battle-hardened experience, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "You want me to deal with UzumakiShinnosuke?" He played with the intelligence in his hand, seemingly unconcerned as he spoke. The ninja across from him chuckled. "What? Is this a difficult task for Mr. Kakuzu? This is an 80 million ryo job. Not enough." Kakuzu slammed the intelligence down on the table. "You all know very well what it means to have someone who can use would release. The strong one is Hashirama, not would release." The ninja rebutted. "I admit that Shinnosuke's future is limitless once he learns would release, but he is still not yet 14 years old, and 80 million ryo is already the limit. Tuanzang's money doesn't come from the wind. To squeeze out this much already shows his sincerity towards Shinnosuke." Kakuzu chuckled and spread his hands. "Since you think he's only worth 80 million ryo, then please seek someone else." The ninja's face darkened. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, 100 million. Take it or leave it." Upon hearing such an unprecedented offer, Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction. As a veteran in the underground world, even though the other party was wearing a mask, he could tell from the tone that this was already the other party's bottom line. Moreover, being able to provide such accurate intelligence certainly meant they were from within Konoha. He just didn't know if they were from the so-called higher-ups or another great ninja clan. "I'll take this job." The ninja across from him was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. The two exchanged contact information, and the other party hurriedly left to arrange the deposit. After the other side left, Kakuzu took out the intelligence in his hand and pondered it carefully. Light secret techniques, long-range capabilities, long-range attack capabilities, stealth capabilities, solar fist, would release, A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Kakuzu's mouth, and he couldn't help but laugh. "To collect the Uzumaki clan's intelligence so meticulously. You say you're not a Konoha ninja? I don't believe it. It turns out that the village is the least trustworthy. Only money will never betray." He promised to take down Shinno this time, not just for the 100 million ryo, nor merely for revenge. As a top-tier powerhouse with 5 hearts for many years, his strength has stagnated. If he were to obtain this would release heart, just thinking about it made even Kakuzu, who is usually calm, feel a sense of longing. Unlike ordinary ninjas, he had truly witnessed the strength of Hashirama Senju, and he never expected that after all these years, he would also have the qualifications to covet such power. After receiving the deposit through the underground trading post, Kakuzu had been paying attention to the intelligence provided by the employer. But Shinno was always in the camp of the Special Operations Forces while returning from the Land of Grass, and there was simply no opportunity. Just as Kakuzu was contemplating whether to gather some helpers, he suddenly found hope. According to the received intelligence, Shinno had only brought 2 Chunin from the Uzumaki clan and left the main group heading towards the Land of Rain. Kakuzu's first reaction was that the opportunity had come. Sure enough, he revved up his engines and early on ambushed the necessary route, and the prey was approaching step by step. Unfortunately, as the ambusher, Kakuzu did not gain the upper hand from the start. Earth release, earth rising technique. With a clap of his hands, Shinno caused the earth to surge, directly turning Kakuzu's ambush point into a mess, forcing him to jump out of the ground in a flustered manner. Hey kid, we meet again. Kakuzu was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, his stealth should not have been discovered by these youngsters. Oh, isn't this Mr. Kakuzu? Shinno was not surprised at all. Just a moment ago, as they passed by, the Uzumaki Tens had sounded an alarm, but the actual situation differed from the scouting results. The Uzumaki Tens detected a chakra source and assumed there were 5 ninjas above the J-Nin level lying in wait for them. So, Shinno directly used a top-tier earth release, but unexpectedly, Kakuzu popped out. Thinking about it, since the opponent could stealthily ambush on his path, it must have been orchestrated by someone with a keen mind from Konoha. Ever since he made wood release public, he had been psychologically prepared, and this person lurking in the shadows did not underestimate him, directly seeking out the most elite bounty hunter among ninjas. Of course, no one was a fool. If he were just an ordinary J-Nin, he wouldn't dare take on this mission. Well, if Mr. Kakuzu is willing to work with our Uzumaki clan, perhaps we can spare your life this time. What do you think? Kakuzu chuckled. You young folks think just learning a bit of wood release makes you invincible? Even Hashirama didn't leave me behind. Uzumaki Rin and the others were greatly shocked, thinking the other party could contend with the first Hokage. But unexpectedly, Shinno just chuckled. You throw shurikens at the Hokage from 800 miles away. He has nothing to fear from you. Chapter 137. Fierce Battle with Kakuzudai Kid. Kakuzu roared with fury. Surviving against the first Hokage was the proudest achievement of his life, and he never expected to be belittled like this. Chakra gathered on his back, and the 4 hearts were eager to move. Boom, 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 boom. 4 masked black clones jumped down from his back, standing on either side of his body. This ability was something he had used on the battlefield in the Land of Waves, so there was no thought of deceiving the opponent. Moreover, since the other party was a wood release ninja, he was cautious despite his nonchalance, so he went all out right away. Shinno, on the opposite side, also looked serious. His absolute combat power was above that of Kakuzu, but experience among ninjas was also very important. And that was precisely his shortcoming. Compared to Kakuzu, a top ninja from the Warring States period, he was still relatively inexperienced. Let's call it a 50-50 without using the Flying Thunder God technique. Shinno secretly scored himself. He waved for his 2 teammates to retreat first. Such a level of battle was not something they could participate in, and staying would only distract him. Rin still wanted to argue, but was grabbed by Uzumaki Tens and dragged back. Light concealment technique. With a twist of light, he completely disappeared from the opponent's sight. Heh! Kakuzu sneered disdainfully. He was certainly prepared for this. The intelligence ability of the employer was indeed remarkable. Earth release, dust floating technique. Kakuzu slapped his hands on the ground, causing chakra to stir up a cloud of dust, so fine that it floated in the air. Found you, kid. Wind release, pressure damage. Sensing a void in the dust in the vast space, it was needless to say that this was the corner where Shinno was hiding. Kakuzu, not holding back, directly used his most proficient attack-type ninjutsu. With a twist of light, Shinno revealed himself from invisibility, his expression somewhat grim. Although he knew there was no invincible ninjutsu, only the strongest ninja, it was indeed a fact that the concealment secret technique was cracked by the enemy just a few years after it appeared. Intelligence truly was a ninja's lifeline, since Kakuzu could use the floating dust particles to sense his position, as long as chakra manipulation was sufficient. It wasn't necessarily only earth that could float in the air. Wind and water could achieve the same effect as well. Little mouse, why aren't you hiding anymore? He had been feeling suffocated for the past 2 years, thinking that he would soon end the life of the Uzumaki clan's young patriarch, and have a chance for revenge was right in front of him. A smile crept onto Kakuzu's gaunt old face. Not bad for an old man. Don't be stubborn, kid. Fire release, fireball technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Earth release, earth spear. Lightning release, false dark. Water release, water arrow. The 5 major ninjutsu converged, all elite J-Nin level. Even an ordinary Kage level would have to think twice. Would release, birth of the world tree. Countless trees uprooted, forming a thick barrier between the two in less than a second, growing into towering trees over 10 meters high. These 5 elemental ninjutsu crashing into the trees was like stones sinking into the ocean. Although they could stir up waves compared to this vast forest, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Even Kakuzu had no good countermeasures for a moment. How about it? It's not too late to submit to our Uzumaki clan now. Shinno's voice echoed through the forest. Don't be ridiculous, kid. Let your old man say that instead. Kakuzu had come prepared. Hashirama Senju's would release could absorb chakra, and it wasn't a secret in the ninja world. Many ninjas had died under this technique during the establishment of Konoha. The earth grudge fear pierced through the joints of his body, linking him with the 4 clones. 5 releases launch. Again, 5 techniques spewed from their mouths. But unlike before when they fought separately, the 5 techniques seemed to have a hint of coordination. Oh, not bad. Not far away, Shinno glanced over and felt that this move was somewhat similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 elemental ninjutsu combination technique, but Sarutobi could combine 5 A-level ninjutsu, while Kakuzu could only manage C-level techniques at most. But that was enough. The 5 elemental ninjutsu complemented each other, intermingling, increasing lethality by more than 10 times. Just a direct hit. Where it landed was like a landslide. The reddish-black ground seemed devoid of life, and even Shinno's trees would not grow for a while. Then let me show you what true wood release looks like. With human technique, the remaining towering trees twisted together, and with Shinno's chakra supply, a giant over 50 meters tall soon appeared on the ground. At this moment, Shinno stood atop the giant's head, arms crossed, looking down at Kakuzu without a sideways glance. Go! With a command, the wooden giant swung its fists, the size of small cars, crashing down towards Kakuzu. At this moment, Kakuzu stopped pretending and began to awkwardly dodge, forcefully jumping back several dozen meters. Looking back, the place where he originally stood had now turned into a several-meter-deep pit. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He never expected that Shinno's would release had become so powerful, and he had no means to counter this giant, who seemed like a god or demon. The most widely recognized wood release technique in the ninja world was the birth of the trees, and aside from Uchiha Madara, no one could contend with Hashirama's technique. The enemy was too weak, and Hashirama didn't even get a second chance to strike, so naturally, no one outside of Konoha had ever heard of the higher-level wood release techniques. At this moment, it could be said to be the strongest ninjutsu in the ninja world. In this era where Susanoo could not be summoned, aside from Naka's dust release, one could say that Shinno had no equal. Even if he faced Noki head-on, he still had a chance of winning, because Shinno's chakra reserves far exceeded Naka's. If one wooden figure fell, countless others could rise. But once Naka's dust release was used up, he would be left exhausted. Damn it, I can't deal with this at all. Kakuzu was filled with regret. Indeed, one should not underestimate the young. The growth trajectory of the opponent was too terrifying. How could someone so young be this strong? Was there really no way to counter wood release? Turning to look back, he saw a heart-wrenching scene. Shinno, fearing he would be bored, had already summoned a second wooden figure. At this point, Kakuzu no longer had the courage to resist. He shared a telepathic connection with his clones, and they exchanged glances before simultaneously fleeing in 5 directions. As long as he could escape to one, he would be fine in a few years. Kakutsukun, why are you in such a hurry? Let me properly entertain you. Countless figures moved, as it was actually Uzumaki Dar's shadow clones blocking all paths. What? Weren't you in a land of lightning? Kakuzu's cold sweat poured down, his face ashen. Chapter 138. Intense battle with Kakuzu a few minutes ago. Uzumaki Dar was indeed at the border of a land of lightning, but for Shinno, a 55 to 45 chance of winning didn't give him peace of mind. What was the difference between that and a certain death? Moreover, what he wanted was not just to repel Kakuzu. If he could capture him alive, that would be best. If he couldn't, he had to ensure he died here today. Therefore, from an angle that Kakuzu had not noticed, Shinno first used a summoning technique to call forth the ancestor of the Dream Taper clan, and then made it reverse summon his father. How about it? Kakuzu-senpai. Those who know the times are wise. Would you like to reconsider? Shinno chuckled. Let's see your true skills. Uzumaki Dar stepped forward. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Diamond lock. Several golden chains surged from Uzumaki Dar's back, becoming longer and thicker as they shot towards Kakuzu's clones. Kakuzu's 5 figures were not slow to scatter and escape, but unfortunately, the chakra reserves of Shinno and his father were far superior to Kakuzu's. At this point, the densely packed shadow clones had completely surrounded them. Below was Uzumaki Dar's diamond lock, and above, the giant wooden figure was continuously swinging its arms. Under the relentless attacks from the opponent, Kakuzu was left struggling to cope. The massive fists of the wooden figure came crashing down from the sky, and there was no way to dodge. Earth release, hardening technique. Kakuzu had no choice but to let his Earth-based clone take the hit. Its hardening technique was among the best in the ninja world, but unfortunately, it still seemed weak in front of a disaster-like giant. Boom! With just one strike, the Earth clone was completely obliterated. Kakuzu's proud hardening technique, while not entirely useless, could only be described as disappointing. The remaining four felt their Earth clone had been completely annihilated, and their faces instantly turned pale. Don't go too far. You Uzumaki clan guys. Shinno sneered. What you're saying makes it sound like we ambushed you. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lightning release, earth walk. Kakuzu had no S-rank offensive ninjutsu aside from the Earth Grudge Fear, but his combined ninjutsu could barely achieve the desired effect. As an old-school Kage-level powerhouse, plus having the support of 4 hearts at this stage, his chakra reserves were considerable even among Kage-level experts. The water release increased the attack area, while the lightning shield enhanced the attack power. The combined attack effect of water and lightning far exceeded that of ordinary A-rank ninjutsu. Boom! 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 The shadow clones of Shinno and his father were continuously dissipating under the influence of this large-scale attack ninjutsu. As they saw that there were almost no enemy shadow clones left on the field, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and charged towards Shinno and his father once more. Earth Grudge Fear Fist Technique. His limbs, modified by Earth Grudge Fear, had developed long-range attack capabilities and were resistant to ordinary cuts and strikes, with decent defense. Suddenly, 2 fists separated from his body and, connected by Earth Grudge Fear, rushed towards the two. But unfortunately, the two seemed to have anticipated this and simultaneously used body flicker technique to evade. It's not over yet. At this moment, the fist that had already launched suddenly turned in midair and aimed for the latest landing point of the two. Don't joke around, uncle. You think you can embarrass yourself with that kind of strength? Light secret technique, Sun Fist. Kakuzu currently had 4 bodies, but before him was a blinding white scene. He had long known from intelligence about the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan Sun Fist and was not flustered. Instead, he quickly formed seals based on his brief memory. Water release, water barrier. This was not an ordinary water barrier. It was closer to the future 4th Mizukage's water mirror technique. However, Kakuzu certainly didn't know that technique. He increased the smoothness of the water wall. Although it couldn't achieve the effect of the water mirror technique, it was already sufficient. Smooth water walls rose around him, providing some reflective effect, rendering Shinno's Sun Fist ineffective. It seems someone in Konoha wants me dead, Shinno said leisurely. Who is your employer? Uzumaki Dar's face also darkened. There were many users of the Uzumaki clan's light secret technique. You learn a bit, I learn a bit. As long as there are enough spies in the Konoha ninja army, it is possible to piece together the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan's light secret technique. But the key is that there must be enough spies in the Konoha ninja army. There are fewer than 10 people in the entire Konoha capable of doing this. Either high-ranking village officials or clan heads of major ninja clans. Hee, it's naturally someone from your Konoha. How pathetic, the Uzumaki clan, like a stray dog, finally joins Konoha, but it seems they might not even look at you. Kakuzu secretly searched for an opportunity to escape and naturally didn't mind exchanging verbal jabs with the two. Just as Shinno was about to say something else, Uzumaki Dar's diamond lock suddenly shot out from behind, directly piercing through Kakuzu's lightning clone. What? Kakuzu was horrified as he turned around. Directly in front of him stood Uzumaki Dar. How could he be attacked from behind? It's a shadow clone. Uzumaki Dar explained expressionlessly. Impossible. How could your shadow clone use diamond lock? Kakuzu couldn't believe it at all. What level of ninjutsu was diamond lock? How could a mere shadow clone use it? Although the shadow clone technique could also perform ninjutsu, it was not something one could use just because they wanted to. Without sufficient chakra reserves, using a C-rank ninjutsu would be impressive. Only those who reached the chakra level, like Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones, could not only use Rasengan but also practice sage arts. And in the later stages, Uchiha Madara was even more exaggerated. His wooden clones could even use Susanoo. Dad, you broke through? Shinno asked joyfully. He knew his father's strength all too well. The chakra reserves that slightly exceeded the Kage level couldn't possibly achieve such an effect. Uzumaki Dar no did modesty. Did you forget about the Wind Country incident last time? Shinizuke suddenly remembered that when he sealed the Dragon Vein chakra, Yuzuo Daro sealed a part of the soon-to-disperse Dragon Vein chakra, saying it was to break through the bottleneck. Now that he thinks about it, it should have been successful. Hee. Elder Kakuzu, why don't you just surrender? Don't make everyone embarrassed. Dream on. Let's see if you can win against me first. Kakuzu is a major figure who has experienced many ups and downs in the ninja world, for whatever reason. He is certainly not a match for the two opponents he faces now. Fire style, flame explosion. Just as the two were bickering, Kakuzu's fire clone suddenly charged forward, rapidly closing in on Shinnosuke and his father. Boom! A huge explosion created a deep pit of several dozen meters in front of Shinnosuke and his father. Cough, cough. That was close. Shinnosuke awkwardly stood up from behind the trees. His wooden wall technique was modified from the earth-style wall and unexpectedly saved his life at a critical moment. Kakuzu's self-destructing clone technique has an attack power that is no less than an average S-rank ninjutsu. If he had used earth-style for defense, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 139, Fierce Battle with Ko. End. At this moment, Kakuzu had already begun to retreat. Since the battle began, his lightning, earth, and fire clones had all been destroyed. Only his wind and water clones remained, and he chose not to disperse and flee. After all, he was facing two powerful opponents, and keeping his two clones together gave him a chance to coordinate. If he fled separately, they would be easily eliminated. Kakuzu ran at high speed for several hundred meters, and seeing a large pit about 10 meters wide ahead, made by Shinnosuke's wooden man technique, he didn't have time to choose a detour. Channeling chakra into his legs, he prepared to jump over it. Suddenly, a flash of silver light shot out from the pit, and a figure emerged. A short sword had already pierced through the heart of Kakuzu's wind clone. As if all its strength had been drained, it fell into the deep pit with a thud. Meanwhile, the water clone had just crossed the pit, but its legs felt as heavy as lead and could no longer move. I surrender. Just as Shinnosuke's kunai was 1 centimeter away from Kakuzu's last heart, he straightforwardly chose to drop his weapon. Shinnosuke stopped in his tracks, playing with the special dagger in his hand. Has Elder Kakuzu come to a realization? Shinnosuke teased with a playful expression, secretly thinking Flying Thunder God technique is really useful. While creating the large pit with the wooden man technique, he had placed a special kunai inside, just in case, and he didn't expect to actually use it. Skill is inferior to others. I concede. Kakuzu was also straightforward. At first, Shinnosuke had been persuading him to surrender, and now that he couldn't win, he might as well try and see if he could escape unscathed. Perhaps he could even save his life. Don't worry. As long as you're willing to pledge loyalty to our Uzumaki clan, everything can be discussed. Yujiro also chimed in. Although Kakuzu was in a very awkward position in front of the two, he was indeed a top-tier powerhouse. His mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu and the Earth Grudge Fear technique made him not fear anyone. I want Earth Grudge Fear. Shinnosuke did not hold back and directly put forward his conditions. To him, Kakuzu's life or death didn't matter. But in order to obtain the Earth Grudge Fear and its usage method, sparing Kakuzu's life wasn't out of the question. Kakuzu fell silent. He knew his situation well, and the most valuable thing he had now was the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique from Takigakure. But could Shinnosuke be trusted? Once he handed over the secret technique, his life and death would no longer be in his control. Don't worry. As long as you can be of use to us in the future, who would refuse a master like you? Yujiro understood Kakuzu's concerns and stepped forward to help him up, reassuring him. All right, I hope you two keep your word. Kakuzu had no choice. His life was in the opponent's hands, so he could only leave the decision to them. Earth Grudge Fear release. A mass of black, vein-like matter separated from Kakuzu's body, and he respectfully handed this object to Shinnosuke and his father with both hands. After they received the Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu took out paper and pen from his ninja tool pouch, and without bothering to lay the paper on the ground, he began to write down the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique. Before long, the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique was also completed, and Kakuzu awkwardly stood by, watching as the Uzumaki father and son sat before him, completely unconcerned, studying the secret technique. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Kakuzu, this is our Uzumaki clan's method of contact outside of Konoha. You need to report your whereabouts regularly. If we need you to take action, we will contact you then. Yujiro sent over a note, and Kakuzu looked closely. The Uzumaki clan's secret contact location was actually in the Land of Fire's capital. Only then did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he was still of use, that was good. Of course, next time we find Mr. Kakuzu, we will continue to pay the appropriate rewards. Shinnosuke added. He knew that Kakuzu was a guy who valued money above all else, and to the current Uzumaki clan, money was just a number. If they could use a mere amount of money to make a shadow-level powerhouse willingly work for them, it would definitely be a big profit. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Thank you. This sentence was much more sincere than before. One more question. Who hired you? Shinnosuke asked. Kakuzu smiled bitterly. I don't know. He was wearing your Umbu uniform. Who knows if it's real or not? Shinnosuke had come up with this on a whim, and didn't he expect to gain any useful information from Kakuzu? After all, he had already pinned the blame on Danzo. Then we'll meet again next time. Since Shinnosuke had issued the eviction order, Kakuzu finally escaped with his life. Although he had lost the Earth Grudge Fear, he still took the portions of Earth Grudge Fear from the 4 dead clones. Shinnosuke watched his actions, naturally understanding the other's intention, and did not stop him. These Earth Grudge Fear branches could help Kakuzu absorb a heart again, but they could no longer produce new Earth Grudge Fear. Before long, the 3 parted ways. What do we want this Earth Grudge Fear for? After Kakuzu left, Yujiro couldn't help but ask. The Uzumaki clan doesn't need such low-level methods to enhance chakra. Even if 5 hearts were gathered, the amount of chakra would only be at the level of a small Uzumaki like Shinnosuke. And there are at least 8 or 10 ninjas of that level in the Uzumaki clan. Dad, don't worry. Shinnosuke waved Kakuzu's ninja report in his hand and explained. This Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, though called a secret technique, is actually a strange object, similar to a dragon vein. Shinnosuke had long suspected the nature of the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique. There aren't many secret techniques as unique as the Earth Grudge Fear in the entire ninja world. Secret techniques, as the name implies, can be trained by many people, but only Kakuzu can do it in the entire ninja world, which is a bit hard to believe. With style is difficult, right? Whether it's genetics or transplanting Hashirama cells, there's always a way. Mangeki Sharingan is difficult, right? The Uchiha clan has opened several pairs. How can a ninjutsu inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths not be unique? Yet Earth Grudge Fear can. Even if Kakuzu slaughtered all the high-ranking officials. Didn't Takigakure have any inheritance? He sees the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, but he didn't destroy Takigakure. Moreover, Earth Grudge Fear had been passed down in Takigakure for a long time. It can't be that only one person can master it per generation, right? With several thousand years of history, a slight mistake would have resulted in the technique being lost. It's not that it can't be done, it's that it can't. From Kakuzu's writing in the report, one can tell that the key to the inheritance of the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique lies in this strange object. Without this mass, no matter how you learn, you won't be able to master it. And Takigakure released the news just to prevent everyone from surrounding Kakuzu and give their village a chance to recover the Earth Grudge Fear. Dad, look, you definitely won't need this. Shinnosuke was playing with the Earth Grudge Fear mother body in his hands, but with so many elite jonin in the Uzumaki clan. Like teacher Uzumaki Kaze, if we give him 5 hearts, could he become a Kaga-level expert? Chapter 140. Kaga-level inheritance. Uzumaki Daro's eyes lit up. That's right. Uzumaki Kaze's chakra amount is absolutely above that of ordinary Kaga-level ninjas. And having learned Shinnosuke's light secret technique, he also has top-tier attack power. If he were to be equipped with a large number of 5 nature ninjutsu, who could say he wouldn't be considered a Kaga-level powerhouse? Dad. Our Uzumaki clan has more than just 1 or 2 experts like Teacher Kaze. The Earth Grudge Fear can be used interchangeably. Uzumaki Daro asked with some confusion. Interchangeably? Shinnosuke was a bit helpless. Why was his dad so slow today? Let's take Teacher Kaze as an example. Shinnosuke explained while walking. Teacher Kaze has a massive chakra amount, right? Uzumaki Daro nodded. So if we give him 5 top-tier hearts, wouldn't he be able to use 5 nature ninjutsu? And all at the elite jonin level? Uzumaki Daro nodded again. Since he can use 5 nature ninjutsu, with our Uzumaki clan's chakra amount combined with the chakra from the 5 hearts, how long would it take for him to truly master the 5 nature ninjutsu while making use of shadow clone techniques as much as possible? Hearing this, Uzumaki Daro almost jumped up, trembling with excitement. You mean? That's exactly what I mean. Shinnosuke nodded. Developing a new attribute isn't easy. Excluding those born with it, the difficulty of developing a second attribute is 10, developing a third is 30, a fourth is 80, and a fifth is at least 500. Attribute development is that difficult, which is why, besides ninjas born with multiple attributes, even jonin are only required to master 2 attributes, while Kaga-level experts focus only on their strongest attributes. For example, the second Hokage, despite being a genius, was only proficient in water style and never claimed to be well-rounded. So for ordinary ninjas, the claim that the third Hokage is the strongest ninja is based on reason. After all, the killing techniques of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama aren't much different. If Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack power is 100, then Senju Hashirama's is 10, 000. But does it make a difference to ordinary ninjas? A hit is a hit, whether it's from Sarutobi Hiruzen or Senju Hashirama. Now that we have the Earth Grudge Fear, mastering the 5 nature ninjutsu is completely a matter of working backward from the result. Shinnosuke explained, the 5 attribute hearts are like the answers. Plus, our Uzumaki clan's chakra amount is already enormous, and we can practice repeatedly. A 5 attribute ninja with a massive chakra amount would be Kaga level in any ninja village. And with the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, the Uzumaki clan effectively possesses its own unique Kaga level ninja training model. Once teacher Kaze develops the 5 nature attributes using the hearts, we can completely take the Earth Grudge Fear and install it on Elder Uzumaki Mingtang. Shinnosuke shrugged. At this point, Uzumaki Daro was already dumbfounded, not because he was less knowledgeable than Shinnosuke, but because he hadn't thought of this at all. After all, who would know that such a thing existed in the land of waterfalls, far from the Uzumaki clan? Moreover, with the Earth Grudge Fear mother body in hand, as long as there's enough time, it can completely split into more bodies, and that would be the time for our Uzumaki clan to rise again. Shinnosuke affirmed. The Earth Grudge Fear mother body would definitely split into sub-bodies. Not to mention the intel from Kakuzu, even from the storyline. It was clear that Kakuzu didn't care at all about the losses of the Earth Grudge Fear during the final battle with Konoha. Plus, he even used the Earth Grudge Fear to heal Daidara's arm. If it couldn't regenerate, he wouldn't benefit others at his own expense, even if given more money. Shinnosuke turned to see his father already lost in beautiful visions of the future, almost tripping while walking. Shinnosuke, how's it going? Did we win? 2 ninjas, Uzumaki Fu and Uzumaki Ling, ran over with concern. Don't worry, with my intervention, what can I handle? Shinnosuke boasted as he hugged the two. Ah, greeting, clan leader. They quickly bowed, having completely missed Uzumaki Daro earlier, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking he was already in ambush. You two are not bad. Keep up the good work. Uzumaki Daro said perfunctorily, his mind solely on the Earth Grudge Fear, having no time for these little guys. I'm leaving. I'll take this. Uzumaki Daro didn't say it explicitly, naturally worried that Uzumaki Fu and Uzumaki Ling would talk too much. Shinnosuke nodded, no problem. Just as they were about to part ways, unexpectedly, Uzumaki Fu at the back suddenly entangled Uzumaki Daro, wanting him to provide guidance on their ninjutsu. Seeing Uzumaki Fu suddenly making hand signs, Shinnosuke realized. The 3 exchanged glances and understood at the same time. According to the unique secret language of the Uzumaki clan, Shinnosuke and his father assigned targets. Dad, you chat here first. I'm going to pee. Shinnosuke scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Uzumaki Daro's old face turned red, unable to help but shiver. Having to helplessly follow Shinnosuke's topic, together Dad, I also want to. Uzumaki Ling's face was full of shyness, seemingly indifferent, turning her head to the side. The father and son duo, with their arms around each other, walked a distance and came to a big tree. Dad, move a bit to the side. If you stand in front of me, I can't pee. Just as Shinnosuke was about to pull down his pants, he saw his dad still next to him and had to say awkwardly. Uzumaki Daro laughed. You little brat, you have a lot of quirks. After saying that, he turned around and went behind, seemingly picking a big tree at random. Diamond Lock. Tree Realm Birth. 2 S-rank ninjutsu were executed simultaneously, and their targets were the big tree right in front of them. Golden chains extended from Uzumaki Daro's stomach and, in less than a second, tied the big tree up tightly. With a force of intention from Uzumaki Daro, the entire tree suddenly turned to dust. Shinnosuke's Tree Realm Birth was even more impressive, with countless vines rising from the ground, wrapping around the big tree in front of him. With a gentle flick of his hand, the vines that emerged from the ground began to absorb the tree's life force, and in just a few seconds, the originally towering tree had completely withered and started to shrink. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, both big trees turned to ashes, revealing 2 peculiar ninjas in between. Who are you? Why are you monitoring us? Uzumaki Daro asked curiously. Shinnosuke took a glance and noticed the problem. Isn't this White Zetsu? Could it be that I've already attracted the attention of that old man? Chapter 141. Capturing White Zetsu, though internally shocked, Shinnosuke maintained a calm facade, displaying a curious expression as he turned to his dad and asked, What is this thing? Dad, have you seen it before? Uzumaki Daro was also happily playing along. He tightened his diamond chains, then performed a sealing technique on the bound white Zetsu before walking up to the opponent and using the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone approached, looking left and right, then shook its head at the two, prompting Uzumaki Daro to dismiss the shadow clone technique. Can't tell. Maybe it was created by that big ninja village? Uzumaki Daro stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Let's take them back first. Leave it to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Uzumaki Daro walked over to the white Zetsu controlled by Shinnosuke's Tree Realm Birth and started a round of sealing techniques. After tidying up the two white Zetsus, Uzumaki Daron clapped his hands and laughed. "All right, I should be going now. I'll take these two guys with me and study them properly to see who is tracking us." Shinno nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Daron first used the summoning technique to relay information to his distant clansmen. Before long, at the agreed time, Uzumaki Daron disappeared with a bang, carrying the two wrapped-up white Zetsus like Zongzi. "Shinno, what happened?" "Huh? Where's the clan leader?" Uzumaki Ringo rushed over, panting and leaning on her knees. "He left." Using reverse summoning, Uzumaki Tofu said in surprise, "Oh, is the matter resolved?" Shinno had to say, "It's resolved. I don't know where that strange person came from to track us, but it's nothing serious." He acted indifferent, as being tracked and discovered was something that happened every day in the ninja world, so he portrayed his feelings quite genuinely. "Let's speed up and head to the land of rain. No more wasting time here." "Yes." After Shinno and the others left, a black humanoid figure slowly rose from the shadows not far away, watching the direction the three had disappeared into, muttering to itself. "So it was this fat guy who discovered me? Kagura's Imf." As someone who had secretly observed the descendants of the Six Paths for thousands of years, the moment the other party's buttocks lifted, he knew what kind of excrement would come out. Kagura's had appeared many times in the history of the Uzumaki clan, so when Shinno and his son acted, he had already discovered the crux of the matter. As for the loss of the two white Zetsus, Kuro Zetsu didn't care. After so many years of causing trouble in the ninja world, he had lost more than one or two white Zetsus. These humanoid beings originally had no brains and felt no pain, so even if the Uzumaki clan tortured them severely, they wouldn't reveal any information. Moreover, the ninja world was full of bizarre creatures, so it wouldn't be long before the Uzumaki clan discarded the two captives. Kuro Zetsu was quite satisfied with today's actions. Although there was a loss of white Zetsus, it was nothing compared to their numbers. Instead, he had gained a lot. After close observation, he was now certain that Shinno had nothing to do with Ashura. He was just a perfectly normal member of the Uzumaki clan. Although the other party had awakened, would release, and learn the Flying Thunder God technique, such geniuses had appeared a few times in history. As long as it didn't affect his plans, having someone who would eventually become a Rinnegan holder as a sharpening stone was also quite good. Kuro Zetsu chuckled and vanished into the earth. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Shinno, who had just captured the white Zetsus. His excited heart had calmed down slightly. White Zetsus were a great asset. They were the top treasure in the ninja world and in the future. Ordinary clansmen awakening would rely on him. Moreover, whatever he thought of would come true. With a white Zetsus, he already had leverage that the other party couldn't refuse. Now it was time to think about what he wanted. With excitement in his heart, Shinno and the others moved quickly. After a long journey of about 10 days, they finally arrived at the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain. Under Uzumaki Ringo's lead, the three quickly passed through the front half of the camp and headed toward Tsunade's tent. Along the way, many ninjas greeted Uzumaki Ringo with smiles. As Tsunade's top disciple, Uzumaki Ringo had performed many emergency surgeries in the Land of Rain camp, saving countless Konoha ninjas from the brink of death. Shinno, who was following behind Uzumaki Ringo, pondered. Ringo had only become Tsunade's disciple for a few days, yet she already had such great prestige. One could only imagine how much more formidable Tsunade's reputation as Konoha's top medical ninja was. Plus, with her identity as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, as long as she didn't betray the village, she could walk freely in Konoha. Before long, the three arrived at Tsunade's camp. Uzumaki Ringo took a deep breath, extended her right hand, and lightly knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Kumin." Then Uzumaki Ringo pushed the door open, and she and Shinno entered one after another. What met their eyes was a row of empty wine bottles on the table, and Tsunade was lying on the table with a flushed face, pouring a bottle of wine into her mouth. "Teacher, please stop drinking." Uzumaki Ringo quickly stepped forward, snatched the bottle from Tsunade's hand, and pleaded with red eyes. "Oh, is Ringo back?" Tsunade, leaning on the table with her dazed eyes, looked up and saw her disciple in front of her. For a moment, She couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with various emotions, and she pulled Uzumaki Ringo into a tight embrace, crying bitterly to release her long-suppressed feelings. Shinno exchanged a glance with Uzumaki Tofu, and the two quietly retreated. Standing outside the tent, they felt somewhat awkward. At this moment, there was no need for Uzumaki Tofu. So the little fat guy whispered a few words to Shinno and took the initiative to leave this place of trouble. About 10 minutes later, Uzumaki Ringo finally walked out of the tent. By this time, her eyes were slightly red and swollen from crying, but she still performed her duties diligently. Shinno, gomein. She waved to Shinno, who was standing at the door, and the two re-entered Tsunade's tent. Upon re-entering, the tent was no longer in disarray as before. At least the wine bottles on the table had disappeared, and the previously scattered documents had been neatly organized. Tsunade, sitting at the head of the table, had also composed herself. Although her eyes were still red and bloodshot, after venting, her spirit had noticeably improved. I'm sorry for making you see such a scene, Shinno. Tsunade stood up and slightly bowed, sincerely apologizing. Shinno found a chair and waved his hand dismissively. I understand your feelings. No one wants to encounter such situations. You need to pull yourself together. The Shinjū clan still needs you. While speaking, Uzumaki Ringo brewed tea and filled the cups for the two, then gave Shinno a knowing look before exiting the tent, aware that the two had some private matters to discuss. Seeing Uzumaki Ringo leave, Shinno finally got to the point. How is Shinjū's condition now? Chapter 142. Meeting Tsunade's expression darkened as she thought of her brother's unbearable condition, and sadness overwhelmed her. She shook her head with difficulty. His legs are amputated from the root, and there is massive necrosis in the remaining tissue. There's no hope. Hearing her description, Shinno could imagine Shinjū's condition and couldn't help but speak to comfort her. I'm sorry for your loss. Do you know who the culprit is? Tsunade's face turned pale. In the original history, whether she had suspected Konoha was unknown, but now with the reminders from the Uzumaki father and son, even if she wanted to evade it, she couldn't escape. Moreover, it would be one thing if Shinjū were dead. Without the victim, many matters in Konoha would have been left unresolved. But now that he was alive, constantly reminding her of the situation, how could she possibly escape? Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist on the table hard, but she didn't speak. She understood Shinno's implication, and she had long suspected the high-ranking officials of Konoha when Senju Kakaku died. Tsunade closed her eyes, weighing everything happening around her. Once the words were spoken, they couldn't be taken back, and she naturally understood her significance to the village. Now that the main branch of the Shinjū clan had become a battlefield for Konoha's major clans and high-ranking officials, it was laughable that she and her brother had once unreservedly sided with Konoha's upper echelons, only to end up with such a tragic fate. Thinking of this, and then of Shinjū lying on the bed, unable to take care of himself, and looking at Shinno, who was sitting calmly opposite her, she suddenly understood and figured out. Since they wanted to launch a surprise attack, why didn't Konoha's high-ranking officials target Shinno instead? Why attack her poor brother? Wasn't it because the Shinjū clan had already lost the ability to protect themselves, appearing like lambs to be slaughtered in the eyes of Konoha's high-ranking officials? They didn't dare to act against the current Uzumaki clan because the Uzumaki clan would fight back fiercely. Everyone had seen how ruthless Uzumaki Darong was in letting enemies into his village. According to the information deliberately leaked by the Mist Ninja, the Uzumaki clan is recklessly releasing tailed beast balls as if they were free. If they really managed to ambush Shinno and succeed, I fear that the Uzumaki clan would become invincible in Konoha, and with shadow-level masters and tailed beast balls, Konoha could be eliminated from the 5 great villages. The Uzumaki clan could easily pack up and leave, joining another ninja village and returning as a hero decades later. It must be Konoha. I don't know who exactly, but it has to be someone within Konoha. Tsunade sat up straight, no longer showing signs of drunkenness. After Shinjū was rescued, I immediately went to the scene to investigate. Although they tried to cover it up repeatedly, it was definitely the work of Konoha's Umbu. Tsunade's expression darkened. Previously, she had been avoiding the truth, but now, forced by Shinno, she faced the harsh reality, which was very painful for her. Who could mobilize the Umbu? Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. They thought their actions were seamless, but one must know that Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, she spent all her time wandering around the Konoha office building. To be honest, in terms of understanding the Umbu, even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not do better than Tsunade. Although the explosive tags and ninjutsu used in the attack seemed unrelated to Konoha, with the reminders from the Uzumaki father and son, Tsunade had already suspected Konoha from the start. Therefore, during her investigation, she consciously considered Konoha and quickly noticed the discrepancies. The positioning of Konoha's umbu is different from that of regular ninja teams due to the nature of their missions. From the clues at the scene, it was evident that this was the classic ambush positioning used by Konoha's umbu. Shinno raised an eyebrow. Since Tsunade dared to admit in front of him that it was the high-ranking officials of Konoha who acted, it meant she was officially breaking with Konoha's upper echelons. Sigh. I came here and was ambushed by the bounty hunter Kaku. If I hadn't had some skills, I might not have made it this far. Shinno also sighed, hinting at Konoha's upper ranks. My light's secret technique and would release are clear to them. Who did this? I don't even need to say. Tsunade was a bit surprised. She didn't think Shinno was lying to her, but did these old guys go mad? However, thinking about Shinjuro's situation, it suddenly seemed reasonable. Now, what do you want to do? The Shinjū clan doesn't have much power to mobilize. Hee. Shinno played with the teacup in his hand and did not respond to Tsunade's question, but instead turned and asked, "What arrangements do you have for Shinjūro?" Tsunade sighed. I was planning to send him back to Konoha in the next couple of days, but he will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, which must be the most painful torture for him. Shinno asked, "Is there a chance to change his legs?" Tsunade shook her head. She had thought of this plan long ago. Unfortunately, Konoha's limb replacement surgery is not yet mature. If we start developing it now, it would take at least 10 years to achieve the desired results. But after 10 years, the nerves at the fracture site of Shinjuro's legs will have long since died, making it meaningless. Shinno naturally understood that Tsunade had no way out. Konoha's earliest limb replacement surgery would not occur until after the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Tsunade used cells from Hashirama Senju to grow an arm for Naruto. But this does not mean that an ordinary person's arm cannot be replaced. It is just that Naruto's body energy cannot withstand an ordinary arm. However, this is irrelevant for Shinjūro. He is just an ordinary ninja without the wood release awakening. And ordinary legs would definitely be sufficient. Unfortunately, there is simply no time. Don't you know? Konoha now has the puppet technique inheritance. If it really doesn't work, we can first make him 2 puppet prosthetics. I believe that with Shinjuro's willpower, even if he can no longer continue being a ninja, at least he can stand up and move by himself, which is not bad. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face lit up. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Shinjūro had always aimed to become Hokage, but now he had become a cripple. His pride would not allow him to become a burden to his family and village. Although he was not yet despondent, the light of hope in his eyes had long since faded. If he learned the puppet technique and could walk independently, at least he wouldn't have to rely on others for care and wouldn't be a burden to others, which would give him a goal and prevent him from sinking deeper into despair. Thank you. Speaking of which, this puppet technique is actually the spoils of your teacher. SOM-kun. I didn't expect it to be so useful for Shinjūro now. Tsunade quickly stood up and bowed in gratitude. Seeing the two engaged in pleasant conversation, Shinno straightforwardly asked, "What do you think of the current situation in Konoha?" Tsunade knew he would push her to express her stance. But thinking of her brother's current bettered state, she couldn't stand by idly. The blood of the Shinjū clan did not allow her to take a step back. One must save oneself before others will help you. Right now, the most valuable things for the Shinjū clan are their reputation and her status as a shadow-level master. With Shinjuro's paralysis, along with her medical ninjutsu that has saved countless lives, all the prestige is concentrated on her. Konoha must reform. Those who are merely occupying positions without merit must step down. Chapter 143, Marriage Alliance with Tsunade. Alright, Shinno couldn't help but applaud. He stepped forward. Since Tsunade, you have this awareness, I won't hide it from you. I can still save Shinjuro's legs. What? Tsunade stood up upon hearing Shinno's words, feeling incredulous. Really? Even now, I can't do anything. You? It's not that Tsunade doubted Shinno. As an expert in medical ninjutsu, she had enough reason to question. If someone else said this, she would definitely scoff at it. But first of all, the other party is the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, and now he's trying to win her over, so he shouldn't be lying. The key point is that this relates to her brother's life for the rest of his life. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, she won't give up. Looking at Tsunade's hopeful eyes, Shinno smiled and said, "But it will take some time. I can't be sure how long exactly." "Why? Can it be done now?" Shinno explained. "I have a unique creature that can be used for Shinjuro's leg replacement, but Shinjūro is only 16 years old right now, and the thickness of his thighs differs slightly from the spare parts one have on hand. We need to wait until Shinjuro's thighs are a bit thicker before we can proceed." Tsunade completely didn't understand what Shinno was talking about. She sat there with a confused expression, but understood that the other party had enough confidence to say these things. What do you want? The wood release ninjutsu? The second Hokage's secret techniques? As long as you can heal Shinjū, none of these are a problem. Excited, Tsunade spoke somewhat incoherently, frantically making wishes to Shinno. At this moment, however, Shinno was no longer in a hurry. He looked Tsunade up and down, smiling faintly, and said, "These things are invaluable treasures. Using them to exchange for healthy legs for Shinjū would be considered equal, but I refuse. White Zetsu, as a body part that could be used immediately by a Hokage." Shinno was fully confident about the leg replacement, but relying solely on these ninjutsu and White Zetsu's value did not match. He returned to his seat and crossed his legs. "My legs are not ordinary legs. Once replaced, Shinjū will have a high probability of awakening the wood release. How can I comfortably give them to you?" Tsunade was somewhat lost upon hearing this. She didn't expect that just a pair of legs could have such an effect. If what the other party said was true, those ninjutsu indeed could not be compared. If what he said was true, since it could increase the number of wood release ninjas, why give it to the Shinjū clan? Not to mention that not long ago, she and her brother, as the actual leaders of the Shinjū clan, had abandoned the Uzumaki clan and sided with the Hokage. The trust foundation between the two sides had already dissipated, and the other party was still trying to win her over, which could be considered as having feelings and loyalty. But both sides currently could not trust each other at all. The influence of Shinjū awakening wood release is too great. Now, in the entire Konoha village, only Uzumaki Shinjiro can use wood release, making him a strong contender for the next Hokage. But if Shinjū also awakens wood release, then Shinjiro's only advantage will vanish. With his identity as the grandchild of Hashirama, the Konoha ninjas would never vote for Shinjiro. Realizing this, Tsunade forced a smile and said, "Whatever I say now, you won't believe it. So, tell me what you want as long as I have it. I want you. After I grow up and marry Kushina, you can marry me too. Our two families can unite again, and everything will be resolved." He sat there, his deep eyes fixed on Tsunade, as if saying something unrelated. "I give you a wood release ninja, and you return me a shadow-level expert. Who's at a loss here?" He played with the teacup in his hand and asked with a smile. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, unable to imagine he would say such a thing. "I am Ling's teacher." She didn't refuse, she just murmured, "This is your issue to consider, not mine." Shinjiro teased, "Don't think too much right now. In a couple of days, I'll send you the measurements for the spare legs. Once Shinjū gains a bit more weight and before the leg replacement surgery, you can decide any time." At this point, Shinjiro stood up, smiled, and left the tent without looking back, leaving Tsunade alone sitting on the stool, speechless for a long time. "Shinjū, your sister is here." After parting with Shinjiro, Tsunade couldn't make up her mind and could only visit her brother again. It was only with him that she could find inner peace. "Sister, Komin." Shinjū was being pushed in circles by a Shinjū clan ninja in his tent. Hearing Tsunade's voice, he hurriedly had the clan ninja push him to the desk. Pretending to study seriously, Tsunade lifted the curtain and walked into the tent, seeing Shinjū studying, while the clan ninja bowed and exited. Looking at the wheel marks on the ground, and then at Shinjū, who was pretending to study hard, Tsunade couldn't help but choke up. Shinjū panicked at once, throwing down the book in his hands, rolling himself over to Tsunade with difficulty. Don't cry, sister, it's all my fault." He awkwardly grabbed some tissues from the desk, flustered, wanting to wipe Tsunade's tears. Tsunade took the tissues and gently wiped her eyes. She came behind Shinjū and personally pushed his wheelchair. "Haven't you been out these days? Aren't you bored?" Tsunade asked softly. Shinjū was silent for a moment, then smiled innocently as if it didn't matter. "Not really. This time has allowed me to calm down and read and practice writing, which is quite good. Grandpa used to practice calligraphy when he was upset, and now I find I like it more and more too. Do you want me to take you out for a stroll?" "No need. Don't worry, Shinjū. I will definitely heal your legs." Tsunade patted Shinjū's shoulder, changing the topic to encourage him. Shinjū forced a bitter smile. "Sister, don't lie to me. I know my own situation. The family will depend on you in the future. I just want to know who is plotting against me." At this point, he gritted his teeth, turning to look directly at Tsunade. "Can you tell me, sister?" Tsunade was at a loss for words and could only respond with silence. She didn't want to tell her brother the harsh truth. Shinjū looked at Tsunade, who was silent before him, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead. Chuckling, "Sister, you must have seen the wheel marks in my tent, right?" Without waiting for Tsunade to reply, he continued to speak to himself. "Since I woke up, I have never left the tent on my own. Why? Is it for my pathetic pride?" Saying this, Shinjū angrily pounded the armrest, so hard that he didn't care if he bled. Chapter 144. Determination. I don't want to let the enemies laugh at me. Even if you don't say it, I know it's our Konoha people doing this. He seemed to use all his strength. It's definitely them. They must still be lurking in the shadows, watching me, watching my legs. As soon as I go out, they might be laughing in the dark. Ha ha ha. Shinjū suddenly let out a neurotic laugh that sounded so desolate. Don't do this, Shinjū. Don't torment yourself like this. Tsunade's tears could no longer be held back. She held Shinjū's bleeding left hand tightly, crying, feeling the healing chakra in her hand. Shinjū angrily shook off his injured left hand, his tone full of resentment. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I'm just a cripple now. And I don't have the ability to take revenge. Can't I even know who the murderer is? Do I really have to live my life like a fool? Looking at her brother, whose eyes were lost in hatred, Tsunade felt she barely recognized him. She could only hold his hand tightly, but everything felt so pale. Sister, can you really not tell me who did it? Is it Sarutobi Hiruzen? Is it Shimura Danzo? Is it Uzumaki Dairo? Or Uchiha Fujiko? Shinjū's eyes, filled with murderous intent, couldn't hide their sharpness as he stared at Tsunade. Tsunade opened her mouth. She knew that if she couldn't give her brother an answer, then his meaning of living would be lost, and the rest of his life would only be as a walking corpse and an extremist. Tsunade carefully pushed Shinjū back to the innermost part of the tent, turning him to face her. I'm going to tell you now, but you absolutely cannot let it leak out. Not even to your teacher, Orochimaru. Tsunade said seriously. Thank you, sister, thank you. Shinjū's face lit up with joy. Wanted to bow in thanks, but it looked so ridiculous without legs. Seeing her brother making a fool of himself in front of her, Tsunade's heart ached. First, let's talk about something else. I'm serious about being able to heal your legs. Just now, Shinjiro came to see me, and, after understanding your specific situation, he believes that the Uzumaki clan has a way. Tsunade didn't directly tell Shinjū who the murderer was. Instead, she shared good news first, hoping to dissolve the negativity in her brother. How could a ninja who lives in hatred achieve great things? Really? Shinjū was so excited he wanted to stand up, but could only twist in his wheelchair, his mind focused on what Tsunade had just said. Thinking about the student Tsunade had taken in recently, who could heal people instantly, and the Uzumaki clan's years of accumulation, he thought it might not be impossible for him to get new legs. Although his line of thinking was completely off, he accidentally hit the nail on the head. Now the Uzumaki clan indeed could heal his legs. Seeing her brother regain his vitality, Tsunade carefully explained, I've already talked to Shinjiro. As long as the length of the amputation side of your legs and the new legs are similar, we can perform the surgery immediately. At this point, Tsunade seemed to be drained of all her strength. She didn't dare to tell her brother about Shinjiro's request. Her previously hesitant heart was now determined by the wild look in her brother's eyes. This was all her doing. As the actual leader of the Shinjū clan, having stood on the wrong side and taken the wrong direction nearly cost her brother's life, she regretted it deeply. One person does the work. One person takes the blame. For her brother, and to make up for her past mistakes, Tsunade's previously confused gaze became resolute. Shinjū, with tears streaming down his face, stared at the root of his thighs, now filled with hope. As for who the enemy was, I can't be sure, but the ones who acted must be the Konoha Umbu. Shinjū wasn't too surprised, as one of the suspects he had long suspected. No one understood better than him what the Umbu represented. It was either Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. If my legs recover, I will definitely make them pay for their blood debts. Shinjū sat there with a grim face. Although he had regained his spirit, it was impossible for him to forgive his enemies. By the way, the Uzumaki clan wouldn't come to treat me for no reason, right? What conditions did they propose? Originally, he and his sister had distanced themselves from the Uzumaki clan, and he felt indifferent about it. But now, as former allies who had deviated, they definitely wouldn't come to help him, a political enemy, for no reason. After going through the trials of life and death, Shinjū had obviously grown a lot. These questions were things he would never have considered before. He used to focus solely on the will of fire, as if it were a panacea that could solve all of Konoha's problems. Tsunade found it hard to speak, so she chose to partially conceal the truth. I am preparing to hand over Grandpa's wood release and Uncle's secret techniques to the Uzumaki clan. Shinjū merely nodded at this. Even he wouldn't think this trade was unequal. Although wood release techniques were very precious, there was only one buyer now, making it impossible to quantify. The second Hokage's secret techniques also had stringent usage conditions. Even if obtained, if one's own conditions did not meet the requirements, they couldn't be used, only serving to enrich the family's ninjutsu library. Looking at his thoughtful brother, who did not refute him. Shinjū could only bitterly smile inwardly. This trade also included would release and his sister herself. My silly brother. Shinnosuke hurriedly flashed to the Rain Country camp, explained the situation to his father, and had the two white Zetsu undergo full body measurements, sending the results back to the Rain Country. Then Shinnosuke bid farewell to Uzumaki Ling and Uzumaki Tung and left the Rain Country camp. After several days of contemplation, Tsunade finally made up her mind, but also put forward her conditions. She could marry Shinnosuke in the future, but they must claim it was a love match to the outside world. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Shinjū. He would definitely not accept trading his sister for his own legs. All the blame would fall on her. It's not just about competing for a man with her disciple. As long as it is said to be true love, what's wrong with a ninja's children finding a way to cope with the mental pressure? Shinnosuke didn't mind. What he wanted was a person, a way for the two families to continue their bond. As for how it would appear, it didn't matter. So he directly agreed to Tsunade's request, thinking that the Konoha 3 ninjas would soon engage in a fierce battle with the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Shinnosuke left behind his specially made kunai. As long as he activated the chakra within it, he could sense it, and it would only take a moment to come to their aid. When the time comes, with this, he could save the beauty and help cover the lie. Right? I'm leaving, don't think about me. As he parted ways with Tsunade, Shinnosuke couldn't help but pinch her small face, causing her to stiffen but not resist. Shinnosuke nodded in satisfaction. If danger arises, activate that kunai. Don't forget. He turned around, no longer lingering, waved his hand, and disappeared into the forest ahead, chasing after Uzumaki Tung and Uzumaki Ling, who had set off earlier. Chapter 145, Sudden Incident. Uzumaki Ling and Uzumaki Tung, as backup teammates for Kushina, would stay in the village this time and no longer accept assignments from the Rain Country camp. The three walked and stopped and, after nearly a month, finally reached the outskirts of the Forest of Death. Will you regret it? Maybe in the future, you two will execute missions in Konoha, and this might be the farthest you get. Shinnosuke pointed at the scenery around them and asked with a smile. Uzumaki Tung paused. Maybe, but it's nice not to have danger. Uzumaki Ling snorted. At this moment, she was somewhat unhappy about becoming Kushina's teammate and bodyguard. By now, the sun had set, and the afterglow of the sunset was exceptionally beautiful, but the town next to the Forest of Death appeared somewhat desolate. Even though the war was far from here, its impact was pervasive, heavily striking the country's commerce and agriculture. Don't worry, I believe the war will end soon. Even if you're on the front lines, you won't have many missions to carry out. Shinnosuke patted Uzumaki Tung's shoulder in comfort. He wasn't just saying this casually. According to historical processes, once the Konoha 3 ninjas escaped from Hanzo's grasp, the entire war would come to a halt. In fact, Konoha had already eased from the fervor of full-scale war. Originally, Konoha was fighting 4 against 1, but now the Sand Ninja had surrendered and the Mist Ninja were playing a tacit game. The Rock Ninja were isolated. As long as the Cloud Ninja didn't cause any trouble, Konoha would undoubtedly achieve victory in the Second Ninja War in the foreseeable future. But what one fears often comes to pass. While the three were chatting casually in the night, Uzumaki Tung suddenly made a hand sign. Shinnosuke and Uzumaki Ling exchanged glances, and the three quickly found a patch of bushes to hide and activated the light ninjutsu, long-distance vision. Even though the dense jungle obstructed their view, they couldn't care less. From a distance, a group of ninjas dressed as Cloud Ninja were rushing over, and it was evident that they were carrying several children on their shoulders, both boys and girls. Shinnosuke quickly counted. There were about 3 children being kidnapped, and behind them, Konoha ninjas were in hot pursuit. Let's go together. The Cloud Ninja leader, seeing that the two sides were getting closer and knowing he couldn't escape, resolutely led the remaining ninjas to launch a desperate charge at the Konoha pursuit team to cover the escape of the ninjas with the children. They leaped from the branches to the ground, and the 5 ninjas preparing to counterattack drew out long knives from their waists, their bodies shimmering with astonishing arcs of electricity. The crackling thunder brought absolute speed as the long knives flashed in the moonlight, revealing dazzling white light. Return to heaven. The Konoha pursuit team, primarily composed of the Hyuga clan, was led by Hyuga Hizashi. Shinnosuke had some interactions with him. They had both participated in scouting missions against the Mizukage clan. A light blue chakra sphere expanded from Hizashi and spread in all directions, as Konoha's most famous defensive ability. Even these Cloud Ninja, using lightning chakra modes, couldn't break through it. But their goal was achieved. This time they came to Konoha to steal bloodline ninjas. As long as they brought these children back to the Cloud Ninja, it wouldn't be long before they would have a new ninja clan. Everything was for the village. With this in mind, the Cloud Ninja leader's gaze became much firmer. Seeing many ninjas behind Hizashi preparing to bypass Return to Heaven, the Cloud Ninja steeled himself. Lightning release. Lightning Hound. Blue lightning coalesced into a hound shape from the Cloud Ninja leader's hand, rapidly expanding as it fell to the ground. The Lightning Hound, about the size of a calf, roared and charged towards the Konoha ninjas. Be careful. Return to Heaven. Hyuga Hizashi exclaimed helplessly. Just by looking at the lifelike Lightning Hound, he knew this move would be difficult to deal with. The lightning attribute was the most volatile chakra, and its form changing was the most challenging, often attacking in ball or forked lightning modes. However, this Cloud Ninja broke people's basic understanding of lightning release, manipulating the chaotic lightning so precisely that an elite J-Nin wouldn't stand chance. Everyone, let's go. Hold him off. The Cloud Ninja leader shouted loudly, not afraid of the other side hearing him. This was originally a psychological attack, a form of tactic. One wanted to chase, while the other wouldn't let them. The Cloud Ninja aimed to take advantage of the Konoha ninjas' eagerness to retrieve their children. But unfortunately, they just happened to run into Shinjū would release Birth of the Trees. Since the three Cloud Ninjas running past him were holding Konoha's children, Shinjū could not use extremely aggressive ninjutsu. Given the option, he chose to save them if he could. Countless vines rose from the ground, and in an instant, trees were wildly growing over an area roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, surrounding the three ninjas without leaving a single gap. Damn it, it's Uzumaki Shinno. Hearing the voice of the Cloud Ninja within the range of wood release, Shinno's expression darkened immediately. Damn, it must be that guy Danzo who can't stand to see me do well. I've barely used wood release a few times, and this guy has already made it known throughout the entire ninja world. Shinno cursed inwardly, but his actions didn't slow down. In the jungle born from wood release, countless vines surged from all directions. He dodged the first one, but couldn't avoid the second. The three Cloud Ninjas were still holding a child, rushing back and forth within the range of wood release. Unfortunately, the trees grew denser and left them with less and less room to maneuver. Kill them. The three ninjas, realizing they couldn't break out and had reached a point of desperation, no longer cared about escaping alive. Since they were all going to die anyway, the hostages in their hands no longer mattered. They were all children with bloodline limits, so they could be a cushion for each other. But unfortunately, they realized this too late. When surrounded by Shinno's wood release, they lost their chance. If it weren't for the safety of the three children, how could they have had the opportunity to rush back and forth within the range of wood release? 3 Ch-Nin and J-Nin level ninjas wanted to escape the killing intent of wood release. Wasn't that looking down on it too much? Just as the three raised their weapons, the trees beneath them acted like agile arms, grabbing their ankles and swinging them around, wrapping them up like mummies in just a few seconds. The three stunned children were also wrapped tightly by the vines, leaving the Cloud Ninjas no chance at all. After dealing with the trio, leading the hostages, Shinno and the others didn't delay, quickly shifting the battlefield to prepare to support Nakaira. But unexpectedly, after moving just a few hundred meters, the battle on Nakaira's side had already concluded. The scattered bodies of Cloud Ninjas lying everywhere were the best proof. It makes sense. Even if Konoha was short-handed, they couldn't possibly have fewer ninjas than the infiltrating Cloud Ninjas, right? Chapter 146. Nakaira's future since the war was over. Shinno hurried back to his previous position to rescue the three children wrapped in vines. Initially, he hadn't observed them closely, but now that he took a good look, he could clearly tell from their family crests which clans they belonged to. Hyuga, Uchiha, Uzumaki. Haha, the three great clans of Konoha are indeed weaklings. They even had their children stolen in the village, which is really laughable. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. Thank you, Shinno-sama. The three children were quite sensible. Shinno waved his hand dismissively, urging them to hurry back to the village with the tracking Konoha ninjas. At this time, he approached Nakaira, who was staring in awe at Shinno's recent wood-release masterpiece. After all the ninjas left, Shinno patted Nakaira's shoulder, asking, "What are you looking at?" Nakaira was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. After thinking for half a minute, he hesitantly said, "Nothing, just seeing wood release for the first time. It's indeed as legendary as they say." He felt a bit envious. After all, this was the wood release of the first Hokage. If he could also break free from the constraints of his clan, perhaps. Noticing Nakaira lost in thought, Shinno couldn't help but ask, "What's going on today?" Nakaira shook his head. "Who knows? Although we are currently at odds with the Cloud Ninjas, we have been communicating privately all along. These cloud ninjas came as negotiators to discuss how to avoid the escalation of war. As he said this, Nakaira chuckled, but as you can see, the negotiation was just a cover. Stealing children with bloodlines was their true intention. Shinno realized that stealing other people's children was a long-standing tradition of the Cloud Village. Why are so many of you chasing after them? Shinno asked curiously. Nakaira found it a bit strange, but chose to answer directly, what is the big deal? After discovering they were stealing children with bloodlines, the entire village's ninjas scattered. Don't be fooled by my team of only 30. To pursue them, the entire village dispatched 2,000 ninjas. Nakaira was right. There were over 10,000 ninjas on duty in the village. How could they stand by and watch such a heinous event take place? In the historical narrative, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a key focus of Konoha, could be kidnapped by infiltrating cloud ninjas in his own village. Who would believe this wasn't just an opportunity for the little son hero to save the damsel in distress? Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, the two continued their journey back to the village. Shinno, do you have any ways to rapidly improve my strength? Nakaira asked hesitantly. As the future leader of the Hyuga branch family, he had existed as a shadow of Hyuga Hizashi since birth. Throughout his entire ninja career, or rather, his entire life up to now, he had been fighting for his family. He was like all the branch family heads over the millennia, diligently dedicating everything he had. Initially, when he was first trapped like a caged bird, he had felt a flicker of resentment. However, the treatment of the branch family head, his brother's concern for him, and the years of brainwashing by the family elders, along with the millennia of tradition of the entire clan, had bound him with countless mental chains, causing that resentment to vanish amidst the entanglement of those chains. Initially, Nakaira thought his life would pass like this. He had already let go of those thoughts from his childhood that he shouldn't have had. But 3 months ago, at the age of 18, he was arranged to have an 18-year-old fiancée by the family. They had been childhood playmates, but there was no romantic feeling between them. The Hyuga clan rarely intermarried, so there weren't many people pursuing love within the limited population. However, the moment their relationship was confirmed, Nakaira's sense of responsibility suddenly surged. He had resigned himself to his fate, but thinking about the child he would soon have made him feel a chill. His child would be marked as a caged bird, just like him. This thought sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, as the branch family head of this generation, he had a bit of power within the Hyuga clan. But whether his son could become the branch family head depended on his brother. If his brother only had one child, that would be fine. But if his brother had 2 children, then the branch family would inevitably choose from his brother's 2 children. And his own child would forever be relegated to a lower status in the family. For the past few months, every time he thought of this situation, he would wake up in a panic. Unfortunately, despite having countless thoughts, he had no one to listen to him. After witnessing Shinno's devastating release, he suddenly conceived the idea of rapidly increasing his combat power. He thought that if he could become the strongest in the Hyuga clan, perhaps he could change his child's fate. Seeing Shinno's rapidly escalating strength, Nakaira instinctively asked. In truth, the two were merely acquaintances on all fronts. But as one of the next generation leaders of a prominent clan, they might have some common topics to discuss. Shinno Hotif, looking at the Hyuga ninja in front of him who was only a few years older, recalling his experiences in the plot and his unspoken love for his child. A dead man silently bore all the sins of his clan. Sigh. Shinno turned back, gazing intently at him. Senior Nakaira, I have many ways to improve combat power. But here, he pointed to his forehead, if you don't solve this, everything is in vain. Shinno's words pierced like a sharp sword into Nakaira's heart, exposing the issues he had been avoiding in gory detail. Did Nakaira not have a single doubt? Could becoming the strongest in the Hyuga truly change his child's fate? He was merely escaping. Looking at Nakaira, who was crouched on the ground in deep pain, Shinno changed the subject and asked, Senior Nakaira, I heard that your Hyuga clan can release chakra from every chakra point in your body. Rigia was somewhat confused, but still nodded, saying, to be honest, our absolute defense technique is based on this principle. Shinsuke paced thoughtfully, casually picking up a stick and drawing in the ground. Look, this is the puppet technique of Sand Ninja Village. It is said that the strongest puppet master, like Chiyo, can control 10 puppets at once. Do you know why? Rigia squatted down beside him, not raising his head. Shinsuke, don't test me. The Hyuga clan has been a major clan for 1,000 years. How can we not know? Of course, it's because he has only 10 fingers. 10 fingers release 10 chakra threads, which is already the limit for humans. But that's not the limit for your Hyuga clan, Shinsuke said with a proud smile. Last time, The Sand Ninja was beaten back by my teacher, Kakashi Hatake, and they handed over their puppet techniques. I have something you can take a look at. At this point, Shinsuke eagerly summoned a ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Rigia. Chapter 147. Puppet Master Hyuga Rigia. The puppet technique requires chakra threads to control. Your Hyuga clan can release chakra threads from every chakra point in your body, and the threads released are extremely resilient, known as absolute defense. Shinsuke played with the puppet technique scroll and continued, theoretically, your Hyuga clan can manipulate hundreds of chakra threads simultaneously using your chakra points, which means you can control hundreds of puppets at the same time. Shinsuke was painting a grand picture for Rigia. It couldn't be called just a fantasy, as it was theoretically possible. Rigia was stunned, listening to Shinsuke's wild ideas, feeling completely bewildered. This is really against tradition. Rigia still found it hard to accept. At this moment, Shinzen slapped his shoulder, saying, "Although I believe that even if you become the #1 puppet master in the ninja world, you still won't achieve your goal. But since you want to take a different path, why not give it a try? In recent years, your Hyuga clan hasn't had any shadow-level powerhouses, but among puppet masters, whether it's the founder, Monzaemon, or the current Chiyo, they're all top experts recognized by everyone in the ninja world. Moreover, your Hyuga clan's Byakugan can greatly enhance the puppet technique. The Hyuga clan's strong physical techniques are simply not comparable to the weak puppet masters of the Sand Ninja. And with the Byakugan's assistance, you can manipulate puppets from a distance, completely outclassing the Sand Ninja in terms of attack range." He seemed like a devil, stuffing the puppet technique into Rigia's hands without mentioning any conditions, disappearing from the spot, leaving Rigia in a daze. Shinsuke wasn't a soft-hearted person. He provided the puppet technique entirely to win over the branch family of the Hyuga clan, as they would be crucial in the future struggle for the Hokage position. Politely speaking, everyone's votes would be valuable, especially the votes of dozens of upper ninjas from the Hyuga family. If it came to violence, the Hyuga clan would also be indispensable. Thinking even further, they're also the Rinnegan on the moon, and in the future, the Hyuga clan's bloodline will be needed to control them. Regardless of how Rigia grows in the future, the puppet technique will always have its limits in the Hokage world, so there is no need to worry about Rigia getting out of control. Only when he is once again in despair will it be the right time for Shinsuke to act. Furthermore, changing the fate of an important supporting character could bring significant rewards to his own system. This is called a win-win. He wins twice. Resolving Rigia's doubts, Shinsuke quickly returned to Konoha with his companions. Upon arriving home, he learned that the village was in an uproar. Today's Konoha was flourishing, killing enemies on various battlefields. Unlike the Konoha in the plot that always endured in silence, countless ninjas were shouting for blood against the Cloud Ninja, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop it, or rather, he didn't intend to stop it, especially as he watched others achieve military exploits on various fronts. As a representative of the Hokage's upper echelons, he also wanted to secure some military achievements for his faction. Therefore, the Cloud Ninja had collided with the muzzle of the gun, and within a few days, Konoha's upper echelons officially sent a stern condemnation letter to the Cloud Ninja, with war between the two sides imminent. Within the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen gathered an army of over 10,000 ninjas. Personally leading them was Shimura Danzo as his deputy, marching grandly toward the Land of Lightning. At the same time, in the direction of the Land of Lightning, Konoha also had a large number of ninja troops led by Mito Kazumi and Uzumaki. In terms of both the scale of ninjas and the number of top experts, the Cloud Ninja appeared to be at a significant disadvantage. Shinsuke, congratulations on becoming an excellent upper ninja. In the Hokage building, as the upper echelons were almost fully mobilized, the one promoting Shinsuke had been replaced by Naruto Shikaku. Shinsuke stepped forward, accepting the upper ninja uniform with both hands, smiling. "I will not hesitate to contribute to Konoha." Because Shinsuke performed excellently in the war against the Sky Ninja, many of the ninjas he led were also promoted. If their leader remained a Chunin, it would be a slap in the face to many. Moreover, with would release shining brightly, the rank of Chunin had lost its meaning for Shinsuke. It was better to go with the flow. Naruto Shikaku followed the procedure, said a few words of encouragement, and the two hurriedly parted ways. In the following months, Shinsuke completely became an idle wanderer, and the Konoha upper echelons showed no intention of sending him back to the battlefield. At this stage, Konoha was already in a full-scale counterattack on various fronts, and since military exploits were easily attainable at the front lines, why not reserve such opportunities for their own people? Shinsuke didn't mind. Not going to the battlefield was better for him. On one hand, he was waiting for the latest news from the Land of Rain, ready to fly to support his little wife. On the other hand, he was also intensively studying all the wood release techniques he had just received from Tsunade. Originally, Konoha had reservations about techniques like with Dragon Jutsu, Flower Tree World, and True Thousand Hands, but now, immersed in the sea of learning, Shinsuke couldn't care less about that. One day, while Shinsuke was practicing various mini-wood release techniques in a backyard, a servant suddenly came to report that Hakuyun had come to visit. Let him in. Shinsuke didn't hesitate, putting down his work to go greet him. Shinsuke, why have you been rarely seen outside lately? In no time, the two arrived at the reception room, and Hakuyun smiled as he asked. Shinsuke waved his hand. We can't even leave the village now, so what's the difference between going out or not? Speaking of which, both Hakuyun and Aburame Shurhei had been affected by Shinsuke. The three, as a small team, couldn't leave the village to carry out missions due to Shinsuke being suppressed. Aburame Shurhei didn't care. He had been researching how to shrink insects these days. Shinsuke and Hakuyun had visited a few times, and seeing the dense purple little insects on the ground, Shinsuke knew that nanopoison insects would soon be released. The current Aburame Shurhei was much stronger than in the plot. Originally, at this point in the timeline, he should have been busy with missions en route as Danzo's enforcer. Where'd he find time to study ninjutsu? But now, not only had he become a disciple of Kakashi Hatake, under the guidance of this physical technique expert, he had greatly improved his weaknesses, and because of Shinsuke's situation, he had turned calamity into fortune. Even during the Second Great Ninja War, he still had the leisure to study ninjutsu. As for Hakuyun, there was no need to mention it. Over these years, his swordsmanship and physical techniques had rapidly grown. As the heir of Kakashi Hatake, he lacked for nothing in ninjutsu. And with his own good aptitude, he was now in a phase of rapid development at the age of 15 or 16. What brings you to see me this time? Shinsuke asked. He understood his teammate, who, as a commoner ninja, had always had a sensitive sense of pride. He wouldn't come to find him easily unless it was for something important. Hakuyun hesitated a bit. Although he had mentally prepared himself on the way here, when it came to the moment, it was still hard to speak. But there was no way around it. This was related to his own ninjutsu path. Even if he felt embarrassed, he had to hold on. He gritted his teeth and said, Shinnosuke, I heard from Shurhei that you captured several flying ninja tools last time. Chapter 148. Three-way truce. Shinnosuke was taken aback. Due to the small quantity, these flying ninja tools were basically gathering dust in the Vortex Clan storeroom. At this moment, Shinnosuke did not have any strong intentions to develop flying ninja tools. After all, the cost was too high, and the actual effect was not significant for the Vortex Clan, most of whom served as chakra artillery, focusing on sustained output. Using flying ninja tools required extracting wind attribute chakra from the body to continuously supply the tools, which made it difficult to use ninjutsu while flying. Therefore, aerial ninjas mostly relied on kunai and explosive tags to fight, but if followed the aerial ninja's usage method, the cost-effectiveness was too low for the Vortex Clan. Turning to look at Bayun Zhaochan, who had a hopeful expression, Shinnosuke did not hesitate. Not to mention that they were longtime teammates, even from a recruitment perspective. A minimum elite Jonin-level ninja was far more valuable than a set of flying ninja tools. He waved to the servant outside and whispered a few words in his ear. The servant nodded and left for the storeroom. In a short while, the servant brought a summoning scroll and handed it to Shinnosuke. Bang! A puff of smoke filled the room, revealing 20 flying ninja tools lying quietly in the living room. Shinnosuke pointed and said, Zhaochan, let's not talk about our relationship. Just pick whatever you want. Originally, the flying ninja tools allocated to Shinnosuke were not this many, but there had been many damaged flying ninja tools at that time, and they managed to piece together the usable parts, accumulating these. Bayun Zhaochan was deeply moved. He stepped forward, cupped his hands in gratitude, and said that great favors need no words, especially since they were longtime teammates. Saying any polite words would seem distant. But just as Bayun Zhaochan finished selecting, Shinnosuke reached out and pulled him back, saying, I have my own opinions about these flying ninja tools. Perhaps you are aware that when using flying ninja tools, you can't form hand seals, making it difficult to use ninjutsu. Bayun Zhaochan nodded, as he was already well aware of this situation. Since he had come to seek flying ninja tools, he had naturally studied their characteristics thoroughly. At this stage, Bayun Zhaochan's wind release and sword techniques had already formed a system. Without a significant opportunity, he would just be patching up the existing system. However, the emergence of flying ninja tools opened another door for him. With wind attribute chakra, He believed that with the combination of flying ninja tools, his strength could definitely reach a new level. Have you ever considered formless wind release? Shinnosuke suggested. In the original plot, Bayun Zhaochen could use the vacuum sword to release wind release ninjutsu with his blade, and now with the combination of flying ninja tools, it was likely that elite Jonin was no longer his limit. Think about it. When you fly in the air, a swing of your long sword creates a sharp wind blade. With your mastery of wind release and sword techniques, as long as you can skillfully master this move, there won't be many in the ninja world who can match you. And if you learn to use wind release chakra to fly with the help of flying ninja tools, you can completely get rid of them later. I believe Teacher Shikumo would be very pleased. Bayun Zhaochen stood there in a daze. He originally thought that after obtaining flying ninja tools, he would become an assassin in the sky. Unexpectedly, from Shinnosuke's description, he also had the potential to become an aerial artillery. If he were an aerial assassin, he would ultimately have to close the distance to attack, reaching at most the elite Jonin level. But if he could attack from the air, he could release ninjutsu at long distances. Becoming a lower-tier version of Inoki was not impossible. Shinnosuke patted Bayun Zhaochen's shoulder, and everything was understood without words. After a period of time, light snow began to fall in the sky. As the year-end approached, Shinnosuke had basically mastered the wood-release ninjutsu, except for the true thousand hands due to insufficient chakra. He was confident that his other wood-release techniques were not weaker than those of Senju Hashirama without using sage art. Meanwhile, good news came from various fronts in Konoha. After an internal power struggle, the Mist Ninja, under the leadership of Akatsuki Suki, who learned the vapor explosion technique from the second Mizukage, successfully ascended to the position of third Mizukage. However, due to his weak strength, he could barely reach the level of a Kage and had a disastrous defeat in the Vortex country, making it hard for the proud Mist Ninja to respect him. Reluctantly, Akatsuki Suki had to share power with the original leader, and, as soon as he became the third Mizukage, he eagerly signed a truce agreement with Konoha. Konoha also did not want to prolong the conflict with the Mist Ninja, as this messy battle initiated by the Vortex clan had not benefited either side. The ocean served as a natural dividing line, and fighting back and forth would not change the national borders, making it meaningless for both Konoha and the Mist Ninja. Thus, the treaty was signed very smoothly, with Akadu Torikes acting as the full representative and agreeing almost immediately in exchange for the Mist Ninja's complete withdrawal from the continent. Konoha promised not to seek any islands. However, one point made Torikes somewhat conflicted. The Mist Ninja demanded the Vortex clan to hand over 4 ninja swords. But how could the Mist Ninja, who were essentially surrendering under the guise of a truce, have the right to make demands? After friendly negotiations between the two sides, the Vortex clan sold the remaining 2 ninja swords to the Mist Village for 300 million. Unexpectedly, this large sum of 300 million caused internal strife within the Mist Ninja. Of course, this had nothing to do with Konoha. The 7 ninja swordsmen were essentially the private army of the Hozuki clan. Using the village's money to redeem them seemed inappropriate. Akatsuki Suki had no choice but to push the 5 ninja swordsmen to the forefront, claiming that whoever could obtain the ninja sword would be the next wielder, which calmed the public opinion. On the other side in the land of grass, Kiki Shikumo and Inoki had been battling on the battlefield for over a year, and they were quite familiar with each other's tactics. Inoki would fly into the air and unleash dust release, while Kiki Shikumo would activate his lightning release chakra mode, cutting down rock ninjas as if in a game. As they fought back and forth, the front line remained at the midpoint of the land of grass, showing almost no change since the beginning of the war. Now that the Cloud Ninja had significantly strengthened their military, Inoki was beginning to consider stopping. Although the Cloud Ninja and Konoha were in a deadlock, there was always a risk of unexpected events. After years of war, the Rock Ninja had nearly reached their limit. The once second-ranked ninja army among the 5 great ninja villages had fallen behind the Cloud Ninja in terms of numbers. Taking advantage of Konoha and the Cloud Ninja fighting each other, the cunning Inoki wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight. If Konoha won, the Rock Ninja would surely be overwhelmed and gain nothing but casualties. As for Cloud Ninja winning, in Inoki's eyes, that was impossible. Even if the third Reikage managed to win a round by luck, considering the number of Kage-level ninjas and the continuous influx of ninjas from Konoha, Inoki lost his motivation. The entry of the Cloud Ninja gave the Rock Ninja a dignified opportunity to retreat. Konoha also did not want to continue entangled with the Rock Ninja. After all, at this point, Inoki was somewhat overpowered for ordinary Konoha ninjas. In terms of lethality, Konoha's Kage-level powerhouses were not inferior to Inoki. but just the fact that he could fly left them at a loss. Since both sides had their thoughts after a series of secret contacts, Konoha and the Rock Ninja officially announced the end of the war, which made the third Raikage, who was just about to step into the fray, slam the table in frustration. Chapter 149. Return to the Land of Rain. What the third Raikage thought, Shinnosuke did not know, and it had nothing to do with him. The Cloud Ninja Village clearly woke up early, but arrived late. The Second Ninja World War was caused by the ambush of the Second Raikage and the Second Hokage by the Golden Horn troops. However, while others were almost done fighting, you were just tidying up your internal affairs and preparing to join the battle. Wasn't this too late? With the new year approaching in just a few days, Shinnosuke has already begun to envision and plan his next wave of strength enhancement. The biggest change he has made in the ninja world this year is undoubtedly the elimination of the Akatsuki. Compared to the original storyline, he has likely saved quite a few Konoha ninjas. Additionally, he has subdued Kakazu, altering the fate of an important supporting character, and saved Naka's life, which also counts as a point scored. However, fate does not always align with one's wishes. Perhaps even the heavens think Shinnosuke hasn't done enough. As 3 days before the new year, he finally sensed the message transmitted by his specially made kunai. Without daring to delay, Shinnosuke called over Kushina and hurriedly handed her a report he had prepared in advance, then vanished with a swoosh, leaving Kushina in a state of disarray in the wind. Since the last time he traveled a long way through the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, Shinnosuke had already left flying Thunder God seals at critical points along the route. Now, with his chakra surging, the dragon vein cloak manifested around his body, with each flicker covering distances of dozens to hundreds of kilometers. This high-frequency, prolonged use of the Flying Thunder God technique, even with Shinnosuke's sage body, could not hold up. Despite having 100 chakra units, it was still insufficient for a single trip to the Land of Rain. Fortunately, he had prepared the Dragon Vein assistance early on. With the help of this super battery, in less than a minute, he appeared on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. At this moment, the 3 legendary ninjas from Konoha were already engaged in a fierce battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. While not far away, for massive creatures were also locked in combat. With the assistance of the slug, the giant toad and the giant snake were not afraid of Hanzo's toxins at all. The giant toad, with its 40-meter-long blade, was flying up and down, pushing Hanzo back in coordination with the giant snake. Now, Hanzo was launching a fierce attack. This was the decisive battle between Konoha and the Rain Ninjas. In terms of strength, Hanzo was currently stronger than the trio from Konoha. Unfortunately, his troops were too weak. If it weren't for the summoning beast to hold them back, the Konoha trio's summoning techniques, which were like small mountains, could already wipe out the entire Rain Ninja village. How could a single salamander compete with 3 opponents? Hanzo looked around. His salamander was nearly incapacitated by the opposing 3 beasts. If this were not the Land of Rain with ample water, where the salamander had the home field advantage, it might have already perished. There was no choice but to let the 3 of you die first. Hanzo understood that if he got entangled with the 3 ninjas from Konoha, it wouldn't be long before the salamander couldn't hold up, and the Rain Ninjas would be wiped out. If he could first eliminate the Konoha trio and repel the 3 major summoning beasts with the salamander, then there would still be hope for this war. Unfortunately, Tsunade did not play fair. Seeing that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were about to be overwhelmed, she finally made the decision to activate the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Just as Tsunade was surprised by why Shinnosuke was so slow to arrive, an annoying voice reached her ears. "Hey, it looks pretty intense." Shinnosuke rushed from a distance, and his first words drew everyone's attention to him. He did not directly participate in the war using the Flying Thunder God technique. Instead, he chose to appear at the specially made kunai closest to the battlefield, and then ran into the fray, so he was slightly slower than the theoretical maximum speed. The purpose was obvious, to prepare to ambush Hanzo of the Salamander at any moment. His Flying Thunder God technique was a closely guarded secret in Konoha, and very few people knew about it. The light rain continued to fall, and Orochimaru was gasping for breath. Supporting Jiraiya as they stood on the left side of the team, while Shinnosuke walked over to Tsunade's right side with a smile, hand behind his back. Opposite them, Hanzo of the Salamander had a gloomy expression. Although he didn't know why Shinnosuke was here, the name of the latter had spread throughout the ninja world, and just his wood release was enough to draw his attention. Very well, Konoha is indeed despicable and shameless. So you were waiting for me here. Hanzo drew the scythe from his back and held it across his chest, cautiously observing the 4 opponents. He thought he had fallen into their ambush. Shinnosuke stepped forward confidently without explaining, saying, "Surrender, Hanzo. Maybe we can still give you a good treatment." Oomph. You Vortex clan are nothing but strays. You abandon your own village without a second thought, and instead want to become dogs in Konoha. Such a big village can just surrender? We Rain ninjas will not be so spineless. Shinnosuke sneered disdainfully at his foul language, shaking his head indifferently. Those who know the times are wise. You claim to be a demigod, instigating the Second Ninja World War, toiling for years, only to end up going in circles in the Land of Rain. What is the point? Hanzo's face flushed red as he shouted angrily. The Land of Rain is the land of Rain ninjas. Am I wrong for driving you big nations out? We just want to reclaim our land. What is wrong with that? The weak prey on the strong is not wrong in the ninja world, but you want to package yourself as a national warrior? What about your Rain ninjas invading the Land of River? Shinnosuke drew his long blade, pointing it at Hanzo of the Salamander, for his own ambitions, stirring up the Ninja World War. Yet now here he stands in all his pompous glory, truly shameless. Look at your Rain ninjas behind you. They might have been replaced several times over the years. Sure enough, upon hearing Shinnosuke's words, the thousands of Rain ninjas outside couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Their loyalty to Hanzo was not as high as he imagined. Besides the ninjas nurtured by the Rain Ninja village itself, Hanzo had recruited many wandering ninjas and bounty hunters to expand his power, and these individuals, compared to the ninjas cultivated by him, were mostly cowardly and self-preserving. During battles, they often hung back, not putting in any effort, resulting in their numbers even overshadowing the original Rain ninjas. Oomph, you little brat, talking too much is useless. Let us see the truth under your hands. Hanzo suddenly mobilized his chakra, using body flicker technique to dash towards Shinnosuke. From the moment the opponent entered the battlefield, Hanzo had already planned his strategy. No matter how talented Shinnosuke was, his age was a factor. His physical skills could not compare to his. Hanzo's thoughts were not wrong. But with Shinnosuke's full buffs, how could he honestly compete in physical skills? Chapter 150. The Battle Against Hanzo of the Salamander. Dragon Vein Chakra Mode. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. A light purple chakra enveloped his body, interspersed with arcs of electricity. This was Shinnosuke's first full power attack. With the enhancement of two major ninja physical techniques, whether it was reflexes, speed, or resilience, he was not comparable to an ordinary ninja. Clang! A flurry of blade flashes. The two had already exchanged 7 or 8 strikes in an extremely short time, causing cold sweat to pour from the spectators. Shinnosuke did not come here just to assist Tsunade and the others. Having mastered would release, he needed a stepping stone, and this opponent was a rare choice. Young man, you still need to practice more. Hanzo led Shinnosuke to the battlefield he had long prepared, laughing proudly. Don't be so reckless in your next life. Explosive tag, flame array. With a gesture from Hanzo, a massive explosion occurred around Shinnosuke, flames shooting up to the sky. The power no less than a typical S-rank fire release. Shadow Snake Hand, Fire Release, Storm Dance. Taking advantage of the interval, Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not remain idle. Although both were very concerned about Shinnosuke's safety, they could not let their guard down against Hanzo. That old man has plenty of tricks, huh? As the saying goes, smoke without harm. The explosive tag flame array, although a top-tier ninjutsu, only blew off Pain's legs in the storyline. Shinnosuke's current defense was not comparable to Pain's in the plot. The lightning release chakra mode inherited from Kakashi was slightly inferior in defense to the Yatsuki clan. But let us not forget, he also had the Dragon Vein chakra mode. The defensive power comparable to that of a tailed beast's cloak could easily withstand a few explosive tags. Not to mention, just to be safe, he had already donned a thick layer of wood release armor as soon as the explosion occurred. What? As he watched the seemingly unscathed Shinnosuke emerge like a deity. Hans was taken aback, his eyes slightly lowered and his expression dark. The explosive tag flame formation was one of his strongest single-target offensive techniques. And if even that was ineffective, he found himself momentarily at a loss. I'm not playing with you anymore. Suddenly, Shinnosuke broke into a smile and formed a single-hand sign. Woodman technique. Countless trees sprang up from the ground and intertwined. In just a few seconds, a powerful treeman over several meters tall was formed. No way, this can't be real. What kind of monster is this? We can't win at all. The Rain ninjas below felt despair as they watched Shinnosuke, who seemed like a natural disaster, causing their psychological defenses to completely collapse. Wood dragon technique. It wasn't over yet. These trees were once again manipulated by Shinnosuke, forming a giant dragon over 100 meters long beneath him, lifting him high into the air. Just as the dragon was about to take off, Shinnosuke casually pulled Tsunade up with him, and the two sat together in the frosty sky. How's this? Not bad compared to Lord Hashirama, right? Shinnosuke looked at the nervous Tsunade beside him and couldn't help but whisper in her ear, still a long way off. Tsunade would never admit that Shinnosuke's abilities could rival her grandfather's. Observing the giant dragon below and the treeman entangled with Hans, she quickly noticed the problem. Grandpa's woodman is much larger than yours. Shinnosuke smiled. Compared to Hashirama's techniques, his wood dragon technique had reached its limit. But the woodman technique still had a long way to go. After all, the wood dragon was just a tattoo of the woodman, and the woodman was merely a part of the 1,000 hands. As the wood dragon rose nearly 100 meters, Shinnosuke stood atop its head and asked, "How's the view? Pretty nice, right?" Tsunade couldn't help but look down. The once confronting ninjas had turned into tiny dots, and even the 4 great summoning beasts looked much smaller. What does the scenery have to do with anything? Hurry up and deal with the rain ninjas, Tsunade urged anxiously. No rush. I finally get to enjoy this after being ambushed by that old man Noki from the sky. I can't just rush it. He pulled Tsunade closer and pointed at the ground with a smile. This is my wood release technique, making its debut in the Leaf Ninja Army. It's time for everyone to understand the significance of wood release. Tsunade struggled to break free, but couldn't, feeling a bit annoyed. Let me go. Others can't see. Although Shinnosuke said this, he still let go of their hands. Tsunade, like a guilty elementary school student, quickly pulled her hand back and stood to the side. While the two were pulling and tugging, the woodman had already chased Hans, who was dodging left and right, completely unable to consider Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Seeing that the giant woodman had completely restrained Hans, Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned to cooperate with the summoning beast to deal with the salamander. The poor salamander was already outnumbered 3-1, struggling to survive, and now with 2 fresh reinforcements and the summoning beasts working together, it was sent back home in less than a minute. At this moment, the morale of the Leaf was soaring. Without the restraint of the salamander and Hans, they charged into the Rain Ninja Army under the leadership of 2 top experts, resulting in a one-sided massacre. We can't keep this up. Hans, hiding behind a large tree, was panting and felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was laughable that he had claimed to be a demigod for years and had fought against top experts from various ninja villages. Whether it was Noki or Chiyo, he had ways to cope, but today he felt an emptiness. Summoning technique. As he saw the Leaf Ninjas nearly breaking through the Rain Ninja ranks, Han summoned a new salamander. Poison Mist Spray. As the salamander sprayed a large amount of poison, Hans took off his mask for the first time. The 2 toxins combined, turning into a thick purple smoke that surged towards the crowd. At this moment, Hans didn't care that his Rain Ninjas were entangled with the Leaf Ninjas. He wanted to die together, and although the Rain Ninjas now looked like they were losing, he still wanted to make the Leaf pay a painful price. What should I do? Let me down quickly. I need to summon a slug to counter Hans's poison. Tsunade, seeing the rising poisonous smoke below, was almost in tears. During the early days of the Second Great Ninja War, the Leaf had suffered greatly from this technique. Looks like I have to step in. Just stay here and don't move, Shinnosuke said, not giving Tsunade time to react, and in an instant he disappeared from over 100 meters in the air. Flying Thunder God technique is so useful. Would release, birth of the tree world. Between the poison mist and the ninja army, a barrier made of trees suddenly formed. These trees sprang up, lush and green, and in no time reached over 10 meters high. They completely covered the height of the poison mist. Ho, impiho, miatrex. Wind release. Great wind blow. Hans was also not idle, using almost all his strength to unleash this wind release. The originally slow-moving poison mist, with the wind release's enhancement, spread an alarming speed, increasing by who knows how many times. Seeing the poisonous substance approaching, Shinnosuke was completely unperturbed, his body radiating purple chakra, replenishing the chakra he had expended. With the abundant supply of chakra from Shinnosuke, the birth of the tree world became even more lush, and the poison mist plunged headfirst into the forest. Countless trees and plants began to wither, but even more trees grew anew, absorbing the poison mist. Shinnosuke created new trees, and the forest on this land cycled between life and death, absorbing all of Hans's poisonous gas in less than a minute. With his greatest reliance gone, Hans's chakra had nearly hit rock bottom after the previous ninjutsu clash. Although he couldn't see the situation of the Leaf Ninjas and the Rain Ninjas due to the forest cover, he could guess that the Rain Ninjas were barely holding on. We surrender, we surrender. As Hans uttered these words, It was as if all his strength had been drained from him. He voluntarily released the summoning technique, collapsing onto the ground, looking as if he had aged decades. Shinnosuke merely glanced at him and then ignored him. For a ninja to become a master, their conviction must be steadfast because chakra is generated from a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. Without a firm belief, there can be no pure spiritual energy. And a ninja can never become a master. Just like the salamander Hans before him, in the original storyline, after a disastrous defeat in the Second Ninja World War, he went from a hero aiming to change the country to a slave of power. So much so that when the Akatsuki organization came knocking again, he had lost the courage to resist. The current Hans was similar to that time, perhaps even more mentally broken. After all, in history, he had a significant advantage over the Leaf's 3 ninjas, at least allowing himself to believe that while his village lost, he did not. With Hans's surrender, Shinnosuke took the initiative to withdraw the forest generated by the wood release, while on the other side of the trees, the rain ninjas had suffered heavy losses. Watching the casualties among the rain ninjas, Hans's heart sank considerably. Without these subordinates, he was just a wandering ghost. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed in the sky. It turned out that Shinnosuke's wood dragon technique was bringing Tsunade down. What the hell? Why did you leave me up there alone? Since Shinnosuke was too young, Tsunade didn't want others to know their relationship, so she came down with an annoyed expression. Shinnosuke secretly laughed, but didn't show it, ignoring Tsunade's little temper, and instead instructed her, "You should help our ninjas heal first." He pointed to the leaf ninjas who were sprawled across the battlefield. As if I needed you to tell me. Summoning technique. A giant slug emerged from the thick smoke, and under Tsunade's guidance, it transformed into countless clones, serving as portable healing devices, almost able to provide each leaf ninja with one. Yunin wasn't so lucky. Those who suffered minor injuries had to endure on their own, while for heavily injured ninjas, Konoha could only try to rescue a few who had a chance of survival. Those ninjas with no hope of recovery could only fend for themselves. Thanks to you, Shinno-kun. After settling the ninja army, Orochimaru appeared before Shinno alongside Jiraiya. Orochimaru's face was pale, whether due to exhaustion or his natural complexion, but the gleam in his eyes couldn't be concealed as he greedily looked at the 100-meter-long wooden dragon beside him. Jiraiya rushed over and gave him a bear hug, laughing. Thanks to you this time, otherwise the 3 of us would be in danger. The two had some familiarity, as Jiraiya had attended his engagement ceremony, so his attitude was much more casual than Orochimaru's. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. Shinno waved his hand dismissively. I don't recall you having any missions recently, so why did you suddenly show up? Orochimaru asked curiously. Shinno had no intention of hiding the truth. He was already in Konoha. Although he could explain it with reverse summoning techniques, he didn't want to do that at the moment. He casually pulled out a specially made kunai from his waist and threw it to Orochimaru. Of course, it's because of this. Orochimaru took it, stroking the special kunai in his hand, feeling the unique seal on it with chakra, and after a moment of thought, he exclaimed, "Flying Thunder God technique?" Shinno modestly nodded. This time, he was making such a big deal out of it, because after dealing with the Yunin, Konoha had already emerged from the Second Shinobi World War. Now, only Konoha and Yunin were at odds, but recent intelligence indicated that both sides were being very restrained in their fighting. Although Yunin didn't want to come out of the Second Shinobi World War empty-handed, Konoha had resolved all its enemies by now. Even if the third Reikage was a fool, he wouldn't expect Yunin to take on Konoha alone. On the Konoha side, despite the lively fighting, the most important goal was still to gain military merit for the Hokage faction, and there wasn't much enthusiasm for proactive attacks. After all, Konoha was on the verge of a great victory, and no one wanted to fall on the eve of dawn. Moreover, given the number of Konoha ninjas, they could push back Yunin just by standing there. Why risk their lives unnecessarily? Looking at the dejected Yunin leader Hans standing in front of his 4 comrades, the Second Shinobi World War was officially over the moment he shouted his surrender. In this final battle, Shinno naturally wanted to showcase his strength fully. Otherwise, what was the point of learning wood release? If he only wanted to defeat Hans, he wouldn't have needed the flashy wood golem technique or the wood dragon technique. Just relying on the birth of the world of trees would have been enough. The most important aspect of this battle was to establish his reputation, defeating the Salamander Hans in front of thousands of Konoha ninjas and letting wood release stand tall at the peak of the shinobi world once again. As the only wood release ninja in Konoha at this stage, he naturally wanted to use this final battle to enhance his prestige. Looking at the Konoha ninjas present, who didn't gaze at Shinno with sparkling eyes, Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya in front of him couldn't hide their surprise. Lord Hans, since you have decided to surrender, we will need to establish the terms. As the overall commander on Konoha's side, Orochimaru had received full authority from Sarutobi Hiruzen to handle matters before the battle. As long as there was no defeat, he could act first and report later. To the victor go the spoils. I have nothing to say. Kill or cut as you please. Hans stood there, but there was no anger left in him. You're joking, right? First, sort out your remaining ninjas in your village. And I will quickly discuss the terms here. Though spoken politely, the tone was undeniable. Hans, humiliated, bowed and slowly retreated, disappearing into the crowd 2 steps later. Everyone, we have won. With Jiraiya's roar, cheers erupted across the battlefield. Long live Konoha! Chapter 152. Digging at Yunan's corner early the next morning. The Konoha camp had already begun the process of identifying the Yunan captives. After Hanza's surrender yesterday, Shinno and the others decided to let him return to Yunan village to lead the remaining ninjas to surrender. Konoha was not worried about Hans going back on his word. As almost all of Yunan's military strength had participated in this major battle, Hans could return, but his subordinates had all become captives. With only a few hundred old, weak, sick, and disabled left in Yunan village, they couldn't stir up any trouble. If Hans wanted to save the lives of these captives, he would have to comply obediently. What about you? What's your name? Asked the Konoha interrogator. I am called Tuchuan, originally a Nin from the land of Earth. I defected 10 years ago and joined a bounty hunter group, wandering in the shinobi world for 7 years. Feeling that it was impossible to survive without a reliable organization, I was fortunate that Lord Hans personally invited me. So I became 8J Nin in Yunan village. The ninja on the other side, pressed against the chair and subjected to multiple sealing techniques, had a bitter expression as he poured out everything like a bamboo tube spilling beans. A few interrogating ninjas exchanged amused glances. This guy seemed to have no backbone at all. They only asked for his name, and Tuchuan couldn't stop talking, as if he wanted to share even the time he wet his pants as a child. What are your future plans? Huh? Can I still choose for myself? Tuchuan was astonished. As a captive, one should have the awareness of a captive, but what do the Konoha ninjas mean by this? We provide a few options for you to consider. The interrogator seriously took out a pre-designed plan from his pocket. 1. If you want to stay in Yunan village, then wait for Hans to pay a ransom. 2. Join Konoha, and we will treat you as an external ninja at the J-Nin level. 3. Pay a ransom yourself. You are a J-Nin, and if you have any insights on ninjutsu, we can convert that into a ransom. The interrogator on the opposite side smiled ominously. Choose. You have 10 minutes to consider. Tuchuan stood there in a daze. Konoha's conditions left him at a loss. It wasn't that they were too bad, but rather too good. They had his life in their hands, allowing them to do as they pleased, and being able to keep a small life was already good enough. He never expected such a good deal. After thinking for a minute, Tuchuan decisively said, I choose to join Konoha and become an external ninja. Very well. Take this and report to Lord Orochimaru. The interrogator threw him a badge and said solemnly, Yes, thank you, sir. Shortly after, a Uzumaki ninja came in and took Tuchuan out. Since he was joining Konoha, it would be inappropriate to seal his chakra again, and being in the Konoha camp, there was no fear of him going back on his word. After the Uzumaki ninja unsealed Tuchuan's sealing technique, in a secluded corner, Tuchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I would die. With a mixed feeling of anxiety, Tuchuan quickened his steps and soon arrived at Orochimaru's tent. What are you doing here? Seeing him looking around, the guard at Orochimaru's entrance immediately stepped forward to inquire. I am here to join the external military of Konoha. Go line up over there. The guard pointed to a nearby sealed camp. Yes, thank you, sir. Tuchuan dared not delay and hurried over to the queue. Oh, isn't this Tuchuan? How come you're here too? As soon as he entered, he heard someone ask. Taking advantage of the faint light that seeped in through the door, Tuchuan glanced around. There were about 50 ninjas here, mostly elite ninjas from Yunan village, with J-Nin, and especially J-Nin, making up the vast majority, along with a few senior CH-Nin. If even you can come, why can't I? Tuchuan initially felt a bit guilty about betraying Yunan village, but among these people, he discovered a big fish that swept away all his guilty feelings. Just now, Gangbin was a well-known elite jonin in the Rain Ninja village. Unlike those who joined halfway, he was a native ninja of the Rain Ninja village. During his time as a genin and shunin, he gained the attention of many Rain ninjas, including Hanzo the Salamander, who even taught him a few sword techniques. He was once regarded as the successor of Hanzo's swordsmanship in the Rain Ninja village. Although his growth curve slowed down after becoming a Jonin and the possibility of becoming a successor faded, his status within the Rain Ninja Village was still significant. Who would have thought he would make the same choice as I did? What? Seeing that the Rain Ninja Village isn't working out, you want to cling to Konoha's thigh? Tuyuang sarcastically remarked. This statement made many ninjas on the opposite side glare. They were already engaged in shady dealings, and now you want to say it out loud? Don't you know how to be a person? Sigh. I've come to understand. What sixth ninja village? What demigod of the ninja world? To Konoha, they are merely clowns in a buffer zone. As long as the opponent makes a slight effort, won't we be crushed like dead dogs? Gangbin shook his head and said, Exactly. I think during the peak of the Rain Ninja Village, they might not even be able to defeat the former Whirlpool Village. I heard that the Konoha ninja who dealt with Hanzo this time is the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, only 14 years old. How could that old guy Hanzo be so old and still be in such a state? Isn't it? Konoha repelled the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja in the Land of Rain, but they were all young ninjas. The real old masters didn't even make a move. Who says otherwise? Just look at Lord Shinno's wood release. That old guy Hanzo, even if he practiced for another 40 years, it would be useless. Listening to these ninjas, who were originally loyal to Lord Hanzo and the Rain Ninja Village, slandering Hanzo and the Rain Ninja Village, Tuyuang couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. It's not worth it for Hanzo, nor for the Rain Ninja Village. Here, there are not only ninjas like myself who joined halfway, but more are the ninjas cultivated and nurtured by the Rain Ninja Village. How can they speak so confidently, so recklessly? At this moment, outside the tent, Shinno and Orochimaru stood with their hands behind their backs. Orochimaru-senpai, it seems there are many smart people on the opposite side, Shinno said with a smile, pointing at the tent. A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face as he shook his head. It's all performance for us. Even a fool knows we are monitoring them. It doesn't matter. Once they join our Konoha's external army, there is no option to withdraw. How can we face our investment if we don't risk our lives here? Konoha's external army is an organization specifically for collecting rogue ninjas and bounty hunters, proposed by Orochimaru during the Second Ninja World War. They are essentially mercenaries organized by the village, typically taking on various dirty and exhausting jobs, as well as some high-risk, low-reward projects. Throughout the entire Second War, they basically had no notable achievements, and this time happens to be a good opportunity to expand their manpower. There might even be a few ninjas who have borne humiliation and are waiting for their Lord Hanzo to rise again, so they can betray Konoha and return to the Rain Ninja Village. Orochimaru joked. Chapter 153. Signing of the Surrender Treaty, there's no chance left. How do you know? Orochimaru asked with interest, looking at Gangbin. I can't say for others, but this guy is definitely in the enemy camp while thinking of Han, waiting to become Hanzo's right-hand man again. Shinno shrugged. There aren't many ninjas with such willpower and mentality, but it's misplaced. You saw Hanzo's condition yesterday. The moment he surrendered, the so-called demigod was already dead. What remains now is just a small village leader trying to survive. Oh, I didn't expect you to think this way, Shinno-kun? Orochimaru was taken aback. It seems he wasn't wrong. He had seen Hanzo's dejection yesterday. If he couldn't regain his spirit, then this person would need to be watched closely. He hadn't thought about this aspect originally due to his deep bias towards Hanzo, as he had felt the authority the latter exhibited in the Land of Rain. Now, thinking from Shinno's perspective, perhaps this possibility indeed exists. At this moment, Shinno spoke again, and you have to consider his age. Even if he manages to recover in a few years, by the time the next group of Rain Ninjas is trained to a threatening number for Konoha, he might not even be in shape anymore. Will there be a second Hanzo the Salamander in the Rain Ninja Village? Orochimaru suddenly realized I was mistaken. You're right. They have no chance. A small ninja village has only one chance to make a comeback after many years. One failure. And the chance of rising again is a bit exaggerated, but 30 years without a comeback is definitely an understatement. What are you going to do with those ninjas who choose to pay the ransom? Shinno asked curiously. As long as they can afford the price or provide some refreshing ninjutsu, we will naturally keep our word. Konoha still has some credibility. But those who choose to continue following Hanzo, it doesn't matter if they're Genin or Chunin for Jonin. At this point, Orochimaru smiled ominously. Their fate is obvious. Shinno also had no compassion. For the major ninja villages, this was a routine operation. Just as the two ninjas were talking, the total number of ninjas choosing to become part of Konoha's external army finally exceeded 200. The vast majority were Chunin, with a small number of special Jonin and Jonin. I don't need to see them. There's nothing worth seeing among them. Nara Hikari, arrange these people. Orochimaru waved to Nara Hikari, who had hurried over, giving him instructions. Yes, sir. Hanzo's speed was fast. Unsure if it was to end the entanglement with Konoha early or for the sake of the captured ninjas. But anyway, the next day, Hanzo led the men, women, and children of the Rain Ninja village to the Konoha camp to surrender. Konoha didn't make things difficult for them. Aside from Hanzo, the other ninjas were temporarily detained together, while Hanzo was taken to Orochimaru's big tent. In a conference room, Shinno and Orochimaru sat facing Hanzo. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, Tsunade was still busy treating ninjas from all sides and couldn't come, while Jiraiya was not interested in these matters at all and had already begun to travel around the Land of Rain, saying he needed to gather inspiration for his new novel. Shinno initially refused. He didn't have an official position in Konoha's camp in the Land of Rain, so it was actually inconvenient for him to attend this meeting. However, Tsunade had long known Shinno's inner thoughts and was willing to let him continue to increase his reputation. So she transferred her authority to him, allowing Shinno to act as her foal. Based on the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and the Shinjū clan, no one thought too much about it. This time, our two villages are submitting a friendly agreement, which is a small step towards peace between Konoha and the Rain Ninja village, and a big step towards peace in the entire ninja world. Shinno acted as the host, talking about some trivial matters. After both sides exchanged pleasantries, they finally got to the main topic. This is the peace treaty we have discussed in Konoha. Please take a look, Senior Hanzo. Orochimaru handed over scroll. Hanzo tried to reach for it several times without success. Finally, he steeled himself and shakily opened the scroll. He knew this scroll would be extremely harsh. After all, he was fully surrendering and the treatment wouldn't be good. But understanding it was one thing. When he actually saw the treaty, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Is Senior Hanzo injured? Shinno asked. Do you want me to find a medical ninja? Hanzo took a deep breath, forcing the remaining blood back down. No need, I know my own body. His gaze regained its sharpness, and he looked around before finally fixing his gaze on Orochimaru. These conditions are too outrageous. If we sign this with any village, it would be no different from the destruction of our country and village. Please adjust it a bit. Orochimaru remained silent, playing with the signature pen in his hand, while Shinno understood that it was time for him to take action. He pushed the scroll back in front of Hanzo and flicked the pen. This treaty can only be accepted or rejected. Not a word can be deleted. Hanzo was furious, feeling like a tiger fallen to the ground being bullied by dogs. Although he lost this time, he never expected to be so humiliated by the other party, and, unfortunately, he really had no way out. This is too much. If this treaty is signed, what's the difference from taking my life? A smile appeared at the corner of Shinno's mouth. Of course, there is a difference. Once signed, you will be our beloved friend and a steadfast ally of Konoha. With Konoha protecting you, you can continue to be the local emperor of the Rain country. Hanzo still hesitated a bit. If he disagreed, all the men, women, and children in the village would have to stay here today. Orochimaru added fuel to the fire at the right time. Hanzo showed a painful expression, gritted his teeth, and signed his name on the agreement with his trembling right hand. Shinno satisfiedly took the agreement and handed it to Orochimaru. All right, from now on, our two villages will be allies and work hand in hand. Orochimaru said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Alas, I want to say more. You can do whatever you want. Hanzo slumped in his chair, completely giving up. Shinno and the others didn't mind. They couldn't let the other party have a little temper while completely making them a vassal of Konoha. Could they? In the future, I hope that you, Hanzo, can abide by the agreement and execute it according to the treaty. Otherwise, you won't have such good luck next time. Just as they were preparing to part ways, Shinno didn't forget to issue a threat. You don't need to remind me, kid. I still have this bit of credit. The conversation was not going well. It was already humiliating enough to lose to a kid, and now he was being threatened by one. Hanzo felt like he had lived a long life only to be reduced to this. Don't worry, I will execute it according to the agreement. This time, the war between Konoha and our Rain Ninja village is completely over. Hanzo gathered his men and led a large army away from the Konoha camp. At this time, Shinno transmitted the peace treaty to Konoha's headquarters and various battlefronts, causing a huge uproar due to the harsh terms of the treaty. Chapter 154. Sage Mode. How is the treaty signed between both parties? Skipping the initial useless chatter, let us extract the main clauses. 1. Konoha and the Rain Ninja village form an alliance. 2. The Rain Ninja pays Konoha 300 million taels of silver. 3. The Rain Ninja redeems captives, paying according to the current black market ninja ranking prices. 4. If the Rain Ninja lacks funds, Konoha can lend money at an interest rate of 5 for 30 years. 5. During the loan period, the Rain Ninja uses Rain country missions as collateral. Within the validity period, Konoha can freely accept missions from the Rain Country. 6. The two villages cooperate for mutual benefit. Rain Ninja Chunin selection must participate in Konoha's Chunin exams, and Konoha has a veto power in Jonin selection. 7. Fire Country ninjas and merchants have diplomatic immunity in the Rain Country. If there are any illegal activities, they will be handled by Konoha. 8. For the continued development of both countries, both Konoha and the Rain Ninja will abolish import and export taxes and implement a zero-tariff policy. 9. The two countries sign a military alliance. If one side is attacked, the other has the obligation to participate in the war. This is what is called the 9 Articles of Konoha, which basically completely locks down the development potential of the Rain Ninja. Not to mention, the compensation from the Rain Ninja to Konoha, along with the cost to redeem ninjas, exceeds 500 million. As a country ravaged by war, how can they afford such a huge compensation? Controlling the finances of the Rain Ninja, as well as their commercial income and military arrangements. It can be said that from the day the treaty was signed, the Rain Ninja has completely become a vassal of Konoha. Therefore, Hanzo is quite resolute, since he has decided to fully rely on Konoha. These loans are also a mark of loyalty. On the 3rd day after the war ended, which was the 2nd day after the treaty was signed, the Rain Ninja came to Konoha to handle loan matters. At this time, Shinno was not concerned with these trivial matters. The Ninja World War had basically come to an end, which indicated that for the next few years, if there were no major changes, he would not be able to obtain large-scale destiny points. Unable to participate directly in the war means he cannot change the fate of the majority of cannon fodder. And during the period from the end of the Second Ninja World War to the Nine Tails incident, those active on the battlefield were the parents of the main characters and supporting characters, and those who could provide destiny points were, to be honest, not many. Thus, Shinno had prepared himself for a long period of slow growth and strength, but fortunately, he was now standing at the top of the ninja world. Although he had not reached the Super Shadow level, he still had the power to fight against anyone. Even if Uchiha Madara, who was hiding underground, jumped out, he could still put up a fight. So as the new year just began, Shinno seriously studied his last opportunity for a large-scale power boost. With a feeling of anxiety, as the new year's bell rang, he returned to the tent he prepared for himself in the Rain Country camp, ready to open the blind box. Konoha, January 1st. 39. Host, Uzumaki Shinno age, 14 years old chakra amount, 100 cards chakra attributes, fire 1752 chakra attributes, lightning 2000 chakra attributes, earth 6000 chakra attributes, water 6000 chakra attributes, yang 6000 chakra attributes, in 475 taijutsu, 1827 main combat power, sage mode intermediate, limit. Would release, light secret technique, flying thunder god, dragon vein sealing destiny points, 20,000 points originally. The fire release he was best at was now suspected of dragging him down. And wind release also needed to be lit up. Otherwise, always missing one of the 7 basic attributes made Shinno, who had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, feel very uncomfortable. He allocated the fire attribute to 2,000 and the wind attribute similarly, using 1,000 points to increase his aptitude, then invested 2,000 points to reach the shadow level baseline. Everyone's aptitude is different. With 100 cards and the Dragon Vein Chakra, Shinno had long surpassed the minimum requirements for learning Sage Mode. Yes, Shinno has already positioned his development direction. At this stage, the ability that can significantly improve his combat power is none other than Sage Mode. As is well known, Sage Mode can elevate attack power to another level. At this stage, Shinno's strongest technique is the Wood Golem technique. His wooden golem is incomparable to Hashirama's. It's only a few dozen meters tall and is basically the same size as the nine-tailed beasts. But one must know that Hashirama's wooden golem technique could grab the nine tails like catching a chicken, as seen in the anime. Hashirama's wooden golem technique is about the same size as the nine tails with just one hand. By analogy, when Hashirama's wooden golem is fully unleashed, it must be at least several hundred meters tall. He is still far from that. He took out the Hashirama version of Sage Mode obtained from the Senju clan, and based on this, he synthesized the Sage Mode most suitable for himself in the Destiny panel. No one knows how Hashirama learned Sage Mode. Maybe he just learned it after a nap. Who can say for sure? But more likely, it also came from the 3 Great Sage Lands. Because from the experience of a Sage of 6 Paths, it can be seen that his Sage Mode was inherited from the Great Toad, indicating that this thing has nothing to do with the Otsutsuki clan. It belongs to a cultivation mode that is born and bred in the ninja world. After the God Tree was planted in the ninja world, chakra combined with the cultivation methods circulated in the ninja world giving birth to a top-level cultivation method. This time, synthesizing Sage Mode requires 5,000 destiny points. Do you want to synthesize? Yes. A flash of white light passed, and countless pieces of knowledge flooded Shinno's brain, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. But a few minutes later, he revealed a look of great joy. The Sage Mode provided by the system this time is very much in line with the conditions of Shinnosuke himself, just like the past light secret technique, especially since it removes the influence of the 3 Great Holy Lands, or 3 types of animals on Sage Arts. This makes the Sage Arts more suitable for human needs. The Sage Arts of the 3 Great Holy Lands have their own focuses. The Snake-type Sage Arts emphasize the mental aspect, which is the enhancement of in-release. For example, the inorganic reincarnation that appeared in the later stages is similar to the Izanagi of the Uchiha clan. Inorganic reincarnation allows inanimate objects to gain life, while Izanagi transforms life and death into a dream. Both belong to the top applications of in-release, turning the false into the true and the dead into the living. The Slug-type Sage Arts, needless to say, with their infinite splitting, represent the extreme application of vitality, combined with healing abilities, clearly have an extremely important amplifying effect on yang release. The remaining frog-type tactics fundamentally enhance the 5 elemental release techniques. Whether it's Jiraiya's fire release, 5 right gate, or Naruto Uzumaki's wind release, chakra shuriken, they significantly enhance attribute ninjutsu. Therefore, in terms of output capability, frog-type Sage Arts rank first. If comparing oddities, snake-type Sage Arts undoubtedly take the lead. Finally, in terms of endurance and healing ability, Slug-type Sage Arts hold the top position. The human Sage Arts that Shinnosuke obtained are named Vortex Sage Arts by him, although the difficulty of learning is not much different from the 3 Great Holy Lands. It incorporates the strengths of each family, and whether in in release, yang release, or the 5 types of ninjutsu, there are huge amplification effects. The current Vortex clan already possesses 3 shadow-level inheritances, represented by the sealing techniques of the Diamond Lock, the Earth Grudge Fear of the 5 elemental release techniques. In Sage Mode, Chapter 155, Upgrading Again, reactions from various villages with the most suitable Sage Mode for himself. The next period will be spent on diligent practice. For Shinnosuke, who possesses Dragon Vein Chakra, so-called diligent practice is merely the continuous use of the multi-shadow clone technique. It seems that the intermediate Sage body is no longer sufficient. For ninjas, more chakra is always better, and increasing it now is no different from increasing it later. The disappearance of 6,000 destiny points represents a breakthrough in the Sage body, reaching a high-level state. At this stage, this level of Sage body in the entire Vortex clan and the Shinjū clan, besides the late Vortex Mito, only his father, Vortex Star, has reached such a realm. He didn't expect that through years of effort and a bit of destiny points, he has also reached the same level. Activate the Kagura Heart Eye. At the last moment, Shinnosuke unhesitatingly chose the Reconnaissance ability. Now he rarely teams up with Vortex T, and given his continuous display of would-release abilities in recent years, it is clear that Uchiha Madara has already set his sights on him, making the Reconnaissance skill particularly important. Perhaps because the Kagura Heart Eye is a built-in skill of the Vortex clan's Sage body, it only requires a mere 1,000 destiny points to activate. Finally, taking a look at his attribute panel, Shinnosuke felt extremely satisfied. Host, Vortex Shinnosuke Age, 14 years chakra amount, 100 points chakra attribute, Fire 2000 chakra attribute, Lightning 2000 chakra attribute, Wind 2000 chakra attribute, Earth 6000 chakra attribute, Water 6000 chakra attribute, Yang 6000 chakra attribute, In 475 Taijutsu, 1827 main combat power, high-level Sage body, Wood release, Light secret technique, Flying Thunder God, Dragon Vein sealing destiny points, 4,752 points considering from the 6-dimensional perspective of a ninja and looking at the ninja world. At this stage, after this wave of enhancements in a one-on-one situation, besides Madara and the Tsutsuki clan on the moon, and the leaders of the 3 great summoning beast holy lands, there are no ninjas left who can threaten him. As for extending the timeline, by the time the plot begins, characters who could still threaten Shinnosuke include the top illusionist Uchiha Shursui, Might Guy with the 8 gates, Uchiha Bito with space ninjutsu, Nagato with the Rinnegan, and the enigmatic Kagaya. Therefore, at this stage, as long as he waits for Sage Mode to reach full maturity, Shinnosuke can completely stand at the top of the ninja world. When personal ability almost reaches its limit, the next pursuit is naturally power. Currently, The Second Shinobi World War is about to end, and until the start of the Third Shinobi World War, the ninja world is in a period of calm. And the main characters and supporting characters of Hokage have not yet been born, making it impossible to gain a lot of destiny points. Thus, Shinnosuke secretly sets a small goal for himself. During the Third Shinobi World War, he must harvest a large number of destiny points, which means that before the Third Shinobi World War begins, he needs to completely seize power in Konoha, with over 4,700 destiny points remaining. He did not intend to strengthen himself, but instead chose to save them. More than 4,000 destiny points are dispensable for him, and are not enough to completely crush the ninjas who currently threaten him. It would be better to use these destiny points reasonably, allowing his allies to advance further. In the struggle for power in Konoha, the number of shadow-level experts is an unavoidable topic. Top-level ninjutsu can not only enhance strength, but also be used to win over allies, thus maximizing the effect of destiny points. After strengthening himself, Shinnosuke did not choose to return to Konoha Ninja Village. At his level of strength, the village's restrictions on individuals have become negligible, just like the former Konoha trio. During peacetime, how many of them stayed in the village all day? For ordinary ninjas, even leaving the village requires a report, and the treatment is not comparable. Now, although Shinnosuke does not have the private relationships of the Sannin and Hokage, with release backing him, these customary unspoken rules have become useless to him. Shinnosuke was not wasting time idly. After applying to Orochimaru, the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain specifically allocated a zone for Shinnosuke as his base. Orochimaru also assigned him tasks to patrol the camp to prevent sabotage by ill-intentioned ninjas. As the administrator of the Land of Rain camp, Orochimaru naturally has this authority, and it also compensates for the procedural shortcomings, allowing Shinnosuke to stay here for a long time. Thus, time passed day by day, with Shinnosuke dedicating 24 hours a day to training. Of course, what he referred to as 24 hours was the 24 hours of shadow clones. With a chakra amount of 100 points and the significant assistance of Dragon Vein chakra, his Sage mode progressed rapidly. Sage mode can be practiced using shadow clones. According to the plot, Naruto Uzumaki often divides shadow clones to absorb Sage chakra, and when his main body chakra runs low, he releases the shadow clones to recharge. Shinnosuke, however, takes the opposite approach. He is not interested in using shadow clones as power banks, but places great importance on using them to practice Sage mode. After all, if a shadow clone dies, it only impacts the spirit a bit. If the main body directly engages, the side effects during the Sage mode training process are something ordinary ninjas cannot endure. Although this method is slower, it is much safer. In the entire ninja world right now, there are not many who can challenge Shinnosuke without using Sage mode, so he can practice slowly. As for his main body, he spends his days discussing ninjutsu with Orochimaru and deepening his relationship with Tsunade at night, enjoying his time in the Land of Rain. Of course, his ultimate goal remains Jiraiya. Since the end of the war with the Rain Ninja Village, Shinnosuke's attention has been focused on Jiraiya, waiting for the gears of fate to turn and for those three little guys to appear. The victory of the Konoha Ninja Army over the Rain Ninja Village has spread throughout the ninja world after several days of fermentation. The Sand Ninja, third Kazekage, is discussing countermeasures with Chiyo and Eyes. Hanzo the Salamander is a good-looking but useless guy, even if the second Kazekage died in battle. He didn't surrender as thoroughly as Hanzo did. The third Kazekage, Iron Sand, scoffed at Hanzo's actions. Chiyo shook her head. You can't say that. Even if we suffered heavy losses fighting Konoha in the Land of Rivers, we still have over 10,000 ninjas, and with the two of us and the Jinchuriki, Konoha would need to have some serious strength to take us down. Moreover, the other three major ninja villages won't just stand by. Aizo nodded in agreement. There's no way. The Rain ninjas have fought against us and the three major ninja villages in the Land of Rain for so many years. They are already exhausted. Stubbornly refusing to surrender doesn't make sense for them. They might as well completely turn to Konoha and become their dogs. Sigh. It seems Konoha has won this ninja world war. Iron Sand said with a bitter smile. Since there's no opportunity, we might as well continue to execute the treaty we signed with Konoha, so everyone can catch their breath. The siblings Chiyo exchanged glances and nodded. How is Chiyo's research on the human puppetry technique going? Iron Sand suddenly asked. Speaking of human puppetry, Chiyo's expression darkened. Seeing this, Iron Sand's heart sank, but he didn't dare to say it directly and could only tentatively ask, is it not going well? Sigh. Chiyo shook her head and sighed. It's somewhat promising, but the manpower and resources needed for further development are too great. I think our Sand Ninja Village won't be able to manage it alone. She continued to explain, Human puppetry requires ninjas with chakra as test subjects. Generally, lower-ranked ninjas won't do. They must have a certain level of chakra, at least elite Chunin level. Now that the Ninja World War is basically over, we don't have that many materials. Aizo also smiled bitterly. After so long of research with my sister, we've only come to this conclusion, which really doesn't live up to the village's trust. If only the Kazekage would gather volunteers in the village, perhaps research could continue. Before he could finish, Chiyo shot him a furious glance and slammed the table. Scolding, what are you talking about? We established the village to protect everyone. How could we use our own ninjas as materials? Aizo waved his hand to quickly explain. It's different. I'm talking about volunteers. What volunteers? We both know this is just an excuse. I absolutely do not agree. Chiyo's face flushed red as she turned away from her brother. All right. Elder Aizo is also doing it for the village. But if it involves using our own ninjas to research human puppetry, let's not speak of it again. Iron Sand also disagreed with Aizo's idea. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village are already few, and each ninja is a valuable asset to the village. As a village leader, he has his responsibilities. Let's classify the human puppetry technique as a forbidden technique and permanently seal it. Iron Sand resolved, slamming the table and speaking to the two. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Since we are giving up on human puppetry, we won't have any new trump cards in the next war. Aizo wasn't cold-blooded either. Proposing to use the village's ninjas as materials was a last resort. If there were any other way, who would want to do something so backstabbing? But the problem still needs to be addressed. Without an unconventional and unexpected development direction, how can we keep pace with Konoha? There is still a way. Iron Sand paused, drawing both of their gazes to himself, and said with a smile, my disciple Raza has made rapid progress with magnet release. He can already control gold sand. Our Sand Ninja village may not have much, but we do have quite a few gold mines. The two elders' eyes brightened. So, with Raza's bloodline limit, he can easily extract gold. Iron Sand smiled proudly. Exactly. This will be a huge boost for the village. With this income, our development speed will likely not lag behind Konoha's. Moreover, you remember that boy Yakumo, right? He has awakened Scorch Release, and his future is limitless. Ha. It seems we have successors. Chiyo and Aizo both laughed. In that case, we should focus on cultivating the next generation. That's right. I heard Elder Chiyo's grandson is a genius in puppetry. Why not let him join the Kazekage's guard? Iron Sand, while optimistic about Scorpion's growth, also wanted to strengthen ties with the two elders, so he suggested letting Scorpion join his guard. For the leaders of the major ninja villages, successors are typically chosen from disciples and guards. Iron Sand's words indicated that the candidate for the fourth Kazekage is likely one of these three. No problem. Everything will be done according to Lord Kazekage's orders. The two elders were immediately delighted. Even if Scorpion couldn't become the fourth Kazekage, he would surely secure a position as an elder, ensuring the prosperity of their family. The three unintentionally reached a dirty deal. In the Land of Rain, at the Mizukage building, Elder Jinshur, it seems we have no chance. Terumi Mei, dressed in a brand new Mizukage uniform, said to the elder beside her with a bitter smile. Jinshur shook his head, his tone indifferent. There's nothing we can do. Konoha has always been the #1 ninja village. He actually looked down on Terumi Mei a bit, but there was no choice. The Mist Ninja Village was in a transitional phase, and among the short options, she was the only one who could barely sit in the position of the third Mizukage. Sigh, are we going to be trampled underfoot by Konoha for generations to come? Terumi Mei said, gritting her teeth. How could she forget the sacrifice of her comrade? Misanatsuhan, how could she forget the selfless sacrifice of the ghost lamp Sijui? One was her main rival for the position of the third Mizukage, and the other was an ordinary clansman she looked down on. Unexpectedly, while others died for her, she, a coward, received the honor of the third Mizukage. Not to mention the entire Mist Ninja village, the shame of the Vortex clan, watching them thrive, calling the shots in Konoha, and gradually gaining power. It was something she could not accept. We must look forward and not let hatred blind our eyes. Jinshur slammed his cane down heavily, making a loud thud that shook Terumi Mei from her memories. I lost my composure. Terumi Mei lowered her head, looking ashamed. She now viewed revenge as her greatest motivation. Elder, I found that our Mist ninjas are inferior to Konoha ninjas in solo combat capabilities, and in terms of funding, we can't compare to Konoha at all. So I plan to take the elite route for the Mist ninjas. Seeing that Jinshur was silent, Terumi Mei continued to explain. Our Mist ninjas must ensure that one lower ninja can defeat two Konoha lower ninjas to reclaim what belongs to us in the next war. Jinchur sat there calmly and asked softly, "Everyone knows that to improve the basic abilities of ninjas is crucial, but how can we achieve that?" Although he looked down on this Mizukage, he knew the other party was not an idiot. To propose such a requirement, he must have a plan in mind. Sure enough, Terumi Mei said, "I've decided to implement an elite policy where upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, they will fight in pairs, allowing only one ninja to survive. This way, the surviving ninja will definitely become an elite, and our training pressure will be greatly reduced, allowing us to provide targeted training for the relatively few ninjas." This is the infamous Blood Mist policy of the Mist Ninjas, born out of Konoha's victory in the Second Ninja World War. This extremely cruel graduation model made Jinchur regard Terumi Mei with newfound respect. To come up with such desperate measures, she truly lives up to being a ninja who has walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It seems this third Mizukage is not without merit after all. Do it your way. I have no objections. The original master is not someone who is soft-hearted. Such a method of elimination was common during the Warring States period. Since the Mist Ninja can no longer bask in the sunlight of the Ninja Village era, reverting to the lifestyle of the Warring States period is also acceptable. As long as the next war can be won, all efforts will be worthwhile. Chapter 157, The Last Struggle of the Cloud Ninja. Meanwhile, in the Reikage building of the Cloud Ninja Village, countless cups have already been smashed. Damn it, these guys have no backbone at all. The third Reikage, surrounded by flickering lightning, couldn't help but smash the table in front of him into powder. The elders below felt a chill and whispered to themselves, "Isn't it because you want to follow everyone else and pick up the cheap stuff? Others have been fighting for years, and you only just enter the fray. You're too late to catch the warm food." But on the surface, no one dared to speak. The Hyuga clan has always held absolute authority in the Cloud Ninja Village. Even the strongest families among the other four great ninja villages do not have a single clan controlling the position of the shadow for several generations. Since the establishment of the Cloud Ninja Village, the Reikage position has been passed down within the Hyuga clan. "Speak up, what are we going to do?" The Reikage said irritably, sitting on the chair and retracting the lightning surrounding him. "I think we should negotiate peace with Konoha. These days, our two families have only had minor skirmishes, and neither side has suffered real losses. As long as we can return to the pre-war state, I believe both families can accept it." An elder trembled as he stood up and said, Konoha would certainly accept it. How many benefits did they gain during the Second Ninja World War?" The third Reikage scoffed at the elder's words. "Even a fool knows that Konoha has benefited greatly this time. If the Cloud Ninja agrees to a handshake for peace, Konoha will probably agree immediately." "You idiot. Konoha is already much stronger than us. If we don't weaken them this time, in 10 years, what chance will we have to challenge them again?" The Reikage angrily reprimanded several elders. "But with just our manpower, we are not a match for Konoha. What can we do?" Another elder retorted unhappily. "Do you really think everyone is a fool? If we could beat Konoha, we would have done it long ago. Others can take on 4 or 5 at once across the ninja world, while we in the Cloud Ninja Village think we can take on Konoha alone. You might as well wash up and go to bed early." At this moment, the 8 Jinchuriki suddenly stood up. "Others can't defeat Konoha, naturally because they have concerns. But we have received top-secret intelligence." Seeing everyone focus their attention on him, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Fukurai smiled and said, "Everyone knows that we sent someone to Konoha to steal bloodline limits a while ago, right?" Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Fukurai continued, "Our last mission was actually in cooperation with a certain organization within Konoha. Otherwise, how could we have easily broken through the surveillance of the 3 major ninja clans?" Before he could finish speaking, an elder couldn't help but interject, "Wasn't that a failure? We suffered a complete defeat. Maybe they were just fishing for evidence." Fukurai was speechless but patiently explained, whether Konoha's Umbu was fishing for evidence or not is irrelevant. The people are already dead. However, the intelligence they obtained during that time was relayed back to us by the spy we planted in Konoha. At that time, they had even kidnapped a child from the Uzumaki clan. When they invaded the Uzumaki clan's territory in Konoha, they unexpectedly learned about the new Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, who was an Uzumaki clan ninja and still a little girl. Actually, it was because these Cloud Ninja who stole bloodline limits encountered Kushina from the Uzumaki clan. When they were caught stealing the child, they were forced to unleash the tailed beast cloak, but they weren't skilled enough and failed to save the Uzumaki child, exposing their own intelligence. Everyone's expression froze. This was indeed very important intelligence. At this time, the third Reikage interjected, "Since Konoha has replaced the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, can we now release the 8 Tails on the battlefield?" Fukurai was also happy to cooperate with the Reikage, as this had been previously discussed between the two. Our Two-Tails Jinchuriki is still young and cannot go to the battlefield. However, I can now slightly control the Eight-Tails and use its chakra, Fukai said modestly. Although his voice was not loud, the content was shocking. An elder couldn't help but stand up. Really? It's not the indiscriminate attack from before? You can still maintain your rationality? Fukai affirmed. Although it won't last long, I can control it for about 5 minutes. This amount of time is enough to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Everyone present had witnessed the rampage of the two-tailed beasts. If the Jinchuriki had consciousness during the rampage and had malicious intent, just a few tailed beast bombs aimed at the village would be unbearable for anyone. In the battlefield context, as long as they could aim at Konoha's army, a single-tailed beast bomb could take out hundreds of ninjas without a doubt. But Konoha has the Uzumaki clan. The topic returned to this unavoidable issue. The Uzumaki clan is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. However, Fukai had already prepared a countermeasure. In one-on-one combat, even if I could fully control the Eight-Tails, I might not necessarily be a match for the Uzumaki clan's leader. But this is war. With everyone protecting me, I don't believe the Uzumaki clan leader would dare to charge at our Cloud Ninja formation. At this point, Fukai smiled. Our plan was never to defeat Konoha, but to weaken Konoha's potential as much as possible before the war ends and eliminate ordinary ninjas. Moreover, I can only ensure rationality for 5 minutes, so this 5 minutes will be crucial in the next war. Upon hearing Fukai's words, everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. One of the major ninja villages use tailed beasts. Naturally, it is because they fear retaliation in the same manner. Since Konoha cannot retaliate equally now, using the Eight-Tails is not impossible, as long as they can lure Konoha's army out. Let the Eight-Tails unleash a few tailed beast bombs under the protection of the entire Cloud Ninja army. They could take away thousands of elite ninjas from Konoha, breaking the myth of Konoha's invincibility in the Second Ninja World War. Surviving this wave, they could negotiate peace with Konoha as victors, obtaining the benefits they deserve. How should we say it? It's a good plan, and the conditions are ripe. It's definitely worth a try. The third Reikage took advantage of the momentum and said, we must act quickly this time. If Konoha gathers their shadow-level powerhouses from all fronts, even if we have the Eight-Tails, we will have no chance of winning. For the victory of the war and to significantly weaken Konoha's future war potential, these battle-crazed Cloud Ninjas are indeed willing to take risks. Tomorrow, I will issue a declaration of war to Konoha for a decisive battle, the third Reikage said firmly. Regardless of whether Konoha falls for it or not, there is only one chance. If they continue to drag things out slowly, with small teams fighting each other every day, it will have no impact on the situation. If Konoha is determined to gather all their experts, that will also be a loss. It is better to take advantage of the opponent's lack of manpower and directly engage in a battle. If they win, they weaken Konoha. If they lose, then it's over. After all, right now, the only ninja village entangled with Konoha is themselves. If they really can't win, it would be better to surrender like other villages. There will be no chance in the Second Ninja World War, but there will be a third, and enduring humiliation is not something new. Chapter 158. Konoha responds on the second day. Watching the declaration of war sent by the Cloud Ninja, several people in Konoha's main camp exchanged glances. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to speak. What do you think? Should we respond to the challenge? Danzo naturally took the lead, as the notorious hawk of Konoha. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Moreover, with his history of losing to the Rock Ninja, he had long wanted a chance to turn the tables. No more words were needed. If he wanted war, then let there be war. Otherwise, others would think we are afraid of the Cloud Ninja. Mito Kazuma frowned slightly and advised, how can we be so reckless? We don't even know the specific situation. And to respond to the challenge is not the action of a wise man. Danzo rebutted, we have 3 elite ninjas here, including someone like Darui, who can limit tailed beasts. The entire camp has over 15,000 ninjas. I can't imagine how we could lose. Unfortunately, Mito Minyan did not buy his argument and shook his head, pondering, you know that our strength here far exceeds that of the Cloud Village. But since he dared to issue a challenge, he must believe he has the strength to fight. No one would fight a battle they are certain to lose. Otherwise, what's the difference from seeking death? Uzumaki Darui and Sarutobi Hizashi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Mito Minyan's view. Everyone present wasn't foolish. Since the other side wanted a decisive battle, it was naturally because they felt they could win. Danzo continued. The other 3 major ninja villages have already surrendered, and the Rain Village has accepted defeat. Our only opponent left is the Cloud Village. If we show any signs of fear, other villages might reconsider. Uzumaki Darui tapped the table and thought for a moment. Actually, we can find some clues from this challenge letter. Look, the Cloud Village has set the time for a day later, clearly not wanting to give us preparation time. But as long as we gather a large number of elite ninjas within this day, we can catch them off guard. In the entire camp, Uzumaki Darui was a deputy commander, with the same rank as Danzo and Mito Menyen, but he was almost positioned as a mere fighter, having no real authority. The military achievements he earned were almost negligible, so he chose to call for reinforcements without hesitation. Sarutobi Hizashi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, lit his pipe, took a deep breath, and exhaled several smoke rings before saying, Darui is right. Regardless of the situation, we have far more elite ninjas than the Cloud Village. As long as we gather everyone, they are just a bunch of clowns, not worth worrying about. Since the other side wanted a decisive battle, Konoha naturally needed to gather as many troops as possible. Although Sarutobi Hizashi had come leading the team with the idea of earning military exploits, there were priorities in matters. It was clear the other side was preparing for a full-scale attack. So if he didn't bring out all their power, what was the difference from being foolish? After all, this battle would be fought under the leadership of the third Hokage, so he had to rank first in the achievements. However, Danzo's old face was long, as he was not Sarutobi Hizashi. Due to losses on the battlefield against the Rock Village, he was still under disciplinary action and was eager to fight a comeback battle. But unfortunately, the other three didn't care about Danzo's thoughts at all. Uzumaki Darui chuckled. The Cloud Village guys don't know what trump cards they have prepared. But their idea of stalling us and preventing us from gathering a large number of elite ninjas was wrong from the start. Hizashi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and he congratulated with feigned sincerity. Speaking of which, it's thanks to Shinno's exceptional talent that he even learned the Flying Thunder God technique from the second Hokage. Without the Flying Thunder God technique, no matter how much we think now, it would be useless. Sarutobi Hizashi originally did not know Shinno's strength, but due to someone's deliberate performance on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, at least within the upper echelons of Konoha, the information that Shinno had learned the Flying Thunder God technique could no longer be hidden. Uzumaki Darui fully accepted Sarutobi Hizashi's praise. The Second Ninja World War had completely established the reputation of the Uzumaki clan. Whether it was dealing with the Mist Village troops alone or later being active on various battlefronts in Konoha, in the end, it couldn't compare to the influence of two top elite ninjas. Uzumaki Darui had rarely made a move, but Shinno had resolved the Sand Village issue in the Land of Rivers, indirectly leading to the death of the second Kazekage. He had fought against the Stone Village and even confronted Inoki, ultimately defeating the semi-divine Hanzo, the Salamander. It could be said that the Second Ninja World War made the name Shinno resound throughout the 5 great countries and the ninja world. He became a sharp sword above all major ninja villages. This is the world of Hokage, a world where great power is concentrated in individuals. As long as you have the ability, there is no need to be hypocritical or cunning with others. Since the Hokage has no objections, who do you think Shinno should bring over? Uzumaki Darui asked. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kakashi, Jiraiya. Bring anyone with capability. Sarutobi Hizashi was also unreserved, as his 3 disciples now all had elite ninja-level strength. As long as they didn't face opponents of equal strength, they could completely dominate in a ninja army battle. Moreover, all 3 disciples possessed powerful summoning beasts, making them formidable weapons on the battlefield, indeed stronger in mowing down enemies than average elite ninjas. This is an all-out military engagement. No wonder Hokage has such courage. Uzumaki Darui flattered with a smile. He initially thought Sarutobi Hizashi would only bring his own team, but he was surprised that Kakashi was also among the selections. In fact, Sarutobi Hizashi had his own considerations. It would be unreasonable to overlook Kakashi when all the notable elite ninjas in Konoha were present. Moreover, Kakashi was proficient in lightning release chakra modes, similar to the third Raikage, which could effectively limit the enemy. Haha, let's catch the Cloud Village off guard tomorrow. They will never expect us to gather all our elite ninjas using the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hizashi was already envisioning tomorrow's victory. Just relying on the 5 elite ninjas gathered through the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the main force of Konoha, would be equivalent to 30,000 ninja troops. This is the world of Hokage, where one elite can achieve so much. Even if tomorrow the Cloud Village had reinforcements, even if they brought 2 elite ninjas to the battlefield at the same time, it would be of no use. The 4 people present were very confident, especially Uzumaki Darui, because while others might not be clear about Shinno's strength, he himself was certainly aware. Now, let's send a reply to the Cloud Village, telling them to get ready for their execution tomorrow. Sarutobi Hizashi called over a communication ninja, swiftly wrote a reply on paper, and immediately had him deliver it to the Cloud Village. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 159. The battle resumes the next day. Konoha and the Cloud Village did not have any strange occurrences. Everyone arrived on the battlefield punctually. Konoha's side almost mobilized the entire army, with nearly 15,000 ninjas lined up neatly. The Cloud Village, not to be outdone, had also brought nearly all the backup forces from their village, totaling around 15,000 as well. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched in terms of scale. There was no traditional pre-battle banter. Everyone knew this was the final decisive battle of the Second Ninja World War. Charge with me. Sarutobi Hizashi led the charge as the spearhead. Although he was often mocked for not having any remarkable achievements, since he had boasted for a lifetime about being the strongest Hokage, at least in his youth, he was still bold and willing to fight. Just like Orochimaru, who acknowledged that he was not a match for the 10 years younger Sarutobi Hizashi. Even when he was already 60 years into Konoha's history and Hizashi was 68 years old. Now, Sarutobi Hizashi was in his prime, and on the battlefield, he was undoubtedly a killing machine. Sure enough, the two ninja armies were about to clash, and Sarutobi Hizashi threw a gigantic wind shuriken from behind. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, a mere B-rank ninjutsu, when used by Sarutobi Hizashi, was as lethal as an ordinary S-rank ninjutsu. The shuriken multiplied from 1 to 10, then to 100, slicing into the Cloud Village's formation like a scythe, taking out nearly 40 ninjas in one encounter. Kill. While the Cloud Village was caught off guard, Sarutobi Hizashi summoned the so-called strongest summoning beast, the Monkey King. Old buddy, we're going to fight side by side again this time. The Monkey King stood beside the third Hokage, completely ignoring the grand battlefield. Transform. The Monkey King transformed into a sturdy club, swinging fiercely in Sarutobi Hizashi's hands. Rushing into the crowd, the Rui Jingu Bang could change in length, and combined with Sarutobi Hiruzen's exquisite wood leaf fluid technique, there was no opponent worthy of a fight. Not far behind the battlefield, on a hill in the shadows, the top ninjas of Konoha had been lying in wait for a long time, ready to ambush when the Cloud Ninjas launched their full-scale attack. As expected of the Hokage, I can't compare to his strength in Taijutsu. Uzumaki Daro's side. His Taijutsu, combined with the light secret technique, had already formed its own style, but when it came to lethality, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the Rui Jingu Bang, was unparalleled in Konoha. Even Hatake Tsukuyomi nodded in agreement. Just as the few of them were discussing, the third raikage of the Cloud Ninjas, surrounded by flickering lightning, joined the battle, relying entirely on the lightning release chakra mode and attacking without concern for defense. The Konoha side was instantly thrown into chaos. It's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Hatake Tsukuyomi suddenly vanished. Just as the third raikage was about to snap the neck of a Konoha ninja, dazzling lightning accompanied by a blade of light, like a ribbon, caused the third raikage to stumble. Hatake Tsukuyomi, aren't you in a land of grass? The raikage's face darkened. The course of the war had begun to deviate from their predetermined path. Tsukuyomi said nothing, giving the raikage no chance to gather intelligence. With the lightning release chakra mode at its maximum, he unleashed his white Fong short blade straight for the vital points, his swordsmanship as elusive as an antelope's horns. The raikage had no choice but to keep dodging. Although he was extremely confident in the defensive power of his lightning release chakra mode, his opponent was Hatake Tsukuyomi, wielding a white Fong short blade capable of slaughtering enemies. There might be a way to counter it. The moment he first saw Hatake Tsukuyomi, he realized that they were using the same technique, which was truly embarrassing. The only thing that could break through the defense of the lightning release chakra mode, aside from top-tier wind release, was the lightning release chakra mode itself, and Hatake Tsukuyomi was exactly that kind of opponent. After a dozen exchanges, the third raikage was astonished to discover that Hatake Tsukuyomi's speed surpassed his own. Just as he pondered how to respond, a wave of shocked shouts erupted from the battlefield. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to look and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen using the shadow clone technique to line up, with each of the 5 bodies generating chakra fluctuations of A-rank 5 release ninjutsu: Fire Dragon Bullet, Earth Dragon Bullet, Water Dragon Bullet, Lightning Dragon Bullet, Wind Dragon Bullet. The 5 types of chakra converged above the Cloud Ninja army, emitting a dazzling black glow before causing a violent explosion. As a ninjutsu capable of competing with the top-tier techniques, it was simply beyond the reach of these ordinary ninjas. In the distance, Shinno, using the long-range technique, watched this scene and couldn't help but reminisce about his previous encounter with Kakuzu, both users of the 5-release ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was leagues above Kakuzu. Shinno even faintly sensed the aura of the truth-seeking ball within the black explosion. But unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not possess the Yin-Yang release inheritance. If he could use Yin-Yang release to create a black entity that enveloped the impending explosion, completely controlling this destructive force, perhaps the third Hokage could reach even greater heights. Truly, the third Hokage is remarkable. Mastery of the 5-release ninjutsu, to this extent, can be said to be unprecedented. The fusion of the 5 releases caused a massive explosion. Each type of ninjutsu stacking was geometrical in nature, and the immense power directly reduced the area before them to dust. Even if the cloud ninjas instinctively scattered, this wave of 5-release ultimate techniques would at least claim the lives of over 1,000 ninjas, leaving no corpses behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually retreated under the cover of Konoha ninjas. Normally, considering his chakra level, he would not use this technique without a one-on-one situation, but wasn't he Konoha well prepared? This time, he could afford to be a bit reckless. The old man really is the strongest Hokage. Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. Tsunade couldn't help but snort coldly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was strong, she had never been impressed by his self-praise. Hiruzen's main body was resting slightly, but his shadow clones were not something ordinary ninjas could contend with, especially with Shimura Danzo providing assistance. With the third Raikage entangled by Hatake Tsukuyomi, the Cloud Ninjas were being beaten back. Among them, ninjas like the Lava Release user Tsukadai and the Magnet Release user Troy were also strong, but they were still within the realm of Elite J-Nin, and there was no need for Konoha's hidden shadow-level ninjas to target them. There were already ninjas of corresponding levels in their ranks engaged in fierce battles. At this moment, the entangled third Raikage realized he had underestimated the situation. Fortunately, Konoha had gathered together to pursue the Cloud Ninjas, and they still had a chance to turn the tide. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, with a beastly roar, an evil and colossal chakra suddenly appeared within the Cloud Ninja ranks, drawing everyone's attention. Had the Cloud Village gone mad? How dared they unleash the Eight Tails? Chapter 160. Beating the Eight Tails, a dark red monster, standing dozens of meters tall with a bull's head and an octopus body, suddenly appeared in the ranks of the Cloud Ninjas. 8 octopus tentacles flailed back and forth, and Konoha ninjas were injured merely by brushing against them, dying instantly. Monster! The Eight Tails tentacles spun around, rapidly extending, instantly crushing dozens of Konoha ninjas. Damn it, the Rui Jingu Bang. Long. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not far from the Eight Tails, saw such a massive creature about to charge into the Konoha army. In a moment of desperation, he extended the Rui Jingu Bang, which could change length at will, and directly thrust it against the Eight Tails' chest. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's loud shout, the Rui Jingu Bang extended again, actually sending the Eight Tails flying, plowing a deep trench in the ground. Long live the Hokage! Konoha ninjas shouted in unison. Not good, everyone be careful. But Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the tailed beasts. Relying on his collaboration with the Monkey King, thinking he could physically overpower a tailed beast was wishful thinking. Sure enough, the Eight Tails, having been sent flying, shook its head and stood up again as if nothing had happened. Everyone attacked together. Shinno, Uzumaki, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the 5 shadow-level powerhouses, upon seeing the Eight Tails, naturally wouldn't hold back. Since the enemy had already revealed their trump card, they had to put pressure on the Cloud Ninjas as well. Orochimaru-senpai, you and Jiraiya-senpai support the main force. Although Shinno was the youngest among them, he was a decisive figure, assigning tasks without hesitation. Isn't that right? A total of 6 people came to support, and aside from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the rest are all our own. No problem. The two didn't waste words. Seeing Shinno so confident, they also wanted to see how the Uzumaki clan dealt with tailed beasts. Tsunade, go heal the Konoha ninjas. They need you more. Okay. Tsunade gestured to indicate she understood, then hesitated and said, be careful. After saying that, she swiftly used the body flicker technique to leave the scene. Summoning technique. Slug. A thick fog appeared on the Konoha battlefield, and a giant slug, dozens of meters tall, stood in the center, then suddenly split into countless smaller bodies, essentially ensuring that each frontline ninja had support. Of course, this wasn't the limit of Tsunade. With the Ein sealing technique, she could continuously summon slugs if needed. But it wasn't time for that yet. Keeping some reserve might come in handy when it was time to fight. Great Serpent's formation. Orochimaru stepped to the front and raised his hand to unleash his top-tier area attack, summoning ninjutsu. Countless venomous snakes were summoned. Although their individual strength was not strong, they were fearless in death, and, combined with Konoha ninjas, they could fully demonstrate the principle of 1-1-2. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki's crimson eyes pleaded with Nyogue in the consciousness of the Eight Tails. Boss, give me a hand, and I'll follow you wherever you want to go from now on. Nyogue's attention returned to his own spiritual world. Although this Jinchuriki's strength was just average, and they had reached a level of mutual understanding. After being baptized by the waterfall on Turtle Island, he could reluctantly acknowledge him. Remember what you said? Nyogue reminded in a buzzing voice. Tailed Beast. Dinwadi technique. Before the Eight Tails could gather its tailed beast ball, Jiraiya noticed something amiss, and, not daring to delay, directly summoned the heaviest toad, crashing down from the sky and completely pinning the Eight Tails beneath him. Damn stinky toad. The Eight Tails seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and suddenly became agitated. Although the Iwasu toad was powerful and one of the heaviest in Mayaboka Mountain, it was no match for a tailed beast in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, with the Eight Tails becoming somewhat berserk, the chakra unique to tailed beasts surged within him. And with all his strength, he flipped the giant toad onto the ground. Due to the excessive force, the Iwasu toad couldn't withstand it, and with the Eight Tails throw, it crashed back to Mayaboka Mountain with a bang. Fukai Kid, I've changed my mind. Today, I'm going to help you eliminate all those nasty guys over there. The Eight Tails' attention returned to the spiritual world, speaking to the somewhat foolish Jinchuriki. The giant toad that had just fallen reminded him of the unpleasant memories from his childhood when he had just been born, playing leisurely with his little brothers beside Sage of the Six Paths. But there was always a nasty toad, wearing a bell with the word oil around its neck. That bullied them every day. That's right, that toad was the first generation of Mayaboka Mountain that taught the Sage of the Six Paths the Sage Arts. It must be that stinky toad's descendant. The Eight Tails confirmed in his heart. The giant toad has already been sent back. There must be companions of that giant toad among those nasty guys over there. This time, I will make sure you all die. Tailed Beast Ball. The Yin-Yang chakra gathered in proportion, and this wildly agitated chakra reaction attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the third Reikage, tangled up with Konoha's Shikamaru, couldn't help but exclaim in approval. This battle had been extremely frustrating for him. He originally thought he could rush into the Konoha crowd and unleash his might, but unexpectedly, he was entangled by this Shikamaru. Although his lightning release chakra mode had slightly stronger defenses, the opponent was clearly faster. Both had their strengths, and with the same ninjutsu being used, it was hard to distinguish a winner for a while, due to the lack of top experts in the Cloud Village. They could only place all their hopes on the Eight Tails. Watching the many top experts from Konoha wreaking havoc among the crowd, the third Reikage's heart was bleeding. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his three disciples, plus old teammates Shimura Danzo and Mito Gate, had caused chaos for the Cloud Ninja. The casualty ratio between the two sides was unsightly. Fortunately, this time the Eight Tails didn't let them down. Watching the tailed beast ball gather more and grow larger, the third Reikage revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Sumonin technique. 5 layers of the Gate of Life. Faced with this disaster-like pressure, Orochimaru and his teacher teamed up, breaking their limits to unleash the top defensive ninjutsu of the first Hokage. But unfortunately, even though the two were well prepared, there was no room for them to exert their strength on the battlefield, because just as the Eight Tails was gathering the tailed beast ball, Shinno and his son made their move, sealing technique's secret, Gate of Life. With his hands raised to the sky, Uzumaki communicated with the existence in the void. Just like the Gate of Life used by Orochimaru and his student, the Gate of Life was also summoned from another dimension. This was the top secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, specifically for suppressing tailed beasts, completely avoiding the awkwardness of the diamond seal, sometimes not being long enough. Unfortunately, since Shinjū Hashirama, no one had been able to learn this technique, but recently, Uzumaki's chakra had broken through its limits, finally allowing him to learn his clan's top secret technique. Chapter 161 E Tiles. D. A massive crimson Torii gate descended from the sky and smashed down onto the Eight Tails' head. The Torii gate locked the Eight Tails' head to the ground, rendering it immobile. Unfortunately, even though Uzumaki's chakra was nearly as powerful as the young Uzumaki Mito, there was still a qualitative difference compared to Shinjū Hashirama. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Senja Hashirama could continuously use the Gate of Life to summon the Tori Gate to control the Ten Tails, while Uzumaki, using all his strength, could only summon 2. But it didn't matter. This technique was the top ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, a backup left by the Sage of the Six Paths for his descendants, perfectly suited for controlling tailed beasts. Before Uzumaki, could even use his second strike, he had firmly locked the 8 tails in place, leaving the Cloud Ninja unable to figure out a solution. Whether it was water, fire, lightning, or wind, the Tori Gate remained firmly attached to the 8 tails' neck, preventing it from moving an inch. At this moment, the 8 tails was already terrified, with no trace of the earlier arrogant, revengeful demeanor. He recalled the fear of being dominated by that man. "Dad, is it really this easy to subdue a tailed beast?" Shinno asked in surprise. Uzumaki to chuckle. "Now, not only are tailed beasts not our opponents, but even if the tailed beast and Jinchuriki share a mutual understanding and cooperate under my Gate of Life, they will have no power to resist. I wonder if the 2 tails will come out as well. I can use the Gate of Life one more time. Just waiting for him." Shinno teased. Who knows, even if he wants to sneak attack, seeing the fate of the 8 tails, he probably can only go into hiding. What should we do next? Should we wait until after the battle to capture the 8 tails, or kill him directly? Uzumaki shook his head, indifferent. Let's just kill him. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes. Even if we take down the 8 tails, no one can say anything. In fact, capturing the 8 tails would also be a hot potato. Uzumaki explained. 1 tailed beast is enough for Konoha. If we capture the 8 tails, some people might get ideas they shouldn't have, and that would be troublesome. Understood. Shinno distanced himself from his father, formed hand seals, and slapped the ground. Birth of the tree world. Centered around the 8 tails, countless trees began to grow wildly. With Konoha controlling the 8 tails, the 3 Sannin of Konoha charged to the front lines, leading the Konoha ninjas to drive away all the Cloud Ninja surrounding the 8 tails. Now Shinno was completely unconcerned. The trees tightly wrapped around the 8 tails, crazily extracting tailed beast chakra. With the supply of tailed beast chakra, the trees began to grow again, forming a positive energy cycle. No wonder it's a tailed beast second only to the 9 tails. Shinno couldn't help but marvel as the wood release continued to absorb chakra without any signs of stopping. It's just a little more chakra than the others. It's nothing special. Uzumaki was still on guard against a sneak attack from the 2 tails, unaware that the 2 tails hadn't even entered the battlefield. But overestimating the enemy wouldn't be a mistake. Instead of the 2 tails, they encountered the magnetic ninja, Troy. If I kill you too, that idiot Fukai should be able to get out, right? Troy's small eyes were fixed on the Uzumaki father and son. That's right, but unfortunately, the one saying this should at least be at the level of the 3rd Reikage. Not someone like you. Shinno shook his head, feeling regretful. Next time, be careful about who you pick a fight with. Without even looking at the 8 tails, Shinno dramatically tossed a few kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Let me show you my power. Troy was secretly delighted, thinking his magnetic release could easily control these kunai and catch the opponent off guard. But unfortunately, who let Shinno be on a roll? Although the opponent was just a minor character, the ability to defeat him through intelligence gave him an overwhelming sense of superiority in terms of IQ. Troy pretended to casually use his oversized ninja tool, intending to lightly knock away the shuriken. But he did not expect that the shuriken would collide with his ninja tool at that moment. Whoosh! Shinno suddenly appeared on top of the ninja tool, gripping the incoming shuriken with his left hand, while his right hand had already gathered a ball of light blue chakra. See you in the next life. The Rasengan directly hit Troy's chest, marking the first appearance of the 4th Hokage's no-hand seal ninjutsu on the battlefield, achieving remarkable results. There was no surprise. Troy was not a ninja known for his defensive abilities, and there was no chance of survival after being hit directly by a regular Rasengan. Is this the Rasengan you mentioned? Vortex Daro asked with great interest. Shinno nodded. That's right, with the Flying Thunder God technique, how could there not be a corresponding Rasengan? Vortex Naruto could use Shadow Clone Jutsu to accelerate his learning of this ninjutsu, and Shinno could definitely learn it by imitation. During the time after defeating Hanzo of the Salamander, Shinno leveled up and quickly learned this technique. As the only ninjutsu in the Hokage world that carefully explains every learning step, how could Shinno miss it? Share your learning insights with me. I feel like this move suits me too. Vortex Daro pondered for a moment and realized that the Rasengan paired well with the adamantine sealing chains. The Rasengan is a close combat ninjutsu, and Shinno's usage at this moment was similar to that of Wai-Dai, using the Flying Thunder God technique to get close and hit the enemy hard. Meanwhile, Vortex Naruto overwhelmed the enemy with numbers, using a large number of shadow clones to approach the enemy. Vortex Daro could completely use the adamantine sealing chains to restrict the enemy's movement and then finish the battle with the Rasengan. Ultimately, the Rasengan's immense power lies in how it lands. Its lethality is beyond question. Shinno used the Flying Thunder God technique to accelerate himself, while Vortex Naruto used shadow clones to surround and beat the enemy. At the same time, Vortex Daro's large golden chain restricted the enemy's movements, effectively slowing them down, which equated to accelerating himself. No problem, the Eight Tails should be about ready now. After defeating the magnetic release ninja Troy, the Eight Tails finally couldn't hold on any longer, its entire aura completely weakening. Light secret technique, heavenly punishment. The ninjutsu that hadn't been used for a long time made its comeback. The completely immobilized Eight Tails was like a target, and at this moment, Shinno's chakra amount was no longer comparable to before, although the preparation time was a bit long. Once ready, a beam of light as thick as a barrel continuously bombarded the Eight Tails like a machine gun, causing even the tailed beast to emit a wretched howl. On this battlefield of 30,000 people, under everyone's gaze, the Shinno father and son cooperated. The Eight Tails, like a lamb to the slaughter, was bombarded by continuous S-rank ninjutsu until it was completely shattered, dissipating into the air. At this moment, the Vortex father and son appeared to others as if they were gods or demons, to the extent that when they rushed onto the Torii Gate and sealed the last remaining tentacle of the Eight Tails, no one dared to step forward to stop them. Chapter 162. Complete army collapse. Two Tails holds the rear. The third Reikage was nearly driven to the brink of explosion upon witnessing this scene. As a shadow-level powerhouse, he deeply regretted his previous obsession. He had always believed in the principle of one force overcoming 10 skill, dedicating his life to studying lightning release chakra modes, which now became his Achilles heel. Without large-scale destructive ninjutsu, he felt powerless on this battlefield of tens of thousands. If there were no ninjas on the Konoha side to restrict him with taijutsu, it would be one thing, but who could have imagined that there was Kiki Shua? After being entangled by Kiki Shua, he might not have eliminated even 20 enemies throughout the entire battle. Now he could only watch helplessly as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was defeated. Retreat. The third Reikage painfully closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Go. T-Dai, acting as the temporary commander, did not dare to delay upon receiving the third Reikage order. As an advisor to the Cloud Ninjas, he had long seen that his village was running out of strength. The fall of the Eight Tails was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Cloud Ninjas were indeed the most warlike ninja village. Even with heavy losses and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki being eliminated, they could still maintain their basic formation and retreat slowly. However, no matter how strong the Cloud Ninjas were, they were still defeated by Konoha. So many shadow-level experts were not to be trifled with. Seeing the enemy retreat, they naturally would not let go of the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Would clone technique. Adamantine sealing chains. The Vortex father and son took the lead, leading the Konoha ninjas in pursuit, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya summoned the gigantic Manda and Gamabunta. Sarutobi Hiruzen even split several shadow clones, working together with Shimura Danzo and Mito Gate to unleash endless slaughter in the crowd. Tsunade quietly approached Kiki Shua's side as a taijutsu master. She could also bring pressure to the third Reikage. But unfortunately, the third Reikage had no intention of fighting at this time. Although the Cloud Ninjas had high quality, they could still maintain their basic formation in the face of a casualty rate of nearly 40. But if Konoha's shadow-level experts continue to charge like this, even Iron Man would collapse. The third Reikage maxed out his lightning release chakra mode and charged like lightning into the ranks of the Cloud Ninjas. Kiki Shua and Tsunade were somewhat at a loss. They couldn't just dive in headfirst, could they? That would be no different than seeking death. It's not possible, boss. T-Dai, who had once appeared confident, was now drenched in sweat. The third Reikage's expression was as dark as water. He felt utterly helpless as he watched the cluster of shadow-level experts from Konoha, regretting his hasty initiation of the war. He originally thought he could exploit a time difference, but he never expected the enemy to silently bring so many shadow-level experts over. It must be the Flying Thunder God technique, Lord Reikage. Someone on the other side must have learned the Flying Thunder God technique and reached a level where they can bring others. Otherwise, they would have had no time to reach the battlefield. T-Dai was no fool. The Cloud Ninjas were the only village that had attempted to encircle and kill the second Hokage, and they had conducted extensive research on the Flying Thunder God technique. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique, how could so many shadow-level powerhouses have gathered together? Would Konoha's other defenses still hold? Only the Flying Thunder God technique could instantly deploy shadow-level experts, allowing Konoha to gain an advantage on every front. Forget about who learned the Flying Thunder God technique. What should we do now? The third Raikage paced back and forth in the ranks, agitated. Every second, a Cloud Ninja was falling, and there was no time for slow deliberation. Only by releasing the two tails can we stall for a bit of time. T-Dai was not indecisive. He quickly decided to sacrifice the two tails Jinchuriki. The third Raikage did not hesitate. Let's do it. In the blink of an eye, they decided the fate of the two tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, the two tails Jinchuriki had not yet entered the battlefield. They were at the back, prepared for emergencies. Unexpectedly, the backup plan was indeed needed. The third Raikage acted personally, and under the influence of the lightning release chakra mode, he instantly appeared before the two tails Jinchuriki. There's no time to explain. Let's go. Although the Raikage felt guilty about his own helplessness, he did not slow down his actions. The two tails Jinchuriki calmly accepted his fate. He was originally a failed experiment, unable to communicate with the two tails cat, and thus could not utilize the power of the tail beast. The lack of sealing techniques in Cloud Ninja Village often caused him to go berserk. Although the village still had patience for him, his successor was about to be chosen. Even if he managed to survive this time, it wouldn't be long before he transferred the tailed beast again, and he would be dead either way. Do you regret it? In the final moments of his life, he seemed to hear the voice of the two tails deep within his heart. Shaking his head, his gaze shifted from confusion to certainty. No regrets. Everything was for the village. I somewhat recognize you now, whether he heard it or not. His life came to an end here. The third Raikage grabbed the corpse of the two tails and, under the influence of the lightning chakra mode, exerted maximum force to throw it towards the Konoha army like a cannonball. Calculating the distance, just as it was about to reach Konoha's head, a piercing beast roar erupted, accompanied by faint blue ghost flames, and the two tails reappeared in the world. This massive tailed beast instantly disrupted Konoha's pursuit formation, causing everyone to flee in all directions. It wasn't that Konoha ninjas lacked the bravery of Cloud Ninja, but Cloud Ninja fought desperately for survival, while Konoha had already secured the situation. Everyone was just trying to take advantage of it. The second great ninja war was almost over, and dying at the hands of a tailed beast would truly make one a fool, right? Besides, there were still the Uzumaki clan ninjas behind, and it wouldn't take long to deal with them. Why should I risk my life? This mindset wasn't held by just one or two ninjas. So the originally smooth pursuit team came to a sudden halt due to the appearance of the two tails. Cloud Ninja really is willing to invest. The father-son duo of Shinno and Shinji, as experts in dealing with tailed beasts, naturally took the lead. Uzumaki Daro chuckled, thinking that Konoha could gain another tailed beast. Cat was nervously staring at the two tails, not being a fool. The earlier scene of the eight tails being obliterated was still fresh in his mind, though sealed within the Jinchuriki. He still had observational skills. As the two approached, he dropped to all fours and roared loudly, surrounded by waves of eerie blue flames. But the target was not Shinno and Shinji. Instead, it aimed at the Konoha army. Chapter 163. The Two Tails Escape, the finale. Indeed, it was different from ordinary tail beasts. At least its intelligence was much stronger than the eight tails. Shinno had to give up on the idea of directly dealing with the two tails. Countless flames flew towards the Konoha army in bizarre arcs, while a massive number of towering trees rose from the ground, forming a thick wall in front of the Konoha formation that blocked all the blue ghost flames. Phew, I thought I was going to die. As expected of Lord Shinno. Is this the wood release of the first Hokage? Countless gasps of admiration and surprise erupted from Konoha's ranks. Ordinary ninjas couldn't withstand even a casual strike from a tailed beast. The two tails, being a feline creature, had agility that was unquestionable. At this time, several other shadow-level experts from Konoha had gradually surrounded it. As it was running forward, it suddenly hit the brakes, made a sharp turn, and ran away 180 degrees. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The direction of the two tails escape was precisely within Danzo's defensive zone. In a hurry, he used a vacuum great sphere to try to block the tail beast. But what was originally invulnerable wind release felt like a tickle in front of the tail beast chakra cloak. Although it blew away some of the blue flames on the two tails, this was nothing to a tailed beast with nearly infinite chakra, and in less than a breath, it returned to full status. Block it! In a moment of panic, Danzo shouted. But for some reason, this time Shinno's would release and his father's diamond lock seemed a bit chaotic under pressure, combined with Cat's agility, which was among the best among tailed beasts. And they really let the opponent break through. Seeing hope right in front of him, Cat immediately accelerated, shooting blue flames in all directions, sending the Konoha troops into disarray. Goodbye, fools. The two tails, escaping to safety, couldn't he help but taunt. As a massive tailed beast, like a small mountain, became smaller and smaller in sight until it disappeared. Danzo angrily threw the kunai in his hand to the ground. When the Eight Tails was eliminated earlier, he had wanted to stop Shinno and his son. But before he could speak, the Eight Tails had already turned into fragments, dissipating between heaven and earth. When the Two Tails was released by the opponent, Danzo felt another opportunity had come, but unfortunately, his strength was insufficient, and that guy escaped. No opportunity was bad enough. But seeing the chance to control the tailed beast right in front of him, only to see it disappear again and again, Danzo's mindset immediately exploded. What are you doing? Why aren't you pursuing? Danzo had lost his mind and angrily yelled at Shinno and his son. Old man would clone technique. Shinno wasn't going to let him get away with it. Thinking who he was? He raised his hand and shot an aggressive would-release attack towards Danzo. Shadow Snake Hand. Fortunately, Orochimaru arrived in time, using ninjutsu to deflect the flying would-release spear, but his snake-based ninjutsu was already on the verge of collapse. Looking like he wouldn't survive. As expected of would-release, Orochimaru's expression tightened, and no one noticed the slight trembling of his hand beneath his wide sleeves. What do you mean? The Danzo who had escaped death was covered in cold sweat, but he didn't want to show weakness in his tone. Perhaps it was because of the courage given to him by Orochimaru and Jiraiya beside him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minion were coming. He perked up again. At this time, due to the disruption of the Two Tails, nearly all Cloud Ninja had escaped, and various teams began to clean up the battlefield under the leadership of a Jounin. Several shadow-level masters from Konoha gathered together. Another, slightly smaller spear appeared in front of Shinno, who caressed the wood-release creation in his hand as if stroking a beautiful woman's skin. Thinking that he just wanted Elder Danzo to speak more politely. Are you teaching me how to do things? What is your status? Danzo reprimanded angrily. Enough, Danzo. You've lost your composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived, pulled Shimura Danzo by the arm, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Oof. Danzo was furious but dared not act, so he turned his head away. Elder Danzo is also well-intentioned. He was just a bit anxious to resolve the tailed beast issue. So everyone shouldn't take it to heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, trying to smooth things over. This war has finally come to an end. Lord Hokage still needs to have a good talk with Cloud Ninja about how they want to conclude this neatly. Uzumaki Daro also didn't bother with Danzo, pulling everyone's attention back to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He had already planned his heart and called Mito Minion over, whispering a few instructions in his ear. Yes. Mito Minion accepted the order. Diplomacy was his forte. This time, not only did Cloud Ninja suffer heavy losses, but they also lost two tailed beasts. Konoha, if they were to fight with all their might, could completely erase Cloud Ninja Village from this ninja world. But unfortunately, after such a long second Great Ninja War, Konoha's ordinary ninjas were also a bit exhausted. Moreover, without the constraints of Cloud Ninja Village, once it was truly wiped out, the ones who benefited would be Rock Ninja and Mist Ninja. How could Konoha make a wedding dress for the enemy? Without the ability to wipe out four at once, they could only take what they could get, so they sent Minion to see if they could squeeze out some benefits. It's none of our business. I'll just send everyone back. Shinno asked with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Thank you all for your hard work this time, but we cannot let our guard down on all fronts. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, very satisfied with Shinno's understanding. With the Hokage's approval, under the effect of Flying Thunder God, Shinno sent all shadow-level experts back to their respective defensive areas in just a few minutes. At this moment, as the last candidate, Orochimaru called out to Shinno just as he had just sent himself into the Rain Country's camp. Shinno-kun, why are you in such a hurry at the end of the day? That is not like you. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, asking meaningfully, is my performance that obvious? It seems my acting skills are still too poor. Since we're at this point, Shinnosu is not in a hurry to leave and find a stool to sit down. Hehe, I'm very interested in your intentions. Shinnosu-kun, there are things that cannot be said to others. He paused, took a deep breath, and said, I just want to become the next Hokage, Orochimaru-senpai. Oh, Shinnosu-kun is quite frank. Orochimaru stood up from the stool and walked in front of Shinnosu. It seems you regard Shimura Danzo as your main opponent, which is a bit unwise. After all, the Hokage should choose someone from our younger generation. Does Orochimaru-senpai also want to be Hokage? Shinnosuke retorted without backing down. Why not? I have achievements, I have strength, and there are plenty of supporters in the village, plus I'm a disciple of the Hokage. I don't understand, Shinnosuke. What do you see that I don't want to be Hokage? You only speak of conditions. Shinnosuke shook his head, while I speak of purpose. There are too many ninjas in Konoha who meet the conditions to become Hokage. Isn't Shikamaru-sensei capable? Aren't my father and I strong enough? Tsunade and Jiraiya are also good candidates, but in my opinion, Orochimaru-senpai should not aspire to this. Chapter 164. Verbal Jutsu, Persuading Orochimaru? Then let me hear your insights. Finalizing. Orochimaru smiled, but it looked quite eerie with his pale complexion. The third Hokage has already decayed. Don't be fooled by Konoha's current flourishing state. He spends all day colluding with Danzo, only knowing about power struggles. At this point, Shinnosuke scoffed. If this continues, Konoha will surely be ruined by these few people. I don't want to watch the legacy of Lord Hashirama being desecrated like this. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but the once small Sarutobi clan already has over 1,000 ninjas in Konoha's ranks, most of whom are in the rear doing administrative work. Isn't their strength just a form of favoritism? What you say sounds grand, but in the end, it's still for power. Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, they are all mundane people. I do not deny my pursuit of power. Shinnosuke shrugged, but power is merely my tool. Unifying the ninja world is my goal. Truly a great ambition. Orochimaru's interest was piqued upon hearing this. I admire your vision, but what does this have to do with me? Many people want to unify the ninja world, to not mention the distant past. Even Uchiha Madara once had this thought. But you're not needed. As for what plans I have, it's not convenient to disclose now, but I can fulfill Orochimaru-senpai's pursuit. Shinnosuke directly offered a deal. If Orochimaru-senpai could lend me a helping hand, then from now on, you will be responsible for the ninjutsu research of Konoha. There will be no funding cap. Shinnosuke truly can see through people's hearts. No wonder you have such strength at such a young age. But I still refuse. At this point, a hint of fervor appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Whether it's unifying the ninja world or researching ninjutsu, I don't believe that if you become Hokage, you would do better than I can. As long as I can become the next Hokage. Can't I do what you said myself? Shinnosuke confidently replied. First of all, it's not that you can compete with me, just because you want to. And I still believe that, compared to becoming Hokage, you desire eternal life more, to learn all ninjutsu, to pry into the origins of the ninja world. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Shinnosuke is indeed my confidant. At this moment, having experienced the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had discovered the fragility of the human body on the battlefield, filling him with fear. Although Shoshu was not dead, he had already felt despair at Konoha's decay. Becoming Hokage was no longer his goal. It was merely a means to pursue eternal life. You have somewhat persuaded me, but you must present something that impresses me. Orochimaru could withdraw from the competition for Hokage and also be in charge of ninjutsu research under Shinnosuke's leadership. But there must be something that could move him. Mere talk would not suffice. Then let us start with some wood release. Shinnosuke had already captured 2 white zetsus. Now, one was left to exchange for Shasha's leg, and the other was just right for trading with Orochimaru. As Shinnosuke formed hand seals, the sealed white zetsu appeared in front of the 2. He pointed to the unconscious white zetsu on the ground and said, "This thing is a product from 1,000 years ago during the Sage of Six Paths era. It could be said to be between human and plant, with cells possessing would release power." Orochimaru was finally surprised. This was a field he had never touched. Good. It's settled then. The Uzumaki clan is indeed a great ninja clan with 1,000 years of inheritance, having so many good things, truly enviable. Let you infuse new life into this decaying windmill of Konoha. With a new toy, Orochimaru couldn't wait to dive into research. And the demeanor of the future first crazy scientist of ninjas was already taking shape. Shinnosuke suddenly reached out and grabbed the eager Orochimaru. "Is there something else? Don't disturb my research." Seeing the excitement in Orochimaru's eyes, Shinnosuke added, "Don't be in a hurry. I still need to find you an assistant." With a bang, a puff of smoke dispersed, and Shinnosuke sent out a shadow clone that walked straight out of the camp. After a while, Tsunade came in. "What are you 2 doing up all night?" Tsunade looked a bit tipsy, and it was needless to say that she had gone to drink and celebrate after the battle. Haha, I didn't expect even Tsunade to be on your side. The old man would be heartbroken if he knew. Orochimaru said in surprise. He wouldn't be heartbroken. He might even be wary of the two of you. Shinnosuke explained once again to Tsunade that he had invited Orochimaru to join their side. Orochimaru was also quite happy. Tsunade, as the best medical ninja in the ninja world, had medical abilities that surpassed those of Kabuto in the future. You say this guy lying on the ground possesses would-release abilities? Tsunade couldn't help but kick the white Zetsu on the ground after hearing Shinnosuke's explanation. Exactly. The reason I want you to join the research on wood-release is also that I plan to use his legs to replace Shashu's. The earlier the research, with Shashu's talent, he will definitely be able to master wood-release. Tsunade realized that it was not enough to present his true skills. Oh, it seems you betrayed the old man because of Shashu's matter, right? Orochimaru asked playfully upon hearing their conversation. They were the ones who first betrayed the Shinjū clan. After Shoshu was injured, I investigated the scene. It was undoubtedly done by Konoha's Umbu. Although a long time had passed, Tsunade still couldn't let go of her resentment. Is that so? Orochimaru seemed to come to a realization. Did you guess it? Tsunade asked. Although I guessed quite closely, without evidence, now that you are here to testify. It seems the old man has truly fallen. Orochimaru replied expressionlessly. Shoshu is his disciple. His feelings for Shoshu are not much lower than Tsunade's. Grandpa and uncle trusted them so much, passing the Hokage and elder positions to them, even disbanding the Shinjū clan for Konoha's sake. But what did they get? It's their endless suspicion. Uncle Koji died, and Shoshu almost lost his life, and during the Second Shinobi World War. The casualties of the Shinjū clan were clearly above the average. Is it possible that the Shinjū clan's strength is so poor that we can't even reach the average level? Tsunade rambled on about a lot of things, not knowing if she was persuading Orochimaru or convincing herself. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was clearly more rational than Tsunade, and instead, he comforted her. Both of you should stop talking. Researching would-release from this guy can be tentatively set as our first small goal. Shinosuelaf et artiri. This is just the beginning. I have many good things at hand, and you'll know when the time comes. As the conversation was nearing its end, Shinnosuke enhanced the sealing technique on Baiju, allowing Orochimaru to put away first, then turned to the two and said, since you both have nothing to do tonight, please follow me out for a bit. There is still a tailed beast we haven't captured. Chapter 165. Two Tails and the God of Death. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinnosuke reached out and grabbed the arms of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Hold on tight. The scenery reversed, and the three suddenly appeared in a dense jungle. The cat demon, which had been sleeping leisurely, seemed to have a startled reaction. Its fur stood on end as it opened its eyes and stared at the three before it. Damn it, how did you find me? Shinnosuke pointed to the swirl mark on the cat demon's calf. Of course, it's the Flying Thunder God technique. This mark was deliberately left when they were attacking the two tails, allowing them to give it a chance to escape, of course, to make it easier to catch later. A new ninja technique? Truly worthy of the Uzumaki clan. The cat demon focused its attention entirely on Shinnosuke and Tsunade. By using tailed beast chakra, the sense, it could discover the immense energy contained within the two, and given the clan symbols on their bodies, their identities were self-evident. As for Orochimaru, in the eyes of the cat demon, he was just a relatively strong ant. Damn it, do you want to enslave us like that fool Hashirama? The cat demon stood upright, arching its back, but after witnessing Shinnosuke's Flying Thunder God and would-release techniques, it lacked the courage to flee directly. Looking at the two before it, it thought of that man from the past. The descendants of that old man are always so annoying, either wanting to control them or seal them. Haha, cat demon, have you forgotten something after being apart from our Uzumaki clan for so long? Shinnosuke pulled out a mask from his pocket, revealing it to the three. The God of Death mask? Tsunade exclaimed. Was the God of Death mask? Orochimaru also became interested. The surprises Shinnosuke from the Uzumaki clan had given him were too many. Perhaps they could really change Konoha. It's the aura of that guy. The cat demon sniffed the God of Death mask and circled around Shinnosuke and the others, suddenly having a flash of inspiration. Damn it. I didn't expect that the God of Death has been crazy for so many years. And you still remember? The cat demon's eternally unchanged face finally showed surprise. Its claws scratching the ground, ready to escape at any moment. This is the anchor of your previous master in the ninja world. How about it? Do you want to join us? With him as a witness, you wouldn't doubt my sincerity, would you? Since the Sage of Six Paths separated the tailed beasts and created the ninja sect, it has been thousands of years, and countless heroes have dreamt of immortality. But only a rare few have reached a state of half-life. The cat demon's previous master was also a member of the Uzumaki clan. who ultimately became the god of death. In his era, the god of death was invincible, inheriting the legacy of the ninja sect and the sage of six paths, spending his entire life searching for a method to achieve immortality. But even Ashura and Indra were merely reincarnations of chakra, and the sage of six paths can now only exist in a spiritual form in the Pure Land. But it must be said that there are always geniuses in this world, and the god of death was the proud son of heaven from thousands of years ago. After breaking through the limits of his yang release, although he did not reach the level of the sage of six paths, he achieved remarkable feats that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. With his powerful yang release energy, he wrapped his soul in yang release chakra and plunged into the Pure Land at the peak of his life, using part of the sage of six paths Pure Land as a foundation to open the netherworld. He succeeded because his soul achieved immortality within this small realm of the netherworld. He was immortal, and the netherworld was not just inhabited by him. The evil god of the land of water, the spirits of the land of ghosts, had also reached his height and lingered in the netherworld. In the future, there would also be Kakashi, who, with incredible willpower, would linger between the netherworld and the Pure Land on the road to the underworld. The netherworld served as a bridge connecting life and death, situated between the Pure Land and the ninja world, allowing the god of death to achieve immortality through this characteristic. However, one could also say he failed. The great terror between life and death caused many creatures to enter the Pure Land from the netherworld, supplying energy to maintain the god of death's immortality. But the mental energy brought in had already overwhelmed the god of death's mind, and these god of death masks were created when he sensed that he could no longer hold on, establishing a connection with the Uzumaki clan through special means. As long as someone was willing to trade their soul with the god of death, he could openly intercept these powerful souls before they reached the Pure Land, hoping to use quality to counter quantity. Perhaps in the future, he might even regain consciousness. In fact, many ninja techniques among the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans are related to the god of death or the netherworld, such as the Ming Shun Gate and the Luo Shun Gate, and later Nagato's Yenwang. By directly taking out the god of death mask, Shinnosuke was demonstrating the deep connection between the two, as the cat demon, once a pet of the god of death, had been to the netherworld. After hearing Shinnosuke's explanation, the cat demon had no immediate reaction, but Orochimaru's eyes were filled with fervor. Such secrets of the ninja world would quietly lie in the treasure troves of various ninja clans. Except for the upper echelons of the clans, even ordinary clan members wouldn't know. Shinnosuke-kun, I'm even more interested in collaborating with you. Orochimaru's mind was filled with history, the sage of six paths, the ninja sect, the god of death. These mythological stories he once thought were myths were truly shocking when spoken by others. Since you were his clan member, I'll tentatively believe you once. The cat demon remembered the old man's prophecy. Although this guy before him did not have blonde hair and blue eyes, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Alright, this is not the key issue. It's just using the god of death mask to make a deal. And the fundamental reason is still that it can't be defeated. Although tailed beasts can be revived after being killed, the kind of dark and hopeless life, as long as there is hope, it would never want to try again. Let us make it clear, I don't want to be sealed inside a human body. The cat demon recalled the memories of being trapped inside a human body and couldn't help but shiver. It had finally regained its freedom and never wanted to be controlled again. As long as you can agree to my conditions, I guarantee I'll be there at your call. The cat demon stared at Shinnosuke, enunciating its promise. Shinnosuke laughed heartily. No problem, bring it out. This statement left the other two confused, but the cat demon understood what the other meant. It had been waiting for this moment to take out the god of death mask. Reverse spirit technique. The cat demon didn't hesitate. It was quite satisfied with the terms agreed upon with Shinnosuke. Now is not the warring states period. The number of people who can capture tailed beasts is increasing. Sigh. Life as a cat is not easy, performing for tailed beasts. The cat demon complained in its heart. With a bang, the god of death slowly emerged from the mask in Shinnosuke's hand. This mixture of chakra, spirit, and soul appeared before everyone, making the mad scientist Orochimaru eager to pounce on it directly. The cat demon used its massive chakra to impact the god of death's mind, allowing it to regain a moment of clarity. I haven't seen this world in a long time. The god of death stood there like a deity, its voice resonating within everyone's souls. Chapter 166. Two Tails captured, feeling the tremors from their souls. Shinnosuke and the others had to resist the mental pressure from the god of death. Interesting, a descendant of my clan. The god of death turned to look at Shinnosuke. his sharp eyes seemingly able to see through his body. There is an opportunity to go to the land of water. There are things you need there. He could immediately sense the dragon vein chakra within Shinazuke's body and could confirm its origin with a slight probe. What does the land of waterfalls have to do with me? Nishinobu was a bit confused. Go find that big tree in the land of waterfalls. It shares the same origin as what's inside you. The Shinigami explained, generously offering insights, as he was one of the few who could think of bringing out the cat spirit. I understand. Upon hearing the Shinigami mention the big tree in the land of waterfalls, Nishinobu suddenly realized that no one knew where the giant tree came from. Even though the original plot didn't explain it, this giant tree could produce hero water, a condensed form of chakra that significantly increases the total chakra amount upon consumption. Although it is a one-time use item. Thinking of this, he also recalled the god tree, which had a similar essence to the chakra fruit, except that the hero water from Dakinan village was a poor man's version. As for the dragon vein chakra, based on his understanding of the memories he received when absorbing it, it was a product of the roots of the god tree combining with the energy of the earth. Since the Shinigami said that the giant tree in Dakinan village shares the same origin as the dragon vein, does that imply that the giant tree is a part of the god tree? Then why didn't you obtain these two things back then? With your strength? It should have been easy, right? Nishinobu wasn't the type to believe everything others said. If these benefits were easy to obtain, how could he have a chance? Fool! When I died, what was inside you hadn't even been born yet. The Shinigami said, speechless. If such a thing existed in his time, would it still be around now? Nishinobu stood there pondering for a moment, not saying anything more. He could trust or not trust the Shinigami's words. But he definitely wanted to check out the giant tree in Dakinan village. Enough talk, my time is short. I hope you take good care of the cat spirit. The Shinigami waved his hand, tossing out a summoning scroll from his wide robe, and then disappeared without another word. Is that it? After the Shinigami left, Tsunade straightened up from his oppressive presence. What else do you want? Nishinobu shrugged and opened the summoning scroll, which only had one name written on it. Uzumaki Toast. So his name is Uzumaki Toast. Tsunade chuckled. What are you asking him for? Nishinobu ignored the two and bit his finger, writing the name Uzumaki Nishinobu in the second row. All right, I'll just summon you when I need something in the future. The two tails turned to leave, ready to make a run for it. Wait, Nishinobu stopped her. Don't run off. It's dangerous outside right now. He didn't want the two tails to just leave like that. What if the pet he had finally obtained ran off and got caught by Uchiha Madara? Am I afraid of danger? As long as you despicable humans don't attack me. This vast ninja world has nowhere I can't go. The cat spirit said proudly. Don't brag. Lord Hashirama could catch you like grabbing a chicken. Nishinobu laughed. That's that fool Hashirama. He's dead now, right? The cat spirit wasn't ignorant of current affairs. As a tailed beast from the Cloud Village, it often eavesdropped on intelligence when there was nothing happening inside the Jinchuriki. Don't talk about my grandfather like that. Tsunade couldn't help but retort when she heard the cat spirit repeatedly belittle the first Hokage. Oh, you're Hashirama's granddaughter, but you don't seem in good shape. Even this little guy next to you is better. The cat spirit mocked. With your level of physical energy, I doubt you can even learn wood release. Oof. Stop arguing. Nishinobu interrupted them and turned to the cat spirit, explaining, I have information. Someone wants to reseal you, and their strength is on par with mine. Naturally, Nishinobu was referring to Kaguya and Uchiha Madara, but he couldn't say it outright with Orochimaru present. He had already shared enough secrets with Orochimaru today. Good things should be squeezed out little by little. The cat spirit paused its steps. For it didn't matter whether to leave or stay. As long as it wasn't T-sealed inside a Jinchuriki, it could be anywhere. It preferred to believe it could have a good time with the Uzumaki clan for a while. The concept of time was different for tailed beasts and humans. In just a few decades, it might outlast its enemies. But the cat spirit's little eyes turned. Then I'll follow this little girl. It wasn't like the eight tails, which was reckless. After assessing the battle power of the three in front of it, Nishinobu was clearly stronger, so it wouldn't be hard to follow him. And this little girl, judging by her chakra response, probably had strength comparable to itself when not using tailed beast bombs, and she was Hashirama's granddaughter. So it wouldn't be a waste of itself. Whatever, as long as you're happy. For Nishinobu, having the cat spirit with him or with Tsunade made no difference. As long as he controlled the summoning scroll, he had control over the two tails. I remember you can shrink your bodies, right? That's not hard, but we tailed beasts generally don't do that. Nishinobu advised, with your big size swinging around, anyone would know you're here, and that would be bad. I think you should turn into a little kitty. After letting the cat spirit go on the battlefield, He was worried that Danzo would see it and cause trouble. Umph. Boring moments. The cat's spirit retracted all its chakra inward. They were originally a conglomerate of chakra, and everything about their bodies was made of chakra. As the chakra became more condensed and solid, its body shrank smaller and smaller until it stopped at about the size of an ordinary kitten. And this azure little cat also retracted all the flames it was emitting, standing in the center of the earth, aside from its strange color. It looked no different from an ordinary cat. Quite cute. Nishinobu reached out his hand as if to pet the cat, but the two tails dodged with a nimble move. Don't touch me. We're both male. Your physical contact disgusts me. Huh? Nishinobu was surprised. Do tailed beasts have genders? Of course. We can be whatever gender we want to be. I have been male since my birth. The cat's spirit felt insulted. With a light jump, it easily landed on Tsunade's shoulder, regaining its arrogance. Let's go, my steed. Perfect timing to check if Konoha has changed over the years. Chapter 167. Conan the 3-in-1 cat used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Konoha camp. It was already late at night, but Orochimaru didn't feel tired at all. He excitedly kicked the two out of his tent, then let out a chilling laugh alone inside. It was assured he would work late into the night, determined to thoroughly inspect White Zetsu. In the disdainful gaze of the cat's spirit, Nishinobu took Tsunade's delicate hand and whispered, "Should we?" Tsunade jerked her hand away as if electrocuted, clearly underestimating Nishinobu's strength. What are you saying? You're only 14. Although Nishinobu had grown taller than 1.75 meters, his age was still too young, and his face was still quite tender. Whenever they were together, Tsunade felt a sense of guilt. This is what you said. Don't think you can run away in a few years. Nishinobu sighed lightly, just indulging his words, with a faint glow of 404 shimmering above his head. Tsunade quickly changed the subject. You've been in the land of rain for the past few days. Why didn't you return to Konoha? The secrets can't be leaked. You'll know in the future. Nishinobu didn't want to reveal his goals to Tsunade, as he couldn't explain the source of the intelligence. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Tsunade rolled her eyes and left. I'm going back. Watching Tsunade disappear from sight, Nishinobu chuckled and also left the place. In the following half-month, Konoha and the Cloud Ninja engaged in several confrontations at the negotiation table, eventually reaching conditions that both sides could barely accept. First, the Cloud Ninja acknowledged their defeat and agreed to pay Konoha 500 million taels of silver. Second, both sides would restore their pre-war spheres of influence. Third, the Cloud Ninja would compensate Konoha with the Six Paths ninja tool, the banana fan. This third condition was a prize specifically requested by Shinno from his father. Given his significant contributions, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to appoint Shinno to lead any department or army after the war. However, this was a difficult situation to manage, as his achievements were well known. The wood release techniques he used on the two battlefields had turned the tide, and many Konoha ninjas were aware of this. It could not simply be ignored. Shinno's interest in the banana fan was timely, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy to oblige. After all, it was a treasure of the same level as the Uchiha fan, which could serve as a legacy for his clan, and rewarding this to the Uzumaki clan would effectively silence everyone's objections. After the treaty was reached, the Third Reikage directly sought out the Heim clan, which had been hiding in the Cloud Village. Due to the betrayal of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the Heim clan had suffered heavy losses and could no longer resist the will of the village, reluctantly handing over the banana fan. Konoha's attitude toward the Cloud Ninja and the Rain Ninja was vastly different, reflecting the strength disparity between major and minor ninja villages. Although 500 million taels was a considerable amount, it did not deal a significant blow to the Cloud Ninja. Acknowledging defeat was merely a matter of face. Many major ninja villages had failed, and adding one more to the list did not make much difference. As for the banana fan, it was ultimately just a ninja tool, albeit a well-known one, but its actual utility was not as significant as its reputation suggested. Holding the banana fan that had been delivered to him, Shinno was very pleased. While it might be a useless item for others, it had great value for the Uzumaki clan. During the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story, daily infusion of chakra into the banana fan could unleash 5 elemental ninjutsu, much like the Earth Grudge Fear. This kind of treasure, which could accelerate the mastery of the 5 natures of ninjutsu, was something no one would turn down. Its only drawback was that it consumed too much chakra, which perfectly complemented the advantages of the Uzumaki clan. When he returned to Konoha next time, he could hand the banana fan over to Uzumaki Kaze, who had already undergone modifications with Earth Grudge Fear and was learning the 5 elemental ninjutsu with the help of 5 hearts. with the banana fan as a cheat. Combined with Earth Grudge Fear, it was likely that Uzumaki Kaze would shorten the time needed to master the 5 elemental ninjutsu by several years. At this moment, the Second Great Ninja War had completely ended, and the entire ninja world had finally returned to a rare period of peace. The foreign ninjas in Konoha began to withdraw in an orderly manner. After staying in Konoha's camp in the Land of Rain for over a month, the once numerous Konoha ninjas had dwindled to around 1,000. Looking at the desolate Konoha camp, even Shinno, who was usually calm, began to feel anxious. Could it be that Kagaya saw me here and was afraid to let Nagato apprentice under Jiraiya? Thinking of this possibility, Shinno's expression suddenly turned grim. Originally, Nagato belonged to the Uzumaki clan, but by the time Jiraiya took on apprentices, the Uzumaki clan had already been exterminated, so naturally, no one cared. However, now that the Uzumaki clan was still actively present in Konoha, if this were discovered by Shinno, wouldn't he just bring Nagato back? Perhaps it wouldn't even be Nagato. It could be someone from the South Gate or North Gate. At this moment, Shinno finally faced the consequences of his ambition to change the world. Originally, when the Uzumaki clan was on the brink of extinction, Uzumaki Daro made a decisive decision, and the majority of the clan members joined Konoha. However, Uzumaki Daro was also unsure of the outcome of joining Konoha, so during the relocation, he scattered some clan members throughout the world and completely severed contact. Among them, whether Nagato's parents followed the main force of the Uzumaki clan to Konoha or were stranded elsewhere was anyone's guess. See Chapter 5 for details. There was no way around it. If he couldn't think of a solution, he wouldn't. Shinno could only use his would-clone technique to continue observing Jiraiya's movements while stepping up his efforts to personally search in the Land of Rain for any remnants of the Uzumaki clan. From then on, Shinno devoted the vast majority of his energy to this side, creating several would-clones, maximizing his Kagura's heart, and sweeping through the entire Land of Rain. It must be said that effort does not betray the diligent. The area of the Land of Rain was not large, and Shinno's chakra reserves were ample. After nearly half a month of a carpet-style net search, countless chakra reactions were screened, and he did indeed find some clues. Dispersing the clone technique, he quickly arrived at a desolate town, following his memories. At this moment, a purple-haired little girl was stealing food from a vendor, while the vendor, whether intentionally or unintentionally, was avoiding looking in her direction. What a sad village, what a sad country. These vendors were cautiously caring for these orphans through their actions. After a while, the little girl thought she had taken enough food without anyone noticing, packed it up, and ran towards the edge of the town. Kid, stealing from others is not a good habit. The little girl, Xiaonan, paused, turning around to look at Shinno in fear. Having stolen so many times, she must have had experiences of being caught, and her eyes were filled with panic. Looking at this dirty little girl, who could have imagined she would become the angel of this country decades later? Chapter 168, The Unexpected Encounter with Nagato. The little girl pleaded pitifully, "Uncle, please let me go. I haven't eaten for many days." Xiaonan instinctively saw Shinno as a creditor of the vendors in the town. Even if you haven't eaten, you don't need to take so much, right? Besides, do I really look like an uncle? I'm only 14 years old. How old are you? Shinno was speechless. This little one looked rather silly. I'm 6 years old this year. Xiaonan's face flushed with embarrassment as she considered the age gap between them, and quickly bowed. Correcting herself, "Sorry, big brother. Seeing you take so much. Do you have little friends waiting for you?" Shinno changed the subject, starting to guide her gently. Xiaonan immediately became wary, shaking her little head like a wave drum. No, it's just me. I'm afraid if I don't take more, I won't have enough to eat in a few days." Shinno did not expose her lie. Taking a step forward to brush off the dust from her shoulder that had accumulated from her hurried escape, and asked, "Are you an orphan?" Hearing this, Xiaonan's eyes turned a bit red, and she did not speak, only nodding. "I see you have a bit of chakra foundation. How about it? Did you learn it yourself?" My father taught me before he died, but I can only extract chakra. I can't use ninjutsu." Xiaonan had chatted with Shinno for a while, and, seeing he meant no harm, gradually grew bolder. Shinno nodded in satisfaction. "I see you have a good physique. You're a good candidate. Would you like to come with me?" Unfortunately, Xiaonan did not believe his words at all. Although she was young, having survived for so many years as an orphan in the war-torn Land of Rain, she certainly had her own wits. "Are you a ninja?" Curious, Xiaonan couldn't help but ask. I am a young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan from Konoha. Do you think I am a ninja?" Shinno couldn't help but laugh. "To tell you the truth, I'm here in the Land of Rain to find lost clan members." He pointed to his red hair. "Have you encountered anyone with the same hair color as me? Some of my clan members went missing in the Land of Rain, and I'm here to find them. Xiaonin stared closely at Shinno's hair, hesitating for nearly a minute before finally saying with determination, I have a good friend who also has red hair. I don't know if he is your clan member. Although she wouldn't easily trust others, the opportunity was simply too rare. The person opposite her was clearly a top-level ninja. Just the aura he emanated made it hard for her to move her legs. If he really was a member of Nagato's clan, then Nagato's future would be secure, and the days of uncertainty would soon be over. As an orphan, there was nothing the other party could scheme from her, so she judged that Shinno's words should be the truth. Seeing Conan agree, Shinno was overjoyed. At least it meant there was hope for the Rinnegan. He quickly promised, as long as you help me find a member of the Red Hair clan, I will help you join Konoha and become my disciple. Conan nodded. She didn't have much thought about whether she could become his disciple. She and her two companions were orphans, and the person in front of her might be Nagato's kin. Being kind-hearted, she was also very happy for her friends. Let's go, you take me to find him, Shinno suggested. No problem. Damn, how did this guy end up here? Black Zetsu received intel from White Zetsu as soon as Shinno and Conan made contact. Since he had just given Nagato the Rinnegan not long ago, he had been guarding the area. At this moment, Black Zetsu felt somewhat anxious, unsure what to do. Originally, he had planned to lure Jiraiya over in the next couple of days, but it seemed there would be no opportunity now. He was very clear about the prophecy of Jiraiya and the Great Toad. As an old-timer in the ninja world, the three great holy lands had always been under his surveillance. He had long been aware of the prophecies regarding the future from Mayaboka Mountain, as the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage had emerged nearly 100 years ago, and Mayaboka Mountain had cultivated generation after generation of sages in search of the so-called Child of Destiny. However, Black Zetsu scoffed at the notion of the Child of Destiny. He believed that only the reincarnated bodies of Indra and Azura could change the world, and he was the one to guide the transformation, striving toward the direction he envisioned. With the goal of saving his mother, he planned to disguise Nagato as the Child of Destiny, allowing him to receive Jiraiya's teachings. But unfortunately, everything was disrupted by this guy Shinno. Naturally, he didn't dare let Shinno find Nagato. According to his surveillance intel, this guy was a definite clan ninja. No matter what kind of hints he gave Nagato, as long as Shinno discovered that he was his kin, he would surely take Nagato back, even by force. There's no way around it. I should leave first and take my time to figure things out later. Black Zetsu bitterly vanished into the earth. Meanwhile, Shinno followed Conan, winding along a river for nearly an hour before Conan exclaimed excitedly, Big brother Shinno, we're almost there. This time, she not only found plenty of food, but also unexpectedly discovered Nagato's kin. Nagato would definitely be very happy when she got home. Shinno smiled. This matter wasn't decided yet, whether to directly extract Nagato's eyes or to cultivate him well. As they continued on this tangled path, the two finally arrived at a cave. Nagato, Yahiko, I'm back. Although the little girl was very happy, she didn't know that Shinno's brow had long been furrowed, because according to his Kagura hard eye, there was not a single person inside. Stop shouting, no one is here. Shinno followed Conan into the cave and saw it was already in disarray. Nagato, Yahiko, where did you go? Please don't scare me. Conan directly collapsed on ground. Although she was more mature than her peers, she was still just a 6-year-old little girl. Faced with such a situation, what else could she do but cry? Shinno carefully observed the cave. There were signs of a struggle. He pointed to a kunai nearby and asked, Is this yours? Conan shook her head. No, none of us have ninja tools. From the signs of the struggle, they should have been kidnapped. According to what you said, Nagato must have the Uzumaki clan bloodline, which is a top-tier bloodline in the ninja world. Perhaps that is what they are after. Conan, not knowing where she found the strength, stood up and grabbed Shinno's pants, pleading, Please, if you can find them, I'll do anything. It was like grasping at the last straw. No problem. I will definitely help you find them. At this moment, Shinno's Kagura heart eye was fully activated, clearly detecting Black Zetsu hidden deep underground. Everything he said was naturally a performance. Failing to find Nagato and instead finding Conan was still a good harvest. And Black Zetsu taking the initiative to act certainly meant he didn't want him to encounter Nagato. With the other party causing trouble, he would have no chance. So he naturally had to perform in front of the other party first. Chapter 169, Nagato and Yahiko as expected in the following days. Shinno led Conan to scour every inch of the surrounding land, but unfortunately, there was not a trace of the two. After nearly 10 days of effort, Conan grew increasingly despondent, unaware that this was actually a butterfly effect caused by Shinno. Originally wary of Shinno, she couldn't help but feel moved by how hard he worked for a stranger like her. After all, she was just a child. It looks like there's no chance anymore. They must have been kidnapped. Shinno naturally knew that the two were not dead. After all, Black Zetsu considered them an important pawn, so how could something happen to them? But Konan didn't know this. As an orphan, she was already used to life and death. In her worldview, whether her two companions were taken to be slaves or suffered a worse fate, she feared she would never see them again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cry again. Hey, don't cry. Just stick with me. Maybe one day you'll become a powerful kunoichi and find them. Okay, thank you, big brother. Konan sniffled in response. At this moment, homeless and alone, how could she survive in this broken country without Shinno? Sai, let's go. Just as the two were leaving, Yahiko and Nagato had already been taken away from the land of rain toward the land of lightning by two ninjas dressed as grass ninjas. Haha, I didn't expect to catch a little guy from the Uzumaki clan. We're gonna get rich this time. Hee hee. Selling him to those guys in the land of lightning might fetch us a few million ryo. I heard the Uzumaki clan all joined Konoha, right? Why is there still an unexpected catch in the land of rain? You don't know this, do you? One ninja said proudly a few years ago, the Uzumaki clan actively abandoned some of their clan members who didn't have ninja talent to join Konoha. He must be one of their descendants. How pitiful. The Uzumaki clan is a prominent family in Konoha, while these poor souls live such uncertain lives. This guy looks like an orphan, truly a tragic fate. Pretending to be unconscious, but actually already awake, Nagato's fists clenched tightly. Hearing the two's conversation, he began to gain a preliminary understanding of his background. His family had been placed in the land of rain by the Uzumaki clan when he was still young, and he had no memory of it. Aside from his red hair, they were no different from the neighbors around them. He only knew from the mouths of nearby playmates that his family had moved here. So that's how it is. The anger in Nagato's heart surged like a tangible flame. 2 years ago, a group of ninjas broke into his home and killed his parents. At the time, he was hiding in a corner of the house and saw the murderers wearing the Konoha headbands. Heh, Konoha, Uzumaki clan. Not only did my family abandon us, but Konoha is also the culprit behind my parents' murder. Now that the Uzumaki clan has become a top family in Konoha, I can only scavenge like a stray dog. While he was still contemplating how to escape, he didn't expect the two grass ninjas to stuff something into their mouths. In just a few minutes, his consciousness began to fade, and then he knew nothing at all. Just like that, after Shinno completely left the land of rain and returned to Konoha with Konan, the two grass ninjas had taken them to the border of the land of lightning. However, this tumultuous journey left Yahiko and Nagato in great distress. Although they thought of 1,000 escape plans in their hearts, they never had the chance to implement them. Just when the two were about to despair, suddenly a commotion of fighting broke out outside the cave where they were resting. Yahiko, what a good opportunity. Let's run. Nagato shook Yahiko awake from his dazed state, and the two quietly made their way to the cave entrance, seeing the ninjas who had kidnapped them fighting with their enemies in the distance. They thought they had found an opportunity, and while the fighters were distracted, they quietly slipped out of the cave and ran in a random direction. Once the two had completely left, both the grass ninjas and their opponents stopped at the same time and burst into strange laughter. Ha ha, we've had so much fun these past few days. Yeah, watching them poop makes me really want to ask them what their urge feels like. As they spoke, the group transformed into white Zetsu and then vanished. Phew. After running for about an hour, the two gasped for breath as they hid in an abandoned small village. It should be fine now. They're ninjas. If they had found our trail, they would have caught us by now. Yahiko, though lacking any special bloodline, was a natural optimist, his sunny smile rivaling that of Konoha's little son, always giving people a warm feeling. Nagato, positioned as a follower within their team, lacked his own opinions and always relied on Yahiko. I didn't expect you to still be a member of the Uzumaki clan, haha. With such talent, maybe we can carve out a place for ourselves. Yahiko was not jealous of Nagato's talent. Instead, he was genuinely happy for him. I would rather not have this bloodline. Nagato's bangs were long, hiding the expression in his eyes. Yahiko patted Nagato's shoulder and comforted him. Well, maybe the Uzumaki clan in Konoha has their own troubles. When you grow up, you can ask them yourself. You don't want Nagato to live in hatred. The two only knew snippets about the Uzumaki clan abandoning Nagato's family through the grass ninjas, and Yahiko did not want to make direct judgments. Nagato said nothing. The two got up, and in this abandoned village, they finally found some food. Hurry up and eat. We still need to go back and find Konan. I wonder how he's doing alone. As he said this, even Yahiko, the optimist, couldn't help but frown. The two had been kidnapped for nearly a month, and Konan must be very sad not being able to find them, right? Although the two children were ambitious and had clear goals, the vastness of a ninja world, with the distance between the land of rain and the land of lightning, was not something children could easily conquer. This would lead to a difficult 6 months for the two future stars. Yahiko was really annoying, always encouraging and persuading Nagato. Black and White Zetsu had been following the two from a distance and saw them preparing to head back to the land of rain. The white one said, haha, this bond of life and death established since childhood is truly enviable. Black Zetsu, however, was unconcerned. He couldn't do anything about Uzumaki Shinno for now, but he was very confident about manipulating Nagato and Yahiko. Isn't it dark enough? Well, let him know what cruelty is a few years later. Black Zetsu muttered to himself. At this point, he had already planned 100 ways for Yahiko to die, and no matter which one, it was all related to Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 170. New position upon returning to Konoha. Shinno first went to the Hokage building to report to the third Hokage. Is it you, Shinno? Long time no see. The third Hokage smiled as he pushed the documents on the table toward the newly arrived Shinno. This could be said to be the peak moment for the third Hokage. Although he didn't have many remarkable achievements on the battlefield, it was undeniable that when the second Hokage died and the village was in turmoil, it was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stepped up to lead everyone. Whether facing the so-called demigod's provocation or being attacked by the other 4 great nations under his leadership, they repelled the enemies one after another. Thanks to the joining of the Uzumaki clan, many wars that would have required a high death toll ended up having surprisingly low casualty rates. Thus, compared to other ninja villages, even though Konoha was outnumbered, many ninjas survived. At the beginning of the war, Konoha had nearly 45,000 ninjas, but after several years of conflict and annual graduations of new ninjas, by the end of the 39th year of war, Konoha still had over 40,000 active ninjas. In contrast, other ninja villages like the Sand and Mist had less than 10,000, the Cloud had just over 15,000, and the Rock had slightly more, around 20,000. The worst off were the Sky and Rain villages. The Sky village was obliterated by Konoha after being crushed, while the Rain village, which once had a peak of 3,000 main ninjas and 3,000 hired ninjas, was left with only about 1,000 after the war ended. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen had every reason to be proud. At this moment, he had a thought in his mind. Maybe I really am the strongest Hokage? Such achievements are something even the first and second Hokages couldn't accomplish. By now, the number of Konoha ninjas who had witnessed the might of the first Hokage was dwindling, and rumors were starting to spread in various departments of the village, especially in the Ninja Academy, that the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage. Ha ha ha. I was delayed by a small matter in the land of rain. I sincerely apologize. Shinno scratched his head and sat down opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Shinno's casual demeanor, a flicker of displeasure crossed the third Hokage's eyes, but he didn't show it. Instead, he pointed to Konan, who was timidly following Shinno. What's going on? I found her as an orphan in the Rain Ninja Village. Seeing her pitiful state and noticing she had some ninja talent, I planned to have the Uzumaki clan adopt her. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the timid Konan behind Shinno, casually used a reconnaissance jutsu, and found nothing special about her, but whether she had any unique bloodline remained unknown. Then go to Tsunade to complete the paperwork. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of making things difficult for Shinno. Making a fuss over such small matters was something Shimura Danzo excelled at, and Hiruzen was not that petty. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now that the Ninja World War had ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, do you have any thoughts about your work? Sitting firmly in the Hokage's seat, he asked in a deep voice. Shinno shrugged. I have no particular thoughts. I just want to be an ordinary Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give him a chance to decline, turning to seek his opinion. How about the Umbu? If you are willing to join, I can grant you the rank of captain directly. The Konoha Umbu was a large organization originally comprising 4 squads and a training squad, totaling about 500 people, while the training squad had become independent, now under Danzo's control. Sarutobi Hiruzen had expanded the Umbu due to a shortage of personnel, so after separating from the root, the Umbu still had around 500 members. This was a unit directly under the Hokage, which had begun to slowly encroach upon the powers of various departments, mainly responsible for Konoha security, counterintelligence, and other activities, with many overlapping responsibilities with the security and interrogation departments. Shinno shook his head. He was no fool like Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shinnosuke, thinking that becoming a subordinate of the Hokage would win the other's favor and acceptance of his political ideals, ultimately putting himself and his clan at risk. I'm used to being idle and don't want to spend all day executing missions. Ever since I joined Konoha, I've either been fighting or on my way to fight. I think I need to rest for a while. I understand your feelings, but indeed there aren't many good positions available. Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly threatened, implying to Shinno that the captain of the Umbu was the best offer he could give, and other departments were out of the question. Zinzis waved his hand and said, "There is no best. I don't want to tire myself out. I have no experience in managing a department, so I'd rather not cause trouble for everyone. If there really is no way to arrange it, please just put me in the ceiling barrier department." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. He originally thought Zinzis would seek a position in the J-Nin class under his teacher, Hatake Sakomo, so he would have protection from above and could expand the Uzumaki clan's influence. The ceiling barrier department is led by Uzumaki Daro, so placing Zinzis, there's no problem at all. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still pretended to be concerned and said, "That wouldn't be good. Others might think we are treating our heroes poorly." But Zinzis smiled and said, "As a member of the Uzumaki clan, I use various ninjutsu to fight daily. Yet I barely know any ceiling techniques. It's quite disgraceful to my family. It's just try to take this opportunity to settle down for a few years." Seeing that Zinzis was sincere, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and the two talked for nearly an hour. Zinzis then left the Hokage building with Conan. Have Danzo and Mifune come over. Just as Zinzis went to help Conan with their paperwork, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already started a secretive plot with the elders. What does he mean? Or what does Uzumaki Daro mean? Danzo rubbed his scarred chin, but he could think of no countermeasure and could only say, maybe it's a retreat to advance. Now that the Second Shinobi World War has ended, even if he wanted to achieve merit, there was no opportunity. Danzo crossed his legs and added, now the Uzumaki clan and Hatake Sakomo are banding together. Although they openly have 3 shadow-level powerhouses and 1 Jinchuriki, with the support of the major clans in Konoha, including the Uzumaki clan and supporters of Hatake Sakomo, which consists of some small ninja clans, overall, there is still a significant gap compared to us. UI and the Sannin can suppress the other side at the shadow-level expert level. And as for the supporters, as Hokage, you led everyone to victory in the Second War. The smaller clans, and even the common ninja, have no reason to support an outsider. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Retreating to advance and keeping a low profile, as Danzo said, was indeed quite possible. He held the righteousness of Hokage, and whether it was shadow-level powerhouses or the supporters below, they were all much stronger than the other side. They lacked the courage to confront him directly, which was only natural. Just as the two were in a heated discussion, Mito Kamizumi, who had been a minor presence, suddenly spoke up. We also need to introduce our next generation of leaders. We can't let the Uzumaki clan take all the glory. Chapter 171. Candidates for the next Hokage. Upon mentioning this topic, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo fell silent. It was quite ridiculous. Proposing candidates for the next generation of Hokage was a good method that could be accepted by everyone, but for these two in front of him, it felt somewhat untimely. After an awkward silence, it was Danzo who spoke first. I think Orochimaru would be a good choice. In terms of strength, prestige, and commandability, he is top-notch in Konoha. If we give him 5 more years, he will definitely become a great Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly said, although Orochimaru is good, he lacks some personal strength. At this time, Orochimaru was not the master of forbidden techniques he would become in the future. Although he had learned all 5 nature transformations from Sarutobi Hiruzen, in comparison to the top-tier ninjutsu like Wood Release, Tailed Beast Bomb, and Susanoo, the 5 elemental techniques seemed a bit lacking against ordinary ninjas. Orochimaru's snake techniques were also unique, but in the end, they were just a variant of summoning techniques. It would be far from enough to establish himself among the shadow-level powerhouses in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and slowly walked to the window. Many candidates flashed through his mind. Tsunade wouldn't work. Her identity is too sensitive. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, eliminating another disciple. Seeing both of the other two nodding in agreement, he continued, what do you think of Jiraiya? Both of them thought of the white-haired man who enjoyed peeking at women's baths and couldn't help but shiver. If Orochimaru had learned the true essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu, Jiraiya was equally notorious for his lewdness. Seeing their expressions, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. He knew Jiraiya was unreliable, but there were really no good candidates left. After the recent war with the Land of Lightning, Jiraiya had returned to Mount Mayaboku to intensify his training for a while. According to him, he had already mastered sage techniques. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt quite pleased. This was sage technique, one of the 2 treasures of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Danzo's face darkened. He didn't expect that the playful guy had already grown to the point where he was hard to deal with. Danzo had witnessed the first Hokage's sage techniques firsthand, and without a doubt, he understood that in terms of direct combat power, Jiraiya had already surpassed him by a large margin. No, Danzo cast a dissenting vote. We can't just look at strength. During the Second Shinobi World War, although the three of them commanded the battlefield in the Land of Rain, the ultimate decision-maker was still Orochimaru. And you know Jiraiya's personality. Can you really trust him with Konoha? Danzo certainly wasn't voting against Jiraiya because of his personality. Jiraiya was unlike Orochimaru. He had never shown any ambition for the Hokage position. If he became Hokage, wouldn't all the power still be in the hands of the third Hokage? How long would it take for him to rise? This won't work, that won't work. What do you suggest we do? Should you take the position yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, somewhat annoyed. All three disciples had their shortcomings which he understood, but relatively speaking, Jiraiya was easier to control, which was why he wanted to push him forward. It's not impossible, Danzo thought secretly, but he couldn't say it out loud. At this moment, Mito Kamizumi, who had been silent, suddenly suggested, I heard that Jiraiya's student has been practicing the Flying Thunder God technique recently. Do you think he has any potential? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up instantly. He had seen that little guy, Namikaze Minato, bright, cheerful, and with outstanding ninjutsu talent. He had ranked first in the final exams at the Ninja Academy for several years. His physical talent was also exceptional. According to records, his parents were from a branch of the Shinjū clan, but they died on the battlefield shortly after the branch family was formed. With no connection to the main Shinjū family. With a clean background, he was a purebred among purebreds. The key was that he was young, perfectly suited for him to support for a few more years. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied Sarutobi Hiruzen became. Now, Namikaze Minato was 12 years old, but his strength was already close to that of the Special Genin, and Zinzis was 14, making them peers. With his support, Minato wouldn't fall too far behind in contributions. That's good, but first, he must learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Without enough strength, everything is in vain. We cannot put a useless person to face the powerful Uzumaki clan, Danzo urgently said. How can we put all our hopes on a 12-year-old child? He naturally had his own thoughts. Orochimaru was one thing, but this guy clearly had a dark mind. After years of observation, Danzo saw that Orochimaru was a madman who had been suppressing himself for the sake of the Hokage position. Once he became Hokage, he could use any means necessary. The way he disregarded the casualties of Konoha ninjas for victory on the battlefield in the Land of Rain showed that. At that time, he could step forward to rectify the situation, and the position of 5th Hokage would be within reach. But if, as Sarutobi Hiruzen said, they made Namikaze Minato the Hokage, he would have no chance at all. Now, Namikaze Minato was only 12 years old, and Zinzis was only 14. Whenever they reached the Hokage position, they could still serve for many years. Would he still have any opportunity? Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision is beautiful. Namikaze Minato became Hokage in his 20s, and by then he would be in his 50s. Supporting him and seeing him off after 60 years in Konoha, he himself would also be ready to retire in his 60s. I think we should place Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato on the same level. Otherwise, it might truly make the other party think we have no one. Danzo's seemingly mature statement made Mizuki Kaido, who was uninvolved, unable to stop nodding. To be honest, skipping over the Sannin and choosing the next generation is a bit unreasonable. Expecting a 12-year-old child to take on such a responsibility is likely foolish. A talent that hasn't grown up is nothing, and investing a lot of resources only to see them falter halfway would be a huge loss. Are there not enough ninjas like that in Konoha? Shiranui is still lying in the Shinjū clan's residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and nodded, but he didn't want to give up like this. Then let us do as you say. Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru will be our candidates for the next generation. But Orochimaru still needs some restraint to temper his personality. If Namikaze Minato learns the Flying Thunder God technique, we will create momentum for both of them together. If Namikaze Minato does not grow, then all resources will be invested in Orochimaru. Danzo and Mizuki Kaido exchanged glances and nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal was good and met everyone's interests. Now, how many more years can these old fellows work? The young ones can wait a bit longer. Just as the two were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Danzo, stay. I happen to have something regarding Orochimaru's future arrangements that concerns you. Chapter 172. Orochimaru's Cold Heart Before Long. Orochimaru walked back into the Hokage building. After the Second Shinobi World War ended and ninjas began to withdraw from Konoha, as a commander of the Rain Country, Orochimaru naturally had no excuse to remain in the Rain Country. This left Orochimaru, who was deeply engrossed in his research, feeling quite anxious. There was no one to disturb him outside the village, but returning to the village meant being restricted in various ways. Fortunately, at the last moment, Shinno had sent over 100 million in funding, with only one requirement: to research the wood-release reagent as quickly as possible. This feeling of being supported by a wealthy patron made Orochimaru feel completely at ease. With a large influx of funds from the Uzumaki clan through secret channels, Orochimaru's research laboratory in Konoha was established. Furthermore, based on the characteristics of the white Zetsu, and with some pointers from Shinno, he had reinforced the underground secret chamber with a complete steel structure, completely eliminating the possibility of other white Zetsu infiltrating. Pushing open the door, Orochimaru chuckled. "Teacher, Lord Danzo, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Orochimaru to sit first. "It's been a while since you returned to the village. What are your thoughts on your future development?" Orochimaru shrugged and spread his hands. "I don't care much. I'm currently researching ninjutsu, and if possible, please arrange for me to have less work." He didn't mind revealing his recent focus, since researching ninjutsu is an unavoidable path for any strong ninja to advance further. Finding a suitable ninjutsu is crucial. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised. "In that case, I have a top-secret mission to assign to you. You've seen Shinno S would release, right? I need you to research it." Orochimaru was taken aback. "What is this? Researching would release? What would happen if the Uzumaki clan and the Shinjū clan found out? Researching the ninjutsu of other clans is already taboo, let alone studying someone else's bloodline limit." At this point in the original timeline, the Shinjū clan was almost extinct, and even so, he wouldn't dare let Tsunade know. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan and the Shinjū clan were still active in Konoha. This would be digging into someone else's roots. Not to mention the many ninja clans in Konoha. None would agree to this. If it leaked out, Orochimaru would have no place in Konoha. Seeing Orochimaru frozen in place, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he was putting him in a difficult position, but he had already arranged everything. "I will transfer you to Danzo's route as the deputy minister, primarily responsible for ninjutsu research. Route is a department that others cannot access. Theoretically, researching would release here wouldn't be known by others. However, this means he must prepare to live under the radar during this time." "All right, I have no problem with that." Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips, appearing moved, but inside he felt cold. "It seems the teacher really doesn't want me as his successor." Orochimaru thought to himself. Now that the Second Shinobi World War has ended, and he was at the peak of his ninja career, being forced to hide his identity to research would release, he couldn't even guarantee his exposure in Konoha. How could anyone believe he would be the next Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it through well. During the years of cultivating Namake's Minato, he would suppress Orochimaru's reputation. If Namake's Minato could be cultivated, Orochimaru would naturally have to work en route until Minato became Hokage. If Minato couldn't be cultivated, or if he faltered midway, then Orochimaru could be pushed out again for full cultivation. And arranging for Orochimaru to research would release would also be a good leverage in the eyes of the third Hokage. If, during this time, Orochimaru truly managed to research would release, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? This is called a triple win. Everyone wins. But unfortunately, he did not know that Shinno had already infiltrated 2 of his 3 disciples, and now the arrangement regarding Orochimaru was a boost. Originally, Orochimaru still felt a twinge of guilt over his betrayal, but now that you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Where can I research would release? If you want to use the research of would release as a means of control over me, then you can only say you two have thought wrong. As the 3 harbored their own agendas, Orochimaru's work direction for the next few years was already set. At night, after arranging for Conan to sleep at his home, Shinno gazed at the small white snake that suddenly crawled out beside him. Under Shinno's sharp gaze, the white snake suddenly opened its mouth wide, and Orochimaru crawled out from within. The way Orochimaru-senpai appeared was truly unexpected. Shinno said with a smile. Orochimaru casually found a stool to sit on. "You probably noticed me as soon as I appeared in the Uzumaki clan." Although it was a question, Orochimaru spoke with certainty. Shinno did not respond directly, but from his expression, it was clear that Orochimaru was correct. The Uzumaki clan had set up countless sealing barriers in his home. How could they allow a white snake to sneak in silently? What is it this time? Could it be that the research funds are running low again? Shinno joked. "If you're willing to give me more money, I welcome it. Orochimaru chuckled. Sarutobi-sensei has appointed me as the deputy minister of Root, responsible for researching wood release. Ha ha. Doesn't that mean you'll be an underground worker in Konoha for many years to come? Shinno was not surprised at all, as this had already happened in the original story. It seems the Hokage still sees you as a tool. I wonder who he has in mind for the position. It definitely can't be Tsunade, and it wouldn't be that fool Jiraiya, right? Shinno continued to stoke the fire. At this moment, Orochimaru didn't even consider Namake's Minato, and Shinno wouldn't remind him about that either. Orochimaru's expression suddenly became grim. Indeed, although they were old teammates in every aspect, he was more suitable to become the fourth Hokage than Jiraiya. Shinno crossed his legs and swayed his stool before saying, "Compared to you, Jiraiya's biggest advantage is probably his lack of seriousness, right?" Orochimaru didn't react at first. When did being unserious become an advantage? If he is unserious, once he becomes Hokage, power will naturally still rest in the hands of the third Hokage. Zinzusuke explained, "You should know Jiraiya better. If he becomes Hokage, he won't be able to manage things at all. In that case, won't the third Hokage have to handle everything behind the scenes?" Orochimaru closed his eyes tightly, fell silent for a long time, and suddenly laughed. "Haha, I didn't expect that my understanding of the old man is not as good as yours." He felt quite sad at that moment. Is this what power is? The once renowned hero of the ninja world has now started a scheme against his 3 disciples for the sake of a little power? What do you think about my research on wood release under Danzo? Orochimaru didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore, and instead asked with interest. Chapter 173. 4 years later, marrying Kushina since they want you to research it, then research it, Zinzusuke said with a half-smile. In fact, it's quite difficult to research useful wood release just based on Hashirama's cells. I hope you're mentally prepared. Oh, I'd like to hear more, Orochimaru said, intrigued. Hashirama's body is too strong. Ordinary people can't handle his cells at all. Focusing on how to dilute Hashirama's cells would be better than researching the white zetsu I gave you. It seems that Zinzusuke-kun's understanding of wood release is far beyond mine. Orochimaru laughed. Of course, besides me, who else in Konoha knows about wood release? Zinzusuke chuckled. Just messing around with Hashirama's cell research will suffice. Before the white blood cells are researched, going straight for high difficulty is not worth the effort. Research is like this. A correct direction can solve over 80 of the problems. Let's not talk about this anymore. How is the preparation for the leg transplant surgery going with Tsunade? Zinzusuke changed the subject. Orochimaru said excitedly, "The white zetsu you gave me. Let's not mention anything else. This life state is quite peculiar. Based on our observations, once the god tree grows a bit more, it should be fine." Shinjū is Orochimaru's only disciple, and being able to heal his legs would fulfill a bit of his wish. Time flew by like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, it was already spring of the 43rd year of Konoha. At this time, in the main residence of the Uzumaki clan, drums and gongs were loud, and firecrackers were ringing, creating a lively atmosphere. That's right, at the beginning of the new year, after 4 years of hiding, Zinzusuke had become an 18-year-old young man, and today is the day of his wedding. During these 4 years, Jiraiya had only returned once, unable to do anything about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to assign Jiraiya a long-term reconnaissance task in the Umbu to allow him to wander throughout the ninja world. Zinzusuke didn't obsess over finding Nagato. Although Jiraiya was vague about his experiences, as an old player, Zinzusuke had long guessed that Nagato and the others had successfully apprenticed. It didn't matter. He currently didn't have the ability to disrupt the plans of Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara. For these years, Zinzusuke had been hiding in Konoha's sealing barrier team. As time passed, many Konoha ninjas had forgotten Zinzusuke's name. Along with him, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya wandering outside the ninja villages aside. Orochimaru had also almost vanished since joining Root. Tsunade was even less of a concern. On the surface, she was busy cultivating medical ninjas for Konoha, while secretly she was happily researching wood release with Orochimaru. Kakashi Hatake often carried out tasks, but as a de facto high-ranking member of Konoha, the missions he executed were not known to ordinary ninjas, so his reputation only spread among the top ninjas in Konoha. Now, the most famous ninja in Konoha was none other than Minato Namake's. Although Zinzusuke had already learned the Flying Thunder God technique during the Second Great Ninja War, he was more famous for his light secret technique in the early stages and later used would release against enemies. So the Flying Thunder God technique was not particularly outstanding in his ninjutsu system. At this time, The ninja who made the flying thunder god technique shine again was none other than Minato Namikaze, who at just 16 years old was already an elite jounin, having completed countless S-rank missions over the past 4 years, earning the title Yellow Flash in the ninja world. In these years, various major families in Konoha had also completed their generational changes. In Zinzasuke's eyes, many familiar faces he recognized from the plot began to emerge. Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Yamanaka Shikaku, and other Konoha little strong parents had taken over their family's mantle. This ninja world was increasingly overlapping with Zinzasuke's memories. Welcome, welcome. The Uzumaki clan leader stood at the door, greeting one prominent figure after another who came to offer their congratulations. Uzumaki clan leader, congratulations, congratulations. Today, Uchiha Fugaku also came. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan had not been good in the past, but as generations of elders passed away, plus the decline of the Shinjū clan, a turning point naturally appeared. The relics of the Warring States era had mostly perished, and Uchiha Fugaku had assumed the position of clan leader 2 years ago, but the pressure that followed was not easy to bear. Known as the fierce-eyed Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader had an intimidating face, but he was actually a dove faction, best at compromise strategies. As a key target monitored by Konoha's upper echelons, life had not been easy for the Uchiha clan in the past 2 years. As a clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was too accommodating to Konoha's upper echelons, which some praised as prioritizing the bigger picture, while others called it weakness. Under the increasing pressure from Konoha's upper echelons, more and more Uchiha clan members grew dissatisfied with him, and Fugaku also wanted to change the situation, so he turned his attention to the Uzumaki clan, which was also feared by Konoha. This time, with the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan getting married. He saw it as a good opportunity to come over and get familiarized, hoping to discuss deeply later. As one Konoha ninja after another entered, the wedding officially began. Watching Zinzasuke and Kushina standing in front of everyone, seemingly a perfect match, Tsunade, sitting beside friends and family, appeared even more furious. Sister, this Zinzasuke is really something. How could Uzumaki Rin still think about him? Rope Tree quickly said when he saw his sister's expression was off. What do you know? If you can't speak properly, don't say anything. Tsunade became even more irritated upon hearing her brother's nonsense. Rope Tree was a bit confused. He didn't mean to look down on Zinzasuke. On the contrary, he felt grateful to him for giving him hope to stand up again, but he had to stick with his sister beside him. He thought Tsunade was irritated because of Uzumaki Rin, not realizing it was because of himself. Years passed, and Tsunade slowly accepted the agreement between the two. But when the moment came, she didn't know how to face her disciple. Fortunately, this time Uzumaki Rin was sitting with the Uzumaki clan, or else she would have to find a hole to hide in. Lost in her thoughts, Zinzasuke had already come over to start toasting, wishing the newlyweds 100 years of harmony. Tsunade looked complexly at Zinzasuke, who was smiling at her. Thank you. Zinzasuke drank it all down, which made Tsunade admire his acting skills. Watching the newlywed couple turn to leave, Tsunade couldn't help but hum, taking a big gulp of beer from the table for herself. Due to drinking too quickly, even Tsunade, who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, started coughing. Rin, you don't have to come today. Kushina looked at her teammate with a complex expression. Regarding Zinzasuke and her relationship, it couldn't be said that it was widely known, but it was close enough. For her future happiness, she had arranged for Rin to take her place when she just graduated, becoming teammates with Uzumaki Rin. Over these 4 years, they had almost let go of their misunderstandings, but in such a situation, it was still awkward. Chapter 174. Rope Tree changes legs today is your big day. Don't overthink it. Kushina wanted to say something else, but Rin reached out to cover her mouth. Zinzasuke also didn't step in. Now was not the time for jokes. And he had the sense to know that. The lively wedding continued until evening, and Shinno was quite intoxicated. However, at this moment, his yang release energy had already reached a great level. By gently channeling the chakra within his body, he dissipated the alcohol into nothingness. Upon returning to the bridal chamber, Shinno took Kushina's soft hand and said softly, "How was it? You weren't too tired today, were you?" Kushina tugged at the hand he held, but couldn't break free, so she gave up. "I'm fine, just about Rinne. Let's not talk about her. It's a joyous day. We'll discuss future matters later." Shinno didn't want Kushina to think too complicated. "Everything today belongs to you." A blush appeared on Kushina's face as she replied in a voice as small as a mosquito. At that moment, Kushina was dressed in a bright red wedding robe, her red hair styled in a bun, her fair skin delicate. and her exquisite features, combined with natural collagen, made her look like a divine masterpiece. She leaned gently against the edge of the bed, her fair feet already free from shoes, crossed and seated, her bright eyes daring not to look at Shinno, her hands nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. Appearing particularly uneasy, Shinno couldn't hold back any longer, reaching out to turn Kushina's face towards him, his fingers brushing across her cheek and finally resting on her red lips. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's rest for now. The next morning, Shinno woke up early. Looking at Kushina, who pretended to sleep beside him. With a mischievous smile, he reached out to pinch her baby food storage, realizing for the first time that although not as ample as Tsunade's, it was still not something ordinary people could compare to. What are you doing? Kushina's face turned red with embarrassment as she angrily swatted Shinno's hand away. Seeing him acting silly, she knew she could no longer pretend. The Kushina in front of him had a charming expression, her youthful body having experienced its first intimacy yesterday, now radiating the allure of a young woman. The youthful woman with a mature charm was captivating, truly a top-tier embodiment of pure desire. Shinno's heart couldn't help but race. At 18, he was at his most energetic, and not to mention other places, which were definitely responding to the call. He stretched his left hand under the blanket, eager for another round after yesterday's first attempt. No, it's already morning. What if everyone hears us? That would be terrible. Kushina blushed with anger and desperately pleaded, gripping Shinno's hand. But unfortunately, how could Kushina compete with Shinno's yang release chakra? Half pushing and half resisting, the room was filled with the sounds of birds chirping again. By mid-morning, the two finally emerged from the bridal chamber. Shinno hurriedly went to find Orochimaru, while Kushina had breakfast alone at home before heading next door to the Uzumaki family. Why are you here so early? Orochimaru teased. Shinno laughed it off, completely ignoring him. How's the wood release transplant experiment going? With his thick skin? These few words couldn't provoke him. Orochimaru gave him a knowing look. No problem. Tonight we will definitely succeed. That's right, after 4 years of growth. Suke has transformed from a boy into a man, fully meeting the basic conditions for the transplant. Great, Shinno exclaimed excitedly, to ensure everything goes smoothly. Let's all go to the secret base tonight. Such a dangerous matter couldn't be conducted in Konoha. If Suke went berserk and turned the laboratory into a forest of trees, wouldn't that expose everything? Therefore, for safety's sake, Shinno and the others had spent a fortune to build a large surgical room in the safest place in the ninja world. Time ticked away, and before long, it was night. Unbeknownst to anyone, Uzumaki Dare quietly opened a portion of the Konoha barrier. At this moment, led by Tsunade, including Uzumaki Dare, Orochimaru, and Suke, they took advantage of the gap and were brought by Shinno to the Wet Bone Forest. That's right, the so-called secret laboratory was located in the Wet Bone Forest. At this stage, Shinno prioritized stability. Knowing that Uchiha Madara and the black and white Zetsu existed, he naturally had to prepare thoroughly. And Wet Bone Forest was a good place. Every time I come here, it feels much better than the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru inhaled deeply and laughed. The Wet Bone Forest is filled with yang release. Although snakes are cold-blooded animals, this warmth is really nostalgic. Stop talking, we don't have much time. Let's get started. At this moment, the few people in Konoha left shadow clones behind, but better safe than sorry. If the Konoha F4 discovered the group connecting, it could lead to a premature power grab. Teacher, let's begin. Suke, as the experimental subject, had been to this place numerous times, so he lay down on the operating table with ease. Despite his legs being disabled, he had no problem walking, thanks to the puppet technique he learned from Hitaki Tsukuyomi. After 2.5 years of practice, he could easily control the puppet legs. With Suke as a model, the puppet technique had begun to spread in a small way in Konoha, but it still had considerable limitations. Not every disabled ninja could precisely control the chakra threads. Nevertheless, the puppet technique had benefited some injured ninjas, raising Hitaki Tsukuyomi's prestige in Konoha. Orochimaru didn't say much and took out the prepared white Zetsu, while he and Tsunade began the pre-surgery preparations. Uzumaki Dare first reinforced the surrounding seals, then waited for the next step from the two. Tsunade stealthily used a chakra scalpel to cut Suke's thigh and connected it to the white Zetsu. Uzumaki Dare quickly wrapped Suke's thigh with layers of sealing techniques, while Tsunade, with the assistance of a slug, exerted her sage arts to the fullest, striving to make the two grow together in the shortest time possible. Orochimaru was also busy, various instruments attached to Suke's body, excitedly jotting down notes. This was a rare experimental material, and the research on wood release was basically complete. As Shinno said, the Hashirama cells were too domineering for an average ninja's body to withstand, and there had been no successful cases so far. In contrast, although the white Zetsu cells were far inferior in energy, they were much stronger in stability. Now only clinical trials were needed. Originally, he could only use the reagents bit by bit, gradually increasing the dosage. But how could it be as simple and crude as with Suk? But it didn't matter. This was the magical world of ninjas, where having chakra meant infinite possibilities. Uchiha Madara could complete the arm transplant in an instant using yang release. Although the people present were not as powerful as Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, with careful planning, they were not much weaker. Suk let out a shocking scream on the operating table. The pain of two unrelated pieces of flesh trying to grow together was something only the subject could understand. It was unclear how long had passed, but Suk's breath gradually weakened until there was no sound at all. We succeeded. Chapter 175. A visit from Fugaku. Hearing Shinno's words, Tsunade was overjoyed to the point of tears, although she was the one with the highest medical ninjutsu among them. As the saying goes, care breeds chaos. It was already quite good to suppress her excited heart and trembling hands to successfully complete the surgery. At this moment, she had completely lost her ability to judge. Suk had already fallen into a deep sleep, and everyone present let out a sigh of relief. For safety's sake, they didn't dare stay long, and, at Shinno's suggestion, everyone used the Flying Thunder God technique to stealthily return to Konoha. There was nothing to discuss overnight. Shinno was newly married and didn't have anything important to attend to, preparing to skip the morning court. However, things didn't go as planned. Early in the morning, a servant reported that Uchiha Fugaku had come to visit. After thinking for a moment, Shinno couldn't come up with a reason, so he instructed the servant to bring Fugaku to the reception room. It's a loss not to welcome a distinguished guest properly. My apologies. Shinnosuke did not go out to greet, but instead waited in the reception room. When Fugaku was brought in, he immediately stood up and apologized. Uchiha Fugaku cupped his hands and said, "No need for that. I hope for your understanding." The two took their seats as host and guest, and after the servants added tea, they quietly closed the door. "Why isn't Kushina here?" Makoto said she would come to take a look. Uchiha Fugaku, being a man of few words, found himself without a topic and had to make an effort on the diplomatic front. At this time, the Uchiha clan had entered the Fugaku era, and he had only recently taken over as the clan leader, having defeated many competitors with his outstanding achievements in the Second Shinobi World War. In the original storyline, Makoto and Kushina were good friends, and even though Kushina's life had deviated, this fact remained unchanged. "She is still sleeping in," Shinnosuke said with a doting smile. "Ha ha, the youth should still practice moderation." Uchiha Fugaku made a knowing expression, and seeing the atmosphere was right, he got to the point. "Recently, our Uchiha clan has been suppressed by the higher-ups in Konoha. Our two clans share the same plight. What do you think, Shinnosuke?" "I'm aware of the issues with the Uchiha clan," Shinnosuke replied with a puzzled expression. "But I wonder what you mean by sharing the same plight?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Shinnosuke, that kind of talk is meaningless. With the merits of you and your son, plus the performance of the Uzumaki clan during the Second Shinobi World War, being restricted to the sealing barrier department is somewhat unreasonable." Shinnosuke shrugged. "For the sake of Konoha, what do personal gains and losses matter? As for power, I am not someone driven by interests. I am already very satisfied with my current position." "Stop, stop, stop." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shinnosuke with annoyance. "If you keep saying this, we won't be able to continue our discussion." He tapped his fingers on the table. "Let us be more straightforward. I hope our two clans can reach an understanding to collectively resist the pressure from the Konoha higher-ups." Originally, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to take advantage of the situation, but unfortunately, Shinnosuke was not falling for it at all. Although both clans faced oppression from the Konoha higher-ups, the Uzumaki clan situation was much better than that of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was filled with war maniacs, but had no talent for management. With the passage of time in the era of shinobi villages, it had been over 40 years since the Uchiha clan joined Konoha. The accumulation from the Warring States period had long been squandered, and most clan members could only survive on the meager salaries from the security department, which also had limited posts. The reduced involvement in wars allowed the Uchiha clan's numbers to grow, but their absolute strength did not increase significantly. In the shinobi world, it ultimately still comes down to the number of elite J-nin level and Kaga level experts. Adding several hundred or thousands of genin does not help. Even now, a single Uzumaki kid could easily take on all Uchiha genin without breaking a sweat. With the growth in numbers came economic pressure. If not for some Uchiha clan members skilled in making explosive tags, the clan would have collapsed under the subtle pressure of Konoha's higher-ups long ago. Of course, this is a conventional perspective. Every pair of Sharingan possesses incredible power, and whether they can make a comeback is uncertain. Since you, clan leader Fugaku, are so frank, I will speak my mind. Shinnosuke asked meaningfully, what does clan leader Fugaku seek? What can we achieve by teaming up with my Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat confused, but after a moment of thought, he replied, naturally, to mutually support each other at the J-Nin meeting, making the higher-ups understand that we are not to be trifled with. Shinnosuke said, that is too simplistic. What you propose is entirely passive. The saying goes, those who hold on too long will lose. If we are to unite, it will be better for both sides to establish a firm stance now, arguing our case at the J-Nin meeting without fearing to break relations. Excluding Kage-level power, the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans are currently among the strongest ninja clans in Konoha, with a combined number of J-Nin exceeding 100. In Konoha, only the Hyuga clan and the long-standing allied Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans can be compared. With over 500 people in active service in Konoha, the two clans together account for 20 of the total, making them absolutely significant in the J-Nin meeting. Additionally, the current J-Nin leader is still Kakashi Hatake, who has his own supporters. If several parties unite, they can completely control the J-Nin meeting. Although Konoha is led by the higher-ups, according to the village's top-level design from the time of Hashirama Senju, the J-Nin meeting is the organization that holds the highest power in Konoha, with important matters such as the selection of the Hokage, declarations of war, and negotiations requiring J-Nin votes. However, J-Nin are mostly a loose assembly, and each major ninja clan has its own agenda, which is why the J-Nin meeting appears to be inconspicuous in Konoha. After listening to Shinnosuke's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt a renewed fire in his once-muted heart. According to what the other said, it was indeed a good way to resist the pressure from Konoha's higher-ups. But who let him be Uchiha Fugaku? He originally came to seek an understanding with the Uzumaki clan to collectively resist the pressure from the higher-ups. He never thought of directly confronting Konoha's higher-ups. As a well-known surface hawk in the Hokage world, but deep down a dove, Uchiha Fugaku fell into thought. Sure enough, after nearly 3 minutes, he shook his head and apologized to Shinnosuke. Although your method is good, I am concerned that under such a comprehensive confrontation, our two clans will become even more estranged from the higher-ups, and this will lead to excessive internal conflict in Konoha, which will not benefit either of us or the village. Shinnosuke, sitting beside him, was stunned. You, a mere security department minister, why do you always like to consider problems from the Hokage's height? You seem to prioritize the village so much that anyone who doesn't know might think you are from the Shinjū clan. Chapter 176. Rotries would release okay. Since clan leader Fugaku has concerns, then we will take a defensive position in the J-Nin meeting. Our two families can unite to oppose anything that harms the interests of both our clans. That is not impossible, Shinnosuke said, somewhat disheartened. No wonder the Uchiha clan is getting worse. With a clan leader like you, whose perspective is so skewed, and with top experts in the coming years being just pawns, it's a miracle you haven't been exterminated yet. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku was completely unaware of Shinnosuke's inner monologue and was currently very excited about Shinnosuke's agreement. With the cooperation of the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan would surely be able to alleviate much pressure. The two continued to discuss for a long time, and after reaching a mutually satisfactory goal, they established the simplest offensive and defensive alliance. After Uchiha Fugaku left, Shinnosuke finally stood up, pondering for a long time. He had completely lost the intention to woo the current Uchiha clan. With such a hesitant clan leader, to put it bluntly, it would be too late to regret. Despite having a fierce-looking face, his thought process was different from ordinary people, and at a young age, he was always thinking about compromise. Not realizing that on the side of Konoha's higher-ups, he was just a representative that could be bullied. He was submissive to the higher-ups in Konoha, but had plenty of small schemes. This time, Uchiha Fugaku's open visit would surely be noticed by those with ulterior motives. This was also a way for him to exert pressure on Konoha's higher-ups. Unfortunately, Shinnosuke did not like this, although the Uchiha clan was not just any random clan. Wanting to easily use the Uzumaki clan to bear the pressure from Konoha's higher-ups was simply overestimating himself. Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, those who could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan were all peculiar. At this moment, in the Shinjū clan, Shinnosuke quietly used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Tsunade's boudoir. Originally, Tsunade was very resistant to Shinnosuke coming and going at any time. But now that Rope Tree had finished his treatment and everything was accomplished, the stone in her heart finally fell, and she no longer resisted. "You're here?" Tsunade was somewhat delighted. These days, she had devoted all her energy to her younger brother, and the treatment of Shinjū was certainly top secret. Watching her brother improve day by day, now able to get out of bed and walk on his own, brought Tsunade to tears of joy. But she was frustrated with no one to share her happiness with. Shinjū also didn't get up. Instead, he waved to Tsunade, signaling her to come over. Tsunade was a bit puzzled, but obediently walked to his side. Unexpectedly, Shinjū pulled her in, catching her completely off guard and holding her in his arms. "So, how is it? Can Shinjū get out of bed now?" he asked with a smile, holding Tsunade close. "Almost there. He walked a few steps this morning," she said, her face lighting up with a smile when talking about her brother. Shinjū nodded in satisfaction. Shinjū was an important bargaining chip for him to bind the Senju clan, so he had to pay close attention to him these days. What about wood release? Any awakening? While speaking, Shinjuro's left hand started to wander, slipping into the gap of Tsunade's waist. Tsunade shot him a reproachful glance, but this time she didn't refuse. Instead, she shifted her hips closer to him. Wood release is fine too. Over the years, although he hasn't awakened it, ever since he was injured in that explosion, he has been practicing diligently, believing that he could awaken wood release after changing legs. Now, he has shown some signs of awakening, and according to Grandpa's records, it should just be a matter of days. As she said this, she looked gratefully at Shinjū. Their relationship had initially been more of a transaction, but that didn't hinder her heartfelt gratitude. "So how should you thank me?" Shinjuro's left hand climbed higher, almost instantly taking control. How to put it? Shinjū could only describe it with one word. Tsunade squirmed a bit, feeling emotional, her beautiful eyes fluttering, and her cheeks flushed. Shinjū received the signal, bringing his face closer to hers, forehead touching forehead. This sudden movement made Tsunade's eyelashes tremble as she tightly closed her eyes. Just as the next step was about to happen, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted them. Sister, are you there? I successfully awakened wood release." Hearing this, Tsunade jumped up like a startled bird, trying to stand up from Shinjuro's embrace, but unexpectedly, he held her down with his right hand. "No, please. Not now," she pleaded, her youthful face filled with desperation. Shinjū extended his right hand, making a shushing gesture, then silently formed 3 words, "Shadow Clone." Tsunade immediately understood his meaning, blushing as she shot him a glare, and suddenly, her body split in two. Shinjū, I'm still sleeping. I'll be out soon." The shadow clone Tsunade pretended to have just gotten out of bed, making some noise on the bed. Meanwhile, the Tsunade in Shinjuro's arms gradually sank down under the pressure of his right hand. Sister, hurry up. Come see my wood release." "Coming, what's the rush?" The shadow clone Tsunade scolded her brother impatiently from the other side of the door. Not daring to make too much noise, Shinjū also kept it brief. But Tsunade, kneeling on the ground, suddenly felt her mouth empty. Looking up, she found that there was no one else in the room. "This guy." Tsunade's anger surged, and she quickly went to wash up. After brushing her teeth and rinsing her mouth, she opened the door, glaring at her younger brother. "What are you shouting about so early in the morning? Come with me." Shinjū was startled and scratched his head awkwardly, laughing. The two arrived at the training ground exclusive to the Senju clan, where Tsunade had already pretended to hand over a scroll from the corner of the wall. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan lived next to each other, so passing information between the two clans was quite simple. Of course, Shinjū didn't even need to look at the scroll. He had just heard it himself. Just as Shinjū was eager to try, Shinjū and Orochimaru arrived together. "Teacher, Shinjū." Shinjū raised his left hand over his head, excited to greet them. Congratulations. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Shinjū smiled. "I really owe it to you all. You've been running around for me these past few years. I could truly feel undeserving." Now, 20 years old, Shinjū was still the reckless boy he used to be, but the hardships he had faced over the years had taught him to be more composed. "Let's get started. I can't wait any longer." Orochimaru pulled out paper and pen from somewhere, licking his lips with his long tongue. Years of research hidden from the world had made Orochimaru even more somber. He only showed a bit of humanity when around familiar people. Wood release. Forest of Trees Technique. Chapter 177. Luring the Snake into the Trap. The empty training ground suddenly transformed into a vast forest, with lush trees springing up. covering an area almost the size of a football field. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled, and he turned to Shinjū and asked, "So, how does it compare to your initial attempt?" Shinjū stepped forward, reaching out to touch the freshly sprouted trees, his yang released chakra surging forth, intertwining with Shinjuro's chakra. After a few seconds of testing, Shinjū smiled and said, "Not bad. Although it's the beggar version born from the tree world, it's already quite impressive for Shinjū at this stage. After getting more familiar, I can confidently say that mastering the tree world descent won't be a problem. As an expert in wood release, Shinjū certainly had the qualifications to evaluate Shinjuro's wood release abilities. How's your chakra amount feeling these days? Has it increased?" Shinjū asked. Shinjū scratched his head. As the grandson of Hashirama Senju, his physical talent was unquestionable. After getting his legs fixed, he had focused on wood release in his legs, and he hadn't really evaluated his chakra amount properly. Tsunade felt a bit speechless, watching her brother awkwardly standing there. Her younger brother had always been a reckless and naive boy, and she didn't expect him to still be so unreliable now that he was grown up. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing Shinjuro's right hand and carefully sensing his chakra. After about 3 minutes, Tsunade excitedly said to everyone present, after changing legs, "His chakra total has roughly doubled." This was an incredible figure. The foundation that determined the amount of chakra was the body's energy. Originally, the god tree had fewer legs than a human, so its cells are naturally much smaller than average. After a complete recovery, the chakra amount increased significantly, not only due to having more leg cells, but also because of his growth after awakening would release. Shinjū, quickly get rid of these trees. It would be bad if someone finds out. Orochimaru instructed his disciple with a smile. The data from this experiment would significantly increase the completion of his wood release plan, and it wouldn't be long before it was fully realized. Shinjū nodded, just as he was about to destroy the trees in the training ground. Shinjū stepped forward to stop him. "What's up? Do you have a new idea, Shinjū?" Everyone asked curiously. "It's a somewhat immature plan," Shinjū said as he saw everyone staring at him, then called everyone to sit in a circle around him. "Now that Shinjū has healed his legs, I believe he shouldn't hide anymore. Instead, he should boldly announce his return to everyone." "No way." Tsunade's face turned pale, and she was shocked and refused. "Yes." Shinjū reached out his hand to stop Tsunade from standing up, sincerely saying to her, "Sister, I don't want to live under everyone's protection forever. Besides, with wood release, there aren't many enemies in Konoha who can threaten me anymore. If an accident happens under such an advantage, it would only prove that I have no talent as a ninja. I won't fall for the same trap twice. But, all right. Shinjū is already an adult. He should take on his responsibilities." Shinnosuke comforted Tsunade beside him. Ever since Rope Tree was ambushed by the Konoha Umbu and had his legs blown off, Tsunade had fallen into deep self-blame over the years. It couldn't be helped. After all, the third Hokage was his teacher. Only through loss can one learn to cherish. Over the years, she felt guilty towards Rope Tree, and now that he had finally recovered, giving him a chance for redemption. How could she easily let her brother fall back into despair? "I disagree." Tsunade's eyes were red, shaking her head like a rattle. "Sister, look at this." Rope Tree pointed to the Senju clan emblem on his clothes, tears streaming down his face as he urged, "For the honor of the Senju clan, think of Grandpa Hashirama. Think of Grandpa Tobarama and Uncle Kogen. It's time for me to face everything. How can the clan leader of the Senju hide behind his sister?" Tsunade wanted to persuade him again, but she opened her mouth and couldn't make a sound. Yes, her brother was no longer the child who needed to hide behind her. At 20, he was already the clan leader of the Senju and had to take on his responsibilities. Everyone knew she needed a little more time to adapt, and no one would mock her. If Rope Tree appeared swaggeringly in Konoha, some people might not sleep well. Orochimaru hinted, "Ha, this is exactly what I want to see." Although our overall strength has surpassed the Konoha upper echelon, they hold the moral high ground, which puts us in a passive position. We can only give them continuous stimulation to make them panic and act. As long as they act, there will be flaws. Shinnosuke looked at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-senpai, the wood release is a hot commodity. If they find out that even Rope Tree has awakened, I wonder how they will react." Orochimaru stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Are you suggesting human experiments?" "No." Shinnosuke shook his head. "It's not that simple. To bring them down, we need solid evidence, something they can't deny. Orochimaru-senpai, how far have you progressed with the Hashirama cells? I can already extract the corresponding cell tissues for transplantation to the test subjects, but so far, there hasn't been a single successful case." Orochimaru sounded a bit discouraged. although the progress with the white Zetsu cells was faster. Who and T1 used the best directly. Hashirama-sama's yang release is too strong. The average ninja's body cannot withstand it. There are only two ways to solve this problem. Shinnosuke raised 2 fingers. First, use yang against yang, raising your own yang release to a level similar to Hashirama-sama's, and your body should be able to withstand it. This was essentially nonsense. If one's own yang release could reach Hashirama's level, then why bother with transplanting Hashirama's cells? For instance, Shinnosuke and Uzumaki Daro, their bodily energy had basically reached the level of sage body, akin to Uzumaki Mito in her prime. They could transplant Hashirama's cells. But for them, it would be somewhat of a loss. Although Hashirama's cells could further enhance their physical strength, it was not their own, and compatibility would be an issue. Now, their bodily energy, while slightly inferior to Hashirama's, was still close enough to the strength post-transplant. One was a cohesive body with slightly inferior strength, and the other was a body with enhanced strength after incorporating Hashirama cells, but with slightly poorer compatibility. To achieve a small improvement at the cost of turning one's body into something unrecognizable was not the act of a wise person. Second, since we cannot take the path of confrontation, then the harmony of all things, the unity of yin and yang, is also a solution. The harmony of all things, the unity of yin and yang? The people present turned to look at Shinnosuke, but it was Orochimaru who was the first to speak excitedly. What does this mean? Chapter 178. The impatient Danzo, the harmony of all things, the unity of yin and yang, refers to yin release and yang release, and also signifies the Shinjū and Uchiha. Yang release is singular, while yin release is ever-changing. Yang release is life, while yin release is spirit. Yang release emphasizes the inner, while yin release focuses on the outer. Yang release is the source, while yin release is the vessel. Shinnosuke reflected, in a ninja world, everything ultimately relies on yin and yang release. Therefore, since Hashirama cells are too dominant, they can naturally be balanced with the Sharingan. You must know that both the Shinjū and Uchiha come from the Sage of Six Paths. They are fundamentally one. Shinjū, Uchiha. Orochimaru pondered Shinnosuke's words and suddenly pointed out, what does this have to do with the Sage of Six Paths? The Sage of Six Paths is the common ancestor of the Shinjū and Uchiha clans. The Shinjū inherited the yang release of the Sage of Six Paths, while the Uchiha inherited the yin release. They are essentially one family. Seeing the rest of the people nodding, Orochimaru suddenly realized he was the only one who didn't know. I didn't expect your clans to trace back to the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, none of you big clans are simple. Orochimaru said, today, I've gained insider knowledge of the ninja world. This trip was worth it. Let us not talk about the trivial details. Orochimaru-senpai, following the path of complementing yin and yang release, don't worry about them not acknowledging it. Shinnosuke smiled. Hearing you say that, I'm getting a bit impatient. Simultaneously mastering the abilities of the Shinjū and Uchiha, I don't believe that Danzo can resist the temptation. Shinnosuke said to everyone present, as long as he implants both abilities into himself, he won't be able to escape. Secretly scheming for the bloodline limit of the ninja clan. Let us see how he swallows it and spits it out. The next day, news of Roquetree's recovery began to spread in Konoha, and the tales grew increasingly exaggerated. Have you heard? Lord Roquetree can walk independently now. Your news is outdated. Lord Roquetree's wood release is on par with Lord Shinnosuke. It said that it was the spirit of Lord Hashirama. Who knows? But both lords now possess wood release. Our Konoha is indeed the strongest in the ninja world. Exactly, with 2 wood release users. The other ninja villages probably don't dare to resist. I support Lord Shinnosuke becoming the 4th Hokage. Lord Shinnosuke's wood release was unstoppable in the last war. I oppose. Lord Roquetree is the strongest. He will surely become the next first Hokage. The rumors became more and more outrageous, and the people of Konoha seemed to all know that Roquetree had awakened wood release. Before public opinion could calm down, the main branch of the Shinjū clan suddenly released a statement confirming that the recent rumors were indeed correct. This sent Konoha's public opinion into a frenzy, reaching a climax. A few days later, Roquetree made a grand appearance before everyone. He didn't foolishly use a few wood release techniques to prove his existence. Instead, he took on many construction tasks at the Konoha mission building. In the terrified eyes of the employers, Roquetree used the 3-room, 2-hall technique developed by Shinnosuke, instantly building a house. In front of everyone, Roquetree announced his return in this unique way, also declaring the return of the main branch of the Shinjū clan. Damn it, where did it go wrong? Has that Orochimaru guy already betrayed us? Or has Tsunade's medical ninjutsu made another leap? In the underground basement of Root, Danzo kicked the table in front of him, glaring fiercely at the person reporting. Recently, the ninja world had begun to stir again, and he had focused all his attention on external matters these days, not expecting to have overlooked such a big mess. Bring Orochimaru here. Yes, sir. Looking at the intelligence he held about the Yin-Yang shinobi village, Danzo couldn't focus at all now. It was because of this matter that he had neglected Konoha's public opinion. How infuriating. At this moment, Danzo wished he could immediately destroy the Yin-Yang shinobi village. They were truly a group of ignorant fools. The Yin-Yang ninja village is famous for producing explosive tags in the ninja world. Recently, in an effort to earn some extra money, they have completely ignored Konoha's leadership in the ninja world and quietly supplied a large number of explosive tags to the sand and rock ninjas. The route has already received authorization from Konoha and has sent multiple notices to Yin-Yang Ninja Village, urging them to restrain themselves. However, it seems that the new leadership is quite foolish. They believe that Konoha also has to adhere to basic principles. They think, who are they harming by making some money? Thus, they completely disregard Konoha's diplomatic statements. While pondering how to resolve the situation with Yin-Yang Ninja Village, Orochimaru entered the room with heavy footsteps. Before Orochimaru could speak, Danzo immediately questioned him. Did you cure S.H. Suk's legs? He stared intently at Orochimaru, trying to glean some useful information from his expression. Would release. New legs. If anyone in Konoha could achieve this, it would only be the person in front of him and Tsunade. But unfortunately, who is Orochimaru? How could he make such a low-level mistake? He smiled and replied, how could that be? It must have been Tsunade. I'm researching the Shinjū clans would release. How could I let them know? Danzo thought for a moment and agreed. It was one thing to research would release behind the scenes, but could he brazenly go in front of the master and use the master's resources to treat someone? I hope you're telling the truth. Danzo then felt uneasy, thinking that even your former good disciple has awakened would release. Don't tell me your research hasn't yielded results? Hearing Danzo's words, Orochimaru was instantly furious. Isn't it because you are too strict with the funding? I can't even guarantee experimental materials. How can I succeed? After saying that, he comforted Danzo instead. Why are you so anxious? I want to see S.H. Suk's would release. It's not even comparable to Lord Hashirama, let alone Shinji. Of course, I know that, Danzo retorted without politeness. If any random cat or dog could achieve Lord Hashirama's power, what do we old folks need to do? Strength is only one aspect. Would release has symbolic significance in Konoha. It serves as a passport to the upper echelons. And now that more and more people have mastered it, Danzo feels a sense of losing control of the situation. As the number of shadow-level experts in the village increases, his own strength remains stagnant. If this continues, perhaps in a few years, the position of Hokage's advisor will change hands. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Shinji, Hatake Tsukuyomi, Minato Namikaze, and now even Senju S.H. Suk. What advantage do I have over these people, except being a few years older? It's like entering a midlife crisis in the workplace. Danzo now feels no benefits from Konoha's growth, but rather more and more formidable colleagues make him feel insecure in his position. Enough of this nonsense. I'm fully supporting you now. When can we achieve practical results with the transplantation of wood release? Chapter 179. The Provocation of Yin-Yang Ninja Village. Who can say for sure about research? I need a large number of volunteers with high in-release abilities for experiments. Orochimaru said with a cold smile. Danzo was furious. Useless. It's been so long, and you still can't give me a definite answer. What good are you? Old man, watch your tone. Orochimaru sneered. Who else would be willing to do this besides me? If I get caught by the Shinjū and Uzumaki clans, how can I continue in Konoha? Speak up. I will solve the issue of strong, in-release ninjas. How many more days do you need to get results at the latest? Danzo finally relented. Orochimaru raised a finger. 10 days is definitely no problem. The prerequisite is that there are at least 10 Nin level experts. Danzo was finally satisfied. Go prepare. I will give you a satisfactory answer in 10 days. Orochimaru smiled coldly and left without looking back. The following days passed quietly. Danzo searched through all the prisons in Konoha and led Root to sweep through the wandering ninjas in the Land of Fire, finally managing to gather 7 Nin skilled in release. With no other choice, Danzo had to extend his devilish hand toward Konoha's active Nin. Haha. As expected of Lord Danzo, this grand gesture is truly unprecedented. 10 days later, Orochimaru walked into the secret base of Root. Looking around, 10 ninjas lay neatly on the ground. Just yesterday, he had received news that several Genin from Konoha had been attacked by unknown assailants, with 3 of them missing and presumed dead. So they were all here. Seeing Nara, Yamanaka, and even a member of the Uchiha clan lying on the ground, Orochimaru was astonished. Even he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. It was clear that this old man had gone completely mad. Stop the nonsense. Let's get started. Danzo had also put in a lot of effort this time, personally leading the team to capture materials for Orochimaru, and was very generous with the funding. Hundreds of millions in cash flow had already gone into Orochimaru's pocket. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here listening to him talk nonsense. Take them all to the laboratory. Orochimaru excitedly commanded those around him. His laboratory was always under Root's control, and it was evident that these Genin were Danzo's evidence. How could Orochimaru take them away? Although the research on wood release was always led by Orochimaru, it had been decided from the beginning that he could never leave Danzo's sight. Several of Danzo's trusted subordinates huffed and puffed as they carried the 10 ninjas into the laboratory, and the door slowly closed. Ha, this fool. Everything is being calculated by others. It seems he won't live long. Orochimaru looked at the neatly arranged materials in the laboratory and laughed mockingly in his heart. Let's start with you. For an experiment of this level, to maintain secrecy, he wouldn't choose to let an assistant help, but instead use the shadow clone technique to complete all the steps himself. Fixing a wandering ninja on the operating table, he let out a chilling laugh. He took out a syringe the size of a baby's arm and slowly injected Hashirama cells. The previously unconscious ninja immediately reacted. Indeed, much stronger than an average ninja. Although this ninja almost jumped up initially compared to the materials Orochimaru had used before, it was simply like heaven and earth. Watching the data on various instruments and recalling S.H. Suk's bodily reactions, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. The ninja on the operating table struggled for nearly 3 hours, but ultimately could not withstand the engulfing power of Hashirama's cells. 7 or 8 tree vines burst out of his body, and it was clear he wouldn't survive. Not bad. This has taken my experiment a big step forward. Orochimaru pressed the alarm button below the operating table, and a few seconds later, 3 or 4 ninjas rushed in. What does Lord Orochimaru command? They knelt on one knee, respectfully inquiring. Clean up the scene. He took off his surgical gown and stepped outside. 1 hour later, I will conduct the next experiment. So hurry up. Yes, my lord. Just as Orochimaru diligently researched Hashirama's cells in the dark depths of Root, Konoha, after a few years of silence, convened the Genin conference again. This time, due to the overall calm at Konoha's borders, there were particularly many Genin present, nearly 450. Looking at the crowd below, even Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of pride. Lord Hashirama, do you see? Konoha is thriving under my leadership. Silence. The Hokage will speak. As the head of the Genin class, Hatake Tsukumo naturally took charge of the proceedings. As soon as he spoke, the venue fell silent. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi touched the microphone, this latest piece of technology, and then smiled at the crowd. The reason for this impromptu Genin conference is that there have been some unusual movements at the borders recently. Everyone present showed an expression of surprise. Konoha was undoubtedly at its peak, with strength far exceeding that of Konoha in the original storyline at this time. Even if the other 4 great ninja villages teamed up, they wouldn't be afraid. In such a situation, it was hard to believe that anyone would dare to provoke Konoha. One must say that the term arrogance was quite applicable in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The Inazuma Ninja Village, located between us and Iwagakure, has been found through the joint investigation of the Root and Umbu to have been supplying a large number of explosive tags to other ninja villages recently, completely ignoring Konoha's diplomatic words. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt puzzled, not knowing what kind of audacity this small Inazuma ninja village had to provoke Konoha for no reason. Did they really think that with Iwagakure and Sunagakure backing them, Konoha wouldn't dare to do anything? Hokage-sama, let us show them what we're made of. Let Lord Narushinsuke lead the team to flatten Inazuma Ninja Village. Someone boldly volunteered in such a situation. Looking at the excited crowd below, some seasoned ninjas also showed expressions of doubt. This shouldn't be right? Did they have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard? They must have some kind of backing. Thus, Kakashi stood up and asked, can the Umbu first introduce the specific situation of Inazuma Ninja Village? For example, how many active ninjas do they have? And how many Genin? Sarutobi Midori, the current head of the Umbu, stood up under the gaze of the crowd. He was an elite genin, but aside from having a good father, he was particularly outstanding in Konoha. His best jutsu was Earth Release, and he was known as the man with the strongest defense in Konoha. However, in reality, his Earth Release jutsu couldn't be considered unique even in Konoha, as at least 10 other genin claimed their Earth Release was no less than his. But who could blame him for having a good father? This was Konoha's version of My Village Chief Dad. Chapter 180 Unexpected Candidate. Although his abilities were not particularly outstanding compared to those of the Kaga level strong, the Umbu needed loyalty more than anything else. And who could be more loyal than him in Konoha? Therefore, with his elite genin strength, no one had any objections to him serving as the head of the Umbu. Sarutobi Midori stepped forward and clasped his hands. According to the Umbu's investigation, Inazuma Ninja Village had about 1,000 ninjas, most of whom were genin, with no more than 20 genin. This ratio of genin to total ninjas was even more exaggerated than in Konoha, where the ratio of genin to total ninjas in the 5 great ninja villages was about 1:100. Konoha's own strength was strong enough to slightly exceed this range. Based on the ratios of the 5 great ninja villages, Inazuma Ninja Village shouldn't have more than 10 genin. However, small ninja villages have their own special needs. The number of genin is still a matter of face for them. If there are too few genin, it will make employers doubt their strength. Therefore, many small ninja villages arbitrarily reduce the difficulty of the genin assessments, at least so they can appear a bit more formidable when showcasing themselves. This was also the fundamental reason Konoha did not recognize the ninja ranks of the Uzumaki clan back in the day. But those genin of the Uzumaki clan were indeed solid. Their village leader was also of elite genin level. It is worth mentioning that there are many ninjas in Inazuma Ninja Village who can produce explosive tags. So their ninjas are skilled at using explosive tags as their primary means in battle. The strength of Inazuma Ninja Village did not exceed everyone's expectations. Not every small ninja village would have ninjas of the caliber of Uzumaki Mito or Hanzo of the Salamander. Apart from their proficiency in using explosive tags, they were not much different from the ordinary small ninja villages. Sarutobi Midori passionately introduced to everyone. I think it's better to leave it to the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans. Let our 2 clans send out the main ninjas, plus I'll lead the team. And with the village's support, we should aim to resolve this within half a year. Uzumaki Shinnosuke stood up and confidently volunteered. For the Konoha genin who were not directly involved, most nodded in agreement internally. With both the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans taking action, plus Shinsuke leading, their strength was definitely not in question. Inazuma Ninja Village's expertise in explosive tags coincided perfectly with the business of the 2 clans. The main suppliers of explosive tags for Konoha were indeed the Uzumaki and Uchiha. Having them deal with the enemy was only right. However, unfortunately, how could such a good opportunity easily fall into the hands of the 2 clans? Zetsu Tens immediately stood up to refute. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? The Uzumaki clan is currently responsible for Konoha's barrier, while the Uchiha clan is in charge of Konoha's security. You 2 clans are the backbone of Konoha. How can you act so easily? I think this old man should handle it. The Root has been investigating Inazuma Ninja Village for a long time and already has a foolproof plan. So everyone, please don't worry. It would have been one thing during the Second Great Ninja War, but now Konoha was strong and the opponent was so weak. How could Tens let such an easy military achievement slip away? Lord Tens, your words are misguided. As the saying goes, specialization leads to excellence. To minimally ensure the safety of Konoha ninjas, it is still best for the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans to take action. After all, when it comes to dealing with explosive tags, I don't think anyone can match our 2 clans. Moreover, with so many ninjas in the village now, it cannot be said that Konoha's defenses are impenetrable. A joint attack from the Uzumaki and Uchiha would definitely not affect Konoha's defensive capabilities. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been very low-key in Konoha, suddenly stood up to refute. What he said was indeed correct. From the most pragmatic perspective, the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans were the most suitable for dealing with Inazuma Ninja Village's explosive tags. Moreover, Konoha currently had over 30,000 ninjas in the village. If they could still be invaded, Konoha might as well close its doors early. At that moment, the people present did not care about what Uchiha Fugaku said, but rather about his attitude. The Uchiha and Uzumaki clans were harmonizing with each other in the genin meeting. Had they perhaps reached some kind of agreement in private? Ten's face darkened as he suddenly thought of the secret intelligence he received a few days ago. Uchiha Fugaku had personally visited the Uzumaki clan 10 days ago. Was it during that time? Everyone present was no fool, and the previously tense meeting suddenly fell silent. If the two clans really joined forces, they would have to reconsider their own attitudes in the future. I can feel everyone's sincere intentions, whether from the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans or from the root. Just as the stalemate continued, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting at the head of the table, broke the silence in the meeting. Everyone, let us not argue anymore. Dealing with Inazuma Ninja Village is a good training ground. We are currently in a peaceful period in the ninja world, and I think most ninjas should prioritize their missions. As he said this, his gaze turned to his eldest son. Let the Umbu handle the matter with Inazuma Ninja Village. In peacetime, they are the department that needs to maintain combat effectiveness the most. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans no longer insisted. Especially since Hiruzen's reasoning was unrefutable. Watching the two major clans and the root back down, the Konoha Nin ultimately unanimously approved the expedition against Inazuma Ninja Village. Led by Sarutobi Midori and the Umbu ninjas, with cooperation from various departments in Konoha, nearly 2,000 troops were dispatched, with a deadline of 6 months to conquer Inazuma Ninja Village. Father, isn't it a bit hasty to let me take the lead against the two major ninja clans and the root? After the meeting, when he returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, Midori anxiously asked, "You brat, can't you be a bit more ambitious?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened, feeling frustrated. "I put my face on the line to secure this opportunity for you, and you're still hesitating here. How can you lead the Sarutobi clan in the future?" To be honest, with so many Kage-level strong ninjas in Konoha now, without special opportunities, Sarutobi Midori had no chance of succeeding the next Hokage. But even if the hope was slim, did that mean he could give up on trying? At this stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen letting Midori take charge of the Umbu was also meant to help his son build his own power. The current Umbu is almost entirely made up of small families or civilian ninjas carefully selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. These individuals, brainwashed by the will of fire, are staunch supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Coupled with the increasingly large Sarutobi clan and the allied Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans, it can be said that he has paved a broad path for his son. However, he cannot do anything about his own strength, for now. He can only wait and see. If in a few years, Midori can make further progress, even reaching the level of a Kage, he might have to support his son. If he truly has no talent, he must at least compete for the position of elder. Otherwise, how can he protect the immense interests of the Sarutobi clan? Therefore, this expedition to the Oni Ninja Village is a rare opportunity for him to achieve military merit. This is a village extermination. If he weren't the father of the person in charge, would such a good opportunity fall to him? Chapter 181. Would release experiment success, this is a great opportunity. In this mission to eliminate the Oni Ninja Village, not only do we need to bring most of the Umbu, but at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. Pointing toward the gathering area of the Sarutobi clan outside the gate, we should also bring these guys along. They are becoming increasingly unreasonable, only thinking about joining various departments to become administrative ninjas, lacking any spirit of hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache when he thought of his clan. At the beginning of the Second Shinobi World War, he opened a backdoor for his clan members to reduce casualties. As long as they reached Nin level, they could be assigned to administrative positions in Konoha. While they didn't earn as much as frontline ninjas, it was safe and stable. Unexpectedly, these guys took advantage of it and now refuse to move. As a leader of a large human clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that everything still depended on strength. As long as he was in front, they could still take advantage of Konoha, but now, as the third Hokage, the pressure on him was increasing, with too many people in the village coveting his position. Even if his disciples or grandchildren were to reach the top in the future, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate the numerous vested interests in various departments. Thus, taking advantage of this opportunity to attack the Oni Ninja Village. He also wanted to transform the Sarutobi clan. Not that everyone had to become combat ninjas, but at least they should maintain a few hundred fighting ninjas. The current situation, where they all retreat to the second line and live leisurely in Konoha's offices, cannot continue. Yes, father. Also, you must pay attention to the spoils. The Oni Ninja Village specializes in making explosive tags, which is a big business in Konoha. If we acquire their technology, we can get a foothold in this industry and prevent the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans from monopolizing it. Father, if that is the case, we will be in a death struggle with these two ninja clans. Sarutobi Midori was taken aback. Do you think there is still room for reconciliation now? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a glare and asked sternly. There's no need to mention the Uchiha. Since the first Hokage, they have been trying to seize the Hokage position. The Uzumaki clan is even more despicable, having only joined Konoha for a few days. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen became furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke. It's only been a few years. They dare to covet the Hokage position. If they truly become Hokage, how can our Sarutobi clan maintain our status? Therefore, coexisting with these two clans in Konoha means we must become enemies. Child, I have high hopes for you. Although I just turned 50, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hide his fatigue. With your current strength and my still existing influence in Konoha, regardless of whether Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Minato Namikaze becomes the fourth Hokage, they will have to secure you a position as elder. No matter who becomes Hokage, troublemakers like the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans will be targets for suppression. And our Sarutobi clan becoming their enemies gives us value for being courted. This is our way of survival. Of course, if your strength can make further progress, then the position of fourth Hokage isn't impossible. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed and intense on Midori. Huh, I can't do it, Sarutobi Midori wanted to argue. But his father scolded him angrily. If you don't even have this little confidence, how can you make further progress in strength? It is well known that a ninja must have a firm belief to advance. Chakra is the combination of mental energy and physical energy. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you have the willpower to become a Kage-level powerhouse? Looking at his incompetent eldest son, he felt somewhat disheartened. Forget it. If he can become an elder and maintain the clan, being a guardian of the status quo is already a blessing. It's better to have fewer unrealistic hopes in the future. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing the confused Midori. While Sarutobi Midori was busy mobilizing the Sarutobi clan to join the combat troops, Orochimaru was also not idle. Based on the information he received from Shinnosuke, he set high goals for this experiment, preparing to achieve success at once. The previous 9 test subjects had already been exhausted, but their lives were meaningful. The first ninja could only survive for 3 hours, while the last Nara Klanje Nin survived for nearly 3 days. If it weren't for the poor physical talent of this ninja, Orochimaru judged that there was a possibility of success last time. And now, this Uchiha lying on the operating table, whether in mental energy or physical energy, far exceeds that Nara ninja. Moreover, having learned about the complementary effects of the Sharingan and wood release, Orochimaru placed all his bets on this one. As expected, after injecting Hashirama cells into the Uchiha ninja's body, Orochimaru excitedly recorded various data in his notebook. Good, good, good. The body temperature is rising, heart rate is accelerating, and incontinence is within control. The entire operating room was filled with eerie laughter. Although this Uchiha ninja appeared to be in such a pitiful state on the operating table, compared to the previous 9 ninjas, there had already been significant progress. During this time, Orochimaru had been living in the operating room. Watching the Uchiha ninja still struggling on the operating table, Orochimaru mercilessly took a tube of nutrient solution from the refrigerator and violently injected it into the Uchiha ninja's other arm. This surgery would take at least 3 more days, and nutrition was essential. If this ninja didn't die from the encroachment of Hashirama cells, but ended up starving to death on the operating table, it would truly be laughable. After 12 hours of struggle, the Uchiha clan ninja finally exhausted himself and fainted. Orochimaru was not surprised. This situation had also happened with the earlier test subjects. Taking advantage of the opponent's unconsciousness, various instruments and medications, with the help of Orochimaru's shadow clones, filled this ninja's body. 3 days passed in a hurry. These are the most tense 3 days for Orochimaru since the Second Shinobi World War. After witnessing Shinnosuke and Noboru's would release, he had long been enamored with this bloodline limit, and the thought of being able to replicate it in his hands almost made Orochimaru climax in excitement. Ha ha ha, go tell Danzo I succeeded. Orochimaru laughed maniacally as he pushed open the door to the operating room, and several root members immediately surrounded him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Being able to become Danzo's subordinates to monitor Orochimaru, the loyalty of these ninjas was unquestionable. Looking at the empty root underground base, and then at the still-lying Uchiha ninja on the operating table, as well as Danzo, who was soon to arrive but unaware that the wheel of fate had already begun to turn, Orochimaru let out another chilling laugh. Chapter 182. The plan begins just a few minutes later. Danzo arrived at the operating room door. Waving his hand to dismiss those around him, under Orochimaru's lead, Danzo finally met the only surviving test subject. An Uchiha clan member? Danzo muttered. I didn't expect it either. It must be the effect of the Sharingan. Danzo stared suspiciously at Orochimaru, waiting for a reasonable explanation. I've studied Lord Hashirama's cells for so many years, and only recently did I discover that the vitality absorption of the experimental subjects comes from yang release, and the method to resist this absorption is in release. At this point, Orochimaru pointed to the unconscious Uchiha Jonin. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a treasure trove, whether it's the Nara clan or the Yamanaka clan. Although their in-release abilities are strong, in terms of quality, the Uchiha clan Sharingan is superior. As a prestigious clan that has existed since the Warring States period, no one dares to claim that the Uchiha clan's in-release is inferior to theirs, even in front of the Nara and Yamanaka clans. So what do you mean? Danzo asked with a hint of intention. If you really want to activate wood release transplantation, the Uchiha clan is the best choice. Orochimaru shrugged as he said this, where you can train your own in-release to at least reach a level comparable to the 3-Tomo Sharingan, which would give you a slight chance of success. Of course, if you give me another 10 years, I might be able to research other methods. Danzo paced back and forth around the Uchiha ninja. Achieving a 3-Tomo Sharingan level of in-release is nothing but a pipe dream for a ninja who has long passed the growth stage. Moreover, is it really possible to reach a 3-Tomo Sharingan level of in-release just by thinking about it? Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were here, he wouldn't dare to say that his understanding of in-release could surpass that of an Uchiha with a 3-Tomo Sharingan. Besides, this also involves quality issues. As a bloodline limit, the Sharingan is inherently more advanced than regular in-release or Jinjutsu. If you really want to ensure success, you must at least surpass the 3-Tomo level, right? Thinking of this, Danzo's expression suddenly turned ugly. If I can practice in-release to the level of a Kage, then why bother with transplanting Hashirama cells? With that strength, I would have unified the ninja world long ago. Is there any compromise? Danzo asked. He couldn't wait another 10 years for Orochimaru's research. Not to mention whether he could produce any results after 10 years was uncertain. Seeing that the fish had already started biting, Orochimaru couldn't help but sneer internally, but he showed no expression on the surface. Of course, there is a way. In-release can neutralize the yang release brought by Hashirama cells, so as long as we simultaneously transplant 2 bloodline limits, it will be fine. The Uchiha clan is almost completely unconcerned about the leakage of the Sharingan, because after transplantation, no one can control the in-release that far exceeds their own abilities. Presumably, its principle is the same as Hashirama's cells. It's just that Lord Hashirama is too strong and can directly push the transplantee's body to the brink of collapse, while an ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan can only drain the user's chakra. Ha! But I have solved this biggest problem in the ninja world. If Lord Danzo wants to find someone to give a try, this is the Sharingan and wood release. These were the 2 great treasures that allowed the first Hokage and the Shura of the ninja world to stabilize the chaotic times. And having them both concentrated in one person is exciting to think about. Danzo was not blinded by Orochimaru's grand blueprint. He turned to stare intently at Orochimaru and asked slowly, "What do you want in return?" Of course, it's this pair of Sharingan. Orochimaru pointed to the Uchiha ninja still lying on the operating table. With his current strength, he could not recklessly attack the Uchiha clan. Using Danzo is one way. I agree, but I still need to confirm the results. Danzo agreed without a second thought. Since the Uchiha clan had not yet been exterminated and the Izanagi technique was still a secret, although Danzo was mindful of this big clan, he had not deliberately collected Sharingan. Besides the Uchiha ninja in front of him, he also had a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan, which were indeed the eyes left behind by his former teammate Uchiha Kagami. He also believed that Orochimaru's goal was to give him a dual bloodline transplant. This temptation, Danzo thought, no ninja could resist. Then let's show it. Orochimaru used Jinjutsu to directly control the brain of the Uchiha Jonin, manipulating him to perform the wood release hand seals that he had already prepared. A seedling slowly rose from the operating table in the laboratory. Although it was still very weak now, it was enough to prove that the direction of wood release research was completely correct. However, at this moment, Orochimaru was sweating profusely. Controlling a 3-Tomo Uchiha was truly too much of a strain. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's body was being eroded by Hashirama cells and he was still unconscious, it would have been impossible for Orochimaru's Jinjutsu to control him. After proving the results of wood release, Orochimaru did not dare to relax his vigilance and directly knocked the Uchiha Jonin unconscious again with a hand chop. "All right, this guy will be given to you." When can we perform the wood-release surgery again? Anytime. Orochimaru's lips curled up, emitting a nauseating chuckle. Then who will the subject be? Of course, it will be myself. Danzo was determined. He was a decisive person. Now, he only had a pair of Sharingan, and after the experiment succeeded, he would possess the abilities of both the Uchiha and Shinjū clans. He would never leave such an opportunity for anyone else. Then let's do it tomorrow. We shall see. Danzo left Orochimaru's operating room, and at this moment, his long-suppressed spirit was released. A few years ago, he had discussed with Hiruzen Sarutobi about whether Orochimaru would become the fourth Hokage or Minato Namikaze. Now, as long as I obtain these two great abilities, who else but me could take the position of the fourth Hokage? Even Sage of the Six Paths wouldn't matter. That's what I say. Just as Danzo was daydreaming, a small snake quietly crawled out of the basement, heading toward the Uzumaki clan. Is it finally about to begin? After Shinno received a letter from Orochimaru, he pondered for a long time. After reviewing all his arrangements and finding no omissions, he decided to proceed with the next step of the plan. The Flying Thunder God technique flashed briefly on Shinno's body, and he reappeared in Tsunade's boudoir. As a top-level expert, Tsunade's reaction was impressive. Although she knew that the only person who would suddenly appear in her room was Shinno, she still felt displeased with his nonchalant attitude. In a confined space, the sound of her powerful punches and shadows breaking through the air made even Shinno take her seriously. He cleverly dodged the punch and sat down on a chair, saying, "What? Do you want to murder your husband? Would you dare say that to anyone else?" Tsunade was still somewhat dissatisfied with Shinno marrying Kushina. She had known long ago that she had no chance, but such matters are not easy to let go of. Haha! Shinno didn't want to dwell on this issue and quickly changed the subject, stating his purpose. Tomorrow, come with me to meet someone. Chapter 183. Medic Ninja Naneu. The next day, the two disguised themselves slightly, using transformation techniques to become a middle-aged couple, winding their way to a remote area in Konoha. This is an orphanage? Tsunade looked at the somewhat dilapidated yard and asked suspiciously, "It's right here. Come with me." Shinno didn't explain much. He stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. After a while, a woman in her 40s came out. She looked at them, and the two bowed slightly, asking, "Is there something we can help you with? We are merchants from the Land of Fire, and we found an orphan on our way to Konoha. We wanted to ask if you could take him in." Disguised as a middle-aged man, Shinno, holding his beer belly, asked with a warm expression, "I can't make that decision. Please come in and sit down while I go find the director." The woman welcomed Shinno and the others in, and then glanced back, asking suspiciously, "Where's the orphan you found?" "Oh, he is quite timid now and doesn't dare to interact with strangers, so I'll put him in the caravan for now. But I'm about to set off from Konoha back to the Land of Fire, and I really can't continue to take care of him," Shinsuke explained. "You are truly a good person." After settling Shinsuke and the other person in the living room, she hurried to find the director. In just half a tea's time, the director, dressed in black nun's attire, walked in alone. Tsunade's pupils instantly widened. She recognized this person. After the Second Shinobi World War, she had worked at the Konoha hospital for a while, possessing outstanding medical ninjutsu, and Tsunade had even wanted to promote her, but she had heard that she resigned due to family reasons. She didn't expect to see her here again. Then the reason for her resignation was open to question. "Who exactly are you two?" Yakushi Nanoyu asked coldly, quietly moving 2 steps towards the door. Clap, clap, clap. Shinsuke applauded and smiled, as expected of the Roots Ace. The walking witch Yakushi Nanoyu. "Who are you really?" Nanoyu did not refute. Since the other party could find this place, they must have investigated her thoroughly. Tsunade, who had transformed into a middle-aged woman, immediately drooped her face. The walking witch was an ace spy of Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War, and such a person had worked at Konoha Hospital for several years. What was her true purpose? Shinsuke did not hurry to answer her question. Instead, he stood up and walked to the door, gently closing it. Release. With that, he dispersed all his chakra, restoring his original appearance. Tsunade saw him nod and also removed her transformation jutsu disguise. "Tsunade-sama, Shinsuke-sama, may I ask what brings you both here in disguise?" Nanoyu did not lower her guard, but she knew that her strength could not compete with the two, so she did not struggle unnecessarily and instead hoped to gather some useful information from them. Although her identity had been exposed, Nanoyu was not worried. She was still a serving ninja of Konoha, always operating in the outside world, and there was no fundamental conflict with the two. Moreover, the two came quietly, so they must have some request. "I came to find you. It naturally concerns your master. But before we get to that, let's deal with your trouble first." Without forming any hand seals, countless vines suddenly rose from the ground, tightly binding the still bewildered Nanoyu. What are you trying to do? Even in this state, the ace spy Nanoyu felt a bit frightened. You'll find out soon enough. Shinsuke walked in front of her, raised her chin with his right index finger, and with a forceful motion, opened her entire jaw. His other hand was not idle either. He inserted his index and middle fingers into her mouth and forcibly pulled her tongue out. Just as I thought, the tongue curse root eradication technique. Shinsuke flipped Nanoyu's tongue up and down, observing the curse mark beneath it, and chuckled softly. Sealing and isolation technique. He inserted his right index finger into Nanoyu's mouth, exploring left and right on her tongue, and finally pressed his fingertip against the mark of the tongue curse root eradication technique. With the chakra's constant flow, the tongue curse root eradication technique was completely isolated by Shinsuke's new sealing technique. Now, let's see if you can say the name Shimura Danzo. After withdrawing his index finger, Shinsuke rubbed Nanoyu's slightly dignified face with force, completely wiping away the saliva. Nanoyu did not shy away from being humiliated by Shinsuke. She opened her mouth with effort and finally gathered the courage to emit a sound like a mosquito. Danzo, seeing that she really had nothing to hide, Nanoyu's eyes turned red and she shed excited tears. Ever since she could remember, she had been under the tongue curse root eradication technique from Danzo, never able to say anything related to him. Not even a single thought, the curse mark would activate, making her unable to live or die. About 5 minutes later, Nanoyu finally composed herself and shyly bowed her head to the two in gratitude. I was truly out of line just now. Thank you, Shinsuke-sama. Tsunade eagerly asked, what was your purpose when you joined Konoha Medical Hospital? She had wanted to ask since entering, but had struggled to find the opportunity. It was an order from Lord Danzo. He wanted to acquire some medical ninjutsu. As for the purpose, I do not know. Tsunade suddenly recalled the high-level medical ninjutsu that was presented during her collaboration with Orochimaru. It seemed that Danzo had stolen them from Konoha Hospital at that time. He really went to great lengths to study would release. As the current ace spy of Root, why would you suddenly manage an orphanage? Shinsuke asked knowingly. Nanoyu's expression turned somewhat grim, and she slumped onto the chair, speechless for a long time. After a while, she finally said softly, after the Second Shinobi World War, Lord Danzo secretly controlled many orphanages to absorb fresh blood for Root. What? That's utterly inhumane. Tsunade slammed the table in anger. What does this old man want? To cultivate a ninja army privately? Does he plan to rebel? Shinsuke then said casually, is there a possibility that Lord Hokage knows about this? Tsunade, who had just been furious, suddenly paused. Indeed, if going through regular channels like the ninja school, very few ninjas would willingly join Root. But it was also a fact that Root needed to develop. Are these children's lives not lives? Tsunade stood by the window, pointing at the children playing in the yard, angrily saying, look at that one, and this one, their parents sacrificed themselves in the Second World War, giving their lives for Konoha. We cannot even take care of their orphans, and now we want to turn them into those inhumane monsters of Root? She turned and stared intently at Nanoyu, wanting her to explain. Chapter 184 Evidence of Danzo's Crimes. What do you both want to do? Are you going to deal with Lord Danzo? Nanoyu did not directly answer Tsunade's question, but instead asked to herself. Exactly. Shinsuke nodded in direct acknowledgement. The other party was the ace spy of Konoha. Playing such games was meaningless, and it was better to be straightforward. At this moment, Nanoyu had a look that said, I knew it. I refuse. You two should just go back the way you came and pretend we never met today. Shinsuke chuckled. It seemed that this walking which thinks we are bound to lose. Right? Nanoyu lightly nodded, her meaning clear. No matter what excessive things Lord Danzo has done, as long as Lord Hokage supports him, everything can be attributed to Konoha's darkness. Even if you obtain some evidence from me, it will be meaningless. Haha, do you think we are that naive? Shinsuke stood up and pointed at the orphans playing outside. It seems that the ace spy of Root, who makes the ninja world tremble in fear, really likes these children. Upon hearing this, Nanoyu froze for a moment, and after a long time, she sadly said, why must you, Shinsuke-sama, ask such a thing? The implication of the other party's words was clear. Using the children outside as a threat was no different from Danzo. It seems you have misunderstood, Nanoyu. Shinsuke smiled. We are here to set things right. You wouldn't want these children to be displaced again, would you? How about this? Once we succeed, I will hand over all of Konoha's orphanages to you to manage. And you won't have to worry about funding. Shinsuke-sama truly sees through people's hearts. I do indeed have some evidence of Lord Danzo's crimes here. But how can you guarantee your success? Nanoyu was not a die-hard loyalist to Danzo. There were certainly such people, but if root were to be truly filtered, they would definitely not exceed a handful. Otherwise, what would be the point of the tongue curse root eradication technique? The entire root was under the control of Danzo, precisely because he understood that the people in the root were only obedient due to his status, and many secretly harbored resentment. Seeing that Yano had relaxed a bit, Shinno replied, "Of course, we can't reveal our overall plan to you. I understand your concerns. These children are innocent, and I don't want them to be implicated. You can organize the evidence of Danzo's crimes and bring it out when the situation is settled." Yano looked at the confident Shinno across from him, wondering where he got the confidence that he could definitely bring down Danzo. "Don't think too highly of yourself. What you have in hand is merely a nail that we will use to secure Danzo's coffin board, but it is certainly not the only one." At this point, Shinno crossed his legs and said, "So can we get to know a bit in advance before the matter is accomplished?" Yano hesitated, but thinking about the dwindling funds for the orphanage and the orphans forcibly taken to the root by Danzo, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "You too, follow me." Yano opened the door and led the transformed Shinno and his companion to the back kitchen of the orphanage. It wasn't mealtime yet, so there was nobody there. Yano walked to the corner, pried up a floor tile, and Shinno looked over to see a small iron box. Yano carefully took out the box and slowly opened it, revealing the true nature inside. It was a sealed scroll, which presumably contained all the evidence of Danzo's crimes. Sure enough, Yano gently opened the scroll, formed hand seals with both hands, and softly said, "Release." A thick smoke dissipated, and a light paper floated out from the scroll, which Tsunade eagerly reached for. About 10 minutes later, even though Shinno already understood how low Danzo's morals were, he couldn't help but gasp after seeing Yano's records. How to say it? It wouldn't be right to say he deliberately harmed Konoha's interests. Although he did take power and money, ultimately it could be explained as being for the root and for Konoha. However, his means were appalling. Skipping over minor issues, just the two main points. He indiscriminately seized the inheritance of Konoha's orphans, which is a grave sin that offends the entire Konoha ninja community. Everyone sacrificed their lives for Konoha. At the very least, you can't steal their belongings, right? But Danzo did just that. After the Second Shinobi World War, he secretly controlled several orphanages in Konoha, using the excuse that orphans couldn't manage their inheritance to collect all assets. He claimed to safeguard it for everyone, promising to hand it over when the orphans became ninjas or adults. But in reality, these assets ended up in the root's pockets, with many properties sold off, leaving the orphans with nothing when they grew up. Moreover, for ninjas, money is not the most important thing. Many orphans' family jutsu were also taken by the root. Shinno looked at the records in his hand. There were over 100 types of basic elemental jutsu, including many A and B ranked top-tier ninjutsu. Among them, the most famous was the Super Beast imitation series of ninjutsu that shone brilliantly in the Fourth Shinobi World War. This was a family heirloom ninjutsu of a declining Konoha clan, but unfortunately, the last elite ninja of the family died in the battle between Konoha and Iwa in the Land of Grass, and his child was adopted by the Konoha orphanage. As a result, the family's hundreds of years of heritage fell into the hands of the root. What is this? It's the ninja world version of cutting off the roots of ninja families. Not to mention Danzo Shimura. Even the third Hokage would be immediately ousted if such things were exposed. Danzo's actions were akin to digging out the roots of ninja families. Everyone dedicated their lives to Konoha, and even in death, they were robbed of their inheritances and family jutsu. Who could tolerate that? Just based on this, Shinno could impeach the Hokage and Danzo at the Jonin conference. Shifting his focus to the second point, this guy Danzo would stop at nothing for victory. To effectively strike at the enemy, he often issued death orders to some Konoha ninjas, turning them into bait for ambushes. Such behavior was even more unacceptable. Everyone is a Konoha ninja, and the village's purpose is to protect everyone. How did the will of fire become sacrificing others to achieve one's own ends? Looking at the densely packed task details on the paper, Tsunade finally fixed her gaze on one line. Indeed, Uncle Kyumo was killed by Danzo. That's right. It recorded the entire story of Senju Kyumo, and Yano, as one of the spies in Iwa, also participated in the whole affair. After the war ended, Yano quietly collected evidence from various parties, basically restoring the events. Chapter 185, Danzo's double bloodline transplant. Alright, put these things away for now. Shinno stopped Tsunade from asking further. The information clearly stated that it was done by Danzo. What is the point of dragging it out? Yano returned everything to its original position, covering the floor tile in the corner again. making it impossible for anyone to tell that a piece of evidence against Danzo was hidden here. Take care of yourself during this time. It won't be long before I come back to find you, Shinno said to Yanoyu. Yanoyu nodded silently. Although she harbored resentment against Danzo, her upbringing had never made her consider rebellion. Keeping evidence was just a precaution. If it weren't for Shinno and his companion forcing her to bring out the evidence against Danzo this time, she might have lived her entire life in Danzo's shadow. Goodbye. Shinno reached out to grab Tsunade's arm and waved at Yanoyu. With the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, the two instantly vanished. Returning to the secret base of the route, Danzo was now lying on the operating table, his eyes replaced with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, while Mokutan cells had been implanted into his chest. Of course, Orochimaru was no fool. He had already swapped Nin cells for white Zetsu cells. Danzo didn't know how strong the erosion of Nin cells was, but Orochimaru did. It was a fantasy for a non-Uchiha to resist the erosion of Nin cells with just a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Danzo's Sharingan arm barely resisted the Nin cells, and now a pair of 3-Tomo could only match with white Zetsu cells. As expected of Lord Danzo, he could endure for half an hour without a sound. His willpower is indeed extraordinary, Orochimaru said with a chuckle, standing beside the operating table. At this moment, Danzo's forehead was bulging with veins, and he clenched his lips tightly, completely ignoring Orochimaru's teasing. Outside the operating room, Danzo's absolute confidence had formed a circle. As soon as anything unexpected happened inside, they would rush in and fight Orochimaru to the death. Moreover, to monitor Orochimaru in real time, even now in the operating room, many insects were flying around. This did not indicate poor hygiene in the operating room. Rather, it showed the intention of Yamanaka Ryo. Of course, Orochimaru had no ulterior motives this time. He was wholeheartedly serving Danzo, aiming to transplant 2 bloodline limits onto him to achieve dynamic balance. If successful, this would be ironclad evidence of Danzo stealing bloodline limits. If discovered, it would undoubtedly leave him with no way to turn back. Did Danzo know the consequences? Of course, he did. But on one hand, there were more and more experts in Konoha, and the pressure he faced was increasing. Moreover, as an absolute high-level figure in Konoha, he was confident that as long as he remained in this position, no one in Konoha, except for the third Hokage, would dare investigate him in future internal struggles. Even if he were truly toppled, based on the things he had done, he wouldn't escape death without the double bloodline transplant. If he successfully fights for the position of the fourth Hokage in the future, then Konoha will be under his control, and these issues will not be a problem. Right now, the dual bloodline limit is his key leverage in vying for the next Hokage, so how could he easily give it up? Half an hour later, Danzo could no longer hold back and began to roar, his voice so loud that even with the operating room's soundproofing, it could not be contained from spreading outside. Just as the root members outside were about to move, Yamanaka Ryoma silently shook his head. Danzo is fine now. This is a normal phenomenon. But Danzo has entrusted me with responsibility. Everything listens to me. You must believe in my bugs. Time passed slowly, and after 6 hours, Orochimaru had already inserted numerous 4 lines into Danzo. Despite Danzo's firm will, he was still a man around 50 years old, and his physique could not compare to that of someone in their 20s or 30s, so elevated body temperature, rapid heartbeat, and incontinence were unavoidable. Over the past few days, Danzo had been alternating between consciousness and unconsciousness, going back and forth several times, and finally endured through 3 days. His body had adapted to the dual enhancement of white Zetsu cells and the Sharingan, and his body temperature and heartbeat began to return to normal. How does Lord Danzo feel? Orochimaru asked curiously, seeing that Danzo had fully recovered. Danzo was the first ninja under him to successfully undergo dual bloodline transplantation, which held great reference significance. At this moment, on the operating table, Danzo had slowly sat up, and with a slight refinement of chakra, he was immediately thrilled. Originally, after reaching the age of 50, all his bodily functions began to decline, and even his total chakra amount started to decrease. This body, haha! Danzo clenched his fists, feeling the incredible changes in his body. The dual enhancements from Shinjū and Uchiha had led to a qualitative leap in both his physical and spiritual energy. He felt this overwhelming vitality and calculated in his heart. His total chakra amount was at least 3 times that of himself 2 days ago, and his body was still adapting. Once he fully recovered, it would reach at least 5 times that. Although the original Shimura Danzo was also a shadow-level powerhouse, his chakra amount was among the lowest among players of this level, But now it was different. With his body restored to youth, his ambition was suddenly ignited. The fourth Hokage, who else but me? His double, three-tomo, Sharingan spun wildly. He did not answer Orochimaru's question. The other party had now lost his value, and it was time to let him understand who was the king of Konoha. Would release, tree, binding death. A large tree suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, with countless branches and vines rapidly extending, instantly trapping Orochimaru within. Hearing the sound from inside, Yamanaka Ryuma rushed in with his team. Glancing at the operating room, where more than 10 ninjas had surrounded the bound Orochimaru. Indeed, Lord Danzo, I truly admire your ability to dismantle bridges after crossing. You're so young and already not learning well. How about it? Do you want to truly join us en route? As long as you are willing to undergo my tongue curse eradication technique, once I become the fourth Hokage, you will be the next leader of Root. At this moment, Danzo was full of confidence. Who would have thought that just a few years ago he had wanted to promote Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage? Haha, Lord Danzo. Don't joke. I am a disciple of the third Hokage. Today, even if I disagree, do you really dare to kill me? Orochimaru seemed unconcerned about being restrained. Instead, he patiently questioned back. Danzo's expression hardened. Although you are a disciple of the third Hokage, you have been madly conducting bloodline limit research privately. After being discovered by my root, instead of surrendering, you dared to resist without care, and I could easily kill you. How about it? Can you accept this kind of death? Ha ha ha. Danzo laughed heartily. Don't make pointless struggles. Joining us en route is your final destination. Danzo tempted. Since Orochimaru could allow himself to possess 2 bloodline limits simultaneously, then transplanting them to others would be no problem. Such a level of research capability should only be in his hands. If Orochimaru was sensible, that would be good. If not, he would have to end him today. It seems I have no choice but to accept. Although Orochimaru was tightly bound by would release, he did not care at all. As long as you join Root, you and I will join forces to annihilate the Uchiha clan. At that time, with so many three-tomo Sharingan, how many dual bloodline limit ninjas can we create? Danzo was still painting a grand picture. With them, we could completely unify the ninja world. At that time, I will become the greatest Hokage, and you will be the second in command of Konoha. Orochimaru kindly reminded, to simultaneously bear the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, one must also meet certain conditions. In all of Konoha, there are only those few people, not to mention they must be willing. Danzo interrupted firmly. Once I become Hokage, these will not be problems. Who can refuse the Hokage's orders? Then why not directly transplant Hashirama cells to the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Genin? At least the success rate would be higher? Unless I am dead. Letting Danzo transplant would release to the Uchiha clan is impossible even in the Infinite Tsukuyomi world. Orochimaru finally confirmed that this old fellow Danzo had gone mad, completely devoid of respect for knowledge and power. It's useless to say more. Since Lord Danzo believes he is invincible, then let me see your performance. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru, bound by would release, suddenly deflated like a balloon. Danzo quickly stepped forward, reaching out to touch the snake skin left behind by Orochimaru, gritting his teeth and saying, "Cunning guy." How could Orochimaru not guard against Danzo? After Danzo had just finished the operation, he had already used the shedding technique to escape the root base early. The one who had been verbally sparring with Danzo was merely a layer of shed snake skin wrapped around a shadow clone technique. When Shinji returned home, just after returning from Yamanaka, he saw a small white snake in the corner of his room. This white snake had no idea how long it had been waiting there. When it saw Shinji enter the room, it suddenly opened its mouth to an unnatural size. Then, 2 arms stretched out from the snake's mouth, and with a strong tear, Orochimaru surprisingly emerged from inside. Your snake-style ninjutsu is getting more and more bizarre. Shinji clapped in admiration. Today is really a mess. Orochimaru ignored the sticky liquid on his body and casually sat down opposite Shinji. How is the experiment going? No problem. That old guy Danzo has already transplanted 2 bloodlines, and that's a solid proof. Shinji asked with concern, "Are you okay? You escaped from Root without permission. I wonder how Danzo will smear your name in front of the third Hokage?" Orochimaru remained unfazed, but his expression was somewhat dim. After the operation was successful, Danzo couldn't wait to kill me. I don't know if it was his intention or that of my esteemed teacher. After thinking for a while, Shinji shook his head. I think it was Danzo's autonomous decision, but the third Hokage must have tacitly approved it. Of course, none of this matters. What will you do during this time? Do you need me to provide you with a place to stay? Right now, Orochimaru had not defected from Konoha, but the situation was unclear, and he certainly needed to go out and find refuge. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own place. Orochimaru now not only had to worry about the Hokage's pursuit, but also could not fully trust Shinji. As a double agent, he was surrounded by black gloves on both sides, and anyone wanting to eliminate him would have every reason to do so. Shinnosuke lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then understood Orochimaru's concerns. However, he did not rush to make any guarantees. Such matters should be judged by actions. No problem. I understand your concerns. Let's exchange contact information, and it won't be long before I have control over Konoha. At that time, we will need you, Orochimaru-senpai, to stand up and accuse the culprits of Konoha. Shinnosuke dared not let Orochimaru roam freely in the ninja world. After all, he was now a top talent with transplantation technology. If he really wanted to cause trouble for Konoha, implanting a bunch of would-release ninjas, even if they weren't strong, would still be a headache. I'll be waiting for good news from you, Shinnosuke-kun. Orochimaru chuckled, transforming into a white snake and disappearing nearby. After Orochimaru's escape, Danzo sat in the laboratory deep in thought for a long time. In the end, he had no choice but to go see the third Hokage. Orochimaru escaped from him, and if he did not take the initiative, allowing him to smear his name, the situation would become uncontrollable. Seeing Danzo walk into the Hokage building dressed oddly, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his work and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly wearing sunglasses?" Danzo waved his hand, signaling Hiruzen's subordinates to disperse. Once they were alone, he carefully took off the sunglasses, revealing his Sharingan with 3 tomo. "What? How dare you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. The act of coveting bloodline limits or secret techniques was a taboo in the ninja world. Even as the third Hokage, he would not dare to force any clan to hand over their secret techniques. Of course, rules were one thing, private operations were another. Danzo's root had been a secretive organization for a long time, and Hiruzen knew this well. But could the Uchiha clan be compared to those small ninja clans that had already fallen apart? This was a major clan with nearly 50 jonin and a ninja army of almost 1,000. Moreover, it wasn't just the Uchiha. If this matter about Danzo were to be exposed, clans like the Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Inuzuka would all stand against him. This is a necessary cost. Danzo slowly sat down across from Hiruzen, speaking nonchalantly. A necessary cost? Hiruzen asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Of course, it's the necessary cost for implanting wood release. Danzo said excitedly. The Sharingan can lower the requirements for wood release transplantation, while wood release can simultaneously reduce the side effects of implanting the Sharingan. The two abilities complement each other perfectly. So you mean? Hiruzen said, somewhat incredulous. The wood release experiment was successful? Danzo nodded proudly. So what are we waiting for? Hurry and let Orochimaru come see me. At this moment, Danzo felt a bit awkward, but had already thought of a reason during his journey. Orochimaru managed to escape after successfully implanting into me. What? You said Orochimaru defected? Hiruzen couldn't accept this. He believed he'd been good enough to Orochimaru, who came from a commoner background yet managed to become a Hokage's disciple. During the Second Ninja World War, he even became a commanding officer, and now he was a strong competitor for the fourth Hokage. Immediately, his gaze fixed on Danzo. Orochimaru must have run away, but the specific reason could not be as simple as Danzo claimed. Why? Hiruzen asked, emphasizing each word. Danzo awkwardly explained. After the experiment was successful, he didn't want to easily use this scientific ability for you and me, thinking instead it would be his bargaining chip in competing for the position of fourth Hokage. Enough. Hiruzen stood up suddenly. How long do you plan to keep deceiving me? Don't I know Orochimaru? He glared at Danzo, pointing at his head with his left hand. If you still won't tell me the truth, you don't need to be my Hokage advisor anymore. Despite Hiruzen always appearing to be a good-natured person, when he was enraged, he looked fierce and intimidating, effectively silencing Danzo. All right, Danzo said with a bitter smile. I wanted to control the power of the double bloodline myself, but Orochimaru had his own ideas, and after we clashed, he escaped. Only then did Hiruzen nod in satisfaction. He had watched Orochimaru grow up. He understood him well and knew he was definitely not the kind of fool Danzo described. No matter what conflict you two had, escaping from Konoha is a serious crime. Hiruzen sat back down in deep thought. In his heart, he saw himself as the highest judge of Konoha. Orochimaru indeed made a mistake this time. Even if there was a conflict with Danzo, he shouldn't have run away. What did this indicate? It showed he didn't even trust his own teacher. Did he think that Hiruzen would favor Danzo? In any case, he had to bring him back. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. Even if I have to break his legs, I'll drag him back. Humph. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? Hiruzen glared at him. It's a lie that you want to find Orochimaru. What you really want is his transplantation technology, right? Danzo did not refute. They had been teammates since they were young, and such small schemes were hard to hide from each other. You can't do it. If you go, he might just defect directly. Hiruzen bluntly rejected Danzo's suggestion. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, Orochimaru held too many secrets, and as his teacher, if he truly defected, it would be a significant blow to Hiruzen's prestige. Therefore, he needed to bring him back in the shortest time possible. Let Jiraiya go. You know their relationship. Have him bring Orochimaru back. Hiruzen muttered to himself. But after thinking for a while, he suddenly changed his mind. Actually, let Minato go. I don't trust Jiraiya. Jiraiya's relationship with Orochimaru was similar to Hiruzen's with Danzo. Although he was confident in Jiraiya, if Orochimaru managed to persuade him a bit, it could lead to trouble. Ultimately, Hiruzen believed in Jiraiya's loyalty to the village, but not in his intelligence. He might face difficulties when dealing with Orochimaru. Moreover, Jiraiya was currently wandering around the ninja world, making it hard to find him right away. On the other hand, Minato was still in Konoha, skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he couldn't defeat Orochimaru, he could escape. As long as he caught up with Orochimaru and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone over, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to escape. Before long, Minato entered the Hokage building and, in less than half an hour, hurriedly accepted this S-rank mission. After returning to Route, Danzo appeared anxious and restless. One wrong step led to another. He failed to capture Orochimaru once and for all, and instead let that guy escape. Now, he was the most passive party. Once Orochimaru returned under Sir Toby Hiruzen's protection, no one would be able to touch him. That technology for double bloodline transplantation would fall into Hiruzen's hands. Feeling the surging energy within him, the enhancement from would release and the Sharingan was tremendous. He estimated that he could now fight two of his former selves. And at his peak, he believed that Hiruzen would definitely be unable to resist the temptation of the double bloodline. And, as Hokage, he would not need to assassinate Uchiha ninjas. Just with that useless Uchiha Fugaku, a single word from Hiruzen would make him obediently hand over his 3-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan had accumulated so many Sharingan over thousands of years. This wouldn't be difficult for Uchiha Fugaku. Considering this, if Hiruzen were to rise rapidly in power like him, the energy from would release could even resist the erosion of time, allowing Hiruzen, whose body was already on the decline, to regain his youth. Wouldn't he have to stay in the Hokage position for another 20 years? Absolutely cannot let Orochimaru return. Shimura, Danzo murmured. Bring Ryoma over. After making up his mind, he began to instruct those around him. Yes, my lord. Hearing Danzo's voice, the waiting ninjas outside quickly went to find Oil Girl Ryoma. What are your orders, my lord? After a while, the nominal third-in-command of Root respectfully knelt and asked, That guy Orochimaru, there's no need for me to elaborate on the cause and process of the matter. You know it too. Now I need you to mobilize all the power of Root to tarnish his reputation in Konoha. Danzo took a deep breath and continued, the wood release experiment. Capturing Konoha civilians as test subjects, including ninjas from major clans. The other party has already fled in fear of punishment. We must ensure he never rises again. Yes, my lord. Ryoma did not hesitate and took his orders directly. Orochimaru has only been responsible for the wood release experiment these years. Everything else has been handled by Root. But smearing someone's reputation is what Root excels at. Go now, and I want to know the results in a few days. A few days later, news that came from who knows where had spread throughout Konoha. As a disciple of the third Hokage during the Second Shinobi World War, he commanded Orochimaru in the Land of Rain. He suddenly betrayed the Hokage in Konoha. He researched and secretly excavated the grave of the first Hokage, desecrating the remains of Hashirama, and crazily captured Konoha civilians and elite ninjas from major clans for the wood release bloodline limit experiments. After being discovered by Konoha's Umbu, Orochimaru fled the village. This shocking news shattered Konoha. Countless ninjas began to feel confused. Orochimaru still had a good reputation in Konoha, and he had many supporters. Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Lord Orochimaru has been wronged. Someone must have framed him. Go find Hokage and let him seek justice. Let's go together. Many of Orochimaru's supporters and some ninjas who just wanted to cause trouble gathered together and marched towards the Hokage building. Before they could reach the Hokage building, Umbu had already blocked their way. The Hokage has ordered that you all return home. The matter concerning Orochimaru is still under investigation. The crowd looked at each other. Leaving now was not an option, but neither was staying. Just then, Danzo appeared with some root ninjas in front of everyone. Chapter 188. Smearing Orochimaru 2. Looking at the two sides that had reached a stalemate. The leader of Root stepped in to separate them and stood in the middle of the road, raising his arm and calling out. The Hokage still considers the master-disciple relationship with Orochimaru, thinking that there is still a chance for him to repent. So he hasn't directly issued an order declaring Orochimaru a rogue ninja. Saying this, he looked around with a compassionate expression for Konoha, but I absolutely do not agree to give this parasite a chance for redemption. Orochimaru's life is a life. But what about the civilians and ninjas he brutally killed? Among Orochimaru's supporters, an elite jonin could no longer hold back and stood up. Does Lord Danzo have any evidence for these claims? Oh, it's Jonin Mitsushiro. Danzo recognized him at a glance. He knew this person was a die-hard supporter of Orochimaru, having fought alongside him in the Land of Rain for many years, and was saved by Orochimaru several times in life-threatening situations on the battlefield. He did not pressure him with his status. This time, he had already prepared enough black material to directly label Orochimaru as a rogue ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted Orochimaru to return, hoping to master the method of transplanting dual bloodlines, so it was impossible for him to directly define Orochimaru as a rogue ninja. But if Orochimaru returns, it would be his end. Since he could not walk the path of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would make Orochimaru an object of scorn in Konoha. The public sentiment in Konoha was surging. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not openly violate the village's regulations. Danzo waved his hand, and more than a dozen root ninjas brought out the corpses of materials that had died in the wood release experiments. Among them, civilians made up the majority, with dozens of bodies, while there were also more than a dozen ninja corpses. Looking at this pile of half-human, half-tree monsters, everyone present fell silent, especially after identifying them. The appearance of 3 jonin was like igniting a powder keg. These are the 3 jonin who disappeared last month. Nazamunen, Zamanka Gida, Uchiha da. Someone began to call out their names, especially Uchiha Itachi, whose hollow eye sockets seemed to tell everyone everything. Even Jonin Mitsushiro, who had just been adamant, had nothing to say in the face of such ironclad facts. This only proves that they did indeed die in the wood release research. But why should it be said that it was Lord Orochimaru's doing? Someone suddenly raised a question. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Danzo had someone throw out a husk, which was a shell left behind by Orochimaru when he escaped using his shedding technique. This ninjutsu, I believe everyone knows about, right? When we Root and Umbu discovered the insane Orochimaru, he directly used this ninjutsu to escape. This is the evidence. If there were no problems, why did he run? He is a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, who in Konoha could wrong him. Even if he was wronged, wouldn't the Hokage seek justice? Danzo's voice struck the hearts of Orochimaru's supporters like a heavy hammer. Even the most steadfast began to waver. Danzo pressed on, taking out evidence from the Second Shinobi World War regarding Orochimaru's embezzlement of military supplies and the disregard for human life. Among the evidence prepared in advance by Root, some were real and some were fake. For instance, embezzling military supplies was true, while the disregard for human life was more about smearing. But now, no matter what, no one could prove that these were all false. Countless unfavorable pieces of evidence were brought out one by one, like nails in Orochimaru's coffin, firmly pinning him in the ranks of rogue ninjas. Standing at the front, Danzo saw that everyone was beginning to yield, and he stepped forward, raising his arm and shouting, I stand here today to expose the various crimes of Orochimaru. The Hokage still wants him to return to the right path, but I do not agree. He pointed to the pile of corpses on the ground. I believe their families would not agree, and all Konoha's villagers and ninjas cannot agree. More and more ninjas and civilians were swayed by Danzo's impassioned speech, and the root ninjas lying in ambush among the crowd also began to stir. Kill the murderer. Restore Konoha's peace. Rogue ninja. Orochimaru. Rogue ninja. Orochimaru. Countless people gathered together, their voices growing louder and louder, wave after wave. Even the Umbu guarding the Hokage building could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer hide in the Hokage building pretending to be dead. He had come to hate Danzo immensely. He originally thought he could easily control this matter. But this time, Danzo openly opposed him, and he was left speechless. Should he explain to the people of Konoha that the wood release experiments were his orders? The bodies lying on the ground would never agree to that. He now deeply regretted this miscalculation. He did not know that using his village's ninjas for experiments was all orchestrated by Orochimaru and Danzo. Now, Danzo had poured all the dirty water onto Orochimaru, wanted to wash himself clean while completely driving Orochimaru out. Helpless, desperate, but with no way out. He could only step-by-step walk out of the Hokage building. As the door creaked open, a small figure appeared before everyone, and the voices of those who had been shouting just moments ago suddenly fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a longtime Hokage, holds great prestige in Konoha, and everyone's gaze turned to him, eager to hear his explanation. Danzo was right. He stared fixedly at Shimura Danzo, who, however, appeared calm, as if he were the good elder acting for the public good. These experiments were all conducted by Orochimaru, and he had already escaped from Konoha during the capture process. But considering his past contributions to Konoha and the fact that he held much intelligence about the village as a high-ranking official, they had not yet classified him as an S-rank rogue ninja to avoid pushing him into desperation and collaborating with other villages. Is that really the case? Lord Orochimaru is so confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and solemnly said to everyone, "If anyone can contact Orochimaru, tell him to turn back while there's still time. As long as he doesn't sell the village's intelligence and techniques to outside villages, I guarantee here that Konoha will go easy on him." Even at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not given up on Orochimaru, or rather, he was truly afraid of forcing Orochimaru to another ninja village. The secrets Orochimaru held were not trivial. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, losing them would severely harm the village. Just when everyone was at a loss, Uzumaki Shinno and Shinjū Rope Tree arrived unexpectedly. Since Orochimaru is studying wood release and plotting to seize our clan's bloodline limit, let us take on the mission to capture him. Chapter 189. S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. Looking at the two who stepped forward, countless ninjas whispered among themselves. With Lord Shinno taking action, I see no problem. Yes, we recognize Lord Shinno's strength. Since Orochimaru is studying wood release, it is reasonable for Lord Shinno to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt somewhat stuck, unable to think of any excuses to refuse. No, Orochimaru is insane and ruthless, and as a disciple of the third Hokage, all the sins should be handled by the Hokage. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss, Danzo spoke up to refute him. This time, Danzo was not trying to undermine the Hokage. He dared not let Shinno and Rope Tree take action. He was well aware of Orochimaru's situation, and if he said something inappropriate or presented evidence he shouldn't have in front of them, he would be finished. Shinno had fought alongside Orochimaru during the Second Great Ninja War, and Rope Tree was even Orochimaru's disciple. If they found Orochimaru, how could he cover for himself? Now, the one who had implanted the dual bloodlines was Shimura Danzo. He thought silently that he must eliminate or control Orochimaru before everyone found him. At this point, he increasingly felt that the situation had exceeded his control. After implanting the dual bloodlines, he was being pushed forward step by the matters concerning Orochimaru. Rope Tree stepped forward and clasped his hands toward everyone, then said loudly, "Lord Danzo's words are wrong, regardless of how we view it. Orochimaru is researching our Shinjū clan's bloodline limit. As Orochimaru's disciple and the clan leader of the Shinjū, I am responsible from every angle. We Uchiha clan must also contribute. Orochimaru is so ruthless, not only plotting wood release, but also seeking to extract the Uchiha clan Sharingan. He must pay for his blood debts." At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also appeared from nowhere, stepping forward to collect the body of Uchiha Oka, his eyes bloodshot. Rope Tree's reasoning was irrefutable from any perspective. He was the best candidate, and Uchiha Fugaku, using Uchiha Oka's body, left people speechless. "All right, no more arguing." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and said, "I have not been strict with my disciples, and I apologize for letting you all see the joke. Rope Tree is right, but both of you know that Orochimaru's level of danger is not comparable to that of an ordinary rogue ninja. It would be best to let Jiraiya and Minato handle the search for him." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement was particularly important. From any perspective, both Shinno and Rope Tree were qualified to participate in the pursuit of Orochimaru, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning was also valid. Thus caught in this dilemma, relying on his position as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately made a decisive decision, firmly passing the plan for Jiraiya and Minato to be responsible for the mission. Rope Tree still wanted to say something and stepped forward again, but was tugged by Shinno's sleeve. He finally opened his mouth in frustration, then led the Shinjū clan to snort coldly and dispersed. Since Orochimaru's matter had become an undeniable fact, no one present could linger on it. Although Orochimaru still had many supporters in Konoha, they were few in number and lacked influence, unable to stir up any more waves. Seeing everyone starting to disperse, Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed Danzo, who was trying to sneak away, and with fiery eyes said, "You come with me." The two walked into the Hokage's office one after the other, and the door slammed shut, at which point the roar of the Hokage could be heard from inside. "What exactly do you want to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth as he shouted. "This was all your plan, wasn't it? You wanted to push Orochimaru into becoming a rogue ninja. What is going on with you two? Does he have your evidence in hand?" Danzo could no longer hide it and, having achieved his goal, said sinisterly, "Hiruzen, don't forget. It was you who let Orochimaru join the route to study wood release back then. He not only has my evidence, but probably has plenty of yours too. It's time to make a decision." Danzo sat on the chair, not avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. After the success of the wood release experiment, Orochimaru wanted to monopolize this technology. That is the only explanation. This guy Danzo, even at this point, still wanted to turn the tables. If it weren't for his narrow-mindedness and desire to completely control Orochimaru and the wood release transplant technology, there wouldn't have been so many problems. But even now, he still wanted to smear Orochimaru. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sit down dejectedly, his eyes vacant, having lost their former luster. He did not believe Danzo's explanation, but in his heart, he had basically pieced together the sequence of events. After the success of the wood release experiment, there must have been a conflict over the spoils between Danzo and Orochimaru. In the route, Danzo had the numbers, and Orochimaru had no choice but to flee. Moreover, Orochimaru had plenty of evidence of Danzo's illegal activities, and after Orochimaru escaped the village, Danzo needed to classify him as a rogue ninja. In this case, regardless of what evidence Orochimaru had, who would believe the words of a rogue ninja? In the original plot, Orochimaru had exchanged Sharingan and would release arms with Danzo, and after becoming a rogue ninja, it was almost identical to the current situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being so experienced, did not expect that Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position was so deep. He thought that the conflict between Danzo and Orochimaru was merely due to unequal distribution of spoils. But the root cause was still Danzo wanting to compete for the next Hokage. The power surge brought by wood release and Sharingan transplants led Danzo to develop a mistaken perception. This ability to carry out large-scale dual bloodline transplants could only be in his hands. Whoever, whether Orochimaru or Sarutobi Hiruzen, mastered this ability could suppress all opposition and remain in the position of Hokage until death. Then what chance would Danzo have to step forward? The ship has sailed. It was too late to say anything now. Orochimaru's crimes had been presented in front of everyone, completely cutting off any possibility of Orochimaru turning back. Tomorrow, I will officially announce that Orochimaru is an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Are you satisfied now? After a struggle deep inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately chose to give up on Orochimaru, and Danzo's scheme finally succeeded. Orochimaru's evidence regarding the wood release experiment in his hands is like a double-edged sword. He has never claimed to be wary of his teacher, but just because he hasn't said it doesn't mean others will believe it. This double-edged sword simultaneously strikes at Sarutobi Hiruzen and himself, creating a thick barrier between the master and disciple. Under the instigation of Danzo, the two have lost their foundation of mutual trust, and factors such as the position of Hokage and family inheritance make Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitant to take risks. He truly believes that Orochimaru has no ulterior motives, but if he were to betray him, Sarutobi would find it impossible to continue in Konoha. Power, status, and family ties act like chains, and weighing the pros and cons, he can only give up on Orochimaru. Chapter 190. Preparation for counterattack. Danzo walked out of the Hokage building, looking quite pleased with himself. After secretly battling Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years, it was the first time he had the upper hand. Back at Root, the once exuberant Danzo changed his demeanor. Despite a temporary victory, the current situation hadn't changed. Names like Shinji, Shinjū, and Minato couldn't excite Danzo's mind anymore. He was solely focused on capturing Orochimaru alive and obtaining the method for double bloodline transplantation. Moreover, he needed to act quickly. Judging by circumstances, Orochimaru now possessed a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan and secretly withheld Hashirama's cells. He couldn't believe Orochimaru could resist such temptation. If he delayed and allowed Orochimaru to perform transplantation on himself, he would lose his only advantage. Soon, Konoha dropped a bombshell in the otherwise calm ninja world. officially declaring Orochimaru an S-rank rogue ninja, shocking other ninja villages and prompting them to privately lament the ever-violent internal strife of Konoha. At this moment, Root ninjas launched attacks from all sides. Although there were no orders from the Hokage, Root, as Konoha's external blade, always had the right to act independently. The Uzumaki clan also began to tighten internally while appearing loose externally. Uzumaki F and his father, Uzumaki Mingtang, have been keeping a close watch on the Root base over the past few days. Danzo was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to personally capture Orochimaru. At the same time, Shinji was also waiting for an opportunity, a chance for Danzo to show a flaw. In the main hall of the Uzumaki clan residence, under Shinji's coordination, the core members of their faction had gathered. All important figures sat in 2 rows. On the left sat Uzumaki Dar, Uzumaki Shinji, Uzumaki Mingtang, Uzumaki Kaze, and Uzumaki Kushina, 5 elites of the Uzumaki clan. Facing them were equally formidable figures: Tsunade, Shinjū, Kakashi, and Oil Girl Shirhai. 9 individuals representing 9 acknowledged shadow-level masters. Uzumaki Dar, Uzumaki Shinji, and Kakashi were already recognized as shadow-level powerhouses during the Second Shinobi World War. Among them, Uzumaki Mingtang and Uzumaki Kaze, having mastered the Earth Grudge Fear and the Banishing Fan, completely grasped the 5 elemental ninjutsu over the past 4 years, combined with the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra reserves. Shinji privately referred to the 2 as Konoha's Little Hiruzen. Kushina, now 16, was a rare talent in sealing techniques within the Uzumaki clan, having awakened the adamantine sealing chains and partially utilized tailed beast chakra as a 4-tailed Jinchuriki, making her worthy of shadow-level combat power. Tsunade had already mastered the Yin sealing technique, and with her medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength, she had been a shadow-level powerhouse since the end of the Second Shinobi World War. Shinjū had activated the Shinjū bloodline after transplanting the white Zetsu legs, and now he could handle not only the birth of the tree realm, but also the wood dragon technique with ease. The most unexpected among them was Oil Girl Shirhai, who had completely mastered the Oil Girl clan's nano-level poisonous insects 2 years ago and learned the family's top-tier area attack ninjutsu, the poison technique, making him an absolute genius of the Oil Girl clan in recent decades. However, this only meant he was an elite Jonin with top-tier offensive capabilities. After years of training under Kakashi, he was merely on par with the average Jonin in physical combat, not exceeding the average line. As a shadow-level powerhouse, he had flaws. If one were to compare, he was like a recently awakened Itachi Uchiha or a newly defected Deidara. They possessed shadow-level attack power, but had numerous flaws. If nothing unexpected happened, giving these individuals 10 years to address their various shortcomings would at least prevent them from lagging behind, and they would become genuine shadow-level powerhouses. However, Oil Girl Shirhai was different from others. His biggest advantage was his teammate, Uzumaki Shinji. After mastering the nano-level poisonous insects and the poison technique, Shinji used 5,000 fate points to develop a top-tier ninjutsu for him, propelling Oil Girl Shirhai to the height of a shadow-level powerhouse. And at this level, he was definitely among the best. Putting aside small talk, back to the main topic. Shinji tapped the table. This private gathering was organized by him, and it was time to lay everything on the table. A collection of intelligence he had diligently gathered over the years by sending Uzumaki ninjas to collect information lay quietly before everyone. Kakashi opened it first. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he trembled after reading it, feeling cold all over. Is this all true? Kakashi bitterly smiled, realizing this was prepared specifically by his good student for him. With so many people present today, the Uzumaki clan had clearly made up their minds. According to the intelligence, the previous clan leader of the Shinjū clan had died under Danzo's conspiracy, and the next clan leader had his legs broken by Konoha's higher-ups. Over the years, the death rate of the Shinjū clan had far exceeded that of ordinary ninja clans. Looking at the Shinjū siblings sitting beside him, it was needless to say they had both made up their minds. As for his other good student, it was needless to say. The Oil Girl clan had been subjected to severe oppression by Konoha's higher-ups as a staunch ally of the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans. Root frequently sought to absorb the younger generation of the Oil Girl clan, and now the two sides were at odds. Moreover, the top-tier ninjutsu Shinji had given to Oil Girl Shirhai was the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was a true shadow-level inheritance, a favor significant enough to make the Oil Girl clan prioritize it above all else. Why does the teacher need to ask questions he already knows the answers to? Shinji replied with a smile. The intelligence contained various evidence of the 4 elder clans' misdeeds. According to the Uzumaki clan statistics, they had originally been small to mid-sized ninja clans. But aside from the Shimura clan, which had become increasingly smaller under Danzo's leadership, the other 3 had developed into Konoha's top clans. The most prominent was the Sarutobi clan. When Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, the clan could barely muster 200 ninjas. And now, according to the Uzumaki clan statistics, there were at least 500. Moreover, they were primarily in administrative positions. When did Konoha become the Sarutobi clan's Konoha? The black material collected by the Uzumaki clan, the evidence Orochimaru held regarding the higher-ups' human experiments, and the misdeeds Danzo had committed over the years. Any one of these could be a death sentence for an ordinary ninja. Kakashi couldn't imagine that the Konoha higher-ups, who always proclaimed the will of fire and appeared virtuous in front of everyone, were so corrupt internally. Teacher, should we join forces with you? Give Konoha a sunny day again? Chapter 191. The plan to trap Danzo, what to do with them? Of course, it was to overthrow the rule of the 3rd Hokage and the Elders faction. At that moment, the samurai spirit and the will of fire intertwined in Kakashi's heart, burning like a blazing fire, making him eager to rush out and warn others. But the pieces of black material Shinji presented wrapped around his limbs like vines, rendering him immobile. Is everyone thinking the same way? Kikaku Sakomo still couldn't make up his mind, and he looked around at everyone present and asked. Uzumaki Dairo was the first to speak. Sakomo-kun, don't hesitate anymore. We're doing this for Konoha. The usually carefree Shinjū bluntly stated. Konoha is not the Konoha of the Shinjū clan, nor the Konoha of the Uzumaki clan, and certainly not the Konoha of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade was the last straw that broke the camel's back. As a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, she could not tolerate her teacher, Orochimaru, being forced to conduct human experiments by them. Now, after sacrificing so many people and achieving results, he selfishly wants to keep those results for himself. If even Orochimaru cannot be tolerated, who else can they accept in Konoha? The people present ignored the fact that Orochimaru was one of the candidates most likely to become the 4th Hokage, promoted by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. If even someone like him is to be pushed out in the face of interests, who can still be trusted? It seems you all have made up your minds about me, Kikaku Sakomo said with a bitter smile. Shinji quickly comforted him. Teacher, we are not trying to pressure you. We recognize your feelings for Konoha. Now, represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Elder Council of Konoha has become a parasite, beginning to eat away at Konoha's vitality. He spread out the information on the table. Although Konoha is wealthy, every penny is the hard-earned money of the village's ninjas. Currently, there are only over 40,000 ninjas in all of Konoha. The 3 major ninja clans represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen account for nearly 3,000. That's almost 1/10 of the total number of ninjas in Konoha. Moreover, most of them are administrative personnel. You know they don't have the ability to manage Konoha, right? Most of these ninjas, as you must know, are only slightly stronger than freshly graduated kids. Why should they become nin? Isn't it just because they open back doors for themselves? All in their 20s and 30s at the prime of their youth, instead of completing missions to protect their homeland, they just sit in offices like parasites, digging at the roots of Konoha. Yamanaka Shikaku, usually quiet, also picked up on Shinji's words. Teacher, make up your mind. We're doing this for Konoha too. Kikaku Sakomo's face stiffened, and he finally nodded heavily. What you said is right. I've been a bit too rigid. Seeing Kikaku Sakomo agree, Shinji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is a true believer in the will of fire, just originally narrow-minded, equating the Konoha upper echelons with the will of fire. But now, the people sitting around this table represent forces that are not smaller than the Konoha upper echelons. And these people are ninjas who have fought alongside him. Is the will of fire of the upper echelons the only one that counts, while others do not? Once we succeed, what do you plan to do next? Can you guarantee that you can do better than them? Kikaku Sakomo asked word by word. Shinji stood up without hesitation. Now is not the time for modesty. Of course, I have my own plans. Everyone will see for themselves when the time comes. The matter concerning Konoha's reform cannot be summed up in just a few words, but as a military organization of the Land of Fire, the current promotion system must change. He pointed around and then at himself. Under the condition that the mission volume meets a certain standard, as ninjas, we must speak with strength. To become a Konoha elder, at the very least, one's strength should not be less than a recognized Kaga level combat power, right? People like Nara Shikamaru and Mito Kazuhana can become elders only because of connections. Shinji's statement was aimed at establishing a standard. As a military organization, even the worst standards are better than having no standards. And loyalty cannot be quantified. After contributing to the village, which is just an accumulation of mission volume, one must rely on strength to speak, so everyone can be convinced. Unlike now, among these 9 people present, aside from Kushina, who hasn't made great contributions to Konoha, even Kushina bears the heavy responsibility of sealing the 9 tails. Furthermore, with more and more Kage-level experts like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze in Konoha, it is unrealistic for everyone to remain subordinate to others. Alright, then I will accompany you on this dangerous mission. I hope to restore clarity to Konoha. Kikaku Tsukuyomi gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It was not Shinji's promises to Konoha's upper echelons that moved him, but rather this frank and open attitude of letting the capable rise and the mediocre fall. Just as Orochimaru said, Konoha's windmill has decayed. It needs new wind to turn. And replacing the decayed upper echelons with those present who represent a new wind is the only way for Konoha to move forward better. So what is our next plan? Shinjū asked straightforwardly. These days, I will contact Orochimaru and let him find a flaw near the route to see if we can lure Danzo out. Shinji said with a slight smile. The Uzumaki clan and the Shinjū clan need to put pressure on Konoha internally. Wood release is our inherited ninjutsu, and we must keep causing disturbances, plus with Fugaku, who reached an understanding with us last time, and Orochimaru still owes him a pair of Sharingan. Orochimaru currently possesses some good stuff. Danzo will not share it with us. Shinji slapped the table. Danzo's body, modified with wood release and Sharingan, is the most direct evidence of his crimes, and he can't deny it. The problem now is how to catch him. Everyone present has the strength to deal with Danzo individually, but it's still difficult to act within Konoha. If he escapes, we will be passive, catching him and the evidence. As long as we can catch Danzo, all difficulties can be easily resolved, but a strong attack on a root base is the last resort. After a series of coordinated operations between Shinji and Orochimaru, Sarutobi Asuma led their family's loyal troops out of the Inazuma ninja village. Minato Namikaze was still pursuing Orochimaru, and Jiraiya was nowhere to be found. Even if he returned, with his bond with Orochimaru, he would definitely not stay in Konoha and would go after Orochimaru. The top experts and loyal troops of the Hokage faction have already been withdrawn from Konoha. Now is the best window of opportunity to take the initiative. If we can lure Danzo out, that would be best. If not, even if Konoha suffers huge losses, we must still launch a strong attack on the root base. Chapter 192. Luring Danzo 2. After receiving Shinji's request, Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. He was also looking forward to the upcoming changes. Originally, he didn't feel much in Konoha, but now he had to hide everywhere after coming out. This life was truly uncomfortable. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet experienced the harshness of society. He had always been above others in Konoha, protected by Sarutobi Hiruzen since graduating from the Ninja Academy. It was like being the top disciple of a prestigious sect in a fantasy novel. But now he had been expelled from the sect, fallen to the streets, and had to endure being hunted. He truly fit the template of a protagonist. The key issue was that as a research fanatic, Orochimaru had only been focusing on escaping these days. Even his thoughts about the next steps for wood release transplantation had been interrupted, which was truly frustrating. Have you found Orochimaru's whereabouts? He's in a land of rice? Danzo asked, somewhat puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. When did Orochimaru become so weak? Although he had ordered the root to do everything possible to capture Orochimaru, to be honest, it had only been a few days, not even a month. He had no hope at all. It must be Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have protected Orochimaru too well, and now that he has just defected from the village, he has revealed his true self. It shows that Orochimaru's strength is still limited. Report. Lord Danzo, urgent intelligence. Just as Danzo was hesitating about what to do next, another root ninja rushed in. He reached out to take the intelligence, and Danzo's expression immediately became serious. Recently, the situation surrounding Orochimaru has been tumultuous. After revealing his research on wood release to the public, the entire Konoha was almost turned upside down, especially the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans. Wood release is originally their bloodline limit, and this is a matter of great significance for the inheritance of the ninja clans. Thus, the Uzumaki clan, with their 1,000-strong ninja army, began to stir, shouting for severe punishment for the perpetrator, and even the father and son of Shinjiro could not control them. Or perhaps, This is what they had planned. Even more seriously, some members of the Shinjū clan, represented by Shinjū, believe that the recent years of Shinjū weakness are due to the separation of branches. They feel that anyone can bully the Shinjū clan and dare to covet the wood-release bloodline. Adding to this, Shinjū has also awakened wood-release, and some branch members who have not been doing well after the separation began to gather around him, using this research on wood-release as a pretext. It is said that they are discussing the reconstruction of the Shinjū clan. Bang! Unable to hold back, Danzo kicked over the table beside him. The Shinjū clan had only been separated for a few years, and now there was a trend of revival, truly a grave concern. How did he not eliminate this little brat back then? Danzo thought bitterly. Now, nothing would work. The Shinjū siblings have grown up, both becoming shadow-level experts. Even with his dual bloodline, he could not be certain of victory. Of course, these were distant worries. The most pressing concern was that after some members of the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans stirred trouble again, Shinjiro publicly declared that he would personally lead Shinjū to capture Orochimaru. To give everyone an explanation, after the crowd dispersed, Shinjiro personally explained to Hiruzen Sarutobi that it was merely a temporary measure, but Hiruzen did not believe a word of it. However, there was nothing he could do. The Uzumaki clan controlled the village's sealing barrier. Even if he sneaked out, who would know? Not to mention, he could use the flying thunder god technique. He could be said to come and go without a trace, completely undetectable. Looking at the intelligence regarding the land of rice and Orochimaru, Danzo felt a sense of urgency. If Shinjiro got a head start, it would be troublesome. He ordered Ryoma to prepare personnel, and everyone should go with him to the land of rice to deal with this traitor. Danzo finally made up his mind, as various pieces of information gathered around him, seemingly pushing him forward. Just as Danzo and the others gathered and were about to set off, Shinjiro slowly opened his eyes in the main residence of the Uzumaki clan. Danzo had his own special passage in and out of Konoha, beyond the control of the Uzumaki clan's barrier techniques, but unfortunately, under the surveillance of Kagura's mind eye, nothing could escape detection. Danzo's chakra response had already been marked by Shinjiro. With the range of Kagura's mind eye, every move of the root team was under his watch. Over 100 chakra response sources gathered around Danzo, and soon after, they left Konoha. What could they be going to do? Of course, to capture Orochimaru. It was time. Shinjiro immediately used the shadow clone technique to notify the 9-man team. Everyone gathered together, and Shinjiro suddenly felt he had a strong and powerful force. Based on the strength of Danzo's deployed forces, these root ninjas were at least seasoned nin and above. Shinjiro explained to everyone. But this information was of no use to those present. They could casually pull out one person and wipe out all the root ninjas, except Danzo. Based on their ninja ranks, it would take at least half a month to reach the land of rice, so we still had half a month's time to prepare. Uzumaki Daro declared loudly, "My Uzumaki clan can mobilize 1,000 ninja troops." Yamanaka Shikaku also expressed, "We can send 400 ninjas from our side." Finally, it was Shinjū. After using wood release in Konoha for the first time, many original Shinjū branch members expressed their determination to him. After eliminating some uncertain candidates, our Shinjū clan can also produce 500 ninjas. Everyone nodded. With nearly 2,000 ninjas, this was the absolute military force for this coup, completely sufficient. As long as they could control Hiruzen Sarutobi, relying on the prestige of everyone in Konoha, they could definitely win over a large number of ninja support. For example, Kakashi Hatake, as the leader of the Jonin class, had quite a following. If he expressed support for the coup, they could at least bring over 1,000 wavering ninjas. Tsunade and Orochimaru were no different. Both had made great contributions during the Second Great Ninja War, and many ninjas had benefited from them. Especially Tsunade. As a descendant of the Shinjū clan and Konoha's top medical ninja, her influence was no less than Kakashi's. And Shinjiro, Uzumaki Daro, these were all well-known ninjas in Konoha. With so many experts standing out simultaneously, they could at least influence more than half of Konoha's ninjas, so there was no need to worry about the outcome. As long as they could capture the high-ranking officials of Konoha in one net, leaving them leaderless, and then present evidence of their crimes, Konoha would completely fall into the hands of the 9-man team. During this time, everyone arranged the front and back, ensuring that before setting off, they completed the shadow clone work and made sure not to show any flaws before capturing Danzo. Capturing Danzo was just the first step. Afterward, they still needed to suppress the elder group represented by Hiruzen Sarutobi. If the news leaked in advance, Hiruzen, as the current Hokage, could rally Konoha, and it would only leave internal strife. Chapter 193. Trapping Danzo 3. So although Shinjiro made the worst preparations, he still needed to be cautious at this moment. Based on the chakra response sources, Danzo had brought out at most 100 root ninjas this time. This was already the maximum strength the root could gather. Although the total number of root ninjas exceeded 200, as a department focused on external missions, most of them were abroad. Gathering half the ninjas could already be considered giving it their all. Time flew by, and Danzo led the root ninjas at a rapid pace, even faster than Shinjiro had anticipated by 3 to 5 days. Is this the underground base where you discovered Orochimaru? Danzo closed his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yes, Lord, we have dedicated personnel guarding here, and Orochimaru hasn't come out at all these days. A root ninja knelt on one knee, frowning tightly. All right, everyone charge. Danzo nodded and waved his arms, making a large motion, still feeling his heartbeat accelerate and his mouth dry. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Opportunities to directly capture Orochimaru were rare, and if he failed this time, who knows when the next chance would come. Watching the root ninjas file in, Danzo raised his eyebrows, crossing his arms over his chest, standing quietly at the cave entrance. And Orochimaru did not disappoint, appearing unaware of being surrounded by root ninjas, still fiddling with his research equipment in the basement. Hearing the sound of the root ninjas rushing in, Orochimaru sneered coldly. Everything here was a disguise, and the valuable items had long been swapped out. Summoning technique. 10,000 snakes. A giant purple python appeared in the narrow cave amidst a thick fog. Due to its enormous size, the entire laboratory began to collapse. Hearing the earth-shaking sounds, Danzo rubbed his hands together. The dark ninjas rushing in were just expendables to him, in such a small space and on the enemy's home turf. As a cautious person, he would never enter, but he believed in the quality of his root ninjas. Even Orochimaru could not easily take them down. As long as they could exhaust Orochimaru's chakra, the lives of these guys would have value. At this moment, inside the cave, 10,000 snakes flared its nostrils and breathed heavily, letting out a heavy roar. Orochimaru, I will tear you apart. How dare you summon me in such a small place? Calm down, don't be so petty. This time I prepared 100 offerings for you. 10,000 snakes' cold gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Remember what you said. Take me out of here first. These little crawlers are your rations. Orochimaru jumped onto the head of the giant snake and pointed at the incoming root ninja, then crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a closed-off posture. Ha, little crawlers, the great Lord Manda has arrived. The giant snake coiled its body and sprang forward like a spring, completely overwhelming the root ninja who thought they could defend against such a massive creature. In a single encounter, it swallowed 3 to 5 people. Everyone used fire release. The space was so cramped that this giant snake definitely couldn't withstand it. It was up to Oil Girl Ryoma. Under his command, the root ninja steadied their footing amidst the chaos. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, storm dance. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. As countless fire releases surged forward, the temperature in the small space rapidly rose, and the cold-blooded Manda was indeed struggling to adapt. Just as he was preparing to endure for the sake of face, Orochimaru softly said, Don't worry about this base. Just charge straight up. Manda snorted. These guys are no match for me. Although he was still talking tough, his body was honest. The massive snake coiled tightly, pressing down like a spring, then found the right position and with all its strength, shot straight up. Boom! The giant snake broke through the ground, carrying Orochimaru out of the pile of dirt and onto the surface. Just as Orochimaru left, the Uzumaki brothers, Uzumaki Dairo, Uzumaki Kaze, and Uzumaki Mingtang, appeared at various corners of the hole. They had been lying in ambush and immediately surrounded Orochimaru upon receiving his signal. At this moment, the vast majority of the root ninja were still inside the hole, which saved the 3 from using the barrier technique. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Without needing to communicate, the plan flowed smoothly and incredibly. The root ninja were like fish in a barrel. Their earlier fire releases had forced back Manda, but now, the simultaneous release from the 3 shadow-level powerhouses turned all the root ninja into roasted meat. Moreover, the situation in the hole was complex, and in an instant, there was no escape route, leaving them at the mercy of the fire snakes spreading inside. In just 7-8 seconds, all the root ninja that had entered the hole turned to charcoal. This was the fundamental gap in strength. If it weren't to catch the enemy in one sweep, there would be no need for these three top-tier powerhouses to lie in ambush. They could have faced them head-on without any issues. A torrential wave of heat erupted from the hole where Manda had charged out, resembling a volcanic eruption. Countless heat waves surged from below, flames shooting up over 10 meters high under pressure, casting the entire area in a fiery red hue. Originally, Danzo wanted to stop Orochimaru and wait for his root ninja to flank from behind. But this surging flame indicated that he had already stepped into a trap. Danzo's legs began to slowly retreat, and seeing this scene, Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head and sneered. How does it feel to be ambushed, when you've always been the one plotting to eliminate others in Konoha? Danzo glared angrily, but reason told him to remain calm. He pressed his right hand against his ribs to suppress his rage and asked slowly, Who else is there besides you? Ha ha! Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and sneered. Last time, he was chased by Danzo like a stray dog. Now it was time for him to taste the feeling of being surrounded. Although Orochimaru's previous expulsion from Konoha had some performative elements, at that moment, Danzo's aggressive demeanor truly made him sick. Just as Orochimaru laughed to the sky, Danzo finally seized the opportunity. When his opponent was distracted, chakra surged into his legs, creating a deep pit in the ground as he hurriedly retreated. But unfortunately, the ones coming this time were all top-tier experts. How could they let him escape so easily? Just as Danzo had just run 7 or 8 meters away, Shinsuke slowly emerged from behind a large tree, blocking Danzo's path. Danzo was a seasoned warrior. His earlier banter with Orochimaru was just to wait for a slip-up and seize a fleeting opportunity. Now, with his speed at its peak, he would not slow down just for a few taunts. With a sharp turn, Danzo, the shadow-level expert, dashed forward at full speed, leaving almost no afterimage behind. Lord Danzo, why not just surrender? Why escape so embarrassingly? The trio of Uzumaki who had resolved the secret underground base of Orochimaru stood up, subtly surrounding Danzo alongside Orochimaru and Shinsuke. Chapter 194, Trapping Danzo Traitors, a bunch of traitors. Danzo trembled all over, breathing heavily, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. The experts from the Uzumaki clan in front of him had all come to ambush him, surely having reached some sort of agreement with Orochimaru. He gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out his voice. You bunch of stray dogs, if it weren't for Konoha taking you in, you would have been exterminated long ago. Now you dare to surround and kill me? Shinsuke laughed heartily. Does Lord Danzo not remember the things he's done? The Shinjū clan's dwindling numbers have nothing to do with you? Danzo's voice abruptly stopped, as if he had been grabbed by the throat. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. When did you guys start working together? Danzo wanted to be clear-headed. In the current situation, escaping was certainly impossible. But in his final moments, he still wanted to gather some useful intelligence. Perhaps he could still be reincarnated by the monkeys? Before Shinsuke could respond, Orochimaru moved his lips, his tongue flicking like a snake's to express disdain. Haha, of course, it was when you and the teacher had me research would release. Danzo's eyes widened as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. His forehead veins bulged as he angrily shouted, How could I have trusted you two so much? That guy Hizashi still wanted you to become the next Hokage, but I never expected you to fall so low, actually teaming up with the traitors of the Uzumaki clan. It seems that you healed Shinjuro's leg, right? The transplant of the would-release bloodline was also your trap? What's the point of saying this? Shinsuke neither admitted nor denied it, instead looking around and commanding, Everyone, let's go together. Life or death is irrelevant. Including Orochimaru, there were a total of 5 shadow-level powerhouses present, while Danzo was now all alone. And after just a few exchanges, he was already in a precarious situation. Wind release, vacuum wave. He took a deep breath and unleashed dozens of invisible wind blades, forcing several ninjas opposite him to retreat. Danzo was only 50 years old now. Although he had started to decline, he was still at the tail end of his peak. Coupled with the transplant of the white Zetsu cells, the amount of chakra he had compared to his youth had seen a qualitative leap, making the vacuum wave much easier to execute. However, this top-tier wind release, under the current siege of many shadow-level powerhouses, could only push the enemy back a step or two. After the wind release, the Uzumaki clan members surrounded him again. Danzo dodged left and right, his sunglasses having long flown who knows where, his pair of Sharingan spinning left and right, struggling to survive under the siege of several shadow-level powerhouses. But this situation wouldn't last long. The disparity in numbers and strength was too great. Would release, would man technique. Danzo gritted his teeth, chakra surging out of his body, birthing countless trees that tangled together madly, forming a giant over 10 meters tall. You're showing off. Shinsuke laughed heartily, also slamming his hands on the ground. Would release, would man technique. The same ninjutsu, but the difference was that Shinsuke's range far exceeded Danzo's. The woodman here was nearly 100 meters tall. Two wooden dolls, one tall and one short, stood together, making Danzo look comically like a toy. Watching the stark contrast before him, Danzo clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Orochimaru, are you messing with the cells I transplanted? Even in a desperate situation, Danzo refused to admit his lack of talent, and instead directed his suspicions at Orochimaru. That's right, the cells of Hashirama I transplanted have issues. Orochimaru didn't elaborate, but his words deeply struck Danzo's confidence. Hearing Orochimaru's affirmation, Danzo's face reddened, and his expression stiffened. If this were in Konoha, Orochimaru would pay a bloody price for deceiving him like this. Unfortunately, now he could only seethe with powerlessness. Amid their conversation, the tall and short wooden dolls had already engaged in battle, but the gap in strength was as apparent as their height difference. Shinno's wooden doll effortlessly grabbed Danzo's wooden doll, as if it were a chick. Ha ha ha, such a low level of wood release shouldn't even be shown. The wooden doll of Shinno threw Danzo's doll hundreds of meters away. Everyone looked up, and Danzo's tree man had been shattered into pieces, completely out of commission. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Seeing that wood release was ineffective, Danzo could only rely on the dynamic perception granted by Sharingan to maintain his last shred of dignity on the battlefield with his mediocre taijutsu. But as the saying goes, a long defense must lead to a loss. Two fists can't compete with four hands. Even with the boost from the Sharingan, he inevitably took several stabs from the opponent. What good is it to see the opponent's movements? Danzo wished his parents had given him 4 more arms. Facing a multitude of opponents, it was always a case of one side performing while the other waited. In just a few minutes, Danzo could no longer hold on. Stumbling, just as Shinno prepared to finish him off, Danzo suddenly tore off his ninja attire. Let's die together. His face twisted in rage. Time seemed to rewind to decades ago. If only I had been more decisive back then, would the outcome have been different? His life flashed before his eyes. But the scene he could never let go of was the ambush he suffered with the second Hokage from the Cloud Village. Monkey, you win. I can only take the lead. Danzo seemed to snap back to reality as countless black substances began to erupt from his body, instantly corroding the surrounding area by several meters. Be careful. This is the seal of the 4 symbols. Shinno shouted urgently. Vortex Daro and Vortex Koff exchanged glances and burst into unrestrained laughter. Behind them, golden chains instantly elongated, and with a combined strike, they tightly surrounded Danzo in a cocoon formed by chains. Is it still not working? A golden light filled Danzo's vision. He had originally thought that even if he died, he would take someone down with him, but unfortunately, the sealing technique was like a child's play in front of the Vortex clan. Fortunately, they won't get my corpse. At least it's the last thing I'd do for Hiruzen. In the final second of his life, Danzo still thought about erasing his existence. But unfortunately, before the top-tier sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, even such a simple wish could not be fulfilled as the golden chains pierced through his entire body from behind to the front. The seal of the 4 symbols, which had been erupting around him, suddenly came to a halt like a car running out of gas. Watching Danzo's lifeless body lying quietly on the ground, the surrounding people were momentarily speechless. It was Shinno who reacted first. He clapped his hands. Dad, hurry up and clean up this body. We need to return to Konoha immediately. There's no time to lose. We will initiate the coup today. Chapter 195. Task assignment. Although they couldn't save Danzo's life, having the body was still a valid point. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shinno and the others were ready to return to Konoha. Orochimaru-senpai, why not come back to Konoha with us? Shinno invited. What's your plan from here? Orochimaru didn't agree right away. He was now alone, and aside from the inconvenience of conducting experiments, everything was fine. Shinno replied, of course, we will make a decisive move to deal with your good teacher. Hearing this, Orochimaru's expression became somewhat vacant. Have we really come this far? When he first started cooperating with the Vortex clan, he had anticipated this, but he never expected that in just a few years, so many changes would occur in Konoha. The gears of fate began to turn irreversibly from the moment he researched the wood release transplantation technique. All right, I guess I'll go back to see the old man one last time. Orochimaru shook his head. His tone was dismissive, but tears could not help but flow. As long as the Hokage cooperates, letting him live isn't out of the question. Regarding how to deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shinno had already made up his mind. Although Hiruzen was currently going against the grain in Konoha, the most affected were still the major clans. The interests of the majority of civilian ninjas had not suffered losses. Instead, they had benefited by following the Sarutobi clan's lead. The wealth and jutsu squeezed from the various ninja clans, as well as positions within the village, mostly lined the pockets of the upper-class families, but a small portion trickled down, allowing some lucky civilian ninjas to thrive. Thus, figuring out how to deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi was a significant challenge, relying on the other party's cooperation. If they could cooperate well and hand over the Hokage position, Shinno wouldn't mind keeping him under house arrest afterwards, making it a figurehead for Konoha's retirement. But if he remained stubborn, they would have to arrange for an unexpected demise. After all, solving the problem of who created it is always a good method, anytime, anywhere. Orochimaru thought Shinno was comforting himself. Throughout history, very few who were overthrown from power could live out their lives peacefully. Let us go. Shinno instructed everyone to hold hands, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In this land of Tanji were their shadows. That night, bringing Danzo's body back. The original group of 9, plus Orochimaru, became the absolute main force for this coup. In the secret meeting room, Shinno did not hide his covetousness for the Hokage position. Right now, our Hokage doesn't have many cards left in the village. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, with Danzo dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi-san was leading his clan and the Umbu to eliminate the Oni ninja village, while Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya were out tracking Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi probably never imagined that others would strike first against him. It wasn't confidence in his strength, but confidence in Konoha's system. Only the J-Nin class represented by Tsukumo Hatake had the authority to dismiss the Hokage, but a vote for a recall involved all the J-Nin, which Hiruzen Sarutobi's control over the village could not conceal. In 2 hours, we will launch the plan together. Shinno instructed everyone. The Vortex clan will be responsible for activating all barrier techniques, cutting off all connections between the Hokage building and the outside. Dad, you will take charge of this. Vortex Daro nodded silently. Next, Shinno pointed to a large area in the southeast of Konoha. This is the gathering area for civilian ninjas and small ninja clans. And it's up to Tsukumo Sensei and Yamanaka Shikaku to handle it. With your reputations, it should be foolproof. This area is our top priority. Most civilian ninjas and small clans still have a lot of faith in Hiruzen Sarutobi's will of fire, so let's not let them suffer too many losses. With the end of the Warring States period, the 5 great ninja villages simultaneously began to cultivate civilian ninjas. Although these guys are not strong, they have started to occupy the majority in terms of numbers. Xi and Jijong arranged Hatake Tsukumo and Shinjū in this direction, not only because both of them are powerful, but also because Hatake Tsukumo is the leader of the Jonin class, which inherently gives him control over ninjas in Konoha. As for Shinjū, it goes without saying. As the grandson of the first Hokage, although he holds no power in Konoha, just by using the wood clone technique, his mere presence carries significant weight. Teacher Kaze, the Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans are in your hands. Although they are staunch supporters of the Hokage, they are experts in self-preservation in Konoha. As long as a Kimichi Kirikase doesn't take action, everything can be negotiated. Uzumaki Kaze smiled confidently. After mastering the 5 elemental release, he had already entrusted the D-Jutsu to Uzumaki T, and for this coup, he had brought it back, combining it with his own immense chakra talent. It is no exaggeration to say that he is definitely the strongest in the Uzumaki clan apart from Xi and Jijong and his father. The other 2 great ninja clans, the Uchiha, will be handled by Elder Uzumaki Might. Take the fan with you. Uchiha Fugaku is indecisive, and as long as you lay out the pros and cons, he won't dare to act rashly. At this point, Xi and Jijong recalled the last time Uchiha Fugaku discussed the alliance of the 2 clans with him. Haha. Possessing such a large number of clan ninjas, but lacking any resolve, they deserve to follow behind others and eat the leftovers. The Hyuga clan is the hardest to deal with. These guys always adhere to ancient principles, and no one knows how their thought process works. So, Orochimaru, I'll leave them to you. Orochimaru replied with a cold smile. Xi and Jijong, you really went to great lengths to keep me from meeting with the Hokage. Don't worry. With me here, no one from the Hyuga clan will escape. The Hyuga clan is known as one of the 2 great high-tech ninja clans in Konoha. But since the end of the Second Shinobi World War, there hasn't been anyone noteworthy among them, even at the Jonin level. Their combat abilities are far inferior to those of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Orochimaru has never regarded them highly. In his view, this task is so simple that it must be due to Xi and Jijong's special consideration. Sure, hey. You lead the Yamanaka clan and all our ninja forces to check for any leaks. If there are any blind fools who come out, deal with them directly. No need to hold back. For safety's sake, the two tails will also be entrusted to you. Anyone willing to risk their life for Sarutobi Hizashi under such disadvantage is undoubtedly a die-hard loyalist, with no possibility of persuasion. Let them accompany this decaying upper echelon to their graves. On the surface, there are quite a few die-hard loyalists to Sarutobi Hizashi, including the Mitarashi clan and the Uchiha clan, along with some scattered ninja clans. It will be interesting to see if they dare to show up. Everyone's expression tightened. Shurai's task will be much more difficult. Although assisted by the two tails, it is definitely not something ordinary ninjas can accomplish. Only Orochimaru smiled slyly. Recalling how Xian Jizhong had modified his insect control technique based on one of his own jutsu back in the day, it was quite tricky. Chapter 196. Clear Shadow Side. Our slogan for this operation is Clear Shadow Side. This will also help to dissolve some of the resistance from the Hokage faction and the uninformed ninjas. After all, they're all Konoha ninjas. The more we can preserve the village, the more vitality we retain. Even if we die, it's better to die on the battlefield than to perish in conflicts within the village. That would be too unfortunate. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and asked, "Will others believe us if we say this?" Xian Jizhong laughed heartily. Whether they believe it or not is not important. As long as we have this excuse. Many will watch for a while to see which side the true victor is on. Moreover, we also have evidence that Danzo implanted the double Tomo Sharingan, framing him for controlling the Hokage, while Sarutobi Hizashi was unaware. As for whether the triple Tomo Sharingan can control the Hokage, that doesn't matter. Everyone just needs an excuse to stop. Furthermore, as rebels, once we gain control of the situation, we can solidify the fact that Sarutobi Hizashi was controlled by Jinjutsu, and it will be reasonable to replace the Hokage, which will surely lessen everyone's resistance. After all, Konoha Village is also a military organization. It is unforgivable for the highest leader to be controlled by Jinjutsu. There should be no excuses like Danzo being his most trusted person or it being due to negligence. The root of the problem lies within this village. Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief, shifting all the blame onto Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi was merely too weak and too trusting of his old teammates, which led to him being accidentally controlled by Danzo's Jinjutsu. In this regard, Orochimaru naturally became the victim, having discovered that Danzo had secretly conducted experiments on the would-release bloodline limit. He intended to expose Danzo's crimes to the Hokage, but unfortunately, the third Hokage had already been controlled by Danzo's Sharingan Jinjutsu. Therefore, he had no choice but to endure humiliation and bear the burden. First fleeing Konoha to contact the righteous within the village to eliminate the cancer of Konoha. Thinking about it this way, Orochimaru's image immediately grew larger. Moreover, it better preserved the Hokage's face. It wasn't for Sarutobi Hizashi, but for Konoha Village. Everyone, go prepare for contact. Once the time is right, we will start immediately. Time passed quickly, and the pre-prepared contingencies began to unfold. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, Hatake Tsukuyomi had the most say in this matter. He first contacted some of the loyal ninjas he had during the Second Shinobi World War, mostly civilians and small ninja clans. With Orochimaru, Tsunade, and S.H. Ju's orders, more and more jonin joined in, as various factions quietly connected, centered around the Hatake clan's main residence. Nearly 200 jonin gathered. This was nearly one-third of Konoha's jonin, and at this stage, there were less than 500 jonin in the village in total. The other jonin were still on various battle lines. Brothers, I'll keep it short this time. Recently, Orochimaru defected from Konoha. He was wronged. As soon as he spoke, the news Hatake Tsukuyomi dropped was like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at Hatake Tsukuyomi in shock. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's defection must have been thoroughly investigated by the Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been declared an S-rank rogue ninja. To their surprise, it was labeled a political persecution by Hatake Tsukuyomi. As soon as Hatake Tsukuyomi made this announcement, the entire venue fell silent for a minute. No one dared to say a word. Orochimaru was persecuted out of Konoha because he discovered that Danzo was secretly conducting experiments on the would-release bloodline limit. The would-release implant was something he developed on his own. After Orochimaru discovered the secret, Danzo went so far as to frame him. Furthermore, after Orochimaru escaped from Konoha, he actively contacted those within the village, and after my investigation, I found that this was indeed the case. At this point, A ninja finally couldn't help but stand up. As the Jonin class leader, Lord Tsukuyomi naturally has the authority to conduct an investigation. But Orochimaru is a disciple of the third Hokage. Surely the Hokage wouldn't wrong him? The crowd nodded in agreement, looking toward the stage to see what Hatake Tsukuyomi would say. Naturally, but unfortunately, the Hokage has already been controlled by Danzo's Jinjutsu. As soon as Tsukuyomi's voice fell, the crowd erupted into a buzzing sound, many ninjas filled with doubt. Lord Tsukuyomi, how could the Hokage, the strongest in Konoha, be so easily controlled by Jinjutsu? You must be joking. At this point, someone had secretly taken out a kunai, ready to rush out to send a warning at any moment. Of course, because Danzo not only implanted the wood release, but also the Sharingan. As an assistant to the Hokage, Danzo had countless opportunities to control the Hokage when he was unguarded. What evidence do you have? Many ninjas stood up at the bottom, questioning whether Danzo truly controlled the Hokage, or if Hatake Tsukuyomi was just greedy for power, wanted to overthrow Lord Sarutobi and take that position for himself. At the very least, he needed to pacify these people. Hatake Tsukuyomi didn't waste words and directly threw out Danzo's corpse from the sealing scroll. Everyone, take a look. Are his eyes not the three-tomo Sharingan? After listening to Kakashi's words, everyone disregarded their image and crowded together, eager to get a glimpse. Indeed, it was as he said, but Lord Kakashi, isn't this framing and slandering? We can't judge. After all, killing someone and then replacing their eyes isn't a difficult task. At this moment, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and SH Dai had already entered. Did everyone forget about Danzo wearing sunglasses a while ago? As they recalled, everyone had some impression. After all, Danzo wasn't from the Oil Woman clan, and it was indeed baffling for him to suddenly wear sunglasses. After the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is transplanted, ordinary people can't control it at all, so they can't deactivate the Sharingan. This information is known to everyone, right? All present are elite Jonin of Konoha, and since the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan has lost more than 1 or 2 Sharingan, making this a public secret among Jonin. By this point, some are starting to believe Kakashi's words because Danzo suddenly wearing sunglasses couldn't possibly be due to someone forcing him, right? Moreover, standing behind Kakashi, Orochimaru and Tsunade were both disciples of the third Hokage, and they certainly wouldn't join forces with outsiders to frame their own teacher, right? With SH Dai added in, the influence of these 4 standing together in Konoha goes without saying. With so many big names saying Danzo has issues, it's unlikely they would all conspire to slander him. At this moment, Uzumaki FK and Oil Woman Shizumi also stepped out from the crowd, slowly standing by Kakashi's side. Our Uzumaki clan and Oil Woman clan can both guarantee that what Lord Kakashi said is absolutely accurate. With 2 major clans vouching, everyone's doubts were immediately dispelled. Lord Kakashi, now that Danzo is dead, the Jinjutsu that the Hokage was under should be lifted, right? But unfortunately, Kakashi slowly shook his head, saying that after controlling the Hokage, the Jinjutsu could still be activated by others. Do you know how many pairs of Sharingan he actually transplanted? But we don't know where his confidants are hiding now. Where are they hiding? Of course, they all died in the land of rice. But now there's no evidence left. Kakashi slammed the conference table and looked around, asking, for the sake of Konoha, I, as the leader of the Jonin class, declare that tonight we must protect the Hokage to prevent any remnants of Danzo from controlling him and causing immeasurable losses to Konoha. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 197. Taking action. Although there were many Jonin present, Kakashi's words temporarily silenced everyone. Even those who wanted to oppose didn't dare to speak up in the crowd. You have to understand, judging by the situation, Kakashi had already allied with 2 of the legendary 3, as well as major clans like Uzumaki, Shinjū, and Oil Woman. They must have been plotting for a long time, and anyone who stood up to oppose now would probably not be able to leave this room. At this moment, scattered voices of agreement began to sound. We listened to Lord Kakashi. That's right, Tsunade saved me during the Second Shinobi World War. I believe her. Yes, yes. SH Dai is the grandson of Hashirama. How could he slander the third Hokage? It was hard to tell if these people were speaking from the heart or if they were arranged by Kakashi, but the atmosphere was very lively. Even if someone had different intentions at this moment, they could only go along with the crowd and loudly agree. All right, everyone, there is no time to waste. Let us take action now. Kakashi assigned teams to the Jonin based on the previously arranged tasks. The first element of a coup is speed, so within minutes, Kakashi and the others were ready, each leading their loyal followers and coercing some uninformed Jonin to start sealing off the Konoha district. On Kakashi and Dai's side, nothing unexpected happened. They originally had a huge reputation among the civilian ninjas and minor clans, and now leading a strong force to partition the battlefield. No one dared to stand up and speak against them. At this moment, the elite sealing jutsu forces of the Uzumaki clan, led by Uzumaki Taro, had quietly approached the vicinity of the Hokage building. Originally, with a number of umbu around the Hokage building, such a large-scale ninja mobilization could not possibly escape their eyes. However, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfishness, most of the umbu had been reassigned to Sarutobi Kinomaru, hoping that their children could achieve great accomplishments. Uzumaki Taro looked at the brightly lit Hokage building, thought for a moment, and ordered begin. 40 top-sealing jutsu ninjas spread out at the four corners of the Hokage building and took out many sealing symbols from their pockets. 4 Crimson Yang formation. Red pillars of light shot into the sky, a top-tier barrier technique that originally could only be performed by 4 shadow-level powerhouses working together, was once again displayed in the ninja world with the help of several experts from the Uzumaki clan. The moment the barrier was activated, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately reacted, rushing to the window without hesitation, but unfortunately, it was too late. As alarms rang out, the umbu still on duty inside the Hokage building quickly gathered around Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not delay and led his few subordinates to the rooftop. Just from a glance, he recognized that this was the Uzumaki clan's top barrier technique. When Konoha was first established, the Uzumaki clan had given this 4 Crimson Yang formation to Hashirama as a gift to show their appreciation for the Shinjū clan. It had since been sealed in the ninja book. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had certainly learned this technique from Hashirama onwards. The 4 Crimson Yang formation was a mandatory subject for every Hokage, used to resist tailed beasts in times of crisis. Therefore, during the 4th Great Ninja War, the 4th Hokage could use the 4 Crimson Yang formation to seal the 10 tails without any communication. Standing on the rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already ordered the umbu to use various earth release techniques to seal off all entrances and exits of the Hokage building. He was merely stalling for time because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that with his power, he couldn't break the 4 Crimson Yang formation from the inside. Not to mention him, there wasn't a single ninja in the entire ninja world who could do it. So now he placed all his hopes on the possibility of a ninja standing up in the village to set things right. Because such a huge commotion from the 4 Crimson Yang formation, everyone would definitely notice. And as Hokage, as long as he could hold out for a while, someone would surely come from outside to rescue him. He was quite confident about this. It couldn't be that the whole village had turned against him, right? Or that everyone had to deal with the enemy in front of them first. After all, you are the strongest Hokage. We believe your strength can solve the problem first. In the narrow space of the 4 Crimson Yang formation, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently awaited the arrival of the enemy. Perhaps in response to his expectations, the base of the 4 Crimson Yang formation began to shrink, and Shin Uzumaki led Kushina to slowly enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, it's you guys. Can't wait any longer, can you? Shin Uzumaki did not attempt to ascend to the rooftop through normal means, but instead through a specially made kunai from below, and the moment the kunai reached the rooftop, Shin and his companion appeared. Hokage-sama, long time no see. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly snorted, what? You, Uzumaki clan, just came to Konoha for a short time, and you can't wait to deal with this old man? Shin Uzumaki laughed heartily. What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? The fact that I can stand here today is the choice of the vast majority of Konoha. The vast majority of Konoha? You traitors can represent Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared angrily at Shin and his companion, so furious that he was almost stuttering. Hokage-sama, you don't believe it? Then just stand here and watch. Shin Uzumaki was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he seemed very interested as he confronted Kushina and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage building is the tallest structure in Konoha, where one can see the situation of all battlefields. So Hokage-sama, would you like to enjoy the Konoha ninjas rising up for you together? Young man, don't be too confident. I believe all the ninjas of Konoha educated by the will of fire will stand on the right side. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still doesn't know how powerful the traitors are, nor does he know that among his only 3 disciples, 2 have already betrayed him, and his only good assistant and teammate, Danzo, has already reported to the Pure Land. This Konoha is ultimately his Sarutobi Hiruzen's Konoha. And since the establishment of the ninja village system, no Kage from the 5 great nations has ever been overthrown by their own people. Compared to the recent elite policies of Sunagakure, the blood mist policy of Kirigakure, and the forced exodus of Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, he believes he is still doing quite well. But unfortunately, others have gone too far because they are dominant in their villages, while in Konoha, even the rebellious UzumakiShinnosuke has already gathered 10 Kage-level experts. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as powerful as he imagines, but he still has to lead the upper echelons of Konoha to consume most of the village's interests. As for the remaining experts, besides starting their own businesses outside of Konoha, they have no choice but to overthrow the Hokage and take power for themselves. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinnosuke were dragging things out, enjoying the delay, there were also significant changes on various battlefields. Chapter 198. The state of all beings. Shinnosuke turned to the several Umbu, causing the Hokage guards to be taken aback, and they all picked up their kunai, ready to fight to the end for their last shred of dignity. But unfortunately, their efforts were in vain, with these few Umbu. Shinnosuke did not take them seriously. He chuckled lightly and said, "Which of you will go find Hokage-sama's crystal ball?" The masked ninjas looked at each other, unsure whether to listen or not, and at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to their rescue, saying, "It's fine, you can go. Even if the two of them want to fight, you won't play any significant role here." Receiving the order, the Umbu instantly vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in a hurry to make a move. At this point, it was meaningless for him to act. The Uzumaki clan had already figured him out. And one must remember that outside of this 4 Red Sun formation, there was also the seasoned Kage-level expert, Uzumaki Nagato. In less than half a minute, the crystal ball was brought to the rooftop by the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "Are you that confident? Even if Jiraiya and Minato are not in the village, is there really no one in such a large village who would die for justice? Hokage-sama, might as well take a look for yourself," suggested Shinnosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. He wanted to see how far these traitors had gone. With a surge of chakra input, the crystal ball began to display real-time images from various locations. In the first direction, Sarutobi Hiruzen pinned his hopes on Danzo's route. If anyone could help him turn the tide in Konoha, it would always be Danzo. But unfortunately, there had been no movement from the secret base of Root Up until now. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately frowned and angrily questioned, had he already dealt with Danzo? He knew Danzo well. While he might have his own selfish motives, when it came to the position of Hokage, even if he didn't act for the village, he would still rise up for himself. Shinnosuke smiled confidently. Danzo-sama went to capture Orochimaru today, didn't you know? What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was finally shocked. Just as you think, even your disciple has betrayed you. How truly isolated you are. This time, it seems that Hatake Tsukuyomi may also be involved, right? Always pretending to serve the people. It's really disgusting. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked slowly, word by word. Hatake Tsukuyomi is Shinnosuke's teacher. If he truly believed in the will of fire, he should have already stirred things up in the village by now. But unfortunately, there was no movement at all. Shinnosuke pointed to the gathering area of the small ninja clans and civilians, saying, "Why doesn't Lord Hiruzen take a look for yourself?" Although he didn't want to follow the opponent's rhythm, at this moment, he was at the mercy of others. The crystal ball shifted its view and just happened to capture Hatake Tsukuyomi's face. He was psychologically prepared for Tsukuyomi's betrayal, so he did not show any panic. However, when he saw the two people behind Hatake Tsukuyomi, he finally shivered and sat down. Trembling, he reached out his left hand, and even his questioning became weak. "Tsunade and Shiranui, they're also your people?" He simply couldn't understand why all his disciples have betrayed him one by one. Even the grandson of his teacher stood opposite him. At this moment, Kushina could no longer hold back. Having lived together with Tsunade and Shiranui in the Shinjū clan for a while, the bond between the three was quite strong. "I say, old Hokage, didn't you ever think about this scene when you assassinated Uncle Kagan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately choked and speechless. Indeed, at that time, it was Danzo who personally gave the order. Although he only learned about it afterward, who would believe such words now? Shinnosuke also followed up with a jab. Assassinating the Kagan clan leader is one thing, but even Shiranui was not spared. If it weren't for the secret treasure left by the first Hokage, he would have already been dead when he lost his leg. Right? At this moment, the Umbu behind Sarutobi Hiruzen were all wearing masks, but under the perception of Kagura's heart, Shinnosuke knew they were all shocked by this information. It turned out that the third Hokage, who always appeared virtuous, had been continuously plotting against his own teacher's clan. This was truly shocking. What goes around comes around. Enough is enough. Yes, He even wanted to secretly eliminate Orochimaru's disciple, Tsunade's brother. Now why should he prevent the others from betraying him? At this time, Hatake Tsukuyomi and the others were indeed respected figures in Konoha, and with the current manpower they had, the entire gathering area of civilians and small ninja clans in Konoha remained quiet and calm. Although there were occasional skirmishes, these scattered points could not affect the overall situation. The scene shifted, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already lost hope, but he still wanted to see which ninjas in Konoha remained loyal under such circumstances. The one he cared about the most was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan, but the situation he observed was also surprising. In his heart, he believed the Uchiha clan was definitely one of the rebels in Konoha, but the reality was completely different. At this moment, at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Might was leading some ninjas in a standoff against the Uchiha clan. While they didn't directly attack for the sake of their Hokage, it was clear that he had indeed wronged them. In terms of maintaining the Hokage, the one he least expected to stand up had shown such a side. But as time slowly passed, the Uchiha clan ultimately did not make a move. It was unclear what conditions Uzumaki Might and Uchiha Fugaku had reached, but the Uchiha clan retreated to their own territory, and the Uzumaki clan also withdrew most of their manpower, leaving only 3 to 5 ninjas to continue monitoring. Sarutobi Hiruzen could have anticipated this situation. Could he really expect the Uchiha clan to risk their lives for him? If it came to a real fight, he would still have to rely on the Sarutobi clan and other elder families. The scene shifted to the territories of various elders, and sure enough, Naruto Shikaku and Mito Gate Inn were leading their clansmen along with some ninjas from the Sarutobi clan to charge out. Shinno also saw this scene through Kagura's heart, but his evaluation was that their ambition was greater than their abilities, and they were destined for disaster. Just at the moment when the two elders charged out with their forces, the little cat on Yamanaka Shikaku's shoulder quickly swelled up like a balloon. Then, naturally, it was the signature move of the two tails, the tailed beast ball. The dark chakra ball almost captured the attention of the entire Konoha, and even the Uchiha clan was now standing on rooftops in unison. It seemed that the Uzumaki clan had come prepared. They even managed to control the two tails. Truly scheming. Uchiha Fugaku said to those around him, "Let's see how the elders handle it. It's just a tailed beast, there's always a way." A Uchiha ninja replied. In the storyline, with just the 3 Tomo Sharingan, the second pillar could already influence the 9 tails. At this time, the Uchiha clan had at least dozens of pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan, so the 2 tails was nothing to them. But how many strong families like the Uchiha were there in the ninja world? At least the Uzumaki clan and the Mito clan were practically offering themselves as sacrifices in front of the tailed beast ball. Chapter 199. The state of all beings 2. The battle situation on Yamanaka Shirai's side was completely one-sided. At the moment the 2 tails appeared, the enemy was already on the brink of collapse. This tailed beast ball seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The 2 elders, leading a large number of clan members, had their first wave of resistance completely extinguished before it even began. They were no match. Mito Gate Inn's clenched fists began to tremble, and even the veins on his forehead began to bulge. Yamanaka Kokatsu could only force a bitter smile. In their youth, they had also been elite Jonin, serving as the foundation and guards of the second Hokage, and their skills could be considered top tier among ninjas of the same era. Unfortunately, after the death of the second Hokage, they hurriedly ascended to high positions in Konoha, and their later lives were filled with struggles for power and intrigue. For nearly 20 years, they had hardly fought anyone. In such an environment, how could they maintain their ninja standards? Yamanaka Kokatsu tightened his fists, his fingers turning somewhat pale. Let everyone recharge once more. After the 2 tails used the tailed beast ball, it needed to rest for several minutes. As elders from the founding period, they had witnessed all the tailed beasts captured by Lord Hashirama, and this information was recorded in Konoha. Thus, the 2 were relatively familiar with the basic situation of the 2 tails. The 2 tails' talents lay more in fire control techniques and speed, and its chakra amount was not particularly high compared to other tailed beasts. Mito Gate Inn also understood that now was not the time to cherish life. So with a wave of his hand, the clan ninjas who had not completely collapsed instinctively followed the 2 and charged out. Yamanaka Shirei nodded in satisfaction. Although the opposing ninjas were not very skilled, at least they had some spirit and did not abandon the traditions of Konoha ninjas. So it was not in vain for him to bring the 2 tails specifically to deal with them. The 2 ninja forces closed in, and since they were in the village, with many houses around, everyone subconsciously used taijutsu to fight. Thousands of troops finally clashed, But on one side were shadow-level powerhouses accompanied by a tailed beast, while on the other side were two aging elders and middle ninjas who sat in an office all day. The outcome was predictable. Big brother, the opponent is really Yamanaka Shikaku, as the current head of the Yamanaka clan, was at a loss for words. Shikaku laughed heartily. Do you feel like the opponent is too weak? Shikaku silently nodded. Although wearing sunglasses, his surprise could not be concealed. Whether it was the charging Yamanaka clan ninjas, or the Uzumaki clan or Shinjū clan, even some civilians and small clan ninjas summoned by them, when they faced the elders' ninjas, it was almost a one-hit KO. At this moment on the battlefield, it was almost a one-sided slaughter. In the profession of ninja, in the end, it still came down to ninjutsu and top-level experts. Even if one became a middle ninja or J-nin through backdoor means, when it came to fighting, the kunai in others' hands would show no mercy. Before Yamanaka Shikaku could make a move, nearly 2,000 high-level clan ninjas gathered on the opposite side had suffered more than half casualties in less than half an hour. Looking at the devastated team and the fallen Yamanaka Kokatsu in a pool of blood, Mito gaped and could no longer hold back and raised a white flag. If they hesitated any longer, the next tailed beast ball would come. On top of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, but his trembling hands, which were stroking the crystal ball, and the stiff neck muscles from tension betrayed him. When did Konoha's ninjas become so useless? They were all middle ninjas and J-nin. How could a single encounter lead to so many deaths? At this moment, Shinno's had a forced smile on his face, but his bad attitude could not be hidden. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. They were all Konoha ninjas. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? Ha ha! Shinno's laughed. Those who sit idly in management positions. When Lord Hokage promoted them back then, did he think of the scene? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that saying more was useless. The scene in the crystal ball shifted, sweeping over the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. At this moment, Akimichi Torikes had walked out from among the three clans and was talking to Uzumaki Kaze in a secluded area, though what they were discussing was unknown. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Could even the Inuzuka clan not be relied upon? As expected, on the battlefield, the two had no time to test each other. So just a few minutes later, Akimichi Torikes seemed to have reached some agreement with Uzumaki Kaze, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder into the middle of the team. Even shaking hands there. How could this happen? How could this happen? The disoriented Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself, and he nearly spat out blood in anger. Why can't it be like this? Shinno's retorted, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans combined have 5 to 60 J-nin, and they cooperate skillfully. When the elites of the three clans join forces, even shadow-level experts can compete. With such a powerful combination, don't you know what kind of treatment they receive in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knew. It was precisely because the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were strong that the Nara clan controlled, the Yamanaka clan aimed, and the Akimichi clan attacked. This was their most common combination model. Moreover, with Akimichi Torikes being a shadow-level powerhouse, he did not dare to let him take a position as an elder in Konoha. During the Second Shinobi World War, Akimichi Torikes had briefly led Konoha ninjas to resist the invasion of the Mist Village, but after the war ended, he had been idle at home, never given the chance to come out. Why? As a disciple and guard of the second Hokage, did others become elders while he could only retreat to the sidelines? Yesterday's actions led to today's consequences. Those who do evil will perish. When they excluded the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans back then, did they not think of today as situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, unsure if he was asking Shinno's or himself. But, I still value them highly. The Nara clan serves as advisors. The Yamanaka clan manages the interrogation department, which gives them some power. That is what they deserve. Not a reward from you, the Hokage. Konoha belongs to everyone. How could you think the positions of others in Konoha are your rewards? Shinno shook his head, filled with disdain. Do you think you rewarded others with positions? But perhaps in their eyes, this is what they deserve. Konoha is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's private property. Is the Hyuga clan responsible for Reconnaissance also your reward? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are we Uzumaki clan responsible for sealing barriers also your reward? Is the Uchiha clan responsible for public safety also your reward? When did Konoha become just your property? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinno's questioning was deafening, and not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Kushina and the remaining Umbu members fell silent. Time did not stop due to their quarrel. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently turned the scene in the crystal ball toward the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan had always competed with the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans for the title of Konoha's #1 clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped the Hyuga clan could stand up, as this family was still very respectful toward him. Chapter 200. The state of all beings 3. At this stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball had already turned around Konoha. But unfortunately, apart from the elder groups, almost no one had actually fought. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen in deep self-doubt, having served as Hokage for so many years without achievements. At least with hard work, such a blatant rebellion had no one stand up to resist. Perhaps I am the most tragic among the 5 great ninja village leaders? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought quietly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen performed poorly, it would be inaccurate to say he had no loyal ninjas. The most devoted ones have already gone out to battle with his son. The remaining ninjas, brainwashed by the will of fire, couldn't even come up with a rebuttal when faced with solid evidence from Itachi Kakashi regarding the higher-ups of Konoha. Stealing would release the Sharingan, using their own ninjas for experiments, deliberately sacrificing Konoha ninjas for victory, seizing the ninjutsu and inheritance of small clan orphans, and intentionally exterminating the first Hokage's clan. Each of these acts is an unforgivable crime. The fact that others didn't immediately join Shinno and the others to attack is already a concession to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan was also discussing the situation at their fastest pace. Although Hyuga Hizashi was mature for his age, he couldn't make a decision in such a short time. Standing with the rebels was safe for now, but if Sarutobi Hiruzen turned the tables, things would be dire for the Hyuga clan. However, if they sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen, they might not survive the night, let alone consider the future. The Hyuga clan never chooses sides. Rather, they only align with the victors. Just as Hyuga Hizashi was deep in thought, the elder of the clan slammed his cane heavily on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. I have a solution that benefits both sides. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes lit up, and he raised his eyebrows, casting a questioning glance. The elder licked his lips, looked ahead, and took a deep breath. We must send a high-ranking member of the clan to confront Orochimaru outside. If we win, we won't need to pursue them. If we lose, then everything is off the table. The elder's meaning was clear. The Hyuga clan had to take action. This way, if Sarutobi Hiruzen truly turned the tables in the future, they would still be oppressed, but at least they could save face. Moreover, with so many families involved in this rebellion, the Hyuga clan, while not fully supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen, was merely following the trend and was certainly not among those who performed the worst. Given the Hyuga clan's size and importance in the village, they could definitely manage a smooth transition. By selecting only one person to confront Orochimaru, if the rebels succeeded, the blame could be placed on that individual, and it wouldn't involve the entire Hyuga clan. The elder truly was a seasoned veteran from the Warring States period, speaking with such wisdom. Hyuga Hizashi nodded in satisfaction and then turned to ask, "So who is the chosen one, elder?" "Of course, it's Hinata," the elder replied. "He is your brother and the head of the branch family. His weight is absolutely sufficient." "No way." Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback, quickly getting up to refuse. But the elder's sharp gaze froze his movements. "Hinata, this is the fate of the branch family. Now tell me, what is your decision?" Hyuga Hinata remained silent for a long time before suddenly kneeling, his head bowing to the ground. "Elder, clan leader, I understand." He then stood up and walked out without looking back. "Hinata, don't be impulsive. Let me go instead." Hyuga Hizashi hurriedly stood up to grab his brother, who was heading for the door. The elder scolded, "Hizashi, mind your position. If you go out to fight Orochimaru, how is that any different from risking our entire clan?" At that moment, Hyuga Hinata paused his steps. "Brother, this time I'm not only fighting for the clan, but also for you. As a member of the branch family, I must protect the main family. And, as your brother, I should protect you." Hyuga Hizashi urged, "It's always the older brother protecting the younger brother. How can the younger brother protect the older brother? Then let it be for the protection of the main family." After saying this, Hinata pushed open the door and stepped out of the Hyuga clan's main residence. "Lord Orochimaru, I don't care who is right or wrong, but the Hokage is the rightful Hokage chosen by everyone. Even if you have issues, it should be voted on at the Jonin meeting, not through private rebellion." Orochimaru looked at the talented Jonin from the Hyuga clan, and a smile gradually appeared on his face, his voice revealing a hint of curiosity. "So you're stepping up for the old man? Please guide me." Hinata assumed the initial stance of the 8 trigrams palm. "Haha, interesting. Besides the high-ranking clan ninjas, you are the only Jonin standing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let me see what you're made of." Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a sharp sword emerged from his throat. Hinata's expression grew serious. Orochimaru was known for his earth and wind techniques, as well as his snake techniques. And now he had drawn a sword, clearly wanting to engage in a taijutsu battle. While pondering this, Orochimaru's body moved like a giant python. His steps not like those of an ordinary ninja, but rather swerving in an S shape, just like a real giant snake. The long sword danced, slashing up and down, as elusive as an antelope's horns, combined with an extraordinary body flexibility. In terms of taijutsu, he was not weaker than Hinata, who excelled in it. After narrowly avoiding Orochimaru's determined strike once again, Hinata smiled slightly. Looks like Lord Orochimaru underestimated me. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The ground rose up, forming a pattern of the 8 trigrams. This was the Hyuga clan's top-tier gentle fist technique. Once the first palm connected, the subsequent attacks would be like a raging tide. Impossible to evade. As expected, after being hit by the first strike, Orochimaru was solidly struck by all 64 palms and was sent flying. Haha, I'm scared. Confronting an elite jonin from the Hyuga clan in taijutsu was indeed too much. Looking at Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, Hinata stepped back slightly, staring blankly at his hands. What is wrong with your body? Typically, when a person is hit by the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, their chakra points are sealed, and their chakra cannot flow. However, when his chakra was injected into Orochimaru's body just now, he felt something was off. Orochimaru didn't explain. His current body had undergone soft body modifications based on several of the strongest snakes from the Dragon Cave. In terms of taijutsu, he had already formed his own style, and battling Hinata in taijutsu was merely to test its effectiveness, as such taijutsu-focused opponents were rare. Seeing Orochimaru silently sneering, Hinata's heart sank. In that case, I must unleash all my strength. Puppet technique. 100 machine manipulation. Chapter 201. Hinata's puppet technique. Hinata took out a sealed scroll from behind him and slowly unfurled it. With chakra input, a series of loud bangs and clouds of smoke erupted. Over 100 puppets of various shapes stood quietly at the entrance of the Hyuga clan, looking eerily strange. Everyone present, whether it was Orochimaru or the ninjas from the Hyuga clan, looked at Hinata in disbelief. He had never used puppet techniques in front of others, or rather, the enemies who had seen his puppet techniques after the Second Shinobi World War were already dead. Ha ha! Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Hinata-kun, you truly can surprise people. Casually throwing the Kusanagi sword to the ground, Orochimaru began to rapidly hand sign. Serpent's array. Countless venomous snakes crawled out of Orochimaru's mouth, unhesitatingly rushing towards Hinata. Hinata's expression grew serious. Today, he had to prove himself. Chakra threads surged from every chakra point in his body, connecting him to the hundreds of puppets. Some of these puppets were made by him, but the vast majority were acquired from the Sand Village over the years and purchased. Ever since Shinjū used puppet techniques to connect his prosthetic limbs and stand up, Konoha's puppet techniques had seen some development. Although they couldn't compare to those of the Sand Village, there were now more than a dozen puppet suppliers. After connecting to the chakra lines, these puppets seemed to come to life, extending sharp blades from their bodies. Accompanied by a gust of wind, hundreds of puppets had already engaged in a fierce battle with the venomous snakes. What everyone didn't expect was that Hinata Nichi had actually gained the upper hand. These puppets were fearless of life and death, unafraid of poison, and had no fatal weaknesses, fully prepared to exchange lives for victory. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's venomous snakes could barely unleash even 2/10 of their full power against these lifeless objects. Although some puppets occasionally fell, the losses were negligible compared to the results. And, at least in terms of exchange ratio, Hinata Nichi was profiting greatly. The puppets extended blades from various parts of their bodies, cutting through the sea of snakes like a scythe of death. Nichi's understanding of taijutsu far surpassed that of the later Sasori of the Red Sand, so when using puppetry, he preferred to operate these lifeless ninja tools, engaging in combat with taijutsu. Orochimaru's technique, the 10,000 snake formation, had also shone brightly during the Second Ninja World War, and today Nichi was bringing honor to the Hinata clan. Unfortunately, the clan's ninjas, staring with their Byakugan, all focused their attention on Hinata Nichi and the Elder. Nichi hadn't said anything yet, but the Elder was panting heavily, fists clenched under his wide sleeves, eyes wide open, looking as if he wanted to devour someone. This traitor had betrayed the traditions and honor of the Hinata clan. As the most rule-abiding ninja clan in Konoha, the Hinata clan could not tolerate Nichi's heretical actions. It's important to note that all members of the Hinata clan possessed chakra attributes, but they have always only used the gentle fist while Nichi broke tradition. How could the main family manage the branch family in the future? Why has the Hinata clan, passed down to this day, increasingly emphasized the gentle fist and abandoned other ninja techniques? Their external explanation is that the gentle fist is the strongest, the best. But the fundamental reason is that using the gentle fist is more beneficial for controlling the branch family. The main family holds the rights to the inheritance of techniques like the 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams 128 palms, 8 trigrams empty palm, and heavenly return. Yet the upgrade path only allows for this one method. Thus, the strength of the branch family is forever controlled by the main family. However, if the branch family learns the 5 nature techniques or Nichi's puppetry techniques on their own, they could potentially grow into shadow-level powerhouses without relying on the main family, especially if they encounter a genius. Even if the main family controls the cage bird technique, it would pose significant challenges to their control over the branch family. For the current main family, with the gentle fist protecting themselves and the Byakugan responsible for reconnaissance, no matter how Konoha changes, they will always have their place. Therefore, these vested interests of the main family increasingly refuse to change, viewing the branch family as their servants, mere consumables for enjoying the rights of Konoha. As the battle outside grew more intense, the branch family members who activated their Byakugan seemed to be inspired by Nichi, as he was now on par with Lord Orochimaru. However, the vast majority of the main family was already thinking about how to deal with Nichi, wanting this heretical head of the branch family to recognize his place. The branch family was born to be the dogs of the main family. No matter what these people in the Hinata mansion thought, it could not affect the battle outside. Seeing that the venomous snakes had been nearly exhausted, Nichi still had nearly 50 puppets remaining, and as the number of puppets decreased, Nichi's controllability also significantly improved. Orochimaru-senpai, you might as well surrender. Nichi's puppets finally eliminated the last venomous snake, and he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, ready to deliver the final blow. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, his snake-like eyes shining with a strange light. You've underestimated me, haven't you? Let me personally feel your true abilities. Earth release, yellow mud summoning. A large pit of mud appeared beneath the puppets, aiming to restrict their movement. Wind release, vacuum wave. Continuous wind attacks recklessly assaulted the puppets trapped in the mud pit. This simple combination of ninjutsu gave Nichi a headache. His puppets were merely ordinary, far inferior to the puppets of the Sand Village in terms of mechanisms and traps. So Nichi's puppets were more accustomed to solving problems with taijutsu. But now, trapped in the mud, he had no choice but to rush to the front of the puppets. Heavenly Return. A massive light blue chakra sphere blocked Orochimaru's wind attacks, showcasing where Nichi was stronger than the Sand Village's puppeteers. As an elite jonin proficient in taijutsu, he was not like the weak puppeteers of the Sand Village. If the enemy dared to rush in front of him, they would truly be asking for death. Seizing this opportunity, Nichi's puppets crawled out of the mud pit. This time, he would not give Orochimaru another chance. The puppets immediately spread out. Ha ha, Nichi, today I acknowledge you. Among all the puppeteers I've seen, I can call you the strongest. Orochimaru seemed to have discovered a new toy, laughing heartily while praising. I didn't expect the Hinata clan to release chakra lines from all their body points. Not only can you use Heavenly Return, but you can also manipulate puppets. I must say you have some ideas. Then I will use my strongest power. And don't die so easily. Secret technique, 8-headed serpent. Orochimaru's body began to split and reorganize, transforming into numerous small snakes. These small snakes then recombined, continuously expanding. And within a few seconds, a massive monster with 8 heads stood at the entrance of the Hinata clan. Hana, Nifikun. Do your little toys have any way to deal with this now? Chapter 202. Nichi's defeat. Minato returns to the village from a distance atop the Hokage building. Even without using a crystal ball, everyone could see Orochimaru transforming into the 8-headed serpent. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was complex as he stood there silently. This was once his most trusted disciple, and he no longer knew when he had started to harbor caution towards him. Perhaps it was during the Second Ninja World War when Orochimaru led Konoha to defeat the Rain Village. Looking back, that child who used to only cling to his leg had grown to the point of threatening his Hokage position. His cruelty, ambition, and calm demeanor made the old Sarutobi shiver. I didn't teach him well. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head sadly, knowing he could never go back. For Danzo, for the village, for his own position as Hokage, or perhaps for the faint future of his grandson, he had ultimately given up on Orochimaru first. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen's quiet sorrow atop the Hokage building. Nichi now found himself in a very difficult situation facing the gigantic eight-headed serpent. He made the starting stance for the 8 trigrams palm, moving his feet slowly as if searching for a flaw in the eight-headed serpent. But unfortunately, this monstrous form was no opponent for the gentle fist. At this moment, Nichi's puppetry technique revealed its weakness compared to the Sand Village. Inadequate long-range attack capabilities and no large-scale attack ninjutsu, relying solely on sheer numbers. One of the heads of the eight-headed serpent opened its mouth wide, and Orochimaru's real body emerged from it. Ha ha ha, Nichi-kun, are you not going to make a move? Then I won't hold back. The other 7 heads took turns unleashing elemental ninjutsu. Fire, water, wind blades, massive stones, and lightning. Each ordinary attack from the snake heads was no less than a B-rank ninjutsu. At this moment, Nichi had no time to use Heavenly Return, or rather, his chakra levels were not comparable to Orochimaru's. Heavenly Return already required a large amount of chakra, and if he tried to engage in a war of attrition with Orochimaru, he would soon be drained. Left with no choice, Nichi could only dodge left and right on the ground, narrowly avoiding Orochimaru's attacks, and when absolutely necessary, he used his puppetry technique to block the disaster. If the Hinata clan really rose up to resist at this moment, working together with Nichi's puppetry techniques, they might just have a chance to repel Orochimaru. Unfortunately, until the chakra of the puppet was completely exhausted, the Hyuga clan gate behind him remained completely unmoved, tightly shut as if the ninjas fighting outside had nothing to do with what was happening inside. With all the puppets destroyed and his own chakra running low, as he watched the Orochi-like giant snake charging towards him like a small mountain, Nichi finally gave up and slowly closed his eyes. The violent impact followed, and he felt as if his internal organs had shifted, being knocked back at least 10 meters, lying on the ground unable to move for a long time. Just as he was preparing to greet death, he heard Orochimaru's low murmur by his ear. Boring, but you have shown me the future hope of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps practice the puppet technique a bit more. When he opened his eyes again, the Orochi had vanished, leaving only a few guards behind. Spare my life. Huh, Nichi said with a bitter smile. Before he could react, the gate of the Hyuga clan suddenly opened, and 2 ninjas rushed out to help him up and ran inside. However, as soon as he entered the family residence, he sensed something was off. This direction was clearly towards the family shrine. You wretched child. How do you explain such heretical actions today? Inside the shrine, Nichi was thrown harshly to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. I just wanted to increase my strength to protect the main family. Shameless thing. The Hyuga clan does not need such protection. The elder did not give him a chance to explain, or perhaps he was not looking for an explanation at all. Nichi's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary elite Genin, but he was not from the main family. Today, he must dispel any ambitions that some branch family members might have. The caged bird technique was activated, leaving only Nichi still writhing on the ground, with his tragic cries sending chills down the spines of all branch family members. And through all this, Nichi did not intervene, but at least he saved his brother's life. Did you see it, Hokage-sama? Such a decayed clan can still exist in Konoha for so many years. Is this the cruelty of Konoha? Or is it Nichi's misfortune? Shinno's words were like a devil's whisper. For the stability of Konoha, and this is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan. Isn't Nichi a ninja of Konoha? Why not speak of the will of fire at this moment? Shinno scoffed impatiently. The will of fire is indeed flexible. When needed, it becomes Konoha's first principle, and when not needed, it might as well be toilet paper. Watching Nichi's plight, Shinno suddenly lost interest. Give me a straightforward answer, Hokage-sama. Will you act or submit? At this moment, all the mountain peaks of Konoha had been subdued by Shinno and his group. It wouldn't be long before shadow-level experts from various places gathered here. One could say Shinno had given Sarutobi Hiruzen one last chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently placed a straw hat beside him, having dispelled all concerns. Then let's have a show. After all, I'm the 3rd Hokage. Surrendering just like this would be too disgraceful. Just then, Shinno's gaze sharpened as he sensed a spatial fluctuation in the distance, knowing that a troublesome figure had returned. Help has arrived. Hokage-sama must have high hopes for him, right? Minato-kun is not like you traitors. Shinno shook his head. Why struggle like a cornered beast? If you don't act today, all the blame can fall on Danzo. Hokage-sama should consider not only himself, but also the Green Sprouts and the Sarutobi clan members out fighting. Right? Are you threatening me? Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded with anger, but just as he was about to act, his hands suddenly stiffened and couldn't be raised. Compared to Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's weaknesses were more pronounced, and the Sarutobi clan was his Achilles heel. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss, Shinno suggested, "How about we make a bet? If Namikaze Minato can get here, I absolutely won't touch a hair of the Sarutobi clan. If even Minato-kun can do nothing, then Hokage-sama should stop being stubborn, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. Then it settled. "After all, you guys have already won today." The so-called bet was merely a way for Shinno to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a graceful exit. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't even qualified to be a stumbling block. Shinno was more concerned about the stability of Konoha. If he were to kill the third Hokage today, the village and the country would inevitably face a tumult. The third great ninja war was looming. Although they were not afraid, it would still be troublesome. Sparing Sarutobi Hiruzen's life ensured a smooth transition of power. In the future, the rights of life and death would be in their hands, and it would no longer be up to others. Chapter 203. Oil Woman Shurai's Discontent Originally. Namikaze Minato was still searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts, but a few minutes ago, someone in the village sent him a message that the Uzumaki clan, in conjunction with some ninjas, was staging a rebellion in Konoha. This shocked Namikaze Minato, and due to his distrust of the information sender, he had to use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush to the outskirts of Konoha first, then confirm the facts before rushing in recklessly. To be able to contact Namikaze Minato so quickly, thanks should go to Shinno, if it weren't for the Uzumaki clan frequently using summoning techniques to relay messages. The heir of Mayaboka Mountain wouldn't have thought of this method. While he was out, Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically selected a member of the Umbu and signed a summoning contract with a certain toad within Mayaboka Mountain. It was impossible to sign a contract with the entire Mayaboka Mountain, as they had their own ideas about summoners. For instance, this time, after the communication toad returned to Mayaboka Mountain, Sage Jiraiya only contacted Namikaze Minato and did not reach out to Jiraiya, which shows their intentions. They did not want all their summoners to participate in the Konoha conflict. Compared to Jiraiya, they had higher hopes for Namikaze Minato, a talented ninja from the Senju clan. Thus, he was deemed more worthy of training, while Jiraiya was seen as more of a protector in the eyes of Mayaboka Mountain. "Shurhai Senpai, have you really betrayed Konoha?" As Namikaze Minato entered, he landed right beside Oil Woman Shurhai's team. High-ranking clan ninjas had already surrendered, and the main force was preparing to detain them first. Just as expected of Minato-kun, Oil Woman Shurhai was a bit surprised. As Shinno's teammate, he had learned about the Flying Thunder God technique over the years. He slowly shook his head. "We did not betray Konoha. It is the higher-ups who betrayed us. No matter how you put it, your actions of usurping authority are wrong. Moreover, Hokage-sama has achieved great merits during his tenure. Even if there are minor issues, they are due to the circumstances." After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Shurhai suddenly recalled what Shinno had said before. Namikaze Minato is a clear beneficiary. An orphan, apprenticed to Jiraiya, constantly influenced by the will of fire. While the higher-ups were devouring the resources of the great ninja clans, the common ninjas from the Hokage lineage were left with only scraps. Without reaching a certain height, people tend to habitually think from their own perspective. To Namikaze Minato, the third Hokage was undoubtedly a good Hokage. The commoners and smaller ninja clans received development, and even orphans like Namikaze Minato had certain avenues for advancement. But what he didn't know was that these benefits were scraped from the hands of the great ninja clans. This was a world where great power was attributed to oneself. It's not about who has more numbers should occupy more benefits. Rather, it should be who contributes more can take more. Undoubtedly, up to this point, clans like the Uzumaki clan and Oil Woman clan contributed more in the war. Yet, the benefits were mostly consumed by the higher-ups in the rear, with commoners and smaller clans getting a moderate share, while the nobles got the least. There's no point in saying more. Just look at the village now. Oil Woman Shurhai pointed, with so few of us. We've already controlled all the key positions and military forces in the village. Doesn't that mean we are stronger? Namikaze Minato's face darkened, remaining silent. Since we are stronger in Konoha, why can't the higher-ups listen to our opinions? We represent the vast majority. In ninja Sida question, all ninjas are equal. How can strength be used to simply and brutally divide us? We are all Konoha people under the light of the will of fire. Why must we be divided into ranks? Just because you're 8J Nin, does that mean you can bully a CH Nin at will? Why ninja? Shihira laughed heartily. Why must you, Minato-kun, turn black into white? The ninja world ultimately respects strength. Right now, a small group of higher-ups is coercing the majority at the bottom, instead invading the interests of the ninja clan, who are the backbone of the village's fighting force. Look over there. Why Ninja Shihira pointed to the Hokage building, where the rebel group of 10, except for Shihira, had gathered outside. Minato Namikaze looked up and, with his exceptional dynamic vision and reflexes, could clearly identify each of these ninjas, even from a distance. Naruto Shikaku, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto, Hatake Tsukuyomi. Do you see? Those standing there are all shadow-level powerhouses. But has Konoha considered their interests? Have they considered the interests of the people they represent? This left Minato Namikaze, who stood beside him, speechless. According to Why Ninja Shihira, so many shadow-level powerhouses were being ostracized by the higher-ups. Could it really all be someone else's problem? Look at me. Why Ninja Shihira's deep voice seemed to be directed at Minato, but also at himself. I hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy when Danzo forced me to join Root. Fortunately, I later became a disciple of Tsukuyomi-sensei. Otherwise, I would have been no different from those expendables in Root. Did I not achieve merit during the Second Ninja World War? Even now, with your rising fame in the ninja world, you might not have defeated more enemies than I have. This was indeed true. Why Ninja Shihira, following Shinno and Hatake Tsukuyomi during the Second Ninja World War, had achieved feats that could make the majority of elite J-nin blush. And what is your current status? The Hokage's disciple, Konoha's Golden Flash, a strong contender for the next Hokage. And I? Just an ordinary J-nin idling at home. If my teacher wasn't Hatake Tsukuyomi, and my peers weren't Shinno, I doubt many people in Konoha would remember me. At this point, Why Ninja Shihira opened his eyes, his voice tinged with cold sarcasm. Which of those people outside the Hokage building has less merit than you? Which has less strength? Why do honors and fame all come to you? Have you ever thought about that? Ha ha! Isn't Konoha just what Sarutobi Hiruzen says it is? With him leading the way, even if you are not yet 17, you could be a Konoha rising star, a newcomer, and if you have any differing political opinions, you end up being one of the unnoticed ones. Today, everyone is watching you and me. Let's see whose true skills are superior. Why Ninja Shihira's chakra surged, and swarms of small insects began to fly out. Let's see if your Hokage-promoted genius is stronger, or if my inconspicuous J-nin is mightier. Minato Namikaze was completely stunned by what was said. He had never considered these things. But when it came to confidence, he was not inferior to anyone. He absolutely did not believe that he became the number one of the younger generation merely through propaganda, and people like Why Ninja Shihira were being suppressed by the Hokage, becoming obscure to make way for him. Drawing out a specially made kunai and placing it across his chest, Minato Namikaze said resolutely, "Sorry, Shihira J-nin." Chapter 204. Fierce Battle. New insect control technique. Their conversation was not deliberately quiet, and which of the shadow-level powerhouses present wasn't sharp of hearing and sight. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could judge what they were saying from the shape of their mouths through the crystal ball. Old man, this is the Konoha in your hands. It seems I'm not the only one harboring resentment. Orochimaru had quietly entered, mocking the disheartened Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade followed closely, her eyes red, and asked her former teacher word by word, "Was Uncle Kigen's death caused by you or Danzo, who wanted to kill Nara?" Sarutobi Hiruzen finally snapped back to reality, forcing a bitter smile as he said, "I only learned about Kigen and Nara's matters afterward. But afterward, you chose to cover it up instead of dealing with Danzo, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, below the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze and Why Ninja Shihira had already engaged in intense combat. Minato Namikaze was indeed a genius born for the Flying Thunder God technique. In terms of combat awareness, speed, and reflexes, he surpassed Why Ninja Shihira at this moment. Dozens of kunai filled a vast area, and Minato flickered around them like a spirit. Although Why Ninja Shihira's insects were much faster than ordinary oil ninjas, they couldn't even touch the edge of Minato's clothing compared to his speed. Often, just as a large swarm of insects reached their destination, Minato would appear at the other end of the field. Even Orochimaru, who was notoriously harsh in his evaluations of geniuses, couldn't help but admire this apprentice of Jiraiya. Minato-kun's speed is truly remarkable. Do you think Shinno-kun can match you? Shinno shrugged. Maybe if we both use the Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately, I also know the lightning released chakra mode. As they spoke, Why Ninja Shihira's purple poisonous insects increased in number over time. Minato-kun, you mustn't let my poisonous insects touch you. Since the Warring States period, no one from my clan has been able to defend against these nano-poisonous insects. The purple insects began to sweep across the entire field, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Trees along the streets were instantly corroded if they brushed against the swarm. Y Ninja's nano-poisonous insects can consume cells on the microscopic level. Even Obito had to leave an arm behind during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Orochimaru stood at the highest point, marveling. Indeed, this is a great ninja clan with a 1,000-year legacy, even with my body modified to be soft. I can't withstand these nano-poisonous insects. As he spoke, Minato seized the opportunity and suddenly flashed to the nearest kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique beside Y Ninja Shihira. Instead of choosing to evade, he used the body flicker technique continuously before Y Ninja Shihira's insects could react, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Minato Namikaze, known as Konoha's Flash, was not just because of the Flying Thunder God technique. No one in Konoha could match him in body flicker technique. A sharp kunai stabbed forward, and in an instant, Y Ninja Shihira did not react in time. This was not due to his slow response, but because Minato was simply too fast. Fortunately, Y Ninja Shihira's defense was astonishing. Just as the kunai was about to hit, black light flickered around him, and the dense insects coalesced around his body, forming a solid defense. It was somewhat similar to Gaara's sand armor, but while Gaara used sand, Shihira used the hardest shells of insects. How about it? My rock insects are not bad, right? Minato did not respond, as the nano-poisonous insects had already swept in, forcing him to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape once more. Just as Y Ninja Shihira felt triumphant, the poisonous insects that had just tracked Minato missed their target, as Minato happened to be positioned to the side of his body, with a massive swarm of nano-poisonous insects blocking his line of sight. Wind release, great wind blow. It turned out that Minato hadn't gone far. The Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to flicker infinitely in the surroundings. The bold Minato set up seals from a distance and suddenly flashed to the location closest to the poisonous insects. The wind swept in, and the nano-poisonous insects, being too small and light, combined with Minato's proficiency in wind release, were instantly blown away by Minato's ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning flash. A dazzling white light flashed, and a bolt of lightning condensed in the hands of Minato Namikaze, just as the nano-poison insects were blown away. This lightning struck like a bolt from the blue, directly piercing through Y Ninja Jihaku's body. As expected, the golden flash. Y Ninja Jihaku bitterly smiled, and after a large hole appeared in his chest. It took him several seconds to react. It seems that Jihaku-senpai's ambition does not match his strength. Minato Namikaze did not delay. After dealing with Y Ninja Jihaku, he still wanted to rescue the third Hokage. It was already impossible to turn the tide directly, so he planned to take the third Hokage out first. Konoha still had many ninjas along the borders, which could be mobilized. Meanwhile, the rebels around the Hokage building, aside from Orochimaru, Shikakanaru, and Shinno, looked astonished at the scene below. Jihaku just died like that? Tsunade was about to rush out to see if she could save Jihaku, but Shinno blocked her first, saying to wait and see. Tsunade was somewhat confused. She had clearly seen that Y Ninja Jihaku was pierced through the body, not some shadow clone or insect clone. But things were indeed strange. After taking just a few steps, Minato heard a chuckle behind him. Is Minato-kun in such a hurry to leave? Minato Namikaze turned around abruptly and saw Y Ninja Jihaku standing behind him, completely unharmed, while the body that had just been pierced lay in a pool of blood. What is going on? How can you have two bodies? 2. Why not 3, 4, 5? Y Ninja Jihaku laughed heartily, but he had no interest in explaining his ninjutsu. Such unpredictable ninjutsu could serve as a trump card. Revealing one's unique ninjutsu like a villain would be foolish. This was the top-tier insect control technique, Insect Life, developed by Shinno, combining Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique, the slug splitting technique, and 5,000 fate points. It essentially referenced Orochimaru compressing all his information into a small white snake. As long as one small white snake survived, he could be resurrected from the white snake's body. Insect Life compresses the insect controller's body information into several insects. Since the bodies of insects are too small to contain all the information, it also referenced the slug's splitting and recombination. As long as the information of these insects is complete, a brand new body can be instantly reconstituted. At this point, Y Ninja Jihaku had completely achieved the state where the insect tribe would not die as long as he did not die, and the insects could rapidly reproduce under the control of the Y Ninja clan, so he didn't need to take a long time to resurrect like Orochimaru. The Y Ninja clan's insect life could be completed instantly. Even if all the current insects were exterminated, as long as Ninja Jihaku had backed up his information elsewhere, he could still be reborn. Leaving aside attacking power, in terms of survival ability, this was the strongest survival technique in the current ninja world. Chapter 205. Jiraiya and his disciple. This battle ended hastily as Ninja Jihaku's poison insects spread across the battlefield. If it weren't for Minato's insistence on rescuing the third Hokage, he could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to evade Ninja Jihaku entirely. Of course, from the perspective of the village's impact, Minato could be replaced by Shinno, but Ninja Jihaku's poison techniques were truly village-destroying level ninjutsu, making him much more important than Minato for the village. As the two paused, Shinno elegantly walked out of the barrier. Minato-kun should go find Jiraiya. Things must be resolved, right? Minato Namikaze gave Shinno a deep look, then there was a wave of spatial fluctuation, and he disappeared. The next day, an announcement was issued by the Jonin class, but it was only directed at the Konoha Jonin level. As ninjas are a secret organization, they place great importance on confidentiality in this regard. The announcement pushed all the blame onto Danzo, stating that the Hokage was merely controlled by an illusion due to a moment of inattention. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed deep shame, stating he was unable to continue leading Konoha forward. According to Konoha's regulations, in emergencies, the previous Hokage can appoint the next Hokage. Hiruzen recommended Shinno to temporarily take the position of the fourth Hokage. The formal election would take place after completely eliminating the tumor that was Danzo. To demonstrate the authenticity of the report, Danzo, as a tool, would not be allowed peace even in death. His corpse was prominently displayed. Countless Jonin flooded into the Hokage building, going back and forth to observe Danzo's remains. The wood release energy on his body and the glaring Sharingan, making them shudder. Although many ninjas sneered internally at Danzo's use of the Sharingan to control the third Hokage, it was not entirely impossible. All the top ninjas in Konoha signed this report, including the leader of the Jonin class, the two disciples of the Hokage, and the Hokage himself. So there was no reason for others to doubt it. Thus, the news of the third Hokage being overthrown spread rapidly like the wind. Within Konoha village, spies from the four great ninja villages and ambitious small ninja villages disregarded the danger of exposure, determined to bring this information back to their villages at the earliest opportunity. In this situation, many enemy intelligence systems were also uncovered, which was an unexpected delight. At this stage, Shinno had not truly begun exercising Hokage powers. Instead, he was consolidating power within the village, issuing documents to station troops, allowing everyone to recognize his rule. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, under such circumstances, returned to Konoha Ninja Village after a long absence. The two had no time or energy to appreciate the peacekeeping efforts of the fifth Hokage and directly rushed into the Hokage building, seeing them barge in without announcement. The Uzumaki clan ninja guarding the door was about to stop them when Shinno's voice echoed in their ears. Minato's footsteps paused as a top wind release ninja. He could sense Shinno's sound transmission technique, but he could not hear what was specifically said. This was a small trick Shinno developed in recent years by studying wind release, wrapping the sound in the wind and transmitting it to the intended person through a special vibration frequency. The door slowly opened, and Jiraiya and his disciple stepped in without needing anyone to guide them, soon arriving at the Hokage's office. The room was already bustling with voices. Shinno, Uzumaki Taka, Ninja Jihaku, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shikakanara were gathered around the conference table, waiting for their arrival. Jiraiya-senpai could personally come. He truly deserves the title of Konoha's hero. Shinno smiled and praised. With Jiraiya's charisma, as long as he raised a rebel flag, so many outside forces in Konoha would surely follow him. The courage of the duo to come to the village alone was the true inheritance of the will of fire. Without further ado, what on earth is going on? Jiraiya completely ignored Shinno and instead looked at his two old teammates. Orochimaru grinned ominously. What else could it be? It's just that the teacher is unfair. He casually tossed the high-level black materials he had used for propaganda to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya did not hold back. In front of everyone, he began to investigate carefully with Minato Namikaze. The entire meeting room fell silent, with only the ticking of the clock echoing. After about 20 minutes, Jiraiya let out a complicated sigh. This content truly overturned his understanding of Konoha's upper echelons. Although he had originally known that this world was not black and white, and that the upper echelons represented by his teacher had done many things that did not align with the will of fire, he never expected these people to be so low. They completely regarded Konoha as their private property, and the lives of Konoha ninjas became expendable resources for them to control power and wealth. For ninjas who posed a threat, they resorted to extreme suppression and destruction. Even their descendants were not exempt. It seems that if it weren't for maintaining the village's dignity and shifting all the blame onto Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have likely met a gruesome end by now. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze looked at each other. Neither of them was a stubborn person. The detailed evidence in the hands of the rebels was enough to warrant a death sentence with just one piece. Originally, they wanted to question Orochimaru and Tsunade, but now, with such solid evidence, they found themselves in the position of being unreasonable. He opened his mouth, but truly could not find the words to defend the third Hokage. With a sigh, he asked, "How do you plan to handle the teacher?" This was a difficult topic for Tsunade and Orochimaru to answer, but Shin Uzumaki straightforwardly said, "For the sake of Konoha's dignity, as long as the Hokage doesn't leave the village and doesn't develop any power within the village. Letting him live as a retired old man is not a problem." "Thank you very much." Jiraiya bowed deeply, which made both Orochimaru and Tsunade feel a pang in their hearts. "What does Lord Jiraiya plan to do? Should you take up the position of a commander in a certain ninja army?" Jiraiya shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm not someone who can sit still, and I don't have any talent in command. I wouldn't want to mislead my students. Let me continue to hold my name under the umbu and be a reconnaissance ninja. What about Minato-kun?" Minato Namikaze shook his head in confusion. His life had been orchestrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and now that the person pushing him forward had stepped down, he felt somewhat unaccustomed at this moment. It was Shikaku Nara who suddenly stood up. "Everyone has seen Minato-kun's strength. Let's make him the vice captain of the Jonin class." Konoha currently didn't have this position, but since Shikaku Nara said so, it was clear he had intentions of passing the baton and building alliances. However, Minato was too young. A few years of experience would suffice. Before Minato could refuse, Shin Uzumaki directly made the decision. "I think tomorrow we should issue a joint statement to restore stability to the village as soon as possible, as long as Minato and Jiraiya recognize reality. All of Konoha's top experts will stand together. The village can quickly stabilize, which is beneficial for everyone." The next day, as expected, an announcement led by Shin Uzumaki spread throughout Konoha, collecting signatures from all top experts and clan leaders, formally declaring that Shin had completely taken control of Konoha's situation. At the same time, Shin dispatched Uzumaki to lead some ninjas to meet Sarutobi Konohamaru. Well, it wasn't to meet, but to threaten. This was the last and only army that might rebel in Konoha. However, since the clansmen were completely under control, Sarutobi Konohamaru wouldn't act foolishly. Next, they would naturally line up to divide the benefits. As the initiator of this rebellion, what were they all fighting for? The large clans that chose to remain silent during this conflict also wanted the benefits they deserved. In this context, an elite ninja meeting, different from the Jonin Conference, quietly and formally began. For Shin Uzumaki, the most concrete manifestation of controlling the village was personnel and financial power. How could he demonstrate his authority without adjusting the ministers of various departments? Would he let certain people with ulterior motives accept the facts? Today, I've called everyone here to adjust the functions of Konoha's various departments. Shin Uzumaki sat at the head of the table, speaking with great enthusiasm. The Hokage's seat, which looked like an ordinary wooden bench before sitting down, suddenly gave rise to a sense of superiority in manipulating the world. It was indeed true that one's position determined their perspective. First, regarding the head of the umbu, due to Konohamaru's health issues, I've decided to let Uzumaki take over. Does anyone have any objections? All the ninjas present shook their heads. The umbu had always been a military organization directly controlled by the Hokage, so a personnel change was expected. Minato Namikaze will serve as the vice captain of the Jonin class. Uzumaki will take over as the head of the Sealing Barrier Department. And Uzumaki Dare will be responsible for the River Country Army. Everyone's expressions suddenly became serious. Even Minato had already joined, and Uzumaki Dare, leaving for the River Country, was naturally to take control of the external ninja army. In times of turmoil, the ninja army was the most important. After all, the Sealing Barrier Department would still be led by the Uzumaki clan, so it posed no problem for them. The Ninja Arts Research Institute will be headed by Orochimaru. The Logistics Department will be taken over by Akimichi Torufu. And SHG will replace the commander of the Grass Country Army. These arrangements did not raise any objections. The selected individuals were all top experts of Konoha, and their qualifications were not an issue. The Logistics Department minister was also a way to appease the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The ministers of the other departments and the commanders of various armies would remain unchanged for the time being, and adjustments would be made after the fourth Hokage was officially elected. Shin Uzumaki certainly couldn't change all of Konoha's mid-level positions in one go. Securing 2 army positions was enough. Everything had to be done gradually. The meeting was short and urgent, within a few minutes. The new political landscape of Konoha had already been decided. As everyone dispersed, Shin called over Yn Shurhei, Hyuga Hizashi, and Uzumaki Fujin. Besides the Umbu, we also need to reorganize the Shadow Guard. I wonder if the 3 of you are interested? Shin Uzumaki smiled. Yn Shurhei and Uzumaki Fujin had already discussed it long ago, while Hyuga Hizashi was pleasantly surprised. The Shadow Guard in the world of Hokage were the trusted aides of the Hokage at this stage, and many village leaders had risen to power from here. Their status in the village was not much lower than that of the ministers of various departments. I am willing, the 3 said in unison. Good. You all go prepare well, and come and take office tomorrow. At this time, news of the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage had already spread throughout the ninja world, but no one took it seriously. After all, what did it have to do with them if your Kazekage was ambushed? However, Shin Uzumaki had long been preparing. He knew this was the fuse for the 3rd Ninja World War. Regardless of whether the 3rd Kazekage was missing or not, Sunagakure had long been ready for war. Now that they were a small country with few people, and having suffered significant losses during the 2nd Ninja World War, they could no longer afford so many ninjas in their own country. The internal conflicts could only be exported to avoid direct explosions, and it was evident that Konoha, which was currently in turmoil, was a very good target. Shin also needed an opponent. In the ninja world, strength was ultimately respected. Although he had taken power through a coup and all the experts currently supported him, if he wanted to achieve harmony and unity, he still had to prove himself on the battlefield. This was why he arranged for his father to head towards the river country, to crush Sunagakure at the first moment the war began. Compared to the original plot, Konoha was now much stronger, with so many Kage-level experts compared to Sunagakure, which had lost the strongest Kazekage, Shimi. Challenging Konoha was akin to hitting a rock with an egg. Just as Konoha was secretly preparing for war, Sunagakure also held a small meeting. Chiyo, who had almost retreated to the second line, had to step up to preside over the meeting. It has been nearly a month, and we have no news at all. It could be confirmed that Shimi must have encountered a mishap. At this point, Chiyo's expression was somewhat forlorn. Although he had some disagreements with Shimi, there was no denying that he was a competent Kazekage. After the end of the 2nd Ninja World War, they signed a humiliating treaty. Yet he was able to endure and work diligently over the years, and with the assistance of his disciple, Rasha, they had finally managed to increase the number of Sunagakure ninjas to just over 10,000. But unfortunately, this Kazekage had disappeared without a trace. Not only did he vanish without a word, but even his shadow guard disappeared, including the scorpion of the red sand. Thinking of this, Chiyo's eyes turned red, unable to hold back his emotions. His feelings were all invested in his grandson, and the scorpion of the red sand lived up to expectations. Being called the most talented puppeteer, if only he had another 10 years, he would definitely become a great Kazekage. But now everything was over. Someone stood up to guide the discussion. It must be Konoha's doing. Haven't they bullied us enough over the years? Of course. The vast majority of those present did not believe what he said. Konoha was currently in chaos, struggling to manage its own affairs. So how could they have time to ambush the Kazekage? However, everyone understood that they needed to find a target. Otherwise, they couldn't account for it internally or externally. It must be Danzo who led the Konoha route to ambush Lord Kazekage. As the scapegoat of Konoha, he was not only taking the blame within the village, but also extending his business to other villages after death. The Sand Ninja were recklessly shifting the blame, bullying Danzo because he was in a safe haven and couldn't speak. Otherwise, he would definitely let these Sand Ninja know why he was called the Darkness of Shinobi. For revenge on Lord Kazekage. For revenge on Lord Kazekage. Clap. How can this chaos continue? Chiyo stood up and slammed the table, angrily rebuking. Regardless of whether we should go to war with Konoha, shouldn't we first choose the 4th Kazekage? Chapter 207. 8 Gates of Bypass. When it came to the election of the 4th Kazekage, the entire venue fell silent. In fact, after years of enduring hardships, the number of ninjas in the Sand Village had steadily increased and had basically returned to the level before the Second Shinobi World War. However, shadow-level experts were scarce, and no more outstanding individuals had emerged. It wasn't something that could be achieved simply by throwing money at it. Currently, only 3 people from the entire Sand Ninja met the criteria: Chiyo, Raza, and Yakura. The gazes of many jonin shifted between the three, but no one spoke first. To put it bluntly, any of these three could take the position, but it would be a struggle. Chiyo had the strongest influence, controlling the most elite puppet troops of the Sand Ninja, and had been in her position as an elder for decades. If she wanted to rise to the top, everyone present would likely be unable to stop her. So immediately, someone stood up and said, "I propose Elder Chiyo." Elder Chiyo has fought for the village since its founding, charging into battle every time, working diligently for decades, and is steady and mature. The village is in peril and needs such a leader. But before the ninjas supporting Chiyo could respond, a former subordinate of the 3rd Kazekage immediately retorted, "Isn't the position of Kazekage supposed to be held by a younger person? Aren't we going backward? Wouldn't that make other ninja villages laugh at our Sand Ninja for having no successors? I propose Lord Raza." Lord Raza's strength is well known, and as the disciple of the 3rd Kazekage, he has contributed significantly to the development of the Sand Village, providing nearly 1/3 of the village's funding. If we don't choose Lord Raza, who should we choose? This remark immediately left the ninja who had wanted to support Chiyo speechless. With the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, all of his supporters had gathered under Raza's name, although these core forces were slightly inferior to the puppet troops. However, they had a significant advantage. Their leader was young and vigorous. In the ninja world, age does not equate to strength. Chiyo had long passed her peak. Otherwise, she would have already fallen from grace. What about Lord Yakura? The user of the Scorch Release is not to be underestimated. Someone proposed. This suggestion was immediately met with opposition from almost everyone present. Yakura was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, she belonged to the lone wolf type. Some supported Chiyo, some supported Raza, and there were hardly any supporters for Yakura. After a series of back-and-forth arguments, Raza ultimately won by a narrow margin and took over as the acting 4th Kazekage. He could be called the 5th Kazekage alongside Shinno. In the end, everyone was afraid of poverty, even if Raza couldn't lead them to defeat Konoha. At least he could mine. As a jonin, the mines Raza dug would belong to him, but as Kazekage, the mines he dug would belong to the village. Just as the Sand Ninja village elected the 4th acting Kazekage and was preparing to ambush Konoha, Shinno also began to assemble his elite team. It was somewhat absurd. Apart from Konoha, all 5 great ninja villages had their own elite units. Yet, as the wealthiest and strongest ninja village, it was quite puzzling that Konoha did not have its own elite team in the ninja world. The Sand Ninja had their puppet troops. The Rock Ninja had their explosive troops. The Mist Ninja had their assassination troops. And the Cloud Ninja had a special response team inherited from the Golden and Silver Brothers. These were all elite squads developed based on the characteristics of their respective villages, playing crucial roles in various shinobi world wars. Of course, the Mist Ninja's assassination troops' strongest technique, the silent killing technique, had already been countered by the Uzumaki clan Solar Fist, making it quite weak. Is this the strongest taijutsu master from Konoha that Shinno mentioned? Orochimaru glanced at the somewhat anxious genin in front of him, dressed in a green tight suit, paired with a pot-lid hairstyle and comically thick eyebrows, and found it hard to comment. Shouldn't Konoha's number 1 taijutsu ninja be someone from your Uzumaki clan or Shinjū clan, or even for the powerful top-tier clans like the Hyuga or Akimichi? Moreover, this person is not even a jonin, but a genin. Is this the hidden expert you speak of from Konoha? Haha, it seems that Senior Orochimaru does not believe it. Shinno laughed heartily. If it weren't for knowing the plot, who would believe that this instant technique that could rival the gods, the 8 gates of bypass, could truly exist? Night Guy's heroic figure had echoed in Shinno's mind many times. It's time to see the truth in action. Let Senior Orochimaru personally test the strength of this genin. Orochimaru did not comment. If it weren't for Shinno's request, he wouldn't believe that this ordinary-looking genin could bring him much surprise. My guy was slightly panicked. He had lived nearly 40 years as a genin and had hardly fought anyone. But as a ninja, how could he shrink back? So he mustered his courage. Flashing a set of dazzling white teeth. "Hokage-sama, I will give it my all." Shinno reminded him, "At most, open the 7th gate." My guy was somewhat oblivious, not reacting to Hokage-sama knowing about his secret technique. Perhaps in his heart, the Hokage was all-powerful. Eat lunch by yourself at noon, and gather at Training Ground 91 after 2 p.m. Shinno issued the order, suddenly seeming to remember something, and then instructed, "Bring your son along." I'm sure he would love to see his father's prowess. My guy was so happy he danced, taking the task without a second thought. At 2 p.m., the sun was shining brightly, and the weather was perfect for practice. The entire training ground 91 had already been cleared by the Umbu and the three. Fifth Hokage was leading all the shadow-level powerhouses in the village to observe a match that left everyone puzzled. Even those on the front lines, like Uzumaki Duro and others, were brought back using the Flying Thunder God technique. Not only that, but in addition to these top powerhouses of Konoha, they could not forget about cultivating the next generation. Might Guy brought his son, Might Guy, who was dressed in a comical green jumpsuit. During lunch at home, Might Guy told his son the good news that the Hokage-sama would be testing his father's strength. But Might Guy thought his father was just boasting. The Hokage, his father, a genin, probably wouldn't see him many times in his lifetime, although he admired his father and had been practicing the technique called the 8 Gates of Bypass. To be honest, when chatting and joking with his good friend Kakashi, he felt somewhat inferior. His father was just a genin, while Kakashi's father was the class leader of the Jonin, the famous Konoha White Fang in the ninja world. Sometimes he secretly envied how great it would be if his father could be that powerful. Just as Kai reluctantly followed his father to Training Ground 91, he actually saw so many top figures from Konoha. Could it be that everything his father said was true? He began to doubt himself. Hey Kai, long time no see. Kakashi saw his friend and enthusiastically came over to greet him. Chapter 208. The initial appearance of the 8 Gates of Dunjia. According to the original plot, Kakashi had already graduated and become a nin by this time. But now that the rule of the third Hokage has been overturned and his father, Tsukuyomi Hatake, is still alive and serving as the leader of the J-nin class, there was naturally no need for Kakashi to graduate early to prove and highlight the strength of Konoha. Besides Kakashi and Guy, there were also Uchiha Shirsui, Naruto Shikaku, and Konan present. The fact that they were here proved that they were the promising juniors favored by Shinjiro. Uchiha Shirsui and Konan, needless to say, had absolute talent on the level of a Kage. As for Naruto Shikaku, when Shinjiro first used would release, the Naruto clan and other small ninja clans like the Kurama clan had taken refuge, and now that he had finally become the 5th Hokage, he naturally had to return the favor. Among these juniors, he reluctantly chose Naruto Shikaku. This person possessed the talent for Flying Thunder God, and it was inevitable that he would become an elite J-nin. In the original plot, as the bodyguard of the 4th Hokage, one couldn't say that he lacked talent just because he couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique in just 1 year. Minato Namikaze didn't master it in a year either. After the 4th Hokage retired, the 3rd Hokage returned to power, and those from the 4th Hokage's bodyguard team became ninjas without a family to rely on. In this situation, being able to stand on equal footing with the 5th Kazekage Maki at the beginning of the plot was undoubtedly a great candidate for further development. Many top experts from Konoha surrounded the area, and the 4 Red Yang formation, used by 4 powerful members of the Uzumaki clan, isolated the entire Training Ground 91. Orochimaru was the first to step in, feeling somewhat baffled. Even if this nin was a top hidden powerhouse from Konoha, this level of attention was excessive. Might Dai followed closely behind, the two standing nearly 50 meters apart. Watching Might Dai jumping around and stretching, the ninjas present felt a bit awkward, especially Might Guy, who felt the most embarrassed. Your father really is quite lively, Kakashi thought with a black line on his face. Just as everyone was expecting Might Dai to pull off some stunts, he suddenly gave a thumbs up, his pearly white teeth shining brightly. Lord Orochimaru, I'll start now. Orochimaru nodded slowly, not daring to be careless. His level of attention to the other party stemmed entirely from Shinjiro. 8 Gates of Dunjia. First gate, open. Open. Shinjiro had long instructed him to go all out, and as one of the few honest people in Konoha, he naturally executed whatever the Hokage said. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Second gate, Rest Gate, open. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Third gate, Life Gate, open. A. Might Dai exerted force with his legs and charged straight at Orochimaru, the ground being stomped into 2 deep pits from the immense reaction force. Double snake kill. Orochimaru sent out 2 giant pythons with his left and right hands, attempting to entangle the rushing Might Dai, just as they were about to hit. Might Dai's fist wind was so powerful that both giant pythons were punched apart in an instant. Wow, so impressive. Kakashi and his friends widened their eyes in astonishment. Orochimaru's thick giant pythons, let alone a nin, even a typical elite J-nin would struggle to break free. But unexpectedly, in front of Might Dai, they were shattered in a single encounter. Interesting, wind release, great wind blows. A gust of wind knocked Might Dai off balance. The 8 Gates of Dunjia was powerful, but it also had its weaknesses. The chaotic chakra could only be used for the body, and using it to release ninjutsu was simply impossible. Orochimaru immediately saw through the opponent's weakness. With such a powerful body technique, if his ninjutsu and jinjutsu were also incredibly strong, he would have stood out in Konoha long ago. Might Dai could only endure with his body. His steel fists emphasized relentless forward motion, and this pattern of running for a while, and then having to dodge and endure significantly reduced his threat. 8 gates of Dunjia. 4th gate, wound gate, open. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Might Dai screamed frantically. 8 gates of Dunjia. 5th gate, limit gate, open. The veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes slightly red, and the chakra around Dai became even more violent, blowing the small bushes around him all over the place. Tsukuyomi Hatake looked grave. He had once met Might Dai while sending his son to school, and he deeply remembered this resolute man and father, but he never expected he had underestimated him. Orochimaru retreated rapidly, his legs transforming into serpentine tails, greatly increasing his speed while using wind release to try to slow down the approaching Might Dai. But now, even a mere wind release was no match for Might Dai. With his blue chakra protecting him, he completely ignored those ninjutsu, no matter the level of wind release. It was just one punch to shatter it. A fist the size of a sandbag charged straight towards Orochimaru's face, who realized he could no longer escape and hurriedly used Earth Clone. A massive explosion erupted, and the Earth Clay Orochimaru clone was smashed into pieces. Everyone present broke into a cold sweat, questioning themselves. If that punch had landed solidly, there were very few ninjas in the entire ninja world who could withstand it. Ha! Konoha has such a powerful body technique master. I was too arrogant. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, laughing wildly, thrilled to have discovered such a top-level ninjutsu, wishing he could take the 8 gates of Dunjia and study it immediately. You truly have the qualifications to converse with us on equal terms. Serpent summoning technique. This kind of forbidden technique from the opposite side wouldn't last long, and directly clashing with the opponent at this stage was undoubtedly the worst choice. So Orochimaru lay on the ground, opened his mouth wide, and summoned countless serpents from the Dragon Earth Cave. He decided to exhaust his opponent. 1 snake, 2 snakes. A nest, 2 nests. In the blink of an eye, the entire training ground 91 was filled with snakes. Might Dai was shocked. How long would it take for his dad to punch them all down? 8 gates of Dunjia. 6th gate, view gate, open. 8 gates of Dunjia. 7th gate. Shot gate, open. Even more chaotic chakra erupted from Might Dai, and this amount of chakra had far surpassed that of ordinary Kaga-level experts. Not to mention these kids. Even Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Tsukuyomi Hatake, veteran Kaga-level ninjas, couldn't help but stand straight. Incredible, incredible. To reach such a level relying solely on body techniques. Truly worthy of being Konoha's strongest. I have been too narrow-minded, Jiraiya said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, cold sweat continued to pour down Uchiha Shirsue's forehead. With such a level of body technique, even the Uchiha clan leader would struggle, right? Konoha is so strong, yet there are ignorant clansmen shouting about rebellion. They truly are a group of arrogant fools. Lord Orochimaru, I can't maintain this state for long. Next will be my strongest strike. Chapter 209. Selection of the Taijutsu team and apprentices. As soon as Might Dai finished speaking, he stomped hard on the ground, propelled by the reaction force, and charged towards Orochimaru at an unbelievable speed. In an instant, just a moment, Orochimaru hadn't even reacted when he received a heavy punch to his waist, nearly knocking his organs out. The ferocious punch, combined with the effect of chakra, continued to pound for nearly 20 seconds. In this situation, let alone Orochimaru, even the surrounding snake horde suffered. At least half of them were killed by the shockwave of war. The fire of chakra slowly extinguished, and Dai lay on the ground with vacant eyes, but no one present dared to underestimate this middle-aged Seichnin dressed humorously. The snake horde had already retreated back to the Dragon Earth Cave, and Shinjuro's before also dispersed the 4 red yang formation. Tsunade and Jiraiya rushed in first to check if Orochimaru was dead. Meanwhile, Shinjiro approached Might Dai, grabbed his hand, and medical ninjutsu accompanied by yang release energy flowed in. Feeling carefully the body of Might Dai, Shinsuke frowned slightly. You have quite a few hidden injuries, don't you? Might Dai forced himself to speak. I'm too poor. Most of them are injuries from training. Shinsuke felt a bit regretful. These hidden injuries had been there for too long, to the point that even if Might Dai used the 8th gate, he wouldn't be able to reach the height of his son in the future. It's okay. I'll have someone take you to the Konoha hospital for a thorough checkup and treatment, and I'll cover the costs. Might Dai wanted to get up, but Shinsuke hurriedly urged him to lie back down. Meanwhile, Might Dai was already in tears, realizing that his father, whom he always thought was funny, could actually compete with Lord Orochimaru, making him feel like he was living in a dream. "Dad, you didn't embarrass me, did you?" Might Guy smiled, looking at his son. "Dad, you're amazing." Dewey rushed over for a bear hug, almost displacing the already injured Might Guy's organs. Dad. The two embraced and cried, which added a touch of humor to the originally heavy atmosphere. At that moment, Orochimaru's body stirred, and suddenly 2 hands reached out from his mouth. With a tear, the new Orochimaru stood up again. He felt a bit scared. Without this Orochimaru fluid technique, he might have died today. Moreover, according to Shinsuke, this was not even Might Guy's strongest strike. The 8 gates had 8 doors, and just now he had clearly heard that he only opened 7 gates. The next day, while Might Guy was still lying in Konoha Hospital, under Shinsuke's orders, Konoha had already begun to form a special 8 gates team. The preliminary plan was to recruit around 200 ninjas, focusing on those with a foundation in physical arts. With tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha, it was impossible for everyone to be skilled in ninjutsu. Nin were the backbone of the village's ninjas, and C-rank ninjutsu was the main force on the battlefield. For example, the Uzumaki clan, even a ninja without talent, if they had a large amount of chakra, could they defeat a Nin with just C-rank ninjutsu? They wouldn't have the capability, right? But if those with outstanding physical talent switched to the 8 gates, as long as they were willing to endure hardship, opening 5 gates would make it easy to handle ordinary Nin, wouldn't it? Learning the 8 gates also requires talent. A strong body and persistent effort are the selection criteria. However, in any case, combining these 2 factors, Konoha had plenty of candidates who met the conditions. Of course, those with such talent would not choose to pursue physical arts unless their ninjutsu was truly inadequate. Thus, after some bumps along the way, when Might Guy was discharged from the hospital, Konoha had already completed the initial selection process. Looking at the nearly 500 Konoha ninjas who had been suddenly promoted to Special Nin, Might Guy's legs began to tremble. Having only ever done basic work in his life, whether catching cats or dogs, being promoted to a management position made anyone feel apprehensive. At this moment, Might Guy was so nervous he couldn't speak. Fortunately, Shinsuke had already predicted that such a situation might occur and had sent Hyuga Hizashi from the Shadow Guard to help early on. As an elite Nin who had also been responsible for the branch family of the Hyuga clan, this situation was a small matter for him. Clap, clap, clap. Hizashi clapped to attract everyone's attention and then stepped forward. "Everyone here is an elite selected from Konoha. We will conduct a month-long training session, and, at the end, we will select 200 people to form the Konoha Special Taijutsu Team. Now, according to the training subjects, run 20 laps around Konoha. Start immediately." The crowd looked at each other. Although physical training was a necessary part of the Taijutsu team, starting with a 20-lap run seemed a bit exaggerated, didn't it? Regardless of their internal complaints, the task wouldn't be lessened. Everyone dashed out like wild horses, forming a beautiful scene in Konoha. Might Guy had no leadership experience, but he understood the principle of leading by example. So he rushed to the front of the crowd and began his endless running route. As the 5th Hokage, after selecting the Shadow Guard, Shinsuke had to prioritize taking in apprentices immediately. The few friends who observed Might Guy that day were all his target candidates. Unfortunately, Konoha had unwritten rules. Generally, apprentices were taken in groups of 3. However, Kakashi Hatake, Konin, Uchiha Shirsui, and Noera Rin made 4, leaving him unsure of how to choose. Just as Shinsuke was in a dilemma, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, broke the stalemate. "Let Kakashi apprentice under Minato." "Teacher, didn't I say I wanted to take Kakashi as my apprentice?" Shinsuke had actually already given up on Noera Rin. After all, this ninja had proven herself in history. The highest level she reached was just elite Nin. Tsukumo shook his head. "Kakashi is more suited to Minato's combat style, and he will also serve as the captain of the Nin team, which is also a form of inheritance." Although Shinsuke could also use the Flying Thunder God technique and Lightning Release Chakra mode, his ninjutsu had always been broad and explosive, and he was now relying entirely on wood release to dominate. So Tsukumo's words were not wrong. Then it's settled. This time they will graduate together. It's time to cultivate fresh blood for Konoha. Since it couldn't be changed, letting things happen naturally was also a good method. This cultivation model could better ensure that Uchiha Obito would unlock his Kamui. And at that time, it was graduation season again, and up to now, Konoha's training of ninjas didn't mean they had to stay at the ninja school for 6 years. As long as you believed you had the strength, you could graduate every year. According to Shinsuke's arrangements, as the first graduating class after he became acting Hokage, he decided to change the previous practice of having the Hokage directly appoint the team leaders. Originally, the selection of students was more of an unwritten rule. In principle, it had the Hokage's appointment, but privately, there were many connections made, and this unclear model was more beneficial for Sarutobi Hiruzen to control the village. However, in Shinsuke's hands, he despised such methods. He directly delegated authority and allowed elite Genin to freely choose their students. Chapter 210, Class Division. The three little ones, it was like running a company. Konoha Village recruited a batch of fresh graduates, but which department they were assigned to still required the department heads to interview them personally. What was the point of direct appointments from chairman? How insecure do you have to be to hold onto even such trivial powers? Tasks that could have been refined into workflows were hidden under unwritten rules, making it convenient for oneself to manipulate things. Shinsuke looked down on this model. The latest class division began in full swing, and any J-Nin or CH-Nin who wanted to take on disciples could sign up. According to Shinsuke's new rules for team leaders, as long as one of the three disciples became a CH-Nin, the task would be considered completed, and for every additional disciple promoted, it would add to the task record. Task rewards were significantly increased, and they could freely choose disciples, so the number of ninjas applying to lead classes surged, quickly dividing up the graduates. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Tsukumo Hatake had privately discussed, and Kakashi smoothly joined Minato's team. As for Obito, Shinsuke personally visited Uchiha Fugaku. At first, Fugaku was somewhat reluctant. After all, traditionally, new members of the Uchiha clan were led by Uchiha ninjas. However, after secretly investigating Obito's performance, Fugaku couldn't wait to send him away. He honestly hadn't seen an Uchiha graduate with such strength before. Moreover, with Shinsuke promising to personally teach the Uchiha clan's genius, Uchiha Shinsuke, Fugaku happily agreed. It seemed that the good relationship he had built with the Uzumaki clan was indeed useful. Look, benefits were coming in to win over the Uchiha clan, right? As for Rin, it was even more interesting. After Shinsuke's investigation, she was also from a branch of the Shinjū clan. Although she wasn't from the same lineage as Minato, there was still some relation. Seeing this, Shinno realized why she could serve as the container for sealing the three tails. It turned out that in the story, Rin was originally a backup for Kushina. Minato had always been by Kushina's side, and if something unexpected happened to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Rin could quickly step in. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Jiraiya, personally contacted Minato, and with Rin's considerable talent, Minato accepted her as well. Thus, the renowned Minato's team was re-established in this timeline. Although changing fate could earn destiny points, how could such rewards compare to the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? At this moment, Shinno led his three apprentice candidates to the famous training ground 91. Looking at the somewhat restrained trio in front of him, Shinno's thoughts drifted back a few years. Back then, the three of them must have seemed quite similar to how they appeared now in the eyes of Kakashi Shikaku, right? Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, Shinno smiled and said, "You three are my carefully chosen disciples. There is no need for ordinary tests. Let me see your strength." Would release, would clone. Trees pulled from behind Shinno, and after a few seconds, a shadow that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. "You can attack. If you can defeat him, there will be a reward." Is the teacher looking down on us too much? Inuzuka, Jinjin grumbled. Among the three, Konan was the oldest at 10 years old. Uchiha Shinsuke was the youngest at 8, and Inuzuka Jinjin was 9, considering himself the big brother of the trio. However, the other two did not echo his sentiment, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Drawing a small tanto from his waist, Inuzuka Jinjin, his face flushed, was the first to rush at the wood clone. Wait, Konan hadn't finished speaking when Jinjin had already engaged the clone. "Sister Konan, let us go together." Shinsuke also felt helpless. Having a hot-headed teammate was indeed troublesome. As the number one genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinsuke understood that even if the three of them worked together, they were not a match for the wood clone. Understanding this, he thought that with proper coordination, they could show their teacher their other strengths besides raw power. However, Gungan's recklessness made things unpredictable. No choice but to show some techniques to let the teacher recognize them. Shinno sat on the ground with great interest, watching as the three took turns attacking his wood clone. It had to be said that even though Inuzuka Jinjin was a bit foolish now, his talent was evident. His superb swordsmanship and speed far surpassed that of his peers, which was quite rare for a small ninja clan like the Inuzuka. However, Everything is about comparison. Just as Inuzuka Jinjin was panting on the ground, Uchiha Shinnosuke picked up the rhythm of his attacks. Both were adept at swordsmanship and speed, but when compared, they were not on the same level. Is this a joke? Inuzuka Jinjin mumbled while lying on the ground. Shinnosuke was a year younger than him. One from a prestigious Uchiha family, and the other from a small ninja clan. Although he had vaguely heard of Shinnosuke's reputation, they had no interactions in school. In Gungan's mind, being older than Shinnosuke and a top ninja in the same grade, he should be stronger, right? Unexpectedly, the gap between people was greater than that between a person and a dog. Truly worthy of being the future water body, already so outstanding in speed. I wonder how his Jinjutsu is? Shinno pondered while sitting there. The future Shunshin Shinnosuke gained his reputation during the later stages of the Third Great Ninja War. Relying on his unique Shunshin technique, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and Ninjutsu, all combined in a way that left opponents bewildered. Even at such a young age, he was already showing signs of this. At this moment, Konan also joined the fray, with dozens of explosive tags floating around her. Whenever she saw an opening on Shinnosuke's side, she would sneak in one or two. Each explosion was equivalent to a full-strength C-rank fire release, requiring Shinno's would clone to put in some effort to deal with it. Going back to the beginning with Konan, Shinno did not know whether the so-called paper jutsu was a bloodline limit or a secret technique, but he now understood that it was a special bloodline limit, a manifestation of fire release. It was somewhat similar to Kakashi's later Raikiri or the current Uzumaki clan's light technique, Jiraiya's oil technique, and Shizen's poison mist, all of which developed a certain chakra attribute to its extreme and utilized a specific characteristic to form similar ninjutsu. However, Kakashi's Raikiri and the Uzumaki clan's light technique were developed later. Jiraiya's oil technique was inherited from Iaboka Mountain, and Shizen's poison mist was a synthesis of water release and toxin research, while Konan's paper jutsu was innate. By embedding her unique and exceptionally stable fire-type chakra into paper and assimilating it, she created special explosive tags, which she then used to assimilate herself. Just as Shinno was lost in thought, Inuzuka Jinjin rejoined the battle. The trio's techniques were still quite immature, but they had already developed some coordination, proving they were indeed the future elites. Lord Hokage, we have urgent intelligence from Lord Yamanaka. Please come at once. Chapter 211. The mouse in the hospital. After the exhausted trio collapsed on the ground, they realized their teacher had already disappeared. I'm so mad. Inuzuka Jinjin wailed. The teacher must have urgent matters. After all, he's the Hokage. Konan defended Shinno. Shinno's would clone laughed and said, "Stop howling. As the first gathering of my team, I'll take you all out for hot pot." Great. The three cheered. Children's emotions come quickly and leave quickly. There's nothing a hot pot can't solve, and if there is, then 2 hot pots will do. In the Hokage building, Shinno sat in the Hokage's seat, with the famous Hokage rock of Konoha behind him. At this moment, the statue of the 4th Hokage was already under construction. This was a blatant hint. The election for the 4th Hokage was coming up, and you should already know who to vote for, right? Yamanaka handed the intelligence over to Shinno, placing it on the table. As Shinno browsed through the information, he listened to Yamanaka explain the specifics. After the capture and destruction of Orochimaru's route, there were still over 100 root ninjas scattered across various countries. Most of these guys re-established contact with Konoha, but some took the opportunity to leave the organization. The root ninjas returning to Konoha under Yamanaka's leadership were re-establishing the new route. At this point, the route was no longer an independent department, but had returned to its original role as an underling of the Yambu. Their main responsibility was external intelligence work, allowing these people to continue to contribute. Lord Hokage, Raza has become the acting Kazekage and will surely take military action, but still unclear whether his target is us or a Wagakure. Shinno swiveled in his chair, deep in thought. The plot had changed. Whether Sunagakure had the guts to attack Konoha was still uncertain. None of this mattered. As fellow acting Kage, was it possible that Raza would attack Konoha, but Konoha couldn't counterattack Sunagakure? As the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, always waiting for others to attack seemed a bit out of touch with its own position. From the First to the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had always been the one on the receiving end, which was frankly absurd. In terms of the number of ninjas, due to the reduced casualties from the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha currently had over 40,000 ninjas, nearly 600 jonin. Could Sunagakure, with only over 10,000 ninjas, even compete? Top-tier combat power was not something that could be compared by sheer numbers. However, Konoha not only had more ninjas, but also had stronger quality. If he truly unleashed his full potential, Shinno's Sage Mode was already fully mastered. As long as the terrain was narrow, he could easily wipe out tens of thousands of enemy ninjas alone. With mastery of, and combined with the chakra contained in the dragon vein, that can already match in all aspects, and there is no to stand in his way in the ninja world. After seizing the power of, unless the jumps out from the Pure Land, there is now no one who can compete with. In order to make his title as the fourth Hokage truly deserved, he must find a soft target among the 4 great ninja villages to squeeze. In the plot, the weak is the best target. Thinking of this, chuckles and instructs, prepare for battle against with full force. I want to know their every move. Yes, Hokage-sama. At hospital, just finished a full body check on and instructed her subordinates to remove all the tubes from him, casually taking off her gloves. You from now on. Training must be scientific. I don't know how your body is held up until now with this level of intensity. Thank you. For now on, as long as I'm in the hospital, you must come for a checkup once a month. Said sternly, this checkup is not just to keep healthy, but also a way to collect intelligence. Any ninjutsu requires scientific training and research to progress. How much progress can one make by shutting oneself in? Now, with the strength of the entire village combined, it shouldn't take long for the side effects of it to be greatly reduced. Suddenly he does a backflip and jumps out of the window amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, and one can faintly hear his roar. After resting for 3 days again, training must be made up for. The 100 laps around officially begins. Facepalms. This guy really hasn't absorbed a single word. At this moment, walks in and looks very energetic. He doesn't look like a man nearing 40 at all. Seals physical data and classify it as A-grade intelligence. Yes, Hokage-sama. Then instructs, bring me his intelligence. The two of them walk to the director's office, and after enters, she cleverly locks the door. Here, this guy's body is truly incredible. As the top medical ninja in, was filled with doubts and confusion when she first receives body data. Is this a level that humans can reach? A body that breaks the common understanding gave many new inspirations in medical ninjutsu. Casually glances at the intelligence in his hand, patting his thigh with his left hand. The meaning is self-evident. Can't help but roll her eyes at him, this guy. Reluctantly twisting her waist, her face unconsciously turns crimson, but she still steps forward and sits down. Then please, Director Sama, explain this to me? Lets out a soft moan, wanting to discuss the medical inspirations obtained from this data. But before she can speak, certain hands have already reached inside her collar. What are you doing? This is a hospital. Struggles slightly, her face flushed. Keep it down. You don't want the ninjas outside to know, do you? S-hand are no longer satisfied with just teasing. They start to explore. I beg you, can we talk about this later when we go back? S face is as red as if it were bleeding. It's even more crowded and eyes everywhere when we go back, with so many from the clans. Be careful not to get caught. Nu kindly reminds her. At this moment, S upper body is already in disarray, with only a pair of rooftops remaining on the grain storage. She buries her head in a pair of towering peaks, greedily inhaling the wheat fragrance wafting from the storage. You just know how to bully me. S arms unconsciously wrap around his head, and as he buries deeper, she cannot help but hold tighter. Cough, cough, cough. Are you trying to suffocate me? After a few minutes, finally can't hold it anymore. After all, he is not a ninja from the Mist Village and still needs to breathe through his nose, or he will suffocate. S face is full of embarrassment, stands up and carries her horizontally into the inner office of the director. As a high-ranking member of, this place is fully equipped with everything. A reception room, bathroom, wardrobe, and single bed. Before long, it seems like a mouse caught in a grain storage, making whimpering sounds. Chapter 212. Waiting for the rabbit, the two spent nearly 3 hours in the office studying the physical data and also released the pressure from his recent ascension to Hokage. How about it? When will you come to my house to meet the family? S face turns pale with shock, thinking of how her apprentice looks at her. Her legs tremble involuntarily. No. She shakes her head like a rattle drum. Laughs. Maybe they already know about it. S brows furrow slightly, and she punches in annoyance, burying her head in the blanket. I don't care. Even if they know I want to go. You have no choice. Even an ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Refuses to agree no matter what. Has always been treated as a younger sister, and is a genuine apprentice. She can't imagine how to face the two. Decides to continue teasing her. That depends on your performance. The little head buried in the blanket feels the pressure from above and sinks helplessly down, feeling the warm embrace. Unconsciously lets out a sigh. Following's plan is steadily advancing various reforms, but during wartime, it's not suitable to make big moves. So the focus is mainly on two aspects. One is the continued formation of the special forces, all of whom are physical training specialists with naturally large appetites. But the investment in this area is not the main expense. The biggest expenditure comes from Ninjutsu Laboratory, where he finally obtained the coveted unrestricted ninjutsu development rights. Spending money like water even feels a bit pain to look at it. But can the popularization of be ignored? Can the research on be stopped? The development and utilization of is also a major topic, which aspect doesn't require massive funding. Moreover, there are successful cases in the original plot for all these directions. Use cells to cultivate a new arm for. The combination of incur seals is also a rare technique. Among incombustible things, can even be copied. Isn't this just a resurrection coin? Whichever aspect breaks through first, as overall combat power will increase by at least 20. So the money that needs to be spent must still be spent. Gritting his teeth, he approved another sum of funds for. Thinking bitterly, as current conditions are worlds apart from when he was hiding, and if he still can't produce results, then he should be strung up and beaten. Since funds are tight, the target cannot be limited to's territory. The shadow of the third ninja war has already begun to loom over the ninja world, and it's not the right time to act against the daimyos. However, losses within the wall can be compensated from outside, and the eager become the unfortunate ones. In the original plot, during the Third Ninja World War, suffered heavy losses, and the prolonged war even led to several waves of children graduating early from the ninja school. In the end, even if they won, it was only a tragic victory. Not to mention land concessions, not even a penny in reparations was seen. Would naturally not make the same mistake. These days, whenever there was an opportunity, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport upper ninjas to the front lines aiming for stealth. Since the plan was set, it has been a month now, with the two making one trip a day, and they have nearly transported 200 upper ninjas, coupled with the normal mobilization, has gathered nearly half of the village's elite at the front, with strong men ready to support at any time. This anticipated battle is progressing steadily according to's plan. Just waiting for to come crashing in. What is the situation? Are they planning to move or not? Zinzasuke has been a bit anxious these past few days. Why are the Sand Ninjas different from what was expected in the plot? According to the original storyline, didn't the third Kazekage launch a sneak attack on Konoha a month after going missing? Did they realize that the power gap between both sides was too great and have other objectives? Just as Zinzasuke was contemplating whether to take the initiative, the Root Ninja finally brought good news. Yanoyu rushed into the Hokage building, panting, "Hokage-sama," according to intelligence. The Sand Ninja village is about to launch a sneak attack on Arakawa no Kuni camp. They might have already left the village. Good. Zinzasuke sighed with relief. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Defense and counterattack are certainly stronger than taking the initiative. It's not that he was afraid of losing in an offensive, but the qualitative gap in strength between the two countries was evident. Zinzasuke's goal was to annihilate the Sand Ninjas completely. Only by severely reducing their numbers and making them feel the danger of village destruction could he extract a heavy price from the Wind Country. Yanoyu, I know you don't like intelligence work. After we deal with the Sand Ninjas, I plan to expand the Konoha school and include the orphanage. Would you like to become the Hokage's secretary, mainly responsible for this area? The Konoha school has always been directly overseen by the Hokage, but with the Hokage's busy schedule, how could there be time to approve school-related procedures? Naturally, the Hokage's secretariat handled daily affairs, with only major matters requiring the Hokage's personal decision. Yanoyu, unaware of certain ulterior motives, happily agreed, still feeling gratified that the orphanage now had support. After overthrowing Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the financial situation of the orphanage had greatly improved. With the Third Great Ninja War looming, it was predictable that after the war, there would be a large number of orphans in Konoha and the Fire Country, making the current scale of the orphanage insufficient. As a kind-hearted spy, Yanoyu initially didn't know how to broach the subject, but Zinzasuke directly included the orphanage under his direct department, which felt like securing a strong backing. Zinzasuke set aside his work and once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. After several consecutive flashes, he arrived alone at the front line of Kawa no Kuni. At this moment, the Kawa no Kuni camp had 4,000 ninjas, nearly 300 of whom were Jonin, many of whom were veterans from the Second Great Ninja War, incomparable to the Jonin who grew up in the peaceful era of the Sand Village. Not only was there a gap in strength, but the numbers also differed significantly. How many Jonin could be cultivated from just over 10,000 ninjas? Even if the Sand Ninja village scraped together their entire village, they could barely muster 150. Moreover, they couldn't possibly bring all of them to the front line in Kawa no Kuni. What about the defenses of the Mist Ninja village and the Rock Ninja village? Therefore, at the beginning of the war, apart from having more Chunin and Jinin than Konoha, the Sand Ninjas were lacking in every other aspect, which could only be described as tragic. A war that is destined to be lost is not one anyone would take the initiative to start. If they truly deployed 20,000 ninjas to the front line in Kawa no Kuni, it would be madness for the Sand Ninjas to launch an attack. Everyone get ready. The Sand Ninjas are about to charge in. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. The Konoha ninjas were filled with momentum. Chapter 213, Puppet Master Showdown, the Sand Ninjas. Led by the acting Kazekage Rasha, charged into Kawa no Kuni with great momentum. During the last war, they made the mistake of overcommitting, gathering only 5,000 troops, which led to their successive defeats by Konoha. People cannot fall into the same pit twice. Thus, this time the Sand Ninjas were determined to concentrate all their forces for a decisive battle. Rasha, Chiyo, and Yakura led part of the ninjas toward the Konoha camp. This time, Rasha was filled with confidence. Almost all the elite of the Sand Ninjas were here, except for the 3,000 ninjas that had to remain on defense. Over 10,000 Sand Ninjas rushed toward the Konoha camp. Seeing this scene, Zinzasuke was overjoyed. Heaven has a road, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you rush in. If these over 10,000 Sand Ninjas utilized the desert environment of the Wind Country, it would indeed be quite a challenge for Konoha. The Wind Country was already vast and sparsely populated. Perhaps there would be only 1 or 2 ninjas every several dozen kilometers. If Konoha invaded the Wind Country, they would be mired in the quagmire of war, with funds and ninja numbers draining away. Meanwhile, Rasha was solemnly assigning tasks to the Sand Ninja troops. Elder Chiyo, lead the puppet troops for the first wave of attack. We must break through their defenses in one go. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Chiyo calmly accepted the mission. Although she didn't know the exact number of Konoha ninjas in the Kawa no Kuni camp, reliable intelligence indicated that there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 at most. The Sand Ninjas had over 3 times this number, and with 3 Kaga-level powerhouses leading them. How could they possibly lose? A series of clattering sounds erupted on the battlefield. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Konoha Kawa no Kuni camp, countless puppets were deployed, resembling a mechanical disaster, announcing that the Third Great Ninja War officially began today. The Sand Ninjas' puppet troops were made up of elite members. There were around 1,000 puppet masters in total, but only about 200 could be selected for the puppet troops, and the worst among them were all Chunin. These 200 plus controlled nearly 500 puppets, charging forward without hesitation toward the Konoha army. They feared not death, ignored traps, and displayed no emotional fluctuations. They were the top killing machines in the ninja world. This is the foundation of a great nation. The Red Sand Scorpion is strong, right? How many can he control? In a real battle against a ninja army, there was simply no chance of winning. Anything could happen on the battlefield. But today, an unusual scene unfolded that the Sand Ninjas would likely not accept even 10 years later. Just as their puppet troops were about to approach the Konoha camp, an equal number of puppets rushed out from within. The Sand Ninjas had completely not considered this situation, leaving the entire troop somewhat stunned. After their defeat in the Second Great Ninja War, they indeed had to pay Konoha some puppet technique data. But subsequent intelligence indicated that Konoha mainly used puppet techniques to assist injured ninjas, with few records of direct combat. But what was going on now? Looking at the puppet troops that still outnumbered them, the Sand Ninjas found it hard to accept. Damn it, this humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. Chiyo clenched her teeth, her face as dark as water. Quickly, charge. How long have they been training? Let these Konoha folks see what true puppet techniques look like. Yes, sir. Destroy them. Meanwhile, Konoha's puppet masters, led by Nichi, remained calm and steady, engaging with the enemy. The thousands of puppets from both sides became entangled in battle. Indeed, the total number of Konoha's puppet masters could not compare to the Sand Ninjas, as puppet techniques were only treasured by impoverished nations like the Sand. Konoha ninjas had numerous options. Family ninjas had various secret techniques and bloodline limits, and even elemental ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu far surpassed those of the Sand. However, this did not stop the many Konoha ninjas who lacked talent in other areas from uniquely joining the puppet army. Moreover, Konoha had one significant advantage over the Sand. They had more money. They wouldn't be like the poor Sand Ninjas, constantly sewing and mending a single puppet. Konoha's puppet masters, even if they were genin, had several spare puppets at hand, and during battles, they wouldn't feel distressed about losing them. This mindset in the context of a ninja world war created a unique advantage for Konoha. For example, now that these puppets were entangled in combat, the Sand Ninja's individual combat ability was indeed much stronger. Often one puppet could match two from Konoha. But unfortunately, monetary capability cannot be overcome. When a sand puppet is destroyed, it is truly gone. Yet these Konoha folks could always pull out new treasures from their ceiling scrolls. Elder Chiyo, this can't go on. If we lose in today's puppet technique competition, how are we going to stand in the ninja world in the future? Some ninjas have already begun to waver. The battlefield is the highest standard for testing ninjutsu, and at least at this stage, Konoha's super abilities are superior. After all these years, this old woman, have to take action myself. You guys are too useless. Chiyo scolded angrily. If it weren't for my son and daughter-in-law dying in the last war, maybe I would have been enjoying my old age in the village by now. If it weren't for my grandson and the third Kazekage disappearing at the same time, how could these Konoha scrap metal still be showing off here? Chiyo's expression turned serious, and 10 puppets inherited from Mon's Eamon reappeared before the world. The puppets lost in the last war had been replenished, and as long as there were enough puppets, Chiyo was still that shadow-level powerhouse. Haha, let Elder Chiyo show them what puppet technique is all about. Smash their toys. Charge with the Elder. The Sand Ninja puppet army surged forward, facing a larger number. But our quality is better. Let these ridiculous Konoha guys see what real puppet technique is. 10 uniquely designed white puppets charged into the fray. Their blades flying up and down like antlers without a trace, and the 10 puppets worked together as if they were one, combined with Chiyo's precise manipulation, almost instantly breaking through Konoha's puppet defense line. Ha ha ha! Old woman, today I'll let you see Konoha's puppet technique. Hunter Machine's performance. Rika's entire body, chakra points glowed brightly. In one chakra line after another extended out, as hundreds of prepared puppets connected with the chakra lines. With a series of clicks, these puppets stood up simultaneously. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent, as the Sand Ninja looked on in disbelief at this scene. Rika was manipulating over 100 puppets by himself, completely breaking the limits of puppet masters and shattering the pride of the Sand Ninja. The 100 puppets coordinated tightly, although they couldn't reach Chiyo's height. Their numbers completely overwhelmed the enemy. Under Rika's manipulation, these puppets moved like a well-coordinated army. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, they charged into the camp, unleashing even more intense slaughter, giving these narrow-minded Sand Ninjas a good lesson. Chapter 214. The Sand Ninja's terrible defeat. The entire battle unfolded in a way that the Sand Ninja simply couldn't understand. In the first round, they tore open a wound using the Sand Ninja's most skilled technique. Impossible. Impossible. Chiyo murmured. How did he break through the limits? If this were a fantasy world, this would be a shattered path of the heart. Chiyo's 10 puppets were surrounded by 10 times their number of enemies, and with the operator's mind unsettled, they quickly lost more than half. Fortunately, this was a battlefield of ninjas, and reinforcements followed closely behind. A sky full of yellow sand rose up, crashing heavily into the Konoha puppet army's formation. Cough cough. Rika finally crawled out of the sea of sand with great difficulty. The Konoha puppets had this flaw. They couldn't use large-scale ninjutsu, and in the face of a natural disaster like yellow sand, they could only brace themselves physically. But it didn't matter. In this world, only you Sand Ninjas have a backup plan, right? Konoha has none? Rika had already completed his task well. Now it was time to see how others performed. Seeing that Rasha had finally entered the trap, the Sand Ninja army moved as one, giving Shinno the best opportunity to strike. Sage Art would release Birth of the Tree World. The elements between heaven and earth began to change, and the Sage Chakra attracted the natural powers in the air, merging with Shinno. Countless trees rose from the ground, spreading from the Konoha camp, as if attempting to surround the entire battlefield. Before using Sage Art, even if Shinno drained the Dragon Vein Chakra, he couldn't do this. But Sage Art gave him infinite possibilities. Originally known for his chakra amount among shadow-level powerhouses, combined with this unique Sage Art in the ninja world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the little Hashirama of Konoha, right? Trees grew wildly, surrounding the entire battlefield at an incredible speed. Is this a level that a human can reach? The god of ninjas. He must be the god of ninjas. Surrender. How can we defeat such an enemy? Just with this move, Shinno shattered the pride of the Sand Ninjas. Don't give up. I'll lead everyone out. Magnet release, Sea of Sand. Rasha used all his strength to inject chakra into the ground, causing the grassland to start desertification. He couldn't afford to delay for a moment. It was clear that this was Konoha's trap, and the fourth Hokage was already prepared. Could the Sand Ninjas still successfully ambush Konoha? Originally, they were betting on national luck, hoping that Konoha would be unaware, and after destroying the Konoha camp in the Land of Rivers, they would wound Konoha and then establish a defense, waiting for a change. But now the first step had become a problem. The puppet technique from earlier was clearly a trap. Could puppet technique even lose? Using the unwillingness of the Sand Ninja, they all fell into this trap. At this moment, the yellow sand was even more overwhelming than before, both in width and height, reaching a disaster-level effect. The waves of sand crashed violently against the trees, causing some of the wood release to sway. Rasha's eyes lit up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope for the Sand Ninjas. Charge with me. The fourth Kazekage led the charge, trying to lead everyone out through what he thought was a gap. But unfortunately, Rasha's understanding was like that of a frog at the bottom of a well. How could Sajar be so easy to deal with? The trees began to grow wildly again, not only filling the gap from before in an instant, but also compressing the Sand Ninjas' living space towards the battlefield's interior. One tree, two trees, one patch, two patches. A full 10,000 Sand Ninja were actually surrounded by Shinno alone, which would surely make other villages burst into laughter. But who made the Sand Ninja lack strong attacking capabilities? If he had a third Reikage or a third Suchikage, he would have led everyone out long ago. Shinno was also adjusting his tactics as needed, utterly detestable. Sage Art, Wood Release, Birth of the Flower Tree World. Endless Wood Release forest bloomed with bizarre flowers. And as a gentle breeze blew, pollen spread throughout the battlefield. I feel dizzy. I can't take it anymore. I want to take a nap. Don't anyone disturb me. Kunai slipped from his hand. As long as they inhaled the pollen, the plant toxins contained illusions. Unless they were Jainin, ordinary ninjas couldn't resist at all. Scorch Release. Oversteaming Kill. At the critical moment, it still relied on elite ninjas. The temperature far exceeding ordinary fire release finally played a significant role in this environment full of flammable materials. Strange fireballs pierced through the trees, evaporating all the moisture within, creating a large space. Go ahead, deal with him for me. Shinno coldly issued the command. Yes, Lord Hokage. Nearly 4,000 Konoha ninjas donned gas masks and charged into the wood release battlefield like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. In this environment filled with illusions and toxins, Konoha ninjas were like fish in water. Even an average Nin could defeat a Sand Ninja Jainin with ease. They had to resist the wood release pollen while also being careful of tree attacks, and with Konoha ninjas rushing into the battlefield, the few Sand Ninjas still conscious collapsed under the triple pressure. Slaughter, this is slaughter. Yakura knelt despondently on the ground. Her Scorch Release could indeed be effective in this environment, but a mere shadow-level powerhouse couldn't change the overall situation on the battlefield. Maybe she could save 100 people, maybe even 200, but what difference would that make compared to the entire battlefield? There were 4,000 Konoha ninjas charging in, not to mention that godlike fourth Hokage. We underestimated Konoha. Yakura cried bitterly, her entire mindset having completely collapsed. But Raza does not give up. Today's crushing defeat has made him lose the confidence to continue leading the Sand Shinobi. And looking at the current situation, it seems that Konoha is determined to annihilate him completely. If these thousands of shinobi die here, then there will be no need to compete for the position of Kazekage, as none of the 5 great nations would have such a weak country. Apart from these thousands of shinobi, the total number of Sand Shinobi in the rear is only about 3,000. 3,000. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Rain Village had 6,000 shinobi. But just like Yakura, manpower sometimes runs out, and Raza, a shadow-level ninja, is completely powerless against Shinno. After finally meeting up with Yakura, only a few hundred shinobi remain around them, most of whom are already in despair. Many have even thrown away their kunai and are starting to await their final judgment. At this moment, Raza doesn't have time to waste and directly pulls out a jar full of sealing runes, smashing it hard on the ground. This was his backup plan. If the battle went poorly, he would release Shikaku to cover their retreat, but he didn't expect to actually use it. The great Shikaku, have come out again. Ha. A sharp laughter suddenly echoed across the battlefield as a massive yellow tanuki cat, dozens of meters high, suddenly stood in the center of the battlefield. Let me see who the enemy is this time. Shikaku's small eyes scanned the area and immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Which bastard released me from my seal? I want to go back. Right now. Chapter 2:15. Total collapse. Is this letting me out? This is sending me to my death. As one of the few tailed beasts that is eager to learn, he can sense the vast difference in power. The overwhelming amount of wood release. The abundant yang release that almost overflows, and the intense natural energy all vividly indicate the strength of the opponent to Shikaku. Unfortunately, Shinno has no time to consider Shikaku's psychological state. The moment this giant creature appeared, Shinno activated the Flying Thunder God technique and immediately rushed to the center of the battlefield. I didn't expect to encounter such a pleasant surprise today. The last time he released the Eight Tails, it was near the end of the Shinobi War, and he didn't want to create more trouble. Now, with Konoha's overwhelming momentum and the Sand Shinobi being beaten to pieces, he could obtain a tailed beast right at the start of the Third Shinobi World War. And it's a tailed beast that even Hashirama Senju couldn't obtain, making it the perfect opportunity to solidify his position as Hokage. Senjutsu, with human technique. The forest created by the birth of the tree world twisted and intertwined near Shikaku's side, and within seconds, a wooden figure dozens of meters high stood in the center of the battlefield. No way, this can't be real. Raza began to despair. How could this happen? How could this happen? Shikaku was his last trump card, but this scene before him was unacceptable. Just from its size, the wooden figure was far larger than Shikaku. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A hoarse scream came from Shikaku's mouth, knowing that the odds of winning were slim. He still had to fight for a glimmer of hope. Now he absolutely hated the Sand Shinobi. The tailed beast ball quickly formed and was about to blast towards the wooden figure. Diamond lock. 7 or 8 thick golden chains extended from Shinno's body, climbing up the big Tanuki's body like agile arms. As the chains pulled tight, Shikaku felt his chakra being drained by the red-haired Uzumaki clan, and the tailed beast ball that was just forming extinguished due to the unstable supply of chakra. But that wasn't the end. The massive fists of the wooden figure hammered down on Shikaku's body like raindrops, and with his movements restricted, the one-tailed beast became a punching bag in Shinno's hands. I surrender. I surrender. Shikaku, battered and bruised, began to question his life, simply giving up. If Shinno were an ordinary ninja, Shikaku wouldn't be so shameless as to surrender even at the cost of his life, but as a tailed beast skilled in sealing techniques. He could tell at a glance that this guy was a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Surrendering to the old man's descendant isn't a disgrace. Even though Shikaku was beaten badly, his spirit of finding joy in hardship was commendable. Shinno was also somewhat speechless. You're such a huge tailed beast, and you're just surrendering without any dignity? Seeing the opponent give up resistance, Shinno was relieved. He took out the top sealing scroll of the Uzumaki clan from his ninja tool pouch, opened it, and slowly spread it out on the ground. 5 elements sealing seal. The pulling force of the sealing technique, combined with Shikaku's cooperation, easily sealed him within the scroll. A gust of wind blew by, and there was no trace of Shikaku left on the battlefield. All the surviving Sand Shinobi looked at each other, momentarily stunned. Raza had originally wanted to use Shikaku to create chaos and buy himself a chance, but he didn't expect that Shikaku would surrender directly. At this moment, he was also entangled by Uzumaki Daro, and with Minato Namikaze on Yakura's side as an opponent, he found himself completely unable to escape in these few minutes. At this point, more and more Sand Shinobi were being controlled by the birth of the flower and tree world, while Konoha was hardly concerned about prisoners. These days, Sand Shinobi were easily slaughtered by Konoha's ninjas. The blood turned the entire land of grass red, and countless Sand Shinobi fell in pools of blood. Raza's tiger eyes brimmed with tears. He couldn't understand how, in just one day, the Sand Shinobi had fallen to such a state. Raza finally couldn't help but raise a white flag, his powerful voice echoing across the battlefield. The Sand Shinobi, still fighting, were somewhat confused, but most breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had saved their lives, hadn't they? With Raza's order, the entire battlefield eerily fell silent. The Sand Shinobi threw away their ninja tools and kunai, like walking corpses, and were tied up by Konoha's ninjas. The Konoha ninjas from the rear also surged in, and everyone began to clean up the battlefield in unison. Someone shouted, "Long live the Hokage." Then there were scattered responses. "Long live the Hokage! Long live the Hokage!" Eventually, it gathered into a thunderous wave. "Long live the Hokage! Long live the Hokage!" The celebration of the Konoha ninjas cut deeply into the pride of the Sand Shinobi like a sharp knife. Konoha gathered all the subdued sand shinobi together, and glancing over, it seemed that there were not even 3,000 left. Thinking back to the more than 10,000 shinobi who set out, Raza couldn't help but shed tears of regret. Konoha gave Raza, Chiyo, and Yakura the respect due to 3 shadow-level experts, imprisoning the 3 of them separately. So the remaining sand shinobi could not see the shame of their 3. 5th Kazekage. After this battle, Shinno was about to ascend to the position of 4th Hokage, while Raza, this 3, 5th Kazekage, would probably forever remain as the 3. 5th Buck Up. What else with all this crying? Although Chiyo was also subdued, she remained resolute, her expression stern, and scolded Raza, who was secretly shedding tears for not being strong enough. Such a disastrous defeat. Even you and I have become captives. What is the point of being strong? As long as there is breath left, we sand shinobi still have a chance. Chiyo still did not give up and continued to encourage Raza. Where is there still a chance? There are now just a few cats and dogs left in the village, and it is impossible to withstand Konoha's attack. Chiyo also knew that Raza was speaking the truth. Almost all the main forces of the sand shinobi had perished here. It was unrealistic to rely on the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the village to fend off Konoha's attack, even counting all the border ninjas and school students. There were only 3,000 or 4,000 combined, while Konoha could easily mobilize over 10,000. Moreover, there were hardly any nin left among the remaining ninjas at home. How could they possibly withstand Konoha's attack? It can be said that this battle truly shattered the backbone of the sand shinobi. Whether this village can continue to exist depends entirely on Konoha's will. Then let us plead, even if we have to kneel and become a dog under Konoha's feet. We must protect our village. Raza and Chiyo were taken aback, not expecting Elder Chiyo, who had always valued face above all else, to utter such humiliating words. Right now, we are like Jain's stripped bear, giving whatever Konoha wants, whether it's magnet release or puppet techniques. As long as Konoha wants it and we have it, we will provide. Chiyo took a deep breath and said slowly, only by preserving the 3,000 captured ninjas and the essence of this village do we have a glimmer of hope. So now, as long as Konoha speaks, we must agree. Chapter 216. The outrageous Konoha 7 Chiyo's portrayal of the Sand Ninjas as a defeated nation was quite accurate. As an elder who had lived through the Warring States period, his ability to adapt his mindset so quickly was admirable. With the vast majority of elites captured, the Sand Ninjas no longer had the leverage to negotiate with Konoha. This was defeat, a complete surrender. There was no room for bargaining. They had to endure humiliation and bear the burden, seeking only a path to survival from Konoha. The war had only lasted half a day, but cleaning up the battlefield took 2 days, exhausting all the Konoha ninjas. In the prisoner camp, 2 Konoha ninjas walked in, grinning. Raza, hurry up. Lord Hokage wants to see you. How could the 5th Kazekage endure such humiliation? If it weren't for the sealing techniques imposed by the Uzumaki clan, he would have lost his temper long ago. However, thinking about his current situation, coupled with leading the Sand Ninjas to an epic defeat, his once proud posture immediately slumped. Pushed by the 2 Konoha ninjas, Raza stumbled into the main tent of Konoha's commander. When Shinsuke looked up, he could hardly believe this was the spirited 4th Kazekage from a plot. In just a few days, the grease from his hair had almost seeped out, and his originally clean-shaven chin was now covered in scruffy stubble. Give the Kazekage a seat, Shinsuke commanded. A ninja quickly found a small wooden stool and placed it next to Raza. Entering to such a show of disrespect was a complete humiliation. Raza understood the reasoning behind it. Defeated generals had to accept such treatment. So he sat down gracefully, showing no signs of resistance. Shinsuke was pleased with Raza's submission and awareness. With such a clear attitude, the upcoming negotiations would be easy. Shinsuke sat high in a main seat, looking down at Raza, who could only sit on a small stool, already losing the psychological battle. This time, the Sand Ninja village actively tore up the treaty sign during the Second Ninja World War, invading our Konoha protectorate and the territory of the Land of Rivers. What are your intentions? Shinsuke slammed the table, reprimanding the acting Kazekage of the Sand Ninja village as if he were a lower ninja. Raza could only force a bitter smile and began to play along with Shinsuke. The Land of Wind was barren, sparsely populated, and the Sand Ninja village was financially strained, resorting to such desperate measures. Shinsuke continued, so what about now? The number of Sand Ninjas should have little to do with survival, right? About what Lord Hokage said. Thinking about the current situation, including the captives, The sand ninjas numbered only 5 or 6,000, which made Raza want to cry. How does the sand ninja village plan to compensate the land of rivers and Konoha for the losses? Shinsuke asked with a malicious smile, crossing his legs. Raza felt a breath of relief in his heart. This indicated that the other side at least did not have immediate plans to destroy the sand ninja village. However, given the current gap between the two villages, if he dared to defy them even slightly, the annihilation of his village would be inevitable. Everything is up to Lord Hokage. Good. Shinsuke was very satisfied with Raza's awareness and did not waste words, directly laying out Konoha's conditions. First, the financial compensation cannot be less than 3 billion. Shinsuke held up a finger. Second, from now on, the Sand Ninja Village will accept guidance from Konoha. All Chunin, Jonin, and even Kazekage promotions must be approved by Konoha. Third, the Sand Ninja Village will sign an alliance treaty with Konoha, sharing ninja missions from now on. Fourth, considering the Sand Ninja Village has a precedent of tearing up treaties, Konoha decides to designate 1/10 of the Sand Ninja Village's land for the stationing of 1,000 ninja troops for monitoring purposes. Fifth, the two villages will sign a friendly alliance, ensuring that there are no restrictions on marriage between our two villages. Sixth, to show sincerity and punish the Sand Ninja for declaring war without notice, the Sand Ninja Village must publicly disclose all ninjutsu to Konoha. Remember, I mean all. Seventh, Shinsuke paused, took a sip of tea, pointed to the map behind him, and drew a wavy line continuing. This area is the compensation from the land of wind to the land of fire. Raza suddenly raised his eyes, staring intently at the modified map. That wavy line nearly cut off 1/3 of the land of wind's territory. The first few points were negotiable, but the last one was beyond his authority to decide. Raza tried to keep his voice calm, his large sleeves tightly gripping his fists, not even noticing that his nails dug into his flesh. Handing over all ninjutsu, paying compensation, stationing troops, and cutting off missions. Each of these terms completely locked the future of the Sand Ninja Village. Without a true genius rising to resist, these reins would turn the Sand Ninja into a dog in Konoha's hands. Moreover, what was the meaning of allowing the land of wind to cede land and pay compensation? It was easy to imagine that without the financial support from the land of wind, the Sand Ninja Village might never recover. But Shinsuke shrugged and laughed nonchalantly. What you and I decide has nothing to do with the land of wind. The daimyo 1T agree. Raza dared not say the Sand Ninja would not agree, only passing the responsibility to the daimyo. The daimyo of the land of wind? Shinsuke chuckled, stroking his teacup. How many jonin does the daimyo have? This land is mine to cut today. Even Sage of Six Paths cannot stop me. That's what I say. You captives. After my assessment, there are probably still about 30 jonin among you, plus you, Chiyo, and Yakura. If you go back and find some help, I believe you can make the daimyo of the land of wind wake up. Raza remained silent for a long time before finally squeezing out a response. Yes, I understand. Lord Hokage, this was going to sever the roots of the Sand Ninja Village. If the Sand Ninja truly invaded the capital and forced the daimyo to cede land, it was easy to imagine that the relationship between the two would drop to freezing point. But there was no other choice. The situation was stronger than the individual. If they ceded land, the Sand Ninja Village could still survive. If the death of a friend does not affect the Tao, they could only continue to burden the people of the land of wind. Raza was taken back, accompanied by Shinsuke's Konoha 7. Chiyo and Yakura both fell silent for a long time after witnessing the scene. Who would have thought Konoha would be so ruthless this time? But the same old saying, people are the knife, I am the fish, what can be done? Yakura, being younger, repeatedly examined the Konoha 7 in his hands, ultimately unable to hold back, and asked, I can understand everything else, but is not allowing intermarriage really useful? Although it seems that for many years to come, Konoha will dominate the Sand Ninja. Given the bloody feud between the two sides, will anyone really come to intermarry? Chiyo spat and angrily replied, this clause reveals Konoha's true wolfish ambition. They want to break our Sand Ninja's backbone. Chapter 217. The miserable Sand Ninja, just think about it. Missions are snatched by Konoha, and the land of wind does not support us. How many ninjas can such a barren Sand Ninja village maintain? However, the number of ninjas in the entire village is an objective reality. To maintain the status of one of the 5 great nations, our Sand Ninja population should normally be between 15,000 and 20,000. Yakura nodded, still somewhat confused. Rosa could only explain to Chiyo. For example, we train 15,000 ninjas, but due to resource scarcity, coupled with Konoha controlling the promotion channels, these sand ninjas can only do the most basic work, struggling on the edge of survival. We can't actively reduce the number of ninjas. Without enough manpower, how can we control the vast land of wind? And if we have too few people, who knows if Konoha or the daimyo will support another ninja village? At this point, his face twisted in anguish, tears streaming down uncontrollably. But as soon as someone marries into Konoha, they can immediately become someone important with resources and money at their fingertips. How many people can resist such temptation? Even if they can endure for a year, can they endure for 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years? Perhaps a few years later, it will be said in the Sand Ninja village that Konoha's moon is rounder. From then on, our Sand Ninja men will become cannon fodder for Konoha, while women will have to marry Konoha ninjas and bear children. This will go on for generations, and we will truly become Konoha's dogs. Chiyo let out a heavy sigh, and a sense of despair spread throughout the tent. Rosa was right, but who made them lose so thoroughly? Now the life and death of the entire village are at Konoha's whim. Being a dog is already quite good. If it weren't for Shinno needing resources from the land of wind, relying on sand ninjas to maintain basic stability in the country with the current few sand ninjas, they would have long been wiped out. The next day, the sky was gloomy and dark, just like the future of the sand ninjas, with no end in sight. At this moment, Rosa had led Chiyo, Yakumo, and the remaining Jonin under the watchful eyes of Konoha to set off, with their target being the capital of the Land of Wind, as a military institution of a country. Surrendering to the enemy after being completely defeated and then turning to launch an attack on their own country's capital is quite explosive in the history of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Shizen Yamanaka acted as military supervisors for Konoha, moving simultaneously with the Sand Ninjas. There were reasons for Shinno choosing these two. One controls the Flying Thunder God technique, while the other had left a bug backup early in the Konoha camp, making them absolutely reliable choices. At this moment, in the underground caves of the Land of Grass, Black Zetsu was reporting the latest news to Uchiha Madara. So, the fourth Hokage has completely mastered wood release and sage techniques. In the dimly lit underground cave, Uchiha Madara murmured, his tone carrying a hint of regret. As a battle maniac, he could feel from Black Zetsu's description that this generation of Hokage's strength was infinitely close to Hashirama's. But now, relying on the ten-tail shell to sustain his life, he had no chance or ability to compare with the other side. Being able to destroy tens of thousands of troops in one fell swoop and completely conquer another major country in the era of ninja villages. Shinno is undoubtedly the #1 ninja at this stage. I suppose our Hokage is still dreaming of unifying the ninja world, Black Zetsu mocked. Once Konoha completely controls the Sand Ninja village, it will become the target of the entire ninja world. Even the daimyo of the Fire Country wouldn't agree. Uchiha Madara let out a mocking laugh. Unifying the ninja world is not that simple. Although Konoha is strong, it is by no means the opponent of the entire ninja world. Moreover, there are hidden enemies lurking in the dark, and they will definitely give them a big surprise when the time comes. How about Nagato? At this moment, Nagato, after 3 years of training under Jiraiya and 2 years wandering alone in the ninja world, has absolutely reached the strength of a Jonin thanks to the abundant chakra of the Uzumaki clan. Black Zetsu chuckled. Nagato and his little friends have already left the Land of Rain and started wandering in the ninja world. I've heard they want to establish an organization to help more people. Originally, in the plot, the Akatsuki organization was rooted in the Land of Rain, ultimately eliminating Hanzo and completely taking control of this small country situation. But now, Hanzo has completely sided with Konoha, and the high-level exchanges between the two villages have never ceased. Moreover, the Land of Rain is right next to the Land of Fire, and with Konoha's current strength, this place is definitely not a safe place to develop. Therefore, under Black Zetsu's deliberate guidance, Nagato and Yahiko began their wandering career in the ninja world like marionettes. Of course, they would have White Zetsu to escort them all the way, ensuring that they would not encounter enemies far stronger than them. In this regard, it can be said that Black Zetsu was both a father and a mother. They are still too weak, unable to nurture the Rinnegan. They must advance the sage body before his body completely collapses. Nagato's hardships in the ninja world are just a process of the sage body's growth. To use the Rinnegan's innate abilities, he cannot do it with his current body. Let us guide him toward the Land of Water. Only here can he be absolutely safe. Uchiha Madara finally made up his mind. At this moment, the third Mizukage has already been controlled by the Sharingan, and the entire Land of Water is Nagato's trial ground. Black Zetsu said, "Yes, my lord. Last time you asked me to pay attention to the Uchiha clan's potential genius who might awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. There are 2 candidates here." "Oh, 2? Tell me more." Uchiha Madara immediately became interested. Once Nagato grows to the point where he can use the Rinnegan's innate abilities, Uchiha Madara will have long since passed away. To ensure everything goes perfectly, someone must monitor him and correct Nagato's life when necessary. And the clan members who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan are the best candidates. Uchiha Madara is confident that under his guidance, these Uchihas will definitely follow his path. Because to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, one must possess a strong obsession, and during the process of generating this obsession, Uchiha Madara will guide the clan members and connect it with his resurrection. Uchiha Shinnosuke, Uchiha Obito. After hearing Black Zetsu's introduction, both ordinary ninjas and the Uchiha clan leader would laugh out loud. Because these two have no comparability at all. Uchiha Shinnosuke is absolutely the kind of child that others envy, a genius among geniuses. On the other hand, Obito is notoriously foolish within the Uchiha clan, and his kind-hearted nature, which is completely incompatible with the Uchiha, makes him an outlier among them. But Uchiha Madara would never think so. As an expert in the Sharingan, he took a glance at the information and immediately saw that these 2 juniors definitely had the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Only purity and obsession are the talents for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Other factors cannot be generalized. Let's go with Obito. Shinnosuke's teacher is too dangerous. We might expose ourselves if we're not careful. Uchiha Madara gave Shinno absolute respect, no matter how much they look down on him. The current number 1 in the ninja world is not something they can ignore. Understood. Your will is my will. Chapter 218. Invading the capital of the Land of Wind after several days of long-distance travel. Rosa has led most of the Jonin back to the Sand Ninja Village. Although it hasn't been long since they left, looking back now, everything has changed. At this moment, the Sand Ninja Village is under complete martial law. Indeed, no ninjas escaped from Shinno's would release, but there were still a few reconnaissance ninjas around the battlefield. Originally prepared for emergencies, it unexpectedly came in handy. Open the door. The Wind Shadow Lord has returned. Hurry, open the door. The Sand Ninjas on the city wall exchange glances. The Sand Ninja Village is currently in a storm. Ever since receiving the news of the complete annihilation of their forces, the remaining ninjas, all of whom were unqualified, became flustered and had no choice but to bring out the retired and reclusive Elder KO. As expected of an old man who has walked through the Warring States period, he sensed the danger of the nation's destruction and immediately dispersed the ninjas in the village, not daring to leave any chance of luck. These are the last embers of the village. How could he allow them to die in this village that cannot be defended? Fortunately, things were not as pessimistic as he imagined. After confirming the secret code with his sister and ensuring everyone was on the same side, Elder KO hurriedly had the remaining ninjas still holding the fort in the village open the gates. What's going on? Is there only this few of us left? Rosa scanned the room and asked with a serious face. Hai Lao Zong smiled bitterly and said, "Ever since I received the news of your army's annihilation, fearing that Konoha would attack, I let them escape to preserve the fire of our village." Hearing Hai Lao Zhang's explanation, Rosa froze in place, and, after a long time, he murmured, "You did nothing wrong, senior. It is we who have let down the village, let down the Land of Wind." Dispersing the rest of the crowd and keeping only his trusted ninjas present, Rosa got straight to the point. "These are Konoha's conditions. Everyone take a look." The crowd took the scroll, knowing that Konoha's conditions would be extremely harsh, but upon seeing the so-called 7 terms of peace, the ninjas present could not help but feel indignant. "Konoha wants to destroy our village," they exclaimed. "If we agree to these conditions, what's the difference from being their dogs? We absolutely cannot agree, Lord Fkin. Enough." Hearing the crowd still chattering in rebuttal, Chio finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Even if you don't think of yourselves, you should consider the 3000 captives in Konoha's hands, right? They are the knife, and we are the fish. What can we do?" The crowd was suddenly at a loss for words. Without the 3000 elite sand ninjas in Konoha's hands, they, the old, weak, sick, and disabled, would probably be wiped out in a single charge. Now our Sand Ninja Village has reached a historical low. To be honest, if we don't cling tightly to Konoha's thigh, we might not even be able to defeat those small ninja villages. Rosa, with red eyes, forced back tears and continued, "Now we can only maintain the principle of making the best of a bad situation. Defeat must have the appearance of defeat, as long as our spirit does not extinguish. And we forge the strongest hearts in the wind and sand. There will surely be a day when we can turn the tide. Of course, Rosa also did not know if he would be able to see that day in his lifetime. The people present were equally helpless. Konoha had indeed grasped the Sand Ninja's Achilles heel. How could they speak when Konoha was brewing their plans? A heavy meeting thus concluded. Konoha had almost wiped out more than half of the Sand Ninja village, and the remaining ninjas had to march towards the capital under the coercion of these executioners. Various liaison ninjas left the Sand Ninja village headquarters to contact ninjas from all over and those who had escaped. Days later, the Sand Ninja finally managed to gather a team of less than 1,000 people, and under the leadership of the 4th Kazekage, they marched boldly towards the Wind City. Wind City is located within the largest oasis in the desert, providing nearly 1/3 of the population of the Land of Wind. It is the most dazzling pearl among them. However, now this once fertile city-state in the desert had fallen into a sea of flames. Although Rosa seemed like a joke in front of Shinno, dealing with the useless people of the capital was still a piece of cake for him. If it weren't for the need to completely control the capital, he wouldn't even need to return to the village to gather manpower. With just himself, Chiyo, and Yakura, they could completely wipe out the daimyo's guards. Rosa, do you even know what you're doing? Are you going to betray your country? The daimyo, though trembling, managed to sit up straight. The Sand Ninja village is finished. These are Konoha's conditions. You can handle it. Rosa threw the clauses related to the Land of Wind at the trembling daimyo. The daimyo took a look and almost exploded with rage. Useless. All of you are useless. In these 3 ninja world wars, when have you ever won? It's either land concessions or reparations every day. Now you even dare to rush into the capital to burn, kill, and plunder. How has our country raised this bunch of useless people? The ninjas behind Rosa felt deeply ashamed and, unable to refute, became a bit angry. If it weren't for you restricting our funds every day, how would we have fallen to this state? People are always lenient with themselves and strict with others. Perhaps the Sand Ninja's failure had something to do with the daimyo of the Land of Wind, but it could never be the only reason. You will sign this, whether you want to or not. The daimyo glared at Rosa, questioning word by word. If I don't sign, what will you do? Rosa maintained a serious expression and replied without emotion. Then I can only ask you to take a plunge and let your son sign. You are committing regicide. He trembled and pointed at Rosa with his left hand, but everyone present could feel the daimyo's threatening facade. Watching this scene, Yamanaka Shikaku felt most deeply. Minato, look at the daimyo's disgraceful state. Without our ninja protection, he is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, no different from those farmers, merchants, and thugs outside the city. Having been teammates with Shinno for many years, he knew that this Hokage didn't take the daimyo seriously at all. If it weren't for the need for stability in the rear during the Ninja World War, he would have long led the Konoha ninjas to the capital. Namake's Minato nodded with a complex expression. As a traditional ninja, he regarded the daimyo as sacred and inviolable. But seeing the Sand Ninjas flaunting their power in front of him, he felt that a certain barrier in his heart had completely shattered. In fact, since the establishment of the ninja village, though the daimyo still controlled the entire country's economy, power had gradually shifted towards the ninja village. Until the 4th Ninja World War, the daimyo was completely raised by the ninja village, and Shinno merely accelerated this process. At this moment, Rosa seemed to have broken some kind of restraint and truly stepped out. It was evident that the entire world felt much wider. The daimyo of the Land of Wind exerted all his strength, tears streaming down his face as he trembled and signed his name on the treaty. From this day forth, the sanctity of the daimyo was completely trampled under Rosa's feet. Grabbing the treaty, Rosa immediately changed his expression, bending down humbly as he approached Yamanaka Shikaku and handed over the treaty. However, Shikaku did not give him any face, only taking it arrogantly without saying a word. And together with Minato, they used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Chapter 219. The daimyo's persuasion. The information about Konoha easily defeating the Sand Ninjas spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. After the two sides signed a friendly treaty and became allies again, the entire situation in the ninja world changed dramatically. No one was a fool. Konoha's overwhelming strength silenced the originally restless IWA and Kumo ninjas. During the Third Ninja World War, the Third Reikage had even ambushed the IWA ninjas, but now he had long extinguished that thought. On the entire ninja continent, the Sand Ninjas had been defeated, and IWA and Kumo had to unite to have a glimmer of hope. Various true and false information was traded wildly in the underground world, with analyses of the 4th Hokage's strength pouring in endlessly. Some said he was the strongest Hokage in Konoha, while others claimed his wood release had surpassed that of the first Hokage, But Konoha had not commented on this. Everything continued to progress in an orderly manner. The senior Sand Ninjas, represented by Chiyo, ultimately succumbed to Konoha's tyranny, accepting all of Konoha's 7 terms intact, which meant that in the foreseeable future, the Sand Ninjas would completely become Konoha's dogs. Let the Land of Fire prepare to receive the territory. Shinno commanded left and right. Since the one village, one country system began, none of the 5 great ninja villages had achieved the feat of expanding their territory. But today, on the 43rd year of Konoha, they finally took a solid step forward. Yes, Lord Hokage. Namake's Minato replied respectfully. When Shinno took power through a coup, Minato had some dissatisfaction. But he never expected that in such a short time, he would achieve such great merit. So he had to put aside his obsession and wholeheartedly assist this Hokage. As a Konoha ninja, Minato's feelings for the village were undeniable. Shinno hinted, Minato, you have always been a favored ninja of the daimyo. I believe you will certainly not fail. Minato was somewhat confused by his meaning. Although after learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen had started to build momentum for him in the Land of Fire, it was still a short time. To say the daimyo favored him seemed a bit excessive. Xi and Zissou did not explain much, as this matter would naturally be understood when it reached the capital. With questions in mind, Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to travel continuously and soon arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. I'm a messenger from Konoha. Please inform the Lord that I have a letter from Hokage-sama, and I wish to see the daimyo. Please wait a moment. The guard did not dare to be negligent, leading Minato to a side hall before immediately going to report. Before long, Minato was given the opportunity to meet the daimyo. Under the guidance of the guard, Minato passed through numerous pavilions and finally met the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Looking at the ordinary-looking fat man sitting at the top, Minato could not connect him with the most powerful person in the entire ninja world. The daimyo rested one hand on his elbow and asked cheerfully, have we received good news for the front line? He knew that Konoha and Suna were at war. But it had not been long. Why was he being reported to? Minato quickly stood up straight and handed the treaty to the guard beside the daimyo, saying, report, my lord, our Konoha ninjas are united and have already defeated Suna ninjas a few days ago. They have surrendered. Here is the signed treaty. A cold light flashed in the daimyo's eyes as he took the treaty and, after reading it, took a deep breath, as expected of Hokage-sama, effortlessly defeating the enemy. Bring in the people. What is your command, my lord? Make this treaty public. I want to reward the entire city and celebrate across the land. Although the daimyo appeared very excited and happy, who was Minato? As an elite among elites. He could see at a glance that the daimyo's inner thoughts were not as he portrayed. After leaving the daimyo's residence, Minato went to Konoha's base in the Land of Fire, where he needed to wait for the daimyo's reply before returning to hand over the mission. As expected at midnight, Minato suddenly opened his eyes in bed. Who are you? What are your intentions hiding in the shadows? The man in black clasped his hands and directly removed his mask. Minato was startled. He recognized this person, who had stood behind the daimyo during the day and was one of the 12 guardian ninjas. I've heard that you, Minato-kun, are a disciple of Jiraiya. What do you think of the newly risen Zissou? Minato did not answer directly, but instead stared at the other party with a dark expression. Does the daimyo intend to interfere in Konoha's internal affairs? The visitor shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. You overthink it, Minato-kun. I only represent myself. How could this be admitted? Although it was obvious, Hokage-sama may have some flaws in his position, but leading Konoha to defeat Suna and seizing 1/3 of the land of Wind's territory. I can't understand who would dare betray him. Minato carefully chose his words and spoke slowly. He suddenly understood Zissou's intention. As a ninja from the 3rd Hokage's faction, he was a natural opposition in Konoha. His visit to the capital of the Land of Fire was simply bait. So your meaning is that you don't dare, but can't, right? The visitor immediately seized on Minato's verbal loophole. Minato did not respond, merely staring intently at him. It seems Minato-kun still doesn't trust me. Minato shook his head and scoffed. What does it matter whether I trust you or not? Even if you represent the daimyo, how much chance do you have against Zissou? This was quite impolite, directly tearing apart the daimyo's facade of intimidation. Minato-kun still underestimates the daimyo. The man in black shook his head before you arrived. We received the news that the Suna ninjas had breached the daimyo's residence, and the daimyo was furious. The breach of the daimyo's residence by Suna ninjas was a direct revelation of the facade between ninjas and the daimyo. Indeed, no one had done such a thing before. But it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. Moreover, it was obvious that this action was instructed by the Hokage. What was he trying to do? This was a threat. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was not one to sit idly by. After Zisu's coup, there must still be many in the village who are discontented. After several days of urgent research and analyzing certain traitors who had betrayed the route and joined the daimyo's forces, it turned out that Minato was the most likely candidate to be swayed. Originally, he was the fourth Hokage's competitor, strongly supported by the third Hokage. Now, with his teacher in Konoha keeping a low profile, he must be feeling quite frustrated. As a political struggles loser, the Hokage might have spared his life while his position was unstable, but now that Zisu had defeated Suna, his position was incredibly secure. And Minato and Jiraiya were like thorns in his side. To survive, aside from directly defecting from Konoha, collaborating with the daimyo was undoubtedly one of the most valuable choices. They believed that instigating internal strife in Konoha and controlling Minato during a mutual defeat would give them a great chance to make him a puppet Hokage, achieving the goal of having only one jewel in the Land of Fire. Furthermore, the time was ripe, and they could not afford to hesitate. The Hokage was already considering taking action against the daimyo. If they delayed any longer, they would likely lose this opportunity. Chapter 220. The astonishing plan is Minato-kun content. Even if Minato-kun is content, will Zisu spare you? The man in black continued to tempt him. Minato's expression tightened, and he slowly nodded. I want to see your sincerity. A rebellion that is bound to fail cannot attract many people, even if I and my teacher join. The guardian ninja was overjoyed, with Minato as an insider. Controlling Konoha village would be within reach. After the daimyo's grand banquet for his ministers, Minato would see it. In the last few days, Minato truly witnessed the so-called foundation of the guardian ninjas, including the 12 guardian ninjas, the fire temple, wandering ninjas collected, root traders, and some noble guards. They had amassed nearly 100 jounin. Of course, the quality of these jounin was not comparable to Konoha's. Many of them were weaker than Konoha's veteran shunin. But this was already a massive force. If Minato and Jiraiya could rally as many jounin, fighting back would not be a dream. Hokage-sama, this is the whole story. In Konoha's camp in the Land of River, Minato reported in a deep voice. Those frogs in the well of the Land of Fire completely did not understand the strength of this Hokage-sama, nor did they understand how many elite-level experts Konoha had. Did they really think that gathering 100 jounin would allow them to do as they pleased? Ninja battles have never been a numbers game. Even if they sent 100 people at once, they would not be able to touch Zisu, let alone that Zisu had already hinted to him that these traitors had long been noted by Hokage-sama. Their strength was originally weaker than others, and they had no advantage of initiating the attack. Wanting to overthrow the Hokage was just a pipe dream. Zisu smiled. Minato-kun has indeed not disappointed me. Minato did not refuse. Although he also wanted to be Hokage, he would never use the method of inviting wolves into the house. When did Hokage-sama notice them? Minato curiously asked. Of course, it was when they absorbed the root traders. Could it be that there are spies from Konoha among those root members? Why does Minato-kun need to ask when you already know the answer? Zisu did not answer directly, but his attitude was self-evident. Zisu stood up, pulling Minato as they walked outside. Today, let Minato-kun see something good. Minato did not resist, and under Zisu's Flying Thunder God technique, they left the Land of River. Where's this? The Land of Rain? Minato asked in confusion. That's right, just wait and see, Minato-kun. This camp gathered over 10,000 ninjas from Konoha, and they were making a big show, having early camped here under Orochimaru's leadership. Teacher, why are you here too? Minato couldn't help but step forward to ask when he saw someone. Are we planning a major operation? The Land of Rain borders the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. During the Second Shinobi World War, this was the battlefield of the three nations. Are we going to sneak attack the Land of Earth again? But why are we so openly building a camp here? Minato Namikaze was puzzled. Not understanding, he decided not to think too much about it, and wanted to see what the Hokage would come up with this time. Shortly after, the elite shinobi from Konoha, led by Shinno, arrived at the foot of a mountain. What's going on, husband? I'm not done playing yet, said Kushina. Ever since she became the Nine-Tails host, she hadn't had a chance to leave the village. It was a rare opportunity to carry out a mission with her teammates, and they were just wandering around Konoha. She had been looking forward to coming to the Land of Rain for many days. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shinno affectionately patted her head. Everyone, our target this time is this mountain range, he said, pointing to the mountains behind him. The crowd was taken aback and did not understand his meaning. Shinno was not in a hurry. He took out a map of the shinobi world and explained to everyone. The reason the Land of Rain experiences continuous heavy rain is that the water vapor blowing in from the ocean is blocked by this mountain range. And this is the lowest point of that mountain range. If we create a gap here, the wind containing water vapor will blow through this gap into the land of wind, which owes us compensation, and this desert will once again become a fertile land. Everyone was astonished by Shinno's audacity. He actually wanted to change the terrain. Can this really be done? Zetsu stammered. Why can't it be done? Shinno pointed to the mountain range behind him. Although the mountains are steep, we now have 3-tailed beasts, plus I possess the dragon vein, which can be counted as having 4-tailed beasts. With the continuous bombardment of tailed beast bombs, I don't believe we can open a gap. As the current strongest shinobi in the world, he would no longer hide his possession of the dragon vein. Of course, this was limited to the higher-ups of Konoha. If we blow this mountain to pieces, we will use earth release to widen the rubble and sink the shattered mountain into the ground. This project should not be impossible for our tens of thousands of Konoha earth release ninjas, right? The crowd was captivated by the blueprint Shinno portrayed. If this could really be accomplished, it would be a monumental event in the era of shinobi villages. Even 1,000 years later, this land would sing the praises of Konoha's great achievements. Moreover, there are several major rivers on the backside of this mountain. These rivers, which gather the rainwater from the land of rain, almost all flow into the land of rivers. After opening the gap, we can completely adjust the river channels to let them flow into the newly acquired territory of the land of fire. With this 1/3 of fertile land, Konoha could definitely raise another 20,000 ninjas. At that time, unifying the shinobi world would not be difficult at all. No more talking, let us do it, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki. If this mission succeeded, Shinno would absolutely be the most successful Hokage in Konoha's history, comparable to Hashirama, who founded the village. After reaching an agreement with everyone, Shinno wasted no time and released the sealed Shikaku from the ninja scroll. I'm out again. Shikaku laughed wildly for a moment, but soon felt something was off. Damn it, this is the stench of that fox and that dead cat. Long time no see. We have the slowpoke among us. The form of the cat again suddenly swelled up dramatically, becoming about the same size as Shikaku in just a few seconds. Who has the slowpoke? Do you dare to compete with me? Suddenly, Shikaku seemed to notice something. Why aren't you sealed? As long as you meet our requirements. You can walk freely within Konoha, but your size must be reduced. Shinno confidently tempted him, believing he could control the tailed beasts. The situation was stronger than the person. Who would want to return to the sealing scroll? His small eyes spun around, and after a while, he couldn't help but say, "What do you want me to do? Just make sure it's not something too difficult." Of course, no problem. It's just a bit more work. There's definitely no danger. Chapter 221. The Transforming Nine-Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. Shinno was the first to strike. A chaotic chakra energy ball composed of mixed yin-yang attributes was released in just a few seconds, striking the mountain at an almost imperceptible speed. Boom! The pure attacking power was straightforward, emphasizing quantity over fancy tricks. With just one blow like an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, a corner of the mountain peak was sheared off. The over 10,000 Konoha ninjas were excited. This was the current strongest shinobi in the world, the 4th Hokage, compared to Minato Namikaze in the story. How flashy the Flying Thunder God technique seemed to ordinary people was insignificant in the face of pure power. How long do we have to keep this up? Shikaku sulked. Another tailed beast bomb flew, and the two tails replied, "Who knows? It all depends on whether that nine tails is up to the task." Just as the two were exchanging banter, a voice suddenly echoed in the spiritual world. "You two guys, are you really so easily subdued by humans? Haha. Isn't that our boss from the tailed beast world? Why have you become so weak after a few days?" Shikaku laughed loudly in the spiritual world. Since their birth, with one tailed beast being first and the other last, Shikaku and the nine tails had never gotten along. To be honest, this 4th Hokage isn't bad. Look at me and Cat again. Aren't we able to move freely now? Big brother, why don't you ever come out? Is it because you're sealed? Lies 1T hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. The tailed beast joys and sorrows do not connect. Originally, Shikaku was somewhat dissatisfied with becoming the laborer, but compared to the nine tails, the sense of superiority immediately surged. You just easily submit to humans like this? Do we tailed beasts have no dignity? What dignity do we have left? We're almost human toys. The cat's voice floated in. Over the years, he had lived with Tsunade and met many members of the Uzumaki clan and Shinjū clan. After living in the human world for a while, his thoughts had undergone some changes. Actually, some humans are quite good. Weak ninjas fear us, and strong ninjas want to enslave us. But now I realize that someone like the 4th Hokage, who is far stronger than ordinary ninjas, is our best partner. Oh, Shikaku questioned. Because he is so much stronger than us, he doesn't stoop to using our abilities and isn't afraid of us. Shikaku thought about it and found it true. When others seal them, they can't wait to turn them into Jinchuriki, but this fourth Hokage isn't in a rush at all. It's time to change our perspective. For so many years since Hashirama established the shinobi village, we have completely lost to the top ninjas. If we don't change, we'll only be a rechargeable battery for Jinchuriki for the rest of our lives. That's right. Since the shinobi village era began, the nine-tailed beasts have been controlled by various ninja villages. Even with several changes of Jinchuriki, there hasn't been a successful escape case. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages and various sealing technique ninjas now hold them tightly. Even if we become Jinchuriki, they can't exert half of our power. The Nine-Tails' voice came again. If you can't connect with the tailed beast's hearts, you can't exert the maximum power. But can this power really defeat the 4th Hokage? What is the point? What is the use of being angry with myself? You guys can choose me as you like. But I'm already a registered Konoha ninja. Saying this, the cat couldn't help but shake his ninja headband. Shikaku's small eyes spun around. It seemed he was tempted. The Nine-Tails snorted coldly, then disappeared from the spiritual space. The entire land of rain spent the whole day in thunderous noise. Such a grand display could not escape the eyes of various spies, and even Hanzo personally came to observe. Hanzo, who had long lost his ambition, was shocked by the tremendous power of the tailed beasts, and with 3 major tailed beasts in hand, Konoha's momentum grew even stronger. The tailed beast bombs bombarded the mountains openly, and although the spies did not know what Konoha's ninjas were planning, they quickly reported the information back to their respective villages. At night, the bright moon quietly hid behind the clouds, and the originally bright camp suddenly turned dark. Soon, bright lights illuminated the entire camp as if it were daytime. This was the latest application of the Uzumaki clan's light secret technique, allowing shadow clones to continuously adjust their light emission time. Not only did it provide illumination like a light bulb, but due to the effect of chakra, it also had a certain level of detection capability. Inside the Hokage's tent, Shinji was whispering sweet nothings to Kushina. The tent resembled the starry sky of the night, with clouds and evening glow playfully chasing each other. The clouds wanted to get closer to the evening glow, while the evening glow also wanted to cling tightly. The evening glow felt a bit shy, unable to let go in the tranquil night sky, as if afraid the surrounding stars would notice something. The sound of rustling leaves and branches echoed. As the rain cleared, remnants of the storm lingered on Kushina's face. Her bright red hair complemented her rosy cheeks, resembling an evening glow in the night. Resting her head on Shinji's chest, she said, "Honey, today the Nine-Tails seemed hesitant. It seems like it wants to say something to us. Can you meet it?" Shinji immediately shivered. Did that guy just peek? Kushina couldn't help but punch Shinji playfully, rolling her eyes. "What are you thinking? I already locked him in a small dark room. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to have any intention of performing. Close your eyes." Shinji's spirit completely merged with her body. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a vibrant world filled with the sounds of birds and flowers. The Nine-Tails was frolicking inside. This was a stark contrast to the original plot, devoid of any restrictive bindings, which made Shinji feel a bit unaccustomed. The Nine-Tails smirked. "Kid, after observing you two over the years, your strength is decent. And this girl has a kind heart. After all these years, I've come to recognize her. It's time to change everything." Shinji found it amusing. The Nine-Tails was still so proud. Today, it must have been stimulated by the cat demon and Shikaku. Both are tailed beasts. While others can roam freely in the ninja world, he could only play with butterflies in this illusory world. No one could accept that. Shinji chose not to expose it, instead expressing excitement. As expected of the leader among tailed beasts, "It's great that you can acknowledge us. You two are quite perceptive." Although the Nine-Tails did not say it outright, its expression conveyed this meaning. Chapter 222. The candidate for the 4th Kazekage, since the Nine-Tails was sealed within Kushina. Releasing it directly would lead to the death of the Jinchuriki. Thus, the Nine-Tails ultimately chose to separate 1/10,000th of its chakra to form a small version of itself, acting as its clone in the ninja world. With the 3 major tailed beasts dealt with, the pace of the project accelerated significantly. While Shinji was blowing up mountains with the 3 major tailed beasts, over 10,000 Earth-style ninjas were also busy. They began excavating riverbeds across the newly acquired territory, according to the blueprint. Earth-style, Earth Retention Cut. Earth-style Ground Movement Core, with over 10,000 ninjas joining in. A single Earth-style technique was equivalent to an excavator working for an hour, not to mention that among these Earth-style ninjas, there were geniuses like Jiraiya. Ha! Finally, it's my turn to perform. Sage Art, Earth-style, ground hole core. As a shadow-level powerhouse skilled in Earth-style, Jiraiya could fully supply his chakra in a normal state. And with this technique, he could create a land drop of several kilometers, coupled with Sage Art enhancement. Just one move extended the entire riverbed by nearly 10 kilometers. However, Jiraiya's Sage Art was not very durable, so his best disciple became the perfect partner. As soon as he finished one Earth-style technique, he instantly cast the Flying Thunder God technique and opened his eyes at the forefront of the newly opened riverbed. In comparison, Jiraiya alone could be equivalent to dozens of shield tunneling machines. Since most of this land was either gravel or desert, the construction difficulty was not great. However, if there was no water source in a short period, the newly excavated riverbeds would be covered again by the desert. Fortunately, Shinji was efficient, and with the Nine Tails providing unlimited chakra for tailed beast bombs, within less than 10 days after the riverbed was just completed, a huge gap was finally blasted out of the entire mountain. The resulting debris was mostly sunk into the ground by Earth-style, and the smaller pieces were used by Konoha ninjas to reinforce parts of the riverbed. A humid breeze swept through the mountain pass, moistening the entire camp. Orochimaru licked his lips. Haha. As expected of Lord Hokage, ninjutsu can actually be used like this. A few people arrived at the largest rivers in the Land of Rain among these mountains. These rivers not only failed to benefit the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, but due to the humidity being blocked by the mountains, they often flooded due to excessive water flow. Earth-style Earth Flow Cut. As Hokage, Shinji's Earth-style was not to be trifled with. Even a river surface several kilometers wide could be cut out with a huge gap. Earth-style Ground Elevation Absolute. Originally, this technique was commonly used to create volcanic eruptions. An absolute map cannon-level ninjutsu, but now Shinji used it to form a mountain, serving as a dam. After studying for a while, Orochimaru shook his head, indicating a pity. The stability is still lacking. The water flow's impact will definitely cause it to collapse after some time. Before he could finish speaking, the entire volcano began to erupt, and scorching lava, along with various rocks and metals from the ground, formed a thick protective layer around the volcano. Orochimaru could only shrug. All right, forget I said anything. Under Shinji's deliberate guidance, countless rocks erupted from the volcano's mouth, reinforcing the entire dam. The massive water flow flowed out of the gap as planned, traversing the entire newly acquired territory of Konoha, irrigating countless fertile fields before finally flowing into the sea. This time, there was not a single deviation. The power of a ninja's used to transform the terrain was not something a few excavators could compare to. If they stopped here, perhaps a few years later, this place would become a fertile land, but for Shinji, that was still too slow. Therefore, besides himself, Shinjū also transformed into 007 once again. The two worked together to use a simplified version of the forest birth technique, artificially creating greenery along the riverbed. These trees could not only prevent wind and stabilize sand, but also absorb water nutrients to the maximum extent, speeding up the greening process. This was much faster than excavating the riverbed. Although there were only two of them, their chakra levels were at the top of the ninja world. And with the tailed beast as a charging battery, in less than 3 days, lush forest vegetation had formed along the riverbed. When Rashi and others saw Shinji again, they were completely stunned by the changes in the land. Is this still that barren land? A miracle. This is a miracle. With such a powerful enemy, how can we defeat them? Let's give up. Joining Konoha wouldn't be so bad. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone glared at him. Although they were now bowing low to Konoha, they absolutely would not give up the thought of independence. Under the intense gazes of everyone, the ninja appeared a bit flustered. But in the end, he finally made up his mind. Ladies and gentlemen, since we cannot lead the Sand Ninja Village, cannot lead the Land of Wind to move forward, joining Konoha isn't a bad thing. He seemed to be persuading others, but also convincing himself. Look at how much time has passed. The once desolate desert has been transformed into habitable land by the Hokage. Following such a ninja and striving together is indeed the right choice. Raz's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew that in the coming years, there would be many with this mentality. If they couldn't win, they would join in. Not everyone has the ambition to become strong and prosperous. Just like America and Mexico, Mexico keeps digging up historical grievances, opposing America's occupation of Texas. But if America were to annex all of Mexico, they would gladly approve. The future sand shinobi might be the same, privately cursing Konoha for occupying 1/3 of the Land of Wind, while secretly many would wish to be directly merged with Konoha, because Konoha truly brings benefits after Konoha's transformation. This 1/3 of land can generate value far exceeding the remaining 2/3 in the Land of Wind. Raza scooped up some soil by the riverbed. The once desertified land had already regained its moisture. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this place became a lush wheat field. He said nothing further, silently putting the soil into his pocket. Lord Hokage, this is the candidate we elected for the 4th Kazekage. Please take a look. Raza bowed deeply and handed over a list. He was merely acting as the Kazekage, originally hoping to officially take the position after defeating Konoha. But according to the new contract terms, every future Kazekage must now be approved by the Hokage. This deep sense of humiliation made Raza want to bang his head against a wall. Yet he still had to put on a face that showed Konoha's supremacy. Shinzo received the list, and as expected, there were only 3 candidates, these 3 before him: Chiyo, Yakumo, and Raza. Shinzo had already made plans in his mind. Chiyo, this old guy was not easy to control, having lived through the Warring States period and weathered many storms. He was not someone who could be easily subdued by a few words. Raza was the same. He was extremely skilled in mining and had already mastered the village's finances. Adding a title wouldn't make him the kind of Kazekage that Konoha wanted. Ultimately, he set his sights on Yakumo. Not strong in power and with low prestige in the village, he seemed like a controllable candidate. Of course, his outstanding beauty was also a rare advantage. Chapter 223. The next target, Takigakure Shinzo pondered for a moment, picked up his pen, scribbled on the list, and then casually tossed it to Raza. Let's go with this list. Raza had a bad feeling and slowly opened the list. Sure enough, his and Chiyo's names had been crossed out. His expression darkened instantly. Although he had almost lost the future of the Sand Shinobi, considering the village had lost its tailed beasts, Chiyo was too old, and Yakumo was a woman. He still held the financial power. Perhaps he could continue to cling to his position. He didn't expect Konoha to be so direct, not even giving him a chance to run. Lord Hokage, if there's only one candidate, wouldn't that be a predetermined outcome? The remaining ninjas in the village probably won't accept it, right? Shinzo chuckled. If they don't accept, then they don't accept. Does Konoha need to explain the rules it has set? Shinzo's cold tone left Raza speechless. The defeated must have the awareness of the defeated. In this situation, Konoha could certainly continue to operate, making Yakumo's rise to power appear more reasonable and legitimate. But Shinzo was unwilling. He wanted to completely control the Sand Shinobi village and extinguish the ambitions of its capable individuals. At this moment, Konoha's dispatch forces, led by Aoyun, had officially entered the Land of Wind. However, they did not directly garrison in the Sand Shinobi village. With such a small number of troops, if the Sand Shinobi truly intended to commit some unspeakable acts, aside from Aoyun, who had the ability to fly, no one else would be able to escape. So they chose the military stronghold of the Sand Shinobi, the Line of Heaven. This was the gateway to the entire Sand Shinobi village. As long as they controlled this, they would control the exit of the Sand Shinobi village, and all ninjas would have to look to them. The situation was beyond their control. Raza and the others had no choice but to silently accept and leave in frustration. Although Konoha had already demonstrated strength far beyond that of ordinary ninja villages, some things are not subject to human will. Over the years, whether it was Konoha or the Sand Shinobi, the number of ninjas had expanded to the point where the village's economy could not support them, forcing the choice to resort to war to solve the problem. Winning, like Konoha now, expanded the village's living space. With new territory, they could naturally support more ninjas. The defeated, like the current Sand Shinobi, could also solve problems by losing a significant portion of their ninjas. Therefore, when all sides could not support so many ninjas, the war inevitably broke out. Fortunately, the Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi had developed a certain understanding. At this time, the 3 great ninja villages regarded Konoha as their primary opponent, which instead restrained various internal conflicts. Since the era of the Shinobi villages, Konoha was the first to seize the tailed beasts from other countries and the first village to make great powers cede land and pay reparations. This naturally raised Shinzo's prestige in the Land of Fire and Konoha dramatically, but the negative impact was constantly reflected back onto Konoha. Originally, in the storyline, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Cloud Shinobi even launched a sneak attack on the Rock Shinobi, and the Rock Shinobi had directly left the Third Raikage permanently in the Land of Earth. But given the current situation in the ninja world, It was already quite good that the 3rd Tsukuyomi and 3rd Reikage did not directly join forces to invade the Land of Fire. Hoping for them to kill each other was simply impossible. The Sand Shinobi village began to compete for the 4th Kazekage amidst a desolate atmosphere. While Konoha was now entirely on the defensive and did not actively attack the major ninja villages. The major ninja villages were also wary of the strength of the 4th Hokage, tightly holding onto their tailed beasts and elite ninjas, hoping to reach an understanding with Konoha on the battlefield. If Shinzo truly disregarded everything and aimed to annihilate a major ninja village, then someone of Naka's caliber might quietly infiltrate the vicinity of Konoha and deliver a few dust release attacks. Although Shinzo was powerful and his strength had begun to exceed the norm, it was like the difference between the 2 tails and the 9 tails in a contest. The 2 tails would definitely fall short of the 9 tails. However, when it came to killing, the 9 tails might not necessarily kill more than the 2 tails. Both could devastate an area with their attacks, and one blast could wipe out a village. What difference did it make whether you detonated 10 times or I detonated 3? Thus, since the Sand Shinobi village completely surrendered to Konoha, the entire Ninja World War continued in this low-intensity manner. Since the Shinobi War began, with Shinzo and the 3 great-tailed beasts present, not to mention those elite ninjas who had already widened the gap in numbers with the major ninja villages, Konoha had already secured an undefeated position. From the reports coming from the battlefield, Konoha had also reached an understanding with the 3 major ninja villages to collectively reduce the number of ninjas throughout the ninja world. Although the war was primarily fought among the 5 major ninja villages, various small countries and ninja organizations also suffered. The aftermath of the war had destroyed countless small countries and eliminated many organizations, both large and small. The 5 major ninja villages not only trained their ninjas, but also quietly eliminated various business competitors. However, the difference between Konoha and others was that it had truly acquired a vast amount of land for development. So the number of Konoha ninjas would increase rather than decrease in the coming years, heading towards the threshold of 60,000. Now, the 3rd Great Ninja War had lasted more than half a year, and Shinzo finally found time to address new issues. At this moment, he stealthily infiltrated Takigakure alone with the Shadow Guard, where an old friend was already waiting for him. "Lord Hokage, please follow me." This blue-eyed ninja, wearing a mask, was none other than Kaku, who had previously brought great warmth to the Uzumaki clan. The once arrogant top-tier powerhouse has now become a master of adapting to circumstances. Despite the 60 to 70-year age gap, he bows and scrapes to Shinno without hesitation. Takinen village is hidden amidst a waterfall, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. And Shinno's target is not only the tailed beast, but also the village's divine tree. Last time, when signing the summoning contract with the 2 tails, the Shinigami hinted that the divine tree of Takinen village would be very useful to him. Unfortunately, at that time, Shinno was just an ordinary member among many ninjas of Konoha, still in the phase of competing for power with Danzo, so how could he directly ambush a ninja village? If caught, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of making a move. Thus, time dragged on until now. The 3rd Great Ninja War provided Shinno with a better opportunity. During the war, who could manage so many matters? Others would only think that Konoha coveted the 7 tails. Who would know that Shinno's real target was the great tree of Takinen village? Without the traitor Kakuzu, it would indeed be hard to find a position. Kakuzu has probably not been here for many years, right? As they moved forward, Shinno asked with a chuckle. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. Yes, it's been about 30 or 40 years. The people I knew back then should all be gone. He didn't want to say much about the sordid past with the higher-ups of Takinen village. What meaning does it have to bring up the past? Chapter 224. Capturing the leader of Takinen, Mr. Kakuzu. Have you ever thought about taking over Takinen? Kakuzu stopped in his tracks and looked deeply at Shinno. Hokage-sama, only money is my pursuit. This village has nothing to do with me anymore. Shinno scoffed. Running a village can earn you much more than doing missions alone. Oh, please enlighten me, Hokage-sama. How many missions can you complete alone? This Takinen village used to claim to be the 6th largest ninja village. Even now it has 3,000 to 4,000 ninjas. Although their strength is lacking, just in terms of numbers, it's more than what you can earn running solo, right? This time, Shinno didn't bring a large force. It wasn't the right time to annex Takinen. During the Great Ninja War, the other 3 major ninja villages still had strength to spare, and Konoha wouldn't focus its energy on Takinen. It's worth noting that after the fall of the Sky Village, its impact on the Rock Village has lasted until now. As long as a portion of ninjas escape, They can cause havoc every day, specifically targeting your lower ninjas. Konoha could easily crush Tekinen, but the problem lies in capturing those 3,000 to 4,000 fleeing soldiers. Moreover, Tekinen village has always been a vassal of Konoha. Directly attacking would make things too ugly. Thus, Shinno's arrangement for Tekinen was quite similar to that of the Rain village, with Konoha's guidance. They would control the ninja village through an agent. In the future, Konoha would take the meat while you just need to drink some soup. Some dirty and tiring work always needs to be done by someone, right? With Tekinen village joining the Konoha family. It can also help balance the Sand village together with the Rain village. Shinno's ultimate goal is to merge all ninja villages. But before he can defeat the entire ninja world, establishing a few colonies is also a good choice. Kakuzu pondered for a moment, then hesitated. I've defected from the village for so many years. Maybe no one recognizes me anymore. Shinno smiled and said, Mr. Kakuzu, don't worry. With Konoha's support, who would dare oppose? Kakuzu was cooperative, but if he wasn't, Shinno would have to find a new spokesperson within Tekinen village. However, how could Shinno judge the potential and strength of those extras who had never appeared? With Konoha's full support, Kakuzu finally felt at ease. He nodded in agreement. From now on, Tekinen village will follow Konoha. Shinno appreciated Kakuzu's ability to let go and take up responsibility, and he had a good sense of self-awareness. Whether he wanted to make money or had feelings for Tekinen village, it wouldn't change the fate of this small ninja village. Let's go and resolve all issues today. The 5 of them crossed the waterfall safely, under the effect of Shinno's light secret technique, even traversing the entire village. No ninja could detect them. It really has fallen. Along the way, not even a few upper ninjas have been seen. As a village that once managed to obtain a tailed beast, Tekinen village has completely brought this decline upon itself in recent years. Due to its excellent location, the entire village lost its sense of crisis and could only decline in endless internal power struggles. Where is the leader of Tekinen village? Kakuzu pointed to a building in the southeast corner of the village. If it hasn't changed over the years, it's there. Without hesitation, Shinno led the Shadow Guard team of 3 and Kakuzu straight in. Who are you? People here to take your life. Countless insects surged from Shurhei's body, and these guards, at most, were at the level of middle ninjas. In one encounter, they were drained to husks by the insects. The sounds of fighting in the courtyard awakened the leader of Tekinen village, who rushed out in a panic, seeing his guards lying all over the ground. Instead of investigating the opponent's origins or fighting back against the enemy, he chose to run away at the first moment. Even Kakuzu felt ashamed for him. Capture him. Alive. Yes, Hokage-sama. No one else needed to intervene. Just Shurhei alone was more than enough to deal with this so-called leader of Tekinen village. Alas, the village has truly fallen. Kakuzu clearly saw that this guy's strength barely qualified as an upper ninja in Konoha. Tekinen village chose such a person to lead. Does this village still have hope? While pondering, the swarm of insects had already surrounded the leader of Tekinen, who was about to become nourishment for the reorganization. I surrender. I surrender. The leader broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face, continuously shouting his surrender. Waste. Kakuzu stepped forward, grabbing the leader by the collar and slamming him to the ground. At this point, the leader was completely scared senseless, frantically clinging to Kakuzu's pant leg, murmuring, surrender, surrender, I surrender. Let the upper ninjas in the village come over. Yes, yes, yes. The leader scrambled out. Even after escaping the control of these people, he didn't dare to entertain a single thought of rebellion. Soon, over a dozen ninjas enter the courtyard. Every ninja village has a few brave souls. And finally, someone mustered the courage to step forward and question. Hokage-sama, what does this mean? Are you going to attack our Tekinen village? Shinno smiled lightly. If I really wanted to destroy Tekinen, we wouldn't be just a few of us here. After the Sand village surrendered, they received intelligence from them. You Tekinen have quite an ambition. Shinno pointed at the leader, who was now in a state of panic. This guy even wanted to use the Seven Tails to cooperate with the Sand Ninja to ambush our Konoha headquarters. Everyone's gaze fixed on the leader, and upon hearing Shinno's words, the leader trembled and stuttered for a long time before crying out, absolutely not, absolutely not. Shinno waved his hand, not wanting to hear his explanation. As Tekinen has been a long-time ally of Konoha, I don't want to make this difficult. But you should still find a ninja who is friendly with Konoha to be the leader, right? Hearing this, everyone turned red with embarrassment. Finally, someone couldn't help but step forward and angrily rebuke. To add a crime without evidence, Hokage-sama can't even produce evidence and wants to replace our leader. Are you saying Tekinen has no one? Ha ha ha. Shinno laughed heartily. I indeed have no evidence, but today I recommend Mr. Kakuzu of Takinen to take over the leadership position. Who is in favor? Who is against? Kakuzu removed his mask, allowing everyone to see clearly. Is that Kakuzu who defected from the village 40 years ago? The crowd fell silent. This was an old predecessor from the village's founding, and almost all of his peers had died. Yet the village had always kept an eye on Kakuzu's movements in the black market. And who would have thought that decades later, he still wanted to return to Takigakure? I refuse to accept this. When did traitors get to come back and speak their mind? Jiu-inu. Several black, vein-like objects shot out from Kakuzu's body, piercing through the complaining ninja like candied hawthorns. This display of power immediately subdued all the ninjas. Kakuzu said ominously, "Did you think Hokage-sama was negotiating with you? This is a command from Konoha. Whether you understand it or not, it must be executed today." At that moment, Fuji, a member of the Shadow Guard, suddenly stood up and whispered in the new spider's ear, "The Seven Tails is trying to escape." Chapter 225, Devouring Tailed Beast Chakra Hihi. It's not that simple. Just as the Seven-Tailed Jinchuriki had just reached the entrance of the waterfall, Shinjiro used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right in front of him. The Seven Tails cried out in the Jinchuriki's heart, "Run, run, run. We're no match for him." This Jinchuriki had never seen a tailed beast so terrified and did not dare to hesitate. He exploded with all his chakra, hoping to break through Shinjiro's defenses. Naive, countless wooden vines tightly wrapped around the Seven-Tailed Jinchuriki in this small space, not giving him a chance to fly. The Seven Tails, Chome, once again felt the fear of being controlled by would release. It's over, it's over. As expected, now Shinjiro alone could extract the tailed beast. And this unknown Jinchuriki quietly died at the entrance of his own village. Back in Takigakure, Kakuzu sat majestically in the highest position, threatening the upper ninjas below, who were also the village's higher-ups. Now that Hokage-sama has blocked the exit, who among you has the ability to break out? Everyone fell silent. If they didn't have the ability to sway the ninja world, then they might as well cling tightly to Konoha's thigh. Whatever others said, they would listen. But we are an independent and autonomous ninja village. Independent and autonomous. Kakuzu sneered, "Don't be fooled by Konoha's attitude. When can we stand on equal footing with Konoha? Those are just empty words to placate people during peacetime. Deceiving others is fine, but don't deceive yourself." The upper ninjas began to whisper among themselves. That's right. Even if everyone in the village opposed it today, they couldn't stop Kakuzu's rise to power. One kill for one, a pair killed in twos. Why bother? Senior Kakuzu is also a top expert in the village. He must have had his reasons for being forced to defect back then. They had already started to excuse Kakuzu in their hearts. "Lord Kakuzu, I support you." Yes, Lord Kakuzu has wandered the ninja world, enduring humiliation. This time the leader made a huge mistake, and it's still Lord Kakuzu who can save the day. If you don't take the lead, who will? This position belongs to no one but you. These people had shamelessly betrayed their former leader, and who cares whether he truly conspired with Sunagakure to attack Konoha? To kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. This former leader of Takigakure inevitably became that chicken. When he was publicly executed by Konoha, reading out his crimes in front of the many Takigakure ninjas, it completely shattered the backbone of Takigakure. Of course, the village originally had little backbone. Standing in front of the divine tree of Takigakure, Shinjiro fumbled with a small bottle of hero's water in his hand. He could feel the vast natural energy contained in the water. It seemed that the so-called instant activation of hundreds of times the chakra amount was directly absorbed from this energy filtered through Takigakure's divine tree. According to what the Shinigami said back then, this divine tree was part of the branches that the Sage of Six Paths Mother planted. Shinjiro released the dragon vein within him. The previously rootless purple little dragon rushed into the divine tree as if it had come home. This dragon vein had already been completely refined by Shinjiro, and he could feel the joy within this chakra. As a product formed from the divine tree's roots and the power of the earth, the dragon vein had grown to its limit without a physical body. Even under Shinjiro's control, it hadn't grown any larger over the years. But now, the dragon vein began to merge with the divine tree, and the energy body of the dragon vein seemed to have gained a new body. Although it couldn't compare to the complete divine tree, the 10 tails, it was now standing on the same starting line. Time flew by, and more than half a month passed. The original location of the divine tree was now empty. After being completely absorbed by the dragon vein, there was no trace of the divine tree left. At this time, within Shinjiro, the dragon vein and the divine tree had completely transformed into a wooden dragon form, turning from an energy body into a physical entity. Feeling the dragon vein grow once again, Shinjiro's strength finally advanced a step further. It was worth the trip. Moreover, at this time, Shinjiro fully understood the use of this wooden dragon. As a part of the former Ten Tails, the wooden dragon could continue to grow. At this moment, Shinjiro was not in a hurry to leave Takigakure. Instead, he absorbed a portion of the Eight Tails chakra that he obtained during the Second Shinobi World War into his body. He originally hoped to cultivate this Eight Tails chakra, thinking he could get a small-tailed beast out of it, but he never had the chance. After all, in the original work, Orochimaru had successfully cultivated the Eight Tails horn. At this time, this portion of the Eight Tails chakra, after being absorbed by the wooden dragon, completely became the nourishment for the wooden dragon's growth. The combination of the two produced an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. In just a few days, Shinjiro's chakra volume skyrocketed again. Because of the dragon vein, it even propelled him to achieve full mastery of Sage Mode, directly soaring from the level of the Whirlpool clan to the level of Senju Hashirama. Good. It seems that in the future, I need to collect tailed beast chakra properly. Shinjiro set aside his thoughts and signed a treaty between the two villages with Kakuzu before leading the Shadow Guard back to the Konoha headquarters. The first thing upon returning was to forcibly demand one of the chakra from the three-tailed beasts in Konoha. Although the three-tailed beasts were unhappy, the situation was stronger than the individual. They still needed to rely on Konoha for food, so they had no choice but to accept. 1 tails, 2 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. Having obtained the chakra of 5-tailed beasts, it wouldn't be long before the wooden dragon within Shinjiro would grow again. Meanwhile, the poor 7 tails was directly tossed to the 1 tails, 2 tails, and Kushina, letting these three use their loving iron fists to influence it. Since the 9 tails could only move around the ninja world using clones, many tasks had to be handled by Kushina. Over time, Shikaku and Nico became her little followers. It seemed that before long, her entourage would gain yet another big bug. At this time, since Konoha defeated Sunagakure, more than half a year had passed in the Shinobi World War. Both Konoha and Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure had grown accustomed to this low-intensity war. However, some villages felt increasingly strained. Indeed, it was Sunagakure, which had been defeated by Konoha. Kazekage-sama, we can't continue like this. If we don't get supplies, our thousands of ninjas will collapse. Yura could no longer hold back and proposed at a senior ninja meeting in Sunagakure. But Konoha wanted us to send out more ninjas. We can't just send out children who haven't even graduated, can we? The losses from the battle with Konoha were severe, having decimated several generations of Sunagakure ninjas. Now, faced with the increasing pressure from Konoha, no one knew what to do. How about I go? Rasha said solemnly. The children are our last hope, unless absolutely necessary. We cannot let them go to the battlefield without the ability to protect themselves. No, Chiyo shook her head in rebuttal. Your strength has a more important use. Although she did not say it outright, everyone present was an elite of Sunagakure. Rasha was providing an invaluable supplement of sand gold to the village every month. They wished he could mine gold 24 hours a day. Who would dare let him go to the front lines? If something went wrong, wouldn't the village collapse immediately? Chapter 226. The arrival of the 4th Kazekage let me go. Chiyo said solemnly. At my age, I'm not afraid of losing face, am I? No, I should go. Yetsong stood up and waved her hand to stop the argument. As a 4th Kazekage, I have a duty in this matter. No, Kazekage-sama. Someone immediately stood up to stop her. Although everyone was not very supportive of this Kazekage, if she went to Konoha and was humiliated, it would be a disgrace to the entire village. Chiyo hesitated, then finally said, everyone should listen to Kazekage-sama. The Sand Shinobi are currently being suppressed by Konoha. These guys below are still not convinced and want to oppose Konoha over trivial matters. What's the point? With just a little squeeze on the supply of resources, they can only bark like defeated dogs here, and it requires the Kazekage to personally go to Konoha to apologize. Konoha doesn't need a few thousand Sand Shinobi. What they want is true submission. Currently, the Sand Shinobi have no power to resist Konoha. Yet some ninjas who cannot see the reality still consider themselves a major power. Completely unaware of their situation, Yetsong, who was supported by Konoha, was seen by many ninjas in the village as a traitor. As someone viewed as Konoha's puppet, Yetsong had no real authority. The only reason they were willing to listen to her was due to their deep-seated fear of Konoha. Looking at this Kazekage who took the initiative to step forward, the ninjas couldn't help but think in their hearts. Are you going to Konoha to sell out the interests of the Sand Shinobi again? Yetsong's love for the Sand Shinobi was no less than that of any other ninja. She knew that even after becoming Kazekage, many in the village looked down on her, believing that Yetsong was just someone who wagged her tail and begged for mercy from Konoha. However, she resolutely took on the responsibilities of a Kage. Accompanied by Bayun in the morning, after more than half a month of long travels, Yetsong arrived at Konoha for the first time. Although it was still wartime, it seemed to have no effect on this village. Under Shinji's leadership, it appeared to be thriving even more. As they walked through the gates of Konoha, Yetsong looked at the bustling streets, the crowded pedestrians, and the noisy markets, her mouth agape in surprise. The prosperity of Konoha far exceeded any town she had ever visited. Although it was called a village, its size was not inferior to any major city in the ninja world. Perhaps only the capital of the Fire Country could be compared to it, Yetsong thought to herself. Led by Bayun in the morning, Yetsong twisted and turned through the streets. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed to the northeast corner of the village. Why is Konoha still tearing down the city walls? Aren't we in wartime? Aren't they afraid at all? Hearing Kazekage-sama's inquiry, Bayun followed her and instinctively puffed out his chest. It is precisely because of the war that Konoha's land is insufficient. Since the start of the Third Great Ninja War, many nobles and wealthy merchants have bought houses in Konoha to the point where vegetables are in short supply. The current Konoha is vastly different from the parallel world. Konoha now has an absolute advantage in the ninja world and is fully capable of protecting the village's safety. Moreover, the number of ninjas far exceeds that of any other historical period, and their control over the Fire Country and its affiliated powers is tighter than ever. Compared to the chaotic ninja world, the safety of Konoha naturally has a strong appeal to political figures and wealthy merchants from all over. Humans are creatures that seek profit and avoid harm, and Konoha is the last pure land in the ninja world. With Shinji coming from a leading real estate country, it naturally implemented a land finance policy. As long as you live within Konoha's sphere of influence, if you want your wealth and life to be secure, Konoha is the best choice. Many wealthy individuals who did not believe in evil have suffered from the ruthless ninja, but whether Konoha played a role in this, no one knows. Konoha South real estate is essentially a tax on the entire Fire Country and its affiliated powers. Yetsong did not understand the intricacies of the situation, but the gap between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi was evident and visible. With a heavy heart, Yetsong followed Bayun in the morning to the Hokage building. Shiti. Long time no see. Bayun waved and greeted with a smile. Today, it was Wyan Shurhei who was responsible for guarding the Hokage building. Upon seeing Bayun arrive, his usual poker face unconsciously broke into a smile. You're quite fast. As the escorting messenger, Bayun had already relayed the information to Konoha's headquarters before departure. So Shurhei was not surprised at all. He respectfully said to Yetsong, who was half a step behind, Kazekage-sama, please follow me. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Shinji looked up from his work and saw a woman in the same uniform as is standing before him, her large robe failing to conceal her impressive figure. Kazekage-sama, welcome. Please sit. Yetsong nodded in response, casually placing her green Kazekage hat aside, revealing her green bun. Shurhei discreetly left the office and had the foresight to close the door behind him. After a moment of silence, Kazekage took the initiative to bring up the main purpose of her visit. Hokage-sama, I am here mainly to discuss the defense issues regarding the Earth Country. Yetsong tightly pressed her arms against her sides and tried to slow her speech. Recently, the frequency of battles has increased, and we have had many skirmishes with the Earth Country at the borders. Some time ago, Konoha asked us to increase the number of border ninjas, but as you know, the situation in Sand Shinobi makes it difficult to allocate extra personnel. Before she could finish, Shinji abruptly interrupted. Defending against the Rock Shinobi is indeed your Sand Shinobi's responsibility. Weren't you stationed at the borders before becoming allies with Konoha? While this was true, the Sand Shinobi had never actively attacked. With one side being a desert and the other a gobi, what was the point of fighting? The reason the Sand Shinobi were currently understaffed was naturally due to Konoha's incessant provocations against the Rock Shinobi after their alliance. But if Konoha provokes you, why should the Sand Shinobi always bear the brunt? This was naturally at Shinji's behest. Konoha's assistance to the Sand Shinobi in defense was never well-intentioned. On one hand, it was to restrain the Rock Shinobi, and on the other, it was to exhaust the Sand Shinobi's fighting strength. Did they really think Konoha was still the naive entity it was during the third Hokage's time? With Shinji's character, he would squeeze out every last bit of oil from stone, let alone a large ninja village like this. But Hokage-sama, the Sand Shinobi lack funds and are truly helpless. Yetsong's face was full of pleading, her lips pressed tightly together until they turned pale, sitting uneasily and tapping her foot on the ground. Chapter 227. The Kazekage's concubine. Why does Kazekage-sama have to say such irrelevant things? How could it be irrelevant? Yetsong tugged at her clothing. During this time, our sand shinobi are almost out of food, and many ninjas can't even afford to buy kunai and explosive tags. Ha ha ha. Shinji sat comfortably in the Hokage's seat. Is Kazekage-sama joking? Our two villages are equal allies, and Konoha is putting in so much effort to help you defend against the rock shinobi, and you still dare to complain about poverty in front of me? Umph. Shinji sneered. Since when did Konoha become the filial son of the sand shinobi? If you can't afford kunai and explosive tags, do you want Konoha to support you? Yetsong took a deep breath. She had known this matter would be difficult, but did not expect Shinji to be so unyielding. On the way here, she had prepared to humble herself before the sand shinobi, thinking that Konoha would still have to show some goodwill to win over the sand shinobi. But now it seems that the Hokage has no intention of that at all, completely showing a determination to force Nyo Tukiyang to drink water. She was so angry that her face turned red, her arms were obviously tense, and her body felt a bit stiff. Lord Hokage, the sand ninjas really have no extra strength to support the front line anymore. If this continues, the entire village might collapse. Are you threatening me here? Zinzha's cold gaze swept over Yakura, and the aura of a top-tier expert made the wind shadow Lord stiffen all over. The village collapsing? That would be great news for Konoha. He stood up from his chair, walking step by step to Yakura, reaching out his right index finger to hook her chin. Who are you threatening, Wind Shadow Lord? Do you really think that without you misfits, Konoha can't defend against IWA ninjas' attacks? With Zinzha's influence, Yakura's shin was raised at a 45-degree angle. She wanted to evade, but facing the Hokage's strong demeanor, her feet felt like they were rooted to the ground and unable to move. Since Konoha can't face IWA ninja alone, why force us sand ninjas to the front line? Zinzhis gently patted Yakura's face. Wind Shadow Lord, you must understand, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If Konoha is to face IWA ninja alone, then what is the meaning of the existence of the Sand Ninja Village? We are allies, and we value equivalent exchange. Cooperation is essential for longevity. Don't you agree? Wind Shadow Lord? Yakura was taken aback. This was the Hokage asking her to make conditions. If the Sand Ninja was of no use, this Hokage would have no qualms about destroying it himself. So this graceful Wind Shadow, in her panic, completely set aside her dignity, took a step back, and made a standard kneeling gesture. Please clarify, Lord Hokage. Looking at Yakura, who was kneeling before him in her Wind Shadow uniform, Zinzhis slowly squatted down. I heard that your sand ninjas are very resistant to inter-village marriages. We've signed the agreement for over half a year now, and there hasn't been a single successful case. This is not good. Yakura said anxiously, I will arrange it immediately. If anyone opposes, I will personally deal with them. Zinzhis shook his head. Too slow. When we signed the treaty last time, everything was fine, but afterward, you went back on your word. That is not good. I think we should organize a matchmaking event to alleviate this cruel war. You and I each select 100 male and female ninjas to set an example for future generations. Yakura could only helplessly continue to bow. I understand, Lord Hokage. The so-called half-male and half-female was just to leave the last bit of face for the Sand Ninja. Matchmaking is based on mutual willingness. Although the two villages have deep-seated enmity, on the surface, everyone is supposed to be loving allies. There will always be Sand Ninja female ninjas who can't stand the poverty and will marry into Konoha. Just one or two is enough to set a precedent. As for Sand Ninja wanting to marry Konoha ninjas, sorry, but that's like a blue star. I've never heard of anyone moving from New York to a war-torn area. You should focus on fighting in the trenches at the front line. Just as Yakura was deep in thought, she suddenly felt her chin being lifted again, being shaken left and right. She stared dazedly at the Hokage, only to hear a powerful voice come from above. To better complete this ice-breaking journey, why don't we make a gesture for the ninjas of both villages? Yakura stiffened all over, unable to bear Zinzhis' teasing, and pale-faced, she refused. No way, Lord Hokage, you are already married. Zinzhis laughed heartily, just marrying a concubine. Why should the Wind Shadow Lord worry? Why does the Hokage insult my Sand Ninja like this? Are you really not afraid of us destroying everything? The fish will definitely die, but whether the net will break is uncertain. Zinzhis returned to his seat, pulling the chair back and propping his legs on the table. Wind Shadow Lord, you should consider this carefully. Once this village is gone, there will be no more opportunities. Only by becoming one family can Konoha continue to supply resources to the Sand Ninja, even if it means suffering a loss. Even if the two villages cannot merge into one, having close ties at the top is still good. Zinzis casually walked out of the office building, leaving Yakura alone on the ground crying. Zinzis was, of course, intentional. These Sand Ninjas had been stubborn for half a year, which really annoyed him. Since they couldn't see their positioning clearly, let them have a good look this time. Making the Wind Shadow become his concubine was to humiliate the Sand Ninja. He wanted to trample their face and dignity underfoot. Did they really think they were still one of the 5 great ninja villages? They were simply clueless. Look at the Takigakure and Amigakure, completely showing a posture of being subservient to Konoha. This is how a junior should behave. Only by ruthlessly humiliating them and breaking their fantasies can these guys accept reality, making future mergers much easier. The next day, with victory in hand, Zinzis heard the news he wanted to hear the most. Lord Hokage, I agree. Yakura stood pale-faced directly in front of him, as expected of the Wind Shadow Lord. The spirit of sacrificing for the village is admirable. To avoid prolonging the night, I think we should hold the wedding in 2 months. What do you think? It takes a month just to go back and forth between the two villages, so 2 months is already very tight. All depends on the Hokage's decision. I hope you remember today's promise. Don't worry, Wind Shadow Lord making such a huge sacrifice. How could I not show my gratitude? Yakura left, departing with the first batch of supplies from Konoha to assist the Sand Ninja. Zinzis wasn't worried about Yakura going back on her word because in the past few days, the 4-tailed beast had transformed into mini versions and had made several trips around the Hokage building. The deterrent power of a shadow-level expert cannot be compared to that of the tailed beasts, just with those 4 standing there. If you called the entire Sand Ninja village out, a single tailed beast bomb would leave not a single person to attend the banquet. Chapter 228. Marrying Uzumaki Ling first after Yakura left, Konoha had already begun to prepare intensively. But before public opinion could ferment, Zinzis' backyard had already exploded. Lin, what are you doing? Zinzis grabbed Uzumaki Ling's wrist, looking amusingly at the girl who was preparing to run away from home. At 20 years old, how could she still be so impulsive? I want to run away from home and never talk to you again. Let you never see me in your next life. Go live well with your Wind Shadow. She shook off Zinzis' hand, her voice faintly choked. What are you doing? It's one thing to be behind Kushina, but now you want to marry that 4th Wind Shadow? What do I count as? Who said we would marry together back then? Now I don't even have a title. You liar, liar, dead liar. She turned around and threw herself into Zinzis' arms, sobbing. Even Zinzis, no matter how thick-skinned he was, couldn't help but blush. Back then, they did say they would marry together, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before becoming Hokage, it was to maintain an image. How could he leave everyone with the impression of being a lecher? Anyway, after getting married as planned, he would have to start overthrowing the 3rd Hokage. So back then, Ling also agreed, and becoming Hokage was delayed due to other matters, but unexpectedly, it had now become the reason for her anger. Zinzis couldn't help but touch his nose and smile bitterly. It's my fault. I was wrong. I've wronged you. Then what do you plan to do? Ling vented her feelings, naturally wanting to get an attitude from Zinzis. She had endured being behind Kushina, but with that 4th Wind Shadow entering the door, wouldn't she become the 3rd wheel? Tomorrow we'll set up a table first. Let you enter the door first, okay? That is more like it. Uzumaki Ling stopped crying and smiled, but then worried. Will this cause backlash from the Sand Ninja village? Why don't you just marry her first? Zinzis rubbed Uzumaki Ling's little head. What kind of silly talk is that? Our relationship must come first. The Wind Shadow is purely a political marriage. Don't think too much about it. I'm just afraid. Silly girl. Shinno gently kissed Uzumaki Rin's forehead. I can't wait for Sand Shinobi to rebel. Just try to make an example out of them. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just listen to me. Shinno, you're really great. As soon as the news of the Hokage preparing to marry the 4th Wind Shadow was announced, unexpectedly the next day, the Uzumaki clan announced that our beloved Hokage had taken a concubine. Late at night, the Uzumaki clan was brightly lit, and since it was a concubine-taking event, the atmosphere was naturally far from a wedding. Aside from the clan members, only 7 or 8 tables in Konoha could come in to drink a toast. Everyone was mingling, and in fact, this matter had no impact on the Konoha ninjas. The Hokage marrying his teammate and maid was merely a topic of conversation among the tens of thousands of ninjas. Congratulations, congratulations. The clan leader should help our Uzumaki clan to branch out. Even Jiraiya, upon hearing the news, insisted on pestering his disciple to teleport him back from the front lines. Haha, Shinno, this is the first time I admire you. Drink, drink. Facing the teasing of the crowd, there were no Hokages or elders here. Everyone was just having fun. Drink, drink, drink. Tsunade picked up a bottle of wine and strode over to Shinno. You bastard not only deceived my sister, but now you're also going to marry my disciple. This is intolerable. She then picked up a bottle of unopened celebratory wine from the table. Watch me drink you under the table today. Facing the crowds cheering, Shinno helplessly accepted the wine bottle handed over by Tsunade, and after clinking glasses, they downed it in one go. More, more. Tsunade's face was flushed, but she had never backed down when it came to drinking. Shinno knew she was angry, so without saying a word, he downed another bottle with her. All right, as expected of Tsunade, a true heroine. The Hokage is so fierce. But can he outdrink all of us? Seeing Tsunade getting a bit tipsy, another ninja couldn't help but rush over. Hokage, don't run. Today is a matter of life and death. They played and joked until late at night, and only then did everyone reluctantly leave. Shinno, with his yang release chakra circulating, dissipated the effects of the alcohol in just a few seconds. Tsunade, having drunk the most, had already been asleep in a corner for 2 or 3 hours. She only groggily opened her eyes when she heard everyone leaving and stumbled out with them. Tsunade-senpai, should we drink again next time? Shinno hinted. Tsunade shivered at his words, with most of the alcohol wearing off. Though she couldn't bear the thought of seeing this guy marry one after another, wishing she could bite him to death. If she had to invite everyone over to drink as his wife, wouldn't that be social suicide? Competing for men with her disciple and sister. She couldn't imagine how public opinion would ferment. With her reputation as Tsunade, it would surely spread throughout the 5 great nations in an instant. Watching Tsunade flee in a panic, Shinno laughed heartily in his heart. But constantly sneaking around wasn't a solution. Tsunade's issue needed to be resolved too. After everyone left, Shinno slowly made his way to the new house. Looking at the bride sitting on the edge of the bed, Shinno's thoughts returned to when he first crossed over, when that little maid cared for him meticulously, and now she had grown into a graceful adult. Gently lifting the veil, a perfect and exquisite little face appeared. Unlike the innocence of Kushina when she married, 20-year-old Uzumaki Rin was entirely to Shinno's aesthetic. Her skin was white and tender, as if it could be pinched to produce water. Her long legs were more than ordinary, and her alluring mature face, paired with fiery red hair, perfectly combined wildness and dignity, creating a striking contrast. Husband, I finally married you. Uzumaki Rin hugged Shinno, crying tears of joy. Silly girl, why cry on such a joyous day? Uzumaki Rin buried her head in Shinno's chest. I'm really afraid that after you become Hokage, you won't dare to marry me for the sake of your image. And I have to thank the Wind Shadow. Without her, I would know how long I would have to wait. Shinno gently stroked Uzumaki Rin's back, feeling a bit pained. He really didn't know this girl had endured so much pressure. All right, everything is in the past. Pulling back the quilt, the two of them lay on the tatami mat. Uzumaki Rin felt a bit nervous. Husband, please turn off the lights. Shinno chuckled, and the whole room instantly darkened. A night without words, skipping 1,000 words. The next day, when the sun was high, the newlyweds casually walked out of the room, only to find Kushina had already been waiting in the living room for a long time. Chapter 229, Arrival of Shinno. Looking at Kushina, who was trying to maintain her composure with a serious face, Shinno felt a wave of embarrassment. But Uzumaki Rin let go of Shinno's hand and ran to Kushina. Slightly bowing, hello, sister. Uzumaki Rin's confidence left Kushina momentarily speechless. She originally wanted to assert her authority over this good teammate, but unexpectedly, the other party called her sister. You hello. Kushina stammered, still trying to keep calm. All right. Who doesn't he know who? Why bother with all this? Shinno teased, pressing the two of them down onto a bench. It's all your fault, you bad guy. Exactly, sister. Today we won't pay attention to him. Shinno was helpless. He didn't want to get involved in women's affairs. As long as they didn't cause chaos, it was fine. After hastily finishing breakfast, he immediately headed to the Hokage building. Are you talking about me? What do you do? I am a wandering doctor. There have been wars everywhere recently. So I want to open a clinic in Konoha to avoid the chaos for a while. A middle-aged man with a brown hood and a rugged face smiled and bowed. Please come over here to register. The Konoha gatekeeper pointed to the side, where a simple table and bench held a prepared registration form. Yes. The middle-aged man carefully filled out the registration form and respectfully handed it to the Konoha guards. The two ninjas glanced at it, nodded in satisfaction, and said, everything is fine. If you want to stay in Konoha for a long time, you must obtain a temporary residence permit within 3 days. They pointed him in the right direction and allowed the white-haired middle-aged man to enter Konoha Ninja Village through the main gate. This was Shinnong's second visit to Konoha. The last time he attacked Konoha with flying ninja tools. In just a few short years, Konoha had undergone tremendous changes. It was originally the most prosperous of the 5 great ninja villages, but now walking down the streets, one could see that the village was undergoing expansion and construction everywhere. Despicable Konoha ninjas, waging war and causing turmoil in the entire ninja world while profiting here. Shinnong thought to himself. Ever since the last time the Sky Ninja was wiped out, he realized that to revive the Sky Ninja village, he needed to address his shortcomings. Originally, the Sky Ninja thought that having flying ninja tools would allow them to dominate the ninja world, but it ultimately became a joke. Now, after nearly 10 years of wandering in the ninja world, Shinnong not only repaired the last war fortress, but also created a Zero Tail that could rival the tailed beasts. More importantly, he addressed the Sky Ninja's previous weaknesses in physical skills. During the last Ninja World War, without the ability to fly, the Sky Ninja was like sheep to be slaughtered and was completely wiped out by Shinno's sneak attack. While the remaining ninjas in the village were surrounded by rock ninja and were unable to take off, nearly being completely annihilated. Over these years, he reflected deeply and, based on his medical ninjutsu, developed targeted ninjutsu, such as body activation, body regeneration, and body transformation. Physical activation can enhance cellular vitality and strengthen various physical abilities. Physical regeneration is even more remarkable, as it can restore a body that is fragmented, as long as it is not for too long. And physical transformation is an extraordinary technique that, as long as there is a supply of Zero Tail chakra, allows for the unlimited use of forbidden techniques that deplete the body. This time he came to Konoha to steal the Shinjū clan's Monster Strength Fist and the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. The Monster Strength Fist of the Shinjū clan requires the user to have an extremely powerful physical talent. Otherwise, they cannot withstand the recoil from the punches. The Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan, on the other hand, requires precise control over various chakra points, making it impossible for anyone to learn without special means. However, with Shinnong's significant enhancement of physical potential through physical transformation and regeneration, these challenges are no longer an issue. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, as soon as Shinnong rented a house and hurriedly hung up the sign for Shinnong Clinic, he encountered Konoha's unique green scenery. He saw a man with bushy eyebrows and a watermelon head, spiritedly leading nearly 200 Konoha ninjas running around the village. Konoha has expanded more than double since the era of the third Hokage, yet Might Guy's training intensity has not changed at all. He demands the same number of laps as he always has. Shinnong took a quick glance, and as a medical ninja and an expert in physical research, immediately noticed that the physical strength of the leader was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. This person was obviously the leader of this group. What were they doing? Is this a new special unit of Konoha? With a new target in mind, Shinnong decided to set aside his original intentions and focus his attention on this special unit. In the following days, this group of comical individuals dressed in green tight-fitting clothes shouted slogans day and night in Konoha, with an embarrassment level off the charts. The 8 Gates Doton Squad is a newly formed special unit in Konoha, but its level of secrecy is not that high. After all, with so many people, it's impossible to keep it under wraps. Moreover, the formation of this unit was intended to match the puppet units of the Sand Ninjas and the explosive units of the Rock Ninjas. In wartime, hiding everything is not feasible. At Training Ground 69, Might Guy once again demonstrated the differences between the first 5 gates of the 8 Gates Doton to all the ninjas in front of them for nearly half an hour until he could no longer hold on and breathlessly canceled the 8 Gates Doton technique. Since the establishment of the 8 Gates Doton Squad nearly a year ago, the most talented ninjas have already reached the level of the 5th gate. It's known that although Rock Lee is also a genius in hard work, he was just a lower ninja before learning the 8 Gates Doton. Even Rock Lee managed to open the 5th gate in a year and a half. There is no reason that these selected Chunin and Jonin from thousands of ninjas in Konoha couldn't do the same. The ninjas of the 8 Gates Doton Squad grew to admire Might Guy more and more with each practice. Generally, even if a ninja possesses this forbidden technique, who would keep it hidden? Even the Hokage cannot force others to share their ninjutsu. But Might Guy did the opposite, generously contributing and wholeheartedly teaching others, making a contribution to all of Konoha. Perhaps only someone so pure-hearted could unlock the 8 gates. Many thought so. Meanwhile, Shinnong, who had been lurking outside the training ground, was more excited than ever. This is the ninjutsu I need. Although Might Guy has only opened 5 gates, Shinno quickly realized the characteristics of this forbidden technique. The more gates opened, the greater the strain on the body. This is a disadvantage for others, but for Shinno, it is completely tailored to him. His series of physical ninjutsu can completely compensate for the flaws of the 8 Gates Doton. As long as he learns this forbidden technique, he could go anywhere in the vast ninja world. How can he get close to him? Now, Shinno's mind was solely focused on Might Guy and his original targets. The monster strength fist and the gentle fist have long been cast aside. This technique imposes a lot of pressure on the body, so he must need the help of a medical ninja. Shinno felt very fortunate about his decision to open a clinic, now just waiting for the fish to bite. Chapter 230. Peeking at the 8 Gates Doton, Shinno thought things were going well, but unfortunately, the plot had changed. After several days of observation, Shinno was dumbfounded, because now Might Guy was a mid-level ninja in Konoha, the captain of the 8 Gates Doton squad, and a key protected target of the village. Every month, Tsunade personally checks his health and updates his records. Moreover, with Tsunade's reminder, Might Guy knows that his health data is one of Konoha's top secrets, making it even less likely for him to casually visit any random clinic. In the original plot, Shinno could easily approach Might Guy because he was just an unknown lower ninja in Konoha. Now, where is the opportunity? With no other choice, he could only quietly lie in wait for the right moment. What Shinno did not know was that he thought he had infiltrated Konoha unnoticed, but his movements had already been detected by Konoha's Umbu. It didn't take much effort. Shinno spread the intelligence sent by the Umbu on the table, smiling at Tsunade and Orochimaru. Knowing the plot gives you this kind of advantage, as Hokage, since he knows that remnants of the Sky Ninja will come to Konoha to steal the 8 Gates Doton during the Third Ninja World War. He naturally early dispatched ninjas to keep a close watch on Might Guy. Sure enough, it had been less than a year since the Third Ninja World War began, and the fish had already taken the bait. Tsunade curled her lips. Is it necessary for both of us to act against this guy? It's not that Tsunade does not take it seriously. A mere remnant of the Sky Ninja, still within Konoha's main base, would naturally find it hard to escape. A few elite jonin would be enough to handle the situation. Was it really necessary for 2 Sannin to take action? Even if the Sky Ninja had flying abilities, this is Konoha, and with 10 jonin surrounding him, could he really fly away? The flying ninja tools obtained from the last extermination of the Sky Ninja do not have the ability to take off vertically without running a few dozen steps. They cannot even ascend. Shinno explained, don't underestimate him. Although his combat power is not impressive, his development abilities are extraordinary. Oh, Orochimaru also became interested. Shinno took a sip of water and continued. His self-created physical activation technique is derived from medical ninjutsu and can greatly enhance physical vitality. Even if an arm is cut off, it can be reattached. You still remember the airborne fortress of the Sky Ninja during the Second Ninja World War, right? He still has an intact one that can be activated normally. The most crucial part is that he has gathered the fearful emotions of many people to create an artificial tailed beast, which the Sky Ninja named Zero Tail. The so-called Zero Tail is just the Sky Ninja's exaggeration. This kind of artificial chakra conglomerate is still far from a tailed beast. The chakra of a tailed beast comes from the divine tree and is supplemented by natural energy, while everything about the Zero Tail comes from the fear of the masses. But it must be said that this Zero Tail is already a top-notch creation. I didn't expect there to be such talent in the ninja world. We really cannot underestimate any opponent. Orochimaru sighed. Leave it to us. This time we will definitely capture him alive. Orochimaru licked his lips, suppressing his excitement. This Shinno is truly a treasure trove. Apart from his disappointing IQ and mysterious confidence, everything else is so wonderful. To be so brazenly infiltrating Konoha, does it describe him as foolish or fearless? Isn't he too dismissive of Konoha? Tsunade nodded in agreement. Now she was also interested in this Shinno. The so-called series of physical activation ninjutsu is clearly different from Konoha's medical ninjutsu route and would be very valuable for reference if obtained. 3 days later, Might Guy did not have a mission. Today was a rest day for the 8 Gates Doton squad, but as a training fanatic, he would not give himself a break. Therefore, today, the only ones running around Konoha were Might Guy and his son, Rock Lee. Keep going, persist. Come on, move forward. It's only 20 laps. And you can't hold on anymore? Might Guy's dazzling teeth shone white. Dad, I can do it. In the same watermelon rind bodysuit. Kai looked like a smaller version of Might Guy. Feeling the challenge from his father, Kai gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Shinno sat quietly in his clinic, silently observing the father and son. Over the past few days, he had actually given up on his plan to get close to Might Guy, being unfamiliar with Konoha, approaching a top ninja recklessly while also coveting his body would surely raise suspicions, right? In fact, Shinno was overthinking it. With Might Guy's straightforward nature, without Umbu secretly following him, he probably would have been deceived long ago. So, he shifted his target to Might Guy's son, Might Kai. Even if he couldn't get the complete 8 gates, obtaining 6 or 7 would still be good. Just as he was lost in thought, Might Guy, who happened to pass by Shinno's clinic again, suddenly let out a scream. Dad, what's wrong? Kai quickly supported him, looking panicked. Might Guy clutched his chest, his expression somewhat twisted. Don't move me. It might be that the training intensity has been too high lately, and my old injuries have flared up, Kai anxiously said. Then I'll take you to the hospital. Might Guy waved his hand. It's an old problem. Going to the hospital won't help. I just need to rest here for an hour or 2. Kai suddenly looked up and pointed to the clinic behind them. But Dad, there's a hospital here. Let's go in and let someone massage you. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately waved off his son's suggestion, seeing the duck he had in hand fly away. Shinno personally jogged out of the clinic. Gentlemen, my massage skills are exceptional. Why not come in and give it a try? Today was truly a stroke of luck. The target had come to him, and he had to seize every opportunity. Once this chance was gone, there would be no other. Might Guy was still hesitating. His expression conflicted. Kai quickly encouraged. Yes, Dad. Let this uncle take a look at you. Unable to resist his son's insistence, Might Guy finally limped into the clinic with Kai's support. As soon as he lay on the bed, Might Guy instructed his son, you don't need to be here anymore. There's still 15 more laps of special training to go. Don't stay here with me. It's important to train yourself. Yes, Dad. Kai solemnly bowed and dashed out. Shinno secured Might Guy on the bed and began to personally give him a full-body massage. Mr. Might is very strict with his son. Not really. Might Guy replied with a bitter smile. For ninjas like us, without talent, the only way forward is through hard work. The early bird catches the worm. If I don't sweat more than others, how can I keep up with everyone? Shinno was secretly amazed by Might Guy's physical strength. How did this guy train? Is this really the limit of what humans can achieve? As the two chatted while massaging, Shinno aimed to lower Might Guy's guard, while Might Guy replied intermittently. Just as Shinno's hands reached Might Guy's chest, Might Guy suddenly exploded. Mr. Shinno, this is not a place for random touching. Chapter 231. Shinno. Don't even think about running away, Mr. Guy. What do you mean by this? Shinno's hands were suddenly gripped tightly, leaving him a bit dazed, thinking he had violated some taboo in his massage technique. This is my family's traditional massage technique. If I have offended you, please bear with me. Might Guy was not good with words. His earlier performance was all genuine, and if you really asked him to deceive, he wouldn't know how. Slap, slap, slap. Just as Shinno was making excuses for himself, the curtain was slightly lifted, and Orochimaru strode in with Tsunade. Isn't this the remnants of the empty ninja, Shinno? How did you open a clinic in Konoha? Are you trying to abandon the dark and join the Konoha family? Shinno heard the mockery in their words, and his expression immediately fell. Once his name was called out, he knew today wouldn't end well. Orochimaru continued. Do you think you could fool Konoha? Such a clumsy disguise is too disrespectful. Shinno didn't underestimate Konoha. He had never shown his face in the ninja world. During previous air raids on ninja villages, he had always worn a mask, so he believed no one could recognize him. All right, I surrender. Shinno, feeling down, directly surrendered. I really give in to Konoha this time. Let me join your foreign army and give me a chance to redeem myself. The more he acted like a coward, the less Orochimaru and Tsunade would believe him. Tsunade chuckled. I heard that the empty ninja Shinno has done a lot of research on medical ninjutsu. Just saying you surrender won't do. Don't you have to show some actual ninjutsu? Shinno flattered with a smile. How could I dare to show off in front of the princess of Konoha? Our small ninja village would be impressive to have 1 or 2 healing techniques. We aren't worthy to even carry shoes for Konoha. I'd better not embarrass myself. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes fixed on Shinno, grinning. Indeed, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The physical activation series of ninjutsu. Don't tell me you don't know about it. Shinno was shocked, twisting his body to escape, but was tightly gripped by Might Guy, making his efforts futile. He glared at Orochimaru and said slowly, How do you know about this? Which traitor spilled the beans? His activation series of ninjutsu was a top secret of the remnants of the empty ninja, known by very few. He didn't believe Konoha could find out, and since he had just arrived in Konoha and was captured, it was hard not to suspect there was a traitor on his side. No more useless talk. Take him away. Orochimaru waved his hand, and a team of Umbu rushed in from outside. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity I couldn't revive the empty ninja. I truly feel guilty for Lord Nonggui's trust. Watching Shinno suddenly go mad, Orochimaru realized something was wrong and quickly used a control ninjutsu. Snake secret technique, double snake bind. If you want my ninjutsu, go to the Pure Land to find me. Shinno knew this time wouldn't end well. Since they had discovered his value, they wouldn't let him go without squeezing him dry. Rather than being tortured to death by Konoha, it would be better to end it himself. As a top medical ninja, he had long been prepared for such a situation. With a forceful bite, his molars shattered, and venom filled his mouth. Although Orochimaru's ninjutsu was fast, it couldn't compete with Shinno just moving his mouth. Just as the two giant snakes bound Shinno, so he couldn't move, his face turned blue, and he could see he was not going to survive. All right. After all this time, I get pecked in the eye by the very geese I've been chasing. We're not finished. Don't think that dying will let you off the hook. Orochimaru dismissed the Umbu who originally planned to take Shinno's body away and personally transported this remnant of the empty ninja to the laboratory. A few days later, you've added quite a bit of equipment here. Shinnosuke and Tsunade arrived together. Ever since he became Hokage, he had rarely visited Orochimaru's laboratory, spending his days either allocating funds or supplies to the lab. Orochimaru was more than happy with this cooperative model. Having a client who only needed to pay was truly wonderful. After touring the laboratory, Shinnosuke discovered something new every time he came. After 6 months, not only had the lab expanded by half, but there were also many more staff. Now, Orochimaru's research environment was far better than in the original storyline. Shinnosuke smiled and urged, I wonder how our major research projects are progressing? Many people in the village are criticizing you for wasting funds. Orochimaru scoffed, not caring at all. But he still had to lower his posture in front of the financial backer. There's been no progress on the Sharingan, but regarding sage arts, I actually found the Scale Clan you asked me to look for around the Dragon Cave. As he said this, he excitedly licked his lips. The inability to learn sage techniques had always been a pain in Orochimaru's heart. After all, his good friend Jiraiya was able to learn them, so there was no reason he couldn't. However, the threshold for learning sage techniques was already high. And coupled with the limitations of his physical constitution and Orochimaru's reckless modifications to his own body, he could hardly see any hope. But after acquiring the body of the Libra clan, he carefully studied it and found a way to break through. By using cursed seals to appropriately adjust the body's frequency, he could allow his body to slowly and passively absorb natural energy, and he could also use the cursed seals to regulate the absorption process. This body frequency was naturally based on the body of the Libra clan. It could be said that in terms of sage techniques, Orochimaru had already carved out an unprecedented path. So, how far along is the research on sage techniques now? Shinno asked curiously. Orochimaru felt a bit embarrassed and replied, it's still in the theoretical stage. Worried about leaving a bad impression on his benefactor, which might affect his research funding in the future, Orochimaru couldn't wait to recommend his most perfect research results at this stage. In terms of wood release, I have made new breakthroughs. After referring to the white zetsu you provided, the transplantation of Hashirama cells is now one step closer, and the danger level has been minimized, reaching a truly practical stage. He continued to explain. Although both white zetsu and Hashirama's cell transplantation can grant wood release, their upper limits in strength cannot be compared. If you just want to output chakra to create 2 or 3 big trees, white zetsu can do that. But if you want to at least use techniques like the birth of the trees, you still need to transplant Hashirama's cells. The wood release ninjas created through white zetsu cell transplantation can at most gain an advantage at the Chunin or Jonin level, making it a decent bloodline limit. But if you want to change the course of battle, you still need Hashirama's cells. As for why SHJ was so powerful after transplanting white zetsu cells for him, the white zetsu cells were merely a catalyst. He had the potential to awaken wood release on his own. His strength came from being Hashirama's direct descendant, not from any random factors. Finally, there was something tangible to present, which would silence those nagging individuals. Shinno's spirits were lifted immediately. Chapter 232, The Evil Konoha, The Evil Doton, Rebirth Back to Serious Matters. Is this the corpse of Shinomori? Shinno asked, pointing at the still body lying on the operating table. Yes, that's him. Tsunade nodded with a hint of regret. She was quite curious about the techniques related to body activation, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give her a chance. So Tsunade added, we should quickly find the Yamashiro clan to search their brains. Maybe we can find 1 or 2 useful techniques. Shinno shook his head. Although the Yamashiro clan can obtain information from the minds of the deceased, it also depends on who they are facing. If it were that easy, the Yamashiro clan would have the most techniques accumulated in all of Konoha. This type of technique that peeks into others' brains can only yield information based on luck. How could one rely on such an unreliable method? Only when there are no other options will Konoha resort to such a last resort. Shinno extended his left hand and pressed it against Shinomori's head. As chakra flowed through his body, he eventually withdrew his hand. He shook his head. There's a seal in his brain. Forcibly reading it will only backfire. Sai, is there really no way? Tsunade murmured. How could there be no way? If there were no way, why would I have called you here? Shinno thought to himself, wanting to pat Tsunade's head, but given that Orochimaru was present, he had to reluctantly retract his raised right hand. Let's use Doton, rebirth. Doton, rebirth. Is that the secret technique of my great-grandfather? In the family records, Tsunade had also read about the top forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. According to the fragments left by Tobarama, it could be inferred that this ninjutsu was still in an incomplete state, and using it would be risky. However, from the sound of these two, they had completed this forbidden technique over the years. Orochimaru also became interested. Since he had continued to expand this ninjutsu, he hadn't had the chance to use it yet. And now, with the Hokage's approval, he couldn't wait to try it out. Calling over a laboratory ninja, Orochimaru whispered a few words to him, and the ninja slightly bowed before hurriedly leaving. After about an hour, the laboratory ninja returned with a death row inmate. Orochimaru's laboratory had always had access to death row inmates, and although the number was limited, Shinno had always placed restrictions on this, but the act itself wasn't wrong. Tsunade had vaguely heard of this, and had even dissected many corpses under her leadership at the Konoha hospital. Live experiments weren't a one-time occurrence. Otherwise, how could Konoha's medical ninjutsu have advanced so rapidly? These matters hidden in Konoha's umbu would not spread out. One could only say that those who understood would understand. I'm going to start. Orochimaru excitedly extracted a portion of tissue from Shinomori's corpse and then drew the outline of the ninjutsu on the ground. He then carefully placed the bound and motionless death row inmate in the center of the talisman. Doton, rebirth. A pull from the Pure Land made even the still-sleeping death row inmate unable to suppress a series of screams. In no time, he was completely covered by the reborn Shinomori. He was no longer the same as before. I am not dead. Shinomori opened his eyes in confusion, staring at his somewhat cracked and dim hands, murmuring in bewilderment. Suddenly raising his head, he saw the culprit behind his death, and it seemed he understood something. Devils. You Konoha are all devils, playing with souls, not even letting me rest in death. Ha ha ha. As long as you obediently hand over the techniques we need, we will naturally let you return to the Pure Land. Otherwise, even if you are in the Pure Land, it is not the end of life. Shinomori's heart hardened. They wouldn't even let him rest in death and still wanted his techniques. It was truly a delusion. I will fight you. Shinomori gathered his courage and charged at the three from Konoha, but unfortunately, in the state of Doton, rebirth, he was completely controlled by Orochimaru. He barely took a few steps before his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. What are you doing? You still want to resist at this point? Orochimaru said coldly with a smile. Slap yourself 3 times. Smack, smack, smack. Although his thoughts were still his own, his body was entirely out of control, and under Orochimaru's command, he was forced to torment himself. Now you should understand, under the control of my ninjutsu, you don't even have control over your own body. Even without control, I won't reveal any information. You can give up on that. Although Doton, rebirth could control puppets to act according to his commands, it couldn't order them to speak out information about techniques or related matters, so other methods had to be considered. Why do you still hold on to a glimmer of hope in this situation? Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Then my first command is to have you kill all the remaining ninjas of the Kuno Nin. No, you devil. Shinomori was shocked, but he couldn't show it on his face, as even the slightest expression was controlled by Orochimaru. His legs involuntarily ran towards the exit of the laboratory, while Orochimaru, Shinno, and Tsunade closely followed him. Stop, stop. Although he was anxious inside, his legs would not listen to him, as if they were Orochimaru's. After a long journey of 7 or 8 days, they arrived at a quiet forest on the border of the Fire Country, and Shinomori finally stopped. It seems this is the place. Orochimaru finally lifted his control over Shinno, at least returning his mouth to himself. You from Konoha still have the face to call yourselves the top of the 5 great ninja villages. Such evil ninjutsu must have used hundreds or thousands of people for experiments, right? Shinno originally thought that the effect of this ninjutsu was so exaggerated that it must have a time limit, but unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 days. He felt nothing at all. Moreover, during these 7 or 8 days of long-distance travel, he could clearly feel his chakra surging continuously. If he charged into the fortress of the Sky Ninja in this state, those juniors would surely not be able to hold the line, right? And even if they did manage to hold it, what good would it do? The 3 following him. Any one of them would not be something the current Sky Ninja could deal with. So have you thought it through? If you still want to hide your ninjutsu, then take all the Sky Ninja and go to the Pure Land to rebuild the Sky Ninja village. Shinno's spirit was finally broken, and he collapsed to the ground in despair, wanting to cry, but this puppet body had even stripped him of the qualification to cry. I'll tell you, please spare those children. I can agree to whatever you want. Orochimaru found it amusing as he helped Shinno up. If you had thought this way earlier, it would have been simple. You've made us do so much useless work. Running for 7 or 8 days without even time to rest. You've really caused us a lot of trouble. Chapter 233. Devour the Sky Ninja. Make a fortune. Shinno refused to get up, continuing to kneel there pleading. Most of them are gifted children I found in the ninja world after the Sky Ninja's demise. They know nothing about the past. Please spare them. Shinosuke is not a bloodthirsty person. These remnants of the Sky Ninja falling into Konoha's hands. What do they possibly do? All the existing Sky Ninja combined are not as useful as Shinno's Vitality Series ninjutsu and the Zero-Tail Manufacturer method. To avoid complications, Shinosuke nodded in agreement without hesitation. Don't worry, I will let them join Konoha's Foreign Legion as a whole. If they perform well, their next generation can officially become Konoha ninjas. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, their words are kind. When a bird is about to die, its song is sorrowful. Shinno is already a dead man, and the lives of the remaining Sky Ninja depend entirely on Konoha's attitude. At this moment, he no longer fantasizes about reviving the Sky Ninja. Ensuring these children can survive is already his limit. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will personally persuade them. Shinosuke shook his head and chuckled. I want to take in those with ulterior motives. You go in now and announce that all of you Sky Ninja will join Konoha's Foreign Legion. I want to see how many have the guts. Shinno's expression stiffened, and he finally let out a heavy sigh. When he gathered all the Sky Ninja together again and announced his decision to officially join Konoha, as expected, most of the ninjas did not oppose it. They were indeed, as Shinno said, juniors who had joined after the Sky Ninja's demise and had no emotional ties to the so-called Sky Ninja village. Moreover, hiding day and night under the name of Sky Ninja remnants. If it weren't for Shinno's great kindness, they would have run away long ago. Reviving the Sky Ninja was merely a delusion of a small group of leaders. Shinno, are you going to betray Lord Nongue's will? Seeing that most people silently accepted everything, some ninjas could not help but stand up and directly refute him by name. Which village doesn't he have a few righteous souls willing to die for their cause? They followed Shinno like mice, driven by a firm belief to fight for the revival of the Sky Ninja for their entire lives. Now that Shinno chose to betray that belief, they would have to eliminate this traitor. The ninjas standing up were not many, only a dozen or so, and the others who had escaped back then had long since perished in various conflicts. Shinno did not respond. He knew that the moment these people stood up, their fates were already decided. Clap, clap, clap. A distorted flash of light appeared, and suddenly 3 figures appeared to Shinno's left. So it seems these few are the ones with deep grudges against Konoha. Let me personally send you off. Orochimaru hissed with a smile, his eyes gleaming coldly, looking at them like prey. The crowd was shocked. The names and appearances of these people were no secret in the ninja world. Shinno, you truly are a traitor. You brought the enemy here, didn't you? Everyone finally understood that Shinno's announcement today to join Konoha was not meant to consult with everyone, but simply to root out the dissenters and use Konoha's hand to eliminate them. There is no need to elaborate on the battle process. With around 10 opponents at most of the Chunin and Jonin level, honestly, even if he encountered Orochimaru on the battlefield, he wouldn't be interested. The giant python descended from the sky and swallowed these last idealists whole. All right, it's time to control this last airborne fortress back home. Under Shinno's leadership, the remaining ninjas finally clumsily activated the airborne fortress. Inside the control room, Zero Tail let out a soul-shaking roar, powered by dark chakra, driving this man-made structure the size of a football field slowly upward, heading towards Konoha. By the time all the relevant materials, technologies, and personnel for the Sky Ninja were arranged, it was already half a month later. The Vitality Series ninjutsu was indeed one of the rarest ninjutsu. It not only helped Tsunade advance her medical ninjutsu, but also provided a way of thinking that Konoha had never considered. Vitality activation, when practiced to a high level, can greatly increase physical strength, belonging to an application of yang release chakra, which is very suitable for medical ninjas and taijutsu ninjas. It finally gave the previously rather weak medical ninjas some combat capability, and since the vitality activation technique is derived from medical ninjutsu, it can also train one's control over yang release without straying too far from the fundamentals. Based on bodily regeneration, Tsunade also researched ninjutsu for transplanting limbs for ninjas with severed arms and legs. As long as the energy at the interface can be adjusted to a similar frequency, it can almost be perfectly transplanted, thus raising Konoha's medical ability to a new level. As long as there is a large supply of bodily organs and with strong training of medical ninjas, it's possible for Konoha ninjas to reach a point where they can replace whatever is lacking. The bodily transformation and regeneration are even more remarkable. Its principle is similar to locking a portion of body energy with dark chakra within cells. Even if the 8 gates technique exhausts the body, this portion of cellular energy can be used to sustain life. Of course, doing so reduces the limits of the 8 gates technique and affects lifespan. As for the effectiveness, it can only be said that it depends on the perspective of the observer. After all, even in the plot, when Shinno opened all 8 gates, he was still not a match for the not-yet-grown protagonist, and his upper limit of strength cannot be compared to Might Guy. Moreover, all the Vitality Activation series ninjutsu, apart from those born with a large chakra reserve, other ninjas wanting to learn them cannot escape the awkwardness of needing an external chakra source for supplementation. Fortunately, Zero Tail is already in hand. As long as the practitioners are in Konoha, they can still be supplied adequately. Unfortunately, no matter which of the Vitality Activation series ninjutsu, there are still too few ninjas in Konoha that meet the learning criteria. Such top-tier ninjutsu is not something just anyone can learn. Whether or not you can learn is one thing. Whether I am willing to teach is another. Not only must one's own abilities be outstanding, but one must also gain the village's trust. At least in the 8 Gates team, the results of popularizing the Vitality Activation series ninjutsu are few and far between. Shinno is indeed a genius, possessing top-tier talent in both taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Out of the entire 200-member 8 Gates team, there are fewer than 10 who have the talent to learn the Vitality Activation series ninjutsu. As for who can learn the Vitality Activation series ninjutsu to the highest level, Shinnosuke has little hope for that. It's a completely luck-based attitude. Gaining it is my fortune, losing it is my fate. As for the manufacturing method of the Zero Tails, that's naturally not a problem, but this flawed chakra source directly affecting the ninja themselves is still too dangerous. Can Shinno's solitary efforts compare to the collective wisdom of Konoha? The current Zero Tails, in the eyes of the new path, is merely a semi-finished product. There will be a time for it to play a role, but it is certainly not now. There are many spoils. Besides the aerial fortress and the large number of flying ninjas acquired, other aspects still need time to convert into combat power. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninjas are in a different situation. Chapter 234. The last hero of the Sand Ninja, before Yakura returned to the Sand Ninja village. The news of her engagement to the 4th Hokage had already begun to circulate in small circles within the village. Upon her return, receiving a positive response in front of everyone caused a stir in the village's public opinion. The vast majority of ninjas expressed their inability to accept it, and some even picked up knives, while a small portion of spineless ninjas expressed their agreement. I disagree. Even if the Sand Ninjas were completely wiped out today, we cannot accept such humiliation from Konoha. Yuliang has now become the representative of the hardliners in the village. He is absolutely acting according to his true feelings. As a young talent of the Chiyo clan, although he is not a puppet master, he is definitely one of the top ninjas in the village. At this moment, he still does not know that he has betrayed the village. Before his memories were sealed away, he was a staunch supporter of the Red Sand Scorpion, believing that only Lord Scorpion could save the Sand Ninja village. And now, without that memory, he is a thorough patriot of the village. Yakura felt somewhat helpless. She lowered her head and gently advised, even if we refuse Konoha this time, do they not have other ways to pressure us? Money, population, food supplies. Everything is under Konoha's control. If they decide to squeeze us from any direction, half of our village will starve to death. Everyone fell silent. They all knew what Yakura was saying, but knowing didn't change anything. It was precisely because they knew too much that they felt despair. Yuliang suddenly stood up, sweeping the documents off the table in front of him and glaring at everyone. Do we have no pride as sand ninjas? We are ninjas. Ninjas of the land of wind, not dogs of Konoha, dogs that only know how to wag their tails and beg for mercy. Chiyo frowned slightly, unable to help but scold. If you want to talk business, then talk business. Is it useful to bark like a mad dog? Yuliang's face flushed red. He knew his attitude was wrong, but he really couldn't hold back. A young man under 20, filled with youthful vigor, experiencing a harsh reality right after entering society. How could he possibly endure it? He felt despair at the upper echelon's compromise decisions. We are sand ninjas. Sandstorms cannot extinguish our will. Frost and wind cannot crush our spines. Our ancestors lived here for generations, like tenacious tamarisk trees. The harsh environment is merely a tempering for us. How many years has it been? Just a few years since the establishment of the Sand Ninja Village, and you can't bear to part with it? Have you been living as lord for so long that you've forgotten who you are? The Sand Ninja Village is not our home. The entire desert is. Brothers, we must fight. We must fight against the invaders forever. We will fight in every oasis. We will fight in every village. We will fight in every city. We will fight in every desert. As long as the invaders do not leave, we will fight for generations to come. This is our land of wind, our Sand Ninja Village. This is the legacy left to us by our ancestors. If we easily hand it over today, what face will we have to meet the first wind shadow in 100 years? What face will we have to face our descendants, who will become slaves of Konoha for generations? He raised his arms high in the meeting, and it seemed as if he had transcended. Many ninjas present, whom he described as having eaten fine food for a few days and being reluctant to part with their jars, turned away in shame, some already in tears. Seeing the emotions in front of him, Yuliang continued to seize the moment, pointing to the buildings behind him. I don't know what you are afraid of. We have 6,000 or 7,000 ninjas, and this vast, boundless desert is our best protector. Our ancestors paved the way for us in tattered clothes. What they left for us is not just this cluster of high-rise buildings. At this point, he jumped onto the table. No. What our ancestors left us is an indelible will, an unyielding spirit, a belief in never being enslaved. In the Warring States period, our ancestors were merely a group of defeated refugees. We survived tenaciously in this forbidden land, like wild grass, and ultimately became one of the 5 great nations. What was it based on? Was it because we had more money than others? Were our ninjutsu superior? Did we have more bloodline ninjas than others? No. We relied on faith, will, and spirit. So what's the matter now? Are we afraid of losing some people? Does losing once mean we must kneel before Konoha forever, wagging our tails and begging for mercy? I disagree. This is the land of wind that our ancestors have guarded for generations. Even if I die, I want to die resisting Konoha for the Sand Ninjas. If I die, please bury me in the sea of sand. Let my soul become a spirit of the silent sea, continuing to guide the Sand Ninjas forward. That way, when my soul finally drifts into the pure land, I can proudly stand tall and say to the first wind shadow, my life has been worthy of the title of Sand Ninja. Yuliang's passionate speech moved everyone present. Even Rasha couldn't help but feel it was a pity. If he were still the 4th wind shadow, just based on that speech, he would have to consider Yuliang as a candidate for the 5th wind shadow. But unfortunately, the Sand Ninjas today are no longer what they used to be. Who knows how many of those present would report to Konoha afterward? It probably wouldn't be long before Yuliang would become a thorn in Konoha's side and silently die on some mission. Yakura, rebutted, felt her face flush with shame. She couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Was surrendering to Konoha and bearing humiliation truly wrong? How can we save the land of wind? Should we follow the compromise faction led by the Sand Ninja upper echelons, surrendering and waiting for a favorable time? Or should we fight to the last soldier? Blood spilling across every inch of desert, as represented by Yuliang's radical faction? At that moment, Chiyo slammed a row of tables, breaking the silence in the room. Yuliang, you stubborn kid, you don't understand what it means to be a dog of Konoha at all. You don't comprehend the village as policies. Konoha and the Sand Ninja are equal allies. A guy like you, intending to disrupt the alliance, isn't a spy for my WA Ninja, is he? I'll personally escort you to Konoha tomorrow. Ha ha ha, equal allies? Not even the dogs in the village believe that. Yuliang snorted coldly, ignoring anyone and storming out. Thus, the entire meeting came to an unsatisfactory close. However, the next day, an incredible piece of news spread through the Sand Ninja village. Jonin Yuliang, dissatisfied with the village's policies, gathered around 200 ninjas and broke out of the Sand Ninja village. The route they took was exactly the opposite direction of the one-line sky. "Sai, have they all left?" Chiyo asked softly by a small pond in the southwest corner of the Sand Ninja village. Hai Laozong bitterly smiled. "Does it really matter?" Chiyo shook her head. "The village is filled with soft-boned people now. The children who escaped are the future of the village." Chapter 235. Undercurrents in the daimyo's mansion, every country has its heroes. At least for now, Yu Liang is a guiding light for the radicals. His statements in the high-level meeting were somehow leaked, and many ninjas who had surrendered to Konoha but were living unhappily saw him as the last hope for the Sand Ninjas. Sure enough, as public opinion fermented, more and more ninjas who were struggling began to secretly escape from the Sand Ninja village, and somehow, the internal structure of the entire village was so loose that as long as they wanted to escape, they almost never failed. This situation also alarmed the stationed Sand Ninjas in Konoha, and naturally, there were traitorous Sand Ninjas who quietly informed Baiyun in the morning about everything. After hearing this, Zhao Jin was shocked but did not dare to act on his own. He could only write a detailed report and have the Uzumaki clan send it back using summoning techniques. Zinzushu looked at the intelligence sent by Zhao Jin with great interest. He had already anticipated this situation, so it wasn't unexpected. After all, in such a large village, there should be at least a few spirited individuals, right? However, it was still quite surprising that Ryo was pushed to the forefront, which could only be attributed to the real talent shortage in the Sand Ninjas. There were only a few well-known ninjas, either you or me. What else could be done? He slowly paced in the Hokage building, contemplating for nearly half an hour before calling for his new secretary. Yena had long since changed out of her nun's attire and into a white-collar outfit, similar to the OL uniform of the Cloud Ninja Village family. To be fair, when it came to their figures, the two were quite comparable. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock on the door sounded, and Yena walked in with her long legs, personally pouring tea for Zinzushu, smiling as she asked, "Hokage-sama, what do you need me for?" Zinzushu nodded slightly and, tapping the table, said softly, "How is the former spy among the 12 guardians now?" When Danzo was still the Hokage's advisor, he had sent root spies to infiltrate the direct forces of the daimyo. At least in this respect, Danzo did quite well. Yena nodded, her pretty face showing no hesitation. "Don't worry, he is still a steadfast Konoha ninja, and after the collapse of Root, I arranged for some ninjas to go in, and now they have gained significant power in this unit." Zinzushu smiled in satisfaction. "Good. There's a new task now. Tell him that as long as he successfully completes the plan this time, a minister position awaits him upon returning to Konoha." Yena refused for her subordinate. "For Konoha, this is part of the duty. Is a minister position really necessary as a reward?" Zinzushu waved his hand. "One thing at a time. We value contribution, but also rewards. If I keep giving everyone empty promises, wouldn't I be the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Meanwhile, the 12 Guardians had recently begun to frequently recruit personnel, holding various meetings. Damn it, the 4th Hokage is indeed arrogant. He actually dared to publicly marry the 4th Kazekage, completely disregarding the daimyo. In a secret base, a dark-faced Haima sat there cursing Zinzushu. The other high-ranking officials remained silent. This piece of intelligence had come from Konoha, and it was likely that they were already preparing to make a big deal out of it over there. Alas, what can be done? They had no way out. Originally, after Zinzushu inherited the position of 4th Hokage, the daimyo wanted to give this young man a warning, but unexpectedly, just as the war began, Konoha swiftly resolved the Sand Ninjas. Expanding territory was a grand achievement that the daimyo of the Land of Fire had never accomplished in history. Considering that nearly 1/3 of the Land of Wind's territory was involved, the daimyo finally restored the normal funding allocation to Konoha. Well, actually, it was the reckless actions of the Sand Ninjas charging into the Wind City that completely stunned the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If the Sand Ninjas could hold a kunai to the daimyo's neck and force him to sign a treasonous treaty, could Konoha not dare to do the same? He didn't want to gamble and didn't dare to, because anyone with eyes could see that the Sand Ninjas' actions were entirely at Konoha's behest, completely a warning to others. Konoha, having achieved the results it wanted, did not entangle itself too much with the daimyo's office. It seemed that as long as they received the necessary funding, life could continue as before, day by day. However, as Konoha slightly loosened the reins around the daimyo's neck, deep within the daimyo's heart, a feeling of unwillingness arose. Ever since the system of one village, one country was established, Konoha had unconsciously begun to encroach on the daimyo's authority. The collective will could not be defied. The ninja group was now only thinking about money, but when they started wanting power, who could stop them? Just like the Sand Ninjas. Even though they had suffered heavy casualties now, if they truly became overbearing in the land of wind, who could control them? Even if they held a kunai to the land of wind's daimyo's neck, would there be any punishment afterward? And what ability would they have to punish? He was a descendant of the gods. How could he be completely controlled by mere ninjas, who were once nothing more than street rats a century ago? Although the thoughts were good and ambitious, it was hard to make something out of nothing. Konoha had already become a colossal entity above the entire ninja world. Not to mention the daimyo of the Land of Fire couldn't find helpers to deal with Konoha, even if he did find a relatively brave village. Could they really defeat Konoha? Would a ninja village that defeated Konoha not become the next Konoha? It was not impossible for a dragon-slaying hero to become an evil dragon. Therefore, after much contemplation, the daimyo could only personally cultivate a group of ninjas loyal to himself. And thus, the 12 guardians stepped onto the stage. Based on this group, along with ninjas controlled by various nobles and major trading firms, as well as recruiting some wandering ninjas and bounty hunters. Although to avoid drawing attention, they could not recklessly expand the ninja group. Having sufficient funds was the greatest advantage. After this period of development, nearly 150 ninjas claiming to be of Jonin level had pledged their loyalty. Of course, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was unaware that most of these 150 Jonin were inferior compared to Konoha's Jonin. And even when compared to small ninja villages like the Rain Ninja Village, they might not have any advantage in one-on-one fights. In terms of marching or large-scale true battles, these makeshift forces were even further behind. How could the daimyo understand the intricacies of this situation? In his eyes, ninjas were just a numbers game. As long as the numbers were there, they could overwhelm the enemy. Moreover, as someone who considered himself a master strategist, he looked down on these reckless ninjas. So instigating and cultivating internal conflicts within Konoha was a piece of cake. With Danzo's death and the third Hokage being imprisoned, he saw an opportunity. The remnants of Root joined in waves, with the biggest achievement being the instigation of the third Hokage's disciple, known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. But before he could enjoy the moment for long, the detestable fourth Hokage outmaneuvered him again. He actually intended to marry the fourth Kazekage. Chapter 236. The Trap and the Plan, the two major ninja villages coming together without the will of the nation. Who could control them in the future? Hyuga said sternly, "We cannot allow the two major ninja villages to form a marriage alliance. We must sabotage their plan." Everyone present fell into deep thought. Sabotaging a plan? It sounds simple. Let us see you try to sabotage one. Are you richer than others? Or do you have more power? Or are you stronger than others? Seeing that no one stood up, Hyuga couldn't help but suggest, how about we arrange for ninjas to impersonate sand ninjas and ambush Konoha ninjas, disrupting their alliance and making the two villages completely opposed? Yamashiro shook his head, solemnly opposing. Do you really think Konoha is made up of fools? The so-called Konoha Sand Ninja Alliance is simply a product driven by Konoha. The foundation of the alliance is that the Sand Ninjas collapsed and had to yield to Konoha. The two villages are originally opposed. It's just that the Sand Ninjas need Konoha's protection now. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by other ambitious figures in the ninja world. Your idea is too naive and shows a complete misunderstanding of the logic of ninja villages. Hyuga was left red-faced, but had no way to refute. Yamashiro was the defector from Root after Danzo's destruction, deeply trusted by the daimyo, and always regarded himself as a high-ranking ninja from a major ninja village, looking down on those of them from humble beginnings. All right. We are all for the Land of Fire and the daimyo. Let us just discuss the matter at hand and not hurt our feelings. Higasha mediated. Then what do you suggest? Hyuga retorted impatiently. Yamashiro smiled confidently and closed the folding fan in his hand. Actually, there was nothing wrong with the idea I discussed with Ma Jun earlier, just a slight flaw in the candidate selection. Saying this, he took out a piece of intelligence and handed it to everyone present. Take a look. This is the latest intelligence circulating from the Sand Ninja. Led by Ryo, the dissatisfied Sand Ninja have already defected from the village. Why can't we take advantage of this situation? They are unhappy with Konoha, and we are unhappy with Konoha too, but their situation is much more difficult than ours. At this point, Yamashita Fu glanced around at the crowd, suggesting that these homeless Sand Ninja take the front stage instead of us playing the role ourselves. To this, Higashimaru impatiently asked, will they be willing to cooperate with us? Yamashita Fu stood up, leaning on the table, and laughed heartily. A pack of lost dogs? What do we have to lose by trying? Why not give it a go? A hint of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. How could Yamashita Fu dare to call others lost dogs? After all, when Danzo died and the Root collapsed, He was the one kneeling in front of the daimyo, desperately begging for help. Who would have thought that not long after, he would rise to a high position among the guardian ninjas, gaining the daimyo's trust? Even Ma-jun couldn't afford to dismiss his suggestions. Is there enough time? Our goal is to disrupt the alliance between Konoha and Sand Ninja. According to the plan of the two villages, there's only about a month left until the deadline. Yamashita, full reminded, isn't there still Minato Namikaze? Surely everyone understands his flying thunder god technique. Ma-jun hesitated. We are only in a cooperative relationship with him. It might not be good to make demands rashly. Who knows if Minato is just putting on a show for us, wanting us to be the scapegoats? Yamashita Fu sneered, subtly steering the matter towards Minato. If he agrees, we have leverage over him. If he doesn't, then we need to reevaluate our cooperation. Your plan not only involves using the Sand Ninja traders, but also testing Minato Namikaze. Truly a plan that kills two birds with one stone. No wonder you were a strategist from Root. Higashimura admired. He was one of the Lightning Release Four, a staunch supporter of Ma-jun. But that didn't stop him from personally respecting Yamashita Fu. Hearing such blatant praise, Yamashita Fu didn't get carried away. He cleared his throat. If there are no new suggestions, let's execute this plan. Ma-jun opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Although this meeting was hosted by him, from the beginning, the rhythm had been firmly in Yamashita Fu's control, making him feel like a redundant character. However, Yamashita Fu's plan was evidently more brilliant and truly a talent from Root. That night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Dark clouds began to drift in, threatening to cover the moonlight and starlight. The daimyo sat on the tatami, reviewing the new plans sent by Ma-jun and Yamashita Fu. He had read the plan back and forth 4 or 5 times, growing more delighted with each reading. It was indeed a rare proposal. All right, let's proceed with this plan. He held the proposal and walked to an oil lamp, watching the flames ignite the paper. The daimyo's chubby face appeared even more gloomy under the flickering light. I am unaware of this matter and will not support you. You haven't seen me today, understand? Understood, my lord. Understood, my lord. He waved his hand. You may leave. Ma-jun, should we contact Minato Namikaze? Do you want to handle it? Or shall I? After leaving the daimyo's residence, the two walked side by side, as Yamashita Fu asked with a smile. This made Ma-jun's chest rise and fall with anger. Minato Namikaze was a high-ranking official in Konoha. Although the daimyo's residence had personnel in Konoha, such matters definitely needed to be conducted privately. It wouldn't be appropriate to use the daimyo's people. For a moment, he truly didn't know how to contact Minato. One matter should not bother two masters. Since this was your proposed plan, I shouldn't interfere, Ma-jun said through gritted teeth. Yamashita Fu cupped his hands, conceding, I'll take my leave. Looking at the intelligence sent from Root, Minato Namikaze felt a bit speechless. The plan looked somewhat plausible, but it was sent by that woman. Yanayu. The Hokage really knows how to create problems. Yamashita Fu's direct superior was currently the Hokage's secretary, Yanayu, who, as a spy planted in the daimyo's residence, didn't need to go to great lengths to contact them secretly. Instead, he directly passed the matter to Yanayu. Of course, this was also a means for Yamashita Fu to prove himself, showing his stance that he had not truly been bought by the daimyo's residence. Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god technique flickered several times before finally arriving at the rendezvous point arranged with Yamashita Fu. Acting out a scene, the two pretended to argue, making others mistakenly believe they were at odds over the distribution of benefits. In the end, Minato Namikaze, panting, took the conditions proposed by the guardian ninjas, and with a wave of spatial energy, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 237. Recruiting the Sand Ninja traders. Minato Namikaze, the double agent, easily found the Sand Ninja traders. Obviously, with Konoha's intelligence department keeping a close watch, did they really think these traders could hide without anyone noticing? We'll let you in. In a secret base deep in the desert, someone was already placing a black hood over Minato's head. Minato did not resist. It was only natural for the cautious side to be wary in such a cooperation. He estimated in his heart that he had already been walking for nearly 20 minutes, turning countless corners, and finally slowed his pace. After being in darkness for so long, suddenly removing the hood was indeed blinding. Minato squinted and quietly observed everything around him. This should be a small oasis, and he should be underground at this moment. Minato-kun, to your understanding, are you representing the daimyo of the Land of Fire this time? Ryo deeply stared at Minato, as if trying to read something from his face. Of course, but how about you? Do you have the courage to cooperate? Ryo did not answer directly, but instead asked, aren't you afraid we'll leak your situation to Konoha? You're betraying Konoha. Minato's expression turned despondent. I'm already a thorn in the side of the fourth Hokage. Whether you leak it or not makes no difference. You have no evidence, and I come and go freely. Ryo had read the plan for the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire several times. The content was merely about the two sides joining forces to jointly attack Konoha and disrupt the alliance between Konoha and Sand Ninja. Although Ryo also wanted to do this himself, he understood that with only a few hundred people, he couldn't stir up much trouble, so he was prepared for a protracted battle. Recruiting orphans, taking on black market missions, enduring humiliation for decades, perhaps he could rebuild the Sand Ninja village someday. But now, the Land of Fire had given him new hope. He didn't expect that Konoha, which was already ablaze, had so many internal dissenters. With the political struggles failing, Minato Namikaze, remnants of Root, and the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire, if combined with his own forces, could indeed accomplish something significant. Ryo fell into a dilemma. Although in his heart he believed that enduring humiliation was the best choice. After all, he didn't have much capital. However, as a young man, who could resist the temptation of a big gamble when given the opportunity? As long as they dealt a heavy blow to Konoha during the two villages alliance, perhaps their internal power struggles would lead to their downfall. Seeing Ryo's hesitation, Minato, as one of the 4 great Hokage in history, had high political acumen. After a moment of thought, he understood Ryo's concerns. Therefore, he asked directly, does Leader Ryo still have doubts? Yuri naturally asked, is there really a foundation of trust among us? Can this multi-party alliance succeed? The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of conditions being proposed. He was afraid of them not taking the bait. Since the leader Yuri still had doubts, why not adjust the cooperation model? I'm all ears. Since we can't achieve sincere cooperation, we might as well switch to the most basic employment model in the ninja world. As an organization, you should also take on missions, right? Yuri nodded. They weren't a terrorist organization, and their way of earning funds was naturally a tradition from the era of ninja villages. Not to mention them, even bounty hunters, rogue ninjas, or the evil organization Akatsuki, the most basic model for gathering funds was to take on missions. This was the norm throughout the ninja world. So now, in the name of the 12 Guardians of the Fire Country, I assign you a mission to sabotage the alliance between Konoha and Suna. I wonder if you're willing to accept this mission? Yuri was taken aback. If they were just a new organization, they would certainly not take on a mission that directly confronted the 5 great nations. But their situation was different. These rogue ninjas from the Sand Village had initially formed with the ideal of driving Konoha out of the Wind Country. If they couldn't even accept such a mission, what was the point of maintaining the organization? Realizing this, Yuri nodded heavily. The meaning was self-evident. Minato smiled and said, I still don't know what your new organization is called. Sandstorm. Sandstorm? Destroying opponents like a storm in the desert? That's simply absurd. Shinno threw the intel he received onto the table, sarcastically unimpressed. Since they wanted to get involved, he would uproot them all later and let these rogue ninjas from the Sand Village see the consequences of opposing Konoha. The 12 Guardians Sandstorm. Better cherish this bright world while you can. Yano, based on Minato's intel, arranged for personnel to scout the location of the Sandstorm organization, aiming for a decisive strike in the future. Yano bowed and said, rest assured, Hokage-sama. Over the next month, Konoha faced a certain degree of attacks from various angles. From the perspective of the Sand Ninjas, the losses were quite heavy. But things couldn't be compared like that. Konoha was large and prosperous, and could easily bear such minor losses, so this little matter had no effect on Konoha's marriage plans. Today was the day the 4th Kazekage was getting married. Child, you've suffered. Chiyo entered Yakura's bridal chamber, holding her hand and secretly shedding tears. Yakura smiled gently. Elder Chiyo, you flatter me. During this time I was away, I've troubled you to take care of everything. Rest assured, Lord Kazekage, this little matter is still manageable for this old woman. Although she had once looked down on Yakura becoming Kazekage, thinking it was just a time without heroes allowing a child to gain fame, the Sand Ninjas were already in a precarious state, so she held her nose and agreed. What she didn't expect was that nearly a year of being Kazekage had gone quite well, especially given the current state of the Sand Village. It was already commendable to barely maintain it. Not to mention, she had even sacrificed herself to request supplies from Konoha. Whether this approach was rational or if there was a threat from Konoha involved was another matter. Just her spirit of sacrifice was worthy of the title of 4th Kazekage. The bridal sedan chair set off, accompanied by drums and gongs, all the way until they reached the outskirts of the village. Konoha's welcoming party was stationed there. This alone showed that both villages still had deep-seated vigilance. Konoha didn't want to directly enter the Sand Village, and the Sand Ninjas certainly didn't want Konoha's people inside. Apart from a few trusted ninjas and those Sand Ninjas who had to head to Konoha, both sides exchanged personnel here, with a welcoming party filled with Konoha members. The journey ahead wouldn't be easy. The Hokage marrying the Kazekage was a major event in the entire ninja world, and there were certainly more than one group of ninjas wanting to cause trouble. The Sandstorm organization and the 12 Guardians were just the visible ones. As for who else, that would only be revealed on the road. Chapter 238. Phantom Group. Sure enough, the entire party had only traveled for 3 to 5 days, just crossing the border of the Wind Country, when they encountered the infamous organization in the ninja world. The Phantom Group. You better think this through. This is outright betrayal. Old Girl Shurhei ordered the team to stop, drawing kunai and confronting the opposing people. They were a ninja organization from the Land of Forests, which had been one of Konoha's allies for decades. But now it seemed that the other side had already sided with someone else. Cut the nonsense, taking money from people and doing their dirty work. To be honest, I'm fed up with you, Konoha. The incoming person laughed arrogantly, launching an attack with his subordinate ninjas. Although they had been allies with Konoha in the past, from their standpoint, Konoha hadn't fulfilled much of the responsibilities of an ally. During the era of the third Hokage, the Land of Forest was often invaded by rock ninjas, and they had sought help from Konoha multiple times. But Konoha had always refrained from intervening in the wars between the Land of Forests and the Land of Earth, fearing that joining the battle would lead to direct confrontation with the rock ninjas and would not be worth the loss. Thus, Konoha never intervened, at most providing some explosive tags and kunai. This was clearly an intention to consume the lives of the Phantom Group against the rock ninjas. In fact, Konoha had indeed thought so at the time. However, every organization would instinctively protect itself. Upon discovering Konoha's unreliability, the Phantom Group wasn't foolish enough to stick with them. Since Konoha wasn't reliable, they might as well seek support elsewhere. Small organizations, no shame in that. So now they were no longer Konoha's allies, but had instead become lackeys of the rock ninjas. And after Shinno took over as the fourth Hokage, he had not paid much attention to this ninja organization, leading Oil Girl Shurhei, as a member of the Shadow Guard, to be unaware of the true specifics. But it didn't matter. There were many such organizations in the ninja world. They thought they were swaying between the two major ninja villages, but in reality, whether it was Konoha or the rock ninjas, these small organizations were merely consumables on the battlefield, just a matter of who used them. This time, the rock ninjas were clearly more skilled, not knowing what conditions they had offered to make these arrogant guys willing to invest such a large capital to ambush Konoha. Altogether, a swarm of insects surged up, crashing against the forests of the Land of Rivers like waves. As a ninja organization from the Land of Forests, the Phantom Group was relatively at ease in the similar environment of the Land of Rivers. This was also one of the reasons the rock ninjas were willing to invest. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Insects are naturally afraid of fire, and the Phantom Group had a good idea, but they didn't consider the ninja levels of both sides. As the saying goes, great strength brings miracles. These little flames were not even worth Oil Girl Shurhei's attention. Get away. I can't run anymore. Run fast. Since becoming a shadow-level powerhouse, Oil Girl Shurhei hadn't fought in the ninja world, and her nano-poison insects, the true trump card of the Oil Girl clan, hadn't appeared in nearly 100 years. Today, she would let everyone see the fear of being dominated by the swarm. Unlike other poison insects that rely on numbers to win, the nano-poison insects, while also numerous, are guaranteed to be harmful upon contact, and touching one means certain death. There's no cure. The Phantom Group didn't know that once infected by the nano-poison insects, they would compare it with the usual parasitic insects, thinking they could deal with it after the war ended. After all, this was the impression left by the Oil Girl clan over the years, and it couldn't be said that they were wrong. However, as one ninja after another fell, the Phantom Group finally realized something was wrong. Damn, this guy's insects are a problem. The leader of the Phantom Group roared, "Don't let those insects stick to you." He was right, but it was already too late. By this time, most of the Phantom Group's calves or arms had turned deep purple. With a moment's hesitation, another large group fell. During the surprise attack on Konoha, the members of the Phantom clan thought they could benefit from the IWA shinobi, but unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, they lost over 100 men. This truly is a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Let's go. The leader of the Phantom clan could no longer bear it and decided to retreat in pain. Is it so easy to come and go from Konoha's territory? Ridiculous. You have taken all the good things in this world. What else do you want from us? Exploding insects explode. The corpses that were originally infected by the nano-poison insects were secretly implanted with exploding insects by Oil Girl Shurhei. He even hoped to launch another surprise attack when the enemy came to collect the corpses. But unfortunately, the Phantom Clan seemed to be scared out of their wits. Not only did they abandon their fallen comrades, but even those who were slightly injured were left behind. With no other choice, Oil Girl Shurhei had to take the initiative. And to his surprise, the effect was quite good, as a wave of explosions claimed the lives of dozens of ninjas. The battlefield gradually calmed down, and at this moment, the fourth Kazekage slowly stepped out of the palanquin. Looking at the devastated battlefield, she was slightly surprised. Her former teammate, Shinobu, was not as weak as everyone imagined. After Shinobu became the fourth Hokage, every appointment he made was studied and analyzed by the ninja world. The 3 members of the Shadow Guard he appointed were of utmost importance. According to the traditions of the ninja world, the current Hokage's Shadow Guard and disciples automatically possess the highest level of inheritance of the Shadow. In everyone's analysis, only Uzumaki Fujin was the key target for Shinobu's cultivation. Not to mention, according to intelligence, Fujin was now also following the path of 5 elemental ninjutsu, coupled with his naturally strong chakra and rumored sensing talent. In a few years, he would definitely become a shadow-level powerhouse. As for Oil Girl Shurhei, many people thought of him as merely riding on the coattails of the Oil Girl clan and Shinobu's teammate, and his presence in the Shadow Guard was solely based on his loyalty. The once obscure Hyuga Hizashi, whom everyone believed was just an attempt to win over Konoha's major clans, should no longer be underestimated after the battle between Konoha and Suna. Unfortunately, Hinata came from the branch family of the Hyuga clan and couldn't even control his own fate, so how could he possibly take charge of Konoha? The Oil Girl captain truly possessed remarkable strength. Well done. The fourth Kazekage thought of thousands of pieces of information, but only said this one light sentence. You flatter me. Lord Kazekage. Oil Girl Shurhei was still writing reports. Did the Phantom Clan really think that after the surprise attack on Konoha, they could return to the land of the forest carefree as the first target to jump out if they didn't deal with them thoroughly? How would Konoha lead its subordinates in the future? Watching the information being transmitted through the Uzumaki clan's summoning technique, Yezon couldn't help but show an envious expression. Such large-scale, summoning beast families are hard to find. Otherwise, after so many years of the Uzumaki clan using summoning beasts to convey messages, why hasn't anyone else learned it? After Shinobu received the information transmitted by Oil Girl Shurhei, he burst into loud laughter. It seemed the fish had already taken the bait. Although it was just a small fish, it was still significant for Konoha at present. Let Hinata come over. He would take on this task. In just an instant, the fate of a nation was determined. Chapter 239. The Bloodpool Clan, the hidden Dongshiren, quietly observed the Phantom Clan, which was almost completely wiped out. He had long known these guys were unreliable, but he didn't expect their strength to be this poor. On Konoha's side, just one member of the Shadow Guard made a move and wiped out the elite troops of a small nation. It's hard to tell whether the Phantom Clan was too weak or if Oil Girl Shurhei was too strong. As the designer of this surprise attack plan, although he didn't achieve any notable results, not even forcing the Kazekage to act, it was still quite significant. The IWA Shinobi received precise intelligence that the Cloud Shinobi village was about to make a big move. Since Konoha was already prepared, it had nothing to do with them. If Konoha had been unprepared and the Phantom Clan had rushed to the Kazekage's side, forcing the Kazekage to act personally, Konoha would have suffered a huge loss. But it would also serve as a reminder for Konoha to strengthen its defenses. Ha ha ha. Let the dogs bite each other. Dongshiren smiled coldly and disappeared from the spot using the camouflage concealment technique. The so-called big move by the Cloud Shinobi was already on the way. There was once a clan that, during the Warring States period, married the daughter of their clan leader to the daimyo of the Lightning Village, becoming a concubine. They wanted to participate in politics, but unfortunately, the cruel political struggles led to their failure, and this ninja clan was exiled to Hell Valley by the then daimyo's wife. The ninja clan responsible for guarding them was the Uchiha clan. Now that the Warring States period had ended, and the guarding task had long been handed over to the local grass shinobi by Konoha's Uchiha clan. They had long forgotten about this group of enemies after so many years. That's right, this clan is the exiled Bloodpool clan, and their bloodline limit, the Blood Dragon Eye, is similar to the Sharingan, requiring strong stimuli to activate. Once the bloodline limit is awakened, their illusion abilities are greatly enhanced, and they possess a unique ability to create human bombs. This bloodline limit can rank among the top in the entire ninja world. How about it, Blood Pool Clan Leader? As long as we finish this job, we can wipe the slate clean of our past. If you want to join the Cloud Shinobi, we will fully support it. When Tutai led the Cloud Shinobi into Hell Valley, pressing a dagger against the Blood Pool Clan Leader's neck and asking, what else could the Blood Pool Clan Leader do? With his entire family under control, he could only agree. Now the entire Blood Pool Clan probably had less than 200 members left, and aside from the old and weak, almost all the able-bodied ninjas were here. From a combat power perspective, a ninja clan that could once compete with the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period was far stronger than a ragtag organization like the Phantom Clan. If it weren't for the fact that the entire clan had too many members and lacked loyalty to the Cloud Shinobi, making it too troublesome to cultivate them, the Cloud Shinobi would really be reluctant to use these people as dead soldiers. However, the Cloud Shinobi also made two preparations if the operation succeeded. It would be unnecessary to say, but if it failed, they held the children of the Blood Pool clan in their hands, which could slowly cultivate them as an asset in the future. Is this the team in front of us? The Blood Pool clan leader asked the shadow clone sent by Tutai behind him. Go. With Tutai's affirmative answer, the Blood Pool clan charged down like a tiger descending a mountain. Sigh, still the style of the Warring States period. Tutai felt a bit of headache. These guys were really thick-headed. If he had known, he would have trained them for a longer time. Why are there so many little bugs? It seems everyone dares to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. At this moment, Konoha's welcoming team, after the Phantom Clan incident, strengthened their defenses again. The leading figure on Konoha's side was Might Guy and his 8 Gates of Doinjia team, with Yanoyu also hiding in this team. Yanoyu was a compromise figure. After all, this was the first mission for the 8 Gates of Doinjia team, and this time the mission would likely require direct combat. Therefore, medical ninjas were certainly essential, as using the 8 Gates of Doinjia had significant side effects. Unfortunately, neither Uzumaki Ling nor Tsunade could be assigned to the welcoming team. Their identities were indeed a bit awkward. However, Yanoyu was different. Although Shinobu had ulterior motives, he had not yet truly taken action. So her appearance as the Hokage's secretary in such a place was very reasonable. Watching the Blood Pool clan charge down like a tiger, Old Girl Shurhei on Konoha's side had not yet made a move, and Might Guy couldn't wait any longer. For Konoha, brothers, follow me. 8 Gates of Doinjia. First gate. Open. 8 Gates of Doinjia. Second gate. Open. 8 Gates of Doinjia. Third gate. Open. In their first battle, whether it was Might Guy or the rest, the 8 Gates of Doinjia opened at 2 or 3 levels. Blood Dragon Illusion Technique. As a hidden ninja clan that has not communicated normally with the ninja world for hundreds of years, their combat thinking remains rooted in the past. With a wave of their hands, they summon powerful Jinjutsu, and as a clan that can rival the Uchiha in Jinjutsu capabilities, the leader of the Blood Pool clan has reason to believe that a single encounter could take down half of the opposing ninjas, especially since the enemy knows nothing about them. However, fate did not favor them, as they encountered the type of ninja that Jinjutsu users dread the most. The chaotic chakra of the 8 Gates flowed through these taijutsu ninjas. Not to mention that Might Guy and his team are top-tier taijutsu experts with unbreakable mental fortitude. The turbulent chakra within them quickly dispelled the effects of the Jinjutsu. When Might Guy charged in, he did have a moment of confusion, but within less than a second, that confusion vanished. As a representative of straightforwardness, he did not realize this was Jinjutsu. Instead, he thought it was just an illusion stemming from his first life-and-death battle. Leaf Style, Fluid Technique, Peacock. Leaf Style, Strong Fist. Leaf Whirlwind. A group of leaf ninjas, screaming and making exaggerated movements, overwhelmed the Blood Pool clan with a flurry of punches, leaving them dazed. What kind of monsters are these? The leader of the Blood Pool was sweating profusely. His understanding of ninja villages was weak, only knowing that they were a coalition of several great clans, but now he understood. As he witnessed the ferocity of Konoha's beasts unleashed, he truly realized what a great ninja village was. And his meager numbers were not enough to even serve as a snack for the opposing side. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. As a substitute for the Uchiha clan of the Land of Lightning, the Blood Pool clan had not explicitly stated it, but they were indeed imitating the Uchiha clan in various aspects. At least their fire techniques looked quite decent. 8 Gates, 4th Gate, open. 8 Gates, 5th Gate, open. 8 Gates, 6th Gate, open. For Konoha, I will not let you bastards go. As he watched the oncoming fire techniques, Might Guy assumed a stance with his fists raised. Leaf Style Peacock. Chapter 240. The surprise attack that leads to another annihilation. Target, Two Tails. Thousands of fist shadows transformed into flowing fire, ultimately resembling a peacock spreading its tail feathers, with each punch creating friction against the air like a feather. Finally, gathering into a myriad, it blossomed completely. The fire techniques coming head-on were instantly repelled, and the remnants of the peacock technique surged into the Bloodpool clan, causing chaos among them. Might Guy wasted no time. As the Eight Gates had a time limit, under his leadership, all members of the Eight Gates team, propelled by his fist's wind, charged into the crowd. The Bloodpool clan had never seen such a spectacle. Facing off against top-tier taijutsu masters, unleashing punches was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. The slaughter began in one-sided fashion. These humanoid killing machines driven by chaotic chakra gave no chance for the Bloodpool clan to create human bombs. A couple of punches meant a life lost. Even the fourth Kazekage, observing from a distance, couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Is Konoha's taijutsu this strong now? Oil Woman Shurhei shrugged and explained, "This is our elite force crafted with great investment. Just like our sand ninja's puppet army? You could say that." Shurhei was not idle either. After the Eight Gates team charged into the enemy lines, his nanopoison insects followed closely behind, having already devoured quite a few ninjas from the Bloodpool clan. "Please, we surrender. We surrender. Spare us." When Might Guy's fist was just 50 centimeters away from the leader of the Bloodpool clan, this hidden ninja finally broke down. The farce of the Bloodpool clan ended in a mess, costing them half their clan members for their arrogance. After the interrogation and understanding the events, Oil Woman Shurhei couldn't help but ask, "You surrendered so readily. What about the old, weak women and children in the hands of the Cloud Ninjas?" The leader of the Bloodpool clan appeared indifferent. "We are the backbone of the clan. Even if we all die here today, the remaining ones would just be slaves to the Cloud Ninjas. To preserve the Bloodpool clan, it ultimately depends on us. As for them, let them fend for themselves." As a Konoha native, Shurhei, who had not experienced the brutality of the Warring States period, could not understand the calm mindset of the Bloodpool leader. In the harsh Warring States era, every clan centered around adult ninjas, and the old, weak, women, and children were merely burdens. Even if captured, they posed no threat to adult ninjas. At this moment, the Shadow Clone that did not participate in the attack, upon discovering the complete annihilation of the Bloodpool clan, dispelled the Shadow Clone technique and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the Konoha forest, the Two-Tails cat was leisurely licking its paws. Konoha had not turned the other tailed beasts, aside from the Nine Tails, into Jinchuriki, but instead let them roam freely around Konoha. The Two-Tails preferred living in the jungle, so it spent most of its time in the Death Forest, only seeking out Tsunade or other tailed beasts when it got bored. As long as these tailed beasts did not think of escaping from Konoha, the Konoha ninjas would not restrict their freedom. For the tailed beasts, other ninja villages were not their homes. For example, the Sand Ninjas stubbornly believed that Shikaku belonged to the Sand Village, but for Shikaku, the Sand Village was merely a prison for nearly 100 years. It had lived its entire life in the Wind Country's desert and would never acknowledge itself as the private property of the Sand Ninjas. Now these tailed beasts had become wise, enjoying a good life in Konoha without being sealed. Where else could they find such good days in the entire ninja world? Even if they escaped from Konoha today, they might be beaten up by others tomorrow. Although they often boast that humans are no match for them, they know the reality. The era of the tailed beasts is no longer. The 5 great ninja villages have plenty of ninjas who can seal them. Thus, these tailed beasts were quite satisfied with their current lives, and under the leadership of Uzumaki Shin, Konoha was bursting with confidence. The vast majority of ninjas did not fear the tailed beasts. Many foolish youngsters from the Uzumaki clan and the Shinjū clan have become friends with the tailed beasts, at least in their own minds. "Boss, the Bloodpool clan has completely failed." Sukadai felt a moment of daze within the team as he received the memories from the Shadow Clone. Damn it, the first step went wrong. The third Raikage slammed his fist on the table, shaking the entire Cloud Ninja building. Sukadai did not expect that the once feared Bloodpool clan of the Warring States era would be so pathetic, unable to bring out a single expert, and ultimately surrendered to Konoha. Was this not them sending warmth to the Cloud Ninjas? What about the old, weak women and children? Should we keep them? Sukadai made a gesture across his neck. The Raikage waved his hand. Let the old ones fend for themselves. As for the children, they can continue to be trained. This generation of the Bloodpool clan is weak, but who knows, the next generation might produce some excellent ninjas. After all, it is a special bloodline limit. and the Cloud Ninjas have a tradition of stealing bloodline limits from other villages. So even if this mission fails, the Bloodpool clan can still continue in the Cloud Village. Of course, at this stage, such trivial matters were not worth worrying about. The third Reikage paced back and forth in the Reikage building with a grim expression. Finally, extremely irritated, he kicked over the table in front of him. Forget it. Life is short. I refuse to be resigned to this. If it continues like this, it will end in loss no matter what. I won't be satisfied unless I give it a shot. According to the original plan, as long as the Bloodpool clan could breach Konoha's defenses, Shin would have no choice but to intervene. The Cloud Ninjas never expected the Bloodpool clan to kill the fourth Kazekage. Perhaps only the leader of the Bloodpool clan believed he could accomplish it. For the Cloud Shinobi, Konoha would definitely not allow the Wind Shadow to intervene, as it would make them seem incompetent. As long as they could break through the formation of Konoha's wedding party, Shinnosuke would certainly use the Flying Thunder God technique for support, just to be safe. As for how the two sides would communicate, the Cloud Shinobi believed Konoha had its own methods. Although Minato Namikaze also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, the Cloud Shinobi felt that a mere elite Genin was not enough to change the course of the battle. Only Shinnosuke's intervention could turn the tide. Unfortunately, they misjudged the strength of Konoha's escort team. With over 10 elite Genin and hundreds of CH Nin from the Bloodpool clan, along with their unique bloodline limits and shocking explosive ninjutsu, the Cloud Shinobi saw them as a formidable force. They never expected to be caught off guard and defeated by the novice 8 Gates team, ultimately declaring their surrender. Without being able to mobilize Shinnosuke, the success rate of the Cloud Shinobi's next plan dropped by 50. Just as Tsuchikage was desperately trying to persuade the third Reikage to abandon the plan, he was surprised to see the third Reikage's determination. Even with the first step of the plan failing, he wanted to proceed, activating the Heaven Send technique. Today the Two Tails would be theirs. Chapter 241. Capture failure. The Cloud Shinobi's sealing team had long been lurking in the Forest of Death, waiting for the Bloodpool clan to breach Konoha's wedding party. They would immediately use the Heaven Send technique to teleport the third Reikage over to capture the Two Tails. This was their true plan. The Bloodpool clan was merely a decoy and a pawn. However, their calculations were off, as Konoha's strength exceeded their expectations. Yet for the Reikage, failing to retrieve the Two Tails meant the Cloud Shinobi would always be at a disadvantage. Apart from the Sand Shinobi, the remaining major villages only had one-tailed beast left, while the Stone and Mist Shinobi now had 2 Jinchuriki each. In fact, after the Cloud Shinobi assessed the situation privately, they concluded that once Konoha completely conquered the Sand Shinobi, they had no chance of winning the Third Shinobi World War. Now, they had no choice but to act, needing to use war to expend excess shinobi while also trying to seize some spoils from other small countries and ninja organizations, given that they could not take a large chunk from Konoha. Thus, despite the loud battles of the Third Shinobi World War, due to the vast strength disparity between the villages and Konoha, the Cloud, Stone, and Mist Shinobi had long set their primary targets on the surrounding small countries. The low-intensity war between the 3 major ninja villages and Konoha had already lasted nearly a year, during which the surrounding small countries had been systematically consumed. This raised a question: if the Stone and Mist Shinobi decided to withdraw their forces, leaving Konoha to face the Cloud Shinobi alone, the Cloud Shinobi would never be able to reclaim the Two Tails. How important was the Two Tails? For Konoha, it was inconsequential, as without the Two Tails, Konoha would still be the #1 ninja village in the world. But for the Cloud Shinobi, it was crucial. While others had 2-tailed beasts, they had only one, making it hard to hold their ground against the Stone and Mist Shinobi. Losing a tailed beast could mean that by the end of the war, the Cloud Shinobi would be seen as an easy target. They not only had to guard against Konoha, but also against potential backstabs from their 2 quasi-allies. Therefore, to resolve this once and for all, taking advantage of Konoha's forced marriage to the 4th Wind Shadow, the Cloud Shinobi developed a plan to capture the Two Tails. As long as they could regain the Two Tails, the 3 major ninja villages would be on equal footing again, allowing the Cloud Shinobi to continue surviving comfortably. Tsuchikage, realizing he could not dissuade the third Reikage, silently wished him well in his heart. Time was of the essence. On the arena, the Reikage was surrounded by flickering lightning, raising his defenses to the maximum. With a twist of space, the arena was suddenly empty. Where was the third Reikage shadow? Sigh, I hope the plan goes smoothly. Although the Bloodpool clan did not fulfill their expected role, Tsuchikage was still confident in the overall plan. The third Reikage's abilities were very effective against the Two Tails. Nekoma's chakra was relatively low among tail beasts and could not overpower the Reikage, while the speed that the two tails relied on for fame was no match for the third Reikage. Coupled with the lightning release chakra mode, the third Reikage could engage in close combat with the eight tails, easily capturing the two tails. Lord Reikage, the Death Forest has been prepared. Around the coordinates of the Heaven Send technique, 7 or 8 sealing ninjas are already in position to ensure everything goes smoothly and save time. Even the amber clean bottle from the Yuhi clan has been brought out. Where's the two tails? One ninja pointed northeast. It's about 10 kilometers that way. I'll go first. You all follow me, the Reikage said, and without waiting for his subordinates to respond, his body crackled with electricity as he instantly vanished. The two tails, who had just been dozing off, suddenly sensed something and opened its eyes wide. Damn it, it's that brute-s aura, although it often looked down on humans. The two tails have been beaten by several generations of Reikages in the Cloud Village. Therefore, as soon as the third Reikage got close, Nekomata sensed the danger. As a tail beast that considered itself clever, it immediately turned and fled, showing no dignity of a tail beast. I'm a registered ninja of Konoha now. I need a call for help. Nekomata first stood on end as it sprinted away. Ha ha ha, you silly cat. After living in Konoha for a few years, how did you become so timid? You should just obediently return to the Cloud Village with me. Fire release, phantom fire. Even as it fled, Nekomata used its innate skill, sending blue flames rushing towards the third Reikage. But such trivial attacks were laughable in the face of a lightning release chakra mode. The third Reikage waved his hand, extinguishing the flames effortlessly. Nekomata felt its body stiffen as its shoulders tensed, beginning to sway unsteadily. It knew all too well who this ninja was and only wanted to escape. However, the Reikage was simply too much for it to handle. Its proud speed meant nothing before this opponent. Another shoulder throw sent Nekomata crashing to the ground. While this injury meant little to a tail beast lying on the ground, Nekomata looked up and saw a familiar scene. Damn it, it's that old man's bottle again. As a ninja tool passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, Nekomata knew exactly what it was. Watching the 7 or 8 ninjas lift the amber glass bottle, it realized it would not be a simple day. Taking advantage of its body not yet being restrained by the Cloud Shinobi, Nekomata began to circle around in the forest, a common evasive maneuver. The third Reikage, however, was not worried about this. As long as Nekomata did not escape, it would soon be in hand. Are you ready? No problem, Lord Reikage. The sealing ninjas scrambled to open the amber bottle. As long as the third Reikage could control the two tails, it would be done in no time. It's time to go home, two tails. The muscular man crackling with lightning leaped forward, ready to pin this giant cat down. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a fair hand shot out from a dust. In a flurry, the Reikage chose to take the hit head-on. Bang! Cough, cough. Damn it, who are you? The Reikage had never taken such a heavy blow before. Taking a punch from Tsunade head-on without dying was thanks to the strong defense of his lightning release chakra mode. I thought who it was. Turns out it's a Reikage. Such a big guy coming to steal from Konoha, and you still have a nerve to ask who I am? As the smoke cleared, a beautiful blonde woman appeared, wearing a green robe with the character for Gamble on the back. It was Tsunade. The Reikage's expression immediately fell. From that last punch, it was clear that this woman was purely a physical attacker and was even stronger than him. Moreover, a person's name, a tree shadow. Although the Reikage was confident he could defeat her, this woman was a recognized medical expert in the ninja world, healing while fighting. He wasn't sure he could take her down quickly. Let us go, since the matter has been exposed, and this is the death forest of Konoha. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. The third Reikage naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in a life-or-death battle with Tsunade here. Ha ha. Does Konoha seem like a place you can come and go as you please? A young man appeared beside Tsunade, causing the third Reikage, who was about to leave, to freeze in place. Chapter 242, Tiet Haikich, D. The two tails can summon Tsunade, so Tsunade can naturally summon Shinji. As one of the women of the fourth Hokage, she naturally carries a special kunai made for Shinji, although she has never used it before. The moment Tsunade saw the third Reikage, she understood his intentions. But since he dared to sneak into Konoha alone, he must be prepared to stay here. Tsunade naturally ignored the 7 or 8 sealing technique ninjas. Seeing the opponent trying to escape, Tsunade didn't immediately fire a signal flare. Instead, she infused her chakra into the special kunai and directly summoned reinforcements. Damn it! The Reikage's hair stood on end, and he secretly panicked. Was he really going to fall here today? Shinji toyed with the special kunai in his hand, amusedly watching the tense third raikage across from him. "Ei, since you dared to come alone, did you not think you would be blocked here? If I succeed, I succeed. If I fail, I die. Why think so much?" The third raikage stubbornly said, but he had no choice. The village's foundation was insufficient, so he could only take a gamble. Seeing a good opportunity, he couldn't let it go. "If you surrender, I can spare your life." Ha ha ha. At this point, the third raikage had set aside his burdens, throwing his head back and howling. "As a man of the Cloud Village, I would rather die than kneel and surrender like that woman." The fourth Kazekage. He no longer cared about the 7 or 8 Cloud Village ninjas who had sneaked in first in the amber bottle. With chakra circulating around him, lightning flashing, accompanied by crackling sounds, he charged straight towards Shinji. Good, truly worthy of being called the spear of the ninja world. Shinji was also well-versed in the lightning release chakra mode, and inherited the Konoha-style lightning release chakra mode from Kakashi, which emphasized speed even more. Hell, a one-handed technique. The lightning release gathered in the third raikage's palm, concentrated on one finger, resembling a sharp lightning spear, piercing straight towards Shinji's heart. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the ground where Shinji stood was smashed into a giant pit of about 10 meters in diameter. But where was Shinji's shadow? The third raikage suddenly looked up and saw the fourth Hokage on the tree's top, also radiating lightning, smiling at him. "Damn it, you can use lightning release chakra mode too?" Shinji's lightning release chakra mode was only used to assist in the flying thunder god technique. His reflex speed was slightly inferior to Minato's, so he needed this ninjutsu as support. However, once Shinji mastered the flying thunder god technique, he had long since learned would release, and was constantly using either with dragons or with humans against enemies, hardly ever using the flying thunder god. So no one knew he could use lightning release chakra mode. This ninjutsu is only a treasure for you poor fools. Shinji also used lightning release to stimulate his body, slowly drawing out a long and used ninja sword from his lower back. In the blink of an eye, a slash came down from above, and the third raikage barely managed to dodge. But one step slow, every step slow, Shinji was relentless in his advantage, slashing diagonally, thrusting upward, and horizontal chopping. Each sword technique was elusive like an antelope's horns. "Damn it, this guy is faster than me," the third raikage thought to himself, realizing that among shadow-level powerhouses, he had always relied on speed to bully others, but this time he had finally met a tough opponent. Without the speed advantage, his attack power was not impressive among shadow-level powerhouses, and lacking long-range attack ninjutsu, he had never experienced this passive beating situation. But he couldn't afford to drag it out any longer. This was the death forest of Konoha. Who knows when the Hokage's reinforcements would arrive? Perhaps Tsunade had already dealt with those sealing ninjas by now? He was right to think so. After the two shadows engaged, Tsunade naturally couldn't remain idle. With only 7 or 8 sealing ninjas who were not good at direct combat, they couldn't even delay her steps, and in just a few minutes, these cloud ninjas were dead beyond recognition. Tsunade did not leave any survivors. With the third raikage here, why would she fear not extracting information? Once Tsunade completely dealt with the minor threats, the pressure on the third raikage suddenly increased. He was already weaker than others, and now it was 2 against 1. Although Tsunade did not directly intervene, as long as she stood there, the third raikage had to divide part of his attention to keep an eye on her, and now he could only exert about 80 of his combat power. This situation couldn't continue. The third raikage resolutely braced himself and took a knife from Shinji, using the recoil to create distance between them, turning and running without looking back. In the third raikage's view, even if Konoha had many shadow-level experts, if he couldn't catch up, it was useless to say anything. In terms of defense, the third raikage was confident he was absolutely the strongest in the ninja world. Just now, after being slashed by the fourth Hokage, he had only suffered a minor scratch. Now he was charging straight ahead, in his imagination. Only the fourth Hokage could catch up with him, but as long as he focused on escaping, he might not be able to kill him. It was just a matter of being slashed a few more times. With lightning release chakra mode protecting him, it was all superficial damage, nothing to worry about. This time he would escape back and definitely strengthen Konoha's defenses. Was the fourth Hokage a monster? How could he know every ninjutsu? While he was still pondering the future tactics of the two villages, he suddenly felt a huge shadow appear in front of him. He raised his head in confusion, and suddenly his soul left his body. What the hell is that? Run, why aren't you running? Shinji stood right in front of him, laughing heartily. Ever since the dragon vein chakra absorbed the body of the land of waterfall, transformed from the branches of the divine tree, and devoured numerous tailed beast chakras. This was the first time Shinji had used would release so freely. He had already figured out the escape direction of the third Reikage and, estimating the timing, used the Flying Thunder God technique to directly block his retreat. This was the Death Forest, and Shinji had certainly left backup spatial coordinates around Konoha. The third Reikage had seen high-level ninjutsu before. Not to mention, he had smashed countless earth puppets in his long battle with IWA shinobi. But today's Woodman was too exaggerated. Looking at the Woodman with thousands of arms behind it, the third Reikage didn't know how to describe it. Even a tailed beast was only the size of his fist, and there were thousands of fists on the opposite side. Sage Art would release true Thousand Hands. Although the third Reikage was fast, he couldn't escape under such a saturated attack. He barely dodged 2 punches before being deeply smashed into the ground. Following, there was a torrential downpour of attacks, like fists the size of tailed beasts raining down like machine guns, sending dust and smoke flying hundreds of meters away, shaking the entire forest ground 3 times. The continuous pounding lasted nearly a minute before finally stopping, leaving a deep pit of hundreds of meters in the ground. The third Reikage's body was like a rag, almost smashed into a meat pancake, barely distinguishable as a human shape. A legendary figure falls here. Chapter 243, Remarrying Again. Is this the strongest ninjutsu of my great-grandfather? Tsunade rushed over, panting. She raised her head and recognized where this towering woodman came from. Shinji shrugged, saying, "How about it? Not worse than the first Hokage, right?" Tsunade had now reached the cave entrance, trying to stretch her neck to look into the bottom of the cave. And after a while, she criticized unhappily. "Now all the survivors are gone. How are we supposed to gather intelligence?" "Ha ha ha." Shinji laughed, so hard he almost cried, wrapping his arms around Tsunade's waist. "What intelligence do we need? They're just a bunch of thieves trying to steal our 2 tails. Both of them are an old couple." Tsunade leaned into Shinno's embrace and rolled her eyes. "That's the third Reikage. If he dies here today, what do you plan to do?" "Of course, take advantage of his illness to claim his life." Shinno's expression became serious. "I'll have my dad, Shikaku-sensei, Shinjuro, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru lead the charge and launch a fierce attack on the Cloud Shinobi. If we don't tear off a big chunk of meat from them now, how can we know how many eyes the Horse King has?" Shinno really didn't expect that by using the 4th Kazekage as bait, he would actually catch a big shark. Regardless of whether the Cloud Shinobi are as united as they claim, with the third Reikage dead, if we don't take advantage of their chaos now, is this still the Konoha we know? Moreover, historically, the 4th Reikage was in power for several years, so he must be weaker now. This is the Cloud Shinobi's weakest moment. If we don't make good use of it, can we really live up to the current situation? As long as you have a plan, that's enough. Tsunade didn't like discussing ninja world affairs when they were alone, so she turned around and jumped into the deep pit, sealing the third Reikage's corpse. "Let's go home." You just want to go back to marry a wife, right?" Shinno smiled helplessly, holding Tsunade's fair hand and laughing. Political marriage. You know that in my heart, you guys are the most important." Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt even more annoyed. "Political marriage? Didn't you say the same thing to me back then?" Shinno was taken aback. Damn it, he accidentally said the wrong thing again. Back then, to overthrow the third Hokage, he sacrificed personal happiness to win Tsunade over, gaining 2 shadow-level powers and enjoying the benefits of having multiple partners. But he didn't expect to falter today. He couldn't help but slap Tsunade's bottom, causing ripples to spread. "You aren't jealous, are you? If you don't enter the door soon, you won't even be able to become a little fourth." Tsunade's face turned red, and she felt a bit shaken inside. Although she often said that being a lover was enough, didn't she want to complete love as well? But this guy is marrying one after another. Wouldn't he forget about her in the future? "What do I count as in your heart?" "Of course, the most beloved wife." Shinno replied without hesitation. But more like it." After throwing a small tantrum for a while, she knew Shinno was lying to her, but it didn't matter. She wasn't a weak woman, and as long as she could muddle through with this word, it was enough. Although Shinno's actions outside Konoha had caused quite a stir, this was the heart of Konoha, and the third Reikage was such a small target that others weren't clear about the specifics. After calling a few people over, Shinno personally explained the situation, shocking several shadow-level powerhouses. "The third Reikage is dead, just like that?" Shikaku still found it hard to believe. "What else could it be?" Shinno casually shrugged. "Do you want me to show you his corpse?" Jiraiya waved his hand. "This is a big deal. Are we really going to go to war with the Cloud Shinobi?" "Of course." With the sudden death of the third Reikage, the Cloud Shinobi are too busy to care for themselves. "This is our golden opportunity." Shinno was absolutely confident. Although the Cloud Shinobi were united, their lack of high-end combat power was something they could never make up for. Now there were only two top powerhouses left, one of whom was a Jinchuriki. Such opportunities were rare. Even the Sand Shinobi, who were kneeling at Konoha's feet, still had 3 shadow-level powerhouses. Just as the 4th Kazekage was about to enter, Konoha suddenly broke the tacit agreement of low-intensity warfare among the major ninja villages, skipping the preparations for a major battle. The 4th Kazekage and his group finally entered Konoha's main gate. Although the Kazekage had a noble status, Konoha was originally meant to suppress the Sand Shinobi. So in terms of formality, apart from announcing it to the entire ninja world, everything was basically simplified. Not only was there no grand banquet for guests, but the 4th Kazekage's bridal sedan chair didn't even enter through the main gate of the Uzumaki clan, but rather through a side door. On the day of the wedding, Uzumaki Naruto didn't even show up, claiming that the front line was in urgent need of skilled ninja to hold the fort. But as the father of the 4th Hokage, can he really not spare even this little time? The ninja from both sides were awkward, and there weren't many tables set up. The attendees from Konoha were basically members of the Uzumaki clan, while the Sand Shinobi brought only a handful of accompanying ninja and the previously agreed upon hundreds of matchmaking ninja. Watching their Kazekage slightly kneel to offer tea to Kushina and respectfully greet her as sister, all the Sand Shinobi present wished they could find a hole to hide in. It was embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Confirming the identity of a concubine in front of so many people was like stabbing a knife in the hearts of the Sand Shinobi. But unfortunately, the ambitious ninjas had already defected from the Sand Shinobi, leaving the remaining ones with little dignity. Even those Sand Shinobi who came from matchmaking had to consider whether they really wanted to marry into Konoha. After all, given the situation, the Sand Shinobi were already doomed. If they had the chance to jump ship, would they take it? Amid the laughter of the Uzumaki clan and the quiet tears of the Sand Shinobi, the wedding banquet finally ended. Shinno was already the groom for the 3rd time, well accustomed to it. After drinking quite a bit, he returned to the bridal chamber, only to see his new concubine had already lifted her veil and was sitting there. What's wrong? Unhappy? Shinno sat on the edge of the bed, amused as he looked at the pouting Yakumo. At this moment, her hair was already styled up, and her delicate face still bore traces of tears. No matter how powerful a female ninja was, sacrificing her own happiness and still being humiliated like this was already a sign of great strength if she hadn't completely broken down. Yakumo turned her head away, refusing to look at him. You finally achieved your goal. Is that enough? Haha, the goal has been achieved, but it's not enough. Shinno forcibly turned Yakumo's little head towards him. Even if you don't think of yourself, you have to think of the Sand Shinobi. If you make me unhappy, this village won't have a good ending. If we send one less truckload of food, how many people will starve to death? You. I want the village, and I want you too. Shinno laughed. The Kazekage wouldn't want the whole village to end up on the streets, right? Just consider being bitten by a dog. Yakumo angrily laid down in the mandarin duck bed, but unexpectedly, Shinno chuckled. Let me deal with a few little pests first. Do you want to come and take a look? There are many old acquaintances. Chapter 244. Thunder Dream. Thunderman, without caring whether Yakumo wanted to or not. Shinno directly grabbed her hand. Don't resist. Before Yakumo could react, she felt dizzy, and in the next moment, everything around her changed. She was still wearing a bright red wedding dress. Looking around, she found herself on the walls of Konoha. Konoha had undergone multiple expansions and was now definitely the largest city in the ninja world. The walls of Konoha were towering and built against the mountains, surrounded by countless enhanced barrier techniques. At this moment, nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas had gathered here. However, due to the buildings on the walls, one couldn't see the specific situation inside from the outside. Minato, what were they preparing for now? Yakumo was still observing her surroundings when she heard Shinno ask with a smile. The entire force is nearly out. There are over 100 J-nin surrounding Konoha, but we don't know what ninjutsu they're preparing. Minato felt that Shinno was a bit overconfident, but he didn't voice any objections, as the strength of the Hokage was evident among Konoha's shadow-level powerhouses. As the saying goes, summer insects cannot speak of ice. The so-called 12 Guardian Ninjas were also considered a powerful organization in the ninja world, but when have they ever seen a true shadow-level expert? It should be the top-tier lightning release, Thunder Dream, Thunderman. Shinno explained to everyone at this moment. This technique is performed simultaneously by 4 J-nin who are proficient in lightning release, and the attack range is enormous, capable of enveloping the entire Konoha. It's definitely top-tier lightning release. The crowd was stunned. Now that they understood the opponent's thoughts, it was no longer terrifying. Intelligence was the ninja's first lifeline. I know their positions. Since it requires 4 ninjas skilled in lightning release to activate simultaneously, let's first cut off one of their hands. Wave Wind Minato stepped forward and volunteered. He had been puzzled about why the 12 Guardians were divided into 4 waves, but now their purpose was clear. Unfortunately, the higher the path, the greater the demon. With Shinno finding out the secret, what chance of success could there be? No. Let's take action together and let them see what it means to be a ninja from a great country. Shinno would not lower the ratio of Konoha ninjas just because the opponent had only over 100 elite ninjas. Wave Wind Minato, you lead 50 elite ninjas to the east of the village. Shikaku, you also lead 50 elite ninjas to the south of the village. Fujin, the west is up to you. Tsunade, you will guard the center to prevent any other mishaps. I will personally handle the north of the village. Shinno simply assigned the tasks, believing that 4 shadow-level powerhouses leading elite ninjas simultaneously would ensure the enemy's demise. Yakura followed Shinno's lead, terrified. Who exactly were Shinno's so-called acquaintances? Names like Raza, Chiyo, and Kaiza flashed through her mind. It was clear that a hidden force was targeting Konoha for sabotage, and this force was definitely colluding with certain sand ninjas. Unfortunately, the 4th Kazekage had no idea of the plans below, feeling a mix of anger, shame, and worry all at once. Boss, the time is almost up. Let's move. Kazama led 30 to 40 elite ninjas, already lurking at the northernmost part of Konoha. As time passed, it was almost time to execute the Thunder Dream Lightning technique as planned. Attack! With a long series of hand seals, dark clouds began to gather over Konoha. To the average person, it might seem like it was about to rain, but the sand ninjas guarding in the shadows, hidden with Kazama, showed excitement. Good job, I didn't expect these guys to have a big move up their sleeves. Yura personally led the team, not because he had confidence in the 12 Guardians, but because he was afraid they would mess things up and implicate the Sandstorm organization. The organization had just been established and was already short on manpower, if too many were killed or injured at once. The plan for the revival of the Sand Ninja would be delayed, so he had to personally intervene, having already made plans to retreat immediately if things went awry. Such decisions could only be made by a leader like him. However, he never expected that the strength of the Fire Country's daimyo was indeed formidable. Just based on his chakra response, there was a real possibility of annihilating Konoha in one go. Just as Yura was lost in thought, dreaming of Konoha's collapse, a large group of ninjas suddenly charged forward. Damn it, they must have been discovered by Konoha. Brothers, follow me and block them. Yura charged ahead, leading the elite of the Sandstorm organization into the front lines. At this moment, the shortcomings of youth were evident. He was reluctant to miss the chance to severely injure Konoha, so he put all his chips on the table. No, Yakura exclaimed upon seeing the newcomers. But it was too late. To Shinno, what level of opponent was Yura? If he could hold him off for 10 seconds, that would be impressive. Would release. Tree binding jutsu. The trees in the Death Forest seemed to come to life, ensnaring the incoming Sandstorm ninjas and the lower ninjas under the 12 Guardians before they could react. Damn it, it would release. It's the Hokage. Everyone was taken aback. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Many with weak will began to retreat slowly, and some even took the opportunity to run away. These ninjas were hastily assembled, their backgrounds quite complex. There were die-hard loyalists to the daimyo, wandering ninjas motivated by money, and bounty hunters who took underground missions. Expecting them to turn their backs to their comrades and work together to resist Konoha was simply unrealistic. Charge! As the Hokage, Shinno could not personally deal with the minor threats, and at that moment, the Konoha elite ninjas had their chance to shine. Haha, let's see who the bold fool is that dares to run wild in Konoha. The one-sided slaughter officially began. The elite ninjas in Konoha were far superior to these ragtag invaders. The kunai flew, and Fayake personally killed another enemy elite ninja. This was already the 3rd ninja he had taken down. However, at this moment, he felt a sense of boredom. Even the doves of the Uchiha clan were not afraid of battle, but this smooth-sailing slaughter failed to pique his interest. He had originally thought that such a sudden event would be a godsend opportunity for the Uchiha to regain fame. Just like when the 8 Gates team eradicated a hidden bloodline clan recently, making a name for themselves in the ninja world. But unexpectedly, the enemy looked fierce. Yet before him, they were like children swinging big sticks, utterly clueless. Finally finished. Go die, Konoha's traitors. After a long period of preparation, Kazama finally summoned the lightning in the sky. It was time for Konoha to feel the pain of death. Chapter 245, The Failed Joint Attack Lightning Release. Thunder Dream Lightning. He was full of hope, but unfortunately, no matter how much chakra he poured in, the already formed rain clouds showed no response. How could this be? How could this be? Kazama spread his hands in disbelief. Even the ninjas protecting him were almost dead, failing to attract his attention. Are you wondering why your ninjutsu isn't working? Shinno slowly walked towards Kazama, inquiring nonchalantly. Damn it, why? Of course, it's because Konoha has already seen through everything. Your ninjutsu requires 4 ninjas to activate simultaneously. Why don't you think about it? If Konoha has discovered this place, could the rest be untouched? No. Kazama collapsed to the ground in despair. When he saw Konoha ninjas charging over, he still had a glimmer of hope, expecting that Konoha had only discovered him. But it turned out this was a trap. Who betrayed us? Yamakase or Wave Wind Minato? Kazama shouted in a frenzy with his crimson eyes. Ha ha! Shinno doubled over in laughter, almost in tears. Who else could it be? Both of the people you mentioned are Konoha's undercover agents. Impossible. Kazama fell to the ground. His spirit nearly shattered. Why? We offered such good terms. Do they really want to be your dogs willingly? Shinno pulled Kazama up from the ground. With your kind of frog in a well, how could you possibly understand the meaning of a ninja village? Do you really think anyone can be bought? And what qualifications do you have to set conditions? Even if Wave Wind Minato wanted to challenge the 4th Hokage, he wouldn't choose to cooperate with the daimyo, because the daimyo is inherently opposed to the ninja village. Any normal leader would at most utilize external forces. It would be impossible to rely on them. Otherwise, he would be driven out by others in the village. Of course, there was no need to explain all this to Kazama. Shinno personally took action, casting a sealing technique on this dying man. This would be evidenced later. At this moment, the other Konoha ninjas surged forward, while the enemies on the opposite side were either dead or captured, completely entering the phase of cleaning up the battlefield. Yukura ran quickly to Shinno's side, her face pale as she pleaded, Yura and the others know nothing. Please show mercy. Lord Wind Shadow, a man can be killed, but not humiliated. If I die, so be it. Yura was pressed to the ground by 2 ninjas, but still remained defiant. No. Yukura ignored Yura's bold words, only begging desperately. But Shinno did not budge. He looked at the heroic Yura and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Although we sand ninjas are weak, there are stubborn ninjas like me who refuse to yield, and one day, someone will lead us out of the clutches of Konoha. Ha ha ha, Yura. Do you really think you are the hero of the sand ninjas? He turned to the despairing Yukura and asked. There is a technique called mind manipulation sand technique among the sand ninjas. Have you heard of it? Yukura was taken aback. Having been the Wind Shadow for nearly a year, she had seen the sealing scrolls of the Sand Ninja Village and was naturally aware of the mind manipulation sand technique. You mean? She looked at Yura in disbelief. No, how could this be? Yura was also startled. Could it be that he was someone's spy? Was everything today prearranged? If you don't believe it, why not try it yourself? Shinno signaled for 2 ninjas to release Yura and hand him over to Yukura. Yukura stepped forward with a complex expression. At this moment, Shinno had no reason to lie to her, but the more it seemed that way, the more she needed to find out the truth. She extended her delicate hand, covering Yura's head. As chakra flowed, Yura let out a scream. Since this technique was not set by Yukura, forcibly breaking it was quite difficult. Shinno had to step in personally to use a sealing technique to stabilize Yura's body, fearing that if any traps were triggered, it would be pointless to let him die. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Yura's face turned red, and he wore an expression of disbelief. How could this happen? How could this happen? His buried memories were awakened, and everything about him and Scorpion was recalled. So I was also a traitor. Ha ha ha. Yura yelled madly, tears and snot flowing everywhere. Tell me, whose man are you? Yukura had faced too many shocks that night. Yura's defection was a tacit agreement among all the high-ranking sand ninjas, and she never expected such an ending. Not only had he easily doomed almost all the ninjas with a spirit of resistance in their village, but it turned out he was a spy. What a joke. I'm Scorpion's man. What? Yukura's face turned ashen as she grabbed the Yura who was lying on the ground and asked sharply, what is going on? Scorpion died at the same time as the 3rd Wind Shadow, right? A look of recollection appeared on Yura's face. At that time, we all thought the 3rd Wind Shadow was too cowardly. It was because of his inaction that the Sand Ninja Village was defeated in the Second Ninja World War. So in the end, we killed him. Was it Scorpion's doing? Yukura asked in disbelief. Where is Scorpion hiding? Does Elder Chiyo know about this? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yura's 2 memories were conflicting, making him feel like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lord Scorpion is the last hope of our Sand Ninja Village. Do you think I would tell you about this traitor? Elder Chiyo certainly doesn't know. It's because of the decay of you high-ranking officials that we decided to take action ourselves. What the hell are you people thinking? Yakura is scolded through tears, murdering the third wind shadow, and still claiming to be the village's last hope? Insane. Everything is insane. Lord Scorpion will surely make the Sand Ninja village great again. Yura believed this wholeheartedly. Long ago, he had been a staunch supporter of Scorpion. Now that the Sand Ninja village was in ruins, and he had been defeated and captured, all hope was pinned on that once genius youth. How many accomplices do you have? Yakura asked. At this moment, Yura completely turned his head away and did not answer another word. Just a relatively talented puppet master. He can't really think he can turn the tables, right? Shinno felt that the person opposite him was beyond saving. Although puppet techniques were also a top-notch inheritance. With everyone having a high-level puppet later on, was it really possible to dominate the ninja world with those wooden products? Moreover, Scorpion was probably devoid of humanity by now, right? Speaking of which, Shinno was also one of the culprits behind Scorpion's parents' deaths. Alright, I've seen the big show for tonight. Let this guy fend for himself. Shinno pulled Yakura away and instructed that all captured ninjas should be imprisoned. After all, such good materials should be utilized well in Orochimaru's hands. Chapter 246. Protecting the daimyo. Yakura followed Shinno back to Konoha in a daze. The impact of the night was too great, and she needed to sort through her thoughts. Do you think Yura has accomplices in the village? Yakura asked, staring blankly at Shinno. Who knows? But if Chiyo's faction can suppress the evidence of Scorpion plotting against the third Wind Shadow, perhaps he really could become the next Wind Shadow, Shinno replied indifferently. Knowing that Scorpion had already put all his energy into the Eternal Life puppet, and his mental state had long diverged from that of ordinary ninjas. Let's not talk about that. After such a big incident with the Sand Ninja, do you think the Wind Shadow will let it go just like that? What does that have to do with the Sand Ninjas? Yura and their Sandstorm organization are also the rogue ninjas we are hunting, being captured this time. You should thank Konoha. Yakura turned her face away. You can go tell that to the ghosts. Shinno sneered. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yakura didn't want to argue with him and sat aside, panting. She was still thinking about how many of Scorpion's hidden agents were left in the village, and whether Chiyo knew that the third Wind Shadow's death was caused by Scorpion. Then tomorrow, let Konoha display the corpses of these Sandstorm organization members in the Land of Wind. Yakura's face turned pale, and she jumped up but then slumped back down in despair. Don't push people too far. Her eyes turned slightly red. I'll agree to whatever you say. The death of a person is paramount. Just let these rogue ninjas rest in peace. Whether they are rogue ninjas or not will depend on the performance of the Wind Shadow tonight. The next day, since the Wind Shadow had performed well last night, Shinno decided not to pursue the matter of the Sand Ninjas, possibly allowing the Sandstorm organization. However, Konoha Zumbu, led by Hinata, had quietly located the hiding place of the Sandstorm organization based on the information provided by Minato Namikaze. This kind of official business didn't need to be discussed in private. Konoha is about to launch a major attack on Cloud Ninja. You Sand Ninjas should send 2,000 men too. Early the next morning, before Shinno had even gotten out of bed, he was already hugging the fourth Wind Shadow. We can only send 1,000 people at most. Yakura knew it was impossible to be stingy, but the Sand Ninjas were indeed short on manpower, so she could only plead. All right, Shinno whispered in Yakura's ear. Since you don't want to send more people, then Lord Wind Shadow will have to work a little harder. Yakura's face flushed. After being forced to perform so hard last night, now this again made her recall the absurd night, and she couldn't help but feel sleepy. By midday, Shinno hastily finished lunch and then leisurely arrived at the Hokage building. The matter of the Sand Ninjas was just a seasoning of life. The Sand Ninjas who yielded before Konoha were like their Wind Shadow, powerless to resist Konoha's will, and could only be molded and shaped by Konoha. At this moment, Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha were sitting opposite Shinno, respectfully waiting for instructions. You are all aware of what happened yesterday. Our daimyo of the Land of Fire has exhausted all means. Since we've already lost our underpants all at once, we don't need to be polite. Shinnosuke smiled meaningfully and said, since the 12 guardians dare to entangle the inner and outer ninjas to attack Konoha, and these traitors hide so deeply, I am truly worried about the safety of the daimyo. Since Konoha still has some strength left, I would like to ask the two of you to lead thousands of ninjas to guard the fire capital and ensure the daimyo's protection in every aspect. The two immediately stiffened their expressions, glancing at each other and seeing the seriousness on each other's faces. Lord Hokage, perhaps you should reconsider. After all, this is the daimyo. Shinnosuke waved his hand dismissively and smiled. It is precisely because the daimyo is tied to the safety of the entire nation that we cannot allow dangerous elements like the 12 Guardians to appear again in the capital of the Fire Country. After all, there is only one opportunity, isn't there? It is unclear whether Shinnosuke meant that Konoha only has this one chance to control the daimyo, or that the daimyo only has one chance to take action against Konoha. But from any perspective, this matter does not bode well. It was still Minato Namikaze who reacted quickly. He nodded and frowned slightly. Leave this matter to us, but I wonder what level you want to achieve, Lord Hokage. Such matters of royal authority are not easy to gauge. Shinnosuke also understood that some things must be made clear, otherwise from the perspective of the ninja world, this matter would seem unreliable. Since the daimyo has lost his guards, we must ensure the safety of the daimyo's residents and not allow any wrongdoers to take advantage. He turned to Fugaku and smiled. Let the Uchiha clan and the Umbu simultaneously dispatch 10 elite ninjas and some chunin to surround the daimyo's residence and carry out thorough reconnaissance on those who come to meet the daimyo. Without the guard's approval, not even a mosquito should be allowed to fly in. What Shinnosuke intended to do was to isolate the inside from the outside and put the daimyo of the Fire Country under house arrest. Minato, you are mainly responsible for the defense of the Fire Capital. Among the ninjas who attacked Konoha with the 12 Guardians this time, there are many guards of ministers and wealthy merchants. These people are a mixed bag, and we don't have time to differentiate who is right or wrong. Therefore, from now on, only Konoha ninjas can enter the Fire Capital. Other ninjas must apply to Konoha and only be allowed to enter the capital temporarily after receiving permission. Just right, these people provided Shinnosuke with an excuse, so he naturally wanted to take decisive action. Not only to control the daimyo, but also to comprehensively control the capital of the Fire Country. In terms of strength, we definitely have no problem. But as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. What we fear is that these ministers might go on strike, affecting the country's tax revenue. This is a time of war, and if our logistics cannot keep up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Minato Namikaze is not a reckless person. After a moment of thought, he discovered the crux of the problem. It is hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged people. However, Shinnosuke was unconcerned. I don't believe that everyone in the Fire Capital is a die-hard loyalist of the daimyo. After all, those who fear death still make up the majority, and we are all ninjas. We shouldn't always think about solving problems with ministerial methods. We should utilize our advantages. Shinnosuke felt some disappointment. Were these guys all wooden-headed? What are all those ninjutsu for? I dispatched so many Uchiha clan ninjas precisely to use genjutsu on a large scale. Shinnosuke said to Fugaku, a group of ordinary people. In front of the Uchiha clan's genjutsu, wouldn't they be able to tell who truly wants to cooperate with us in Konoha? Chapter 247. Charging into the capital, the reckless ambition of the fourth Hokage shocked Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. Once freed from the constraints of morality, the things ninjas can do are limitless. As for the Uchiha clan's genjutsu, even if you are a die-hard loyalist of the daimyo, you will definitely be played around in circles. The daimyo had been distracted these past few days, neglecting even his favorite concubine. This morning, he sat alone in deep thought, wondering what was going on with those guys. Did they catch Konoha off guard? Although the daimyo had never explicitly supported the 12 Guardians' actions against Konoha, to say he was completely unaware would be somewhat deceitful. Since such matters were to be acted upon, they must strike with thunderous force, putting everything on the line. The daimyo, regardless of the situation, had some justification, and if he were to declare Konoha's betrayal of the Fire Country, it might even provoke ideological unrest within Konoha village. Unfortunately, this generation's daimyo was just an ordinary person, easily tempted by small gains and reluctant to risk his life for great deeds. He thought that his actions of covering his ears while stealing a bell would allow him to leave a final line of retreat between both sides of Konoha. If things truly went wrong, he could at least claim ignorance, saying that he had been deceived and had no knowledge of the matter, blaming it all on his subordinates acting on their own accord. These excuses might even fool someone like the third Hokage, who was known for his pacifist tendencies and focus on the bigger picture. But unfortunately, Shinnosuke was a lawless individual. Now, at the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world, there were very few things that could make him wary. And the daimyo of the Fire Country was definitely not one of them. Just as the daimyo was lost in thought, a ninja rushed in a panic, even losing one of his shoes. My lord, over 1,000 Konoha ninjas have arrived outside the city, claiming that the 12 Guardians betrayed the country and attacked Konoha. Now Konoha wants to search for the remnants of these traitors. What? The daimyo was taken aback, standing up abruptly from his seat. Although he had considered the possibility of failure, he never expected Konoha to respond so vigorously. In his impression, even if he had wronged Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would just write a letter expressing mild dissatisfaction. The worst-case scenario would be Shimura Danzo assassinating a few ministers in the capital of the Fire Country to threaten him. But what was happening now? Konoha was really at the gates, wanting to come in and search for the remnants of the traitors? Would they come in and not go out again? Would the capital of the Fire Country be trembling under Konoha's control from now on? His face turned crimson, and his plump body trembled as he struggled to speak due to the tension. After a long while, he finally took a deep breath, his bulky belly rising slightly. Let's go. I want to see what Konoha has to say. The daimyo hurriedly had people carry him in a palanquin, puffing and panting as they made their way to the city wall. When he finally arrived at his destination, the city wall was already surrounded by a large crowd, with many high-ranking officials of the country present, as well as numerous ninja bodyguards of various officials. Who is leading the charge? The daimyo asked, panting heavily. The chancellor slightly bowed his head and cupped his hands, saying Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha. The daimyo angrily slammed his hand on the city wall. Indeed, they are all ungrateful wretches. At this moment, he hated Minato Namikaze deeply, as he had once been seduced by the daimyo's promises. He had thought everything was going well, but unexpectedly, this guy had no backbone, preferring to be Shinnosuke's dog rather than join him in great endeavors. However, it was too late to say anything now. The daimyo quickly had someone shout, "Konoha ninjas, listen! The capital of the Fire Country is completely unaware of the 12 Guardians' actions. If they're truly a group of traitors, please hand them over to the state, and the state will absolutely deal with them according to the law." Ha ha ha. Fugaku Uchiha laughed until tears nearly fell. Once he let go of the shackles in his heart, the so-called daimyo was nothing more than that. Bring the prisoners up. Following the command of the main general, several Uchiha clan members dragged the recently captured ninjas to the front of the formation. Kneel. The captured individuals, including Kama, were tied up and had several sealing techniques applied by the Uzumaki clan's ninjas, rendering them unable to extract any chakra, making them as helpless as ordinary people. A Uchiha clan ninja kicked out, and the captives could not withstand the blow. Their legs buckled, and they all knelt down. It's Kama and Nashi. Look at that. Isn't that the guard of the chancellor? The informants on the city wall immediately felt their chests rise and fall, their breathing becoming rapid. And the chancellor and the daimyo were of utmost importance, causing them to clench their teeth so tightly that their jaws ached. Wanting to add a crime. What reason is there to not find one? The daimyo murmured to himself, having thought of so many excuses in private, yet standing on the city wall, not a single one could be spoken. The people above listened, and if you don't let us in within half an hour, we from Konoha have reason to suspect that the remnants of the 12 Guardians have taken control of the entire capital, and when that happens, our full-scale attack will bring devastation to the lives of the people. Do not say we did not warn you. The reckless threat from the Konoha ninjas made everyone present turn their gaze towards the daimyo, who at that moment did not show the responsibility he should have. He was like a child without support, trembling all over. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and at the last moment, the chancellor had no choice but to step forward, gritting his teeth to make his words seem as calm as possible. My lord, why not do as they say? After all, they're searching for the remnants of the traitors, and surely the Konoha ninjas are more professional. The words he spoke might not even convince himself, but there was no choice. Now the army surrounded the city, and if they were to completely tear the face, how many of these ministers would survive to see the sun tomorrow? The daimyo's lips trembled slightly, and finally squeezed out a word between his teeth. Open the door. With a heavy, creaking sound, the gates of the capital of the Land of Fire slowly opened. Upon seeing this scene, the Konoha ninjas rushed in like tigers descending a mountain. They took control of the city gate immediately, and most of the ninjas surged up towards the city wall. Protect the daimyo. Led by Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, the Konoha ninjas shouted noble slogans, instantly surrounding the high-ranking officials and nobles led by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. How could it come to this? How could it come to this? These civil officials offered no resistance, and, after being controlled by the Konoha ninjas, could only mutter incoherently. Minato Namikaze quickly walked towards the daimyo with a righteous expression, clearly a loyal minister of the state, kneeling on one knee and saying, "We are late in coming to your aid and have alarmed you, my lord." Before these people could react, the Konoha ninjas had already escorted all the captured high officials towards the daimyo's residence. Let our ninjas control the entire capital. From today, for 3 days, no one is allowed to go out. Food will be provided uniformly by Konoha. Chapter 248, Control of the Land of Fire. Say, are you willing to cooperate with Konoha? Do you dare to resist? At this time, within the daimyo's residence, the screening of various officials and nobles had already begun. With Fugaku Uchiha's Sharingan staring wide, the 3 Tomo slowly spinning, locking eyes with this official. I will cooperate. I dare not resist. The day's civil official murmured. As an ordinary person, how could he resist the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan? Good, from now on you will be the Minister of Finance. This civil official only then came to his senses, and upon hearing Minato's words, his face instantly lit up with joy, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Yes, my lord. I will definitely follow Konoha from now on. Step down next. Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile and called towards the door. Do you want to cooperate with Konoha, or will you be insincere? Another official walked in, and during the process, he had already fallen under the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu. I will endure humiliation and bear the burden, waiting for the opportunity to topple your evil rule. Good, you have ambition. Minato Namikaze did not even raise his head, simply marking a large X next to his name. With a pen and a piece of paper, he determined the latter half of a once high-ranking noble's life. This is a remnant of the 12 Guardians. Upon verification, he secretly funded this evil organization, sentenced to 20 years in prison. At this moment, the official finally came to his senses, but the first sentence he heard upon waking was the deafening judgment. No, I didn't. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, kneeling on the ground and pleading. Drag him away. Fugaku Uchiha waved his hand, and immediately 2 ninjas stepped forward, grabbing this once official, now criminal, on both sides. You bunch of scoundrels, executioners, fatherless and lordless. The land of fire will be destroyed in your hands. Seeing that pleading was useless, and thinking about the miserable life he was about to spend in prison, this official immediately broke down emotionally and began cursing. But such verbal attacks were nothing but a gentle breeze to elite jonin. Elite ninjas who had faced death countless times would not care about such trivial matters. The interrogation lasted for 3 days, and the entire capital of the Land of Fire was under martial law for 3 days as well. Not to mention, Shinjuro's judgment was accurate. How could there be so many loyal subjects in the world? The vast majority lived day by day, regardless of who ruled this country. As long as they could protect their wealth and their power, they did not mind who they worked for. At this time, Fugaku Uchiha had already resigned from the position of Minister of Security, handing the position over to his confidant Inuka Uchiha, and a few days later, he would assume the position of the new captain of the Daimyo's Guard, also responsible for leading all of Konoha's forces in the Land of Fire. Fugaku finally broke free from the shackles of the security department, stepping into a new stage in life. Although far from Konoha, the capital of the Land of Fire was also very important to the village, so it could not be said to be a demotion to the frontier. The daimyo looked nervously at the 3 Konoha ninjas standing opposite him. These guys had completely thrown him into the abyss. But at this moment, he did not dare to say a harsh word, for many officials outside had already betrayed him, swearing loyalty to Konoha in front of him, many of whom were people he had once trusted greatly. Moreover, another group of officials, Konoha explained that these people participated in the evil plan of the 12 Guardians to overthrow Konoha, which was a grave crime, after trial. All received sentences of 10 to 20 years in prison. But only the daimyo knew that there was no so-called evil plan to overthrow Konoha by the 12 Guardians. Wanting to add a crime, what reason is there not find one? Konoha was completely suppressing dissent. My lords, I am completely at ease handing the country over to Konoha. In the future, the country will still need you pillars to protect it. Although he felt like his heart was bleeding, his words were very humble. Minato Namikaze replied, My lord, you will govern with ease in the future, and do not trouble yourself with such minor matters. In the future, you can enjoy your life in the daimyo's residence. The daimyo's face turned red from what was said, and he awkwardly smiled, saying, What you say, Minato-kun, from now on I will enjoy a good life in this daimyo's residence. After Minato Namikaze arranged everything, he left the Land of Fire with a few confidants and Yamashiro Aoi, while Fugaku Uchiha led the Konoha ninjas and heavily closed the gates of the daimyo's residence. Bang! With the heavy sound of the door closing, immediately ninjas surrounded the daimyo's residence, and from now on, the daimyo would live a life like that of an immortal inside. Regarding the trivial matters of the country, he would only need to report to the Hokage of Konoha in the future. Well, as expected of Minato-kun, recording S-level missions twice. Pick 2 ninjutsu from the sealing scroll. Shinjiro closed the mission scroll sent by Minato Namikaze, smiling as he arranged. 4 elite ninjas of Minato's caliber. Money and wealth were secondary. Only ninjutsu was the real reward. And the ninjutsu in the sealing scroll could be chosen freely, and even 2 was definitely a reward that no elite ninja could refuse. At this time, the sealing scroll of Konoha not only contains numerous studies from a second Hokage, but over the years, Orochimaru and Shinno have also added a lot of notes, such as the Rasengan that was once used. After defeating the Sand Shinobi, they also input a wealth of knowledge on wind release, magnet release, and puppet techniques, making it highly suitable for Minato Namikaze at this stage. Minato is also not polite. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, the most lacking aspect for him is offensive ninjutsu. Originally, the wind release techniques in Konoha only had the vacuum series reaching S rank. But now the selection has widened considerably. It can be imagined that in the near future, his strength will see a significant increase. Yamashiro, you did well this time by enduring humiliation and infiltrating the daimyo's mansion, greatly reducing the village's losses. Go and hand over to Yanoyu from now on. You will be responsible for external reconnaissance work. This elite jonin from the Yamashiro clan was originally the right hand of Danzo from Naruto. After completing the blitz on the daimyo's mansion, he returned to Konoha, which is what he deserves. Coincidentally, Yanoyu is quite resistant to the original root work, so it's just right for her to become his personal secretary and serve the Hokage well. By resolving the daimyo issue and holding the entire fire country in hand, Konoha can better integrate the strength of the entire nation, and there will no longer be situations where people are hindered in logistics. Although this will cause instability in the short term, it is definitely the right course of action, and internal conflicts can be completely shifted outward. At this time, the Cloud Shinobi village, which lost the 3rd Raikage, is a good target. They dare to sneak into Konoha alone with a few weaklings to steal the 2 tails. It's time to make these brutes pay the price they deserve. Chapter 249, Days Cloud Shinobi led by Uzumaki Dairo, Hatake Sakamo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Senju Ropetree. Over 10,000 Konoha Shinobi suddenly launched a full-scale attack on the Cloud Shinobi. When the 3rd Raikage fell, Konoha had already begun to prepare, and now, having finally resolved the domestic troubles, they were ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Cloud Shinobi. Caught off guard, the Cloud Shinobi were immediately dazed, their defenses collapsing rapidly, and a fifth of the Lightning Country was directly occupied by Konoha. It should be noted that in previous Shinobi World Wars, no matter how fierce the fighting was, the main battlefield was basically in small countries. They had never seen such a situation. What is going on between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi? The 3rd Tsukuyomi was anxious and restless. Since Konoha officially attacked the Cloud Shinobi, it had been nearly a month, and they still couldn't figure out the specific situation. It was simply a disgrace for the intelligence department. Lord Tsukuyomi, according to the latest intelligence, it should be that the 3rd Raikage was killed by Konoha. Konoha must feel that they have broken the balance, which is why they launched a large-scale attack. Oh, what is the reason? My subordinates are ashamed. This information was obtained from our spies in the Mist Shinobi. The leader of the Umbu lowered his head in shame. You all have really gained skills. You have to go such a long way for something happening right at your doorstep. Noki's beard bristled in anger. He understood the convoluted nature of it all. The Earth Country and the Lightning Country are adjacent, but the intelligence came from the Mist Shinobi thousands of miles away. This is not a reflection of ability, but rather a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Not to mention, Naka's guess was spot on. Konoha indeed had the capability to break the balance of the shinobi world. Kurizetsu was afraid that the rock shinobi, like a fool, would follow Konoha to attack the cloud shinobi, so he hurriedly leaked intelligence through special channels. As the puppeteer behind the scenes shaping the shinobi world, if Konoha unifies the shinobi world, then he would have no chance to save his mother. Get out of here, sort out the intelligence system. If something like this happens again, you can roll out. Yes, Lord Tsukuyomi. Sigh. Still have to find a way to help the cloud shinobi. With these brutes holding the front line, it's better than losing our own people, right? At this time, the 4th Raikage had just taken over the cloud shinobi not long ago. After finally sorting out the various forces in the village, he was caught completely off guard by Konoha's left hook. As the new clan leader of the Yazuki clan and the new leader of the cloud shinobi, his pressure was immense. Just hearing the names of the attacking ninjas from Konoha made him shudder. Yo, check it out, big bro. Konoha has ambushed one of our border fortresses, and it was led by Jiraiya. A young boy rushed into the Raikage building, reporting the urgent situation while making strange sounds. The fourth Reikage was filled with frustration and slammed his hand on the table. "Stop that annoying musical talent of yours. Now is not the time for art." He paced back and forth in the Reikage office. Although he inherited the hot temper of every Reikage, it was an unprecedented critical moment. The entire Cloud Shinobi village had nearly 20,000 ninjas, and their overall strength even surpassed that of the Rock Shinobi. But unfortunately, after the failure of the third Reikage, they had become weak in high-end power. Konoha's attack came, and although their total number of ninjas was still less than that of the Cloud, why were they able to advance like a tidal wave? Isn't it because they have too many shadow-level powerhouses? 5 top-level powerhouses at once. How could the Cloud Shinobi resist that? Moreover, they had just lost the third Reikage, and with internal chaos, Konoha seized the opportunity to push all the way into the Lightning Country. Damn it, we can't do anything now, but try to entangle with them. Absolutely not engage in large-scale battles. Defending within the Lightning Country is still much better than their logistics. We can only wear them down. The fourth Reikage was definitely not a coward, but a clever woman couldn't cook without rice. With a few resources at hand, he could only implement a scorched earth policy, resisting step by step while waiting for the right moment. At this time, the Tsukadai also barged in, his previously furrowed brows slightly relaxing. He exclaimed loudly, "Lord Reikage, there's hope." Suddenly, many strategic materials, such as food, kunai, and explosive tags, have dropped significantly in price in our black market. With this batch of materials, we might really hold on. What? The fourth Reikage snatched the report and eagerly scanned it. Good. Tsukadai, you go gather funds immediately. We must acquire this batch of materials. The fourth Reikage let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken wun-ti play a significant role in battles between shadow-level powerhouses, but the profession of a ninja is fundamentally about offense and defense. Without special defensive means, even if you are an elite jonin, a single misstep with these items could cost you your life. Tsukadai took the order and suddenly vanished using body flicker technique, while Yuzuki also relaxed, finally having time to savor this intelligence. He focused on a shadow. "Knight, what do you think of these materials?" At this moment, a distortion appeared in the shadows, revealing a figure clad in black tight clothing, wearing a mask that only showed a pair of small eyes. A short blade hung at his waist, and he looked sharp and capable, murmuring as he bowed his head. This should be the work of other great nations. No one else could provide so many materials. I just don't know if it was the Rock Shinobi or the Miss Shinobi. This person was the head of the Cloud Shinobi's Umbu, named Knight. Just like every generation of the Uzuki clan leaders is called a, there's only one name for each generation of Umbu leaders, Knight. They're all insidious guys. They must want to push us Cloud Shinobi to the forefront to let Konoha and us fight it out. Despite appearing muscular and barbaric, the fourth Reikage was a meticulous person. He reviewed the relevant intelligence repeatedly before finally confirming. It should be that these two major ninja villages acted simultaneously. Look, these materials clearly come from 2 different groups. Although they're all sold very cheaply, each type of material has shown 2 different prices under large supply conditions. Doesn't that indicate something? Knight pondered for a moment and admired. What you said is correct. Do you need our Umbu to do anything? A waved his hand. In this critical period, as long as we can acquire the materials, it doesn't matter who they are. Even if we know which village took action, so what? Can we not buy it? A fool is someone who doesn't take advantage of cheap opportunities. At this point, it's best to focus on the immediate situation. You should follow Tsukadai and select capable personnel. This time, the supply transaction must go smoothly. AI was still uneasy. Tsukadai had always been a retainer of the Hyuga clan, having assisted the second and third Reikage, and with his own experience, he was undoubtedly an old minister. Logically, AI should have been very confident in Tsukadai's abilities, but for the sake of absolute certainty, the cooperation of the Umbu was indeed necessary. Yes, Lord Reikage. Chapter 250. Stalemated frontline, the procurement of black market supplies went smoothly. It was a situation where one party was willing to fight and the other was willing to take the beating. Even the behind-the-scenes puppet master, Korwa, was facilitating this matter. Therefore, the Cloud Shinobi easily procured a batch of arms at a price far below market value. "Brothers, follow me," the Cloud Shinobi shouted, and 3 to 5 ninjas followed him into action, unhesitatingly using explosive tags. Regardless of whether there were ambushes or enemies ahead, they initiated with explosive tags, catching the Konoha ninjas off guard. Fortunately, this wave of explosive tag attacks was merely a probe. The Cloud Shinobi did not discover the hidden Konoha ninjas. but inadvertently detonated the tags around their ambush point. Even so, Konoha's ambush could not continue because the numerous explosions completely altered the surrounding terrain, exposing the Konoha ninjas. Charge! Seeing no other options, the ambush turned into a full assault, and the Konoha ninjas, undeterred, charged forward. A fierce, brief, and bloody battle unfolded on the land of lightning, with fire release and lightning release intertwining. True ninja combat was this brutal and confined. Konoha was already at a numerical disadvantage, and with the Cloud Shinobi's large-scale use of explosive tags and kunai, they indeed gained a considerable advantage in this non-Kaga level battle, catching them off guard. What started as an ambush turned into a wipeout. Konoha lost 4 ninjas, while the Cloud Shinobi didn't fare much better. Out of 6 ninjas that charged in, only 2 remained standing. Fortunately, the Cloud Shinobi won this battle, and the severely injured ninjas still had a chance to get back up, while those in Konoha who lost their combat abilities could only wait to be finished off. Damn it, how did these Cloud Shinobi suddenly become so affluent? Jiraiya muttered in frustration. At this moment, in Konoha's military camp in the Land of Lightning, 3 people were discussing countermeasures: Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Vortex Daro and Shinjū were still at the front lines and had not returned. In such small-scale skirmishes, they were helpless. The vast territory of the Land of Lightning hosted most battles among Seichinin and Genin, even if they had 5 Kaga-level experts. Unless they directly attacked the Cloud Shinobi village, their effectiveness would not be greater than several dozen Genin. Isn't it obvious? How could they produce so many explosive tags? Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Our Hokage and Minato did a great job. They directly isolated the destinies. Do you think the destinies of the Land of Earth and the Land of Water wouldn't be afraid? Jiraiya was somewhat speechless. They had been gathering troops for Konoha's attack on the Cloud Shinobi and hadn't paid attention to this matter. By the time the news spread, everything had already settled. Moreover, it was undeniable that with the daimyo gone from Konoha, they were thriving in the Land of Fire. Even if they concentrated their forces to attack the Cloud Shinobi now, there was no situation of being held back. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He had been taught since childhood that ninjas should not attack their financial backers, especially the biggest financial backer of Konoha, although no one said it aloud. Konoha's reputation in the mission field had indeed plummeted. As a mercenary organization, who would dare to hire you if you attacked your client? Fortunately, the worst outcome did not happen. Although mission income decreased, Konoha controlled the Land of Fire. Coupled with carefully selected officials, they could sustain themselves through taxes without needing to undertake arduous missions. Shinjiro even issued a national mission to the entire Konoha village in the name of the daimyo, which was to wage war to protect the country. The village directly used war as a reason, replacing military expenses with missions, and this model would establish a long-term system. From now on, Konoha would control the Land of Fire, rather than the Land of Fire hiring Konoha. Of course, Shinjiro would not completely cut off the mission line. To maintain the combat capability of the ninjas, they would still take on various missions in small teams, which was also a way to train the ninjas' abilities. They certainly didn't want to breed a group of useless individuals. That would be ridiculous. Aren't they just looking for more supplies? What is so difficult about that? Orochimaru was unconcerned about Konoha's recent downturn in attacks. These ninjas had indeed gotten used to a good life. Under the 3rd Hokage, Konoha had never fought such a wealthy battle, with more numbers than the opponent and 5 Kaga-level experts backing them, forcing the opponent's top powerhouses to hesitate. Now they were complaining just because they had fewer explosive tags? It was utterly ridiculous. Prepare for a full-scale attack in a couple of days. Let the opponent be unable to assist each other. Orochimaru, as the overall commander of this battle, coldly strategized. However, that would also result in considerable losses for us. Jiraiya still found it hard to accept. It wasn't that they had no other options, but was it worth sacrificing lives? Yet, the usually silent Kakashi unexpectedly stood up to support Orochimaru's proposal. Ninjas can only grow through hardship. What is the point of being timid all the time? Kakashi rarely spoke fairly. Even if many die, as long as we can cultivate a few more Kaga-level experts for the next generation, the village will have gained a lot. He pointed sternly at the Cloud Shinobi across from them. Look at them, always shouting about unity and iron will, trying to pick up the pieces in the Second Ninja World War, and wanting to steal the 2 tails from Konoha in the Third Ninja World War. They never dared to confront anyone head-on. How many strong ones do they have left now? Although their number of ninjas wasn't small, without top experts, they were restricted on the battlefield and could only resort to petty tricks, which were truly not worth worrying about. Jiraiya was silent. He was also a ninja who had come out of the fires of battle. How could he not know? Back in the early days of the Second Ninja World War, Konoha had only 3 Kage-level experts, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Kakashi, and Shimura Danzo. If it weren't for Mito's pressure from above, Konoha would have been torn apart by the 4 great shinobi villages. Reporting everyone, a batch of explosive tags has been sent from the village, 10 full scrolls. An Umbu ninja hurriedly ran in, kneeling on one knee to report. Are they from the Vortex clan? Super large scrolls? Jiraiya asked excitedly. Yes, sir. Good. If we can overwhelm the opponent with money, who would want to fight to the death? Besides, explosive tags are also a show of the village's strength. Orochimaru asked in confusion. That shouldn't be, right? The battle has been going on for so long. How could I not know how much stock the village has? Let me personally explain this to you. Everyone looked up to see Shinjiro and Minato entering together. Chapter 251. Currency, thank you all for your hard work in these battles. Shinjiro's voice preceded him as he entered with a smile, striding confidently to take the chair. Hokage-sama. Everyone slightly bowed in respect. This time we have so many explosive tags. And we have to thank the Ini Shinobi Village. Shinjiro explained to everyone. Last time, the Ini Shinobi Village ignored Konoha's advice and insisted on supplying explosive tags to other major shinobi villages. In the end, they were wiped out by Sarutobi Midori. After Shinsuke overthrew Sarutobi Hizashi, he sent his teacher, Uzumaki Kaze, to take over the team led by Sarutobi Midori to march to the Sunfire Ninja Village. However, before Uzumaki Kaze could arrive, the Sunfire Ninja Village had already been wiped out by the Konoha forces led by Sarutobi Midori. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hizashi was perceptive and smoothly completed the internal handover. So Shinsuke did not make things difficult for Sarutobi Midori and directly reassigned him to the Grass Country Corps as the deputy commander. This was both for show and to give Sarutobi Midori an opportunity. If he could not help but act out of line, then he could not blame Shinsuke for being ruthless. However, it was unclear whether it was due to his own lack of ambition or if Sarutobi Hizashi had given him some advice. But in the end, he worked diligently in the Grass Country without any complaints, and now he has become a symbol of Shinsuke's generosity and kindness. After the fall of the Sunfire Ninja Village, we took over many explosive tag production experts from them, leading to a 20 increase in explosive tag output in Konoha during this period. Orochimaru questioned, 20 is quite a lot, but that's still 10 full packs of explosive tags. Isn't that insufficient? Well, that's another matter. Shinsuke smiled and lightly clapped his hands. Then, 3 little ones walked into the tent. Jiraiya looked closely and said, Aren't these the 3 children of the Hokage? Konan, greet everyone. Abayuna Imkunan. The disciple of the Hokage. Please take care of me. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, slightly lowering her head and not daring to look at anyone. Shinsuke then explained, My disciple has a special talent for producing explosive tags. All the remaining explosive tags were made by her alone. What? Orochimaru exclaimed and stood up in shock. Is the Hokage out of his mind? Does he know what he's saying? She produced more explosive tags by herself than the entire Sunfire Village's output? After we merged with the Sunfire Village, they only accounted for 20. Are you implying that the remaining 30 was all done by this little girl? Shinsuke simply smiled and nodded. I understand your feelings. Although it's hard to believe, it is indeed a fact. I won't go into the specific reasons, as it involves her personal secret techniques. You all know that even though I am the Hokage and her teacher, I cannot let her reveal her ninjutsu to the public. This is the foundation of Shinsuke's governance, the basis for establishing the village. It was precisely because Danzo sought to acquire the ninjutsu of various clans without scruples that it caused resentment among the core members of the village, giving Shinsuke an opportunity to overthrow him. How could he make the same mistake? Orochimaru calmed down at this point, looking at the little girl with regret, thinking that if she were with him, he could easily cover all the research and development costs. I brought her to the front lines this time to supplement explosive tags. We need to give them a good hit. Shinsuke discussed some battlefield deployments with the 3 before using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. The next morning, under the service of the Wind Shadow's consort, he brought his secretary to the Hokage building again. This time, it was not just his affair. When he took over the administration of the Land of Fire, invitations had already been sent to the Takigakure and Amigakure. As for Sunagakure, a notification at home would suffice. The leaders of these 2 small ninja villages had already arrived in Konoha yesterday. In a concealed, small conference room, the 4 began secret discussions. Well, calling it a secret consultation is not quite right. It could be understood as Konoha's unilateral notification. The purpose of inviting you all here is to discuss some economic issues that need coordination. Shinsuke sat at the main seat, with his consort, the fourth Kazekage, on his left, and opposite them were the leaders of the two small ninja villages, Hanzo and Kakuzu. Economic issues? The other three exchanged glances. Even Yakura had not revealed any hint about this before. This was naturally because there had been no conditions in the past. But now that they controlled the strongest country in the ninja world, the Land of Fire was not only rich in resources, but also had a large population and vast territory. After occupying 1/3 of the Wind Country's land, it had become the largest country in the ninja world. With this foundation, Konoha had the prerequisites to control finance. What specific plans does the Hokage have? Kakuzu eagerly asked. As Konoha's representative in Takigakure, he had been doing quite well lately. Managing a village was much more profitable than his previous hard labor. Hearing about economic issues, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. What kind of life was he living now? At least he was a leader of a ninja village, leading Takigakure to Konoha's periphery, and it could be said that he was developing in a colorful way. What kind of hard life had he lived before? He had been wandering in the ninja world, and in the end, he earned less than a tenth of what he was making now. This shows that choice is more important than effort. Everyone look. Our several villages combined control territory and resources that are close to half of the entire ninja world. So why do we still need to use silver and banknotes? Shinsuke tapped the table and indicated the issuance and mining rights of these currencies are not in our hands. So letting those guys collect minting taxes would be a huge loss for us. Before the other two could speak, Kakuzu raised a question, as he was much more active in such matters. But unfortunately, the banking system was not in their hands, and even if they wanted to change currencies, how could they get the entire ninja world to accept it? Precious metals naturally have monetary properties. They're easy to store, easy to transport, and have a moderate stock, all of which are the advantages of silver. Moreover, for hundreds or even thousands of years, using silver as currency has been an established convention. In overturning it is not something that can be justified just because one is strong. Shinsuke understood this, but in the end, currency is still a matter of national credit. Now that he controlled the most resources in the ninja world, how could he allow the minting to flow out violently? First, the banking system. Shinsuke raised a finger. The banking system of the Land of Fire has already been controlled by us in Konoha, so everyone need not worry about the issuance issue. Having controlled the capital of the Land of Fire and identifying partners through illusion techniques, Konoha also controlled many large businesses and institutions in commerce, and naturally would not let go of banks and underground money houses. Chapter 252, Direction of Financial Reform. So, in terms of financial institutions, everyone need not worry. Shinsuke stood up, supporting himself on the table. Moreover, at the beginning, I didn't intend to implement this directly across various countries. He pointed to Konoha village behind him. Our plan is to initially conduct financial reforms only among the 4 ninja villages. In a few days, Konoha would launch a currency called Konoha coin, which could be exchanged for all goods in Konoha village, including ninjutsu. Yakura stood up in shock. Including ninjutsu? Kakuzu and Hanzo also couldn't help but look at him. For ninjas, as long as they put aside their pride, money, beautiful women, and resources are all within reach. Only ninjutsu is the real hard currency. If Shinsuke were to issue Konoha coin, there must be a backing commodity. In Blue Star, backing commodities can be food, manufacturing, or resources like oil and other bulk goods. In the ninja world, it naturally needs to be adapted to local conditions. What does Konoha have the most? Of course, it's ninjutsu. As long as they monopolize ninjutsu in the ninja world, Konoha coin can naturally continue to draw blood from other countries and villages. Although this would cause some leakage of ninjutsu, it would bring more benefits to Konoha. It's like manufacturing an atomic bomb. The relevant knowledge can be found online. But how many countries can actually build one? Similarly, with knowledge, how many people can truly practice top-tier ninjutsu? Apart from a very small number of lucky individuals, the ninja world still relies on bloodline inheritance. Without decades of optimization of one's family's bloodline, just considering chakra volume alone would choke off more than 99 of ninjas. To learn a level ninjutsu, first check if your chakra amount is sufficient. Being a ninja is difficult. It has always been like this over the years. If you can't learn it, maybe you should see if you're not working hard enough or if you're not completing tasks to earn a raise. According to the plan, all ninjutsu below sea level will only require Konoha currency, without any review. Shinno glanced around the venue. How about that? With this condition, I believe you can easily persuade the stubborn factions within the village, right? Konoha monopolizes the most ninjutsu in the ninja world, and the backbone of every village consists of chunin. Konoha is no exception. In this dimension, after devouring 1/3 of the Wind Country's land, Konoha has developed to over 50,000 ninjas, but the number of jonin is only around 600. The rest are chunin and genin. Genin are considered interns in the ninja world. As can be seen from ninja teams led by Konoha, a 3-person genin team, no matter how dire the situation, will always be assigned at least a chunin-level leader. This at least shows that Konoha has a large number of chunin, at least 1/3 of the genin, plus teams composed entirely of chunin teams led by jonin, and the office staff in various departments. Overall, excluding jonin, the remaining ninjas are evenly split between chunin and genin. Therefore, as long as they grasp the backbone of the ninja world, Konoha's currency tax will definitely soar. Chunin paired with sea-level ninjutsu is like cheap labor in Blue Star paired with low-end manufacturing. While Konoha's top combat power poses a threat to the world that far exceeds the nuclear bombs of the 5 great villages. Nuclear bombs also involve the question of whether one dares to use them. While Konoha's tailed beasts and humanoid walking nuclear bombs like Shinno can bomb every corner of the ninja world at will, no matter how many chunin there are, they cannot threaten Konoha's dominant position. If one truly wants to challenge Konoha, they must first cultivate a large number of chunin in each village and see how many ninjas can advance to jonin and how many can become kage. If one wants to suck blood from Konoha, advancing to jonin and obtaining kage-level ninjutsu is not that easy. It is indeed possible to purchase A-level ninjutsu with Konoha currency. But by then, it won't just be about money. Konoha will also demand your life, making you fight for Konoha for a lifetime. If you don't openly betray your own ninja village to immigrate to Konoha and still want to obtain ninjutsu from Konoha, that's just wishful thinking. An A-level ninjutsu. An A-level ninjutsu that suits oneself. How attractive is it to ninjas? Does it to everyone know? As long as you pledge loyalty to Konoha, you can easily obtain it. At that time, it will test the firm will of ninjas from various ninja villages. Of course, there is no need to tell the partners about these things. Whether sea-level ninjutsu is like poisonous arsenic is a matter of personal opinion. Ninja villages without ambition can cultivate more chunin in the system, take on more tasks, and earn more money. But the price is that ninjas with jonin potential will be siphoned away by Konoha, becoming Konoha elites, and the next generation will also serve Konoha. There are no restrictions on purchasing ninjutsu below sea level. Yejang iklemet. Good. In this way, our 3 ninja villages are catching a good opportunity. At this moment, she was much more positive than the other 2. In terms of ninja population, Sunagakure is undoubtedly the second village under Konoha, even now having 6,000 to 7,000 ninjas and 3 kage level, which not everyone can mess with. But at this point, the difference in the education system is evident. Whether it's Yitsong, Kakuzu, or Hanzo, they cannot foresee the terror after Konoha controls finance and ninjutsu. At this moment, they only think that Konoha is willing to sell ninjutsu for a bit of money, which is simply losing big for small gain. Well, with Hokage-sama's words, from now on, my Takinan village will follow Konoha, especially since Konoha is attacking Yunin now. We will send out 500 ninjas to help Konoha eliminate these scum of the ninja world. Kakuzu's little green eyes turned, and he made a wish to Shinno. Shinno's mouth almost reached his ear. This is a good thing. Being this proactive shows that Kakuzu really wants to get closer to his older brother. Thank you for Takinan's contribution. This time we will pay with Konoha currency, and the commission will be increased by 50 compared to usual. He also knew what the other side wanted, and now is the time to build credibility, so Shinno was generous, directly throwing money at them. Moreover, during wartime, hiring ninjas is naturally more expensive than usual, so this is nothing. We in the Rain Village will also send 500 ninjas. Hanzo couldn't help it at this moment. He had long coveted the forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage, the technique of mutual explosion tags. His famous ninjutsu, the explosion tag flame formation, was partially inspired by it. Although this is S-level ninjutsu, and not within the regular purchasing range, as long as a gap is opened, there will be opportunities in the future. However, the inheritance of ninjutsu is always limited. Even if Konoha has a vast array of sea-level ninjutsu, there will eventually be a day when it runs out. I wonder how Hokage-sama considers this. Yitsong was not as irrational as the other 2. For the other 2, regardless of whether this matter will succeed in the future, they just want to take advantage of Konoha for now. What does sustainable development have to do with them? If it doesn't work out, everyone can just revert to using silver. What's the big deal? Lord Kazekage need not worry. Shinno smiled confidently. Chapter 253. Education Reform. Our 4 villages are now in a ninja school model. It is now very necessary to extend this educational method. Shinno explained. In Konoha, I plan to open advanced ninjutsu tutoring classes. We not only fully open C-level ninjutsu, but also guarantee that we will teach you until you master it. It is well known that after ninjas graduate from school, there are no formal ninjutsu education institutions, and they can only learn further through family or master-disciple inheritance, which I believe is inefficient and unnecessary. Shinno not only wants to carry out financial reform, but also take back the right to ninjutsu education. In the future, in Konoha, as long as you want to learn C-level ninjutsu, after purchasing it in the village, you can pay an additional fee, and we will have dedicated personnel to teach. Even C-level ninjutsu is not that easy to learn. After buying it from Konoha, without dedicated guidance, it is normal for one to study for years. What about B-level ninjutsu and A-level ninjutsu? Yitsong asked eagerly. It's the same. We will start with C-level ninjutsu first. Shinno knew what everyone wanted to ask. But everything has to be done step by step, right? Let's try it out for a few years. If the results are good, the tutoring classes will definitely be capable of teaching B-level ninjutsu and A-level ninjutsu. How can ordinary master-disciple inheritance or family inheritance compare with Konoha's tutoring classes? It's like the difference between personal tutoring and tutoring classes. Taking this opportunity, Shinno must obtain the rights to ninjutsu education. Then this one be a big problem. Yitsong was originally worried that Konoha's large-scale distribution of C-level ninjutsu would lead to a flood of ninjutsu and become unsustainable. But unexpectedly, Shinno had a backup plan. If the educational institution reform is also feasible, then in the future, anyone who wants to learn faster and better must purchase ninjutsu in Konoha Village. It's like textbooks for 9 years of compulsory education. You can naturally buy them in society, but if you want to learn in school, can you do without the books provided by the school? All right. Does anyone else have any questions? Shinno looked around and asked with a smile. The remaining 3 were silent, seemingly still pondering the impact this matter would bring. Since everyone has no objections, let us proceed according to this plan. We're also feeling our way across the river, adjusting as we go. Bang, bang, bang. On the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, ever since a large number of explosion tags were replenished last time, Konoha has gained overwhelming advantages in terms of supplies. Awesome. Obito's short figure, holding a kunai, rushed into the thick smoke accompanied by a series of explosion sounds. Be careful. As soon as Lin finished speaking, Kakashi's feet flashed with arcs of electricity, and after a series of crackling sounds, he charged in with a small dagger in hand. According to the latest tactical manual of Konoha, as a medical ninja, Lin was only there to watch from the sidelines, with no guarantee of victory. Medical ninjas were not allowed to take the initiative. Standing on top of a nearby tree, Minato Namikaze watched the brave performance of his 3 students, and even he couldn't help but smile slightly. These little guys. When he first arranged for these students, only Kakashi caught his eye. As Konoha's top genius, Minato's life had been proud, smoothly sailing through the Genin and Chunin periods with Jiraiya's protection. To be honest, having dealt with elite ninjas all his life, he found it quite difficult to suddenly teach someone like Obito, who was at the bottom. Unexpectedly, a year of leading them had allowed him to see the kind-hearted side of this child. Although sometimes reckless and funny, also struggled to learn ninjutsu quickly. Teacher, are they going to be okay? While he was pondering, Lin had quietly climbed to the top of the tree and stood beneath Minato. With a whoosh, Minato brought Lin back to the ground, saying, As a ninja, your teammates are still fighting. How can you easily leave the battlefield? But you're here, teacher. Lin pouted with a slightly flushed face. Keep up with him. Minato shook his head. With me providing protection, even a medical ninja can charge to the front lines. Sorry for the trouble, teacher. Lin then took out a kunai and quietly pulled out 3 explosive tags with her other hand. Encouraged by Minato's gaze, she followed her teammates into the fray once more. Damn it, did these Konoha guys stumble upon the first Hokage's treasure? How come there are so many explosive tags? The Cloud Ninja on the opposite side was left battered and bruised. In just a few days, after getting supplies, they took advantage for a few days. But Konoha overwhelmed them with even more financial power. The battlefield was now in chaos, with Kakashi's small dagger flying left and right. Don't be fooled by his status as a genin. His combat power was definitely not inferior to seasoned Chunin. Not graduating from the Ninja Academy early did make Kakashi slightly weaker compared to his storyline counterpart, but the extra time for growth made his future even brighter. Retreat. The Cloud Ninja's leading ninja closed his eyes in pain. 2 of his 3 students had already been killed in the recent battle, and the opposing team's leading ninja was watching him from a distance. He attributed the failure of this ambush to the newly arrived explosive tags from Konoha. If he hadn't been caught off guard, he would have fought back. Did I let you go? As the enemy lifted his leg to retreat 30 meters, Minato's flying thunder god technique instantly arrived in front of him. Who are you? Yellow flash. The Cloud Ninja seemed to recall something, his face filled with disbelief. Damn it, it looks like I'm done for. He bitterly smiled to himself. The name of a person carries weight, and compared to his historical counterpart, Minato's achievements were fewer. But his impact was far greater. This was a man daring enough to put a kunai to the neck of the Fire Country's daimyo. In a ninja world, he was notorious. Lightning release. Chakra mode. The Cloud Ninja suddenly erupted in thunder as lightning release. Chakra mode was quite common among Cloud Ninjas. Ultimately, this technique was just a B-rank ninjutsu, but facing a well-known ninja like Minato, the Cloud Ninja dared not hold back, choosing instead to fight with his life on the line. The explosive thunder propelled his body forward rapidly, the long sword thrusting with all his strength into a single strike. He knew he only had one chance. This was the Yellow Flash, the man rumored to master space ninjutsu. Did I hit? The Cloud Ninja was elated, but suddenly felt something was off. Having killed at least 80 people, he knew the feeling of a blade piercing flesh too well for it to be like this. It's over. Behind him, Minato had gathered a light blue energy sphere in his hand, slamming it heavily into the Cloud Ninja's back. The raging chakra violently driving him into ground, creating a 3-meter-wide pit. Looking back, the phantom that had just been stabbed vanished, and the Cloud Ninja's lightning release. Chakra mode was clearly not mastered, with defenses practically non-existent. Taking a direct hit from Rasengan, he instantly lost consciousness. Teacher, what kind of ninjutsu was that? I want to learn it. Obito exclaimed with shining eyes. You can talk about that when you awaken your 3-tomo Sharingan. Minato laughed heartily. Now, let's go home and collect our deserved rewards. Chapter 254. The first trial of Konoha coins. What is this? After arriving at the logistics department of Konoha in the Land of Lightning, Obito looked confusedly at the small piece of paper in his hand. This is Konoha coins. You can think of it as the new currency issued by the village, similar to silver. The logistics ninja, having been asked many questions in the past few days, had already summarized a universal pitch. Anything can be bought? Obito scoffed. Then I want to buy ninjutsu. Are you selling it? Of course. The logistics ninja put down his pen and smiled. But I'm afraid this amount isn't enough. If you add your 2 teammates' money, you could buy a C-rank ninjutsu when you return to Konoha. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Can I really buy ninjutsu? Obito couldn't believe it. He was just joking, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a surprising opportunity. All right, don't block the way here. Hurry up and go. There are others waiting in line. Minato patted Obito's wild hair and pulled him out of the crowd. Don't worry. You really can buy anything in the village. That ninja wasn't wrong. Minato was a high-ranking official in Konoha, currently the vice captain of the Jounin class. How could he not know? Then I want to learn that ninjutsu from earlier. Obito's eyes lit up. He had been coveting Minato's Rasengan for a long time. Ha, but you won't have enough money for that. Minato explained while walking. You can buy any ninjutsu below C rank with Konoha coins. B rank ninjutsu requires multiple assessments, while A rank ninjutsu is only sold to Konoha ninjas. Not only is there a requirement for the buyer's strength, which must be at least Jounin level, but there are also many conditions like task completion rates that could block you. Even I, as your teacher, was placed under a seal after learning this ninjutsu, preventing me from teaching it casually. Minato shook his head with a bitter smile. The village's benefits weren't that easy to exploit. 4 top-tier ninjutsu bought in the village. Aside from passing it down to one's own descendants without extra cost, it was strictly forbidden to share with anyone else, including students. But Obito was an optimist. He scratched the back of his head and laughed. Then, teacher, let us hurry and take on the next mission. I want to get promoted to Jounin quickly, and let that stinky Kakashi eat my dust. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Yakura had returned to her loyal village, protected by Konoha ninjas. Inside the Kazekage building, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Even Raza looked at Chiyo in disbelief. Are you saying YRA has fallen into Konoha's hands, and he's also Scorpion's spy? After living so many years, Chiyo could no longer hold herself together upon hearing this news. Scorpion is still alive? She asked, trembling. Yes. Yakura nodded with a complex expression. but she couldn't believe the performance of the elderly in front of her. YRA said that Scorpion was responsible for the assassination of the third Kazekage. Elder Chiyo, do you know anything about this? I really don't know, Chiyo said with a wry smile, but Scorpion and the third Kazekage went missing at the same time. He indeed has considerable suspicion. Knowing that her grandson might still be alive, Chiyo hadn't even had time to feel happy before hearing this earth-shattering news. The old woman knew she should avoid suspicion. Starting today, I resign from my position as elder. Chiyo pondered for a moment. If it really is Scorpion, I will personally put an end to him. At this moment, Chiyo already had a thread in her heart. Scorpion, the third Kazekage, human puppets. With the reincarnation technique, I hope there will be a perfect ending. Chiyo made up her mind. This time, with the large-scale use of Konoha coins, we must seize this opportunity. After resolving the issue with Scorpion, the topic finally returned to the main point. After all, the third Kazekage is already dead, and Scorpion is still hiding somewhere in the ninja world. Whether there will be a chance to see him again in this lifetime is uncertain. I agree with the Kazekage's view. Rashi couldn't help but sigh. With this opportunity, we might catch up with Konoha. It's not about the number of ninjas catching up with Konoha, but about quality. Rashi continued to explain. Are our 6,000 or 7,000 ninjas really focusing on developing wind techniques just because they excel at it? He shook his head with a bitter smile. That's because we are poor. We can only choose the most advantageous development model based on the environment of the Land of Wind. But if we can take advantage of Konoha, those ninjas who should learn water and fire techniques won't have to live in obscurity just to accommodate the village. Sand ninjas are good at wind techniques. On one hand, due to the environment shaping the ninjas, and on the other hand, ninjas adapting to the environment. Is it possible for thousands of people to all be wind attribute? Naturally not. But there's nothing we can do. The sand ninjas don't have that environment. Even if you want to learn water techniques, first, the village lacks a sufficient accumulation of ninjutsu, and second, there's not even a small pond to practice. No matter what happens in the future, let's increase our efforts this time, take a big slice of Konoha's pie, and at least supplement our C-rank 5 elemental techniques, so we won't suffer losses. The other ninjas nodded in agreement. This is a matter of great importance to them, and they also have this need. The reason why Konoha's Jonin are stronger than those of other ninja villages is that Konoha is not picky. Every Jonin will at least have 2 chakra attributes, while the other 4 major ninja villages do not have this condition. Now that we have a chance to stand on equal footing, who dares not to give their all? At this moment, Konoha presented a different scene. Shinno's reforms were truly groundbreaking. Although Konoha coins have far-reaching effects, they have yet to show any results. Moreover, with the education level of Konoha ninjas, they won't understand the magic of finance in just a few years. But the ninjutsu offered is real. Although they are currently all C-rank ninjutsu, this has broken the monopoly of many ninja clans. Let's not even mention the secret technique families and bloodline families. Even if they teach their ninjutsu to others, others can't learn it. The ninja clans that inherit the 5 elemental techniques are the most severely affected by this wave of policies, represented by major clans like the Sarutobi and the Shimura. For example, the Sarutobi clan's fire techniques, besides having slightly more chakra and richer ninjutsu accumulation, do they have any other advantages? Now that C-rank ninjutsu is flooding Konoha, especially fire techniques, in the future, whether it's a person or a dog, they can show off a couple of fire techniques. How will the Sarutobi clan continue to pass down their legacy? Chapter 255 Summary. Compared to the Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha clan has a much broader perspective. Whether it's pride or arrogance, in the eyes of these maniacs, fire techniques are useless no matter who uses them. They can only follow behind the Uchiha clan and eat dust. The only drawback of fire techniques is that they are too slow to activate, which is why they're mockingly called a mercy tactic. To make up for this flaw, the Sharingan is the best choice. Although I'm slow, I am accurate. The ongoing economic reform of ninjutsu is continuing unabated. Although everyone has few Konoha coins now, the impact has already begun to appear. The 5 elemental ninja clans, led by the Sarutobi clan, expressed dissent at the Konoha Jonin meeting, represented by the former 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi. After retiring, Sarutobi Hizashi had been relatively stable and had not caused any trouble. So during this time, Shinno relaxed control over him. In exchange, most of the Sarutobi clan members withdrew from various departments in Konoha, transitioning from administrative ninjas to combat ninjas. Due to their overall quality being below the Konoha average, they suffered heavy losses on various battlefields over the past year. But fortunately, Shinno did not make things difficult for them. As political struggle losers, How could they avoid losing some people? Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, they brought out Sarutobi Hizashi to stir things up. Whether this former Hokage has intentions or is being used as a scapegoat, it is clear that Konoha is experiencing undercurrents. No matter how powerful Shinno is, he cannot read people's hearts. His actions are indeed debatable for those with short-sighted views. The annual J-Nin conference convened again. Since Konoha is currently at war, only about 300 out of the 600 seats in the venue were filled. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, Konoha defeated the Sand Ninja village and took control of the Takigakure. Under the leadership of Lord Hokage, our number of ninjas has reached new heights, from over 40,000 before the war to nearly 60,000 ninjas now. Hatake Tsukuyomi, as the leader of the J-Nin class, was passionately giving the annual summary. What is even more gratifying is that our number of J-Nin has nearly reached 600, completely overshadowing major ninja villages and solidifying our title as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. He looked around, his voice powerful. Although this year has had some setbacks, such as a small group of hostile elements within the Land of Fire trying to cause trouble during Konoha's alliance with the Sand Ninja. Fortunately, Lord Hokage saw through their schemes and led the Konoha ninjas to thwart the enemy's conspiracy. At this point, he paused, and the venue erupted into thunderous applause. After the terrible incident involving the 12 Guardian Ninja, Konoha has gained even more favor from the Daime. To prevent such incidents from happening again, the Daime has entrusted the entire country to Konoha and to Lord Hokage. We will definitely protect our homeland and reach new heights under Lord Hokage's leadership. Shinno surveyed the ecstatic crowd below. Since taking over Konoha, the entire village has been expanding rapidly. The number of ninjas has increased by over 10,000, and the number of J-Nin has also increased by over 100. The area of the village has expanded by more than twice. And after taking over the affairs of the Land of Fire, Konoha's income has soared. Compared to other ninja villages, the funding ratio from the Land of Fire to Konoha is not high, at least lower than that of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. However, since Konoha took control of the entire country, it has been developing towards militarism. Moreover, Shinno has also profited from the war. Konoha, as an unbreakable fortress in the ninja world, has significantly increased its safety attributes during the war, becoming a safe haven for politicians and tycoons from various countries. With real estate development booming, just based on this, Konoha can support 10,000 ninjas. Lord Hokage, while loosening ninjutsu restrictions for Konoha ninjas is one thing, expanding it to other ninja villages is tantamount to aiding the enemy, right? Just as a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere prevailed, someone finally voiced a special opinion. Everyone turned in surprise to see a stooped, thin figure standing up. He looked like an ordinary old man, with graying hair at the temples. If it weren't for those familiar with him, who would dare to imagine this is the over 50-year-old third Hokage? It turned out to be Lord Third. Shinno paid no heed to him. A failure, if it weren't for considering his influence in the village and his 3 disciples. He probably wouldn't even qualify to attend this meeting. Lord Third only saw that the other 3 major ninja villages could use Konoha coins to purchase our ninjutsu, but he didn't see that others also paid with their lives to obtain Konoha coins. Sarutobi Hizashi said solemnly, "So what if we pay with our lives? Ninjutsu is priceless. Learning one today, another tomorrow, over time it will accumulate, and in a few decades, won't Konoha be hollowed out by them?" Zinzis shook his head and laughed. It's supposed to be a fair and just transaction. How can one expect others to risk their lives without giving anything in return? Is there such a good deal in the world? Moreover, these are just C-rank ninjutsu. To change the dynamics of a village, it ultimately relies on shadow-level powerhouses. Can shadow-level powerhouses be learned? If they buy our Konoha ninjutsu and can cultivate a chunin, then Konoha can at least train 3 with the money we receive. If we are still surpassed by others at this rate, then we are too decayed, aren't we? In any time and space, in any era, arms dealing is a highly profitable industry. In the ninja world, C-rank ninjutsu is the arms of ninjas. A profit of 3 times from a sale is a reasonable price. Zinzis was not explaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen. His real audience was the many jonin present. These ninjas are the foundation of Konoha. Furthermore, C-rank ninjutsu cannot be learned just because one wants to. Perhaps everyone has heard the news that Konoha is expanding its ninja training program and will soon provide unified guidance on ninjutsu learning. Everyone present is an elite among elites. If anyone wants to apply to be a teacher, they can go directly to Tsunade to sign up. Zensis also wanted to win over these real doers. After each C-rank ninjutsu class is formed, teaching for a month, as teachers, their income could be evaluated based on A-rank missions. Zensis' words immediately caused the ninjas below to whisper among themselves. This is indeed an A-rank mission. Besides protecting the daimyo, what other A-rank missions do not involve risking one's life? Now the benefits are within easy reach. All they have to do is teach for a month. This is like a pie falling from the sky. The reward from an A-rank mission can easily buy C-rank ninjutsu. Although they are jonin, many of them often use C-rank ninjutsu as their go-to techniques, only opting for B-rank ninjutsu when they truly need to unleash their special moves. Moreover, Konoha's jonin are mostly dual attribute ninjas, and in addition to their primary attribute, they also need to accumulate their secondary attributes. Common ninjas without family or teacher inheritance can truly be stuck. Originally, they could only exchange and learn from friends with a narrow selection range, and most of the time, they couldn't even find suitable ninjutsu. Now that they can purchase ninjutsu, isn't this even more advantageous for those with money? Therefore, Zensis' new policy is still very friendly to common ninjas, who have almost no learning channels. Only a very small number of exceptionally talented individuals can become jonin. Once they become jonin, they often find themselves at the bottom for many years, struggling to work for Konoha in hopes of learning a technique or two. The whispers of the common ninjas made some clan ninjas' faces darken, and the third Hokage said nothing. They never expected that the common ninjas they had once vigorously cultivated would suddenly become the biggest opposition to the ninjutsu clans. This is truly shooting oneself in the foot. Every ninjutsu is a ninja's own accumulation. Even if the village wants to sell it, it cannot disregard everyone's interests. Someone raised a question again. Zensis looked closely and saw that it was Yu Akihiro, an elite jonin and representative of a small clan. Indeed, just like Akihiro's illusion techniques, if everyone could learn them. Although the village would earn money, what benefits would he personally gain? Surely one can't expect to generate power out of love. What Akihiro said is also considered by the village. Zensis waved his hand, and an Umbu ninja presented a document. First, regarding ninjutsu, C-rank ninjutsu is not of high strength. So Konoha's ninja books do not include it. The various ninjutsu sold in the village now are collections from the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans. Zensis raised a finger. Apart from popular ninjutsu, anyone who provides new ninjutsu will receive 30 of the total revenue once it is sold in the village. The so-called popular ninjutsu refers to certain techniques widely circulated in Konoha, for which it is almost impossible to find the inventor or holder. For example, the Great Fireball technique. Even though the Uchiha clan has long claimed it as their invention, no one in Konoha pays them any mind. The Great Fireball technique has been passed down for at least 1,000 years in the ninja world. If you claim your ancestor invented it, then show us the evidence. The income from such ninjutsu naturally all goes to the village. To be honest, this kind of common goods is like the 5 tigers breaking the door blade or the great ancestor long fist in martial arts novels. It is too easy to learn, and there is no need to buy it in the village. Therefore, such ninjutsu can only serve as the village's foundational collection. You may not value it, but you must have it. If anyone wants to contribute their unique ninjutsu, the village welcomes it with open arms. Even if you don't want your invented techniques to become widespread, you can first register them with the village. And the village will issue patents for a period of 100 years. Zensis smiled and looked at the crowd below. He formed a hand seal with both hands and then opened his mouth to release a circle of flames. These flames did not spread out in a fan shape or a sphere like popular techniques. Instead, they formed individual cubes. This ninjutsu can be understood as a variant of the Great Fireball technique. The Great Fireball technique is spherical, while this ninjutsu is cubic, and such variations can be recognized as new ninjutsu. Zensis casually used an example, and with his mastery of fire release, achieving this was easy. All ninjutsu can be registered with the village on a first-come, first-served basis. Aside from those already recognized by the village as popular ninjutsu, as long as you register a new ninjutsu, you will be the patent holder of that ninjutsu, and for the next 100 years, you and your descendants will forever receive 30 of the revenue from it in the village. Zensis aims to entice everyone to submit their ninjutsu. Without exchange, how can there be progress? Even if he were to develop something in isolation, he might not surpass the inspiration of a particular ninja's sudden insight. Moreover, if this ninjutsu is your unique skill, we will also prioritize you when hiring teachers, as others won't be able to teach it. Upon hearing this, the ninjas below burst into laughter. As a teacher, you can also earn an income, which is a win-win situation and a rare opportunity. Anyone interested can go down to learn more about it. This policy is great. Akihiro thought indifferently. After years of stagnation in his illusion techniques, he had also invented many variants of illusions in his spare time, hoping to break through the limitations. But unfortunately, without a natural bloodline, he seemed to have reached the end of the road in illusions. However, if he were to submit his inventions to Konoha, at least a dozen ninjutsu could be patented. And with the position of a teaching teacher, Akihiro could already imagine himself becoming immensely wealthy. Many ninjas shared a similar situation as Jonin. Besides many common ninjas being low-tier performers, those with some talent had long reached the bottleneck of their bodies due to physical conditions. Insufficient chakra limited 90 of ninjas from learning B rank and A rank ninjutsu. After all, chakra is finite. What is the use of learning so many high difficulty techniques? After one battle, how many can you use? It's better to focus on one or two and at least master them. Mastery is also a good way to reduce chakra waste. Since these ninjas cannot break through in quantity, they will inevitably seek a miraculous breakthrough in techniques. Who hasn't fantasized about a sudden inspiration leading to the creation of earth-shattering ninjutsu, thereby breaking through to shadow-level strength? Of course, the vast majority of ninjutsu researched by Jonin can only be described as slightly innovative, ultimately becoming a burden in their hands. But just because these ninjutsu are not suitable for them doesn't mean they aren't suitable for others. With tens of thousands of Chunin and Jinin in Konoha, there will surely be ninjas that resonate with these techniques, right? Many ninjas suddenly realized this point. So, the numerous useless ninjutsu they invented can still be used this way? That little bit of money is already beckoning to them. If they don't earn it, wouldn't that be foolish? The Hokage is indeed wise. Long live the Hokage. I support the Hokage, and tomorrow I will hand over my unique ninjutsu to the village. Since everyone can benefit, the ninjutsu tutoring class, as a communication platform, can operate, where Chunin and Jinin will learn new knowledge, and the wealthy Jonin can also learn from their peers to further improve themselves. Konoha not only makes money, but also enhances the foundational strength of the village's ninjas on a larger scale. The thought of C-rank ninjutsu being popularized in the village makes it so that no one will question the sale of ninjutsu to outside ninjas anymore. After all, with nearly 60,000 ninjas, it's unrealistic to apply sealing techniques to every one of them, and this number of ninjas cannot be verified for every spy. Since it will eventually leak out, wouldn't it be better to make some profit from it? Everyone should remember, it's first come, first served tomorrow. If there are 3 to 5 people in the village who can perform a certain ninjutsu, and we cannot determine who the original inventor is, we can only use time as the criterion. Even with the power in hand, Shinno does not hesitate to stimulate everyone. Chapter 257. Subsequent impact after the Jonin meeting. Some people, supporters of Shinno, directly submitted their ninjutsu for patenting, preparing to earn passive income in the future. Meanwhile, some chose to wait and see, fearing that exposing their ninjutsu might not yield any profit, which would be counterproductive. How about my technique? A ninja cautiously asked beside a series of special buildings. Just moments ago, after waiting in line all day, it was finally his turn to perform. With a series of complex hand seals, he pushed both hands forward and shouted, "Wind release, sandstorm." A vortex formed in front of him, slowly spinning, then suddenly expanding, ultimately creating a sandstorm nearly a kilometer in diameter. Although it had no attacking power, the wind filled with chakra picked up the dust from the ground, completely sealing off the area, functioning similarly to the hidden mist technique while being somewhat akin to the fire release, ash pile burning technique in operation. Wind release. Sandstorm combines wind with earth, while fire release, ash pile burning combines fire with combustible materials. Uzumaki couldn't help but clap his hands, his face filled with curiosity. Not bad. Combining wind release with earth creates a great illusion technique with significant potential. It's no problem to classify your windstorm as a C-rank ninjutsu, right? No problem, no problem. C-rank is already great. He happily accepted the patent certificate issued by Uzumaki and hurriedly prepared to leave, as if afraid of something. Young man, if you can further modify your technique, first infuse chakra into the dust, then use wind release to blow it up, the effect would be much better. At that point, a combination B-rank ninjutsu would be inevitable. Uzumaki also developed an appreciation for talent. Ordinary dust can obscure vision, but it doesn't work well against certain detection ninjutsu. If the sand blown up by wind release is infused with chakra, even the Byakugan might not be able to see through it. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. The ninja's eyes lit up, and he nodded silently. With a shadow-level powerhouse pointing the way, this trip was worth it. Dad damn it. My cousin handed over our family's ninjutsu, Windstorm, to the village. At that moment, in a dilapidated small house, a ninja under 20 rushed in, his face dark and shouting as he ran. What? A scar-faced ninja slammed his hand on the table. This ninjutsu is the lifeblood of our family. How dare he? Suddenly, the scar-faced ninja turned to stare at his son. How do you know? Seeing his son stammer, he realized that not only was his nephew eyeing this money, but his own son had ideas too. But what belongs to the son is the father's. The nephew is an outsider. Having figured it out, he grabbed a knife from the wall and was about to rush out to confront his nephew. A C-rank ninjutsu patent can feed several generations. How could his cousin want to monopolize it? The two rushed out of the house, and after a few steps, they saw the nephew buying supplies in bulk. The scar-faced ninja's anger flared, but he didn't dare to draw his blade directly in the village. He stepped forward, grabbed his nephew by the collar, and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Windstorm is our ninja's reliance in battle. Handing it over so easily, what advantage do we have in the future?" Caught red-handed by his uncle, the nephew's face turned red, but since he dared to hide this from the family, he had already thought of a countermeasure. What do I have to fear? This ninjutsu was researched by my dad back in the day, so of course it's mine. I can do whatever I want. The scar-faced ninja's face turned red, and with a shove, he pushed his nephew down to the ground. This is the result of research I did with your father back in the day. I can just be yours. Since the face was already torn and seeing more people gathering around, the nephew decided to go all in. Ha ha. You think I don't know? Back then, my dad taught this technique to you, then unfortunately died on the battlefield. I've been a chunin for so many years. And you didn't want to teach me this ninjutsu. Did you just want to keep it for yourself? The scar-faced ninja was caught off guard by his nephew's accusation and stammered. The crowd gathering around were neighbors, and they had heard about the disputes between the two families. It was originally a muddled account, with the parties involved already deceased. Who could clarify it? You little brat, you've gone too far. Selling out your family's heritage without a care. Today, you will hand it over, whether you want to or not. This is my father's ninjutsu. As a family elder, the scar-faced ninja finally tore off the mask of pretense in front of Idris. Surrounded by people, he drew his long knife. I called you uncle today because I respect you. Want to make a move? The nephew grinned confidently, since he dared to sell it. He wasn't afraid of the other side. As the uncle and nephew faced off in the street, more and more people gathered around. Although the nephew was young, he had already been promoted to jonin last year, while the uncle, though still strong, was just a chunin, and in a fight, he didn't have much of a chance. Just as tensions heightened, the Uchiha patrol team finally rushed over. What's going on? What is going on? Are you all dead in the village? Drawing blades against each other? The Uchiha patrol ninja looked at the two, both with red eyes, and without caring who was right or wrong. They directly dealt with both sides. It's a good thing no one drew their weapons. Otherwise, you both would have to visit the guards. He scanned the surrounding neighbors, then loudly said, "If you have complaints, go find Lord Uzumaki Mingtang. Don't come here shouting and dancing. If we catch you again, you'll spend 10 days to half a month in jail, and I'll give you a surname." The Uchiha clans might instantly extinguish everyone's anger. He wasn't looking for trouble for Uzumaki Mingtang. This kind of thing had long been planned, just executing the plan. All right, I don't believe it. Is there really no reason in Konoha village? The scar-faced uncle was completely held back by the crowd. Everyone was enjoying the show and urged him to find an explanation. For the sake of face, he stubbornly insisted. The scar-faced ninja strode toward Uzumaki Mingtang, followed by a large crowd. Damn it, I'm just a chunin. How dare I question an elder of the Uzumaki clan? Realizing this, he felt a tremor in his heart, but the law does not punish the masses. Since it concerned the family's interests for over 100 years, he had to seek an explanation today. Before long, everyone had arrived at the ninjutsu registration office. A well-meaning person had already reported the situation to Uzumaki Mingtang, so he had intentionally cleared out an area. Lord Mingtang, my nephew privately submitted our family's ninjutsu to the village. As the clan leader, I should be the holder of the ninjutsu patent. Uzumaki Mingtang shook his head non-committally. Your family's ninjutsu is currently a case of you say your side is right, and she says her side is right. You claim you invented it, while your nephew says it was invented by his father. According to village records, both of you have used this technique many years ago. And since his father has already passed away, we cannot determine who came first. According to the policies of Konoha, it's first come, first served, so stop lingering. Vortex Mingtang completely exuded the aura of a shadow-level powerhouse, causing the scar-faced man opposite to be speechless. Konoha's policy requires everyone to submit their ninjutsu, but there are always those who cherish their own techniques. Naturally, the village will lean towards its own people, towards those who implement the village's policies. And what Vortex Mingtang said wasn't just for the scar-faced man. Rather, it was directed at every ninja present. The founders of small clan ninjutsu can't really explain it. Just because you're unwilling to submit, it doesn't mean others are unwilling. With such a large sum of money at stake, first come, first served, I don't believe that everyone will remain unmoved. Chapter 258. Time flies with the scar-faced uncle and nephew as examples. The poor and oppressed within the small ninja clans seem to see new hope. Many quietly approached Vortex Mingtang, hoping to sell their techniques for a good price. Regardless of how each clan internally allocates their resources, at least after this wave, Konoha's collection of ninjutsu sped up significantly, and those ninjas who were still hesitant had no choice but to follow in others' footsteps. The financial ninjutsu reform within Konoha was still ongoing, and unbeknownst to them, the war with the Cloud Village had entered climax. In the Third Shinobi World War, all villages finally acted without restraint. Konoha aimed to crush the Cloud Village, while the Rock and Mist villages were not fools either. If the Cloud fell, wouldn't they be next? Thus, the remaining two villages no longer concealed their intentions. The Rock Village even had Inoki appear on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, all to restrain more Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, the Mist Village threw everything they had into the fight, showing a willingness to sacrifice for the Cloud Village. The coastline of the Land of Fire was very long, and the Mist Village did not dare to engage Konoha in a decisive battle, so they acted like pirates, sending small teams of no more than a dozen to harass the Land of Fire. Even with all their might assisting the Cloud Village, the Rock Village had its limits. It was impossible for Inoki to sacrifice thousands of lives just to restrain Konoha. The Mist Village, however, continued to use small-scale harassment tactics. While this strategy greatly troubled Konoha and significantly restrained their forces, the small number of attackers meant that if Konoha caught them, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Sending only a few dozen people at a time across the sea could only result in ambushes. With such a disparity in numbers, capture meant death. Shinno Jutsu looked at the battle reports before him, fully understanding the Mist Village's actions. It seems this village is completely under the control of Kurizetsu. At this point, the war had been ongoing for several years, starting from the 43rd year of Konoha, and now it was already the 49th year. All villages were beginning to grow weary, while Konoha still had some strength left. It was time. Minato. Recently, the Cloud Village has obviously been nearing its limit. The Rock Village has significantly increased its forces at the Kaminari Bridge to restrain us. I now appoint you as the commander of the Land of Grass Front, and we must destroy that bridge and completely end the war with the Rock. Shinno Jutsu instructed in a calm tone, a command that seemed entirely normal to everyone in the village. Over the past few years, Namake's Minato had made remarkable contributions, especially when facing the defense-oriented Rock Village. His Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the powerful Rasengan and Wind Release, had made him a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, where he could kill anyone who stood in his way. Having him serve as the commander of the Land of Grass Front not only demonstrated Shinno Jutsu's trust in the third Hokage's faction of ninjas, but also represented the growth of Konoha's new generation. Yes, Lord Hokage. Namake's Minato knelt on one knee, solemnly accepting the task. Despite the heavy responsibility, Minato was full of confidence. Konoha had an absolute advantage against any ninja village, and now the focus was on the Cloud Village, so the Rock Village would mainly defend. He was confident he could manage. After arranging the front lines of the Land of Grass and determining Uchiha Obito's fate, Shinno Jutsu immediately headed towards the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. It is said that war is the catalyst for all technological advancement, and in the ninja world, is also a well-known truth. Since Konoha began to relax restrictions on C-rank ninjutsu a few years ago, the strength of Konoha and its allied ninjas had significantly improved. Moreover, it had broken the ninjas' monopoly on low-level ninjutsu to a certain extent, allowing various innovative ideas to spark in ninjutsu tutoring classes and within the village. With the popularization of low-level ninjutsu, many new ideas emerged from ninjas, and the number of new ninjutsu developed by Konoha ninjas over the past few years exceeded that of the previous 40 years combined. Watching Konoha and its allies develop vigorously, the other ninja villages could only follow suit, pushed forward by Konoha. The Cloud Village began to popularize various lightning techniques, while the Rock Village was not to be outdone, directly establishing a Chunin training class where anyone willing to pay could learn. The Mist Village, being overseas, was unable to gather concrete intelligence on Konoha, but it was likely not far off. However, regardless of the same policies, Konoha had more resources and controlled the entire country, allowing for a much more efficient utilization compared to the other ninja villages. Therefore, after years of development, the number of ninjas in Konoha and its allies had started to surpass that of the other ninja villages. With the balance tipping, the final decisive moment had finally arrived. Over the years, the Cloud Village had been driven to desperation. At the front line in the Land of Lightning, Shinno sat at the head of the tent, smiling. Orochimaru propped his chin, seemingly deep in thought. What is the plan? Are we preparing to take them out for good? Indeed, after so many years of war, it's time to end this. Shinno replied. After such a long fight, the Cloud Village probably has less than 10,000 left, right? Orochimaru chuckled. The Cloud Village's economy has long been shattered by us. At the beginning of the war, they had nearly 20,000 ninjas. Now, even if you count all the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, having 8,000 would be a lot. This was also the confidence behind Shinno's desire to eliminate the Cloud Village at once. Without years of relentless weakening of the Cloud Village's numbers, even if they breached the Cloud Village, it would not solve the problem. If nearly 20,000 ninjas were scattered across the entire Land of Lightning, Konoha would be plunged into a war of attrition with the people. Fortunately, after years of relentless effort, the number of Cloud ninjas had reached a critical point. If Shinno led Konoha's shadow-level experts to launch a wave of attacks, it was likely that half of the enemy would perish. By then, the Cloud Village would not be much stronger than the Sand Village of the past. In terms of absolute strength, Konoha had nothing to worry about, so the atmosphere of this meeting was quite relaxed. Will the Hokage personally take action? Jiraiya asked solemnly. A lion must exert all its strength to catch a rabbit. I can't do it alone. Shinno laughed heartily. With me, you 3 ninjas, the Shadow Guard, and Kushina, 7 top experts plus the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, I don't believe we can't flatten the Cloud Village. Looks like I can consider drafting a surrender treaty. Orochimaru joked for once before thinking for a moment and suggesting we could invite our allies to come and observe, which would also prepare for the future. Indeed, Senior Orochimaru has a long-term vision. First, let's intimidate our allies. Perhaps resolving the Cloud Village issue would also be the right time to address historical grievances. Chapter 259. The insect poison technique sweeps through the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village is located in the central area of the Land of Lightning, guarding a strategic point. The Land of Lightning is a plateau region, and the Cloud Village is built amidst a range of mountains. On the towering rock platforms, one building after another is constructed, with the outermost rock platform connected by city walls, forming the outer defenses of the Cloud Village. At this moment, Shinno, along with the Shadow Guard, the 3 ninjas, and Kushina, had quietly arrived 5 kilometers outside the Cloud Village. This distance was merely a charge for elite ninjas, but there were no patrolling ninjas around. Such close proximity and lax security measures were enough to prove how tight the Cloud Village's manpower was, indeed reaching a point of desperation. Jihei, how is the preparation for the insect poison technique? Shinnosuke appeared somewhat relaxed, taking the time to appreciate the scenery that was completely different from that of the Land of Fire. Oil Woman Hei frowned slightly. Give me 2 more hours, and when it's time to make a move, I won't be able to stop this train. The goo poison technique is the Oil Woman clan's top strategic means. In terms of lethality, even the tailed beast ball cannot compare. This technique is essentially a biological virus. The tailed beast ball can only explode once, while the goo poison technique spreads 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Once it penetrates Cloud Ninja Village, there will hardly be any survivors left. This move truly goes against the heavens. Even the Oil Woman clan has rarely used it in thousands of years, but every time they do, it represents the annihilation of a small nation. Shinnosuke nodded nonchalantly. Don't worry, this time it's my Konoha's battle to establish our prestige in the ninja world. How can we intimidate the ninja world without a river of blood? After years of expansion, the number of Konoha ninjas had increased to the point where they had enough manpower to control the entire ninja world. If they could annihilate Cloud Ninja this time, it would completely break the balance in the ninja world. Since they were going to make a move, they naturally couldn't drag their feet. First, They would strike like lightning to break one, and the remaining two would be completely geographically isolated, making it easy to concoct chaos afterward. With so many elite guards, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. There had been 1 or 2 small teams passing through, but they were easily dealt with by Shinnosuke and his group. It's done, I'm about to start. Oil woman Shurhei was now incredibly excited. After all, the riches of not returning home are like wearing fine clothes at night. He had finally mastered the top-tier ninjutsu lost by the clan for over 100 years. If he didn't use it now, it would be a shame. As bursts of purple light flickered, the outer layer of the seal in the massive pit ahead was completely lifted, and below were the corpses that Shinnosuke had transported using the sealing scrolls of the Uzumaki clan: pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. He wasn't insane, after all. Konoha was a ninja village oriented towards order and justice, with its own simple values. They could not possibly use living people as sacrifices to perform a ninjutsu. Invisible purple worms floated out of the pit, gathering into a torrent, guided by oil woman Shurhei's chakra, heading toward Cloud Ninja Village. What is that? Why are there purple clouds? The Cloud Ninja guards asked in confusion. Cloud Ninja Village had thunderstorms year-round, so they were relatively knowledgeable about fog, and some subconsciously thought it was a rare phenomenon. Suddenly, someone seemed to discover something and exclaimed in horror. That's not a cloud, it's worms. Clouds float unconsciously, but this purple mass was clearly heading straight for Cloud Ninja Village. They knew they were in a hostile relationship with Konoha, and after a moment's thought, they realized this was the Oil Woman clan's technique. Quick, quick, quick! Wind release, fire release, hurry up! Cloud Ninja Village, after all, was a large ninja village, and they had at least 80 plans to deal with various attacks. Moreover, it was wartime, and everyone was on high alert, so there was no comedic situation of allowing the goo poison technique to directly rush in. The Cloud Ninja did not know that this swarm of insects was different from before. They instinctively thought they could use wind release to control fire release to eliminate the worms. If this were a swarm from 1 or 2 oil woman jonin, they might have guessed correctly. Fire is a natural enemy of insects, and given their size, no matter how well they were cultivated, they could not surpass their limits. But unfortunately, the goo poison technique was not that simple. An S-class ultimate technique could not be easily eliminated by mere fire release. Wind release and fire release surged into the sky, and strange objects kept falling from the purple clouds above. Many worms clumped together and crashed onto the ninjas. But the ninjas on the ground did not care. At this moment, they only wanted to stop this massive swarm of insects. Within a minute or two, they realized something was wrong. The ninjas hit by the falling worms quickly became infected, their bodies rapidly turning deep purple. Amidst the terrified screams, one ninja after another began to fall, and the Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, who had already been alerted, arrived at the front lines. Wind release, great wind blow. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki took a deep breath, unleashing the tailed beast chakra forward, the gale like a natural disaster, scattering almost all of the purple swarm. Damn it! How many ninjas from the Oil Woman clan have come? The 4th Raikage was eager to strike, judging by the earlier numbers. He privately concluded that at least 50 insect-controlling users were ambushed around the village. Don't be reckless, Lord. Sukadai hurriedly stepped forward to hold back the Raikage. Perhaps it was a diversion, or perhaps there were ambushes. It was better to let the Umbu sweep through first. The Raikage and the 8 Tails were the last stronghold of Cloud Ninja Village. With the battlefield under constant pressure, they couldn't afford to take risks. After all, this situation was too bizarre. Konoha couldn't possibly think that sending a few insect-controlling users could wipe out Cloud Ninja, right? Just as a few were pulling back. The bodies of the ninjas infected by the goo poison technique suddenly exploded, and everyone realized that the recently fallen ninjas had completely become nourishment for the swarm. Those ninjas had just been at the gate, and now the insect swarm gathered again, surging into the village like a gust of wind. With the protection of rock platforms and buildings, the wind release could no longer disperse these invisible little creatures. Following that, 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and the village echoed with cries of horror. The terrifying ability of infection and replication goes without saying. At the worst point of XG, the average was only 1 transmitting to 3, while the goo poison technique reached 1 transmitting to 10, 1 transmitting to 100. If it weren't for the limited lifespan of these little creatures, which could only survive for a day or two, then what would have been annihilated was not Cloud Ninja Village, but the entire ninja world. Just moments ago, there had only been a small number of worms, but now, As the number of infected increased, the entire Cloud Ninja seemed to be covered in purple. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The fourth Raikage's tiger eyes filled with tears. He was a battle maniac, but the current situation was completely beyond his comprehension, and he had no solution. Well, my lord, these worms have limited speed. Abandoning the village now might save some sparks. Tsukadai, with his vast experience, noticed that many Jonin had taken to the skies, shaking off part of the swarm. With various signal flares flashing, the Cloud Ninja, like lost dogs, rushed out of the village. Chapter 260. Encirclement. Looking at the village covered in purple worm clouds, all the Cloud Ninja who escaped had red eyes, and many more emotional ninjas were shedding tears. Let's go. The fourth Raikage decisively suppressed his anger, waved his hand, and prepared to lead all the ninjas in retreat. Looking back, they knew their hometown had become a desolate land, and those family members who hadn't escaped were likely to be dead. Led by the Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the remaining Cloud Ninja dragged a long line, helping each other, looking back every 3 steps, preparing to head to the camp where they faced Konoha. There were still 2,000 ninjas there, and only by regrouping could they preserve the last strength of Cloud Ninja to prevent being picked off one by one. Fellow Cloud Ninja, where are you going without returning home? At the end of the line, 5 figures slowly emerged, blocking the way of the crowd. The fourth Raikage took a closer look. Wasn't that the Hokage? He instantly erupted with rage, and his body unconsciously activated lightning chakra, with electric arcs crackling all around him. Needless to say, today's village destruction was definitely the handiwork of Konoha, coupled with the fact that his father had also died at the hands of the enemy. The national and family grievances converged into one. Who could possibly endure? The fourth Raikage charged out like a cannonball, and even Killer Bee, as a tailed beast Jinchuriki, could not stop him. 2 books penetration. Over the years, due to immense pressure, the fourth Raikage had mastered the strongest body technique of his father. However, no matter how fast he was or how powerful his attacks were, if he couldn't hit anyone, it would all be in vain. Shinnosuke and his Shadow Guard team had long since dispersed, and the approaching fourth Raikage was more of a joke in the face of the Flying Thunder God technique. Dust flew up as a large pit, over 10 meters wide, was smashed into the ground, but unfortunately, it was all for nothing. What? The fourth Hokage, the strongest ninja in the world, doesn't he dare to fight me head-on? Not far from the pit, the figure of Shinno slowly appeared. Hearing the fourth Raikage's provocation, he laughed heartily and said, "A dog with its tail between its legs cannot be compared to me." Just as Shinno finished speaking, the fourth Raikage suddenly erupted with power, instantly changing targets under the influence of lightning release chakra mode, charging towards Oil Woman Shurhei. Even though Shurhei had already become a shadow-level ninja at this point, he couldn't react in time to the shameless surprise attack from the fourth Raikage. His entire chest was pierced, and the Raikage's 2 fingers, along with his entire arm, broke through Shurhei's heart, blood splattering everywhere. Slowly withdrawing his arm, countless purple nano-poison insects attempted to retaliate. But the bugs that struck fear into ordinary ninjas couldn't break through the arcs of electricity surrounding the Raikage. The first, after a brief exchange with the fourth Hokage, the Raikage realized he couldn't handle his opponent at all, so he targeted the Hokage's bodyguard team. However, the 3 members of the bodyguard team, known for their vitality, belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and he truly didn't dare to attack Uzumaki T. If captured by the opponent, the legendary Uzumaki clan's soul-binding technique would be a serious threat. With his specialization in lightning release, he really had no good countermeasures. Another person, judging by their attire, was clearly a strong member of the Hyuga clan. The renowned Hinata Hayashi, famous for his taijutsu and defense in the ninja world, which wouldn't be easy to take down in a short time. As for Oil Woman Shurhei, being a former teammate of the fourth Hokage, the ninja world had conducted extensive research on him, and the Oil Woman clan was not known for taijutsu, making him a complete counter to the Raikage. The purple swarm of insects in the village was surely the work of this guy. His eyes turned red with anger, and he shouted at Shinno, since he guessed it. Why bother asking more? Shinno showed no sadness over the death of his teammate. Instead, he nonchalantly reminded, does the Raikage really think he killed him? The Raikage was taken aback and turned to look at the corpse beneath him, feeling the broken heart in his hand. The Hokage, a person of great renown. What does he mean by trying to deceive me? He admitted that he was not a match for Shinno, but the opponent shouldn't insult him like this. As the shadow of a combat ninja village, he had killed countless ninjas. How could he not distinguish between real death and fake death? Unexpectedly, just as his words fell, countless insects began to twist together about 10 meters away from Oil Woman Shurhei, and within a few seconds, a living oil woman Shurhei, reappeared before everyone. How is this possible? The fourth Reikage was stunned, unable to believe the scene before him. Oil woman Shurhei said gloomily, I slaughtered your cloud village. Killing me once means we're even. The Reikage was furious. Is your life that precious? As he spoke, he erupted again, instantly charging towards oil woman Shurhei. But unfortunately, this time the others were prepared. The two blades pierced into oil woman Shurhei's heart again, instantly turning into a mass of insects. Insect clone? Truly worthy of the Reikage. He really is well informed. Seeing that oil woman Shurhei and the Reikage had delayed some time, Shinno thought the other three must be ready by now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, three loud booms suddenly echoed from the sky. The remaining soldiers of the Cloud Ninja looked up to see three gigantic creatures surrounding them. Damn, what do we do? It's over all over. Is the foundation of the Cloud Ninja really going to be buried here? The summoning technique of the three ninjas was also quite famous in the ninja world, and their simultaneous attack brought an overwhelming sense of pressure comparable to tailed beasts. Jiraiya, it seems your Konoha is making a big move this time. Fukasaku, holding a pipe, asked solemnly. Boss, we're counting on you this time. I want 100 sacrifices. Manda hissed with snake-like eyes. All of this is here. Orochimaru pointed at the massive remnants before him. Lady Tsunade, I will protect you. Still, the slug was reassuring, but its acidic liquid could not be underestimated. Killer Bee inwardly confessed to the Eight Tails. It seems there's no way out this time. We can only fight side by side. When you revive next time, please remember me. I will give you all my power. Please bloom once more. The Eight Tails Gyuki liked Killer Bee, but in this world, things seldom go as planned, and it seemed he would have to prepare for rebirth once again after today. With a thunderous roar, the massive Eight Tails appeared in the center of the battlefield, and Killer Bee understood that this was a life-or-death situation, but no matter what, he had to carve out a path for survival and preserve a few sparks for the village. Orochimaru, you're not planning to let us three deal with the Eight Tails, are you? Manda had already begun to have second thoughts. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be the Eight Tails match. Just as Manda finished speaking, a delicate voice rang out. ISNT that Gyuki? Your opponent is me. Fiery red chakra soared into the sky, and the tailed beast cloak was already draped over Kushina. Chapter 261, Annihilation, Escape. Deep within Kushina's heart, the Nine Tails grinned widely. That Gyuki fellow must have given all his power to the Jinchuriki. As the first Sundara-tailed beast, he could now mock the Eight Tails without restraint, who, after being sealed by humans, could still delude himself into thinking he had become friends with them, making him a laughingstock in the tailed beast world. Kushina asked in confusion, Can I also use all your power? The Nine Tails paused at her words, and then reluctantly grunted, I was forced. Not to mention the Nine Tails' Sundara nature, Kushina's talent for tailed beast power was not inferior to Killer Bee's on the opposite side, and her own conditions were even better than his. Not only was she wrapped in a layer of tailed beast cloak, but 8 golden chains resembling giant whips, each about hundreds of meters long, were also at her disposal. One whip strike could easily overwhelm even the Eight Tails. Damn it, that Nine Tails guy is sealed within the Uzumaki clan. The Eight Tails roared deep in Killer Bee's heart. It seems I can't use tailed beast bomb anymore. This time, I'm really done for. Every time he wanted to gather a tailed beast bomb, the golden chains would whip over, dispersing the tailed beast bomb and taking away some of his chakra with each strike. At this moment, the Eight Tails was already restrained by Kushina. The fourth Reikage was still entangled with Oil Woman Shurhei, and the three ninjas, along with their 3 great summoning beasts, had already charged into the remnants of the Cloud Ninja forces. Shadow-level ninjas were in a realm of their own in such a low-level situation, and moreover, the 3 ninjas were each more bizarre than the last. Orochimaru's snakeskin shedding technique maximized his survival chances. Jiraiya, needless to say, had already begun to gather sage mode above Fukasaku's head, while Tsunade, the strongest medic in the ninja world, combined with her een-sealing, monstrous strength, and penchant for taijutsu clashes with the Cloud Ninjas, turned the battle into a one-sided slaughter. Sage Art, Fire Release, Gomen. Frog Oil and Sage Art Fire Release combined into one, creating a massive wave that swept across the entire battlefield, and with Wind Release to assist, it almost engulfed all the Cloud Ninjas. In the distance, the fourth Reikage watched this scene unfold, shedding 2 lines of blood tears. Was today really the end for the Cloud Ninja? The power gap between the 2 sides was simply too great. The only 2 capable ninjas had already been firmly restrained and were at a disadvantage. leaving the remaining ninjas unable to escape at all. In a moment of distraction, Shinno's flying Thunder God technique, combined with a Rasengan, struck firmly at the fourth Raikage's lower back. He felt a spinning sensation before being violently slammed to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The fourth Raikage struggled to rise. If it weren't for the incredible defense of the lightning release chakra mode, that blow would have cost him his life. It was also a rare opportunity, so Shinnosuke didn't have time to use his Zainjutsu. In any case, taking a direct hit from an A-level ninjutsu, no matter how strong his defense was, wouldn't feel good, right? At this moment, the fourth Raikage had already given up on any thoughts of resistance. After all, being surrounded and attacked by the four great shadows, was it reasonable to think of counterattacking? He was now dodging left and right, just trying to see if he could escape. At the same time, he was determined in his heart. If the Cloud Ninja were really to be annihilated this time, he would spend his life searching for solitary ninjas from Konoha in the ninja world, making them experience this taste of defeat. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just when Shinnosuke was playing cat and mouse, the battle of the three legendary ninjas in the distance was approaching its end. Among these jounin, there were no ninjas who could pose a threat to the three legendary ninjas. As the strongest combination in the ninja world, their effectiveness was definitely 1-1-1-3. Jiraiya's attack power, Orochimaru's control, and Tsunade's logistical support. In a 3-in-1 situation, no one in the ninja world could underestimate. Moreover, these jounin, although considered elites in their respective villages, were simply unable to bridge the enormous gap they faced. The ground was strewn with bodies, and it had to be said that the Cloud Ninja were indeed difficult to deal with. Even when nearly wiped out, no one stood up to surrender. Not far away, Killer Bee was sitting on the ground, panting heavily, while the Ox Demon had long been pulled back by Kushina's adamantine sealing technique. The two exchanged a glance and could only smile bitterly in silence. But the fourth Raikage suddenly caught something in his younger brother's gaze. At this moment, he was also in a bad situation. During the battle earlier, he had accidentally let his lightning chakra mode's defense be broken, and nano-poison insects were covering half of his arm. If he hadn't decisively torn off his left arm, he might have already become a corpse. You Konoha have so many experts. Why is the war still dragging on for so long? The fourth Raikage was panting. He had to buy time for his brother, so he asked a question he had always wanted to ask. With the strength of these few people, plus the number of Konoha ninjas, if Konoha had gone all out from the very beginning for the greater good, perhaps they would have surrendered long ago. Because we don't need surrenderers. One Sand Ninja village is enough. Shinnosuke stood in front of everyone and explained leisurely, the Cloud Ninja are not like the Sand Ninja. There are many tough bones. Konoha doesn't need to unify the ninja world with everyone. Isn't it better to boil a frog in warm water? What Shinnosuke wanted was not some nominal ruler of the ninja world. What he wanted was true unification. Not everyone could be integrated into his team. He had to ensure an overwhelming advantage for the main ninjas. Konoha has so few ninjas. If they really taken all kinds of people, then adding the Cloud Ninja, Rock Ninja, and Mist Ninja would at least drop Konoha's numerical advantage below 50. I worked hard to unify the ninja world, only to have all sorts of lowlifes enjoying the benefits and competing for power with me. Wouldn't that mean my unification was in vain? Shinnosuke, like a villain, had an astonishing desire to express himself when the overall situation was already settled. This was not something a mature ninja should do. See you in the next life. Big brother. Killer Bee's body suddenly emitted a violent light. It turned out that the Ox Demon within him was making a final resistance. Knowing his Jinchuriki's intention, the Ox Demon decided to give him one last push. With the ceiling fully lifted, the Eight Tails condensed the tailed beast ball into a miniature form within Killer Bee's body, making it undetectable and uninterruptible by outsiders. Of course, the price was that it could only be done once and would cost its own life. 3 years later, I will be a good man again. The Ox Demon began to dissipate in the strong light, and the violent explosion quickly spread. 4 Red Yang formation. At the most critical moment, Shinnosuke, Uzumaki Fumiko, Kushina, and Tsunade all acted simultaneously. 4 red, translucent fire walls shot up into the sky, trapping the Eight Tails Jinchuriki tightly within. Although the tailed beast ball had great attack power, it couldn't shake the top barrier technique of the Uzumaki clan. This was the top ninjutsu used to suppress the Ten Tails during the Fourth Great Ninja War, just when Shinnosuke and the others couldn't free their hands. The fourth Raikage suddenly exploded and vanished from the spot in an instant. The explosion was still ongoing, so Shinnosuke was held back here, and the other ninjas had a certain speed gap, making it impossible to catch up. But the Raikage would never have thought that at the moment he escaped. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shinnosuke's mouth. Aren't you worried? The fourth Reikage is a shadow-level powerhouse, known for his body techniques. If he really escapes, Konoha ninjas need to be careful when carrying out missions in the future. Orochimaru stepped forward to remind him. Shinnosuke shrugged. Well, it depends on what our good friend thinks. Just as the two were discussing, the fourth Reikage had run quite a distance, but unfortunately, he chose a direction that happened to be the observation post of Konoha's allies. Should we take action? The three shadow-level powerhouses who were just shocked by Konoha's strength were now faced with a dilemma upon seeing the fourth Reikage rushing over. Although they were all allies, creating a few opponents for Konoha was more in line with the interests of the three, even though the fourth Reikage was severely injured. If he really wanted to let him go, it wasn't impossible. Konoha couldn't just hold their allies accountable for not stopping the enemy. But while the two were still hesitating, Yakura had already taken a lead. Scorch release, overheating kill. A crimson fireball floated in the air like a series of shells blasting towards the fourth Reikage. The fleeing Reikage was caught off guard and was knocked down to the ground by the consecutive scorch release attacks. Yakura certainly understood the thoughts of the other two, but unfortunately, they didn't understand Shinnosuke at all. How could they be as well informed as him? This bad skin was definitely not a pedantic person. Evidence? To him, it was something optional. Why would such a strong person need to talk about evidence? The three of them had been invited by Konoha to observe the battle earlier, originally thinking it was just a normal deterrent, but they didn't expect there would be such a test in the end. The fourth Reikage looked at the scene in disbelief. Could it be that his good brother's sacrifice of his life only brought him a glimmer of hope? It turned out to be someone else's trap? The three in front of him were all well-known, strong figures in the ninja world, and more importantly, their relationship with Konoha went without saying. Could it be that the Cloud Ninja could only end up here? Established for less than 50 years, becoming the first ninja village among the 5 great nations to be destroyed. Was this his fate? Since Yakura had already taken action, the other two had no choice but to follow suit, forming a triangular formation to surround the fourth Reikage. In the distance, Shinnosuke watched this scene with satisfaction, not expecting that these three would be quite obedient. Since there was a result, he naturally wouldn't let the achievement of killing the fourth Reikage be left to the three. After Konoha completely dealt with Killer Bee, the 8 shadow-level powerhouses infused chakra into their legs and rushed over without stopping. Their speed slightly slower than that of the fourth Reikage just now. AI, I respect you as a man. Now surrender, and your ninjas on all front can retain some. Why not consider it? Ha. Only the Cloud Ninja, who died, did not surrender. Blue electric currents erupted all over his body. This time he pushed all his chakra. Since he couldn't live, he would take someone down with him if he died. But unfortunately, even a trapped beast struggles. But he couldn't achieve the result deep in his heart. Under the siege of 11 shadow-level powerhouses, he dashed left and right. But the others were not made of clay. And everyone's strength was similar. Did he think he could just fight to the death? The chakra consumption under this siege was much faster than when tens of thousands of rock ninja attacked the Reikage. Perhaps after half an hour, perhaps after an hour, the fourth Reikage finally exhausted all of his chakra and couldn't take anyone with him. He knelt on the ground with his legs, his eyes resolutely staring ahead. But the blood at the corner of his mouth wouldn't stop flowing. A short knife was stabbed into his chest from his back, the tip having already pierced through to the position of his heart. The corpse was taken away. Today, the Hidden Cloud Village has completely vanished from the ninja world. Konoha gathered top-tier personnel and annihilated all Cloud Ninja at the headquarters of the Hidden Cloud Village. This news swept across the entire ninja world like the wind. Just as the structure of the ninja world was about to change again, the remaining Cloud Ninja in the Land of Lightning were also filled with fear. Konoha aimed to take advantage of their weakness. These Cloud Ninja had no capable fighters to show, and under the leadership of Konoha's powerful shinobi, they swept across the entire Land of Lightning with overwhelming strength. Unsurprisingly, all major Cloud Ninja camps had been defeated by Konoha. Even if they wanted to conduct guerrilla warfare, the former high-ranking officials had already been wiped out by Konoha, leaving no corresponding organizational structure, making any plan to ignite the entire Land of Lightning impossible. Seeing Konoha's might, the fortunate survivors either joined the black market to become hopeless bounty hunters or defected to the stone or mist ninja villages, hoping to survive. Perhaps there would be organizations like the Sandstorm seeking to restore their country, but for Konoha, the war with the Cloud Ninja was over from now on. It would just be about maintaining order and combating terrorist organizations. Oh, Minato-kun did well. The Cloud Ninja were dealt with. And good news also came from the Stone Ninja side. Wave Wind Minato descended upon the battlefield in the land of grass like a deity. The stone ninja originally intended to avoid confrontation, gathering over 50 elite Genin to rush into the land of fire, but encountered Wave Wind Minato at the most critical moment. This was his famous battle. In a 1 versus 50 situation, he annihilated the stone ninja Genin Corps. The Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the Rasengan, allowed him to move unpredictably on the battlefield, leaving the stone ninja with no way to respond, watching helplessly as the elites in their village were captured. From that moment on, the stone ninja declared that if they encountered Wave Wind Minato on the battlefield in the future, they could abandon their mission without penalty. But unfortunately, although Wave Wind Minato was renowned in the ninja world, his disciple would forever rest on the battlefield in the land of grass. During the standoff between Wave Wind Minato and the 50 stone Genin, his team encountered elite enemies. Due to Kakashi's recklessness, the three of them were surrounded by the stone ninja. At the critical moment, both Kakashi and Obito unleashed astonishing strength, but unfortunately, Kakashi lost an eye to a stab, and Obito was crushed by a boulder, forever resting there. When reinforcements arrived, Kakashi had already accepted a gift from his friend. One Sharingan is nothing. Leave this to me. Shinno began to take charge. Since Obito and the previous plan were the same, it seemed that the successors ultimately chosen by Kurwa and Uchiha Madara were still him. Who let Shinno cheat? As long as he mastered the Sharingan in Kakashi's hands, Obito was not a concern. Recently, the Mist Village has also been somewhat unstable. You should take your team there. Although Shinno's orders were reasonable, he was clearly colluding with Kurwa. Unfortunately, the parties involved were unaware. Chapter 263, Obito's Darkening at Night. Shinno quietly infiltrated the home of Noera Rin, who was peacefully sleeping in bed, a hint of bitterness lingering at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps due to memories of her fallen teammates? Truly a lucky girl. Since there was an opportunity, Shinno naturally wanted to keep this key character who drives the plot in his hands, at least to ensure she wouldn't die. Standing at the head of the bed, Shinno frantically formed hand seals, casting sealing techniques in Noera Rin's body, creating a closed loop around her heart to ensure that even if she lost her heart, she could survive for a while. Once finished, the sealing marks slowly faded away. Even if Uchiha Madara stood in front of her, he wouldn't be able to discover anything. 4 Wave Wind Minato. Although Obito brought joy during his teaching career, ninjas live and die by fate. Wealth and honor are in the heavens, and everyone will sacrifice, whether you are an Uchiha or from any other noble clan. So, even though it was painful, he adjusted his mood in time and led his incomplete team to the Mist Ninja front for support. The Third Great Ninja War had been going on for several years. The Cloud Ninja were destroyed, the Sand Ninja surrendered, and the entire ninja world trembled under Konoha's tyranny. After Wave Wind Minato's battle, the Stone Ninja, whether elite or ordinary, suffered heavy losses and could no longer launch an attack on Konoha. Konoha was also wary of the two-tailed beasts in the hands of the Stone Ninja. If it came to mutual destruction, quietly lurking around Konoha and launching a few tailed beast bombs would be unbearable for anyone. Therefore, after a mutually wary negotiation, Konoha and the Stone Ninja finally shook hands and made peace. The front lines of both sides returned to their initial state. But since Konoha had taken the entire Land of Lightning, they could attack the Land of Earth from both sides, which was still quite unfavorable for the Stone Ninja. But there was nothing to be done. The situation was stronger than the individual, and no one had a plan. Noki could only hope that his old bones could hold on for a few more years, or that a major change would occur within Konoha. Otherwise, the Fourth Great Ninja War would be the Stone Ninja's downfall. From then on, the entire ninja continent began to calm down. It could be said that the Third Great Ninja War had basically ended, leaving only Konoha and the Mist still entangled. But neither side mobilized their true top experts. Konoha was suppressed by Shinno, while the Mist completely needed Uchiha Madara. Wave Wind Minato shone brightly in the struggle for the islands against the Mist Ninja due to the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique. Each island had limited station ninjas, and Wave Wind Minato, as a top expert who could change the battlefield situation, could use the Flying Thunder God technique to provide support everywhere, almost rendering the Mist Ninja incapable of self-sufficiency. But even the best swimmer can drown. The speedster Wave Wind Minato was late again this time. No, Obito's eyes were fixed on the scene before him, as the heavy rain fell. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Noera Rin's chest, completely penetrating her heart. It's fake, it's all fake. Watching his former teammates fall one after another, Obito's double tomo, Sharingan, underwent a drastic change. If only I could be a little faster. This false world. Only the Infinite Tsukuyomi can make everyone happy. At this moment, half of Obito's body had completely turned to wood, and the frenzied mental changes caused his Sharingan and Zetsu cells to begin to change. Would release. Kuting technique. Sharp wooden spikes directly pierced through the enemies in front of him, and like a madman, Obito charged into the enemy ranks. The kunai and ninja, swords of the opponents, unable to harm him in the slightest. Monster! Is this guy invincible? Kamui, moving between the illusion and reality. Although he was only 15 years old, he resembled a demon emerging from hell, ruthlessly slaughtering all the mist ninja present. Useless. After all the enemies had fallen, he fixed his gaze on the fallen former teammate, gripping the wooden spear tighter and tighter, ultimately unable to bring himself to strike. Let this guy live in guilt for the rest of his life. The space twisted, and Obito had completely vanished from spot. As the ninja world's #1 latecomer, Wave Wind Minato arrived once again after a delay. The bloody battlefield before him made even this top ninja, who had killed countless enemies, feel uncomfortable. But he had no time to care. At a glance, he knew that Noera Rin was basically beyond saving, but holding on to a glimmer of hope. Wave Wind Minato still checked on Noera Rin one more time. Not dead yet? Minato was shocked, suddenly noticing that the area around Noera Rin's chest was starting to emit the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. He instantly understood who was behind this. There were only 2 people in the entire ninja world with this kind of ability: Uzumaki Naruto and UzumakiShinnosuke. Go! Since Lord Hokage was already prepared, Minato Namikaze did not dare to delay. He held Kakashi in one hand and Rin Noera in the other, using the Flying Thunder God technique to flicker continuously, even activating the Sage technique that he was not particularly skilled at. In just a few minutes, this fastest ninja in the world had surpassed his limits and appeared the Hokage building after several flickers. Lord Hokage, is this your doing? Shinsuke looked at Rin Noera, whose chest had been pierced, and without time for explanations, he laid her down on the ground. Seeing Minato Namikaze ready, Shinsuke slowly took out the already prepared Earth Grudge Fear from the sealing scroll. What is this? A treasure of the Uzumaki clan. Ever since Uzumaki Kaf and Uzumaki T used Earth Grudge Fear to advance to shadow level power, this treasure passed down from the Sage of Six Paths had become the lifeline of the Uzumaki clan. After all, as long as they possessed it, the Uzumaki clan could always ensure a steady supply of shadow level strong ninjas, combined with sealing techniques and the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra. It was undeniably a top-tier powerhouse factory in the ninja world. Before Minato could say anything, Shinsuke slowly brought Earth Grudge Fear to Rin Nohara's chest, and the black veins of Earth Grudge Fear crazily connected to various interfaces on her chest, while its built-in heart began to beat slowly and powerfully. As Shinsuke infused chakra, the yang-released chakra combined with medical ninjutsu began to heal all the injuries except for the heart. In no time, a perfect Rin Noera quietly appeared before the two. Shinsuke casually wiped his hands and smiled at Minato Namikaze. All right, I estimate she will wake up in about 3 days. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Minato Namikaze used the shadow clone technique, carefully supporting Rin Noera, and with a flicker of space, disappeared from the spot, presumably taking his good disciple to rest. What exactly is going on? Lord Hokage, I need an explanation. Seat? Shinsuke extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, then calmly said, It's a long story. And it all starts with Uchiha Obito. Chapter 264. Rin Nohara's emotional issues. Uchiha Obito, Kagaya's third son. Kurozetsu, Rinnegan, White Zetsu Army, the controlled Mist Shinobi. Minato Namikaze shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is this really the ninja world I know? Lord Hokage, do you mean that Obito has completely accepted Uchiha Madara's will and wants to carry out that Infinite Tsukuyomi? Shinsuke stood with his hands behind his back. That's right. Everything is part of Uchiha Madara and Kurozetsu's conspiracy, but Uchiha Madara is also a pitiful person, unknowingly becoming someone else's pawn. Then how do we respond? The opposing lineup is no less than ours. Now, the Akatsuki organization has taken root in the Mist Shinobi, and according to intelligence from the roots, the Akatsuki has gathered many rogue ninjas, including Scorpion, Haiden, and others, while the White Zetsu army has a greater number than Konoha. Of course, these are not difficult to resolve. What is difficult is the Rinnegan. Don't worry, does Minato-kun think I haven't made any progress these years? As he spoke, Shinsuke closed his eyes and when he opened them again, he had a pair of spinning Manjiki Sharingan. Lord Hokage, you. Minato Namikaze was taken aback and stood up instantly. Whose Manjiki is this? Is it the stock of the Uchiha clan? Or... Shinsuke smiled. No need to worry. Fujitsu is also aware of my situation. You may not know that the Uzumaki clan, Shinjū clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and Kagaya clan all descend from the same ancestor, Kagaya Tsutsuki. My situation should be a reversion, just a bit too far back. When he first displayed his Manjiki Sharingan in front of Uchiha Fugaku, one can imagine how helpless the Uchiha clan leader felt. It was something unprecedented in thousands of years that even he, a moderate leader, could not solve. However, considering Shinsuke's strength, position, and numerous subordinates, Fugaku chose to trust him from the bottom of his heart and spread this news among the Uchiha upper echelons. Moreover, faced with Shinsuke's Manjiki, Fugaku couldn't help but display his own Manjiki Sharingan. After all, if even the Uzumaki clan can awaken, there is no reason to be wary of the Uchiha clan awakening their Manjiki. Shinsuke is not a rigid person like the third Hokage, and his strength has already reached the level of a Manjiki user, so he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Instead, the Uchiha clan must show their strength. Konoha currently has many powerful ninjas. If the Uchiha continue to be timid like this, they might not even be able to secure their interests in Konoha. In order not to fall to the level of the Hyuga clan, which relies on the number of Genin to maintain the family's reputation, Fugaku displayed the Manjiki Sharingan, completely earning a shadow-level position for the Uchiha clan. Minato Namikaze accepted Shinsuke's reversion setting and joked. Lord Hokage has reverted, and now already possesses would release and Sharingan. Perhaps in the future, he might even awaken Byakugan. I don't have Byakugan yet, but other things aren't impossible. As he spoke, Shinsuke extended his right hand, and a white bone spur slowly emerged from his palm. Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly. The bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan? As expected of Minato Namikaze, truly well-informed. You're joking, Lord Hokage. Minato Namikaze sat back down and said, I've been entangled with a Miss Shinobi for many years, so I understand the major ninja clans quite well. Shinsuke shrugged nonchalantly. His strength had been rapidly growing over the years, but unfortunately, he had already formed a chasm-like gap with ordinary shadow-level power, and there were no opponents in the entire ninja world worth him using his full strength against. Perhaps Nagato, who has grown up, could be one, or the Sage of Six Paths in a spiritual state, or Kagaya Tsutsuki, who is sealed on the moon. His gaze slowly shifted to his system interface. Konoha year 49 age, 24 chakra amount, 2,000 chakra attributes, fire 10,000 chakra attributes, lightning 10,000 chakra attributes, wind 10,000 chakra attributes, earth 10,000 chakra attributes, water 10,000 chakra attributes, yang 10,000 chakra attributes, in 10,000 taijutsu, 10,000 main combat power, sage body top tier, wood release, light secret techniques, flying thunder god, dragon vein sealing, absorbs part of the chakra of the five-tailed beasts, corpse bone path, eternal Manjiki Sharingan. All major attributes have grown to their limits. Further enhancement is possible, but due to diminishing returns, it becomes laborious and unrewarding. What is now lacking is fusion, and he also has his own plans for this. Yin and Yang coalescing, myriad phenomena. The Uchiha Sharingan merges Yin release with Yang release, while Shinsuke is taking the opposite route, wanting to contain Yin release with Yang release. Enough about that. What do you think of Obito's side? Minato Namikaze hesitated. After all, he is my disciple. As his teacher, I have the duty to bring him back to the right path. Shinsuke smiled bitterly. Ninjas from the Uchiha clan who can awaken Manjiki Sharingan are all incredibly stubborn, and his ability is space. We can't catch him even if we want to. And during this time, if he repeatedly attacks Konoha ninjas, what face do we have to forgive him? Minato Namikaze, being part of Konoha's upper echelon, naturally understood that Shinsuke was right. Obito's life is important, but what about the lives of others? If he wantonly kills Konoha ninjas, I will personally end him. Minato Namikaze had this confidence. The most critical aspect of a ninja is intelligence, and Obito's information had already become transparent in Konoha. Coupled with the gap in strength between the two, Obito had no hope of turning the tables. On Kakashi's side, I will replace his Sharingan with a new one and tailor a sealing technique for him, allowing him to seal the Sharingan when not in use, aiming to resolve the chakra issue. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Hokage. He also knows that the Sharingan on Kakashi is crucial for dealing with Obito. How could such a key item be allowed to be held by a child? It must be personally controlled by the Hokage. Enough of that. I have my own plans for the enemy. Let's talk about Rin Noara instead. Shinsuke took a sip of tea, paused, and said, "She is currently sealed with the Three Tails. So her personal issues are also the village's issues. Each Jinchuriki has an extraordinary relationship with the Kage of their village, like the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. While those who did poorly include the 4 Tails, 5 Tails, and 6 Tails, which is why they all defected. Lord Hokage, this isn't good. Minato Namikaze knows the Hokage's solitary affliction. But no matter what, Rin Noara is also his disciple. After many years of relationship, how could he push her into the fire? You misunderstand." Shinsuke waved his hand. "Kakashi's strength is insufficient. He is not yet capable of protecting the Jinchuriki safely. It will take at least 10 years for him to grow, and right now, Rin Noara is in a crisis. We cannot wait for Kakashi to grow slowly. I actually have a good candidate." "Oh." Minato Namikaze became interested. "Please tell me more." Shinsuke pointed his right index finger forward. "Isn't it you, Minato-kun?" "Me?" Minato Namikaze was dumbfounded. Shinsuke chuckled. "Who else could it be? Among the Kage-level powerhouses close in age in Konoha, besides the two of us, the rest are my shadow guard." He continued to explain. "Although they are capable enough and can normally protect the Jinchuriki, our enemies are becoming stronger. Ordinary Kage-level powerhouses still struggle. If there were truly no other choices, it would be one thing, but now we clearly have better candidates. Only the Flying Thunder God technique can protect the Jinchuriki. Are you really not considering it?" Minato Namikaze smiled wryly. "Lord Hokage suddenly brought up this question, and I really haven't thought it through. The only suitable candidates in Konoha are just the two of us, and if you really don't want to, I can reluctantly accept this." Minato Namikaze hesitated. "Let me think for 2 days, and this matter also needs to consult Rin's opinion." Shinsuke shrugged. "That's fine, but we must make a decision quickly. The best candidates are just the two of us, but the remaining Kage-level powerhouses are not out of the question." 3 days later, the sun shone brightly, and warm sunlight fell on Konoha, reflecting a thriving ninja village. At this moment, Rin Noara was sitting blankly on a hospital bed. The fact that Rin Noara is alive is Konoha's top secret, so this high-end ward is personally overseen by Rin's family. At this time, Minato Namikaze was sitting at the bedside, carefully peeling an apple. "Rin, this is the situation. The teacher will still respect your thoughts." As the apple peel fell into the trash can in circles, Minato Namikaze said in a low voice. He had already explained the specifics to his good disciple. Although he didn't mention anything related to Obito, the importance of the Three Tails was self-evident. As the village's Jinchuriki, her emotional issues are of utmost importance to the village. Although she is still young, ninjas generally marry early, and advancing a year or two is not out of the question. "Teacher, I want to be with you." Rin Noara blushed, her voice as low as a mosquito. Minato Namikaze looked at his shy little disciple, momentarily unsure of what to say. The candidates given by the Hokage, including himself, were all excellent newcomers from Konoha, but in reality, the only two people with the strength to compete were him and Shinsuke. As for the 3 members of the Shadow Guard, Uzumaki Fudo, Yamanaka Shikaku, and Hyuga Hinata, they were merely there to make up the numbers. Compared to the Hokage, who has 3 wives, Rin Noara naturally preferred her teacher. "All right, we'll get engaged as soon as you are discharged from the hospital." Minato Namikaze was also not pretentious. He reached out and patted his disciple's small head, smiling brightly. He was not young anymore, and it was time to consider his own emotional issues. Aside from a slight crush on Kushina when he was young, he hadn't encountered a girl who truly moved him over the years, since he couldn't find a 100 soulmate. Rin Noara was also a good choice, just like those who had no freedom in love ultimately chose to arrange marriages. Since they were already in an arranged marriage, they naturally had to consider other conditions besides feelings, such as money, housing, cars, jobs, etc. And for Minato Namikaze, Rin Noara was undoubtedly a perfect wife. Both were from the Shinjū clan's branch family, making them a good match. Minato Namikaze was a Kage-level powerhouse, and Rin Noara was a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, making them a match made in heaven. Minato could protect Rin, and her identity as a Jinchuriki could help Minato establish a foothold in the higher-ups of Konoha. They still had a teacher-student relationship, providing a certain emotional foundation, thus avoiding the awkwardness of being together solely for profit. More importantly, Rin had admired her teacher since she was young, and Minato also liked his little disciple, so it was only natural for them to end up together. Perhaps in the story, Minato and Kushina were childhood friends, a match made in heaven, with feelings that contained no impurities. But now Minato and Rin's feelings accounted for 50, with the rest filled by the identity of the Jinchuriki, the Senju branch, and the bond of teacher and student. With the Mist Ninja losing the Three Tails, they lost the ability to continue attacking Konoha, and the entire ninja world became completely peaceful. The Third Great Ninja War had become a mere formality. Under such circumstances, Konoha experienced a wave of weddings, with Yamanaka Shikaku, Naruto Shikaku, and others getting married one after another, and some of the former 12 Young Strong had already begun to conceive. But the most explosive news was that Minato Namikaze, the top powerhouse of Konoha, actually proposed to his female disciple, shocking many ninjas in Konoha. "Teacher, what is going on here?" Kakashi rushed into Minato Namikaze's home, only to see his teacher and teammate being affectionate with each other. Rin's face turned crimson. "Kakashi, we are not children anymore. Although dating a teacher is not quite right. When feelings come, no one can stop it, right?" But, Kakashi was momentarily speechless. He wanted to ask what would happen to Obito, but unfortunately, in his heart, Obito had already long since rested in the land of grass. And with Obito's entrustment to protect Rin well for a lifetime, now that Rin had found her happiness, was it really all right for him to oppose it? Moreover, from any perspective, his teacher was undoubtedly a perfect candidate, and he really had no reason to oppose it. Minato Namikaze closed the door, sat back down, and said to his disciple, "You might not be able to accept this right away, but this is the way of the ninja. The whole world does not revolve around anyone. Everyone is an independent individual. In life, there are many things that do not go as one wishes. We must look forward." In a daze, Minato Namikaze thought of Kushina, thought of the Hokage position, which had once been his life goals. But is this Shinsuke's fault? How many children in Konoha had childhood goals of becoming Hokage? Shouldn't everyone complain about fate because they couldn't become Hokage? Every goddess has countless admirers. Does that mean the goddess won't get married? Seeing Kakashi frozen in place, Rin felt a little sorry for him. She quietly took out an invitation from the drawer and respectfully handed it to Kakashi with both hands. "Kakashi-san, if you have time, I hope you can attend my wedding with the teacher in half a year. Please." Looking at the hopeful eyes of his former teammate, Kakashi inexplicably took the invitation. "Don't think too much about it. As a ninja, your life path is still long, and you must look ahead." Dazed, Kakashi walked out of the Namikaze Minato's house, lost in thought as he stared at the invitation in his hand, not knowing how he ended up in front of the memorial stone. "Obito, do you know? Rin is going to marry the teacher. I didn't protect her well. I almost died on the battlefield of the mist. The teacher will surely protect Rin well from now on, right? His strength is so much better than my uselessness." Chapter 266. Obito is up to no good. Fake, everything is fake. In a hidden corner of the mist, the young Obito was angrily smashing cups, making the whole room a mess. Why does that latecomer, Namikaze Minato, always have to show up at the wrong time? The now dark Obito, upon hearing that Rin was brought back to life, felt cracks in his once silent heart. But before Kaguya could make any moves, Konoha suddenly sent a helping hand. As a teacher, Namikaze Minato was going to marry his own student. Kaguya thought for a moment and realized this was a combination of the Jinchuriki and a shadow-level powerhouse, a strategy by Konoha to better control the Three Tails. But love-struck Obito didn't understand the intricacies of the situation. Even if he did, he would still prioritize Rin's personal happiness over Konoha's interests. How could he allow the woman he loved to suffer for the village's benefit? And then there's that useless Kakashi. I actually believed he could protect Rin. I can't accept this. I can't accept this false world. At that moment, Obito was living in his own world. Only the memories in his mind were the perfect world. There were the best teachers, the most perfect teammates, and his childhood sweetheart. I absolutely will not allow Rin to marry that hypocritical guy. Thinking of his former teacher, Obito felt nothing but disgust. Oh, does Madara have a good plan? Kaguya stepped out from the shadows. Now Konoha's strength far surpasses that of the first Hokage era, with countless shadow-level powerhouses. Although there had once been a plan with Uchiha Madara to resurrect through pain and reclaim the tailed beasts, it seemed unfeasible now. The 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 7 tails, 9 tails are all in Konoha's hands. Even if Uchiha Madara was resurrected, could he really surpass Shinjū? Kaguya was now in despair. He had quietly changed the plans he once had with Uchiha Madara, because in his view, Shinjū was a genius that could dominate an era like the former Shinigami or Evil God. Even resurrecting Uchiha Madara, facing such a powerful Konoha, the odds would only be 1 in 10. it was meaningless. But fortunately, Obito had awakened a space-type Sharingan, which gave Kagaya a glimmer of hope. As a creature that had lived for thousands of years, Kagaya was not reckless. Now he planned to outlast Shinjū. As long as this existing god of the ninja world passed away, he would hold the space-type Mangeki and with the Rinnegan. Just a little nurturing among the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths would ensure they became the top powerhouse of the post-Shinjū era. By then, what tailed beasts wouldn't be at his command? So Kagaya wasn't in a hurry. It was only a matter of 100 years. As long as he outlasted Shinjū, who could stop him? It was a good plan, but unfortunately, the Chinibyu Obito started to act up again, and pain had already grown stronger. He had not experienced having his legs blown off by Hanzo. At this moment, his chakra was more abundant. The eyes of these two were Kagaya's ultimate goal. But now things had gone awry. One wanted to eliminate Namake's Minato, while the other sought revenge against Konoha, making it impossible to rein them back in. Kagaya could only guide them. If he directly tried to seize their eyes, he feared they would destroy each other, resulting in a total loss, leaving nothing of his 1,000-year plan. It's all because of the excessive stimulation to pain back then. Kagaya was not a god. He once thought everything was under control. So he directed Pain's hatred towards Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. He made Pain witness the murder of his parents by Konoha ninjas and hear his family being abandoned by the Uzumaki clan. Ultimately, the Uzumaki clan ended up aligning with Konoha and became its true leaders, while the other clan members enjoyed prosperous lives in Konoha, leaving Pain to wander the ninja world in a pitiful state. The plan was good, but who would have thought Shinjū would grow so quickly? Even now that Pain has mastered the Rinnegan, he might not be a match for Shinjū. In Kagaya's eyes, Shinjū was like the first Hokage with the ideology of the second. Mastering would release and sage techniques that were on par with the first, and having mastered the flying thunder god technique, making him invincible in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara, who had awakened the Rinnegan, might not be a match, let alone the second-hand Pain. In 6 months, I will lead all our forces to completely crush Konoha at Namake's Minato's wedding. Obito's single eye fixed intently on Kagaya. My Mangeki can effortlessly penetrate Konoha's barrier, and it can absorb many personnel. Don't we still have his 6 tails? When the time comes, we can unleash a tailed beast calamity on Konoha. They won't die, but will surely suffer greatly. Our goal is also to collect the tailed beasts. We only have the 6 tails now. If we suffer a loss in Konoha, things will be difficult later. Kagaya countered. Obito stood with his hands behind his back, deep in thought, showing no signs of Chinibyu. We need to collect the tailed beasts. How can we possibly do that without defeating Konoha? Most of the tailed beasts are in their hands, and even if we hold on to the remaining ones, it would be of no use. Kagaya thought about it too. What could they accomplish with just the 6 tails in hand? What he wanted was for the 9-tailed beasts to unite. Missing one would be a problem. It seemed that without defeating Konoha, there would be no opportunity at all. Trying it out isn't a bad idea. After all, he had set his sights on 100 years later, and he wasn't afraid of Konoha collecting tailed beasts since the 10-tail shell was still in his possession. If Shinju's goal was to unite the 9-tailed beasts, that would be a stroke of luck for Kagaya. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger, as the enemy would do what he had always wanted to do. All right, when the time comes, we'll bring them all along. It's time to wake up the arrogant Konoha and show them that this ninja world isn't theirs to dictate. What about Pain? Should we act together? Obito knew that Pain was Uchiha Madara's backup and a pawn of Kagaya, but at this moment, Obito had not joined the Akatsuki organization. Instead, Kagaya had joined early on. I'll communicate with them first, but it's not guaranteed to be effective. Kagaya had a dark expression. Pawns have their own thoughts. Although he and Uchiha Madara controlled the Mist Ninjas and provided space for the Akatsuki organization to develop, the problem was that the Akatsuki organization was unaware of this. It's time for the pawns to know our true strength. But Obito was preparing to confront the Akatsuki organization. Right now, his own strength was already weaker than Konoha's, and managing both the Mist Ninjas and the Akatsuki with 2 separate systems was simply nonsensical. All right, remember, you're Uchiha Madara, don't forget. Kagaya faded into the darkness, leaving only this one sentence behind. At that moment, on an island somewhere in the ocean, away from the shipping lanes and nearly isolated from the continent, the Akatsuki's lair, which had been causing trouble in the water country, was located here. Zetsu, today is so grand. Who are you going to introduce to me? In the cave, Pain, sitting on the main seat, asked in a deep voice. Chapter 267, The Alliance Between the Akatsuki and the Mist Ninjas. I am Uchiha Madara. Obito, wearing his spiral mask and carrying the Uchiha fan, appeared abruptly in the bunker amidst ripples of space. Uchiha Madara? Nagato fell into deep thought. This name can only be found in historical documents. If you really are Uchiha Madara, you must be over 90 years old now, right? Nagato sneered. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara has already died at the hands of the first Hokage. Do you think we are all fools? A rat that hides its head and shows its tail. A shot up from the ground, instantly heading straight for Obito's forehead. But the real person in front did not dodge or avoid it, allowing it to pierce his head. Strangely, it disappeared in an instant. Oh! Nagato showed a look of surprise. Ever since he fully mastered the Rinnegan, this man who claims to be Uchiha Madara is still the first opponent to make him feel surprised. Don't test out small tricks. Obito found a place to sit down, casually resting his arm on his leg. What do you want from us? Nagato didn't want to chatter with this person and asked directly. The whirlpool mask obscured his expression. Only a deep voice could be heard. Konoha has already mastered 5-tailed beasts, and the 4th Hokage's strength is astonishing. Konoha has many powerful ninjas. As Konoha's enemy, I naturally want to have a good match with the younger generation. A chuckle sounded. The previously silent member of the Akatsuki, Haiden, couldn't help but laugh. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to him, Haiden showed no signs of shyness. Don't say you're not Uchiha Madara. Even if you're Uchiha Madara, what can a 90-year-old man do? You might not have been able to compete with the 4th Hokage at your peak, let alone a lonely old man over 90 years old. Have you seen my peak? Obito's deep voice echoed from beneath the mask, and then a small sapling abruptly grew from the ground. Would release. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oof. Obito smiled coldly. Do you really think I've made no progress over the years? Even if your strength surpasses that of the past, what can you achieve alone? You should know that Konoha's shadow-level powerhouses are no less than a dozen, and with 5 of the tailed beasts in Konoha's control, I don't see any possibility of success. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. The taciturn Scorpion suddenly spoke up. He originally treated the Akatsuki organization as a brief journey in life, but unexpectedly, Konoha completely destroyed his backup in the village. Now, with nowhere to go, he has been working for the Akatsuki all these years. As a top rogue ninja from one of the 5 great ninja villages, he is very different from Haiden's wild ways. No one knows Konoha's strength better than he does. Don't underestimate me. Daring to come and cooperate with you all naturally gives me enough confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out from behind Obito. San, the 3rd Mizuki Jo? At this moment, even Scorpion couldn't maintain his composure. After all, this is one of the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages. Whether he is controlled by Uchiha Madara or is a pawn of Uchiha Madara himself, it indicates that this sinister guy may have controlled the land of water many years ago. So how about now? Do I have the confidence to cooperate with you? Nagato fell into contemplation. Konoha and the Uzumaki clan have always been his targets for revenge. And to make the entire ninja world feel pain and establish a beautiful new world, he must deal with Konoha, the one that stands out. Especially since the tailed beasts are still under Konoha's control. To fully unleash the 10 tails, this is an insurmountable hurdle. However, due to the Akatsuki's lack of manpower, they have been lurking in the Land of Rain, taking on missions to earn money while absorbing various rogue ninjas. If they refuse today, then tomorrow will surely be the siege from the Mist Ninja Village. Although he is not afraid, the only great ninja villages that can still contend with Konoha are the Mist and the Rock. Whether the Rock Ninja will accept them is still uncertain, unless absolutely necessary. Continuing to hide in the Land of Water is still the best choice, and this man who claims to be Uchiha Madara's plan is also not impossible. Nagato is very confident in his strength, no matter what Uchiha Madara or Uzumaki Shinjū is in the eyes of God. They are merely paper tigers that cannot withstand a single blow. With the cooperation of the Mist Ninja, it can compensate for the Akatsuki's biggest shortcoming in manpower. And the 2 sides are indeed a match made in heaven. What do you want? Nagato asked. I want to take all the Uchiha clan away and then establish a new world in the Land of Water. Obito naturally spoke nonsense now. The Infinite Tsukuyomi is his goal, but Nagato wouldn't believe this, so he found an excuse. Oh, do you mean to exchange the cage for a bird? Letting the Uchiha clan in the mist become like the Yagyu clan in the cloud? Nagato felt pity for the vision of this so-called Uchiha Madara. I want to plan my own ninja world. Only by completely controlling the Mist Ninja can we talk about the next step. Alright, I want all the tailed beasts from Konoha. Nagato also put forward his own conditions. Obito chuckled. All the tailed beasts? Your appetite is too big. At least we should split it 50-50. Obito is confident that after Nagato collects all the tailed beasts, he will deal him a fatal blow, but in negotiations. How can one easily make concessions? That would make the other party suspicious. So the two of them continue to drag it out, each with their own schemes. And in the end, Obito managed to secure the one tails and the three tails. By then, I will deal with you and the so-called fourth Hokage together. Nagato is also hypocritical. The tail beasts are his desires. How could he possibly share them with others? And he has never believed that this mysterious person would be Uchiha Madara. When will we act? When the higher-ups of Konoha, specifically Minato Namikaze, marry, all of Konoha's strong ninjas will definitely attend on time, and the village's defensive power will surely decrease significantly. By then, you and I will join forces and surely turn Konoha upside down. All right, I hope your strength is as invincible as you say. Obito smiled. You will see it then. A distortion of space occurred, and at that moment, Obito and the third Mizukage had completely disappeared from the spot. Zetsu, I need an explanation. Are you our Akatsuki organization's intelligence officer or a spy for this Uchiha Madara? Sitting at the top, Nagato stared intently at black and white Zetsu, as if he would lose his life if he answered incorrectly. Don't be so sensitive. I'm naturally serving you, my lord, but I can't neglect earning other money too. You have to consider your own position. In front of God, all schemes and tricks are just jokes. After reaching an agreement with the Akatsuki, the Mist Ninja immediately ceased hostilities against this mysterious organization, and both sides divided their territories based on the existing foundation of the Land of Water. Time passed quickly, like a fleeting moment, and Minato Namikaze had finally prepared to welcome his bride after half a year of preparation. Chapter 268. The Great War, ready to erupt. Today, Konoha is sunny, with no clouds in the sky. The little girls and wives in the streets and alleys are peeking out from their windows because today is the day when Konoha's little son, the #1 war man in the ninja world, Minato Namikaze, is getting married. As the new generation idol of Konoha, Minato's popularity is second only to the new Hokage, Shinjū in Konoha. Young, wealthy, successful in his career, with a head of handsome golden hair and a charming smile, he is definitely Konoha's top diamond bachelor. And today, Konoha's streets are lively with music and singing as Minato walks through the village with his wife, announcing their happiness to everyone. Are you ready? In the Hokage building, Shinjū asked, crossing his legs leisurely. Kakashi stepped out from the shadows and said in a deep voice, absolutely foolproof. If they dare to come, they will surely suffer a return trip. At this time, Kakashi has already taken over as the head of the Umbu, while the Jonin squad has been completely handed over to Minato. As a top villain among Hokage ninjas, Shinjū knows Obito very well. If he doesn't cause trouble when Rin marries Minato, then he is not Obito. At this moment, Konoha was strong and well prepared. With Shin's foresight and control over Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan, everything was in place, just lacking a little push. As the holder of the eternal Mangeki, Shin naturally awakened 2 top-tier ocular techniques, and since they were produced by the system, he could choose any Mangeki technique that had appeared in the ninja world. He was not modest, and chose Kimui for one eye, a space-time ninjutsu that was hard to refuse. The other eye was chosen for Tsukuyomi. Although Tsukuyumi's combat power was relatively low in the plot, it was still a Mangeki-level illusion. Over the years, Shin had continuously accumulated in-release, but had not systematically learned or used illusions. Now, directly upgrading it to the highest level compensated for a personal shortcoming. Moreover, Tsukuyomi could evolve into Infinite Tsukuyomi, controlling the entire ninja world, which had a very high potential. Have all our shadow-level powerhouses returned? Shin was still not reassured and asked again. Tsukumo smiled and replied, don't worry, Konoha is now tightly secured. Even if you talk about white Zetsu, they can't break through our defenses. Over the years, Konoha's would-release plan had been progressing steadily, with many Jonin and veteran CH9 from the Uzumaki, Shinjū, Uchiha, and Akimichi clans accepting white Zetsu cells, and some exceptional ones could even withstand Hashirama cells. Although these would-release ninjas might not reach the heights of Shin or Naru, becoming a stronger version of Yamato was not a problem. With so many would-release ninjas, white Zetsu had nowhere to hide in Konoha. Under Tsukumo's leadership, the Umbu had already discovered many white Zetsu clones within the village, just waiting for the right moment to strike. With the would-release plan, Sage Art Plan, 8 Gates team, and Air Force team, Konoha had become strong and was continuously improving, pulling further away from other ninja villages, increasingly poised to unify the ninja world. Shin clapped his hands and sighed. As long as we deal with this wave of enemies, we will have no rivals left in the ninja world. and unifying it will be a piece of cake. Although he didn't know exactly how many enemies would come, Shin estimated broadly, counting all the rock ninjas, mist ninjas, and Akatsuki members, and Konoha had an absolute chance of victory. While the two were discussing, Minato had already brought the bride home. Just as he lifted the veil, his expression suddenly changed, and the room distorted as Obito, wearing Uchiha fan attire, quietly sat on the nearby stool. Minato drew a special kunai and held it across his chest, lowering his gaze and feigning ignorance. "Who are you?" "My name is Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara?" Although Minato chuckled inwardly, he did not show it. What kind of trouble was this guy from the Pure Land stirring up? "Today, I will take the Uchiha clan and lead them to create a new world." The once dismissive answer he had given to Nagato had become more refined in Obito's mind, turning into his main excuse for dismissing others. "Don't be ridiculous. The Uchiha clan holds significant power in the village now. Clan leader Fugaku is still an elder of Konoha, and Shursui is a pupil of the 4th Hokage, potentially inheriting the Hokage position. With such a prestigious family background in the strongest ninja village, how could they wander with someone like you, a dying man?" As Konoha's shadow-level powerhouses increased, Shin had promoted them all to Konoha elders. Due to their number, there were not many mid-level minister positions left, so the elder positions in Konoha had increasingly shifted towards representing high-level ninjas. Although their power had diminished due to their large numbers, this was still the highest achievement of the Uchiha clan in decades. Now, nearly all Uchiha clan members were full of ambition. How could they follow an old skeleton around the ninja world? They will come if they want, and they will come even if they don't. Enough nonsense. Let's see the true skills. Minato decided to give his disciple a good beating, hoping to salvage his student before he caused serious damage to Konoha. Unfortunately, the two ended up chasing and escaping, and when they reached the edge of Konoha, a massive chakra suddenly surged into the sky. Seeing the enormous six tails before him, along with the prominent Sharingan in its eyes, Minato knew Obito could no longer turn back. "Ha, do you see it? Minato, the six tails controlled by the Uchiha clan, is about to unleash its tailed beast bomb right over Konoha. How will the Uchiha clan continue to operate in Konoha after this?" Minato's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect Obito to be so reckless. Moreover, as time passed, many ninjas appeared around the six tails. Among them were mist ninja experts, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen, including Kisame Hashigaki and others, who were thrown out by Obito using his Sharingan. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki members were also active, personally infiltrating. "Lord Mizuki's, this Uchiha is not bad. He can really control tailed beasts." Exclaimed Kaie. At this moment, he still did not know that the Mizuki had been controlled by Uchiha Obito. According to Kisame's propaganda, the Mist Ninjas were collaborating with the Akatsuki and the Uchiha traders, preparing to crush Konoha in one fell swoop. "Enough talk, let's go." Kisame's expression was somewhat dazed, but he resolutely issued the charge order to the Mist Ninjas. The 3 Akatsuki members were also ready to go. Due to their robust physiques and intact legs, although Jiraiya was dead, Nagato did not divide the Rinnegan's abilities into 6. Instead, he focused more on strengthening himself over the years. This time, he was also going all out. In Nagato's eyes, he, Sasori, and Haiden could produce 3 shadow-level powerhouses. Among them, he was even super shadow-level. Was that not considered going all out? You all underestimate Konoha too much. Chapter 269, Akatsuki, Mist Ninjas, Total Annihilation Tailed Beast Bomb. Just as the Six Tails was about to destroy Konoha, a crimson barrier suddenly rose around the entire village. This was the 4 Crimson Sun Formation, used jointly by the Jonin of the Uzumaki and Shinjū clans. With the support of Hashirama's cells, these 2 clans, whose chakra levels already far exceeded ordinary people, made tremendous progress at the Jonin level, picking the best of the best. The 2 clans could now form several pairs of Jonin capable of using the 4 Crimson Sun Formation. Damn it, Konoha has so many experts? Black Zetsu wondered how things were being handled. With Uchiha Madara's legacy, Obito naturally understood the power of this technique. Not to mention a tailed beast bomb. He could withstand 10 or 8 more. Altogether, he no longer hesitated. Having been caught off guard at the beginning, he could only push forward and see if there was a chance. Go! Konoha's side was also filled with elites. Tsukumo Hatake, Uzumaki Dairo, Uzumaki Kanomaru, the 3 legendary Sannin, the Shadow Guard Trio, and the Ino Shikacho Trio, along with Uchiha, Hyuga, and other powerful Konoha ninjas gathering to launch a strong counteroffensive against the enemy. You're up against me. With the ninjutsu heritage from Tsunagakure, Hinata's puppetry had long been updated. Aside from not having puppets that could use ninjutsu, they were not inferior to Sasori in any aspect. Then let me see what this so-called number 1 puppet master of Konoha can do to stand alongside me. Secret technique. 100 machine manipulation. Both were well aware of each other's capabilities. Hinata's hundreds of puppets had appeared on the battlefield numerous times, so Sasori could not possibly overlook them. Sasori's strength lay in Konoha's collection of Sand Village data, along with the information Shin had gathered from the future. The two sides' hundreds of puppets clashed, but Sasori's puppets clearly had higher combat power. Unfortunately, even if his puppets were strong, every time he tried to break the line and take down Hinata, he was crushed by Hinata's powerful taijutsu. This is really troublesome. Even Sasori found it difficult. After Hinata injected Hashirama's cells, he could now freely use healing techniques. With Sasori as second-rate puppetry, how could he threaten Hinata? I may have underestimated you. Scorpion took out a scroll and slowly opened it, revealing 3 characters standing between them. Bang! Behold my greatest masterpiece. The human puppet, 3rd-generation wind shadow. Iron sand filled the sky, instantly crushing dozens of puppets from the sun. With just one strike, Scorpion established his absolute advantage. But unfortunately, the battlefield is not a personal duel. And how could Konoha ninjas be so numerous? How could one possibly strike at the enemy's strengths with their own weaknesses? The nano-poison bugs instantly dispersed. The special feature of the Oil Woman clan's top insect swarm is their small size, invisible to the naked eye. Scorpion turned himself into a human puppet. The foundation of all ninjutsu lies in the chakra lines. Whether it is vision, hearing, or smell, all rely on the chakra lines connecting the puppets. But now he encountered his nemesis. The unobservable nano-poison bugs gnawed away at the chakra lines in the entire area, leaving Scorpion only able to control his own body. Just as he was astonished and prepared to turn and flee, his body began to disobey him. The chakra lines controlled the puppet's head to look down, and he saw countless tiny bugs infesting the joints of his body. It's over. A ninja blade pierced through Scorpion's core, and this top rogue ninja of the sand met a tragic end in the conflict between Konoha and the Akatsuki organization. With intelligence in hand, Konoha has ways to deal with shadow-level powerhouses like Scorpion and Haiden. Scorpion is already done for, and Haiden is similarly suffering. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique came from all directions, binding him like a zongzi. Haiden, relying on his immortal body to flaunt his might, never expected that such secret techniques existed in the ninja world. As a top player of the Jashin cult, his body could withstand a level ninjutsu, and his spirit, empowered by the evil god, was unafraid of jinjutsu. Anyone who dared to challenge him in taijutsu would surely die. He was a shadow-level powerhouse with no blind spots in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, yet today he was defeated in Konoha. These despicable Nara used in-release, but did not use jinjutsu, instead employing a special control ability that left him with no means to respond. Take him away. I want to see what this so-called evil god really is. Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. After so many years of research in Konoha, he had seen all kinds of strange things, and there were few things that could stir his emotions. But today, he had a new discovery. Be careful of his immortal body. First, dismember him and seal him away. Almost as soon as the two sides engaged, Obito's side was defeated like a landslide. The Akatsuki's experts were no match against Konoha, and the Mist Ninjas were not far behind either. Yagura had already been subdued, and the third Mizukage, Ao, didn't last a single round under the siege of the 3 Sannin, falling lifelessly on the spot. The 7 ninja swordsmen fared even worse. They encountered a team specifically prepared by Shinsuke using the 8 gates, and now they had all been wiped out, with all the ninja blades becoming Konoha's spoils. The 6 Tails, under Obito's control, still wanted to wreak havoc, but the combined might of the shadow-level powerhouses Uzumaki Fu, Uzumaki Da, and Uzumaki Kaze surrounded the 6 Tails tightly, and it was only a matter of time before they resolved it. In the blink of an eye, Konoha's opponents were left with only Uchiha Obito and Nagato. At this moment, Obito realized that things were not looking good. Konoha was so well prepared on all fronts. It was completely a trap set for him. While he was lost in thought, specially crafted kunai returned from all directions. Minato's battle experience was far superior to Obito's, and with the intelligence he had, Minato was even more in his element. I've said it before, such petty tricks mean nothing to me. Obito seemed to drift between illusion and reality. Even Minato couldn't touch his clothing edge. Unfortunately, he only had one Manjiki Sharingan. just as he once again slipped into the illusion to avoid Minato's attack. He was suddenly pierced through the heart by a ninja blade. Falling from the Kamui space, Obito lay on the ground, gasping for breath, looking in disbelief at the person behind him. Obito, your eyes ultimately led to your demise. Uchiha Fugaku, as the executor of the final blow, stepped out from the Kamui space and nodded to everyone. When Obito's Sharingan evolved into Manjiki, Kakashi's Sharingan also simultaneously evolved. However, since Kakashi was not from the Uchiha clan and was weaker, his Sharingan regressed to Double Tomo. Kakashi's inability did not mean Fugaku couldn't. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, reactivating a regressed Manjiki Sharingan was merely a piece of cake for him. Now, only Shinsuke and Fugaku could withstand Obito's Manjiki. So before the ambush began, Fugaku had already replaced one of his Manjiki, while Obito and Minato were entangled and unable to divert their attention. Fugaku activated Kamui and quietly infiltrated the alternate space, delivering the final blow to the Uchiha traitor. Chapter 270, the final chapter, unifying the ninja world. How could this be? Obito did not know where he had exposed a flaw, but Uchiha Fugaku clearly used his Sharingan to successfully ambush him. Controlling the tailed beast to attack Konoha was unforgivable. Fugaku felt a sense of dread. If Obito had succeeded, the Uchiha clan would have been doomed. In his dying moments, Obito could not utter a word, blood flowing steadily from his chest. Under the watchful eyes of many powerful figures, he completely closed his eyes, but everyone present did not let their guard down. Sure enough, a minute later, Obito's figure appeared not far away, and at this moment, he could only run for his life. Konoha had long been on guard against Izanagi, and Fugaku had already entered the Kamui space. Obito, being chased by everyone, dared not use intangibility. Relying solely on his legs, he was no match for those seasoned veterans. In the face of the fastest ninja in the ninja world, Minato, trying to escape by relying on his legs was like dreaming. This time, Minato's specially crafted kunai fiercely pierced through Obito's head and effortlessly took away his Manjiki Sharingan. Looking at his completely lifeless disciple, Minato could only let out a deep sigh. He did not know what kind of mental changes Obito had gone through, but since he dared to fire tailed beast bombs at the village, dying on the spot was the best outcome. Nagato, it seems you guys are not that impressive either. The fourth Hokage Shinsuke faced off against Uzumaki Nagato, marking the pinnacle battle of the ninja world and also the final fateful battle of the Uzumaki clan. A bunch of useless fools. It's time for you to witness the true power of a god. Nagato clapped his hands, summoning technique. Crabs, lobsters, chameleons, split dogs, yada no Kagami, rhinos, buffaloes, pandas, centipedes, and not just one of each. Countless summoning beasts surged forth under the effect of Nagato's Rinnegan. What monster! Minato exclaimed, not to mention where he found so many large summoning beasts. Even if an average person could find them, their chakra levels wouldn't support simultaneous summoning. But it was unexpected that this enemy, based solely on chakra levels, could only be compared to Shinsuke in Konoha. Proceed as planned. Shinsuke had long coveted Nagato's summoning beasts. Every move of the opponent was within Konoha's plans. At this moment, all four-tailed beasts appeared, completely overwhelming Nagato's army of summoning beasts with the strength of the three great holy lands. It's still exhilarating to engage in hand-to-hand combat with these big guys. Shikaku laughed maniacally, having been bullied by others all day. Today, it was finally his turn to bully others. Magnet release, sand binding coffin. Yellow sand rose into the sky, binding the charging rhino. Just as Shikaku was about to slap it away, he suddenly remembered the fourth Hokage's orders and could only reluctantly shout from afar. Uzumaki clan little ones, it's your turn to take action. Yes, Lord Shikaku. The upper ninjas of the Uzumaki clan rushed over, using wood release. Several vines reinforced the rhino, and then the sealing talisman was directly applied, easily turning the rhino into the Uzumaki clan spoils. Lord Shikaku, please capture another rhino to match. The Uzumaki clan's ninjas were all smiles. A gigantic summoning beast was nothing unusual for them. As long as they could pair one up, they could breed a true summoning beast species. With such a massive size, who wouldn't be envious? Got it, annoying little brat. Many experts from Konoha, under the leadership of the Uzumaki clan and the tailed beasts, began capturing summoning beasts. Today was indeed a day of great harvest. These summoning beasts, although large and varying in abilities, like the venom of a centipede or the endless splitting of the hellhound, were generally impossible for ordinary ninjas to combat. However, Konoha had plenty of tailed beasts, And in front of these true children of heaven, even these massive summoning beasts had no choice but to submit. Shinra Tensei, wood clone technique. A repulsive force enveloped his entire body. Even Shinno found it hard to resist, so he simply used the wood clone technique, not believing that your Shinra Tensei could draw him in. Shinra Tensei, Nagato's face turned red, but the towering wooden figure across from him seemed as if its legs were rooted in the ground, firmly planted. Universal pull. Since he couldn't repel it, he would try to see if he could pull it in. Unfortunately, it was also futile. Use whatever techniques you have. Shinno crossed his arms, sneering. In the midst of their entanglement, Konoha had nearly captured all the large summoning beasts. These summoning beasts were indeed powerful, but facing so many elite ninjas from Konoha, they appeared quite helpless. Seeing that they were about to be surrounded again, Nagato instantly soared into the sky. Feel the pain. A bag of rice bears several floors. Earth explosion star. The sky was somewhat gloomy, but suddenly a gigantic sphere appeared above Konoha. Damn it. Although the Hokage had anticipated this guy truly was lawless. The battle had reached a point beyond human capability, and they could only watch as the two big shots clashed. Senjutsu would release true thousand-handed. The wooden figure was already over 100 meters tall, but this time the thousand-handed guanin was even more majestic, standing at nearly 1,000 meters. Even the distant-tailed beasts trembled in fear. The nine tails recalled the terror of being grabbed by a single hand of the thousand-handed guanin. Over 1,000 fists shot into the sky, and around them, only the sound of bangs was heard. Ultimately, the meteors did not fall. Instead, they were turned to dust under the impact of the fists. Ha ha, indeed worthy of being the strongest Hokage, but can you withstand this move? At this moment, the intact Nagato of the Uzumaki clan was like Uchiha Madara, able to continuously use Earth Explosion Star. This was his strongest strike. Suddenly, over 20 giant meteors appeared in the sky, determined to completely erase Konoha from the ninja world. At this moment, even the elite ninjas on the ground felt despair. Perhaps Shinno Senjutsu would release true Thousand Hand could handle 1 or 2 meteors, but how could they cope with such numbers? Suddenly, Shinno's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he shouted, Yang release, divine presence. Centered around Shinno, a 1,000-meter-high, skeletal giant rose from the ground. This was the corpse bone pulse. The Hokage had already surpassed all of Kagaya's clan, right? Though it was a question, Orochimaru spoke with certainty. But that wasn't the end. The skeletal giant's body suddenly sprouted muscles, wrapping around the entire skeletal form. Upon closer inspection, these muscles were entirely composed of wood release. Shinno casually tossed the earth grudge fear into the giant. Black veins extended infinitely, interwoven within the muscles. A wave of eerie blue flames rose, and the originally bare wooden giant donned a layer of shadow armor. This was the Uchiha clan's Susu. Uchiha Fugaku murmured. Suddenly, a giant dragon flew out from within Shinno. It absorbed the chakra of numerous tailed beasts, as well as the dragon vein chakra from the land waterfalls. The dragon vein chakra surged toward the giant's heart, instantly merging with the 1,000-meter giant. The originally ninjutsu-formed giant suddenly came to life. Its heart began to beat, and the dragon vein chakra spread throughout its body via the earth grudge fear's veins. Yang release, divine presence, external avatar. The giant formed by ninjutsu had completely turned into new life, becoming Shinno's second body. After applying the light and heavy rock technique to the giant, he raised his left hand, and the 1,000-meter giant vanished from its original spot, reappearing in midair. Boom! Everyone heard a ringing in their ears as a massive meteor was crushed to pieces. The entire sky was filled with Shinno's chakra, as long as he wished. He could teleport infinitely within this area. In less than a second, Shinno's external avatar flickered over a dozen times, completely shattering all the meteors. Impossible, impossible. Nagato, having consumed too much chakra from his jutsu, could only sit on the ground, gasping for breath. What is impossible? Shinno floated in midair, having merged with the giant, becoming one. In the next life, I hope you won't be reborn into the Uzumaki clan. The invading enemy was completely annihilated, and not a single high-ranking mist ninja escaped. The previously peaceful ninja world was once again stirred up by monstrous waves. Konoha seized this opportunity and launched a full-scale attack, completely eliminating the mist ninjas with almost no resistance. In the 50th year of Konoha, as expected, Konoha officially merged with the sand, rain, waterfall, and grass villages. At this time, only the rock village was left struggling, and as he aged, Inoki felt increasingly powerless. Shinno, however, was still desperately enhancing the abilities of Konoha's ninjas. After obtaining Nagato's Rinnegan, Shinno also learned Earth Explosion Star. Above Konoha, a blood moon hung high in the sky, and the Earth-style ninjas of Konoha worked together, continuously applying the light and heavy rock technique to ensure that the Earth Explosion Star could remain in the sky forever. Meanwhile, Shinno used the Earth Explosion Star as a base and the Zero Tails Chakra as power to perform the Infinite Tsukuyomi technique across the entire Konoha area. However, Shinno's Infinite Tsukuyomi was not meant to make everyone daydream. Rather, it was like a holographic online game. As long as Konoha's ninjas wished, they could independently connect to the Infinite Tsukuyomi space. Here, all ninjas could practice passionately without fear of injury, and the individual combat capabilities of Konoha's ninja skyrocketed. In this process, Shinno absorbed the mental energy that everyone emitted, using it as nourishment, and his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan finally evolved into a true Rinnegan. After eliminating Obito and the Akatsuki organization, Shinno no longer concealed his actions. The would-release ninjas under him spread across the world, determined to find Kaguya. In the 55th year of Konoha, Shinno unexpectedly resolved the Kaguya issue, completely eradicating the last hidden boss of the ninja world. Due to the Rock Village holding two-tailed beasts and their stance of being willing to perish together with Konoha, things have been relatively stable over the years. However, Shinno had many means, and even if Inoki was cautious, he ultimately found an opportunity. Shirzue's Kodoha Mitsukami controlled the earth, and with him leading the way, Konoha easily invaded the Rock Village, giving them no chance to use their tailed beasts, and completely resolved the 4 tails and 5 tails in the Rock Village. Inoki could only stare blankly at his son, watching as his son plunged a ninja blade into his heart from behind. Why? The ninja world is destined to unite. My father is merely a remnant of the old era. Why must he go against the tide of the world? The earth was now completely Konoha's pawn, and Inoki died at the hands of his own son. In unifying the ninja world, after collecting all the tailed beast chakra, Shinno soared to the moon to deal with the final Tsutsuki clan, seizing a giant Byakugan, further enhancing Konoha's foundation. Ultimately, Shinno manipulated a 1,000-meter external avatar, empowered by the Rinnegan, wielding the truth-seeking orb as a blade, and forcefully split the moon of the ninja world. His journey ultimately leads to the stars and the sea. Synopsis: Reborn as the young clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, Shinobu expresses that he is completely unfazed. With a destiny system, he can grow stronger by changing the destinies of others. Thus, the Uzumaki clan, which should have been wiped out, continues to grow stronger. Shinjū opened a giant robot in the village. Oil Woman Shikaku is known as the god of the insect clan. Hyuga Hinata is hailed as the #1 puppet master in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi releases Infinite Tsukuyomi on the villagers of Konoha. Kakashi Hatake becomes the new shadow of the ninja world. Kushina marries himself.